transmigrated only to face an enemy at the door? The one-click cultivation system activates in the nick of time. Assassin Suchin declares, vengeance must be swift and immediate. Whether it's bullies or gangs, before my 24/7 auto-cultivation with top-tier aptitude, you're all trash. The first function is already this heaven-defying. Subsequent upgrades will surely reach for the sky. On a bedroom bed, Suchin coughed up blood and awoke to find he had transmigrated to Blue Star 2,000 years in the future. Here, spiritual energy had revived, beasts invaded, and humanity survived within towering barriers, relying on martial arts. His predecessor, also named Suchin, was a turbid body incapable of martial arts. His parents had died, and he was bullied relentlessly, beaten to death just yesterday. Damn, I'm this miserable? Suchin lamented. Just then, the bully Chu Gang's shouts and violent kicks rattled his door. Memories of Chu Gang's escalating abuse after Suchin's parents' death flooded his mind, from calling him young Master Su to little waist. Mother Fasterus Kerr, the previous owner, was too cowardly. Suchin seethed. As a former assassin, he always repaid debts immediately. He wanted to grab the Tang saber, on the wall to fight, but his severe injuries left him powerless. Boom, boom, boom. The door was about to break. Ding! One-click cultivation system bound, activating. System. Suchin was overjoyed. This was too timely. System activated. System, quickly tell me how to use you. Host, regrettably, the system currently has no functions. Suchin's smile froze. Host, by spending just 10 gold coins, you can activate the first function. Money can activate it. Suchin was ecstatic. He took out the 16 gold coins his parents had left him. System, activate the first function. Ding! Consumed 10 gold coins. Sea of cultivation opened. One-click cultivation function activated. Ding! Detected main cultivation method Boundless Heart Sutra. One-click cultivation function initiated. Ding! Congratulations on activating the first function. You have received a bonus function, Attribute Panel. Instantly, a black space appeared in Suchin's mind where a white figure, resembling him, cultivated the Boundless Heart Sutra at incredible speed. Spiritual energy and previously dormant medicinal essences surged into his body. The white figure quickly turned partially golden. The one-click cultivation function enabled 24/7 automatic cultivation at the speed of top-tier flawless aptitude, over 1,000 times faster than ordinary aptitude. He could complete body tempering in just 5 days, compared to over 30 years for others. Host, the Sea of Cultivation is full. Proceed to breakthrough? Breakthrough! Suchin ordered without hesitation. A searing heat enveloped him, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had reached the initial body tempering realm. His injuries healed, his sickly appearance transformed into handsome vigor, and his strength surged, surpassing even his previous life's peak. Waste Suchin, if you don't open up, I'll kill you. Chu Gang's roars continued. Kill me? Suchin sneered and opened the door. Outside stood the bald, swarthy Chu Gang. Mother Fasterus Kerr, took you long enough. Chu Gang barged in. Suchin slapped Chu Gang across the face. Smack! Chu Gang was stunned. You dare hit me? Chu Gang, still thinking Suchin was a weakling, threw a punch at Suchin's temple. Thud! Suchin easily caught Chu Gang's fist and twisted it. Crack! Bone-pierced flesh. Ah! Chu Gang screamed. Weren't you going to kill me? Suchin slapped him again, sending him sprawling, his face swollen like a pig's head. Suchin! Stop! Chu Gang was terrified as Suchin threatened to break all his limbs. I'm telling you, I've joined the Broken Axe hunting group. There's a tattoo on my earlobe. If you dare touch me, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Broken Axe hunting group? Suchin's eyes turned cold. He pressed harder with his foot on Chu Gang's face, which twisted in pain. The two thugs who killed his predecessor also had tattoos on their earlobes. Suchin, I was wrong. Chu Gang, seeing Suchin's killing intent, begged for mercy. Suchin grabbed the Tang saber from the wall and pressed it to Chu Gang's neck. Tell me everything about the Broken Axe hunting group. Terrified, Chu Gang spilled everything. The leader was a formal martial artist, 2 vice leaders were quasi-martial artists, their lair was the Golden Fruit Building, and they had a hunting outpost in the F-rank Wind Wolf Zone outside the city. He also identified the 2 thugs who killed the previous Suchin as Do Zhong and Kai Feng, body-tempering martial artists who had just left the outpost with a group of men yesterday. Very good. Suchin sheathed his saber. Chu Gang thought he was spared, but Suchin just cackled and stomped on his other arm, then his legs. As I said, all 4 limbs must be broken. Suchin smiled faintly. Chu Gang screamed until he fainted from the pain. So damn satisfying. Suchin grinned, then sat down to check his attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Aptitude level, turbid body. Realm level, initial body tempering. Mastered cultivation method, Boundless Heart Sutra. Activated system function, one-click cultivation, level 1. The Boundless Heart Sutra was Blue Star's highest grade main cultivation method, made public by a hero 1,000 years ago, benefiting all humanity. Level 1. Can one-click cultivation be upgraded? Host, one-click cultivation can be upgraded. Level 2 requires 100 gold, cultivation speed x2, level 3, 1000 gold, x4, level 4, 10,000 gold, x8. Holy sh*t. Suchin was ecstatic. If he kept upgrading, his cultivation speed could be hundreds, even thousands of times faster than others. 1 year for him would be like millennia for others. But he only had 6 gold coins left, 94 short of upgrading to level 2. Money, money, money. I need money. Suchin paced, then his gaze fell on the unconscious Chu Gang. He dragged Chu Gang to his own hovel and looted him, finding only 1 silver coin and 62 copper coins. Damn pauper. Suchin slammed Chu Gang's door shut. Returning home, Suchin began to worry again. Earning 94 gold coins through work was impossible. It would never be possible to work for a lifetime. He could only think of other ways. After a moment of contemplation, Suchin had a flash of inspiration and thought of 2 methods. The first was to sell his house. Although Suchin's house was ordinary, it was worth 20 to 30 gold coins. Even though selling the house would leave him homeless as long as the system upgraded and he became a higher level warrior, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? By then, buying a house wouldn't even mean looking at a villa covering several acres. The second method was to go to the Warrior Alliance Hall to receive the Junior Body Tempering Subsidy. The Warrior Alliance was established 1,000 years ago by warriors to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts. Today, it has developed into an official organization encompassing all bases and outposts possessing super strong dominance, to encourage people to continuously cultivate and grow stronger to resist ferocious beasts and protect their homes. The Martial Arts Alliance has launched generous benefits for warriors. Any ordinary person who advances to junior body tempering can go to the Warrior Alliance to receive a subsidy of 10 gold coins as training capital. Moreover, for every breakthrough in a small realm, one can go to the Warrior Alliance to receive a subsidy, and the higher the realm, the more generous the reward. For example, breaking through from junior body tempering to intermediate body tempering allows one to receive 20 gold coins. In addition, every month, warriors can receive some subsidies, although they cannot compare to the amounts received for breaking through realms. This benefit is amazing. Suchin was extremely excited. First, I'll sell the house, then go collect the subsidy, and then check out the Broken Axe Hunting Group's outposts in the F-level Wind Wolf area. Without hesitation, Suchin immediately began to pack his bags. Since his home was simple and there wasn't much to take, he quickly set out with a backpack and a tang knife. After leaving the community, Suchin found a shop nearby that bought second-hand houses and sold his house for 25 gold coins. Because the shop was very familiar with Suchin's community, they even skipped the house inspection process, which was quite convenient. With 31 gold coins in hand, Suchin boarded the Spirit Energy bus and headed for the Warrior Alliance building. After the Great Disaster, the technological tree collapsed and most technological products became useless, including traditional cars. Neither gasoline cars nor electric cars could be used anymore. However, 2,000 years was enough for humanity to develop new means of transportation: spirit energy cars. Unfortunately, spirit energy cars were extremely expensive, and their operation and maintenance costs were also very high, making it difficult for even formal warriors to own a private spirit energy car. As for capturing ferocious beasts as mounts, that was impossible. Countless people had tried over the centuries, and no one had succeeded. The spirit energy bus continued to move forward while Suchin sat in his seat, closely watching the white figure in the one-click training space. Having just tasted the sweetness of a breakthrough, Suchin couldn't bear to take his eyes off the white figure for a moment. Watching the constantly circulating golden airflow and feeling the spirit energy continuously pouring into his body was simply exhilarating. Half an hour later, the spirit energy bus arrived at the Warrior Alliance building. Is this the Warrior Alliance building? It really is impressive. Suchin got off the bus, and even though he had seen a lot, he was still shocked by the building in front of him. The structure was like black crystal, towering high, several times taller than the Dubai Tower he remembered. Its area was also extremely vast, resembling a giant peak. The Warrior Alliance building was the base of the Warrior Alliance, housing not only various offices but also shops, training rooms, and practice rooms, among others. Suchin was headed to the office specifically for collecting subsidies. This office was located on the ground floor of the building, also known as the Warrior Alliance Hall, which was very spacious and resplendent. The hall was bustling with people, and there were no fewer than 100 reception windows. These reception windows are divided into levels corresponding to the realms of martial artists who seek to handle their affairs at the appropriate window. Higher level martial artists have the privilege of using lower level windows first. In this era where martial prowess is revered and power belongs to the individual, privileges are everywhere. Body refiner's window right here. Suchin looked around and walked to the left. Body refining is the lowest level for martial artists, and many people come to collect their allowances, with long lines forming in front of each window. Suchin joined a line and began to wait. There were too many people, and from time to time, formal martial artists would cut in line with their juniors using their privileges, making the line move even slower. Suchin waited for a full 3 hours before it was his turn. Hello. Suchin handed his identity card to the heavily made-up woman behind the window. What level of allowance are you collecting? The woman asked in a dull tone. Beginner body refining. Suchin smiled and then touched the crystal stone next to the window, which lit up with a white dot. This crystal can accurately determine a martial artist's strength, and the body refining realm is displayed as white dots with the number indicating the level. You really are a beginner body refiner, the heavily made-up woman said in surprise, a hint of disdain flashing in her gaze towards Suchin. Ahem, could you please be quicker? Suchin caught that hint of contempt and his expression immediately turned cold, feeling somewhat displeased. Suchin? 20 years old and still a beginner body refiner, are you of common or waste quality? The heavily made-up woman said as she placed 10 gold coins under the window, not bothering to lower her voice, and everyone around heard her. At this age, still a beginner body refiner must be waste quality for sure. Such garbage quality coming to collect an allowance, what a waste of resources. Exactly, you'll never hope to break into the realm of martial artists in this lifetime, advanced body refining at best. Right, even if you collect allowances for a few more years, you might not even break into intermediate body refining. Instantly, some people began to mock him. Ha! Suchin sneered, you all aren't that young either, aren't you also body refiners? That's not the same. A similarly young braided boy shouted, tugging at his collar, I'm a quasi-martial artist, can your waist quality compare? Wow, so young and already a quasi-martial artist, stronger than the peak of body refining, what a genius. Yeah, this is a martial artist in the making, quite impressive. Hey handsome, what's your name? Need a runner? The surrounding body refiners immediately gasped in admiration, looking enviously at the braided boy. See that? The braided boy tilted his chin, looking down at Suchin with utter disdain. This is the realm you'll strive for your whole life. Suchin glanced over, and the braided boy's attribute panel immediately appeared. Name, Yang Shi. Race, human quality level, medium realm level, quasi-martial artist attack level, quasi-martial artist defense level, quasi-martial artist agility level, quasi-martial artist stamina level, quasi-martial artist mastered techniques, infinite heart sutra medium? Garbage. Suchin rolled his eyes. The cultivation speed of medium quality is 300 to 400 times slower than his flawless level. Compared to him, it was truly nothing but garbage. Oh, talking back, are we? Yang Shi stepped forward and patted Suchin's shoulder, laughing heartily. Right, you're a genius, you're the genius, a born waste. Ha! Suchin sneered, since you say I'm waste, how about we make a bet? A bet? I like it. Yang Shi clapped his hands, what are we betting on? I'm in. Suchin said indifferently, let's bet on how long it will take me to break through from beginner body refining to intermediate body refining. Wager 50 gold coins. Alright, I bet. Yang Shi sneered, I bet you can't break through from the initial level of body tempering to the intermediate level in 10 years. If you can, come find me, Yang Shi, at the Puyuan Villa area in the north of the city, and I'll give you 50 gold coins. If you can't, I won't make it hard for you. Just run around the Martial Artist Alliance building 3 times naked, shouting I'm a genius so everyone can get to know you. How about that? Alright, that's a good idea. Running around naked shouting I'm a genius? That's quite thrilling, a nice thought. Yes. Just thinking about that scene makes me want to laugh. The onlookers erupted in cheers. They all believed that Suchin could not break through to the intermediate level of body tempering in 10 years. Everyone else had started cultivating at a sensible age, while Suchin, in his 20s, had only reached the initial level after more than 10 years of cultivation. How could he possibly spend an even shorter time breaking through to a more difficult realm? How about it? Do you dare to bet? Yang Shi sneered, as he had the same thought, which is why he proposed this bet. What's there to be afraid of? Suchin laughed heartily, but the stakes need to be changed. If you lose, not only do you have to give me 50 gold coins, but you also have to run around the Martial Artist Alliance building 3 times naked, shouting I'm a genius. How about that? Alright, let's do it. Yang Shi's face was full of confidence, and, after speaking, he was about to return to his group. Wait. Suchin waved his hand with a smile. What? Are you backing out? Yang Shi sneered, it's too late to back out now, Suchin the genius. No. Suchin smiled lightly. I think a verbal agreement isn't formal enough, it's safer to have it in black and white with signatures. Ha! Yang Shi was taken aback, then looked around. Signatures? Does he really think he will win? Yeah, this is too ridiculous, signing a contract? Meeting this Suchin, I've really gained some insight. With his trash talent, he dares to bet against a quasi-martial artist, and now he wants to sign a contract. It's simply absurd. Hey, what are you laughing at? He's so serious, he will definitely win. More people gathered around. On everyone's face was either disbelief or mockery. No one thought Suchin could win. Alright, since you're so serious, I will graciously agree. Yangshi smiled and shrugged. Walking to the window, he said to the heavily made-up woman, "Beautiful lady, can I borrow some paper and a pen?" "Sure, no problem." The heavily made-up woman's attitude towards Yangshi was completely different. She was all flattery. She took out paper and a pen to hand to Yangshi, even pretending to casually stroke Yangshi's fingers with the back of her hand. Ha ha. Yangshi laughed heartily, took the paper and pen, and wrote down the terms of the bet. After signing his name, he handed it to Suchin. "Your turn, our genius." The crowd erupted in laughter again upon hearing this. "Ha!" Suchin smiled noncommittally, took the paper and pen, and signed his name. "This bet is settled." Yangshi didn't even look at Suchin's name. "I'm waiting for you to fulfill your punishment, ha. I'll return the same words to you." Suchin smiled lightly. "I'm also waiting for you to fulfill your punishment, and it's right now." "What?" Yangshi and the onlookers were stunned, all showing disdainful smiles. Just then, "System, let me break through." Suchin's mind moved, and a unique wave of energy from a breakthrough emanated from his body. Because the medicinal properties within Suchin had not yet been fully absorbed, his cultivation speed at this moment was still faster than that of a flawless talent, and it had been 3 to 4 hours since he broke through to the initial level of body tempering. The white little figure had already turned golden. If it weren't for chatting with Yangshi for a bit, Suchin would have broken through earlier. What is this feeling? It seems that the waist has broken through to the intermediate body refinement? No way, are you joking? Suchin's breakthrough phenomenon was very obvious, and the onlookers actually knew it well, but they were unwilling to believe it because it was too incredible. What the hell? Yangshi also stared blankly at Suchin, his face full of disbelief. "Hey, a bet is a bet." Suchin smiled broadly and waved the agreement in his hand. "Please bring me the 50 gold coins wager and then run around the Martial Artist Alliance building 3 times while shouting 'I am a genius' so everyone can get to know you." "No, this is impossible. How could you break through to intermediate body refinement so quickly?" Yangshi's face turned pale and then flushed, speaking with a fierce facade. "You must have cheated. What method did you use to simulate the fluctuations of the breakthrough?" "Cheat? Open your eyes wide." Suchin sneered as he placed his hand on a crystal by the window, and 2 white light spots immediately lit up on the crystal. 2 light spots. It really is intermediate body refinement. This Suchin has been hiding his strength. He could have broken through to intermediate body refinement long ago. Damn, then why did he only come to collect the junior body refinement subsidy? Now, who wouldn't be overjoyed to collect the subsidy after breaking through to junior body refinement? How could he hold back? It must be fake. But the fluctuations he emitted earlier were indeed breakthrough fluctuations. I've seen enough of those to not be mistaken. So that means he really just broke through to intermediate body refinement. Yangshi is done for. Yeah, Yangshi is really unlucky to encounter something like this. But if Yangshi hadn't mocked him, this wouldn't have happened. "Ha, that's true." The crowd began to discuss in disbelief, all eyes turning to Yangshi. "Reserve. Martial artist, are you really going to go back on your word?" Suchin coldly smiled at Yangshi. "Please give me the 50 gold coins wager and then fulfill the second part of the bet." "Damn. Even if you broke through to intermediate body refinement, so what? Breaking through to intermediate body refinement at 20 is still just an ordinary talent. In front of me, Yangshi, you Suchin are still a waste. No need to look for it." Yangshi, feeling both pain and humiliation, took out a low-grade spirit stone worth 100 gold coins from his pocket and smashed it hard against Suchin's chest before walking away, without looking back. As for running around the Martial Artist Alliance building naked while shouting "I am a genius," he had no face to do that, nor did he dare. Otherwise, not only would his own reputation be ruined, but the entire Yang family would also be ridiculed. If it came to that, Yangshi's fate would be miserable. Therefore, he would rather pay Suchin a low-grade spirit stone worth 100 gold coins than fulfill the second part of the bet. For the sake of this spirit stone, I'll let you off for now, but don't let me see you again. Suchin looked at Yangshi's departing figure and sneered dismissively. Then, Suchin turned to the heavily made-up woman at the service window. "Hey, old hag, hurry up and give me the intermediate body refinement subsidy and identity card." This whole incident was instigated by this heavily made-up woman. Although Suchin earned 100 gold coins, he still found her very unpleasant. "Humph." The heavily made-up woman angrily threw out 20 gold coins and Suchin's identity card. "It's just an ordinary talent. You've offended young master. Yang, you're doomed. Hurry up and get out of the way. TSK. With that attitude, you'll be dead soon." Suchin showed a mocking expression as he packed up the spirit stone, gold coins, and identity card, quickly leaving the Martial Artist Alliance Hall. It seems that Yangshi has some status. On the way, Suchin turned the spirit stone in his hand. Spirit stones are a peculiar type of energy crystal, a treasure born from the revival of spiritual energy, and an important resource for martial artists' cultivation. In addition, spirit stones can be freely cut and ground and later standardized in size to serve as high-end currency. Generally, spirit stones circulate among martial artists and stronger beings of higher realms. Spirit stones are also classified by quality levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. A low grade spirit stone is worth 100 gold coins, with each subsequent grade having an exchange ratio of 100 times. The spirit stone in Suchin's hand is a low grade spirit stone. Once I exchange this half spirit stone for gold coins, I'll have 161 gold coins, enough to upgrade the one-click cultivation function to level 2. Haha, just thinking about how his cultivation speed would be twice as fast as that of a genius with perfect talent made Suchin want to howl at the sky in excitement. Suddenly, host, the system can provide free storage, exchange, and withdrawal functions for currency. What? Suchin's eyes lit up with surprise. This way, he would avoid a lot of trouble and save on transaction fees. System immediately exchanged the spirit stone for gold coins. With a thought, the spirit stone in his hand instantly vanished. In the upper left corner of the mysterious black space, a money symbol appeared, marked with 100. Ding! Exchange successful. Would you like to store the remaining gold coins in the system? Store. Suchin nodded, and the gold coins on him immediately disappeared, the number behind the money symbol changing to 161. Now I have 161 gold coins. Suchin excitedly licked his lips. System, upgrade my one-click cultivation function. Ding! Consuming 100 gold coins, the one-click cultivation function is upgraded to level 2, doubling the cultivation speed. The speed of the golden energy flow circulating around the white figure in the mysterious black space instantly became twice what it was before. This surging spiritual energy is so fast. Feeling the continuous influx of spiritual energy into his body, Suchin couldn't help but spread his arms wide, his face filled with ecstasy. With the cultivation speed doubled, the originally expected time of less than 5 days was immediately cut in half. In just a little over 2 days, Suchin could achieve the goal that most people would need decades to strive for, advancing to a formal martial artist. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Watching the white figure in the black space gradually turn golden, Suchin couldn't help but smile. Then, with great anticipation, he asked, System, at this speed, how long will it take for me to break through to advanced body refinement? Host, you only need 4 hours to break through to advanced body refinement. 4 hours, just an afternoon. Suchin was overjoyed. Once I find the hunting base of the Broken Axe hunting group, I should be able to break through. Now that his house was sold, Suchin had nowhere to go, so he decided to scout the area. With an incredibly pleasant mood, Suchin boarded the number 1 spiritual energy bus heading to the city gate. Most of the people on the number 1 bus were going out to hunt. Only those who had entered the body refinement realm dared to hunt the F-level ferocious beasts in the areas closest to the barrier. Therefore, most of the people on this bus were in the body refinement realm, and Suchin blended in among them, completely inconspicuous. After more than half an hour, the spiritual energy bus reached its final stop. At this point, the number of people on the bus had halved, indicating that even those in the body refinement realm were not all brave enough to go out hunting. After getting off the bus, Suchin saw the extremely tall barrier. This barrier towered into the clouds, comparable to the Martial Artist Alliance building, standing over 2,000 meters high. Its thickness was also astonishing, resembling a massive mountain range stretching across the land. Moreover, the barrier was engraved with numerous array patterns, which were not only defensive but also offensive, quite formidable. However, from the level of defense of this barrier, one could infer just how powerful the ferocious beasts outside were. Following a line of people leaving the city, Suchin arrived at a large hall. This hall also belonged to the Warrior Alliance and was called the City Tower Hall. The City Tower Hall had functions such as selling map information, recycling materials from ferocious beasts, selling rare herbs, medicines, weapons, and armor. In addition, the streets outside the City Tower Hall were filled with private stalls selling a variety of goods. Suchin became interested and walked along the street, looking around. Maps for sale, maps for sale. A middle-aged man in the early stages of body refinement shouted at Suchin, the latest map, just updated the day before yesterday. Young man, get one. Then I'll take one. Suchin needed a map, otherwise he would be blind once he left the city. Hee, that'll be 1 gold coin. The middle-aged man handed over a map, his face beaming with a smile. 1 gold coin? Do you think I'm a fool? Suchin shook his head in disbelief. 1 silver coin, take it or leave it, there are plenty of people willing to sell. Saying this, he turned to walk to the next stall. Hey, little brother, don't go. The middle-aged man's smile froze. 2 silver coins, that's the lowest. 2 silver coins is fine. Suchin stopped, tossing out 2 silver coins. But I want to ask you something. You ask, and I'll tell you everything I know. The middle-aged man smiled as he handed the map to Suchin. Suchin took the map. Let me ask you, do you know about the Broken Axe hunting group's base in the F-level wind wolf area? The Broken Axe hunting group's base? I definitely know about that. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Young man, this is your first time here, right? Yes. Suchin nodded happily. Tell me about this base. Then let me tell you. The middle-aged man said the F-level wind wolf area was Originally a great hunting spot, very suitable for us body refiners. But later, a rare herb appeared in this area, so it was taken over by the Broken Axe Hunting Group. The Broken Axe Hunting Group is notorious for their ruthless and vicious actions. They don't allow anyone except their members to hunt or gather herbs. Anyone who dares to venture in for hunting or gathering herbs gets killed. This later caused a lot of dissatisfaction, and some people reported it to the Warrior Alliance, but for some reason it was suppressed. I heard that the Broken Axe Hunting Group has powerful backing, but I don't know which force it is. So, what about the Broken Axe Hunting Group's base? Suchin asked thoughtfully. Are there warriors guarding it? Not really. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. After all, it's just an F-level area, and the guards are at the quasi-warrior level. But because the Broken Axe Hunting Group has strong backing, even formal warriors don't dare to provoke them easily. Moreover, if a formal warrior really enters their area, they won't make enemies. Instead, they will treat them well. Hey, boss, how much for this knife? A voice interrupted from the side, and the middle-aged man quickly attended to the customer. Quasi-warrior, huh? Suchin murmured as he left the stall. System, how long will it take for me to advance to a formal warrior? To go from intermediate body refinement to formal warrior, one must cross 3 small realms: advanced body refinement, peak body refinement, and quasi-warrior, requiring 4 breakthroughs. For the vast majority of people, even if they spent a lifetime, they might not complete these 4 breakthroughs to become a formal warrior. Host, you only need 51 hours to break through to a warrior. That's way too slow. Suchin pursed his lips, showing dissatisfaction. After enjoying the thrill of leveling up in minutes, now having to wait dozens of hours, he was certainly unhappy. He couldn't imagine how much blood others would spit if they knew this. What about to quasi-warrior? How long will that take? Suchin asked, as he needed to crush the Broken Axe Hunting Group's base with warrior-level strength, but to come and go freely, killing a couple of people, a quasi-warrior would be enough. Host, you only need 25 hours to break through to a quasi-warrior. That's still a bit long. Suchin frowned. He didn't want to hold a grudge overnight. But how could he quickly improve his strength? Right. Suchin's expression changed. I can take medicinal pills. Previously, he could enter the initial stage of body refinement in just a few minutes. Because of the medicinal power pushing him, once he took the pills, his cultivation speed would greatly increase. After the revival of spiritual energy, Blue Star had given birth to a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and medicinal herbs were among them. Through miraculous alchemy techniques, these herbs could be transformed into various effective medicines and pills. Healing medicines were one of them. However, these medicines were very precious, often costing dozens of silver coins. And pills were even more expensive, with the lowest grade pills costing 1 gold coin. That was equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary body refiner. First, let's check the city hall. Suchin entered the hall with a map. The items sold in the city hall were slightly more expensive than those sold privately, but they were clearly priced and guaranteed quality. Hello, I want to buy pills. Suchin went straight to a pill-selling window and said, here is the price list, choose for yourself. The staff handed Suchin a small booklet. Pills that can enhance body refinement speed include body refinement pills, strengthening pills, bone forging pills. The best is the body refinement pill. Taking 1 body refinement pill can enhance body refinement efficiency, and the effect lasts about 2 hours. The quality of body refinement pills varies, and the effect of efficiency enhancement also differs based on the user's physical condition. Seeing this, Suchin shook his head secretly. Each pill's effect only lasts 2 hours? Ordinary people refine their bodies over years. 2 hours is too low in cost effectiveness. Even if I buy it, it would be a complete waste of money. Fortunately, the time I need to break through isn't long. He sighed but still needed to buy the pills, so Suchin began to look through the pill prices. Body refinement pill, second tier low grade, 5 gold coins. Body refinement pill, second tier mid grade, 7 gold coins. Body refinement pill, second tier high grade, 12 gold coins. Pills were divided into 1 to 9 tiers and further categorized by potency into 6 levels: waste, low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and perfect. Among them, high grade was already very rare, top grade occasionally appeared, and perfect quality pills almost appeared once every few years. The best is high grade, 12 gold coins, equivalent to half a house. Suchin clicked his tongue, but it's just money, a fortune can be spent and regained. Give me 5 high grade body refinement pills, Suchin said while handing the booklet back to the staff. However, his words immediately stirred a wave of discussion among the people around. What? Did I hear that right? This guy wants 5 high-grade body refinement pills? This young man, he actually opened his mouth for 5 high-grade body refinement pills. Is he joking? That's 60 gold coins worth of pills. Can this guy really afford it? Does he not know what a gold coin is? The crowd looked at Suchin as if he were a foolish deer. Are you sure you want 5 high-grade body refinement pills? The staff asked, somewhat incredulous. If a warrior were to do this, he wouldn't be surprised at all. But this guy in front of him had no spiritual energy. Fluctuations, definitely not a formal warrior, and was dressed in cheap clothes, without a single piece of armor. At a glance, he looked like a beginner in Body refinement. Could he really take out 60 gold coins? Is 60 gold coins a lot? A bunch of poor folks. Suchin disdainfully glanced at the crowd, took out 60 gold coins from the system and handed them to the staff. Wow, he really took out 60 gold coins. Rich guy, he can actually take out so much money. During the body refinement stage, I misjudged him. This guy must be a young master. Zhezhe, a full 60 gold coins, and he didn't even blink. The bystanders, looked down upon by Suchin, were shocked to the point that their jaws nearly dropped. This is the elixir you wanted. Sorry about that. The staff handed the elixir to Suchin, smiling apologetically. This attitude is much better than that old hag. Suchin revealed a satisfied smile, then stuffed an elixir into his mouth and turned to walk outside. His action once again sparked astonished discussions among the crowd. This guy, did he just eat it so casually? Such an expensive elixir, shouldn't he bathe and burn incense to adjust his state before consuming it? Yeah, and he just walked away. No cultivation to refine it. If he doesn't refine the elixir, isn't he just letting the medicinal power dissipate? My god, is this guy a monster? Why do I feel like he's a madman? Almost everyone stared dumbfounded at Suchin's back. At that moment, Suchin turned back and smiled. I treat it like a candy bean, is that not okay? Put. In a corner, a frail beginner body refiners trembled all over and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were also left speechless, unable to say a word for a long time. In reality, how could Suchin treat the hard-earned elixir as a candy bean? It's just that, no matter what posture he was in, walking, sleeping, eating, or admiring beauties, the one-click cultivation function was automatically helping him cultivate. Thus, the medicinal power was naturally refined. This cultivation speed is indeed fierce. As he walked, the spiritual energy around Suchin rushed into his body. The white little person in the mysterious space was visibly submerged by gold. System, how long will it take for me to break through to the quasi-warrior level? Suchin asked. Host, you only need 10 hours to break through to the quasi-warrior level. More than doubled? And 5 elixirs just happened to last for 10 hours. Suchin nodded in satisfaction. Looks like the 60 gold coins were well spent. The effect of the body refining elixir was quite good, but Suchin had not considered continuously consuming elixirs to maintain the doubled state, because that would be too expensive, costing 144 gold coins a day. The cost for 7 days would be enough to upgrade the system function by 1 level, which would permanently double the cultivation speed. It's clear which option is more cost-effective. Waiting for the breakthrough in cultivation, now it's time to check the map. Suchin took out the map, unfolded it, and immediately saw a large number of interlocking areas and various markings. The map was divided into 6 colors: white, green, orange, red, deep purple, and black. These represented urban areas, F-level beast zones, E-level beast zones, D-level beast zones, and C-level beast zones, respectively. The strength of the beasts corresponded to the realm of the warriors. F-level beasts, equivalent to the body refining realm, were simply endless to kill. E-level beasts, equivalent to the warrior realm, were also numerous. There were also D-level beasts equivalent to the martial master level and C-level beasts equivalent to the martial general level. It was said that in the past, the Red Maple City outpost had encountered B-level beasts, which nearly destroyed the entire outpost base. As for A-level beasts, they had never appeared in the Red Maple City outpost, and once such powerful beasts appeared, it meant disaster for the city. Legend has it that above A-level, there are S-level beasts, beings capable of destroying the world, but no one has ever seen them. Additionally, beasts generally operate within their corresponding level areas, but there is a significant possibility that high-level beasts will enter lower-level areas. Many people have perished because they encountered high-level beasts in low-level areas. On the map, the entire Red Maple City outpost was marked as a white area. Outside the city, a large circle surrounding the barrier was all green, which was further divided into various irregular areas. These green areas are the relatively safe F-level zones, and the Wind Wolf Zone is located within them. Found you. Suchin squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of killing intent. Slap. Suddenly, someone gently patted his shoulder. Who? Suchin frowned and turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto the newcomer, a bearded man at the intermediate level of body refining. Please don't be agitated. My name is Tan Zicheng wore a broad smile. I saw you studying the map. Are you going outside the city to hunt? What's it to you? Suchin asked with a cold expression. Are you really going to hunt? I'm not saying this to scare you, but it's not only dangerous outside the city, it's also troublesome. Tan Zicheng chuckled. I'm a guide, a helper, a porter, just trying to make a living. Do you need my services? How much? Suchin glanced at Tan Zicheng and smiled noncommittally. Only 50 silver coins. Tan Zicheng immediately replied, you won't have to worry about anything except fighting. If you need me to fight, that'll cost extra. I happen to need a guide. Suchin nodded. Come with me, we'll leave the city after we finish eating. With that, Suchin headed towards a restaurant, and Tan Zicheng followed closely behind, bowing and nodding. The restaurant offered a rich variety of dishes, including meals made from various ferocious beasts. meats, and even vegetables infused with spiritual energy. Suchin ordered a large spread, spending 10 silver coins. "This is truly lavish," Tan Zicheng exclaimed. With excitement, "I've never had such a sumptuous meal. Thank you so much. Eat up." Suchin smiled faintly. After a meal that was devoured in a whirlwind, Suchin and Tan Zicheng returned to the city hall. Moments later, the two made their way through a narrow passage to the outside of the barrier. This is the world outside the city. Before Suchin's eyes lay an endless expanse of hills, where the sky met the earth in a dark and terrifying primeval jungle. Further away, towering peaks loomed, reaching towards the clouds like giants standing tall and majestic. "Let's go to the F-level Wind Wolf area." Suchin handed his backpack to Tan Zicheng, keeping only his black long knife. "F-level Wind Wolf area? That's the territory of the Broken Axe hunting group." Tan Zicheng's expression changed, subtly observing Suchin's earlobe. Suchin smiled faintly. "I've heard they're quite domineering. I'm just going to take a look. I won't cause trouble." That's good. I'll lead the way for you." Tan Zicheng relaxed his expression, revealing a smile. "You found the right person. I happen to know a shortcut to the Wind Wolf area. It'll only take about 4 hours to get there." With that, Tan Zicheng took the lead. The road outside the city was very difficult to navigate, filled with potholes and slopes, and from time to time, various white, bony remains of ferocious beasts could be seen. After traveling a little over halfway, they entered a gloomy forest, and Tan Zicheng suddenly stopped. "Why aren't we moving?" Suchin asked, holding his tang knife. "This place is picturesque. It's a nice spot to bury bones." Tan Zicheng slowly turned around, a cold smile and cruelty on his face. "I think so too." Suchin laughed heartily. "In fact, I saw you back in the city hall when I was buying pills." "You knew I was suspicious all along?" Tan Zicheng sneered. "Then why did you dare to take me out of the city? Do you think you're our match? Brothers, come out and kill the sheep." "Ha ha ha ha. I wonder how fat this sheep is. The guy the boss picked out must have some wealth. Leave him alive. This kid is tender and juicy. I want to kill him." Slowly later, 4 men at the body refining level rushed out from the forest, surrounding Suchin along with Tan Zicheng. "I'm not sure if you have a problem." Suchin remained unperturbed, saying calmly, "But if there's no problem, that's best. If there is, I'm not afraid." "Not afraid? Is this the fearless spirit of a newborn calf? Not even afraid of the wind that might trip you up? Kid, open your eyes and take a look. With 2 of us at the intermediate refining stage and 3 at the beginner stage, taking you down is a piece of cake. What a boast. If you know what's good for you, hand over the knife in your hand, and I'll make it quick for you." The group of robbers looked at each other in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Young master, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Tan Zicheng slowly drew a gleaming dagger. "Before I kill you, let me thank you for your refining pills and that sumptuous lunch. Do you know why I invited you to such a lavish meal?" Suchin smiled broadly. "If you have no problems, then it's a reward for you. If you do have problems, then it's your death meal." "Death meal?" Tan Zicheng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. "What a big mouth. Get him, leave no survivors." The other 4 refining robbers immediately grinned and charged at Suchin. "Ha, do you really think you've got me?" Suchin swiftly drew his long knife and shouted angrily, "Break through for me." In an instant, a unique wave of energy from the breakthrough at the refining stage spread from his body. Originally, it would take Suchin 4 hours to break through to the advanced refining stage, but after taking the pills, it was reduced by more than half, needing less than 2 hours. And from the time they had their meal and walked out of the city until now, more than 2 hours had already passed. Suchin's sea of cultivation was already overflowing. Whether to break through was just a matter of thought. Of course, breaking through on the spot was as easy for Suchin as eating and drinking, but for Tan Zicheng and the others, it was completely unbelievable. Is that a breakthrough wave? Damn it, he broke through to the advanced refining stage. How is that possible? How could he break through at this time? I never saw him practicing, he was just walking. How could he possibly break through? Tan Zicheng and the others were horrified, their faces pale, their scalps nearly bursting. To face an advanced refining stage with intermediate refining stage strength was not just foolish, it was utterly reckless. But at this moment, the arrow was on the bowstring, and they had no choice but to shoot. The 2 sides clashed in an instant. "Die for me." Suchin slashed horizontally with his knife, without any flashy moves. "No." The 2 beginner refining stage robbers saw the gleaming tang knife getting closer, their pupils suddenly shrinking like needles. But Suchin's speed was simply too fast, they had no time to dodge. Puff! The blade flashed, and the 2 were decapitated, blood spraying wildly. Suchin's strike continued unabated, crashing down hard on Tan Zicheng's dagger. Ding! A metallic clang echoed through the forest as Tan Zicheng's dagger flew into the sky like a thin line. Die! Another intermediate refining stage robber seized the opportunity and swung a knife at Suchin's neck. "Do you think I only know how to use a knife?" Suchin sneered, twisting his body, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the robber flying. The remaining beginner refining stage robber charged in with his eyes closed, but Suchin simply sidestepped him with ease. "Run!" Seeing the situation turn dire, Tan Zicheng immediately turned to flee. "Can you escape?" Suchin moved and chased after him. The power of the advanced refining stage gave him the speed and explosiveness of a cheetah. Tan Zicheng was only at the intermediate refining stage. How could he outrun Suchen? In just a few seconds, Suchen caught up and severed his legs. Ah! Tan Zicheng let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood gushed from the stumps of his legs like a water gun. Suchen did not stop, turning back like a swallow in flight, crazily pursuing the remaining 2 robbers. Those 2 robbers were even weaker than Tan Zicheng and were taken down in just 2 strikes. It's time to deal with you. Suchen smiled as he walked slowly to Tan Zicheng, who was now legless. No, please don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life. Just spare me, let me do anything, I beg you. I beg you for your great mercy. I have the elderly above me and young ones below, all relying on me. Tan Zicheng looked at Suchen, who stood high above him with a blood-stained tang knife, and was instantly terrified to the point of trembling. All relying on you to kill innocent people to survive, right? Suchen's smile remained unchanged as he twisted his wrist, the bright red long knife slashing down like lightning. No! Tan Zicheng cried out in despair, letting out a wail before death, but in the blink of an eye he was severed in 2. Swish! The tang knife returned to its sheath. Suchen smirked as he began to loot the spoils. To Suchen's surprise, he found a total of 85 gold coins and several silver and copper coins on these mere body-refining realm guys, and the combined value of the 4's weapons was also worth 5 or 6 gold coins. How many body-refining warriors do I have to rob to get this? Truly deserving of death. Suchen spat fiercely at Tan Zicheng's corpse, then picked up his backpack and continued towards the Broken Axe hunting group's stronghold. The path chosen by Tan Zicheng was indeed a shortcut and very safe and secluded. 2 hours later, a patch of black-red thorns appeared in the distance. The bloodthirsty thorns unique to the F-level Wind Wolf area. I've arrived. Suchen gradually slowed his pace, trying to move forward in the shadows. Although the Broken Axe hunting group would definitely have sentries arranged around the stronghold, those who would be sent out to stand guard would definitely be low-level guys, so Suchen was not afraid at all. Carefully avoiding the thorns, Suchen slowly crept towards the center of the F-level Wind Wolf area. But soon, Suchen noticed something was off and stopped in his tracks. Why is there not a single shadow? And I haven't seen a single Wind Wolf, the most common one. Right, earlier Chu Gang said that Do Zhong and Kai Feng returned to the stronghold early this morning for some reason and took a group of people with them. Considering the situation here, something must have happened at the Broken Axe hunting group's stronghold. After some analysis, Suchen's frown slowly relaxed. Let's observe for a bit. Suchen took a step forward, lightly jumping between the shadows. Finally, after 5 minutes of moving forward, a tall arrow tower appeared ahead. On the arrow tower stood a junior body-refining warrior who was dozing off. It's him! A cold light flashed in Suchen's eyes. He recognized the identity of the person on the arrow tower. This was one of the 2 bullies who had beaten his previous self to death, Kai Feng. A grudge for my life. Suchen narrowed his eyes, killing intent surging, and then drew his tang knife, stealthily approaching the arrow tower. Thanks to his experience as an assassin in his past life, Suchen successfully crept to the base of the arrow tower and climbed the stairs. At this moment, Kai Feng was still leaning on the railing, completely unaware that the danger of death was gradually approaching. After a long yawn, Kai Feng took out his mechanical watch to check the time and suddenly perked up. Only 10 minutes until the shift change. I must have a good time then. Just thinking about the ordinary women in the stronghold who could be manipulated, it will make Kai Feng feel hot all over. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed a bright blade slowly extending from beneath his chin. At the same time, a chilling sensation crept up his neck. I'm going to die. In an instant, every hair on Kai Feng's body stood on end, and the heat in his belly was instantly extinguished. Kneel down if you want to live. Don't make a sound. Suchen's voice was as cold as ice from behind Kai Feng. Kai Feng couldn't help but tremble all over. Then he knelt on the ground, shaking. Very good. Lift your head and see who I am. Suchen smirked, coldly laughing as he stepped in front of Kai Feng. Kai Feng raised his stiff chin to look at Suchen, and the next moment his eyes bulged in horror. This person, wasn't he just beaten to the brink of death yesterday? How did you end up here? And how did he get to the arrow tower? Isn't he just an ordinary person? So, how is it? Surprised? Unexpected? Suchen grinned, revealing a strange and cruel smile. Are you human or a ghost? Kai Feng was terrified, trembling all over like a sieve, his teeth chattering loudly. That doesn't matter. Suchen's smile remained unchanged. What matters is, you're about to die. As he spoke, Suchen flicked his wrist and a sharp blade instantly drew a line of blood across Kai Feng's neck. No, don't kill me. I had no choice. Kai Feng felt as if his neck was about to be cut open and he immediately panicked, begging for mercy. If it weren't for Suchen's tang knife pressed against his neck, he would have been bowing and kowtowing. No choice? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Is someone instructing you? Yes, it was our deputy leader who assigned the task. Kai Feng saw a glimmer of hope for survival and hurriedly replied, otherwise, we wouldn't dare to act in the city, let alone be so ruthless. Why would he want you to act against an ordinary person like me? Chen frowned. His parents had no enemies in life, and after their death, they left nothing worth coveting. I don't know, Kai Feng said with a mournful face. We're just following orders. Please spare me. Poof. Suchin let out a cold snort. Non-committal. Let me ask you one more question. Has something happened at your base? How do you know? Kai Feng was startled. Nothing about their base had leaked out, especially since it involved a precious herb. As expected. Tell me, what happened? Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. If you satisfy me, I'll spare your life. I'll die if I leak information. Kai Feng swallowed hard, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. If you don't speak, you'll die now. Su Chen flicked his tang knife, and the line of blood on Kai Feng's neck immediately split open, a stream of fresh blood flowing out. Wait, I'll tell you. Kai Feng trembled all over, stammering, We found a 5th-tier main herb at our base, but there's a pair of near E-level wind wolves guarding it, and all the guards and experts from the base have gone there. After speaking, Kai Feng's face turned gray. He knew that if the leak was discovered by his gang, endless torture awaited him. 5th-tier main herb? Su Chen's eyes lit up. That's a precious material for refining 5th-tier pills. The higher the tier of the pill, the more its value increases by 7, 8, or even 10 times. Even the lowest level 5th-tier pill is worth 7 or 800 gold coins. As the main material for the pill, the herb's value accounts for at least half of the pill's worth, around 400 gold coins. This was an unparalleled temptation for Su Chen, who urgently needed money to upgrade his system functions. So, where is the location of that 5th-tier main herb? Su Chen smiled and asked Kai Feng gently. It's in the Gourd Valley to the west of the base. It takes about half an hour to get there. Kai Feng said tremblingly, That's all I know. Please let me go. One last question. Su Chen asked seriously. When did the experts leave the base? They just left not long ago. Kai Feng nodded, then widened his eyes in disbelief. You're not planning to take advantage of the situation, are you? You're just an ordinary person. You can only subdue me by luck. If you dare to go to the base, you will definitely die. Ordinary person? That was half a day ago. Su Chen smiled faintly. Half a day ago? Kai Feng stared with eyes full of fear and shock. You broke through to body refinement? But you're still just a beginner. No need for you to worry about that. Su Chen moved the knife slightly. Repeat the structure of the stronghold, and I'll let you go. Yes. Kai Feng's eyes flickered. He quickly began to describe the construction of the stronghold in great detail, even mentioning a secret passage leading to the interior. Although most of the stronghold's experts had gone to deal with the quasi-E-level Windwolves, Kai Feng believed that the mid-level body refiners left behind in the stronghold were not something a beginner like Suchin could handle. If Suchin really entered the stronghold, it would definitely be a one-way trip with no chance to escape. That's all. Can you let me go now? Kai Feng revealed all the information about the stronghold and looked eagerly at Suchin. However, while he appeared eager on the surface, a cold smile and excitement for revenge stirred in his heart. Yet, no matter how hard he thought, he could never imagine that Suchin was now a high-level body refiner. Moreover, in about an hour, he would break through to the peak body refining stage. With such strength, in the absence of the stronghold's guards, he could act with impunity. I will keep my promise and spare your life. Suchin withdrew the tang knife from Kai Feng's neck, smiling with satisfaction, revealing his shiny white teeth. Then I shall take my leave. I am immensely grateful for your mercy. Kai Feng's eyes lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks, ready to turn and flee. Wait. Suchin smirked, blocking Kai Feng. Did I let you go? Ha! You said you would spare me. Kai Feng's heart sank and his body trembled again. I intended to spare your life, but while you can escape death, you cannot escape punishment. Suchin twirled the knife, a faint cold smile on his lips. If you want to leave, leave your hands behind. Kai Feng was one of the main culprits who had directly killed Suchin's previous incarnation. How could Suchin let him off so easily? Leave my hands. You broke your promise. Kai Feng exclaimed in shock, then said furiously, we are both beginner body refiners. I was just restrained by you before, allowing you to slaughter me. I have hunted fierce beasts before. Do you really think I fear you, a piece of trash just out of the city? Ha, you don't fear me? Suchin laughed heartily. Then why were you kneeling on the ground just now? You bastard. Go die. Kai Feng, filled with shame and anger, gritted his teeth and drew a short sword from his waist, lunging at Suchin. You attacked first, don't blame me if you die. Suchin's eyes glinted coldly as he flipped his wrist, the blade flashing across. In an instant, the bright blade light flashed like thunder, and Kai Feng's anger froze in place. This is impossible. Kai Feng's eyes widened in fear as he opened his mouth, and then a large amount of blood sprayed from his neck, his body crashing down. Until death, he could not understand why Suchin had become so powerful. Isn't it better to obediently hand over your hands? Suchin shrugged, squatting down to clean out Kai Feng's belongings, then hurried towards the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold. Now that the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold was empty, it was a great opportunity for looting. It should be known that strongholds often traded with each other and frequently purchased valuable materials from scattered individuals, so the money stored was definitely not insignificant. Even the lowest level F-grade stronghold would be astonishingly rich. Based on the information provided by Kai Feng, Suchin bypassed more than a dozen arrow tower outposts and arrived at the center of the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold. The Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold had not built any hard barriers. This was because every 10 years or so there would be a beast tide attacking the city, and at that time these strongholds would be utterly defenseless and directly destroyed. Most of the F-level strongholds were constructed by binding huge, smooth logs together to form a rudimentary wall. Following the wall, Suchin quickly found the underground passage that Kai Feng had mentioned. Kai Feng's words can't be fully trusted. I need to be cautious. Suchin opened the entrance to the underground passage and carefully made his way inside. The passage was dark and damp, but fortunately, Suchin was an experienced assassin and had encountered such environments before, so he handled it with ease. He walked cautiously through the passage and encountered no danger along the way. However, just as he was about to reach the exit, he heard some commotion. This passage is being guarded. Suchin's expression changed in surprise, so Kai Feng really is up to something. Immediately, Suchin lightened his footsteps and slowly approached the exit, where the guard was right above him. Intermediate body refinement. Suchin glanced at the guard and then suddenly charged out. Who? The guard showed a look of alertness, but before he could see who had come, he felt a flash of a blade before his eyes. In an instant, the guard was filled with dread, as if his scalp was about to explode. He tried his best to dodge to the side, but it was all in vain. The cold blade sliced into his throat, and endless pain engulfed his body, robbing him of all consciousness. Next, slowly laying down the guard's corpse, Suchin hurried towards the next place that might have someone guarding it based on the information provided by Kai Feng. As for searching the body, that could wait until after the battle. After all, this was the best time for an assassination, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Soon, Suchin found the second, third, fourth guards and killed them all effortlessly. Gradually, Suchin found that he could no longer locate any members of the Broken Axe Hunting Group. Have I killed them all? That can't be right. Suchin raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise, but just then, a series of strange sounds came through. A woman's voice? More than one. Suchin raised his eyebrows and moved towards the direction of the sound. After killing a patrolling member of the Broken Axe Hunting Group along the way, Suchin arrived in front of a house. The women's voices were coming from inside. Even through the doors and windows, Suchin could sense the lewd atmosphere within. Combining this with Kai Feng's earlier mutterings, Suchin knew without thinking that many women were likely being held inside for the members of the Broken Axe Hunting Group to indulge in. These guys are truly rotten to the core. Killing them all wouldn't be a mistake. Suchin raised an eyebrow and then leaped forward, kicking the door open. Ah! Who the hell is interrupting my good time? Damn it, which idiot scared me half to death? Inside the door was a scene that was hard to look at. 3 naked men glared angrily at the entrance, while 7 or 8 women screamed, their eyes filled with fear and numb pain. The leader among the 3 was a heavily tattooed man of advanced body refinement, while the other 2 were of intermediate body refinement. One of the intermediate body refiners was Do Zhong, who had previously beaten Suchin's former self to death. Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you 3 gentlemen, Suchin said, glancing at the white figure that was about to turn completely golden, squinting as he walked through the door with a playful smile on his lips. Who are you? His earlobe has no tattoos. He's not one of us. Quick, tell me who you are. How did you get in? Where are our people? The 3 men felt something was off, pushing the terrified women aside and looking at Suchin with extreme caution. Your people? Of course, they've all been killed by me. As for who I am, a cold smile appeared on Suchin's face. Do Zhong, have you forgotten me so soon? You are Suchin. Do Zhong looked as if he had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. No, weren't you beaten half to death by us yesterday? You're just an ordinary person. How could you be here? Always asking me these questions, it's really annoying. Suchin rolled his eyes and then looked at the tattooed man in the lead. So tell me, where is the wealth of the base? If I'm satisfied, I can spare your life. Spare my life? The tattooed man scoffed. Are you out of your mind? I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Suchin shook his head, drew his tang knife, and suddenly lunged forward. Such speed. Advanced body refinement. Do Zhong's eyes nearly popped out. He couldn't believe that someone could advance from an ordinary person to advanced body refinement in just one day. 3 against 1. What are you afraid of? Go! The tattooed man sneered and picked up a large knife beside him, charging at Suchin. The women watched in terror and pity as the 3 fierce men surrounded Suchin. They knew that if Suchin died directly, it would be better, but if he fell into Do Zhong's hands, it would definitely be worse than death. This is just disgusting. Seeing the 3 naked men attacking him, Suchin frowned, revealing deep disgust. At that moment, the tattooed man's imposing large knife came crashing down. Ah, die. Do Zhong and the other man also swung their curved knives at Suchin's shoulder with cruel expressions. System breakthrough. As the blade loomed closer, Suchin shouted, raising his knife to slash down. A violent wave of breakthrough surged forth, and Suchin felt his body burning hot. A terrifying force transmitted violently to the tang knife. What? The three could only think a fleeting thought. Before the tang knife struck first, colliding with the lead man's large knife. Bang! An invisible force pressed down like Mount Tai, and the large knife instantly shattered, creating a huge gap. The tattooed man's mouth split open, blood gushing out, and he staggered back over 10 meters, collapsing to the ground. Suchin didn't even glance at the tattooed man, lunging forward and lowering his body, twisting at the waist. The blade light transformed from the tang knife flashed like lightning, slicing through Do Zhong's two men at the waist. The fierce expressions of Do Zhong's two men froze instantly, and then their faces gradually contorted in pain. Ah, my ex, it's gone. So painful, so much blood. No! Do Zhong's two men writhed on the ground like shrimp, rolling and wailing in agony. The women nearby stared in disbelief at everything, their faces filled with incredulity. The expected scene did not occur at all. On the contrary, the three fierce men were defeated by Suchen's knife. Those three ruthless men, like demons, had actually lost. Fear, shock, confusion, joy, and other emotions left the women unsure of what expression to make. They stared wide-eyed, dazedly watching Suchen, their bodies trembling, tensing, and spasming from the intense emotions. So noisy. Suchen frowned, killing Do Zhong's two men one by one like slaughtering chickens. You dare to kill members of my Axebreaker hunting group. You're dead. The tattooed man sitting on the ground was filled with an overwhelming rage. The Axebreaker hunting group had dominated this space for 3 whole years, and no one had ever dared to rush in and kill its members. But this person, before him, had killed 2 without blinking, truly audacious and unrestrained. You're allowed to kill, but others aren't allowed to kill your Axebreaker hunting group members? Suchin sneered, shaking off the blood from the blade, stepping closer to the tattooed man. How impressive. Stop. You stop. The tattooed man finally panicked. He knew he was definitely no match for Suchen. Moreover, the battle had been going on for so long, and no one had come to support him, which meant that everyone outside must be dead. At this moment, he was the only remaining member of the Broken Axe hunting team in the entire stronghold. Why should I stand still? Give me a reason. Suchin smirked, his footsteps pounding like a hammer, striking hard at the heart of the burly man with tattooed arms. Faced with the immense terror of life and death, the burly man felt a surge of deep fear. Are you so scared that you can't speak? What a waste. As Suchin spoke, he raised his tang knife, the cold light on the blade flickering like a venomous snake ready to strike. Wait. The burly man, filled with terror, quickly said, there are many treasures in the stronghold. I know where they are. Accustomed to a carefree life, doing as he pleased every day, how could the burly man bear to die? Good, I only want gold and silver coins. Speak quickly, don't try to stall. Suchen's words shattered the burly man's glimmer of hope. Alright, I'll tell you, the gold coins in the stronghold are with the Lord Guardian. The burly man swallowed hard and then quickly revealed everything. It turned out that the financial power of this stronghold was in the hands of that quasi-martial artist Guardian. The gold and silver coins were locked in a giant safe in his room. A smile appeared on Suchen's face. I'm not sure if what you said is true. So, what? The burly man felt a bad premonition rise within him, involuntarily shivering. Suchin did not answer, only smiled faintly and swung his knife. The burly man felt a chill in his legs, a sharp pain instantly engulfing his body, nearly causing him to faint from the agony. If you lied, Suchen looked down at the burly man, I will personally come back to kill you. If you didn't lie. At this point, Suchin smiled slightly at the group of dazed women. Tie him up. If I don't return in 5 minutes, you can deal with him. If you're lucky today, you might leave this den of evil alive. No, I swear I didn't lie. The burly man, jolted awake from his semi-conscious state, let out a desperate scream. You promised to spare my life. I never said they would spare you. Suchin smiled noncommittally and said to the terrified women, the chance for revenge is right in front of you. What are you waiting for? If you don't even have the courage to take revenge, then I might as well help you find release. The women, who had suffered humiliation, trembled in fear, but then recalled the various abuses they had endured, and their hatred gradually surged. I will do it. Finally, a woman stood up, trembling, her teeth chattering, but the hatred and killing intent in her eyes were almost overwhelming. I will too. The second woman stood up, followed by the third, fourth, and eventually all 8 women stood up. They picked up the ropes, chains, and gags that had been used to bind them and securely tied up the burly man. You can have some fun first, but don't let him die too easily. Suchen nodded in satisfaction, then left with an encouraging smile. After closing the door of this den of sin, the sounds of the burly man's screams echoed within, like that of a slaughtered pig. Karma Suchen smiled lightly and hurried to the Guardian's residence. This stronghold wasn't very large, and a few minutes later, Suchen arrived at his destination. The door to the Guardian's residence was tightly shut, but that was no challenge for Suchen. After all, lockpicking was an essential skill for a qualified assassin. Soon, Suchen successfully opened the door and slipped inside. Who? A woman's voice came from within. Immediately, a woman in blue appeared in Suchen's line of sight. The woman was a novice body temperer, not bad-looking, with some bruises on her face and her eyes filled with fear and dread. When she saw that the person who came was not who she had expected, and that there were no tattoos on his earlobes. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Are you a woman who was captured? Suchin looked at the woman in blue with indifference. The woman in blue was extremely excited. Yes. Who are you? How did you get in? Can you take me away? I will leave here, and so can you, but not right now, Suchin said with a smile. Do you know about a safe? The one where the guardian keeps the gold and silver coins? I know. I even know the password. He said it unconsciously when he was drunk. The woman in blue was overjoyed at the prospect of leaving and nodded repeatedly. You know the password? That's great. Quickly take me there. Suchin was also thrilled. He had never encountered a safe from this era and had no confidence in opening it, but having the password made things much easier. The safe is over here, and the password is. As the woman in blue spoke, she turned and led the way at a rapid pace. A few seconds later, a mechanical combination safe, about the size of a wardrobe, appeared before Suchin, looking very heavy and sturdy. Suchin entered the password, and with a clang, the safe opened, instantly dazzling him with a flash of gold and silver. The woman in blue, standing beside him, was also wide-eyed. The amount of gold coins was beyond her imagination. Great! Great! Suchin looked at the piles of gold and silver coins before him, his heart filled with ecstasy. I wonder if this is enough to level up the system. He then grabbed a handful of gold coins and directly stored them in the system. In the mysterious black space, the number behind the gold coin icon instantly changed to 26. The woman in blue watched in shock as the coins disappeared from Suchin's hands, utterly stunned. To be able to make items vanish into thin air meant he possessed a spatial ring, but only powerful figures at the level of a general could have one. What kind of terrifying background did a person who could possess a spatial ring at the body tempering stage have? Thinking of this, the woman's gaze towards Suchin became filled with deep reverence. Suchin was unaware of the woman's thoughts. He chuckled, grabbing handful after handful, storing all the coins in the system and converting them all into gold coins. The number behind the gold coin icon changed from dozens to hundreds, finally reaching 1568. It's already over 1,000, ha ha ha. Suchin excitedly clenched his fists, shouting. In his heart, system, quickly upgrade my one-click cultivation function. Ding. Consuming 1,000 gold coins, one-click cultivation function upgraded to level 3. Cultivation speed increased to 4 times the base speed. Ding. Host, congratulations on obtaining activation lights for the new function, which can be activated for just 10 gold coins. The consecutive system prompts made Suchin feel like he was about to fly with joy, especially the latter one, a new function. If the first function was so overpowered, how could the second one be any worse? System, activate the second function for me. Suchin chose to activate it without hesitation. Ding. Consuming 10 gold coins, the martial heart is opened. One-click martial arts function activated. Ding. Congratulations. On activating the second system function, you have received the bonus function All Laws Furnace, which allows you to cultivate all martial arts in the world. Just as the system prompt disappeared, Suchin felt a jolt in his mind, and information about the one-click martial arts function emerged. At the same time, a small white figure suddenly appeared in the mysterious black space. This white figure still had Suchin's outline, but unlike the first white figure, it was standing. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the second white figure in the mysterious black space, Suchin couldn't help but laugh wildly at the sky. At this moment, he completely understood all the characteristics of the second function, that is, the automatic practice of martial arts other than the main cultivation method. In this era, cultivation methods are divided into 2 main parts. The first part is the main cultivation method, specifically designed to enhance one's cultivation level. Currently, everyone is practicing the Boundless Heart Sutra. The second part focuses on aspects such as offense, killing, defense, and self-cultivation. These methods are roughly divided into 3 categories: body tempering methods targeting the physical body, weapon methods for practicing with weapons and fists, and attribute methods for controlling various extraordinary energies. According to their rarity, they are further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. It is said that there are even more profound methods beyond the top tier, but that is merely hearsay. In fact, according to Suchin's understanding, the cultivation level is equivalent to a rank, while the second part of the methods corresponds to skills and techniques. Cultivating the main method relies on talent, while mastering skills and techniques depends on comprehension and hard work. 2. Practice any of the second part methods, one must have sufficient comprehension. Higher comprehension requires less hard work, while insufficient comprehension means one must invest a tremendous amount of time and energy to make up for it. However, regardless, time and energy must be spent on practice. Moreover, even beginner methods are prohibitively expensive, far beyond what an average person can afford. Additionally, even those wealthy young masters would not choose to practice the second part methods during the body tempering stage, because compared to directly enhancing one's cultivation level, the cost-effectiveness is simply appalling. Originally, Suchin also planned to practice the second part methods after advancing to a warrior, but now it was different. With the one-click martial arts function, he could practice martial arts automatically and continuously 24/7, anytime and anywhere. System, how do I activate the one-click martial arts function? Looking at the motionless white figure, Suchin felt an itch in his heart like a cat's paw scratching. Host, you only need to place a cultivation method to activate the one-click martial arts function. Currently, the one-click martial arts function is at level 1. With a basic practice speed, you can place one cultivation method and it can be changed after placement. Detected that the host possesses the return to origin body tempering technique. Would you like to place it? Suchin was momentarily stunned. He had no recollection of this return to origin body tempering technique. However, he quickly found this technique in the corners of his previous life's memories. It turned out to be a very basic beginner body tempering method that almost every formal warrior must practice, originating from his parents. However, since his previous self was unable to cultivate, he naturally could not practice martial arts and ultimately had to reluctantly set it aside. System, place it for me immediately. Suchin's mouth broke into a wide smile. Ding! Return to origin body tempering technique has been placed and the one-click martial arts function is activated. Instantly, in the mysterious black space, the second white figure began to move. It continuously performed various body tempering movements from the return to origin body tempering technique, with exceptionally standard postures that no one could find a flaw in. At the same time, Suchin felt a continuous flow of subtle warmth surging through his limbs and bones. Although these warm currents were so subtle they were almost imperceptible, they accumulated over time, and in just a few breaths, Suchin felt a slight enhancement in his body. This speed is absolutely at the level of a monstrous genius. Suchin's eyes widened in shock and ecstasy. Don't be fooled by the fact that the return to origin body tempering technique is just a beginner method. In reality, it is a body tempering method that has undergone over 1,000 years of evolution and updates. Although it is very moderate and ordinary, it is not simple to practice for most people. Even getting started is difficult. People categorize their mastery of cultivation methods into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Reaching the perfection level means that one has fully integrated the method and can use it with ease and grace. But for an average person, even practicing the return to origin body refining technique to the entry level requires a significant amount of energy and time. For example, his parents had to persistently practice hard every day for over a month to reach the entry level. However, at this moment, the one-click martial arts function had such remarkable effects after just a few breaths, which shows how outrageous this function is. This function is just too awesome. Suchin trembled with excitement. Now the function is only level 1, and after upgrading, it can further increase the martial arts speed. Moreover, based on the system's hints, after upgrading, it can accommodate more techniques. By then, I will possess countless skills and dominate everything. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. It is known that practicing the second major part of techniques is extremely difficult. Generally, a martial artist considers it impressive to master 2 or 3 techniques to a high level in their lifetime. But what about Suchin? With such an outrageous practice speed, several dozen techniques wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps. And the most crucial point is that while others need to toil and sweat to practice martial arts, Suchin can enjoy the benefits effortlessly, which is simply one of the most delightful things in the world. At this moment, Suchin licked his lips and excitedly asked, "System, how much does it cost to upgrade the one-click martial arts function?" With such an outrageous one-click martial arts function, how could he forget about upgrading it? Host, the gold consumed for upgrading the one-click martial arts function is the same as that for the one-click cultivation function. To upgrade to level 2 requires 100 gold, and the martial arts speed will be twice the base speed. To upgrade to level 3 requires 1000 gold, and the martial arts speed will be 4 times the base speed. To upgrade to level 4 requires 10,000 gold, and the martial arts speed. Once the one-click martial arts function reaches level 3, the host will gain activation rights for the next function. Damn, system, you are just too amazing. As soon as the system prompt ended, Suchin's eyes widened in excitement. Upgrading the one-click martial arts function to level 2 only requires 100 gold, and he currently has 568 gold, which is more than enough to level up. Moreover, the remaining 468 gold is just over half of the 1000 gold needed for the activation of the third function, which is almost within reach. Hurry, system, upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Suchin wasted no time and immediately issued the upgrade command. Ding. Consumed 100 gold, one-click martial arts function upgraded to level 2, martial arts speed increased to twice the base speed. In an instant, Suchin felt a greater flow of warmth surging through his limbs and bones. He could even clearly sense that his strength, defense, agility, and endurance had all improved to some extent. Just then, ding, the return to origin body refining technique has reached the entry level. What the heck, I reached the entry level so quickly. Suchin's expression changed, and the shock on his face was impossible to hide. Immediately after, he focused his mind and called up his attribute panel. Name, Suchin race, human qualification level, impure body realm level, peak body refinement attack level, peak body refinement plus. Defense level, peak body refinement plus agility level, peak body refinement plus endurance level, peak body refinement plus mastered techniques, boundless. Heart Sutra, Return to Origin Body Refining Technique, Beginner, Entry Level, Activated System Functions, 1-click Cultivation Function, Level 3, 1-click. Martial Arts Function, Level 2, my attack, defense, agility, and endurance all have a plus sign. The gains are substantial. Suchin couldn't help but let out a low, excited laugh. Once this is over, I'll go back and find more techniques to practice. After a long while, Suchin finally calmed his excited heart and returned to a neutral expression. At this moment, he remembered that there was still a woman standing beside him. Suchin turned his head and saw that the woman in blue was staring at him with a dazed expression. Stop staring, let's go. Suchin waved his hand and turned to leave. Oh. The woman came to her senses and hurried to catch up. She looked at Suchin in front of her, not understanding why his expression had changed so dramatically, as if he had encountered some tremendous good fortune. Even with her overflowing imagination, she could not fathom that Suchin had managed to cultivate a technique to the entry level in just a minute or two. Soon, Suchin brought the beautiful woman to the outside of the house where he had previously slain Do Zhong and the other three. Inside, there are some women who share your plight, Suchin said, pointing at the door. You are at least a beginner in body refinement, so take them and leave this den of demons. I will give you the safest route. Then, what about you? Aren't you coming with me? The woman in blue was counting on Suchin to protect her, and hearing him say this made her anxious. Me? Why should you care about me? Just go. By the time the stronghold is secured, you won't be able to leave, Suchin replied with a nonchalant smile, then took out a map, marked the route, tossed it to the woman in blue, and turned to leave. Suchin had encountered countless women in his past life. It was absurd to think he would cater to a fleeting encounter with a wilted flower. He was not a lovesick fool, but a heartless killer. The woman in blue watched Suchin's resolute back and could only sigh, abandoning her thoughts. She then approached the door, ready to take those women who shared her plight away from here. Creak! The door opened. The woman in blue let out a terrified scream. Behind the door were 3 tattered corpses and 8 women who looked like evil spirits. The scene was incredibly bloody, like a hellish battlefield. After handing the map to the woman in blue, Suchin did not leave the stronghold. Most of the experts in this stronghold had gone to hunt the quasi-level wind wolves. The wind wolves that reached quasi-level were certainly wolf kings, often surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of lower-level wind wolves. It was not a simple task for the members of the Broken Axe hunting team to hunt them down. Even if the Broken Axe hunting team was well prepared, they would undoubtedly be exhausted after winning the battle, making it a good opportunity for him to strike. Moreover, Suchin himself needed time to improve his cultivation level. After upgrading the 1-click cultivation function to level 3, his cultivation speed surged to 4 times that of a flawless talent, allowing him to break through to the quasi-warrior level in just 2 hours. Considering the time for travel, organization, exploration, combat, and return, the members of the Broken Axe hunting team would definitely take far more than 2 hours. Therefore, Suchin planned to first loot the stronghold clean and then wait for the right moment. 10 minutes later, Suchin had completely looted the bodies of the Broken Axe hunting team members in their dormitory, obtaining a total of 89 gold coins. In addition, there were many materials from fierce beasts, medicinal herbs, ores, and other items, but these could not be stored in the system and had to be temporarily set aside. Adding the previous 468, I now have 557 gold coins. Suchin revealed a radiant smile. This brings me one step closer to upgrading the 1-click martial arts function to level 3 and unlocking new features. After finishing looting the members' bodies in the dormitory, Suchin returned to the residence of the stronghold's guardian. Although he had taken all the gold coins from the safe, that was the public fund of the Broken Axe hunting team, the guardian's private collection had yet to be looted. After a round of searching, Suchin gained another 123 gold coins, bringing the total in the system to 680 gold coins. And this was not even the most exciting part for Suchin. I didn't expect to find a technique besides gold coins. Suchin held a thin book, excitedly sitting down in a chair to flip through it. This technique was called Ghost Month Blade Technique, a beginner-level weapon technique, and Suchin speculated that it was prepared by the Stronghold's guardian for his own breakthrough to a formal warrior. TSK. Although it's a beginner-level weapon technique, it's much more profound than those blade techniques from my past life. And this cultivation method is clearly more profound and difficult than the return to origin body refining technique. Once practiced, the benefits will definitely be greater. Suchin praised as he quickly read through it completely. Ding! Detected primary cultivation method Ghost Moon Blade Technique. Would you like to place it? Just after finishing reading, the system prompt came. Damn, I just read it once, without even studying it carefully, and I can place it. Already? Suchin's eyes lit up with excitement. This way, no matter how profound the cultivation method in the future, he would only need to look at it once to start practicing automatically, without spending any effort. After the excitement, Suchin pondered, system, how long until the return to origin body refining technique reaches the minor completion stage? Host, it will take another 24 hours to reach the minor completion level. It only takes a minute or two to get started, but it takes 24 hours to reach minor completion. That's just too difficult. Suchin sighed, then said, System, replace return to origin body refining technique with Ghost Moon Blade technique. Continuing to practice return to origin body refining technique would require a day to reach minor completion. However, switching to Ghost Moonblade technique would definitely allow him to reach minor completion in a short time. So, now switching to Ghost Moonblade technique would yield significantly greater benefits. Ding! Cultivation method changed to Ghost Moonblade technique. The system prompt came, and with a thought, Suchin entered the mysterious black space. He saw the white figure, which was originally performing various body refining movements, now holding an illusory long knife. It continuously practiced the Ghost Moonblade technique. The movements of wielding the knife were very smooth and natural, almost like art, pleasing to the eye. Suchin sat quietly in the chair, waiting. 2 minutes later. Ding! Ghost Moon Blade technique has reached the entry level. Suchin felt a jolt in his mind, a large amount of understanding about the Ghost Moonblade technique imprinted in his soul, allowing him to grasp this technique at the entry level. As expected, the level 2 one-click martial arts function. Suchin smiled slightly. Then with a flick of his wrist, a lightning-like bright blade light shot out instantly, then retracted back into its sheath in an instant. If it weren't for the terrifying blade mark that appeared on the thick wall, everything would seem as if it had never happened. This attack power can already crush peak body refining. Looking at the terrifying blade mark that almost penetrated the wall, Suchin smirked and summoned the attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Race, human qualification level, turbid body realm level, peak body refining attack level, quasi-martial artist defense level, peak body refining plus. Movement level, peak body refining plus stamina level, peak body refining plus mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, return to origin body refining technique. Primary, entry, Ghost Moonblade technique, primary, entry, activated system functions, one-click cultivation function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 2. Indeed, the attack realm has reached the quasi-martial artist level. Once I break through to quasi-martial artist, I can crush opponents of the same level in all aspects. This feeling is truly wonderful, so exhilarating. As Suchin felt his power, the smile on his face gradually widened. Although he was an assassin, he preferred to make his enemies cry for mercy and kneel before him in defeat. Now I just need to wait for the one-click cultivation to elevate my realm. Suchin poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely began to drink. At the same time, in the western base outside the Gourd Mountain Valley, 15 members of the Broken Axe hunting team were ready to go. Among the 15, there were 2 quasi-martial artist experts, while the rest were peak body refining and advanced body refining. Have you all memorized the tactics? Let's go! The leader of the base guards, dressed in a red tight outfit and wielding a long knife at his waist, waved his hand and walked into the Gourd Mountain Valley. The others followed closely behind, ready for battle. Soon, an angry wolf howl echoed through the Gourd Valley, clearly indicating that the members of the Broken Axe hunting team had been discovered. After the first howl, the valley was filled with continuous wolf howls, and even the surrounding areas of Gourd Valley echoed with long howls. Quick! Charge! In, a quasi-warrior shouted loudly, rushing forward, while the others brandished their weapons and surged forward. The wind wolves in the valley, upon seeing the Broken Axe hunting team, all charged forward with blood-red eyes. In an instant, the two sides clashed, with howls, roars, slashes, and curses ringing out incessantly. 2 hours later. Host, the Sea of Cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? Suchin, who had been half-closing his eyes to conserve energy, suddenly opened them wide, bursting with astonishing light. For him, this system prompt was even more wonderful than the cries of a top-notch beauty. System, let me break through. Suchin chose to break through without hesitation. In an instant, a massive warm current flowed through his body, making his muscles and bones even more resilient and powerful. Attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Race, human qualification level. Turbid body realm level, quasi-warrior attack level, primary warrior defense level, quasi-warrior plus agility level, quasi-warrior plus stamina level, quasi-warrior plus cultivation techniques mastered, infinite heart sutra, return to origin body refining technique, beginner, entry, Ghost Moonblade technique. Beginner, entry, activated system functions, one-click cultivation function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 2, what the hell? Looking at the attribute panel, Suchin jumped up from his chair. He never expected that his attack level had actually reached the level of a formal warrior. Although there was a minus sign behind it, it was still undeniably at the level of a formal warrior. The difference between the quasi-warrior realm and the warrior realm was a single word, yet it was a world apart, a difference between heaven and earth. Even if a dozen quasi-warriors surrounded a formal warrior, the final result would definitely be the quasi-warriors being crushed and slaughtered. As long as I don't encounter a formal warrior, I am invincible. Suchin grinned widely. Even if I encounter a warrior, I still have the strength to retreat unscathed. Just then, a series of shouts suddenly came from outside. Quick, open the door. Boss Sure is injured. Where the hell are you? If you don't open the door, I'll skin you alive. Open the door. There are injured brothers waiting for treatment. The coarse and rude curses continued. Without thinking, it was clear that the members of the broken axe hunting team who had been hunting the quasi-E level windwolves had returned. I've been waiting for a long time, for revenge and for the truth. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Suchin's mouth, and he quickly walked to the main entrance of the stronghold. Which bastard is on guard at the door? Today? Still not opening? Damn it, my brother is about to die. The members of the broken axe hunting team outside were even angrier now, clearly. Their situation was not optimistic. Coming, sorry I was busy just now. Suchin shouted a few times from behind the door, then opened a crack in the heavy door. Busy? If my brother dies, you'll really have a problem. A big man cursed, pushing his way through the door crack with a displeased face. You little brat, why don't you open the door wider? As he spoke, the big man squeezed through the door and saw Suchin, who was smiling broadly. You are. The big man, upon seeing Suchin's face, immediately looked uncertain and wanted to question him, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt a flash of brightness before his eyes, followed by a chill at his neck, and he lost consciousness. Peak body refinement, no match for a single strike. Suchin swung his tang knife, and the blood on the blade splattered into the air. Damn, what are you rambling about? Just then, a member of the broken axe hunting team pushed the door open. In an instant, everyone from the broken axe hunting group saw Suchin wielding a long knife alongside a headless corpse, with blood spraying from its neck. What is this? Has the base changed? There are enemies. What? Just one person, including the two aspiring martial artists. Everyone looked at Suchin with disbelief. They couldn't believe that someone dared to challenge the broken axe hunting group and had destroyed their base. They couldn't believe that the one who annihilated the base was a body refiner with no aura fluctuations. They couldn't believe that this body refiner, after destroying the base, didn't flee but instead waited for them to return and killed someone right in front of them. It was simply unbelievable. Utterly inconceivable. As the members of the broken axe hunting group stared at Suchin in shock, Suchin was also sizing them up, including the one he had just killed. There were a total of 14 people, all injured, with one lying on a stretcher, clearly having suffered significant losses under the wind. Wolf's claws. I am Tang Bao. Who might you be? Why do you want to go against the broken axe hunting group? The burly guardian in red armor took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and asked coldly, Boss, why bother talking so much? Let me kill him. Yeah, Tang, let us take him down. Humph. Tang Bao snorted coldly, waving his hand, and everyone immediately shut their mouths. Suchin, do you know? Suchin smirked slightly and said casually, What? Suchin? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Tang Bao's expression changed in surprise, then he said, No, you must be here to avenge Suchin, right? How bold to provoke the broken axe hunting group. With that kind of courage, someone behind you must have given you this confidence, right? Tell me, which force gave you this courage? As soon as he said this, Suchin knew that Tang Bao was definitely related to the death of his previous self. However, this person had never seen his appearance, or if he had forgotten. Sorry, I am Suchin. Suchin shrugged, looking at Tang Bao with a playful expression. So, how about it? Surprised and thrilled? You are Suchin? This is impossible. He was clearly an ordinary person. Tang Bao looked coldly at Suchin. Forget it, having provoked the broken axe hunting group, no matter who you are, you must die. Ha, so arrogant, so domineering. It's a pity, with just you few, I can kill you with a snap of my fingers. Suchin laughed loudly, flicking his thumb, and a bright blade light shot out of the sheath. You little yellow-haired brat, so brazen. Tang Bao sneered, drawing his long knife. I want to see how you can kill us with a snap of your fingers. Attack. Everyone, charge together. I want to skin him and drink his blood. Leave him alive, such tender skin is rare. The other 12 people revealed cruel expressions, drawing their weapons and rushing towards Suchin. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades, cold as snow. To the members of the broken axe hunting group, Suchin looked so young, and without any aura fluctuations, he was at most an aspiring martial artist. They had just slain 2 E-level wind wolf kings and had also killed dozens of lower-level wind wolves. With such formidable strength, wasn't it easy to deal with a young, aspiring martial artist? However, as soon as Suchin made his move, their thoughts were instantly overturned. Ghost Moon slash. Facing the more than 10 people charging at him, Suchin stepped forward, his knife moving with him, and bloodlight suddenly appeared. In an instant, 3 members of the broken axe hunting group were decapitated, and 2 were severely injured. Not good. He's so strong. He really killed 3 people in the blink of an eye. The remaining members of the broken axe hunting group were horrified, their cruel smiles instantly replaced by fear. Ghost Moon Blade technique? The Tang leopard's pupils also shrank suddenly. Could it be that he found my cultivation technique and successfully practiced it? No. What a joke. How could a mere body-refining warrior succeed in practicing it? I have spent an entire year without being able to execute even a single move. But he has done it. What on earth is going on? The Tang leopard's face was blank, completely confused. I just love your surprised expressions. Suchin sneered as he twirled his knife, shaking off the blood and revealing its cold gleam once more. He's just a quasi-warrior. Don't panic. Follow me to surround and kill him. Tang Leopard swallowed hard. Although he knew Suchin was strong, he didn't believe Suchin could be strong enough to wipe them all out. As long as Suchin couldn't kill everyone in a short time, they would definitely be able to slowly entrap and kill him. Let's fight for our brother's revenge. Under Tang Leopard's lead, the remaining 7 charged towards Suchin. As the main force, Tang Leopard and another quasi-warrior rushed to the front, reaching Suchin in half a breath. One wielded a long knife, the other a long sword, their momentum fierce, aiming directly for Suchin's vital points. Ghost Moon slash. Suchin's steps did not falter. With a twist of his wrist, the Tang knife slashed down at an angle, creating a flurry of snow-like light. Bang buzz. Clang clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out simultaneously, the knife's cry and the sword's song chillingly sharp. Under Suchin's warrior-level attack, Tang Leopard and the other could hardly defend themselves, their weapons instantly swept away, leaving their faces wide open. At the same time, a terrifying invisible force surged from the tip of the knife, causing half of their bodies to go numb, rendering them unable to make swift movements for a short time. This is absolutely impossible. Tang Leopard stared in disbelief, unable to accept that his years of immersion in the quasi-warrior realm could not match a young man in a single clash. The other quasi-warrior from the Broken Axe hunting group was equally horrified, unable to believe it. But the facts were right in front of them. No matter how much they refused to believe, they could only accept it. Ghost Moon, perish. At that moment, Suchin struck again, and 3 more members of the Broken Axe hunting group had their throats severed, blood gushing like a fountain. We can't fight him. Retreat. Seeing this scene, Tang Leopard and the others were terrified and immediately tried to withdraw. Want to leave now? Ghost Moon, instant. Suchin laughed coldly, stepping forward, his figure crossing several meters, and he slashed towards Tang Leopard. So fast. Tang Leopard watched as the blade grew larger, terror making his scalp tingle. He instinctively raised his long knife to block, but the deadly blade suddenly curved and struck directly at his waist. Puff! The white blade sank into flesh, drawing out a splash of crimson. Tang Leopard's eyes widened in shock, the endless pain nearly draining his strength, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. Boss Tang, the boss is defeated. What do we do? Run! Anyone who can escape should. The remaining 3 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were at a loss upon seeing Tang Leopard severely injured. Then, under the lead of the quasi-warrior, they began to scatter and flee. Don't go. Come back. Tang Leopard's eyes were filled with despair as he collapsed to the ground. He never expected that these guys, who usually called him brother, would be so selfish and lacking in loyalty at a critical moment. Do you want them to come back? I can help you. As Suchin mocked, he had already chased after the fleeing quasi-warrior. With his quasi-warrior plus level speed, he caught up to the quasi-warrior in just 3 breaths. Die for me. The quasi-warrior felt a prickling sensation on his back, horrified, and immediately turned to swing his sword. Clang clang. The long sword let out a mournful cry, and a head flew high into the air. The other 2 fleeing members of the Broken Axe hunting group, seeing the quasi-warrior cut down in a single blow, were terrified, their courage failing them as they fled in panic. One person was so terrified that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground, then crawled on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Suchin. Why aren't you standing still? Suchin looked indifferently at the last man from the Broken Axe hunting group who was still trying to escape, his cold voice sounding as if it came from a bottomless abyss. The last fleeing man from the Broken Axe hunting group trembled all over and involuntarily stopped in his tracks. He then turned his body with great stiffness and knelt down, trembling. Very obedient, not bad. Suchin smiled slightly and walked towards the pale-faced Tang Bao. As Suchin's footsteps drew closer, Tang Bao was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Suchin swung his Tang knife, pressing it against Tang Bao's forehead. A few strands of hair were severed by the blade and floated away with the wind. Why, you really are Suchin? Tang Bao's voice trembled so much it was almost inaudible. Suchin nodded. That's right. Tell me the reason you want to kill me, and I can give you a quick end. I still don't believe you are Suchin. Tang Bao shook his head in disbelief, then suddenly laughed as if he had gone mad. Ha ha ha. Even if you really are Suchin, so what? I'm going to die anyway, why should I tell you? Ha ha ha. After I die, someone will definitely avenge me. The background of the Broken Axe hunting group is not something you can contend with. You bastard, kill me. Come on. Tang Bao seemed to have overcome his fear, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Suchin, gritting his teeth and cursing. You're forcing me to use those cruel skills. Suchin looked down at Tang Bao from above. Alright, then I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Suchin smiled and lightly cut Tang Bao's face, carving out a scale-like strip of flesh. What are you doing? Although the wound was small, Tang Bao felt an extremely ominous sensation. However, Suchin no longer answered his questions, focusing all his attention on the blade. The skill of Ling Qi. If not executed properly, the target would die. Ah, no. Stop. Kill me. Spare me. Just kill me. A few minutes later, Tang Bao began to scream in terror. At this point, his face, neck, and shoulders were already covered with numerous fine wounds. Blood seeped from the wounds, making him look as if he were covered in hideous, red-edged scales. In fact, the physical pain was secondary. The most tormenting was the fear and unease in his heart. The knife swaying in front of him was like a picky snake, pondering where to bite next. This is just the beginning, and you can't take it? Suchin smirked coldly. Unfortunately, once it starts, it can't be stopped. No. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Please, give me a quick end, don't torture me anymore. Tung Bao was like a howling stray dog, the previous bravado completely gone. The two men from the Broken Axe hunting group kneeling beside him were also scared out of their wits, their bodies trembling as if they were sifting through chaff. Alright, considering your pitiful state, Suchin said while his hands kept moving, I'll listen to you while I work. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a quick end. No, okay, I'll tell you. Tang Bo was already incoherent. The reason we want to kill you is because of your parents. Your parents recently became guest elders of the Yi family and were sent to a very dangerous D-level beast area to carry out a mission, ultimately meeting their demise. According to the guest elder agreement, the Yi family needs to compensate 2,000 gold coins for each person, and this gold would originally have gone to you. But this amount of money is not small, and you are just an ordinary person. So, the sixth young master has his eyes on this money. Later, when the order reached me, I arranged for 2 subordinates to kill you. I see. Su Chen's expression was indifferent as he sheathed the tang knife. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the hatred in his heart was surging like a tide. Why did his parents go to become guest elders of the Yi family? Wasn't it to earn more money so that he could step into the path of a martial artist? With this body? Yet the Yi family sent them to the D-level beast zone of martial masters, leading to their deaths. Not only that, but in the end, they also wiped out any trace for the sake of compensation, truly leaving nothing behind, not even the bones. Yi family, what a Yi family! Suchin suddenly swung his knife, severing the neck of the tang leopard. He then turned around, coldly looking at the 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group kneeling on the ground. Please spare my life. Please spare me. From now on I will be your dog. The 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group no longer had the demeanor of bandits. They humbly buried their heads in the dirt, repeatedly begging for mercy. Go and gather all the valuable things in front of me. Su Chen's voice was calm. Don't try any tricks, or you will suffer worse than the tang leopard. There were still many materials and resources in the base, worth at least 500 to 600 gold coins, and Suchin did not intend to let them go. Yes, we will go right away. The 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were both surprised and terrified, scrambling to get up from the ground and start collecting valuable items. Suchin stood in place, silently recalling information about the Yi family. In the entire Hongfeng city base, there were 4 major forces standing tall, each with a martial general in charge. And the Yi family was one of them. The other 3 forces were the Martial Artist Alliance, the Yu family, and the Bao family. With such a background, the Broken Axe hunting group indeed had the audacity to be arrogant. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they probably wouldn't dare to kill the tang leopard. But for Su Chen, even if the King of Heaven came, he would still kill without hesitation. And the Yi family, as the main culprit, became the target of Su Chen's revenge, especially that so-called 6th young master of the Yi family. It's a pity I don't have enough gold coins, otherwise I could upgrade the system and take revenge in no time. Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold light, then he asked, System, how long until I can advance to the martial artist level? Host, you only need 5 hours to advance to the martial artist level. 5 hours, that's counting the power of the elixirs. Su Chen calculated. He had already consumed the 4th body refining pill, and with the 5th pill, the effect could only last for 3 hours. Looks like I need to buy another elixir. Su Chen found a stone to sit on, waiting for the 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group to gather the items. 10 minutes later, a large pile of items appeared in front of Su Chen. Among them were a lot of beast materials, not only from wind wolves but also from other F-level beasts. In addition, there were medicinal herbs and ores, with the most precious being the 5th grade main medicine that the tang leopard and others had just obtained. Take these things. Su Chen waved his hand. Hurry up. Yes. The 2 big men from the Broken Axe hunting group quickly complied and placed all the items on a cart. Well done, I hope you can be good people in your next life. Su Chen nodded indifferently, then slowly drew out the cold tang knife. No. The 2 big men were shaken to their core, their eyes filled with despair. Ghost month, plunder. The blade flashed and disappeared, retracting into its sheath. Then, Su Chen pushed the cart towards the entrance of the barrier. That's right, he intended to sell these things. Although selling these items would inevitably carry risks compared to the nearly 1,000 gold coins in profit, this little risk was nothing at all. Moreover, as long as one is powerful enough, what trouble can't be solved? A few hours later, it was already deep into the night. Su Chen hid the cart in a secluded grove, ensuring it wouldn't be discovered, and then walked towards the entrance of the barrier. At the entrance stood a burly man, who merely nodded slightly upon seeing Su Chen and let him in. Passing through the narrow passage again, Su Chen arrived at the hall of the city tower and found the window for purchasing materials and rare treasures. However, just as Su Chen approached, a man suddenly ran over, blocking his way with a broad smile. Hey, hello. This man had the look of a shrewd businessman, and without beating around the bush, he continued, I can see you're full of killing intent. The things you want to deal with probably aren't quite right, huh? Oh, don't be quick to deny it. I've seen many like you, and I won't be mistaken. Just say it. I'm from the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. We buy and sell all kinds of beast materials and rare treasures, and the key is that we only do transactions, no questions asked, and we absolutely won't leak customer privacy. Our headquarters is in the East Mountain Stronghold, and we do business across more than a dozen surrounding strongholds. Our reputation is absolutely trustworthy. Suchin's expression shifted. He quickly searched his memory and indeed found information about the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. However, since he had rarely ventured out, he had only heard his parents mention it once. If it weren't for this person from the Hidden Treasure Pavilion appearing before him, he wouldn't have remembered it. What should I call you? What are the prices? Although Suchin wasn't afraid of trouble, it would naturally be better if he could settle things quickly. You can call me Old Chien. Seeing Suchin's interest, Old Chien's smile grew even brighter. We buy at 80% of the city tower hall's price, and we come to collect, ensuring no worries afterward. 80%? That's acceptable. Suchin nodded lightly. My items are worth nearly 1,000 gold coins. Prepare accordingly. Over 1,000 gold coins? No problem. Old Chien nodded with a smile. Let's go. The goods are outside the city, right? Take me to inspect them, and if everything is fine, I'll give you the money when we return to the city. Seeing Old Chien agree so easily, Suchin felt more at ease. Soon, the two exited the city and arrived at the Hidden Grove, where they found the cart. Wow, there's also a 5th grade main medicine, not bad. Old Chien skillfully examined the materials on the cart and finally said, these items are worth 900 gold coins. I'll give you 720 gold coins. Suchin frowned. This was a couple of hundred coins less than he had expected. Noticing Suchin's hesitation, Old Chien said, considering this is your first transaction with us and you have a 5th grade main medicine, I'll give you 750 gold coins. How about that? Deal. Suchin nodded. He didn't want to drag it out too much. Great, then let's head back to the city for the transaction. Having reached an agreement, Old Chien was all smiles. Just leave these here, I'll arrange for someone to collect them. Then let's go. Suchin nodded in satisfaction. Although the price was a bit lower, the service of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion was indeed quite good. Soon, the two entered the barrier, and Old Chien went to the city tower hall to fetch 7 low-grade spirit stones and 50 gold coins to hand over to Suchin. I'll be here, looking forward to our next transaction. Old Chien extended his hand to shake with Suchin before turning and getting busy. Now I have 1430 gold coins. I can upgrade the one-click martial arts function. Suchin couldn't help but smile, but he first bought a high-grade body refining pill for 12 gold coins before leaving the city tower hall. Walking along the road, Suchin focused his thoughts. System, exchange all these spirit stones for gold coins and deposit all the gold coins. Ding. Exchange successful, deposit successful. In the mysterious black space, the number behind the money symbol rose to 4 digits again. 1418. System, upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Suchin ordered without hesitation. Ding. Consume 1,000 gold coins, and the martial arts training function will be upgraded to level 3, with the training speed increased to 4 times the base speed. Ding. Host, congratulations on obtaining the activation permission for the new function, which can be activated for just 100 gold coins. The wonderful system prompt nearly made Suchin's soul soar with joy. Suchin exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a bit excited. System, activate the new function. Ding. Consumed 100 gold coins. The clone dispatch function is activated. Ding. Congratulations on activating the third system function. You have received the bonus functions Perfect Plunder, Clone Perception, and Item Transfer. Ding. Currently, the clone dispatch function is at level 1, allowing you to dispatch a clone identical to the host for combat. The clone will need 24 hours to reconsolidate after death. Ding. Host, congratulations on successfully activating 3 functions. The system has opened a storage space for you, allowing you to store items infinitely. A series of system prompts left Suchin in a daze. Immediately after, a wave of turbulence surged in his mind, and a purple figure gradually coalesced in the mysterious black space. This purple figure was almost a perfect replica of Suchin. It stood behind 2 white figures, motionless, waiting to be dispatched. At the same time, information about the clone dispatch function flooded into Suchin's mind, allowing him to instantly comprehend everything about this function. First, this clone possessed the exact same combat power as Suchin. Undoubtedly, this was already extremely abnormal and against the heavens. It should be noted that clone techniques are extremely rare, surpassing the realm of top-tier techniques. Even martial generals and martial commanders find it difficult to possess one. Moreover, even those strong individuals who manage to cultivate a clone often only have 1/10 of their original strength, or even less. More astonishingly, Suchin's clone could ignore spatial barriers and be dispatched to any place Suchin had a concrete impression of. For example, the Martial Artist Alliance Hall, the F-level base of the Broken Axe Hunting Group, the City Tower Hall, the Trading Street, restaurants, anywhere Suchin had seen, the clone could be instantly dispatched to a specific coordinate within. Furthermore, Suchin could gain the perception of the clone. Any place the clone had been was as if he had been there. This meant that any place the clone visited could be instantly dispatched again. Additionally, the perfect plunder function granted Suchin and his clone a 100% drop rate. Any target killed by Suchin and his clone would have their directly owned items, whether valuable materials on their person or items in spatial rings or shumi spaces, become loot, plundered, and stored in the storage space. This storage space was also incredibly overpowered, capable of storing items infinitely. It should be noted that only martial generals can possess spatial treasures, and even their spatial rings are impressive if they have a few cubic meters. Compared to Suchin's storage space, theirs was practically garbage. Finally, the item transfer function was also very useful, allowing Suchin to transfer items between himself and the clone, which could be utilized in many situations. Damn, this system function is simply godly. With this function, I can dispatch clones to hunt and earn gold coins, and if I encounter enemies, I can dispatch them to launch a siege, greatly enhancing my combat power. Suchin slightly regained his composure from the shock, then excitedly gasped in amazement. The third system function was truly overpowered. If there was a single drawback, it might be that the clone's intelligence was too low. At this moment, the clone could only engage in combat or execute the simplest commands. Even speaking required Suchin to issue commands for it to utter simple words. However, this did not affect the clone's combat power at all. I can't wait to see this clone. Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly found a hotel and booked a room. Click. The door was locked from the inside. Hiss. Suchin took a deep breath and, with a thought, dispatched the clone. Silently, a naked man appeared before Suchin, his arrival so natural it seemed he was always meant to be there. Tsk tisk. Suchin circled around the clone, making sounds of admiration. This clone looked exactly like him, even the number of hairs was the same. The only difference was in the eyes, or more precisely, the light within them. Unlike Suchin's clear and spirited gaze, the clone's pupils were filled with chaos and murderous intent. Awesome, awesome. Suchin couldn't help but clap in delight. If someone saw this, they might think he had some peculiar preferences. Soon after, Suchin recalled the clone and went to a clothing store. He planned to buy some clothes for himself and the clone. After all, it wouldn't be good for his image if the clone remained naked. After some selection, Suchin bought several stylish black hooded robes. As he was leaving, the shopkeeper gifted him a few white masks, wearing a knowing smile. It was clear the shopkeeper thought Suchin was up to something shady. Suchin paid it no mind and went to a weapon shop, spending 10 gold coins on a high-quality tang knife for the clone's weapon. Above ordinary weapons were the initial spirit weapons, and when Suchin glanced at the price of a spirit weapon, 3,000 gold coins, he couldn't help but be taken aback. With that money, I might as well upgrade the system. Suchin pouted and then left the weapon shop, returning to the hotel. Come on, put it on. Under Suchin's direction, the clone donned the clothes and mask. Tsk now. That's got a killer vibe. Looking at the black-robed, white-masked clone, Suchin smiled in satisfaction, then with a thought, dispatched it and accepted the clone's perception. Somewhere in the F-level Wind Wolf area, the black-robed clone appeared silently. Then, a tang knife appeared in its hand, having been transmitted to it through item delivery. At that moment, a rustling sound came from nearby, and a large gray-white wolf emerged from the bushes. This wolf, with sharp claws and a massive body, was the F-level beast Wind Wolf. Roar! Upon seeing the black-robed clone, the Wind Wolf immediately let out an angry roar and lunged forward with red eyes. The Wind Wolf was incredibly ferocious, but the black-robed clone possessed the same strength as Suchin, capable of contending with formal warriors. Swish! A flash of the knife, and the Wind Wolf's massive head flew into the air, its body crashing to the ground. The next moment, the Wind Wolf's corpse vanished into thin air. Back with Suchin. Ding! You have obtained 4 Wind Wolf claws, 4 Wind Wolf fangs, 10 Wind Wolf flesh, 1 Wind Wolf pelt. Suchin quickly glanced at his storage space and found that the Wind Wolf's body had been perfectly dissected, with no valuable materials wasted. Awesome, just the automatic processing of the corpse has saved me a lot of trouble. Suchin beamed with a bright smile. It should be noted that handling beast corpses also requires skill, otherwise one might accidentally damage the materials, reducing their value or even destroying them. Roar! Awooh! At the black-robed clone's location, the scent of blood seemed to waft through the air, attracting 2 wind wolves. The black-robed clone showed no hesitation. With a flick of its wrist and a flash of the knife, the 2 wind wolves quickly became corpses. Ding! You have obtained Wind Wolf Claw *8, Wind Wolf Fangs *7, Wind Wolf Flesh *18, Wind Wolf Fur *2. The F-grade Wind Wolf, according to its own level, has materials worth between 20 to 50 silver coins. Although the materials Suchin harvested vary in level, their quality is perfect, with each Wind Wolf averaging a value of 40 silver coins. This means that in just a short time, Suchin has already collected several gold coins. It's worth noting that ordinary body refiners, without risking their lives to hunt, earn less than 1 gold coin a month. Of course, wind wolves are not endless. Suchin's clone just happened to encounter a few wind wolves clustered together. Even so, the hunting efficiency of Suchin's clone is much faster than that of ordinary body refiners, able to harvest dozens of gold coins every day. The key point is that other hunters have to risk their lives to earn that money, incurring various expenses along the way, and what they earn is truly hard-earned money. Meanwhile, Suchin can just sit back, relax, and doze off to get these little cuties, although dozens of gold coins a day are hardly worth mentioning compared to the consumption of Suchin's system upgrade functions. But let's not forget, this clone is only level 1. Moreover, the most important thing is that Suchin will soon be promoted to a formal martial artist. The strength of the clone is the same as his, and at that time, he will be able to hunt in the E-grade beast area. It's known that the strength of E-grade beasts is equivalent to that of formal martial artists, and their average value is more than 10 times that of F-grade beasts. Of course, Suchin hasn't forgotten the sweetness of annihilating a stronghold. Although the stronghold of the Broken Axe hunting group has been destroyed, there's still the E family. It's a pity my strength isn't enough, and the number of clones is too few. Suchin's eye sparkled. System, how much does it cost to upgrade the clone dispatch function? Host, upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 2 requires 1,000 gold coins. Each time the clone dispatch function is upgraded, the number of clones will increase by 1 and new abilities will be unlocked at certain levels. Wow, there are new abilities. This function is truly terrifying, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money. Suchin raised an eyebrow. Looks like I need to quickly promote to a formal martial artist. He currently has only 319 gold coins, far from the 1,000 gold coins needed. Moments later, Suchin boarded the spiritual energy bus heading to the Martial Artist Alliance building. This time, Suchin did not plan to collect the Martial Artist Alliance subsidy. After all, he had just collected the primary and intermediate body refining subsidies that morning. If he were to collect the advanced body refining, peak body refining, and quasi-martial artist subsidies that night, it would be hard not to cause a stir. At a time when his strength is insufficient, attracting the attention of powerful beings he cannot resist would make it difficult to control his fate. Of course, gold will always shine. But by then, Suchin would already be powerful and invincible, and whoever provokes him would be in danger, without so many concerns. After more than half an hour, Suchin arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance building. Even at night, the building was brightly lit, with a constant flow of people. Suchin blended into the crowd and went to the second floor of the building. The first floor is the service hall, while the second to fourth floors are various official shops of the Martial Artist Alliance, including stores that specialize in selling martial arts techniques. At this stage, the simplest way for Suchin to enhance his strength is to practice martial arts techniques. Reaching the entry level of a primary martial arts technique can significantly boost his strength, and the key is that it only takes a few minutes. Just thinking about possessing dozens or even hundreds of martial arts techniques with the power to slay enemies across several levels made Suchin unable to help but laugh out loud. However, upon entering the store, he was immediately dumbfounded. Primary body refining technique, White Lion power technique, 888 gold coins. Primary weapon technique, Breaking Mountain 7 sword scroll, 1298 gold coins. Primary attribute technique, Red Flame True Formula, 23,000 gold coins. A single martial arts technique is so expensive? Suchin looked at the price tag, his mouth twitching unnaturally. Moreover, this was just a beginner's technique. Looking at the intermediate techniques, they were all priced in 5 digits, while attribute techniques were worth 6 digits in gold. The advanced techniques were even more terrifying. There were only 3 in the entire store, and the store's treasure, Blowing Snow Without a Trace, was worth 5 million gold coins. Damn, this is highway robbery. Suchin stared in shock. Dumbfounded, with his current wealth, he couldn't even afford the cheapest technique. Furthermore, the store had both returning to origin body refinement technique and Ghost Month Blade technique, which shattered Suchin's plan to sell techniques and buy new ones. Sigh, money, oh money. Suchin walked out of the technique shop with a displeased expression. It seems the path of buying techniques to enhance strength is cut off. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Suchin. If I can't buy it, I can steal it. Isn't the Ghost Month Blade technique something that was stolen? The Yi family, being one of the 4 major forces in Red Maple City, must have quite a few techniques, even advanced ones. And there's still the notorious Broken Axe hunting group that hasn't been eradicated. They must have a lot of good stuff. Once my strength is sufficient, I'll go hunt them. With this thought, Suchin's mood lifted, and his steps towards the 5th floor became much lighter. The 5th floor of the Warrior Alliance building was filled with various training rooms, martial arts rooms, arenas, conference rooms, luxurious dining halls, and more. What Suchin was heading for was the training room. The training rooms were divided into ordinary training rooms and spiritual energy training rooms, with charges based on usage time. The ordinary training room merely provided a quiet and safe environment, with spiritual energy concentration the same as the outside world. The spiritual energy training room had a super high concentration. of spiritual energy, significantly increasing the training speed of formal warriors. Suchin arrived at the consultation desk and directly booked the best spiritual energy training room. Upon entering the training room, a surge of thick spiritual energy rushed towards him. This concentration of spiritual energy is truly refreshing. Suchin felt the surrounding spiritual energy and revealed a satisfied smile. Closing the door, Suchin lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Regardless of his position, it wouldn't affect the one-click training function that would automatically train for him. At the same time, in a luxurious private room in the Golden Fruit Building, have a Biao and a Ching not returned yet? A bald man with a black snake tattoo frowned, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. 2 quasi-warriors and 4 peak body refiners stood around him. Several beautiful, scantily clad women huddled on the sofa, trembling with fear in their eyes. "Boss, we've already sent someone to the F-level Wind Wolf District Stronghold," one of the quasi-warriors said, lowering his head. "We should receive news soon." Just then, shouts came from outside. "Not good. Boss, the stronghold is gone. Everyone is dead. The stronghold is full of corpses." A bare-chested man rushed into the private room, panic-stricken and out of breath. At these 3 statements, the snake-tattooed man trembled, his eyes suddenly bursting with terrifying anger. The others were stunned, their expressions blank, shocked by the words of the newcomer. The Broken Axe Hunting Group's F-level stronghold had long since opened up the upper joints, and all contradictions had been completely suppressed. How could it be wiped out in an instant? "Who dares to touch my Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold? Who is it? Find out for me. Everyone go investigate. I want to see results within a day. Why aren't you going?" The snake-tattooed man was ablaze with fury, almost like a volcano erupting with lava. Yes, boss, please calm down. I will investigate immediately. Quick, let's go together. We must find out who the culprit is." The subordinates, filled with fear, quickly knelt on one knee, accepting their orders and leaving. In the blink of an eye, only the snake-patterned giant and the trembling women remained in the luxurious private room. "No matter who you are, once I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead." The snake-patterned giant's eyes erupted with an extremely cruel and vicious glare. He then turned and walked towards the few women huddled on the sofa, terrified and uneasy. "Boss, no." 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Martial Artist Alliance building. "Host, the Sea of Cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through?" The system prompt came, and Suchin, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally here, this cultivation room was worth it. Suchin stood up excitedly. "System, let me break through." In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like it had encountered a black hole. His body underwent tremendous changes. Under the baptism and tempering of the massive spiritual energy, Suchin's body was undergoing a wild transformation. His meridians, flesh, and bones were all being sublimated. A trace of black-red blood was expelled from his body, quickly forming a hard shell on the surface. A vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed in his dantian, and strands of spiritual energy appeared in his meridians. After a long time, the hard shell cracked and peeled away, revealing Suchin's skin glowing with health. "Official martial artist realm, I've made it." Suchin grinned, his eyes bursting with astonishing divine light. Breaking through from the body-tempering realm to the true martial artist realm was a transformation of one's very essence. It was precisely because of this that the Red Maple City stronghold, with a population of tens of thousands, only had a little over 10,000 martial artists. The difference between a quasi-martial artist and a martial artist was like the difference between earth and sky, representing different levels of existence. Having crossed this threshold of martial artists, he was already standing atop the majority of people, with both strength and status significantly elevated. This feeling is just too exhilarating. Suchin circulated his spiritual energy, feeling as if he could punch through an elephant. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Qualification level: Impure Body. Realm level: Beginner Martial Artist. Attack level: Beginner Martial Artist plus Defense level: Beginner Martial Artist. Movement level: Beginner Martial Artist. Stamina level: Beginner Martial Artist. Cultivation techniques mastered: Boundless Heart Sutra, Ghost Moonblade technique. Beginner entry: Return to Origin Body refining technique. Beginner entry: Activated system functions: One-click cultivation function, level 3, One-click martial arts function, level 3, Clone dispatch function. Level 1. It seems that the entry-level Return to Origin Body refining technique doesn't provide much of an enhancement for official martial artists, not enough to show a plus sign in movement, defense, or stamina levels. But fortunately, with the enhancement of 2 techniques, my attack level is still higher than others of the same level. Moreover, with this strength, I can easily crush an F-level stronghold. Suchin smirked, revealing a charming smile. Let's start with the F-level stronghold and show them a little color. Without hesitation, Suchin immediately exited the spiritual energy cultivation room. "Hello, you have spent a total of 30 gold coins." A staff member approached, but in an instant his expression changed to one of immense shock. He clearly remembered that this young man had entered without any spiritual energy fluctuations, just a body-tempering realm. but now, a faint spiritual energy fluctuation was emanating from this young man. He had broken through to the martial artist realm. To break through to the martial artist realm at such a young age, could he be a genius from some family? The staff member was astonished and envious, quickly bowing to apologize. Sir, please forgive my rudeness. It's fine. Suchin was in a good mood, smiling generously, and paid without hesitation, then left the 5th floor of the building under the staff members' odd gaze. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the building, passers-by cast shocked and respectful glances at Suchin. On the 3rd floor, Suchin found a shop and spent 1 gold coin to purchase the best map. This map not only marked various beast-infested areas but also provided detailed information on resource production and all faction strongholds, even including the names and general strengths of the stronghold guardians. From the map, it was evident that the vast F-level area had about 200 to 300 strongholds, accounting for 90% of all strongholds. In contrast, the number of E-level strongholds sharply decreased to only about 30. The D-level strongholds totaled just 4, located in the 4 directions of the Red Maple City stronghold, serving as watchtowers. There were no C-level strongholds above D-level. Or rather, the Red Maple City stronghold was the only C-level stronghold. The number of strongholds outside the city was pitifully small compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in Red Maple City and the vast land beyond the walls. However, it wasn't that people didn't want to establish more strongholds. It was due to the existence of beast tides, which completely destroyed almost all strongholds. Every 10 years or so, even D-level strongholds were destroyed each time a beast tide occurred, and then the 4 major factions would jointly invest huge sums to rebuild. The effort and resources required to establish and manage a stronghold were immense. Once a stronghold was destroyed, all those investments would be lost in an instant, something that ordinary people could hardly bear. Therefore, people preferred to form groups to go hunting and then return to the safety of the walls to rest and prepare for the next hunt. Let me see the Yi family's strongholds. Suchin looked through them one by one, memorizing all the Yi family's strongholds. There were a total of 33 F-level strongholds, 5 E-level strongholds, and 1 D-level stronghold. Let's start with the nearest one, the F-level Dark Snake Area stronghold. Suchin sneered and ordered his clone to abandon hunting and head towards the F-level Dark Snake Area stronghold. The clone proceeded, continuously encountering various F-level beasts. Ding! You have obtained 2 bull horns, 1 bull carapace, 20 bull flesh, 4 bull tendons. Ding! You have obtained 4 molten fire frog webbed feet, 1 molten fire frog tongue, 1 molten fire frog skin, 1 molten fire frog tail. Ding! You have obtained. The speed at which money comes in is just too fast. It's so satisfying watching the increasingly abundant beast materials. In his storage space, Suchin happily left the warrior alliance building. Back at the inn, he lay straight down on the bed. Official warriors also needed rest, otherwise they could just as easily suffer a sudden death. After a busy day, Suchin felt a bit tired and decided to take a break while his clone was on the way. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. System, how long until I can break through again? Suchin immediately asked upon waking. Host, you only need 50 hours to break through to the intermediate warrior realm. That's more than 2 days, isn't it? Suchin pouted and then shared the perception of his clone. At this moment, the black-robed clone had already arrived at the Yi family's F-level Dark Snake Area stronghold and was hunting dark snakes. Ding! You have obtained 26 dark snake scales, 2 dark snake fangs, 1 dark snake skin, 1 dark snake tendon, 5 dark snake flesh. Ding! You have obtained. After hunting all night, I wonder how the harvest is. Suchin opened his storage space and found that the beast materials had piled up into a small mountain. Clearly, after breaking through to an official warrior, the clone's strength had significantly increased and hunting efficiency had greatly improved. It's time to start the journey of revenge. Suchin smirked, instructing his clone to stop hunting and head towards the stronghold. As a major family in the Red Maple City stronghold, the Yi family not only did not prevent wanderers from hunting in the Dark Snake Area but even allowed them to pay fees to rest within the stronghold. Therefore, Suchin's avatar easily entered the stronghold. Who is this man in the black robe? There are fluctuations of spiritual energy. It's a formal martial artist. Step aside quickly, this person looks formidable. If we offend him, our lives will be ruined. The surrounding body refiners looked at the mysterious black-robed avatar with awe. Wherever the black-robed avatar went, no one dared to stand in his way. This is the might of a formal martial artist. Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Yi family's Dark Serpent District stronghold. A quasi-martial artist greeted him with a broad smile. May I ask how to address you and if there is anything I can assist you with? Although this quasi-martial artist wore a smile, the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Behind him were 4 other quasi-martial artists, all following his lead. It was clear that this person was the guardian of the stronghold. As expected of a formal martial artist, even the Yi family treats him with respect. Indeed, this Yi guardian is usually quite aloof. Yet he is smiling now. The onlookers were struck by the sight of the Yi family's guardian welcoming the mysterious black-robed man, and they couldn't help but express their amazement. However, the atmosphere soon changed. The mysterious black-robed man showed no intention of returning the greeting. Esteemed guest. The Stronghold Guardian frowned slightly upon seeing the black-robed figure remain silent. Just then, the black-robed figure lifted his head. Those eyes. Upon seeing Suchin's avatar filled with killing intent, the Guardian felt as if struck by lightning, trembling all over. Without a second thought, he moved to escape. Swish! A crescent blade of light suddenly appeared in the air, one part gleaming white and the other a blinding red. Cough. The Yi family Stronghold Guardian clutched his bleeding neck tightly, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. The other 4 quasi-martial artists stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to react. Ding! You have obtained Martial Arts Manuals *2, Advanced Common Weapon *1, Gold Coins *20, Silver Coins. As the system notification sounded, the Yi family Stronghold Guardian's body slowly fell. The scene was as silent as a bottomless abyss. But the next second, the atmosphere erupted like a long-dormant volcano. This person actually killed the Yi family Stronghold Guardian. How dare he? Is he insane? That's a Yi family member. My god, what am I seeing? Someone actually dared to kill a Yi family member. As far as I know, this Yi Wu Guardian is from the main line of the Yi family and is about to become a martial artist. Killing a member of the Yi family's main line, this person is undoubtedly doomed, as they are a family with martial masters and generals. This black-robed martial artist is finished. He is truly finished. Everyone was shocked, their hair standing on end, their scalps tingling. They discussed in horror while retreating, and in an instant, a vacuum area formed around Suchin's avatar. You dare to kill my Yi family Stronghold Guardian. A quasi-martial artist pointed at Suchin, shouting in furious disbelief. I like opponents who don't know how to run. Suchin smirked and ordered, kill him. Whoosh! The blade light reappeared, and the shouting quasi-martial artist was directly cut in half. Ding! You have obtained Advanced Common Weapon *1, Gold Coins *12, Silver Coins. The black-robed avatar, holding a blood-stained tang knife, fixed his gaze on the next quasi-martial artist. This person is insane. Run! Quick, light the distress signal and call for strong warriors to eliminate this fiend. The remaining 3 quasi-martial artists were terrified, trembling as they shouted and quickly ran in all directions. The rest, whether bystanders or Yi family body refiners, all fled in panic. Someone activated the rescue light at the stronghold, and a huge beam of light shot up into the sky, clearly visible even in broad daylight. Kill the martial artists, ignore the ones fleeing, and resolve this quickly. Suchin commanded with a cold smile, then opened his storage space and took out 2 small booklets. These 2 booklets seemed unremarkable, but they were the most precious martial arts texts. One was titled True Art of Thunder Silk, and the other was White Feather Step Technique. Both were spoils plundered from the guards of the Yi family's stronghold. The Yi family really is fat. Looking at the 2 martial arts, Suchin's smile was almost crooked. Especially the True Art of Thunder Silk, which turned out to be a beginner-level thunder attribute technique. This was a technique worth 20 to 30,000 gold coins. Overjoyed, Suchin quickly flipped through the True Art of Thunder Silk, finishing it in less than a minute. Ding! Detected beginner technique True Art of Thunder Silk. Would you like to store it? As expected, I can practice it with just one read. Suchin immediately switched from Ghost Moonblade technique to True Art of Thunder Silk with a beaming smile. Ding! Practicing technique changed to True Art of Thunder Silk. At the same time, in the mysterious black space, the illusory long knife in the hands of the martial arts figure disappeared. It sat cross-legged on the ground, hands raised to the sky, with dense, constantly twisting purple lightning appearing between its fingers. So cool! Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement. After watching for a while, he eagerly opened White Feather Step Technique to read. This technique was a beginner-level body refinement technique, specifically enhancing movement, and was also quite valuable. After finishing the second technique, Suchin watched his clone wreak havoc while waiting for that wonderful system. Prompt. About 10 minutes later. Ding! True Art of Thunder Silk has reached entry level. Suchin, lying on the bed, instantly sprang up. Thunder come! Suchin shouted softly, his right hand clawed, and strands of extremely violent lightning gathered in his palm. Under the constantly twisting lightning, the entire room flickered between light and dark. At that moment, Suchin drew his tang knife, and strands of lightning flowed onto the blade like living creatures, looking incredibly cool. So strong, a martial artist encountering even a hint of this lightning would probably turn to charcoal immediately. Suchin carefully felt the energy contained within the strands of lightning, taking a deep breath. Right, there's also the White Feather Step Technique. Suchin immediately switched to practicing White Feather Step Technique. In the mysterious black space, the lightning in the martial arts figure's hands disappeared. It stood up and began to practice various movements from the White Feather Step Technique, moving faster and faster until it was almost a blur. A few minutes later. Ding! White Feather Step Technique has reached entry level. Suchin felt a warmth throughout his body, and he became agile and light. He then switched back to True Art of Thunder Silk and opened his attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Talent level: Impure Body Realm level. Beginner martial artist attack level, intermediate martial artist plus defense level, beginner martial artist movement level, beginner martial artist plus stamina level, beginner martial artist mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, true art of thunder silk, beginner entry, ghost moonblade technique, beginner entry, white feather step technique, beginner entry, return to origin body refinement technique, beginner entry, activated system functions. One-click cultivation function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 3, clone dispatch function, level 1, with the boost from the two techniques. Suchin's movement level had reached beginner martial artist plus, and his attack level had even reached intermediate martial artist plus. Ha ha ha, Suchin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With my current abilities, even an intermediate martial artist would be cut down by me if they let their guard down. How satisfying. At this moment, in the F-level Dark Serpent District, the entire stronghold was deserted. In just over 10 minutes, all the members of the Yi family who were caught by the clones had met with untimely deaths. Suchin's storage space had also accumulated a large amount of loot, mostly consisting of gold coins, silver coins, materials from fierce beasts, herbs, low-level weapons, and low-level pills. It's a pity I didn't obtain any new techniques, Suchin said regretfully, shrugging his shoulders, and then directed the clones to move around the stronghold. Whenever they encountered something of value, he instructed the clones to use item transfer to send it to Suchin's room. After that, Suchin placed these items into his storage space. It must be said that the Yi family's stronghold was quite rich, at least twice as wealthy as the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold. Soon, the clones could no longer find any items to transfer. The Broken Axe Hunting Group has a safe. This stronghold probably has one too, Suchin pondered, then continued to direct the clones to search everywhere. Before long, the clones indeed found a huge alloy safe in a relatively luxurious room. Suchin did not know the password to this safe, but that did not stop him from claiming it as his own. Smash it! Break down all the walls around the safe. Suchin chuckled and issued the command. After receiving the order, the clones immediately began to smash the walls. With the attack level of intermediate martial artists, even steel walls could not withstand it. Boom! Boom! Crash! Under the continuous attacks of the clones, almost half the house collapsed. The safe also became an independent entity. It was simple from there. Suchin had the clones grab the safe and, through item transfer, send it to his room, then put it into his storage space. Just then, bold madman, how dare you destroy my Yi family's stronghold? Die! A furious roar shot into the sky, and a figure as swift as lightning charged into the stronghold, fiercely attacking Suchin's clone. So fast, Suchin was taken aback. Moreover, through the perception of the clone, he could clearly sense that the aura of the newcomer completely exceeded that of a formal martial artist, far beyond what he could contend with at the moment. To avoid losing the clone, Suchin immediately had it slip into a nearby room. Soon, the clone slowly faded away and was recalled into Suchin's mysterious black space. Run! I will throw you into a pot of oil and blow you up alive. The swift figure rushed into the room, wildly slashing with a long sword. The sword light spread like a giant net cast by a fisherman, enveloping the entire room. However, no one. The figure paused, bewildered. The sword light vanished, revealing his face. This person had a square jaw, a broad forehead, a flat top, a pale complexion, and blood-red eyes. If any member of the Yi family saw this person, they would immediately call out, Elder Yi Tian. Where is he? Why is suddenly no one here? I clearly saw him run in here. This room is completely enclosed. How could someone just disappear without a sound? Yi Tian's eyes bulged like light bulbs, as if he had seen a ghost. He then searched the entire room and then the whole stronghold. But he still found nothing. This is impossible. Yi Tian was nearly furious to the point of exploding. As a powerful martial artist, he had not even seen the face of a single martial artist and had let the person escape. If others found out, they would definitely mock him for the rest of his life. After a moment, Yi Tian finally calmed down. He noticed several odd things. This person is merely at the martial artist level. How dare he oppose my Yi family? And this person escaped so quickly. It seems suspicious that he has some kind of illusion technique on him. Only certain special attribute techniques can produce the effects of such illusions. From these 2 points, this person should not be at the martial artist level, but rather a martial master. He may have suppressed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. So, who exactly is he? Why is he opposing my Yi family? My Yi family has never had enmity with martial masters. Could it be that this person is a bandit from another stronghold? Yi Tian pondered. And the more he thought, the more he felt that the newcomer was likely a bandit from a stronghold. The benefits of destroying a stronghold are much greater than hunting fierce beasts alone. Therefore, before Suchin, there were already ruthless martial artists eyeing the stronghold outside the city. Most of these martial artists would be quickly eliminated, but a very small number could escape the pursuit and roam around. These people are the bandits from the stronghold that Yi Tian mentioned. But Yi Tian thought of another doubt. Why didn't the killer choose the Yi-level stronghold as a target? The benefits would be much greater that way. What on earth is going on? Yi Tian felt his head was spinning. Just when he was extremely unwilling, on the other side, Suchin was happily depositing gold coins into the system. Damn, 1935 gold coins, I'm rich. Looking at the number behind the gold coin icon, Suchin's face was filled with an excited smile. And this 1935 gold coins did not include the fierce beast materials and rare treasures that had not yet been sold. Selling those materials would probably bring in another 1,000 gold coins. System, upgrade my clone dispatch function. With enough money, Suchin immediately chose to upgrade the system function. Ding! Consumed 1,000 gold coins. Clone dispatch function upgraded to level 2. Number of clones +1. As the system prompt appeared, a purple little figure condensed again in the mysterious black space. 2 clones now, this is great. Suchin rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately dispatched the second clone to the front, dressing it in a black hooded robe, putting on a mask, and stuffing a long knife into its hand. Next, let's go check out the headquarters of the Axe Hunting Group. Suchin planned to delay the attack on the Yi family's stronghold because after losing a stronghold, the Yi family would definitely be on high alert. If he sent a clone to ambush the Yi family's stronghold at this time, it could easily fall into a trap. Even if Suchin could monitor the clone situation at any time and recall it in case of danger, it would still lead to a wasted effort. On the contrary, everyone's attention was focused outside the city, making it a perfect time to cause trouble inside the city. Without further ado, Suchin immediately left the inn and boarded the spiritual energy bus heading to the Golden Fruit Building. Amidst the envious and odd gazes of the crowd on the bus, Suchin got off at the Golden Fruit Building stop and walked over. Soon, Suchin arrived at Golden Fruit Street. This street looked quite chaotic, filled with thugs and ruffians. Of course, with Suchin's aura of spiritual energy, no small-time thug dared to provoke him. Finding a tall building near the Golden Fruit Building, Suchin went to the rooftop. Sure enough, I can see part of the interior scene of the Golden Fruit Building from here. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips. Then, with a thought, he dispatched both clones into the Golden Fruit Building. The guards inside the Golden Fruit Building were practically non-existent. At this moment, in the luxurious private room where the snake-patterned man was located in the Golden Fruit Building. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound echoed. Only now do we get news. What a bunch of useless fools. Bang! The snake-patterned man threw on a robe and stormed out. The private room behind him was in disarray, with several distorted women lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. Boss. Outside the door, a would-be martial artist stood hunched over, drenched in cold sweat. Speak, who did it? The snake-patterned man fixed his wild eyes on the aspiring warrior. I couldn't find out. The aspiring warrior stammered, everyone at the scene is dead. Based on the wounds, I suspect it was the Ghost Moonblade technique. Slap. There are more than dozens of warriors in the Hongfeng City stronghold who know the Ghost Moonblade technique. What use is it for you to find this out? The snake-patterned man slapped the aspiring warrior's subordinate to the ground. Oh, Black Snake, your temper is getting bigger and bigger. Why hasn't your strength improved as quickly? A young man's voice came from the doorway, the mockery in it unmistakable. 6. Young master. The snake-patterned man trembled at the sound and immediately turned around. At the door stood 2 people. One was a short-haired man with narrow eyes and red lips, looking like a young nobleman. The other was a frail old man with white hair and a hunched back. Young master, what brings you here? The snake-patterned man showed a fawning expression. The previous arrogance completely vanished. What brings me here? Do I need to greet you? The short-haired man sneered and sat directly on the sofa. I dare not. Cold sweat broke out on Black Snake's forehead. He was merely a dog for young Master Yi Liang. How could he dare to show any disrespect? Humph. Yi Liang snorted coldly. I came here to ask you some things. Please speak, young master. Black Snake nodded respectfully. Previously, your Axe hunting team's stronghold was destroyed. And just now, our Yi family also had an F-level stronghold destroyed. By comparing the wounds, our people found that it should be the same person who acted, so I came to ask you, have you provoked some formidable character? Yi Liang's words caused Black Snake's face to change dramatically, his mouth agape in shock. The Yi family stronghold was also destroyed. Black Snake opened his mouth, his eyes nearly popping out in horror. The Yi family was one of the 4 major powers in Hongfeng City who would dare to recklessly provoke them. Yes, someone actually dared to oppose my Yi family. Once I find him, I will make him live a long life, worse than death. Yi Liang's expression was cold. Now, tell me, do you have any suspects? I have offended many people. Black Snake said tremblingly, but none of them are tough characters. I've dealt with them cleanly every time. Forget it, I doubt you have any use. Yi Liang snorted lightly. Go get the gold coins collected last month. I want to buy pills to prepare for breaking through to an intermediate warrior. Young master is going to break through. As expected of the young master. Truly impressive. We brutes are nothing compared to you. Black Snake was first surprised, then revealed an extremely fawning and flattering expression. Less nonsense, hurry up. Yi Liang waved his hand, and Black Snake immediately scurried off to get the gold coins. Soon, Black Snake returned with a large box, placing it in front of Yi Liang, young master, a total of 1,265 gold coins. Very good. Yi Liang nodded, about to instruct Black Snake to send someone to continue investigating the murderer. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. What happened? Yi Liang, the old man, Black Snake, and the aspiring warrior who didn't dare to move all looked towards the door in surprise. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside, the urgent noise giving a sense of impatience. Yi family's 6th young master Yi Liang and 1265 gold coins. On the rooftop of the adjacent tall building, Suchin smirked, revealing a strange and excited smile. He never expected that a trip to the headquarters of the Broken Axe hunting group would lead him to encounter Yi Liang, the mastermind behind the order to kill him. What a surprising twist! Inside the Golden Fruit building, footsteps grew closer. Along with them came a faint whiff of blood. Who is it? Who dares to kill in the Golden Fruit building so recklessly? Black Snake was stunned. He could never have imagined that someone would dare to storm into his hunting group's headquarters. What are you panicking for? Yi Liang coldly shouted, with old Lu here, anyone who comes will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man behind him stepped forward, exuding an unfathomable aura. At that moment, the visitor appeared at the door. Clad in a black robe with a white face, one hand wielding a knife and the other holding a severed head, blood dripped all the way. The face was obscured by a black hood and mask, with a few drops of bright red blood staining the white mask. Achio! Seeing the head in the visitor's hand, Black Snake was furious. Achio was his most trusted subordinate, and now he had been beheaded. Compared to Black Snake, Yi Liang and old Lu were even more shocked, their faces frozen in disbelief. They had long received news that the one who wiped out the F-level Dark Snake stronghold was a knife master in a black robe and white mask. And now, the murderer that the Yi family had been desperately searching for was right before their eyes. After the shock, joy immediately flickered in Yi Liang's eyes. Good. You didn't take the path to heaven, yet you came to hell on your own. Yi Liang stood up from the sofa, looking at Suchin's black-robed doppelganger with a cold smile. In his eyes, this black-robed figure was merely a junior martial artist. Moreover, Yi Liang himself was on the verge of a breakthrough, not to mention having old Lu, a true intermediate martial artist, by his side. Together with Black Snake, they had 3 martial artists, while the opponent had only 1. At this moment, old Lu and Black Snake also realized this, and while feeling relieved, they couldn't help but sneer. Kid, although you wiped out an F-level stronghold of the Yi family, I'm giving you a chance now. As long as you kneel before me and repent, swearing to become my dog, I will spare your life and ensure your wealth and honor. But if you refuse, the consequences will be unimaginably cruel. Yi Liang stood between old Lu and Black Snake, looking arrogantly at the black-robed figure. There were many young masters and mistresses in the Yi family, and competition was fierce, so when Yi Liang saw this ruthless and bold black-robed person, he wanted to see if he could recruit him. If he could bring him under his command, it would definitely be a tremendous fighting force. In Yi Liang's view, as the 6th young master of the Yi family, the other party was just a desperate little martial artist. As long as he offered certain promises and threats, the other party would most likely agree. However, the black-robed figure let out a cold laugh, one hand holding the knife and the other the head, slowly walking into the room. Young friend, you should believe that young master Yi Liang can guarantee your status and strength. It's not too late to kneel now. Old Lu stepped in front of Yi Liang and coldly spoke to Suchin's doppelganger. Friend, I am a subordinate of young master Yi Liang. Look, ever since I followed young master Yi Liang, I have gained immense power and wealth. This Broken Axe hunting group, this Golden Fruit building, all of it was beyond my wildest dreams before. Black Snake, knowing Yi Liang's intentions, immediately stepped forward to persuade. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. A mere piece of trash thinks he can make me kneel? Today, let you know what cruelty is. On the rooftop of the nearby building, Suchin scoffed and turned to leave the rooftop. Suchin's doppelganger showed no reaction to Yi Liang and the others' threats and temptations. It was merely a killing machine born for battle. Seeing that the black-robed figure remained cold and silent, slowly advancing, Yi Liang and the others were filled with anger. Dare to refuse a toast and instead drink a penalty drink. Today, I will let you know what the consequences are for offending the Yi family, for offending me, Yi Liang. Yi Liang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he waved his hand. Get him. Beat him into a cripple. I want him to regret coming into this world. Kill. Old Lu understood and immediately drew his long sword, charging towards Suchin's avatar with a fierce killing aura. The Black Snake also pulled out a single knife from the quasi-warrior and rushed forward with unmatched ferocity. The 2 powerful martial artists erupted with the speed of a cheetah, almost instantaneously reaching Suchin's avatar. Such speed. The quasi-warrior's eyes widened. With such powerful combat strength, that black-robed man is undoubtedly doomed. Humph. Yi Liang snorted coldly, as if he could already see the scene of the black-robed man being defeated and severely injured. Suddenly, swish, a curved blade light appeared in mid-air. Ding, bang. The blade light consecutively blocked old Lu and the Black Snake's long sword and knife. Immediately after, the black-robed avatar tossed the head in his hand and retreated rapidly. This action was, of course, an order given by Suchin. Want to escape? No way! Old Lu shouted and rushed forward. The black snake's reaction and speed were a beat slower. By the time Suchin's avatar and Old Lu burst out of the main gate, he had just begun to chase after them. Trying to escape in the city? Even with wings, you can't do it. Yi Liang arrogantly raised his chin, then turned to say, "Get me a cup of." Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that the quasi-warrior had been decapitated at some point, replaced by a black-robed man standing there. "How are you here? If you're here, then who was the one that just ran out?" "No, you are not the same person. But your auras are exactly the same." "How is this possible?" Yi Liang jumped up from the sofa as if he had seen a ghost. This black-robed man looked exactly like the previous one. It was simply against common sense. Even twins have differences. Moreover, after cultivation, a person's aura becomes even more unique. Imitating it is extremely difficult. Yi Liang felt as if his understanding was about to be overturned. At that moment, the black-robed man coldly drew his long knife and slashed down fiercely. At the same time, Old Lu and the black snake, who had rushed out the door, were equally horrified and speechless, because after they turned a corner, two black-robed men appeared before them. Both had identical appearances and auras, with not a single difference. What on earth is going on? How can there be two murderers? Old Lu and the black snake stared at each other in shock, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. At the same time, a terrifying feeling gradually grew in their hearts, and their backs began to be soaked with cold sweat. Just as Old Lu and the black snake stood frozen in place as if facing a great enemy, Suchin was also watching the two before him. Indeed, one of these two black-robed men was Suchin himself. A tribute panel. Looking at the two before him, Suchin immediately summoned their attribute panels to learn their information. The old man was named Lu Gong, a mid-level martial artist who had practiced two beginner-level techniques. One was the turtle-breathing body refinement technique and the other was the floating willow sword technique, both mastered at the entry level. However, it was unclear whether it was due to Lu Gong's old age and frailty or some hidden illness. His attack level was merely an ordinary mid-level martial artist. Moreover, Lu Gong's defense and movement were only at the mid-level martial artist level. Only his endurance was at the mid-level martial artist plus. Overall, this person's combat strength was slightly weaker than that of an average mid-level martial artist. As for the other, the black snake, there was nothing much to say. He was an ordinary beginner-level martial artist, mastering the simplest return to origin body refinement technique. Who are you? Why are you targeting the Yi family? Lu Gong seemed unable to hold back any longer. He took a deep breath and nervously asked, "Old man." Suchin coldly mocked, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm here for revenge? Revenge against our Yi family?" The black snake hissed menacingly, "You must have the wrong target." In his view, Old Lu was a mid-level martial artist, and with himself, they were definitely not the opponents of the other side in a 2-on-2 situation. Just a Yi family. A cold smile flashed in Suchin's eyes. Disrespecting the Yi family? You don't have that qualification. Lu Gong roared in anger, merging his body with his sword, and in an instant he charged at Suchin. The black snake also swung his long knife, fiercely attacking. With the strength of a mid-level martial artist against a junior martial artist, Lu Gong was filled with confidence. He believed that with this sword strike, the opponent would definitely be unable to withstand it. Yi family? Just waiting to be slaughtered. Suchin flicked his thumb, and a blade of light shot out from the sheath, followed by a surge of lightning that gathered on the blade. The clone made the same move. In an instant, two long knives flickered with lightning, exuding a terrifying might. Thunder attribute martial arts. Seeing the lightning, Lu Gong and the black snake were taken aback. Especially Lu Gong. His full confidence was instantly shattered, turning into a stormy sea. But at this moment, the two had no choice but to charge at Suchin with gritted teeth. Dark Moon instant. Suchin's wrist moved, and the lightning-wrapped tang knife sliced through the air, blooming with a dazzling and deadly blade light in front of the black snake. Faced with this incredibly powerful strike, the black snake's eyes shrank suddenly, as if falling into an ice cave. Boom, buzz, clang. After a piercing metallic tremor, a sharp sound of metal breaking followed. A broken blade fragment tore through the air, violently stabbing into the wall, while a stream of hot blood shot out from the black snake's neck like a water arrow. At the same time, Suchin's clone also crossed paths with Lu Gong, and the outcome was still undecided. However, upon seeing the black snake's face filled with pain and despair, Lu Gong instantly chose to retreat. He dashed towards the room where Yi Liang was, but he didn't notice that Suchin behind him was completely unhurried, even wanting to laugh a little. "Go on, I've saved the surprise for you." Suchin smiled lightly, leisurely following behind Lu Gong with his clone. Lu Gong rushed with all his might towards Yi Liang's room, but halfway there, he heard the sound of metal clashing. Moreover, it was mixed with Yi Liang's various shouts. "How do you know the Thunder Silk True formula? This is one of our family's hidden secrets. Stop. I am the 6th young master of the Yi family. I command you to stop." You, a mere martial artist, dare to oppose my Yi family? You will die a terrible death. You, bastard, put down the knife and we can clear our grievances. Ah, my back. You dare to cut me. Stop. I admit defeat, I was wrong. Yi Liang's voice changed from fierce to weak, finally turning into terrified submission. The young master is under attack. Lu Gong's body trembled violently, a chill running down his spine. He rushed into the room and saw Yi Liang full of fear, dodging everywhere. His usual high and mighty demeanor had completely vanished, and he looked like a stray dog driven to a dead end. And the one chasing Yi Liang was actually another man in a black robe. What is going on? What forces are these black-robed people from? Lu Gong was stunned, his eyes wide open, speechless. Lu Gong, come save me. Seeing Lu Gong appear at the door, Yi Liang's eyes suddenly burst with hope. Swish! A dazzling blade of lightning sliced across Yi Liang's back, instantly adding another terrifying wound. Ah! Lu Gong! Quick, save me! Yi Liang staggered in pain, constantly emitting a heart-wrenching cry for help. In fact, if Suchin had not temporarily wished to spare Yi Liang's life, his clone would have long since killed him. Why would he give him a chance to plead for mercy? Young master. Lu Gong opened his mouth, then gritted his teeth and fled outside. At this moment, Lu Gong was completely terrified, not knowing if a fourth or fifth figure in a black robe would appear. And even with the three black-robed figures currently present, he was absolutely no match for them. At the critical moment of life and death, he unhesitatingly chose to save his own life. Even if Yi Liang's death would cost him greatly, it was still much better than dying directly. Lu Gong, don't go, don't go. Ah! Seeing Lu Gong turn to flee, Yi Liang's hope shattered in an instant, and he let out a desperate scream. Nearly on the brink of collapse, Yi Liang really didn't want to die. He was the sixth young master of the Yi family, with good talent and a bright future ahead of him, a wonderful life waiting for him to enjoy. Just then, Yi Liang saw Lu Gong, who had run out the door, actually come back. However, Lu Gong was retreating, his legs weak. The next scene made Yi Liang's hair stand on end. Two figures in black robes appeared at the door, long knives crackling with lightning in their hands, exuding a strong aura of blood and cruelty. Three black-robed figures. Yi Liang trembled in fear. We finally meet sixth young master of the Yi family. Didn't expect it was me, right? Surprised? Suchin removed his mask, his cold voice tinged with a hint of amusement. It's you. Seeing Suchin's face, Yi Liang felt as if struck by lightning, nearly bursting his eyes. Yi Liang certainly recognized Suchin, as he had investigated him before giving the order. No, I ordered your death just yesterday. You should be a corpse. How could you appear here? You're just an ordinary person. How could you become a powerful warrior overnight? Who exactly are you? Are you human or ghost? Ah, this isn't real. Yi Liang screamed. In utter despair, his throat raw from shouting. He felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Everything around him was false. He scrambled frantically, dragging his limp body in a mad attempt to escape this terrifying dream. Besides Yi Liang, Lu Gong was also in utter disarray. He had seen Suchin before, and he knew Yi Liang had ordered Suchin's death. Now that Suchin appeared before him, it was simply unbelievable for Lu Gong. Young Master Yi, you seem a bit off. Where's your high and mighty demeanor? Your arrogant commands? Suchin smiled slightly, leisurely walking up to Yi Liang with his long knife, looking at him indifferently. I was wrong. I kneel before you. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Faced with the great terror of life and death, Yi Liang completely lost his dignity. He shamefully knelt before Suchin, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. Your Yi family killed my parents. Is that not enough? You still want to kill me? Sixth young master, do you think you can still live? Suchin's lips curled into a cold, indifferent smile. I am willing to compensate you. I have many gold coins and spirit stones. Yi Liang fumbled to take out some spirit stones from his body, then opened a nearby box. He then held the spirit stones in one hand and gold coins in the other, humbly raising them above his head, offering them to Suchin. However, Suchin merely smirked, unmoved, appearing utterly cold and heartless. I beg you. I will be your dog. I am your slave dog. Please, spare me. Spare this dog of a servant. Bang bang bang. Yi Liang completely broke down, repeatedly bowing and knocking his head, his face smeared with snot and tears, no longer resembling the elegant young master he once was. At this moment, Yi Liang was a far cry from his former self. The contrast was so great that even Lu Gong was left in a daze. Do you think it looks good? Suchin glanced at Lu Gong, mocking him. And no. Lu Gong trembled in terror, and then he slowly knelt down, humbly prostrating himself on the ground. Having fallen to this state, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Actually, you two are not without value. If you can provide me with what I want, leniency is not out of the question. Suchin looked down at Yi Liang and Lu Gong, the master and servant. His words instantly ignited a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What do you want, my lord? I will give you anything I can. Yi Liang raised his head, his eyes shining with hope as he looked at Suchin. Me too. Lu Gong hurriedly bowed as well. In that case, first write down the techniques you know. Suchin chuckled, tossing out 2 pens and several blank notebooks. Before coming here, Suchin had already set his sights on the techniques of these two. However, although he possessed the perfect plunder ability, he could not plunder what was in the enemy's mind. The techniques he had obtained from the Dark Serpent Stronghold were also written down by himself and kept close. Thus, he had prepared pens and notebooks. I'll write it now. Yi Liang picked up the pen and notebook with trembling hands, shivering as he began to write. Lu Gong also started to write down the techniques he practiced, his heart racing with fear. Suchin sat leisurely on the sofa, watching the two of them writing on the ground with indifference. About half an hour later, Yi Liang and Lu Gong stopped writing in succession. Finished? Hand it over. Suchin waved his hand, and the two immediately got up from the ground, presenting their notebooks. There were a total of 6 techniques, 2 more than what Suchin had seen through the attribute panel. It seemed that these were techniques that Yi Liang and Lu Gong had memorized but had not successfully practiced. Very good. I originally planned to make you wish you were dead. Now you're good. Performance has earned you a chance for leniency. Suchin stood up, smiling as he drew out a gleaming tang knife. Then, I'll give you a quick end. You said, spare me. Yi Liang trembled all over, his fear making him stutter. Heh, I said leniency. Suchin sneered, given our deep-seated enmity. Not executing you would be considered merciful. You broke your promise, you scoundrel. Lu Gong, quickly, protect me and escape. Seeing that he could not escape death, Yi Liang immediately planned to make a desperate move. However, Lu Gong had clearly lost the will to resist. My lord, spare me. It was all Yi Liang's doing, and I have never participated. I am willing to sever ties with Yi Liang and the Yi family. Please spare my life. Lu Gong continued to prostrate himself on the ground, his face filled with pleading. Lu Gong. Yi Liang felt suffocated by despair at this scene. Enough, stop the nonsense. Suchin raised the tang knife high, a hint of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. Accept my revenge. No. Yi Liang's wretched scream before death was abruptly cut off as the blade fell. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, and a head rolled to Lu Gong's feet, its unblinking eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Phew. Looking at Yi Liang's head, Lu Gong was horrified, even his breath trembled. The 6th young master of the Yi family. His status in the Hongfeng stronghold was one of the highest nobility. Once upon a time, he felt honored to serve as the personal guard of the 6th young master of the Yi family. But now, this lofty young master of the Yi family was like a salted fish, having his head chopped off. Master. Spare me. Lu Gong trembled as he raised his head, tears streaming from his old eyes. In fact, with his strength, he could have fought back desperately, seeking survival in the cracks, but he was already scared out of his wits, completely losing the will to resist. You've seen my face, and your family is still in the hands of the Yi family, Suchin said coldly. Do you think I can trust you? Lu Gong's body shook, and he banged his head on the ground, tears flowing down his face. Swish! The flash of a blade, and Lu Gong lost his head. Suchin twirled the knife, shaking off the blood from the blade, and then sheathed it. Next, it was time to collect the gold coins. That box contained a total of 1,265 gold coins. Adding the wealth found on Yi Liang, Lu Gong, and the members of the Broken Axe hunting group, it actually reached 4,232 coins. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the increasingly plump number, Suchin revealed a satisfied smile. After that, he changed back into his original clothes and quietly left the gold fruit building, which was filled with corpses. As for the clone, he simply sent it outside the barrier to explore and hunt rank ferocious beasts. Upon returning to the inn, Suchin immediately took out the 6 martial arts techniques contributed by Yi Liang and Lu Gong. All 6 books were basic techniques. 3 were body tempering techniques, 2 were weapon techniques, and 1 was a property technique. To Suchin's surprise, this property technique was also a lightning attribute technique. Moreover, its name was similar to Thunder Silk True Formula, called Thunder Light True Formula. I wonder what the connection between these two is. Suchin eagerly flipped open the Thunder Light True Formula to read. After a rough skim, Suchin immediately replaced the Thunder Silk True Formula on the martial arts little person with the Thunder Light True Formula. Ding! Martial arts technique changed to Thunder Light True Formula. At the same time, the twisted Thunder Silk in the little person's hand disappeared. In its place, 2 flickering balls of lightning appeared beneath its feet. Suchin stared at the martial arts little person, excitedly waiting. About 10 minutes later, ding! Thunder Light True Formula has reached the entry level. A large amount of lightning attribute essence poured in, and Suchin's mastery of the Thunder Light True Formula immediately reached the entry level. This is actually a property technique that enhances movement speed, and it belongs to a higher level lightning attribute technique, just like the Thunder Silk True Formula. Suchin's eyes sparkled, unable to contain his excitement. The Thunder Silk True Formula and Thunder Light True Formula were born from the same source, complementing each other and greatly increasing their power. Practicing both techniques simultaneously was not just 1 + 1 = 2, it was at least equal to 3. Let's give it a try. With a thought, Suchin's internal spiritual energy cyclone spun wildly, and his feet gradually became enveloped in a layer of flickering lightning light. The next second, Suchin took a light step forward and shot out like an arrow, almost crashing into the wall. Wow, this technique is terrifying. Suchin gasped in surprise, feeling that his speed had at least doubled compared to before. Immediately after, he drew his tang knife, and a large amount of lightning silk flowed from his hand into the blade, exuding an extraordinary might. These lightning silks were clearly denser, more active, and much stronger than before. Awesome, Suchin revealed a brilliant smile, then turned his gaze to the other 5 martial arts techniques: turtle breathing, body refinement technique, immovable locking technique, rain treading step, willow sword technique, and flying flower shadow sword. 3 body refinement techniques, 2 weapon techniques. Suchin chuckled. I wonder how much my combat power will increase if I practice all 5 techniques to the entry level? Next, Suchin placed these 5 techniques onto the training figurine one by one, practicing them all to the entry level. After switching the one-click practice technique to Thunder Silk True technique, Suchin summoned the attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbid. Body realm level: Beginner Warrior Attack level, Advanced Warrior plus Defense level, Intermediate Warrior Movement level, Advanced Warrior Stamina level, Intermediate Warrior Mastered techniques: Boundless Heart Sutra, Thunder Light True technique, Beginner entry, Thunder Silk True technique. Beginner entry, Flying Flower Shadow Sword. Beginner entry, Ghost Moonblade technique. Beginner entry, White Feather Step technique. Beginner entry, Rain Treading Step. Beginner entry, Immovable Locking technique. Beginner entry, Willow Sword technique. Beginner entry, Turtle Breathing Body Refinement technique. Beginner entry, Return to Origin Body Refinement technique. Beginner entry. Activated System Functions: one-click Cultivation function. Level 3, one-click Martial Arts function. Level 3, Clone Dispatch function. Level 2, Advanced Warrior plus. Hee. Suchin couldn't help but let out an excited laugh. And my movement level has also reached Advanced Warrior dash. With such combat power, I can almost challenge advanced warriors across 2 small levels. How exhilarating. However, after the excitement, Suchin also noticed a problem. As his combat power increased, the improvement of the entry-level beginner techniques had begun to diminish. I still need to promote the techniques to the small success level as soon as possible. Suchin pondered and asked, System: how long until the Thunder Silk True technique can be promoted to small success level? Host: the Thunder Silk True technique only needs 46 hours to be promoted to small success level. 46 hours? My cultivation realm can be directly promoted to intermediate warrior in just 2 days. Suchin thought. The cultivation realm is the most fundamental and important. Spending roughly the same amount of time, the benefits of improving the cultivation realm are greater. With this in mind, Suchin decided to prioritize upgrading the one-click cultivation function next. To upgrade the function, I still need gold coins. Just thinking about money made Suchin feel as if he was broke. Although he had just earned 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, he was still far from the 10,000 gold coins needed. At that moment, 2 people walked by in the corridor outside, talking. One person said mysteriously, Have you heard? The Golden Fruit Building has been slaughtered. What? The Golden Fruit Building has been slaughtered? Who dares to act in the city? Aren't they afraid of the Alliance enforcers? And they slaughtered the Golden Fruit Building of the Broken Axe Hunting Group? I know that the Broken Axe Hunting Group has people from the Yi family behind them. This force that dares to slaughter the Golden Fruit Building is truly insane. The other person incredulously replied. The first person continued mysteriously, Hee, isn't it insane? Do you know that besides the Broken Axe Hunting Group, the 6th young master of the Yi family and his servants also died in the Golden Fruit Building? What did you say? The 6th young master of the Yi family is dead too? The other person couldn't help but clap. This is going to offend the Yi family to death. Truly impressive. The mysterious person laughed. Isn't it? Didn't they say that a base of the Yi family was also destroyed? I suspect it's the same force that did it. And I think it's great. The Yi family and the Broken Axe Hunting Group should have all gone to hell long ago. Sho, keep it down, but it's really satisfying that they were wiped out. Heroes, the 2 kept exclaiming, completely unaware that the protagonist of the incident was nearby, happily listening from the next room. Suchin smiled faintly. It seems that taking down the Broken Axe Hunting Group was indeed a good deed. But just then, the words from outside made him pause. One person said, It's a hero, but unfortunately, the Yi family has already teamed up with the Martial Alliance to investigate this matter. It was said that they had mobilized many skilled investigators and found several leads. If those people from that faction were still in the city, they would definitely be unable to escape. Another person said, Then we can only pray that they can escape smoothly. Speaking of which, where are those 2 we invited last time? I don't know, probably on their way. The voices outside gradually faded away, and Suchin completely calmed down. After a moment, he left the inn and headed towards the city hall. Suchin knew that although his strength was comparable to a high-level martial artist and he had 2 avatars of the same level, staying in the city was still a very risky thing. Therefore, he planned to move the troublemaking location outside the city again. With such a big incident happening in the city Hall was already under strict guard. Those wanting to leave the city formed a long line, and almost everyone was discussing the destruction of the Yi family's stronghold and the massacre at the Golden Fruit Building. Suchin observed discreetly and found that everyone had to be questioned multiple times and verify their identity cards before being allowed to pass. Going through the inspection like this is a bit risky. Suchen's eyes turned and he dispatched one of his hunting avatars to the vicinity of the Golden Fruit Building. He specifically made the avatar run into a corner, pretending to be hiding from pursuit, and then deliberately let some people see him. There should be good news soon. Suchen smirked and found a cool place to rest his eyes. Sure enough, news of the murderer of the Golden Fruit Building revealing their whereabouts gradually spread. Even the people at the city hall knew about it. Now, people expressed dissatisfaction with the strict inspection process. Oh, the murderer has appeared over by the Golden Fruit Building. What are you still checking for? Exactly, as a high-level body refining martial artist, how could I possibly massacre the Golden Fruit Building? Hurry, my wife is injured. Outside the city, I need to bring her medicine. Everyone became indignant, demanding a simplified inspection process. After some discussion, the staff of the Martial Alliance decided to allow those who were junior martial artists and below to pass through the inspection directly. Thus, Suchen successfully left the city. Who would have thought that his spiritual energy fluctuation was only that of a junior martial artist? Hee, the sky is high and the birds can fly, the sea is wide and the fish can swim. Walking on the path outside the city, Suchen raised the corner of his mouth and then dispatched the avatar from inside the city to hunt outside again. Ding! You have obtained 4 silver shadow wolf fangs, 1 silver shadow wolf fur, 4 silver shadow wolf claws, 6 silver shadow wolf blood and flesh. Ding! You have obtained silver shadow wolf. Suchen raised his eyebrows happily. This is a beast of martial artist level, each worth an average of 5 gold coins. Great, so great. At this time, in the Yi family mansion, in the study. Who on earth is it? How dare they destroy my stronghold and kill my grandson? The head of the Yi family, Yi Feizhang, had a face as cold as ice, with anger brewing in his eyes. In the Hongfeng city stronghold, no one had dared to offend the Yi family's authority for a long time. But now, in just 2 days, someone had caused 2 attacks against the Yi family right under his nose, even killing one of his grandsons. This was simply too rampant, too disrespectful. Father, I have sealed off the airport and the city gates. The murderer is in the city. I will definitely catch him and make him regret coming into this world. Yi Xiangming's eyes were bloodshot, and a fierce killing intent erupted from him. If anyone had a burning desire for revenge, it was Yi Xiangming, for he was the father of Yi Liang. The pain of losing a son nearly drove him to madness. Within 3 days, I want this person to kneel before me and repent. Yi Feizhang coldly waved his hand and then turned to leave. Following that, Yi Xiangming took a deep breath and walked out of the study. In the courtyard outside stood 8 people, 6 high-level martial artists and 2 martial masters. Among them was Yi Tian, who had chased after Suchen's avatar. The head of the family said to catch that bastard within 3 days. Yi Xiangming struggled to suppress his anger, maintaining his composure. How are your preparations going? The Martial Alliance has already dispatched a large number of personnel. The Bao family and the Yu family have also stated they will keep an eye on the murderer's whereabouts. Additionally, we have issued a high bounty. Almost everyone in the city is our informant. Yi Tian stepped forward and said, under our net, the murderer cannot escape, and the dignity of the Yi family will surely be preserved. Very good. A trace of undisguised ferocity appeared on Yi Xiangming's face at that time. I will use the most brutal punishment to make him wish he were dead. Walking along a path outside the city, Suchen felt quite pleased. Although he couldn't see the Yi family's fury, he could guess it. Just a little appetizer. I hope you enjoy it. Suchen smirked, pulled out a map, and opened it. Next, it's time for the main course. The grudge for his own death had been avenged, but the revenge for his parents' deaths had yet to be settled. The Yi family, those who treated lives as trifles, continued to act arrogantly and live freely. This was absolutely intolerable. Moreover, Suchen had destroyed a stronghold of the Yi family and killed Yi Liang. This grudge was irreconcilable. Even if Suchen no longer sought trouble with the Yi family, they would still madly pounce on him. Therefore, taking the initiative was the only choice. You're the one, Golden Flame Leopard E level stronghold. Soon, Suchen identified the next Yi family stronghold to ambush and sent an avatar ahead to scout the situation. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance. Suchen focused his gaze and thought, oh, familiar faces. The flamboyantly braided man in the crowd was none other than Yang Shi. At that moment, Yang Shi also spotted Suchen. It's that little bastard, Suchen, who humiliated me in the Martial Alliance Hall. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Yang Shi gritted his teeth and, with a cold smile, led his guards towards Suchen. The humiliation from yesterday was still fresh in his memory, and the incident had gradually spread. Those rivals he had previously looked down upon had not missed the chance to mock him over this. This made Yang Shi wish he could find Suchen immediately and tear him to pieces to avenge his humiliation. So, upon seeing Suchen, he rushed forward without hesitation, as if afraid Suchen would run away. Ha! As he got closer, Yang Shi sensed something was off. He felt the faint aura fluctuations emanating from Suchin. What's going on? Has he broken through to a martial artist? No, what am I thinking? He just broke through to intermediate body refinement. Yesterday. At this moment, those around Yangshi also noticed the aura fluctuations from Suchin and began to hesitate. Young master, that person is a martial artist. He might not be the one who humiliated you yesterday. Yeah, young master, the master instructed us not to easily offend martial artists. Everyone advised him. What's there to be afraid of? A little martial artist, can't I afford to offend him? Even if I got it wrong, what can happen? Who can touch me? Besides, he might not even be a martial artist. Maybe he has some treasure that emits aura fluctuations. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Yangshi's eyes and his steps quickened. The others had no choice but to follow. Soon, the 5 of them arrived in front of Suchin. You're here, little brother? Suchin asked with a smile, a hint of mischief at the corner of his mouth. Don't try to get close to me. Yangshi glanced at Suchin disdainfully and then he became even more uncertain, because he discovered that the fluctuations of spiritual energy on Suchin were indeed those of a martial artist, not the treasure he had speculated could emit spiritual energy. At such a close distance, the unique fluctuations of a beginner martial artist's spiritual energy could not be faked. You really broke through to the martial artist realm? Yangshi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen an alien. Are you blind, can't you tell? Suchin looked at Yangshi indifferently, a playful smile appearing on his lips. This is impossible. Yangshi trembled all over, screaming in fear. You just broke through to intermediate body refinement yesterday morning. How could you possibly break through to the martial artist realm in just one day? No, this isn't real, it can't be real. I don't believe it. TSK can't handle this little blow? Suchin sneered. Then what will you do next? I did say, don't let me run into you again. But here you are, not avoiding me, rushing right in front of me. Don't you know the saying, heaven has a path you don't walk, hell has no door you barge into? What are you being arrogant for? Shi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with shock and jealousy. Don't think that just because you're a beginner martial artist, you can act wild in front of me. I'll tell you, no matter what, you're still a waste in front of me, because you will be defeated by me and tortured to death. Although Suchin was a beginner martial artist, Yangshi had brought 4 beginner martial artists with him on this hunting trip to ensure his safety. In his eyes, those 4 beginner martial artists could definitely beat Suchin to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so scared, Suchin mocked, hugging his shoulders. But what you said about the outcome is really tragic, very fitting for you. You bastard, I'll kill you. Yangshi was so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His face twisted and he turned to shout, what are you waiting for? Get him. Yes. The 4 beginner martial artists immediately surrounded Suchin. Although the master had instructed them not to let Yangshi cause trouble, now that Yangshi was about to explode with anger, how could they stand by? Moreover, they were outside the city. Killing him wouldn't be a problem, given the Yang family's background. Are you scared now? Yangshi looked at Suchin with a cold smile. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life. Kneel. Our young master is not someone you can provoke. Kneel quickly, or don't blame us for being heavy-handed. Kneel down, hurry. The 4 guards looked at Suchin with disdain, for against one, there was no suspense at all. Provoking me is truly your misfortune. Suchin sneered, drawing out his tang knife. The sunlight reflected off the blade, casting a chilling light. Yangshi and the 4 guards shivered simultaneously, feeling something was off. Get him, what are you afraid of? I'll give you 3 seconds, take him down. Yangshi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples as he shouted, kill. The 4 guards roared, drawing their swords and charging at Suchin. I can't believe I felt a sense of dread from such lowly scum. It's really watching Suchin, who had nowhere to dodge amidst the flashing blades. Yangshi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In just a few seconds, the opponent would be cut down to the point of being unable to take care of himself. Yangshi seemed to already see the scene of Suchin being severely injured, at his mercy. Just thinking about that exhilarating feeling made him unable to suppress a cruel smile. But in the next moment, his smile instantly froze. Reflected in his pupils was a swirling blade of lightning, along with 4 figures flying backward. Bang 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 bang. The 4 martial artists fell to the ground in different postures, continuously screaming in agony. 1 second, just 1 second, 1 strike, just 1 strike. Yangshi's 4 martial artist subordinates were all severely injured and howling in despair. How could this happen? Am I dreaming? Yangshi murmured in disbelief. It was clearly a battle without suspense, yet his subordinates were taken down with a single strike. Whether it's a dream or not, you can feel it. Suchin sneered as he stepped forward, arriving in front of Yangshi like the wind, raising his hand for a slap. Smack. Even as a mere martial artist, Yangshi couldn't even see Suchin's movement clearly before he was sent spinning away. So painful, my face. Yangshi fell to the ground, landing in a way that made him look ridiculous, the intense pain causing him to instinctively cover the injured area and scream. At this moment, half of his face was completely swollen and blood was flowing from his ears, nose, and mouth. And this was still the result of Suchin holding back. Otherwise, with Suchin's advanced martial artist level, that slap could have blown Yang Shi's head apart. So painful. Blood. I'm bleeding. Yang Shi touched his own blood, surprisingly terrified to the point of tears. So useless? The main act hasn't even started yet. Suchin coldly laughed as he slowly walked towards Yang Shi. No, don't come over. Get away. Get away, you devil. I don't want to die. The sound of Suchin's footsteps struck Yang Shi's heart like the tolling of a death bell, scaring him nearly out of his wits. You promised to torture me in every possible way. Suchin stood in front of Yang Shi, his toes just a few centimeters from Yang Shi's face. No, please give me a chance, I won't dare again. Yang Shi cried out, gasping, I really know I was wrong, Lord Su, spare me. Suchin smirked, if you want me to spare you. It's not impossible, it just depends on how much you're willing to pay. With 4 junior martial artists as bodyguards, the young family Yang Shi belonged to must be incredibly wealthy, making it hard for the broke Suchin to refuse. I have 5 spirit stones on me, and my family has a lot of money. Yang Shi hurriedly shouted, I'm the eldest son of the family, they'll give you whatever you want. TSK, with so much money, why did you go to collect some allowance back then and still provoke me? Suchin laughed and shrugged, alright, enough chit-chat, have your family bring 200,000 gold coins immediately. The young family could send 4 martial artists to protect Yang Shi, definitely a major family second only to the Yi family. Therefore, Suchin directly made a lion's demand for 200,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. Yang Shi trembled all over, his skin twitching. Even for the young family's years of accumulation, 200,000 gold coins would be a significant portion of their savings. What? You're not worth that much? Suchin raised an eyebrow, then forget it, go. Die. Saying this, he lifted the lightning-wreathed tang knife. No, don't. Yang Shi shouted in extreme terror, 200,000 is fine. My father will definitely give it. I'm my father's only son. Deal. Suchin smirked and sheathed his knife. In reality, he had made a lion's demand, getting 100,000 would have been a pleasant surprise, but 200,000 was beyond imagination. With this money, the 3 system functions could be upgraded again, and at that time, Suchin's strength would increase at a crazy rate. Thank you, Lord Su, for sparing my life. Thank you. Having saved his life, Yang Shi was so moved he cried tears of joy, repeatedly bowing. Finally, he didn't have to die. Although a brutal family punishment was inevitable after this incident and he might even suffer greatly, he had saved his life. He could still enjoy wealth, power, and beauty, and continue to trample on ordinary people. Alright, everyone. Get up, Suchin said lightly. Yang Shi and the others immediately trembled, forcing themselves to rise from the ground despite their injuries. You, Su. Chen pointed at a guard with intact legs and said, go send a message. Have the Yang family prepare 200,000 gold coins and send a formal warrior to the Red Woods in the E-level Chinken Deer area within half a day. If no one arrives by then, or if your Yang family dares to play any tricks, your young master will die a very miserable death. At that time, I will also return his head to the Yang family, making your family a laughingstock. Suchin certainly wouldn't take risks himself. Matters like ransom could be handled by his clone. The Chinken Deer area was precisely where his clone was currently hunting, a place without any faction's stronghold. Yes, Master, I will go send the message right away. The guard nodded hurriedly and then ran swiftly towards the barrier. Let's go. Suchin turned and walked forward. Ha! Yang Shi was taken aback and cautiously said, Master Su, that direction isn't towards the Chinken Deer area. Who said I was going to the Chinken Deer area? Suchin glanced at Yang Shi indifferently. By the way, did I permit you to speak? Why yes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yang Shi shrank his neck in fear, like a turtle. He tightly closed his mouth and followed Suchin, mingling among the 3 injured guards. Only in this way did he feel a bit of safety. Soon, Suchin led Yang Shi and the 4 to a very remote mountain gorge. Clone dispatch. With a thought, the clone hunting in the Chinken Deer area immediately materialized in front of him. This is a black-robed figure with a white mask. Yang Shi and the others stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. They had only heard that a Yi family stronghold was destroyed by a black-robed maniac, which was why they decided to return to the city. But now, this black-robed maniac appeared right before them. Moreover, he appeared in such an unbelievable manner. Additionally, standing there silently with his hands down, he looked just like a subordinate. Could it be that this black-robed maniac is actually Suchin's subordinate? This thought simultaneously flashed through the minds of Yang Shi and the others, leaving them stunned. It was already incredible to break through to a martial artist in less than a day. And now, this Suchin had such a bizarre subordinate. It was too illogical, too hard to believe. Who exactly was Suchin? A freak? A monster? It seemed that neither term could adequately describe him. Looking at the young boy in front of them, Yang Shi and the others were completely at a loss for words. Next, my subordinate will lead you to the Chinkindir area, Suchin said, but before that, hand over all your belongings and recite all the martial arts you know from memory. Saying this, he tossed out a pen and a blank notebook. Why yes, master. Yang Sure and the others dared not show any defiance and immediately handed over their belongings, then began to recite the martial arts from memory. After Suchin stored them in the system space, the gold coin icon immediately increased by over 600 coins. The total amount of gold coins had now reached a staggering 5,000. Before long, Yang Shi and the others finished reciting the martial arts, trembling as they handed them to Suchin. Excluding the Infinite Heart Sutra and the Return to Origin Body Refining Technique, there were a total of 3 martial arts, all of which were basic body refining techniques. Just in time, my defense and endurance have been lagging behind, now I can make up for it. Suchin smiled lightly and then began to browse through the martial arts. The first part is called Spirit Recovery Body Refining Technique, specifically designed to enhance the speed of spirit recovery and improve endurance. The second part is called Golden Body Bone Refining Technique, which focuses on training the bones to increase defense. The third part is called Rock Solid Body Refining Technique, which also amplifies defense. After flipping through the 3 techniques, Suchin gathered a bolt of lightning and burned the book completely. Hiss. Seeing the lightning in Suchin's hand, Yang Shi and the others couldn't help but shiver. Those were attribute techniques, who knows how much time and effort it would take to successfully cultivate them. Yet, Suchin managed to master them at the beginner martial artist stage, which was simply unbelievable. However, what they didn't expect was that even more incredible things were yet to come. System, replace lightning. True technique with spirit recovery body refining technique. Suchin's consciousness sank into a mysterious black space and he immediately issued the command. Ding. Cultivation technique changed to spirit recovery body refining technique. After the system prompt, the martial arts figure changed its movements and began to make various twisted poses. A few minutes later, ding. Spirit recovery body refining technique has reached the beginner level. Suchin felt a warmth in his body and the spirit power in his meridians seemed to have become denser. Following that, without any hesitation, he immediately switched from Spirit Recovery Body Refining Technique to Golden Body Bone Refining Technique. After reaching the beginner level with Golden Body Bone Refining Technique, he quickly switched to Rock Solid Body Refining Technique. In less than 10 minutes, Suchin had cultivated all 3 beginner techniques to the beginner level. At this moment, his aura also became heavier, giving off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. This aura made Yang Shi and the others' eyes nearly pop out. This is the feeling of reaching the beginner level in Rock Solid Body Refining Technique, and the aura of Golden Body Bone Refining Technique at the beginner level. Spirit Recovery Body Refining Technique has also reached the beginner level. Moreover, how has the aura of his black-robed subordinate become stronger too? What on earth is going on? This is too unbelievable. Yang Shi and the others gaped, their jaws dropping, staring at Suchin as if he were a monster. At this moment, they were all beginning to doubt whether Suchin was even human. Suchin glanced at them, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he switched the one-click cultivation technique back to Lightning True Technique and called up the attribute panel. Name, Suchin, race, human, talent level, impure body, realm level, beginner martial artist, attack level, peak martial artist, defense level, advanced martial artist, body technique level, advanced martial artist, endurance level, advanced martial artist, mastered. Techniques, Boundless Heart Sutra, Lightning True Technique, beginner entry, Lightning Silk True Technique, beginner entry, Flying Flower Shadow Sword. Beginner entry, Ghost Moon Blade Technique, beginner entry, White Feather Step Technique, beginner entry, Rain Treading Step Technique, beginner entry, Immovable Lock Body Technique, beginner entry, Floating Willow Sword Technique, beginner entry, Turtle Breathing Body Refining Technique, beginner entry, Returning Origin Body Refining Technique, beginner entry, Spirit Recovery Body Refining Technique, beginner entry, Golden Body Bone Refining Technique, beginner entry, Rock Solid Body Refining Technique, beginner entry, Activated System Functions, One-Click Cultivation Function, Level 3, One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 3, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 2, Attack level has actually reached Peak Martial Artist. Suchin raised his eyebrows. In surprise, it seems these body refining techniques also enhance strength. Additionally, the other 3 attributes have all reached the Advanced Martial Artist level. This is fantastic. After a moment of excitement, Suchin turned his gaze back to Yang Shi and the others. Gulp. Yang Shi, who was being stared at by Suchin, swallowed hard. In his eyes, Suchin had already become a monster. The other 3 martial artists were similarly tense, their bodies stiffening, and their necks nearly unable to turn. Now you will follow my subordinate to the Chinkindir area. Suchin smiled faintly. I'm in a good mood. And if you behave, I won't make things difficult for you. Why yes. Yang Shi stammered. We will definitely obey. Suchin curled his lips and turned to leave. The black-robed clone also headed towards the Chinkindir direction, and Yang Shi and the others immediately followed, trembling with fear. On the other side, the messenger martial artist rushed into the barrier, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Isn't that the guard from the Yang family? What is he in such a hurry for? Ha, he's injured. I saw this guard take young Master Yang out hunting this morning. It seems something has happened. No way, right? Young Master Yang has 4 junior martial artist guards. It's dangerous outside the city. What are junior martial artists worth? If they stumble into a perilous area, even martial masters might not return. While the crowd was discussing, the messenger martial artist had already disappeared from their sight. About half an hour later, the messenger martial artist finally arrived at the Young family. Quick, let me in. At the entrance, the messenger martial artist rushed breathlessly to the doorman. The family head is entertaining guests. The doorman looked at the bloodied guard. In shock, what happened? Where's the young master? He had a bad feeling. The messenger martial artist said urgently, we've provoked a powerful enemy. The young master has been captured. What? The young master has been captured. The doorman was momentarily stunned. He couldn't imagine who would dare to detain the eldest son of the Young family. Stop talking nonsense, get out of the way. The messenger martial artist lost patience, pushed past the doorman, and ran into the main house. Hey, wait for me. The doorman immediately followed. In the courtyard, a small yet luxurious banquet was underway. The guests present were either powerful martial artists or high-ranking officials. Come, esteemed guests, this cup is for everyone. Yang Tianrui, the head of the Yang family, stood up to invite the esteemed guests to drink. Head of the family, something bad has happened. The messenger martial artist shouted as he rushed into the courtyard. Did I not say that no one is to disturb me and my guests? Yang Tianrui's face turned angry and he exploded on the spot. What kind of behavior is this? Someone take him to the confinement room and wait for punishment. Among these guests were distinguished members of the Yi family. How could they be disturbed? Moreover, this messenger martial artist barged in without any decorum. This made Yang Tianrui appear incapable of managing his subordinates, losing face in front of others. Get out. Hurry up and leave. Whatever it is, talk about it later. 2 guards frowned and were about to throw the stunned messenger martial artist out. Hey, wait a minute. A young man in purple stood up and waved his hand. Concerned, I see this martial artist is injured. He must have urgent matters. If there is a reason, we will not blame him. Please tell us what happened. If we can help, we will do our best to assist. Upon hearing this, the messenger martial artist looked eagerly at Yang Tianrui. Since young master Yi Lingfeng has said so, I will give you a chance. Yang Tianrui nodded. Speak, but if it's a trivial matter, I won't let you off. Head of the family, it's the young master who is in trouble. The messenger martial artist knelt on the ground, a mournful expression on his face. We have provoked a powerful enemy, and the young master has been captured. What? My son has been captured? Yang Tianrui felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had cherished Yang Shi dearly as he was his only son. Hearing that his son had been captured ignited a fury within him, like a bomb exploding, ready to burst forth from his every pore. What are you all doing? How could you not protect my son? You worthless piece of trash, how dare you come back here? I will kill you, I will kill you. Yang Tianrui was almost mad, drawing his long sword with a clang, ready to kill on the spot. Master Yang, calm down. Since the murderer only took him hostage, he must have ulterior motives. Yang Shi is temporarily safe. Master Yang, you must remain calm and not lose your composure. Yi Lingfeng stepped forward to block Yang Tianrui, and other guests quickly surrounded them. Under the persuasion of the young master of the Yi family and the guests, Yang Tianrui gradually calmed down. Everyone, I apologize, I lost my composure. Yang Tianrui took a deep breath, his face turning as red as pig liver. You guards, hurry up and tell us the details. We were guarding the young master on his hunting return when we provoked a junior martial artist. The reporting martial artist crawled on the ground, trembling as he spoke, but this junior martial artist is very powerful. The 4 of us junior martial artists were defeated by him in one strike. After that, the young master was taken hostage, and the murderer demanded that the family head send 200,000 gold coins to the E-level Chinkandir area's red woods within half a day. Otherwise, he will send the young master's head to you, humiliating the young family's dignity and inviting ridicule. What? This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. You brat! A mere junior martial artist dares to be so arrogant. Yang Tianrui was furious, his face shifting from red to green to white as if he had opened a dye shop. The dignified head of the Yang family was actually being threatened like this. It was an incredible humiliation. Yang Tianrui swore that once he found the murderer, he would make him experience all the tortures of the world. Besides Yang Tianrui, the others were equally dumbfounded. This person is too arrogant, actually demanding 200,000 gold coins. But this guy is really strong. He was able to defeat 4 opponents of the same level with overwhelming force. I wonder what kind of person he is. By the way, not long ago, at the Golden Fruit Building, young master Yi Lingfeng's 6th brother, the guests were discussing among themselves, then turned their gaze to Yi Lingfeng, who had a slight frown. Master Yang, this murderer is truly audacious and extremely arrogant. Yi Lingfeng said, I am willing to lend you a hand to retrieve Yang Shi and slay the murderer. Young Master Yi Lingfeng's kindness, I appreciate it. Yang Tianrui forced a smile. This small matter, I can still handle. No. This murderer was able to defeat 4 junior martial artists with one strike. His true combat power is likely that of a senior martial artist. Yi Lingfeng's gaze turned cold. Therefore, this murderer is very likely the same person who slaughtered my Yi family's stronghold in the Golden Fruit Building. Yang Tianrui was taken aback. But the murderer who slaughtered the Golden Fruit Building is not in the city? The traces left by the murderer are too fake. It must be a diversion. Yi Lingfeng shook his head. I believe those pursuing the murderer have already discovered this, but they are not quite sure. I need to return home now to report this so that the pursuers can adjust their deployment and capture the murderer. This, Yang Tianrui became somewhat hesitant. Yi Lingfeng knew what Yang Tianrui was thinking and reassured him. Master Yang, rest assured, we will prioritize ensuring Yang Shi's safety. In that case, I will trouble young Master Yi Lingfeng. Yang Tianrui nodded and said to a trusted aide, Yang Zhen, you immediately go get 20 medium-grade spirit stones. You will deliver them to the E-level Qingqin Deer Redwoods. At the same time, Suchin arrived at his destination, the Golden Flame Leopard E-level area. Although he had received a big order on the way, the main plan could not be put on hold. The E-level area was clearly much more dangerous than the F-level area. The geographical environment alone made it difficult to move. Moreover, there were not only E-level ferocious beasts here but also various F-level ferocious beasts. For body refiners to come here was akin to seeking death. Official warriors acting alone can be very dangerous. Most of them hunt in teams and share the spoils at the end. This is also why E-rank ferocious beasts are so valuable. After all, if they are sold cheaply, splitting the profits would leave nothing to gain. TSK, in this thorny jungle, even official warriors with slightly inferior agility find it hard to move forward. Surveying the harsh environment around him, Suchin clicked his tongue and then took out a map. After confirming the direction, Suchin followed the route marked on the map towards the Yi family's Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. Suddenly, 3 disheveled figures burst out from the nearby jungle. The 3 were carrying backpacks covered in blood, with even the blood on their clothes congealed, clearly having gone through quite a battle. At this moment, they looked terrified, glancing back frequently, evidently being pursued. Roar! A massive white leopard, about 2 meters tall, charged out of the jungle. Its gem-like eyes fixed intently on the fleeing trio. The white leopard had tufts of golden mane growing around its neck and knee joints, appearing like burning golden flames in the mountain wind. So this is the Golden Flame Leopard? Not bad, really impressive. Suchin observed the white leopard with interest. Too bad it can't be tamed as a mount. Immediately after, 4 more white leopards rushed out, surrounding the 3 injured warriors. It's over. We're done for. Wife, child, I'm sorry. The 3 warriors showed despair on their faces. Roar! The Golden Flame Leopard growled again, its form turning into a white shadow, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it charged fiercely at them. Let's fight. One warrior revealed a fierce expression, drawing his sword horizontally, determined to not let the Golden Flame Leopards have it easy even if it meant death. The other 2 gritted their teeth, preparing for a desperate fight. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. Who is it? The leader of the 3 warriors looked astonished and immediately shouted, Don't come over, run away. But it was too late. The figure had already reached under one of the Golden Flame Leopard's claws. Kill! Seeing no way to turn back, the 3 warriors rushed forward to join the person who came to assist them in fighting the Golden Flame Leopard. But just then, they heard a low shout. Instant! Suchin took a stance and drew his sword. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The bodies of the 4 Golden Flame Leopards suddenly froze, then collapsed to the ground, not even having the chance to scream. Immediately after, the bodies of the Golden Flame Leopards vanished into thin air, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! You have obtained 4 Golden Flame Leopard fangs, 2 Golden Flame Leopard eyeballs, 1 Golden Flame Leopard pelt, 4 Golden Flame Leopard claws. So refreshing. Suchin smirked, sheathing his sword. What the? My goodness, how powerful. One strike and he killed all the Golden Flame Leopards chasing us. And his aura is only that of a junior warrior. This is too unbelievable. The 3 warriors stared wide-eyed, their hearts in turmoil. At that moment, they also noticed that the bodies of the Golden Flame Leopards had disappeared, leaving them even more shocked. Spatial ring. He must be the young master of a major family from a high-level stronghold. The 3 warriors looked at Suchin with increasing awe, as if they were mere mortals gazing at a deity. What are you standing there for? Suchin glanced at the 3 with indifference. Aren't you going to treat your wounds? The first reaction of these 3 upon seeing him was to urge him to leave, showing no intention of dragging him down, which seemed to indicate they still had some conscience. Thus, Suchin's attitude was relatively mild. Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, young master. The 3 immediately began to tend to their wounds. Before long, they had applied the medicine. Suchin tossed out 3 sets of clothes. Look at you all tattered. Put these on. Thank you for your gift, young master. The leading warrior eagerly accepted Suchin's clothes as if they were a treasure, then distributed them to the other 2 to wear. What are your names? Suchin asked casually. Are you familiar with the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold? In response to the young master, my name is Lu Zhong, and these two are Deng Qi and Wang Chang. Lu Zhong, the leader, replied respectfully. We have been mingling in the Golden Flame Leopard area for years and are very familiar with the stronghold. I'm a bit tired. Suchin smiled slightly. Could you take me to the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold to rest? This was Suchin's purpose for saving these three. The Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold is a semi-open stronghold. Apart from the Yi family warriors, only those who are well acquainted can enter. Suchin knew that if he were alone, he would definitely be blocked outside. But with Lu Zhong and the others leading him, he could swagger right into the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold. Of course, no problem. Lu Zhong nodded with a smile. We are old acquaintances with the guards at the gate. We can definitely get you in. That's great. Suchin beamed. Let's hurry over. It's just right that you all need to recover as well. Okay, sure. Lu Zhong and the others quickly agreed. Then, under the guidance of Lu Zhong and the others, Suchin continued towards the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold. Along the way, fierce beasts attacked, but all became materials in Suchin's storage space. With his peak warrior level attack power, as long as he didn't encounter a large-scale E-level beast horde, he could walk through here with ease. His formidable combat strength also made Lu Zhong and the others even more in awe. After about an hour, the four of them arrived outside the Yi family's Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold. Compared to the F-level stronghold, this E-level stronghold was much smaller in area, but its walls were even more solid and towering. Li Laoqi, open the door quickly. Lu Zhong took out a golden flame leopard fong from his backpack and skillfully tossed it into an arrow slit in the city wall. Hey, who's that? A man with a rooster comb hairstyle popped up from the wall. Lu Zhong, kid? And a stranger? With the three of us vouching, what are you being so suspicious for? Deng Qi frowned and said, it's dangerous. Outside, let us in quickly. No way, strangers can't enter. The rooster comb man looked impatiently at Suchin and the others but didn't move away. Damn it, you scoundrel. Lu Zhong muttered a curse, then took out another golden flame leopard fong and tossed it to the rooster comb man. Alright, for your sake, I'll let him in. The rooster comb man weighed the fong in his hand with satisfaction, then pressed the mechanism to open the city gate. The four of them quickly entered through the gate, and the heavy door immediately closed behind them. So many people? Suchin looked around and found that this place was not just sparsely populated with formal warriors as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was bustling with people, most of whom were body refiners. They were responsible for many tasks and were an essential part of the stronghold's normal operation. Because of the harsh external environment, these people rarely left the stronghold except during major relocations. As a result, some even got married and had children here. At this moment, Lu Zhong respectfully asked, Young master, do you want us to find you a place to stay? No need. Suchin waved his hand lightly. You all go rest, I'll take a stroll. Yes. Lu Zhong and the others exchanged glances, then reluctantly left. To them, Suchin was like a super strong leg to lean on if they could hold on tight. A life of wealth and honor awaited them. Unfortunately, they had already lost their usefulness, so Suchin wouldn't let them follow. After Lu Zhong and the others left, Suchin looked at the tall buildings in the center of the stronghold and revealed a wolf-like smile. Then, Suchin found an inn to settle down. Clone perception. Sitting on the bed, Suchin directly shared the perception of a clone. The scene of a blue-horned deer crashing to the ground appeared in Suchin's mind. It turned out that the black-robed clone had already escorted Yangshi and the others to the blue-horned deer area. After killing the ambushing blue-horned deer, they arrived at the Red Woods and found a place to wait. Gulp, gulp. During the waiting process, Yangshi was so nervous that he swallowed his saliva from time to time, his face pale as a sheet. Not long after, a shout came from outside the woods. I am Yangjin of the Yang family, sent here with the ransom. Please bring the young master out to meet me. Outside the woods, Yangjin's expression was cold, a hint of a sneer flashing in his eyes. The money from the Yang family was not so easy to extort. The people who came this time included the martial master-level strongman Yang Tianrui, the elder Yi Tian, Yi Ji, and the peak martial artist Yi Lingfeng, along with 6 high-level martial artists. Although these people had not yet revealed themselves, they had already concealed their presence and set up a net around the Red Woods. As long as Yangshi's safety was guaranteed and the killer had no leverage, he would become a fish on the chopping block to be slaughtered at will. Hearing the shout from outside, Yangshi was immediately excited, his eyes shining. Don't move. Suchin commanded the clone to say simple words. Yes, yes. The cold voice reminded Yangshi of the fear of being controlled by Suchin, causing him to tremble and curl up. Following Suchin's command, the clone drew a long knife and pushed Yangshi out of the woods, with the other 3 following closely behind, trembling. Young master. Seeing Yangshi, Yangjin's eyes lit up with joy, and Yang Tianrui, who was hiding in the shadows, could hardly contain himself from rushing out. At the same time, Yi Lingfeng, Yi Tian, and the others hidden in ambush were also overjoyed. It really is the black-robed killer. We've finally found him. We won't let him go today. We must capture him, making him wish he were dead. The members of the Yi family did not speak, but through their exchanged glances they could see the joy, cruelty, and exhilaration in each other's eyes. In the scene, "Young master, are you alright?" Yang Jin opened his mouth and took 2 steps forward. "Stop!" The Suchin clone whispered sharply, the blade immediately drawing a line of blood on Yang Shi's neck. "Uncle Jin, don't come over." Yang Shi was almost scared to death, his voice quick and trembling. "Gold? Where's the gold? Hurry and bring the gold to ransom me." "I brought the ransom, don't act rashly." Yang Jin dared not move recklessly. He quickly took out 20 mid-grade spirit stones from his pocket and displayed them in front of the Suchin clone. Suchin carefully observed through the clone's perspective and found that these spirit stones were indeed purer and richer in spiritual energy than low-grade spirit stones, causing him to smile slightly. "These spirit stones are all yours, but the premise is that you first let the young master go." Yang Jin took a deep breath and said, "If I can't guarantee the young master's safety, I can't give them to you. I have a proposal. You let my young master walk over, and when he reaches the middle, I will throw the spirit stones to you. Rest assured, for the safety of my young master, I won't play any tricks. You will definitely get these 200,000 gold coins as soon as." He said this. Suchin couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't believe the other party had no further arrangements. If that were the case, the Yang family couldn't be so prosperous. However, since Suchin's true self was not present, any trap set by the Yang family would be useless to him. "Alright, Suchin," had the clone nod and pushed Yang Shi out. "Uncle Jin." As soon as Yang Shi broke free from the control of the Suchin clone, he immediately ran towards Yang Jin, crying out. Yang Jin glanced at the poised black-robed figure and decided not to take the risk. In his view, the black-robed man would definitely be caught in the end, and these spirit stones would return to their rightful owner, the Yang family. Therefore, the risk was not worth it at all. As Yang Shi ran to the center, he immediately threw out the spirit stones. 20 translucent mid-grade spirit stones flew through the air, quickly collected by Suchin's clone and passed into Suchin's hands. At the same time, Yang Jin tightly protected Yang Shi, a cold smile on his face. "You little brat, what? Does it matter if you got gold coins? Today, our Yang family and the Yi family will join forces to kill you. Your time of death is now." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous figures rushed out from the surrounding jungle. "Dad, Brother Yi, Uncle Yi, you all came. Quickly kill that dog brat. Ha ha ha. Take your time to kill him, slowly torture him, let him know what pain is." Yang Shi's eyes widened in an instant, tears welling up. Heaven knows how much humiliation, panic, and fear he had experienced in this short half-day. Although he knew that this black-robed man was just Suchin's subordinate, he was overjoyed at the thought of torturing his enemy's subordinate. "Kill him for me." A furious roar came. An imposing old man wielding a long sword charged madly at Suchin's clone. Clone dispatch. Suchin thought to send the clone to another place to evade the pursuit. The black-robed clone stood still, gradually fading away, about to disappear. Suddenly, whoosh! A flying knife crackling with lightning pierced through the air, instantly penetrating the right leg of the black-robed clone. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Amidst the splattering lightning, the black-robed clone's clothes were torn, its body charred, and its right leg completely vanished. Ding! Clone dispatch interrupted. The system prompt came, and without hesitation, Suchin ordered the clone to flee far away. Unfortunately, the clone was left with only one leg, and the Yang and Yi families had a total of 3 martial masters who surrounded Suchin's clone in just 3 breaths. "It's you who dared to kill my 6th brother. It's you who dared to destroy my Yi family's stronghold. Today, I will make you regret coming into this world." Yi Lingfeng slowly walked in front of Suchin's clone. "Feel it well, regret, fear, and despair." Saying this, Yi Lingfeng cruelly drew his long sword and slashed fiercely at Suchin's clone's face. He wanted to break that white mask and add a bright scar to the face beneath it. But just at that moment, Ghost Month instant, the black-robed clone erupted with a massive burst of lightning, a blade of lightning, instantly slashing towards Yi Lingfeng. This move left no room for retreat. It was a life-for-a-life exchange. All of this happened in an instant. Even the expressions of everyone had no time to change. Yi Lingfeng's pupils shrank suddenly, and without thinking, he immediately changed his move to defend. His life was precious. However, his hasty change of move was no match for Suchin's clone's desperate strike. Clang! A piercing metallic clash rang out. Yi Lingfeng's long sword was directly deflected, and a terrifying gash was cut into his chest and abdomen. Yi Lingfeng, Yi Tian's eyes were about to burst, and the others quickly reacted, charging at Suchin's clone. At this moment, Suchin's clone was exhausted and unable to evade. Puff puff puff. Following that, the weapons of Yi Tian and the others pierced into Suchin's clone's body, making the sound of blades entering flesh. The furious Yang Tianrui twisted the sword blade fiercely, creating a large hole in Suchin's clone's abdomen. "You little brat! You dare to hurt!" Every sword he thrust was not aimed at a vital point, for he intended to keep this murderer alive, to torment him for a lifetime. But his thoughts were destined to come to naught. "Ha ha ha! Yi Lingfeng, I remember the torture you mentioned." Suchin's clone laughed maniacally, shattering its own head with a palm. Ding! Clone death entering 24-hour cool down. Hiss! Self-destructing my own head, what a thrill. In the inn, Suchin suddenly shivered and opened his eyes. Immediately, his gaze fell upon the 20 mid-grade spirit stones in his hand. Wow, so beautiful. Picking up one spirit stone, Suchin displayed an expression of intoxication and enjoyment. Just this one mid-grade spirit stone could elevate his system functions to the next level. Exchanging one clone for these 20 mid-grade spirit stones was simply a huge profit. After all, a clone could be reformed in 24 hours, so Suchin had only suffered a minor loss. Moreover, just make up for that loss. Suchin slowly curled his lips, looking out at the golden flame leopard stronghold outside the window. On the other side, amidst the splattering blood, mist, Yilingfeng and the others were in a daze. They never expected this murderer to be so ferocious, killing so decisively. Then, something even more shocking happened. The corpse of the man in the black robe gradually faded into a phantom right before their eyes, ultimately disappearing completely. This person's corpse actually vanished. Not just the flesh, even the clothes, weapons, everything has disappeared. What kind of power is this? So bizarre, it's simply unheard of. Yeah, it's too strange. Not only did the body disappear after death, but the technique used was also our Yi family's secret. Lightning attribute martial arts. The crowd exchanged glances, fear rising in their eyes, a chill creeping up their backs. I know. At this moment, Yangshi ran excitedly to the group. I have some clues. You little brat, what trouble are you causing? I'll beat you to death. Yang Tianrui cursed. Angrily, it was because of his useless son that their family had lost a full 200,000 gold coins. This was more than half of their family's savings. But I really know. Yangshi shrank his neck in fear, lowering his head and not daring to look at Yang Tianrui. Yangshi, what do you know? Yilingfeng stepped forward to ask, and Yang Tianrui, seeing him inquire, did not dare to stop him. Yangshi took a breath. Brother Yi, Dad, Uncle Yi, let me tell you, this black-robed man is Suchin's subordinate. Suchin? Who is Suchin? The crowd looked puzzled, expressing that they had never heard of this name. At this moment, they still thought Suchin was some big shot, completely unaware that just a day ago he was an ordinary person in their eyes, like an ant. A big shot? Yangshi was taken aback. It's not wrong to say Suchin is a big shot, but he is very, very strange compared to ordinary big shots. Be more specific. Yilingfeng frowned and said, Yes. Yangshi hurriedly nodded. Yesterday morning, I planned to experience life a bit, so I went to the Martial Artist Alliance Hall to collect my allowance, and I ran into this Suchin. At that time, he was just a beginner in body refining, and many of us laughed at him together. I even made a bet with him on when he would break through to intermediate body refining. As a result, he broke through on the spot. That kind of breakthrough fluctuation is absolutely impossible to fake. And that's not all. What's even stranger is that when I encountered him today, he had already become a beginner martial artist. Moreover, he defeated my 4 beginner martial artist guards with a single strike. These 3 are my guards, and they are also witnesses. Saying this, Yangshi pointed to the 3 beginner martial artist guards. The 3 guards quickly nodded. 1 day to advance from body refinement to a formal warrior. Is this a joke? This is too unbelievable. Yangshi, did you misread it? To break through from body refinement to a beginner warrior in just 1 day and possess combat power far beyond that of a beginner warrior. How is that possible? How could such a strange thing happen in the world? It's absurd. Yilingfeng and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. That's not even the most bizarre part. Yangshi also widened his eyes and exclaimed. Later, Suchin summoned his subordinate out of thin air, the black-robed man who had previously died and disappeared. This black-robed man had the same aura as him, and he resembled the rumored maniac who wiped out your Yi family's stronghold, so we were all stunned on the spot. Then, the most bizarre thing happened. Suchin forced us to write down 3 martial arts techniques, and then he practiced them all to the entry level in just over 10 minutes. What? Yilingfeng and the others were so shocked their mouths dropped open, they could fit a foot inside. The black-robed man was one thing. Some super martial arts could barely be explained. But practicing martial arts techniques in such a short time was completely unimaginable. Practicing 3 techniques to the entry level in just over 10 minutes meant that each technique was mastered in just a few minutes. This was simply incredible. Among those present, Yilingfeng had the best aptitude and comprehension, but even for a beginner technique he would need about a month to practice to the entry level. Mastering it in a few minutes? He wouldn't even dare to dream of that. What I'm saying is absolutely true. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Yangshi immediately assured them. Hiss. Yilingfeng took a sharp breath. He knew Yangshi wouldn't lie. Everything that happened to Suchin was real. What he wouldn't even dare to dream of had been realized in Suchin. Shock, jealousy, and fear gradually filled Yilingfeng's heart and mind. This person is too bizarre. We absolutely cannot let him develop further. Yilingfeng turned to Yi Tian and Yiji, 3rd uncle, 5th uncle. We must kill this person. Yi Tian nodded with a grim expression. Indeed, this person has already become our enemy. If we let him develop further, it will definitely be the end of our Yi family. In reality, while the 3 were shocked, there was also a hint of unspoken excitement. Because Suchin's rapid rise in power must hold a tremendous secret. Perhaps it was some once-in-a-lifetime super treasure. At this moment, Suchin was still weak. If they killed him and obtained his secret, then the Yi family would surely soar to great heights. Even standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star would not be impossible. Thinking of this, Yilingfang and Yi Tian subtly glanced at Yang Tianrui and the others from the Yang family. Such a huge secret could not be allowed to be known by unrelated people. Therefore, Yilingfang, Yi Tian, and Yi Ji gradually began to harbor murderous intent. The scene suddenly fell silent. A gentle breeze blew by, and everyone felt a chill in the air. Yang Tianrui and the others secretly felt something was wrong, and cold sweat instantly formed in their palms. Under the hands of the two great warriors of the Yi family and numerous high-level warriors, the Yang family was simply no match. Now, it was almost a matter of life and death for their entire family. The atmosphere gradually grew colder, and a faint aura of killing intent began to spread. The Yi family was about to make their move. Seeing this scene, Yang Shi's legs gradually weakened, and he couldn't even speak. Our Yang family also has an irreconcilable feud with Suchin. Yang Tianrui's breath hitched, and he quickly said, I am willing to lead the Yang family to become a vassal of the Yi family, and jointly pursue Suchin. While speaking, Yang Tianrui almost wished he could crush his foolish son Yang Shi. Such an important secret was carelessly revealed. This not only handed over a precious secret to others but also brought disaster upon their Yang family. Master Yang, you should know what we mean. Yilingfang said coldly, if you are not from the Yi family, we simply cannot trust you. I am willing to accept any constraints. Yang Tianrui's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. In that case, Yilingfang and Yi Tian exchanged glances and nodded. You should take our Yi family's 7 steps life and death pill to show your loyalty. With that, Yilingfang took out a pill and handed it to Yang Tianrui. The pill was entirely green, emitting a strange odor. 7 steps life and death pill. Yang Tianrui trembled all over, but still took the pill and swallowed it whole. He was a martial master, the head of the Yang family, a person of high status, but if he didn't eat it, he would die. Good. Yilingfang nodded and took out a few more pills. This 7 steps life and death pill is very precious and in limited supply, so some unimportant people shouldn't take it. As soon as these words were spoken, several Yang family guards and a guest from the Yi family immediately changed their expressions. Without the 7 steps life and death pill, their fate would be death. Time rewinds. Suchin withdrew his gaze from the window, happily shifting his attention to the mysterious black space. 204,323 gold coins. He. Suchin looked at the 6-figure gold coins, excitedly giving the command, System, upgrade all 3 functions for me. Ding. Consumed 10,000 gold coins. One-click cultivation function upgraded to level 4. Cultivation speed increased to 8 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 10,000 gold coins. One-click martial arts function upgraded to level 4. Martial arts speed increased to 8 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 10,000 gold coins. Clone dispatch function upgraded to level 3. Clone quantity +1. In an instant, the speed at which spiritual energy surged into Suchin's body doubled again. That wonderful feeling made Suchin almost moan with pleasure. System, how long until I can advance to an intermediate martial artist? Suchin asked excitedly, and the Lei Si. True formula, when can I reach the minor achievement level? Host, you only need 20 hours to advance to an intermediate martial artist, and the Lei Si true formula also only requires 20 hours to reach the minor achievement level. Another 20 hours? The path of cultivation is truly long and arduous. Suchin shook his head in lament, not knowing if other martial artists would be infuriated if they knew. Immediately, he unhesitatingly chose to upgrade the one-click cultivation function. Ding. Consumed 100,000 gold coins. One-click cultivation function upgraded to level 5. Cultivation speed increased to 16 times the base speed. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-click cultivation function to level 5. You have gained a new bonus function, efficiency multiplication. Current cultivation rate increased to 32 times the base speed. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the first function to level 5. If all 3 functions reach level 5, you will be rewarded with the activation permission for a new function. The consecutive 3 system prompts left Suchin dumbfounded. Wow. It actually reached 32 times the base speed. Suchin slightly regained his senses, his fingers trembling with excitement, and there's a new function. System, you are really amazing, I love it. At this moment, Suchin's cultivation speed had directly increased by 4 times compared to before. This meant that now he only needed 5 hours to advance from a beginner martial artist to an intermediate martial artist. It should be noted that even with top-notch talent, without external assistance, it would take half a year to advance from a beginner martial artist to an intermediate martial artist. Too amazing. I wonder how powerful the one-click martial arts function will be when it reaches level 5. Suchin inhaled happily, but when he saw the gold coin balance, he immediately revealed a helpless smile. There were only over 74,000 gold coins left, which was not enough to upgrade the one-click martial arts function. Still need to make money. Suchin turned to look out the window, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. An entire E-level stronghold. is definitely worth much more than an F level, at least 30 to 40,000 gold coins. However, with the strength of a peak martial artist, it's still a bit risky to wipe out an E-level stronghold in a short time. Therefore, Suchin lay back on the bed, preparing to wait until he advanced to an intermediate martial artist before taking action. On the other side, apart from Yang Tianrui, Yang Shi, and Yang Jin, the other 3 guards of the Yang family were ruthlessly killed. A guest martial artist from the Yi family was also silenced. They never expected that they wouldn't die at the hands of the enemy, but rather be brutally murdered by their own people. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng had returned to the Yi family mansion and met with the head of the Yi family, Yi Feizhang, and his father, Yi Shangming. Grandfather, father. Yi Lingfeng bowed respectfully. Although he was proud, he dared not be arrogant in front of Yi Feizhang and Yi Shangming. Lingfeng, has the murderer been dealt with? Yi Feizhang asked casually while sipping tea. Ha ha, my son is meticulous. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Yi Shangming said with a smile, that scoundrel who killed your brother and destroyed our Yi family stronghold must have died a miserable death. Grandfather, father. Yi Lingfeng hesitated. That person isn't dead. In fact, we never saw him from beginning to end. What? How is that possible? Yi Shangming's smile froze. Didn't you set up a net to surround and kill him with the Yang family, achieving a perfect success rate? We did surround and kill one person, but Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath and recounted the process of surrounding Suchin's avatar in detail. What? You mean that Suchin advanced from an ordinary person to a junior martial artist in just a day or two? And you also said that Suchin summoned his black-robed subordinates out of thin air? And that he practiced a technique to the entry level in just a few minutes? Lingfeng, is this nonsense? Yi Shangming was dumbfounded, and then he stood up from his chair. Clatter! Yi Feizhang, who was also incredulous, dropped the teacup in his hand, spilling tea everywhere and scattering shards. As a martial general level big shot in the head of the Yi family, his state of mind had long been calm and unruffled. But at this moment, how could he be calm? It was like a stormy sea, tumultuous and chaotic. Grandson, are you sure this is all true? He quickly walked in front of Yi Lingfeng, his eyes wide open. All true. Yi Lingfeng said firmly, that Suchin definitely has a huge secret. Hiss. Yi Feizhang and Yi Shangming both gasped in shock. They believed that Yi Lingfeng wouldn't speak nonsense. By the way, does anyone else know this secret? Yi Feizhang quickly asked. Yes, but Yi Lingfeng turned and shouted towards the door. Yang Tianrui, come in. Yi Feizhang and Yi Shangming looked outside and saw Yang Tianrui walking in with utmost respect. Subordinate Yang Tianrui greets the family head. Upon seeing Yi Feizhang and Yi Shangming, Yang Tianrui knelt down without hesitation. This? Yi Feizhang and Yi Shangming exchanged glances. However, they weren't fools and quickly figured out the reason. Yi Lingfeng must have recruited Yang Tianrui. Grandson, you did well. Yi Feizhang nodded in satisfaction, then helped Yang Tianrui up. Yang family head, rest assured. As long as you don't let down the Yi family, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Thank you, family head, for accepting me. Yang Tianrui stood up with a smile, but his heart was filled with bitterness. This time, he was truly pitifully tricked by that useless Yang Shi. If he had known this would happen, he might as well have just splattered him on the wall. Lingfeng, do you know where that Suchin is now? Yi Feizhang looked at Yi Lingfeng again, eager and greedy for that enormous secret more than anyone else. Who doesn't want to ascend to a higher realm, gain a more prestigious status, and enjoy more wealth, power, and beauty? Moreover, Yi Feizhang has already been at the military general level for 40 years. If he doesn't break through soon, he might as well be in a coffin. At this moment, a small martial artist carrying a huge secret appeared right before his eyes. This is simply an excellent opportunity. Grandpa, I don't know where he is either. Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said, but we already know his identity and appearance. Moreover, the airport has been sealed off, allowing only entry but no exit, and outside is a terrifying beast zone. Suchin absolutely cannot escape the confines of Hongfeng City. With the power of our Yi family, we can conduct a thorough search and offer a high bounty to capture this person. We will surely find some clues. At that time, we just need to unravel the threads, and we won't have to worry about not finding him unless he stays in the beast zone for a lifetime or dies without a trace. Lingfeng is right, Yi Feizhang said with a proud gaze. In the Hongfeng City stronghold, there is no one my Yi family cannot find. Xiangming, Lingfeng, Master Yang, from now on, abandon all other plans and tasks. All the strength of the Yi family and the Yang family will be used to hunt down Suchin. Be careful, we must not leak a single secret. What we are doing is merely hunting the murderer who killed my Yi family members and destroyed our stronghold. Yes, Grandpa. Yes, Father. Yi Lingfeng and Yi Shangming both bowed and clasped their fists, their voices strong and resolute. All right, go. Yi Feizhang gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting the vast sky. Whether my Yi family can soar to great heights depends on this action. We will not disappoint. Yi Lingfeng, his son, and Yang Tianrui bowed and took their leave. As Yi Shangming, Yi Lingfeng, and Yang Tianrui departed, the terrifying behemoth that was the Yi family suddenly revealed its sharp claws and fangs. Time passed and night fell. At the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, in a hotel room. Ding! The sea of cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? A delightful system prompt suddenly rang out. Finally, I can break through. Suchin suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of blazing brilliance flickering away. Without hesitation, he chose to break through. Boom! At the moment of the breakthrough, a large amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, rushing through his meridians and finally converging in the Dantian vortex, making it even denser and more solid. Attribute panel. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Suchin, race: human. Qualification level: impure body realm level, intermediate martial artist attack level, beginner martial master defense level, peak martial artist. Agility level: peak martial artist stamina level, peak martial artist cultivation techniques mastered, boundless heart sutra, thunder light true formula. Beginner entry: thunder silk true formula, beginner entry: flying flower shadow sword, beginner entry: ghost moonblade technique, beginner entry: white feather step technique, beginner entry: rain step technique, beginner entry: motionless body technique, beginner entry: floating willow sword technique, beginner entry: turtle breathing body refining technique, beginner entry: returning origin body refining technique, beginner entry: returning spirit body refining technique, beginner entry: golden body bone refining technique, beginner entry: rock body refining technique, beginner entry: activated system functions, one-click cultivation function level 5, one-click martial arts function level 4, clone dispatch function level 3, beginner martial master. And every attribute has directly increased by one level. Feeling the surging power within him, Suchin couldn't help but break into an excited smile, his lips almost stretching to his ears. Immediately, he left the hotel room and stepped onto the street. It was nighttime, and after a long day of labor, people were now in a time of relaxation. Therefore, the streets were bustling with a considerable number of people, quite lively. Suchin casually scanned the surrounding environment, his gaze settling on a building at the center of the stronghold. This building was constructed entirely of massive stones, tall and sturdy, imposing and magnificent. It was the garrison of the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold. You better not disappoint me, Suchin said with a slight smile, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. But just as he was about to head straight for the garrison, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from not far away. No! Please, spare my daughter. Lord Yi Huai, I beg you, my daughter is only 6 years old. I will do anything you ask. Please spare my daughter. Yi Huai, a member of the Yi family. A cold smile flickered in Suchin's eyes as he looked in the direction of the cries. He saw a group of extravagantly dressed individuals standing in front of a father and daughter, looking arrogant and high-handed. The father was a strong man, robust in build but only at the body refinement stage, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed his head. The little girl, looking innocent and lovable, was now pale and filled with despair, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Some passers-by watched from a distance, their faces showing a mix of compassion and numbness. Clearly, such things had happened before. You dog, our Lord Yi Huai taking an interest in your daughter is your blessing. In our Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold, who is more noble than our Lord Yi Huai besides the garrison lord? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and send your daughter to our Lord Yi Huai for his enjoyment. A future of wealth and honor will be yours. A shifty-eyed junior martial artist stepped forward, looking at the father and daughter with a mocking grin. No, please, have mercy. The strong man kept bowing, blood already staining the ground. My interest in your daughter is the greatest mercy I can show you. A pale-faced, unsteady young man stepped forward, looking down arrogantly. This person was Yi Huai. Seeing the unrestrained Yi Huai, the onlookers couldn't help but exchange glances, their faces filled with pity. Yi Huai's cruel and lecherous nature was well known. If that little girl truly fell into his hands, she would undoubtedly suffer a terrible fate within 3 days. No, Lord Yi Huai, I beg you, whatever you want, please spare my daughter. The strong man clearly understood Yi Huai's viciousness and desperately protected his daughter. You dog, refusing to drink the wine offered and instead asking for punishment, get out of my way. The shifty-eyed junior martial artist snorted, coldly kicking the strong man aside, his wicked claws reaching for the terrified little girl. Witnessing this scene, the passers-by turned their heads away, sighing, ready to disperse. Faced with someone as powerful as Yi Huai, they didn't dare to intervene. The strong man's helplessness and the onlookers' fear only emboldened Yi Huai, making him even more lewd and unrestrained. In fact, various filthy images had already begun to surface in his mind. Suddenly, a bright flash of a blade descended like lightning, startling Yi Huai, causing his mind to shatter. Immediately after, blood gushed forth, and a severed hand flew into the sky. Ah! The shifty-eyed junior martial artist clutched his bloody severed wrist, howling in pain and agony. In the next moment, the blade flashed again, and the howling junior martial artist was instantly decapitated. Ding! You have obtained. The system notification sounded as the belongings of the junior martial artist were completely plundered. Swish! Suchin swung his long knife, splattering the blood on Yi Huai and the others' faces. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. This person actually dared to kill Yi Huai's subordinate. Oh my god, Yi Huai is the younger brother of the garrison Lord Yi Zone, how dare he interfere? In this remote stronghold far from Maple Red City, Yi Zhong is the local emperor and Yi Huai is the local prince. To dare oppose them is to seek death. Everyone looked at Suchin in disbelief, and the father and daughter kneeling on the ground were even more blank-minded. Who are you? How dare you kill my subordinates and insult me? Yi Huai snapped back to reality from his fear, wiping the blood from his face, his eyes bulging with rage as he stared at Suchin, his expression twisted like a demon. He never expected that someone would dare to humiliate him on his own turf. It was an unimaginable disgrace. Insult you? Suchin sneered. Not only will I insult you, but I will also make your death very ugly. At these words, the onlookers finally couldn't help but erupt in a commotion. What a fierce person. God, this guy is incredible, daring to speak to Yi Huai like that. But it's all fun and games until he gets wrecked. What a pity for such a good young man. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Yi Huai was so enraged that his eyes turned bloodshot, smoke seeming to rise from his 7 orifices. Make me die ugly? Just you. Yi Huai's expression twisted. A mere intermediate warrior dares to speak so boldly, not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue. Let me tell you, there have been many who disliked me before. Even advanced warriors, but they all died a terrible death. In this golden flame leopard stronghold, there is no one I cannot provoke, no one I cannot kill, and you are no exception. Suchin looked at Yi Huai with disdain. Don't even say it's just you. Even if your entire garrison came at me together, I would wipe you all out. Damn it, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you really think my Yi family has no one? Even if you immediately kowtow 1,000 times to apologize, I will never spare you. Yi Huai's temples bulged, his face twisted with rage and hatred. Come, seize him. I want to slice him alive and feed him to the dogs. With Yi Huai's roar, his subordinates immediately revealed cruel expressions and surrounded Suchin. Overestimating yourself. Suchin glanced around, sneering. Kill. The subordinates of Yi Huai exchanged glances, brandishing their blades and charging forward, their glinting weapons, making the onlookers tremble in fear. However, what seemed like a dense wave of attacks was full of flaws in Suchin's eyes. Ghost Moon, sweep. Chen's smile turned cold, his wrist twisting as lightning crackled and the blade flashed. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out in a chorus. 5 blades flew into the sky, and all those attacking Suchin froze in place, their eyes filled with terror. In the next moment, 5 warriors were cut into 10 pieces, blood rapidly spreading on the ground, forming a dazzling pool of crimson. The hellish scene stunned countless people. The bustling street fell completely silent, as quiet as an abyss. Then, like a volcanic eruption, disbelief erupted in everyone's eyes. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but discuss. This person is so powerful, he killed 5 warriors with 1 strike. God, is this really an intermediate warrior? How can he be so terrifying? So strong, so fierce, so incredible. Such combat power is definitely at the master level. Yi Huai has hit a brick wall. This is so satisfying. Well done, kill Yi Huai, kill Yi Huai. Suchin's terrifying strike instantly killed 5 of Yi Huai's subordinates, dispelling the fear in the hearts of the onlookers and igniting their hatred for Yi Huai. You. Yi Huai's voice trembled, glancing at Suchin and then at the 10 severed bodies on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't fathom that his 5 subordinates had been cut down by this young man with a single blow. It was too terrifying. This was too terrifying. Next, it's your turn. Suchin glanced at Yi Huai indifferently. Speak, how do you want to die? No, friend. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. My brother is Yi Zhong, he is the guardian here. This is my fault. Let's be friends. Spare me. Yi Huai was so frightened by Suchin's indifferent gaze that his legs went weak and he kept retreating. I said I would make your death very ugly. A faint smile curved Suchin's lips. I am a person of my word. I will never go back on it. No, I beg you, have mercy and spare my life. Yi Huai's face showed terror. Trembling violently, a smell of urine spreading as he realized he had wet himself from fear. Killing you is the greatest mercy I can show you. Otherwise, you will be subjected to 1,000 cuts, flayed alive. Suchin walked forward with an indifferent expression, and with each step, Yi Huai trembled violently. This scene drew applause and cheers from the onlookers, who were thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, who dares to flay my brother alive? What great courage! A voice of authority rang out, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Suchin turned to look, only to see a peak martial artist, broad and short, with thick eyebrows and small eyes that glinted with murderous intent. Surrounding him were more than 10 black-clad martial artists, each with fierce gazes, clearly not to be trifled with. Brother! Yi Huai's eyes widened in shock upon hearing that voice, revealing intense surprise. It's the guardian Yi Zhong. He actually came. Let's go. The onlookers who had just been cheering scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, instantly terrified, hiding into the shadows. The father and daughter also looked at Suchin with immense gratitude, then quickly left with a hint of helplessness and worry. Brother! It was him who killed my subordinate and wants to flay me alive. Yi Huai pointed at Suchin, trembling, then ran quickly to Yi Zhong's side while wailing in despair. Useless. You got scared by such a small scene? It's you who dares to kill someone from the Yi family and wants to torture my brother. Yi Zhong scolded Yi Huai, then fixed his gaze on Suchin, his small eyes revealing a snake-like glint. What if I do? Suchin smiled faintly. Is someone from the Yi family so impressive? I've already killed more than 10 of you and you will also become a soul under my blade. By the way, don't worry about being lonely down there. I will send all of you from the Yi family to hell together. Destroy my Yi family? Just you? Ha, that's really going to make me laugh my teeth out. Yi Zone laughed wildly. Who do you think you are? In the Red Maple City stronghold, who can destroy my Yi family? Who? This guy really talks big, isn't he? Afraid of blowing himself up? Yeah, just a mid-level martial artist and he dares to boast about destroying our Yi family? TSK, how did such an arrogant madman even become a mid-level martial artist? The black-clad martial artists also looked disdainful, full of mockery. Heh, when I say I will destroy your Yi family, I will definitely not let a single one go. Suchin's voice gradually turned cold. Unfortunately, you won't see that scene. Now, hand over all the gold and valuables in the stronghold and I'll give you a quick death. Arrogant. Yi Zone sneered, cruelly saying, everyone, let's go together and let him taste the 108 tortures I invented. Quick, capture him, I want to personally administer the punishment. Yi Huai also shouted excitedly and cruelly, almost envisioning himself torturing Suchin, avenging his grievances. Kill. Yi Zone drew his long sword, leading the charge, while the others surrounded Suchin like hyenas. Ghost Moon, instant. Suchin moved, instantly crossing 3 meters, slashing towards Yi Huai. Peak martial artist speed. Yi Zone's pupils constricted, slightly shocked. However, he soon revealed a look of disdain, for he had already cultivated a body refinement technique to a high level, and his movement technique was comparable to that of a beginner martial master. In wind step, Yi Zone twisted his foot and in a bizarre manner appeared beside Suchin, his long sword stabbing fiercely. Ghost Moon, Nai. Suchin showed no fear, sweeping out with his knife, creating a crescent-shaped arc of blade light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Yi Zone's disdainful expression suddenly froze. He felt an incomparably terrifying force that he could not contend with. Not good. He cried out in his heart and immediately prepared to retreat. With his beginner martial master level movement technique, he could completely unload and evade this invisible immense force. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Thunder Silk True Technique. Suchin's mind moved, and a large number of lightning silk threads surged up. No matter how fast Yi Zone was, he could not outrun the lightning, and in an instant he was covered by the dense lightning threads. Thunder Silk True Technique? How could you? Yi Zone was horrified, his hair standing on end. At the same time, his whole body was paralyzed by the lightning, and even with his beginner martial master level movement technique, he could not move an inch. In that instant, Suchin's terrifying knife directly severed his long sword. No! Yi Zone let out a terrified scream, and the next moment, his voice abruptly stopped. Puff, cough. Yi Zone collapsed weakly to the ground, spitting blood, the light in his eyes gradually fading. The two went from close combat to Yi Zone's defeat in the span of a breath, and Yi Huai was still immersed in the excitement of impending revenge. The black-clad martial artists, like hyenas, had just rushed to Suchin's side. When they saw that half of Yi Zone's neck had been severed, they instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their scalps wanting to explode. They could hardly believe that Yi Zone, who was strong enough to retreat unscathed before a beginner martial master, had been killed in a single encounter. It was too bizarre, too terrifying. In the next moment, everyone unhesitatingly abandoned their attack on Suchin and fled rapidly in all directions. This scene left the onlookers watching from the shadows dumbfounded. What is happening? Aren't those guarding the mansion martial artists supposed to surround and kill that young powerhouse? Heavens, look! Yi Zone's neck has been cut off, he has fallen. What on earth happened? Yi Zone actually lost. This young man is too strong, too formidable. Countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, and at that moment, Suchin made his move again. Want to escape? You all must die. Suchin smirked, and with his long knife in hand, he instantly chased after them. Those black-clad martial artists were just ordinary martial artists. How could they escape Suchin's pursuit? In a short time, Suchin killed one person every 10 steps, and all the black-clad martial artists were dealt with by him, blood staining the entire street. My god, all the guarding mansion martial artists have been killed by him. This young man is truly like a god descending to earth. The onlookers watching from the shadows were filled with excitement, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. What a pity, I couldn't interrogate him about the techniques. Suchin shook his head in regret, then approached the nearly petrified Yi Huai. At this moment, Yi Huai was not only reeking of urine but also emanating a foul stench of feces. No, please don't kill me. Seeing Suchin approach, he trembled all over, unable to stop himself from staggering back a few steps, sitting down on the ground, truly filthy from the inside out. Suchin glanced at Yi Huai with disgust, then prepared to interrogate him about the location of the techniques in wealth. But just then, a commotion arose from the nearby street. Urgent report! Urgent report! Destroy my Yi family's stronghold. The identity of the murderer who killed my Yi family's 6th young master has been confirmed, and now there is a citywide manhunt. This person is named Suchin. Here is his portrait. Anyone who sees him must report to the garrison immediately. Anyone who provides useful information will receive a generous reward. Make way. Urgent report, urgent report. The arrogant voice grew closer, and soon a messenger warrior came rushing towards the garrison, scattering papers as he ran. But soon he realized that the streets around him were deserted. Moreover, there were bloodstains scattered in some places, and the bodies of black-clad warriors lay sprawled in the streets, a scene of utter misery. What is going on? The messenger warrior's eyes widened, and a sense of foreboding began to grow in his heart. He did not see that in some dark corners a number of gloating eyes were fixed on him. Did something major happen at the stronghold? The messenger warrior nervously licked his lips and continued down the street. Soon he saw large pools of blood and a ground covered with corpses. Next to these bodies stood a young man with a long knife, his back to him. In front of this young man sat a very familiar figure, slumped over. The messenger took a closer look and was instantly horrified. The person was none other than the esteemed Lord Yi Huai. What on earth happened? The messenger warrior looked at Suchin's back in terror. Did you kill all these people? You dare to slaughter my Yi family? The garrison lord will surely tear you to pieces. Garrison lord? You mean this dead dog? Suchin turned around indifferently, kicking Yi Zhong's corpse over. Gee, garrison lord, how is it possible? How could the garrison lord be dead? The messenger warrior's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he clearly saw Suchin's face. Why you? The messenger warrior looked at the portrait in his hand with uncertainty, exclaiming in horror, You are Suchin. That's right, I am Suchin. Suchin smiled faintly. So, how is it? Surprised to find me? Upon hearing this, the messenger warrior turned even paler. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the shadows showed expressions of realization and shock. He is actually Suchin. No wonder he dares to kill members of the Yi family at will. Awesome, Suchin is definitely the most impressive person I've ever seen. I admire him so much. Yeah, the way he draws his sword is simply stunning. As the crowd discussed, Suchin leisurely walked up to the messenger warrior and took a wanted notice from his hand. The notice featured his portrait, lifelike and vivid. Next to the portrait was Suchin's name, describing him as a heinous criminal with a bounty of 50,000 gold coins for his capture. 50,000 gold coins? Not even enough for me to upgrade the system by one level. Suchin scoffed. Is the mighty Yi family really this stingy? He then tossed the wanted notice into the pool of blood and turned to the messenger warrior. What do you want to do? The messenger warrior was dumbfounded, trembling all over, his heart stopping for a moment. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Suchin smiled slightly. Go back and tell your family head to enjoy his last happy days. I, Suchin, will be visiting soon. Go. The messenger warrior looked at the surrounding corpses, swallowing hard. Oh, okay. I will report back to the family head right away. He then exerted all his strength and left that hellish place without looking back. Sorry, Lord Yi Huai, for keeping you waiting. Suchin slowly walked up to Yi Huai, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Yi Huai was filled with unimaginable terror, his heart racing, his teeth chattering so hard he felt they might break. You offended me, and you still want to live? Suchin's indifferent voice was like a devil's whisper blowing from the abyss. He could spare the messenger warrior, but he could not forgive Yi Huai, a beast who extended his claws towards a little girl. I want to live. Yi Huai cried out in despair. I will do anything you ask. Just please spare my life. In that case, you know the location of all the treasures in the garrison, right? Speak up, and I might consider sparing your life. A faint smile appeared on Suchin's lips. Otherwise, if you dare to play tricks after agreeing, I will slice you alive and feed you to the dogs. Absolutely. I wouldn't dare. I will say it right now. Yi Huai was so frightened that he was nearly out of his mind, speaking incoherently. He then fearfully revealed the location and methods to obtain all the wealth of the garrison. The Golden Flame Leopard stronghold held no secrets for Yi Huai. After all, he was the second in command there and the beloved and trusted younger brother of Yi Zhong. After speaking, Yi Huai anxiously awaited Suchin's judgment. Very well, come with me. Suchin glanced at Yi Huai while counting the treasures he had just plundered and walked towards the garrison. Watching Suchin's back, Yi Huai couldn't help but have a fleeting thought of escape. But seeing the corpses on the ground, he immediately shivered and cautiously followed Suchin's steps. Soon, Suchin arrived outside the garrison. At this point, the spoils from killing Yi Zhong and the others had been counted, totaling 1,632 gold coins, along with various materials, weapons, and pills. Suchin smirked and entered the garrison. By now, the news of Yi Zhong and the others' deaths had spread, and the place was already deserted in a short time. Take me to the secret vault where the gold coins are stored. Suchin glanced at Yi Huai and said indifferently, The secret vault is this way, please follow me. Yi Huai forced a stiff smile and cautiously ran ahead to lead the way. With Yi Huai as the guide, Suchin easily entered the garrison's secret vault. This is it, all the gold coins in the stronghold are stored here, Yi Huai said nervously, and my brother also keeps his private property here. How much is there? Suchin glanced at Yi Huai and asked casually. Yi Huai trembled as He replied, public funds plus private property, a total, maybe around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. 70 to 80,000 gold coins. So rich? Suchin's eyes lit up at the mention of such an amount and he was overjoyed. However, he quickly realized why there were so many gold coins here. First, this was an E-level stronghold, which was certainly much wealthier than an F-level stronghold. Additionally, Yi Zong was close to the martial master level and was the garrison commander, akin to a local emperor. In terms of status, he was not far behind young Tianrui. Yi Zong had absolute control over the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, plundering freely and easily, saving up tens of thousands of gold coins in private property. Now all this gold belongs to me. A look of excitement spread across Suchin's face. He then entered the secret chamber and began to store the gold coins into the system space. Watching the coins disappear one by one from Suchin's hands, Yi Huai, like the blue-clad woman from the Wind Wolf stronghold, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Spatial ring. Yi Huai was filled with shock and daze. A spatial ring, only the 4 great martial generals of the entire Red Maple City stronghold possessed one. This Suchin is just a formal martial artist, yet he has a spatial ring. What exactly is his identity? Yi Huai's eyes widened. What kind of power have we, the Yi family, offended? Anyone who possesses a spatial ring at the level of a formal martial artist must have an incredibly terrifying background, at least a descendant of a martial commander. His martial commander power. Yi Huai trembled all over as if he were sifting grain. The Yi family is probably really finished. Just as Yi Huai was filled with dread, Suchin had already stored all the gold coins into the system space. A total of 76,526 gold coins. Adding to the previous remaining over 74,000 gold coins, Suchin now had more than 150,000 gold coins again. System, quickly upgrade the one-click martial arts function. With enough funds, Suchin eagerly issued the upgrade command. Ding! Consuming 100,000 gold coins, the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 5, and the training speed is increased to 16 times the base speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-click training function to level 5. You have gained a new bonus feature, Dual Heart, allowing you to practice 2 martial arts simultaneously. In an instant, another training figure appeared in the mysterious black space. Dual Heart? What a practical bonus feature. Suchin was delighted, his eyes squinting into crescent moons. Immediately, he unhesitatingly set the Thunder Light True technique as the second martial art to practice. Ding! Thunder Light True technique placement successful. At the same time, the second training figure also began practicing the martial art. Filled with anticipation, Suchin asked, System, how long will it take to upgrade these 2 martial arts? Host, the Thunder Silk True technique requires 10 hours and the Thunder Light True technique requires 18 hours. Although both were beginner-level Thunder attribute martial arts, he had always prioritized practicing the Thunder Silk True technique, so the Thunder Light True technique required more practice time. 10 hours, just enough for a nap. The corners of Suchin's mouth lifted, sketching a slight smile. I wonder what expressions those martial artists who have practiced their techniques with great difficulty would have if they knew. Master. Yi Huai said, both flattering and fearful. Should we go to the warehouse to store other resources next? At this moment, he also knew that he could only try his best to please Suchin to secure a glimmer of hope. Let's go. Suchin nodded lightly. Please follow me, master. Yi Huai bent low, cautiously leading the way like a eunuch. Suchin followed at a leisurely pace, and soon they arrived at another secret vault. This vault was filled with materials from fierce beasts and medicinal ores, among other treasures. TSK, no wonder it's an E-level stronghold. Suchin clicked his tongue. Just these things alone are worth several tens of thousands of gold coins. Nice. After storing all the materials in the storage space, Suchin looked at Yi Huai. Again. Master, this is all the wealth of the guarding mansion. Yi Huai said with lowered brows. Look at all this wealth. Can you spare my life? Not enough. A hint of cold laughter flashed in Suchin's eyes. I need martial arts techniques. Write down all the techniques you know. Saying this, Suchin tossed out a pen and notebook, turned around, and leisurely sat down on a chair. Yes, I'll write it right away. Yi Huai hurriedly picked up the pen and paper, trembling as he began to write. About 20 minutes later, he finally finished writing all the techniques. Master, please take a look. Yi Huai raised the notebook and respectfully handed it to Suchin. Suchin took the notebook and opened it. Besides the techniques he had already practiced, there were a total of 3 techniques available for practice. They were in wind steps, tearing sky sword technique, and 9 elephants mountain treading technique. This is a mid-level body refining technique, and it's a comprehensive enhancement mid-level technique. Looking at the 9 elephants mountain treading technique, a hint of surprise flashed in Suchin's eyes. Mid-level techniques, the cheapest of which are worth several tens of thousands of gold coins. And this 9 elephants mountain treading technique is better than the average intermediate martial arts. Great! This technique will definitely bring me immense benefits. Suchin joyfully finished reading the 9 elephants mountain treading technique and immediately ordered, System, immediately replace the Thunder Light True technique with the 9 elephants mountain treading technique. 1 minute later. Ding! The 9 elephants mountain treading technique has reached the entry level. In an instant, Suchin felt an incredibly comfortable warm current flowing into his limbs. His so awesome. Chen took a deep breath in comfort. Yi Huai, who was beside him, noticed the special fluctuation from Suchen's breakthrough in the 9 elephants mountain treading technique and was instantly shocked into speechlessness. The 9 elephants mountain treading technique, an intermediate body refining technique. His older brother Yi Zong had practiced it for a whole year without making any progress. Yet such a difficult technique was completed in just 1 minute. In Suchen's hands. What terrifying comprehension was this? It was simply beyond ordinary imagination. Just as Yi Huai was in shock, Suchen also practiced the Yin Wind Step and the Sky Split Sword technique to the entry level, and the entire process took less than 2 minutes. My god, who exactly is Su Chen? Yi Huai was so shocked that his mind went blank and his gaze towards Suchen unknowingly became more respectful and humble. So refreshing, no wonder. It's a level 5 one-click martial arts training. Suchen stretched his body comfortably while opening the attribute panel. Name: Suchen, race: human. Qualification level: turbid body realm level, intermediate warrior attack level, junior martial master plus defense level, quasi martial master body technique level, quasi martial master plus stamina level, quasi martial master mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, thunder light true technique junior entry, thunder silk true technique junior entry, 9 elephants mountain treading technique intermediate entry, sky split sword technique junior entry, floating willow sword technique junior entry, flying flower shadow cutting sword junior entry, Yin Wind Step junior entry. Activated. System functions: one-click cultivation function level 5, one-click martial arts function level 5, clone dispatch function level 3. Indeed, there's an all-around improvement. Suchen nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk out of the garrison. Yi Huai did not dare to be negligent and immediately followed closely behind, feeling anxious. Upon exiting the garrison, Suchen noticed that the distress signal beam from the base had already been activated by someone. It wouldn't be long before the warriors of the Yi family would swarm over. Looks like it's time to leave this place. Suchen squinted and turned to look at Yi Huai. Master. Yi Huai's heart skipped a beat and his expression tightened. He knew that it was now his turn to face judgment. Yi Huai, I promise to spare your life, Suchen said, but you have committed many evils and I will not let you off easily. Master, please don't. Yi Huai's face showed fear and he immediately knelt on the ground with a thud. I am willing to serve you, even if it means betraying the Yi family. Serve me? You are not worthy. Suchen sneered, turned, and kicked hard at Yi Huai's chest. Bang! A spine-chilling sound of bones cracking echoed. Ah, my bones, my Dan Tian. Yi Huai curled up on the ground like a shrimp, bouncing around while screaming, his face smeared with mucus and tears. His dantian had been destroyed. This meant that his martial power would plummet rapidly and he would no longer be able to cultivate. For a warrior, this was undoubtedly a blow that could make life worse than death. Moreover, Yi Huai was arrogant and had committed many evils. He didn't know how many people wanted to skin him alive and eat his flesh. Just now, Suchen had already sensed that many hateful gazes were directed at Yi Huai from the shadows. It's easy to imagine how miserable Yi Huai would be without his power. I've spared you, Suchen shrugged and turned to walk out of the stronghold. Soon, the sounds of Yi Huai's desperate pleas and wails came from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, Suchen caught a glimpse of 5 or 6 figures surrounding Yi Huai, with sticks, bricks, and blades raining down, each blow more vicious than the last. TSK, that retribution comes swiftly. Suchen's lips curled into a faint smile. Ignoring Yi Huai, he left the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. There must be many members of the Yi family rushing this way now. Among them, there are definitely quite a few martial masters. Perhaps the entire Yi family's martial masters have been mobilized. In that case, I won't be able to resist for the time being, but the rear of the Yi family must be extremely vulnerable. Haha, dare to hunt me down? I hope you're ready to pay the price. Looking at the towering beam of light behind him, Suchen slowly revealed a mocking smile. Then, he moved and vanished into the wilderness. On the other side, a net was rapidly spreading in a fan shape towards the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. Hurry! We need to be fast. Conduct a comprehensive carpet search. We absolutely cannot let Suchen escape. The bounty has been raised to 200,000 gold coins. Whether the brothers can get rich depends on this. Coming to encircle him were not only members of the Yi and Yang families but also hundreds and thousands of martial artists drawn by the bounty. These people ranged from junior martial artists to martial masters. They swarmed in, frantically searching every corner by various means, determined to find Su Chen and claim the bounty. Suchen, let's see where you can run this time. Yi Lingfeng gazed at the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, a flicker of hatred and jealousy in his eyes. I must obtain your secret. In his view, Suchen absolutely could not escape the grasp of the Yi family this time. Because this time, aside from the family head Yi Feizhang and some guards at the Yi family's residence and shops, the entire Yi family had mobilized. In addition, there were many martial artists drawn by the bounty. Such a powerful lineup was almost only assembled during a beast tide. And Su Chen? In front of him were Thousands of martial artists participating in the hunt, and behind him was the ferociously dangerous D-level beast zone. He was merely a capable formal martial artist. Even if he was a bit strange, he was still just a formal martial artist. Escape? Where could he escape to? However, Yi Lingfeng could never have imagined at this moment Suchin already possessed combat power comparable to a junior martial master and had quietly entered the D-level Liuli Tiger area. Roar! A Liuli Tiger discovered Suchen's presence and charged at him with a furious roar. Kill! Suchen waved his hand and met it with 2 clones. Although the Liuli Tiger was a martial master level beast, there were 3 of them on Suchen's side, each with an attack level of junior martial master plus. Therefore, after a fierce struggle, Suchen successfully killed the Liuli Tiger. Ding! You have obtained 4 Liuli Tiger Fangs, 1 Liuli Tiger Skin, 4 Liuli Tiger Claws, 12 Liuli Tiger Meat, 1 Liuli Tiger Tail. What the heck is a tiger tail? Suchun chuckled in disbelief and then walked deeper into the area. The Liuli Tiger Zone was very dangerous. Suchen fought his way through, taking down 4 or 5 Liuli Tigers. Fortunately, Liuli Tigers didn't travel in packs like wind wolves, otherwise Suchen would have had no choice but to turn back. 2 hours later, Suchen stopped outside a cave, cautiously checking. He found the cave very clean, with no signs of beast activity. This place should be relatively safe now. At least, the Yi family won't be able to find this place in a short time. Suchen nodded in satisfaction and entered the cave. System, how long until I can advance to a high-level warrior? Sitting on the ground, Suchen immediately asked, how long does it take to advance the Lei Si True technique to the minor completion level, and how long until the dead clone can condense again? Host, you only need 8 hours to advance to a high-level warrior. The Lei Si True technique only requires 7 hours to complete the advancement. The dead clone will need another 16 hours to condense again. The system truthfully reported all the information. Time is neither long nor short. Suchen pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the gold coin balance, 51,321 coins. I still need nearly 50,000 gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch function. Suchen thought, if I sell the materials stored in the storage space, it should be enough. Since the last transaction with old Chen from the hidden treasure building, he hadn't sold any materials he obtained afterward. By now, the materials in the storage space had piled up into a small mountain. To sell these materials, I need to make some preparations. Suchen sent a clone to the front, changing its outfit and concealing its face. Then, he dispatched this clone into the city. In a dilapidated alley in Hongfeng City, a figure in a white robe and cloak gradually appeared. This figure was Suchen's clone. The person in the white robe looked around and left the alley. He first went to the slums before arriving at the city hall. At this moment, the city hall was under strict guard due to the Yi family's interference, and everyone had to go through layers of checks to enter and exit the barrier. What a pity! What use is such strict scrutiny? Seeing this scene, Suchen couldn't help but show a hint of sarcasm. Even if you had 100 brains, you wouldn't think I could directly send a clone into the city. With a hint of disdain, Suchen directed the clone to swagger into the city hall, where he found Old Qian from the hidden treasure building. Hello, selling goods? Old Qian glanced at Suchen's clone without inquiring about its identity. The hidden treasure building only conducted transactions and asked no further questions. Suchen valued this point, which is why he came back to them. I have a lot of things. Suchen's clone nodded and turned to leave, and Old Qian quickly followed. The two of them made their way to the slums in the city. Suchen had already bought a house here and placed all the materials he wanted to sell inside. In here, Suchen's clone said briefly, opening the door. What? So much? Old Qian was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the materials piled up like a mountain inside the house. He had been in the material acquisition business for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen so many materials. Gulp! Old Qian excitedly swallowed, thinking of the huge commission he would earn from such a large quantity of materials. He couldn't help but look at Suchen's clone again and respectfully asked, you must be the leader of some hunting team, right? Yes, give me a price. Suchen's clone casually replied. All right. Old Qian nodded excitedly, but there are too many of these items, I need to find someone to help count them. Go ahead. Suchen's clone remained terse. Please wait a moment, I'll go right now. Old Qian cupped his hands and left in a hurry. Not long after, a sweating Old Qian returned to the slums with 4 people. Without wasting any words, they immediately began counting the materials. After more than half an hour, they finally finished counting all the materials. Esteemed guest, these materials of yours are worth 55,456 gold coins, which qualifies you to become a silver card VIP of our hidden treasure building. We originally planned to acquire at an 80% price, but as long as you become our silver VIP, we will acquire at a 90% price. In this way, we need to pay you 49,910 gold coins, rounding it up to 50,000 gold coins. This is our hidden treasure pavilion silver VIP card. You can activate it with your spiritual energy and it will automatically recognize you as the owner. After becoming our VIP, not only can you enjoy the 90% acquisition price, but you will also have priority purchasing rights in our hidden treasure pavilion shop. Old Chen said as he took out a silver VIP card from his pocket and handed it to Suchin. He only had this one membership card and he had never thought he would be able to issue it. Good. Suchin's avatar nodded and activated the membership card. This is the payment for you. Old Chen then took out 5 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to Suchin's avatar. He had already applied for these funds while asking someone to help count them. Very good. Suchin's avatar nodded and turned to leave. I look forward to our next transaction. Having completed this large transaction, Old Chen smiled so broadly it seemed his face might split. It seems that the reputation of Hidden Treasure Pavilion is indeed quite good. In the cave, Suchin smiled slightly as he stored all 5 medium-grade spirit stones into the system, and his gold coin balance instantly soared to a staggering 100,000. System, upgrade the avatar dispatch function for me. With the funds in place, Suchin did not hesitate for a moment and immediately gave the order. Ding! Consumed. 100,000 gold coins. Avatar dispatch function upgraded to level 4. Avatar count +1. Hee. Now, it's time for you to pay the price. Suchin smirked, changed the appearance of the 3 avatars and dispatched them all into the city. Although the Yi family mansion couldn't be touched for now, the Yi family had many shops. What Suchin needed to do was to rob them clean. North of Red Maple City, the Yi family had a very popular weapon shop here. Waiter, I want to sell weapons. How many gold coins for this high-grade ordinary longsword? Boss, how much longer until my custom top-grade ordinary spear is forged? At this moment, the weapon shop was bustling with people, lively and busy. The business in the shop was excellent. Saying they made a fortune daily was an understatement. This weapon shop could be said to be one of the most important sources of income for the Yi family. Sitting here collecting money feels so good. The shopkeeper Yidu sat behind the bar, leisurely sipping tea while watching the customers come and go. Just then, a customer dressed in a white robe and cloak walked in. This person had a long knife at his waist, walked steadily, and exuded the aura of a mid-level martial artist. He was one of Suchin's avatars. Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Yi family weapon shop. Yidu stood up, smiling broadly as he spoke. A mid-level martial artist was enough for him to personally attend to. However, the person in the white robe and cloak ignored his words and walked straight to the end of the shop. At the end of the shop, a precious purple long sword was displayed with great care. The purple long sword looked very luxurious and emitted a faint aura, being an undeniable spirit weapon. The people in the shop saw the white-robed cloaked person staring intently at the purple long sword and immediately began to discuss in surprise. What's going on with this person? Does he want to buy this purple spirit sword? How is that possible? The purple spirit sword is a mid-level spirit weapon. Even if he is a mid-level martial artist, he can't afford it. That's right, the worst mid-level spirit weapon is worth over 10,000 gold coins, and the purple spirit sword is a top tier among mid-level spirit weapons. How could he possibly afford it? This person is just here to satisfy his curiosity. As everyone was discussing, Yidu also approached Suchin's avatar. This esteemed guest. Yidu smiled and said, this purple spirit sword is a top-grade intermediate spirit weapon worth 30,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins is definitely an amount that an ordinary warrior would find hard to bear. Yidu directly stated the price of the purple spirit sword to make the person in front of him back off. However, an unexpected thing happened. The man in the white cloak was not intimidated by the price of 30,000 gold coins. Instead, he reached out to take the purple spirit sword. This action immediately widened everyone's eyes. Wait a moment, sir, the purple spirit sword is not an ordinary weapon and cannot be handled casually. Yidu quickly grabbed the man's wrist. If you want to see weapons, you can choose any weapon in our store except for the purple spirit sword. Our Yi family weapon shop is one of the top weapon shops in Maple Red City, and I believe you will find a weapon you like. Choose. The man in the white cloak spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. No, I want them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the shop fell into silence, and everyone was stunned. Each person stared blankly at the man in the white cloak, their eyes as if they were looking at a foolish deer. After a moment, people snapped back to reality, exchanging glances and murmuring, and the atmosphere began to boil like a pot of oil. This guy must be crazy. My god, the total value of the weapons in this shop is at least 100,000 gold coins. He wants them all. This person's head is definitely not right. I don't know how someone like him has managed to become an intermediate warrior. In my opinion, he might be here to cause trouble. Otherwise, who would dare to do this? Cause trouble? This is Yi family's weapon shop. Who would dare to cause trouble here? They must be out of their mind. I think this person is just trying to put on a show, but he's foolish to choose Yi family's shop. He will definitely be thrown out. People pointed in disgust, their gazes towards the man in the white cloak filled with disdain. Sir, you want all the weapons in our shop, that's not a problem. A hint of contempt flashed in Yidu's eyes, but the premise is that you can pay that much money. If you can't come up with that much money, please get out. He didn't believe that the man in front of him could produce that much money. Therefore, he was already certain that this person was here to cause trouble. Although the other party was an intermediate warrior, Yi Du was a direct descendant of the Yi family and was not afraid of offending a minor warrior, so he directly said, "Get out." "Get out?" The man in the white cloak turned to look at Yi Du. "You can still get out now." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked, their mouths agape, as if their jaws were about to drop. A mere intermediate warrior actually told the manager stationed by the Yi family to get out of the Yi family's shop. Did he have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? "You actually told me to get out?" Yi Du revealed a gloomy smile. "You are determined to cause trouble on my Yi family's territory, huh? Good, very good, come here." With a roar, 4 warriors from the Yi family immediately jumped out of the crowd. Among the 4 warriors, 2 were intermediate warriors, confidently looking at the man in the white cloak with a hint of cruelty in their eyes. In such a situation, even if someone was killed, the enforcement warriors of the Warrior Alliance would turn a blind eye. After all, it was the other party who came to provoke them first, right? Go, let him know that my Yi family's authority is not so easy to offend. Yi Du sneered, stepping out of the crowd, looking down at the man in the white cloak with disdain. Yes. The 4 warriors nodded and unsheathed their weapons with a clatter. In an instant, the weapon shop was filled with a chilling aura of killing intent. The onlookers quickly retreated, reveling in the misfortune. An intermediate warrior, after all, was not an ordinary person. Seeing such a character suffer a setback was indeed a grand spectacle. "Kill!" The 4 warriors shouted in unison, charging at the man in the white cloak, each gleaming weapon aimed at vital points, leaving no room for survival. This man is doomed. 4 against 1, with such ruthless moves, there's absolutely no chance for him to escape. At this scene, the thoughts of the onlookers flashed in unison, but the next moment, their thoughts were ruthlessly shattered. A blade of lightning, swirling with thunder, seemed to appear out of thin air, instantly slicing through the necks of the 4 Yi family warriors. The 4 Yi family warriors froze, their weapons falling helplessly to the ground. Immediately, a torrent of blood gushed from their neck. Wounds like a water gun, no matter how they tried to cover it with their hands, it was futile. The stench of blood quickly enveloped the entire Yi family weapon shop. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly believe that 4 Yi family warriors had been slaughtered by an unknown mid-level warrior with a single strike. Moreover, they couldn't believe that the man in the white cloak was so bold as to dare to kill in the city. It was truly outrageous. This not only showed disdain for the Yi family but also for the Warrior Alliance. "Quick, run! This man is definitely insane. Run, don't block my way. I don't want to be killed." The crowd snapped back to reality, fearfully rushing outside. To them, the man in the white cloak had completely lost his mind, a madman who only knew how to kill. Staying there would surely lead to a gruesome death. A few seconds later, except for Yi Du and a few refiners, everyone had fled. You dare to kill in my Yi family's shop. Do you know what the consequences are? You will die too, you madman. Yi Du pointed at Suchin in horror, trembling all over as if he were having a seizure. However, the man in the white cloak acted as if he had done something trivial, calmly sheathing his long knife and picking up the purple spirit sword. Yi Du opened his mouth, wanting the man in the white cloak to put down the purple spirit sword. But at this moment, all the guards in the shop were dead. How could he dare to step forward alone to stop him? Just then, Yi Du noticed that the man in the white cloak was actually walking towards him. "What do you want?" Yi Du's pupils constricted, a deep fear rising uncontrollably in his heart. "Hand over your wealth, and I will spare your life." The words of the man in the white cloak were concise and filled with murderous intent. Okay. Yi Du looked at the terrifying 4 corpses, lacking the courage to resist, and nodded tremblingly. Immediately, Yi Du and a few refiners, their faces pale with terror, handed over all the wealth in the shop to the man in the white cloak. They even took out the materials they were refining from the furnace. With a wave of his hand, the man in the white cloak made the gold coins, weapons, and materials vanish into thin air. This scene left Yi Du and the others in shock, their minds blank. After thoroughly looting the shop, the man in the white cloak left directly, swiftly disappearing into the street. Damn Suchin, if it weren't for him, how could the guards in the shop have been reassigned? How did I end up in this situation? Yi Du looked at the brutally slain Yi family guards and the empty shop, nearly in tears. But if he knew that this man in the white cloak was actually Suchin's avatar, he wouldn't know what to think. At this moment, a series of chaotic footsteps sounded from outside. "Who dares to kill in the city? Immediately hand over your weapons and kneel to surrender." A group of Alliance enforcers dressed in black outfits with gold trim burst into the shop. He ran. He has already run. Yi Du pointed at the street, crying out, "Why did you come so late?" The incident of the Yi family's weapon shop being robbed has caused a stir throughout the entire Hongfeng city stronghold. Moreover, the same thing has happened not just once but 3 times. The Yi family's weapon shop, the Yi family's pill shop, and the Yi family's main business hall have all been completely looted by a person in a white robe and cloak, and not a single one of the Alliance enforcers managed to catch them. At this moment, the person in the white robe and cloak has become the hot topic of discussion in the entire city. Inside the Yi family mansion, head of the family, that's what he said. A martial artist knelt on the ground, speaking with great anxiety. This person was the messenger who had rushed back from the Jinyan leopard stronghold. What? He told me to enjoy my last good days? Yi Feijiang sat at the head, a cold smile on his face. Just because he is a mere martial artist, he dares to boast like this? The messenger. Martial artist knelt in terror, not daring to respond. Alright, you can go now. Yi Feijiang scoffed and waved his hand. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside. Immediately after, a senior martial artist burst into the hall, head of the family. It's bad. Yi Lin? What is it? Yi Feijiang frowned. Yi Lin was usually steady, so why was he so flustered today? Yi Lin fell to his knees with a thud. Head of the family, all the weapon shops, pill shops, and the main business hall in the city have been completely looted. What? Yi Feijiang stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The messenger martial artist, still kneeling on the ground, looked utterly dazed. Yi Lin, do you know what you are saying? Yi Feijiang walked down from the hall, his expression furious. These three important shops are all within the city. How could they be robbed? Although he knew Yi Lin would never lie, he still couldn't believe it. Head of the family, they really have been robbed. Yi Lin pressed his head to the ground, trembling as he spoke, and they were all robbed at the same time. The attackers were three mysterious intermediate martial artists in white robes and cloaks. We lost a total of 15 martial artists, over 500,000 gold coins in cash, and countless supplies. Seeing Yi Lin like this, Yi Feijiang could no longer doubt it. How could anyone dare to rob my Yi family's shops? Yi Feijiang's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Have those three thieves been caught? And no. Yi Lin's voice trembled. He didn't dare to look up at Yi Feijiang. Our Yi family's main force has all gone to hunt down Suchin. The alliance enforcers arrived too late. By the time they got there, the culprits had already escaped. Damn it! Who could it be? Yi Feijiang gritted, his teeth in rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. The robbery of three important shops not only caused significant economic losses to the Yi family, but also severely damaged their reputation. The prestigious Yi family was actually robbed of three important shops in broad daylight, and the key point was that the culprits had not been caught. This was an absolute humiliation. Such a disgrace had never happened in the history of the Yi family. Investigate this for me. We must catch the culprits and impose the most brutal punishment. At this moment, Yi Feijiang was so furious he seemed like a volcano about to erupt. But head of the family, our main force is outside the city. Yi Lin swallowed hard. Should we let the Martial Artist Alliance conduct a thorough investigation on this matter? Martial Artist Alliance? Yi Feijiang suddenly thought of something, suppressing his anger fiercely. You all step back. I need to think. Yes. Yi Lin and the messenger martial artist bowed deeply, leaving cautiously. The person in the white robe and cloak, suddenly appearing, suddenly disappearing. Yi Feijiang closed his eyes in thought, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Such strange methods. Suchin. Yes, this matter must be the work of Suchin. Before, the Dark Snake stronghold was like this. That black-robed, white-faced figure mysteriously disappeared. Moreover, only that Suchin could possibly possess such bizarre means. I originally thought he was just a minor character, but now it seems this person is extremely difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yi Feijiang's expression darkened as if it were about to drip water. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! This person dares to attack the stronghold within the city, so he definitely dares to launch another surprise attack on my Yi family's stronghold outside the city. Someone. Without a second thought, Yi Feijiang shouted, immediately notify all strongholds to strengthen their defenses. However, by the time he thought of this, it was already too late. Outside the city, at the Yi family's E-level Red Bear Beast stronghold. In order to capture Suchin, the stronghold had dispatched many martial artists, and their strength was at its weakest. A person in a white cloak infiltrated the stronghold, charging straight into the guardhouse to loot it rampantly. Anyone who dared to obstruct was cut down in an instant. A large number of guardhouse staff cried and shouted as they fled, and the scene was in chaos. The same thing happened at other Yi family strongholds. The strongest among these strongholds were only advanced martial artists who were no match for Suchin's avatar. By the time Yi Feijiang's order arrived, 3 strongholds had already been completely looted by Suchin. This is the price of provoking me. In the cave, Suchin coldly smiled, revealing his teeth. Then, he excitedly began to count his spoils. At this moment, his storage space was already filled with all kinds of items. Weapons, elixirs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, and materials from fierce beasts had piled up into a small mountain. The heaps of shining gold coins and the sparkling spirit stones were dazzling to the eyes. As expected of the Yi family, you haven't disappointed me. Suchin grinned, excitedly saying, System, store everything for me. With a single command, the balance of gold coins skyrocketed. 100,000, 300,000, 600,000. In the end, the amount of gold coins reached an unprecedented 623,547 gold coins. Moreover, in addition to the gold coins, the avatar also plundered a large number of elixirs and weapons. Among the weapons, the best was the intermediate spirit weapon, the purple spirit sword. The black tang knife can no longer keep up with my pace. and I now master more sword techniques. It's time to change weapons. Suchin smirked, taking out the purple spirit sword from the storage space. This purple spirit sword was beautifully shaped, with the hilt and scabbard seamlessly integrated, and the carvings on it resembled the movements of constellations, exuding a profound artistic conception. Clang! With a flick of his thumb, the long sword was instantly unsheathed. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted in the cave, like a thunderclap. Good sword. Suchin gently caressed the blade, a smile on his face. After playing with the purple spirit sword for a while, Suchin strapped it to his waist, and his excited gaze fell on the elixirs in the storage space. A whole shop's worth of elixirs had been looted. These elixirs were of various types, including those for healing, detoxifying, and assisting in cultivation, everything one could imagine. So many elixirs, and there are even 5th grade elixirs that can assist martial artists in their cultivation. With these elixirs, my cultivation speed can increase again. This is truly wonderful. Suchin's eyes sparkled, and then he took out the best cultivation elixir from the storage space and swallowed it like a candy bean. In an instant, a powerful attraction emanated from Suchin's body. This attraction was like a giant beast, frantically tearing and devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. At such a speed, it nearly tripled Suchin's cultivation speed. At this rate, I only need 2 hours to break through to advanced martial artist. Suchin couldn't help but let out a low, excited laugh, and it won't take long to break through to peak martial artist. By then, let's see who surrounds whom. But before that, let you all feel a deep sense of heartache. Ha ha ha. While feeling the exhilarating rush of his rapidly increasing cultivation, Suchin issued the command to continue plundering the Yi family's strongholds. Under Suchin's orders, his avatars relentlessly raided the Yi family's bases. Even though the Yi family members received strict orders from Yi Feizhang to be on high alert, it was of no use. Suchin's avatars always found ways to infiltrate the strongholds and plunder them fiercely. As time passed, more and more Yi family strongholds were looted, with 4 out of 5 E-level bases already suffering Suchin's wrath. In addition, 7 or 8 F-level bases also fell victim. If it weren't for the vast distances between the strongholds, this number would have been much higher. Meanwhile, with so many strongholds being raided, the news spread like wildfire throughout the city. Almost everyone knew that the Yi family had provoked a formidable force. Every person in the city was discussing the Yi family's affairs, and the rumors had reached dozens of versions. Coupled with various incidents that had occurred earlier, rumors of the Yi family's impending doom even surfaced. You brat! I will kill you! The severe damage to their economy and reputation drove Yi Feizhang into a furious rage as he struck down a hapless servant with a powerful palm, shattering him to pieces. Just as Yi Feizhang was seething with anger and the Yi family members were in a state of panic. Ding! The sea of cultivation is full. Do you wish to break through? Break through immediately. Suchin's eyes lit up as he issued the command. In the next millisecond, an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy surged in, all condensing into the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian. At this moment, the spiritual energy vortex had become even denser, its size increasing by a whole circle. Advanced martial artist realm. Suchin stretched his limbs, intoxicated by the power within him. At this point, without even looking at his attribute panel, he knew that all his 4-dimensional levels had risen by a tier. With such strength, combined with 3 elusive avatars, he was already capable of contending with the Yi family's encirclement army. However, what Suchin wanted was not a drawn-out battle, but a spectacular counterattack. Just wait, my generous gift will soon be delivered to you. Suchin tossed a precious 5th-tier pill into his mouth, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. At the same time, Yi Lingfeng and others who were hunting for Suchin learned the grim news that the Yi family strongholds were being raided one after another. Everyone was momentarily petrified. They stood frozen in place like statues, not moving an inch. After a long while, they finally gasped in shock. This can't go on any longer, or all of our Yi family strongholds will be uprooted. Yi Xiangming's face turned pale with pain, and he immediately decided to return home to defend the family strongholds. Father, we can't throw away our efforts. Yi Lingfeng weighed the situation and advised, if we give up now, we may protect the remaining strongholds, but we will also let Suchin escape. But we have searched everywhere except the D-level beast zone, Yi Xiangming said. Anxiously, we haven't even caught a glimpse of Suchin. Are we really going to take the risk of entering the D-level beast zone to hunt him down? Of course. Yi Lingfeng said seriously, if Suchin, a mere martial artist, dares to enter the D-level beast zone, why should we be afraid? That's true, even if Suchin enters the D-level beast zone, he definitely won't get far. Yi Tian also stepped forward and said he might be in the nearest D-level beast zone. We can't give up. But our strongholds. Yi Xiangming clutched his chest in pain, nearly spitting blood from anger. Father, I feel the pain too, but we can't have such a short-sighted view. Yi Lingfeng was no longer polite, speaking directly. Just think, as long as Grandpa is around, our Yi family will always be one of the 4 major forces in Hongfeng City. These looted strongholds will eventually recover, and the lost gold coins can be earned back. These losses are not fatal. And once we catch Suchin and force him to reveal his secrets, we can soar to great heights. Who knows, we might even enter the main city of Blue Star. When it came to the main city of Blue Star, Yilingfeng's eyes revealed an uncontrollable longing and excitement. That was the largest city on Blue Star, the gathering place for all the elites of the entire Blue Star. Compared to the main city of Blue Star, the Red Maple City Stronghold was just a small village. I understand now, Yi Shangming exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. My son is indeed wise. Look at this donkey head of mine. Almost missing the big picture while focusing on the small. No time to waste. Yilingfeng laughed. Father, let's search the D-level beast area right away. Alright. Yi Shangming nodded seriously and then issued the order. After receiving the command, numerous martial artists formed nearly 30 small teams led by martial masters and began a frantic search of the D-level beast area. Those martial artists who lacked the courage to enter the D-level area stayed on the outskirts to prevent Suchin from escaping. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The 5 E-level strongholds of the Yi family and over 30 F-level strongholds had all been completely looted by Suchin. In addition, an E-level stronghold and 5 F-level strongholds of the Yang family had also been thoroughly ransacked by Suchin. Meanwhile, the balance of gold coins in the mysterious space had soared to 785,846 coins. With so many gold coins, it was not far from upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 5 and gaining new activation permissions. However, this was not what excited Suchin the most. At this moment, he was eagerly staring at the one-click training little figure in the mysterious black space. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why isn't it full yet? Suchin watched as the training little figure was just a hair's breadth away from turning completely golden, his heart racing like a cat's claws. Scratching. Just then, the white little figure finally turned completely golden. Stop the nonsense. Break through for me. Without waiting for the system prompt to appear, Suchin shouted excitedly. Boom! The surging spiritual energy rushed into Suchin's body like it had encountered a black hole. The spiritual energy vortex in Suchin's Dantian grew larger again, almost filling the entire Dantian space. A tribute panel. Name: Suchin race, human qualification. Level: impure body realm level, peak martial artist attack level, advanced martial master plus defense level, advanced martial master movement level, advanced martial master plus stamina level, advanced martial master mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, thunder light true formula, beginner entry, thunder silk true formula, beginner entry, 9 elephants mountain treading formula, intermediate entry, flying flower shadow cutting sword, beginner entry, white feather step technique, beginner entry, floating willow sword technique, beginner entry, cracking sky sword technique, beginner entry, some techniques omitted, activated system functions, one-click training function, level 5, one-click martial arts function, level 5, clone dispatch function, level 4, advanced martial master plus. He. A wicked smile slowly formed on Suchin's lips. The magnificent counterattack has begun. He hadn't rested at all that night, having already dispatched clones to thoroughly scout the area within dozens of miles. Now, with just a thought, he could send his clones to any location within this area. Not only that, Suchin had also figured out the deployment of the Yi family's army, which made him chuckle to himself. Yilingfeng and the others had divided their large team into smaller squads, which was not wrong in itself, as they were dealing with Suchin, who was close to a beginner martial master. However, they never expected that in just one night, Suchin's combat power had soared to the level of advanced Martial Master Plus. In this situation, Yilingfeng and the others separating their forces was akin to seeking their own destruction. Clone dispatch, go. Kill. With a command, Suchin sent 3 clones to different locations to begin hunting down the Yi family's small teams. In the Lioli Lake area, in a certain mountain gorge, a group of martial artists was resting, and the leading junior martial master even had 2 beautiful female martial artists giving him a massage. Suddenly, the junior martial master's ears twitched and his expression turned alert. My lord? What's wrong? The 2 beauties asked in surprise. It seems, nothing? The junior martial master frowned, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. But just as he was about to close his eyes and continue enjoying the massage from the beautiful martial artists, he suddenly saw a white shadow. Not good. The junior martial master felt all the hairs on his body stand on end and was about to stand up, but it was already too late. A sharp long sword instantly sliced across his neck. Ah, the boss is dead. The other martial artists were terrified at the sight, their souls nearly escaping their bodies, and they fled in all directions like madmen. Even the junior martial master died without knowing why. How could they not be afraid? Ha! The junior martial master, in disbelief, covered his neck, blood frothing from his mouth. His gaze grew dimmer, eventually fading away completely. A once high-ranking martial master died just like that, without the power to fight back. He didn't even get a clear look at his enemy before dying. In the Lioli Lake area, within a certain forest, a middle-level martial master was leading 10 martial artists in a careful search of the surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Everyone's expression changed in shock, and they drew their weapons with a clatter. Then, they saw a figure in a white cloak holding a long sword emerge from the woods. It's the white-cloaked person. We actually encountered him here. Great, we're going to get rich. Everyone's eyes widened, their excitement hard to conceal. At this point, they already knew that the white-cloaked person had a close relationship with Suchin. Capturing the white-cloaked person would mean seizing an important clue. Therefore, when they saw the white-cloaked person, it was as if they saw shining gold coins beckoning to them. Go! Capture him alive. The middle-level martial master was overjoyed and charged forward. The other martial artists were not to be outdone, laughing maniacally as they surrounded him. The white-cloaked person stood still, and the crowd mocked him, thinking he was too scared to move. But the next scene froze their laughter on their faces. The white-cloaked person swung his sword, and a blinding flash of sword light flickered. The middle-level martial master was directly cut in half. Ah! It hurts! The bisected middle-level martial master was not dead yet. He writhed in pain, crying out, his face twisted beyond recognition. How is this possible? A peak martial artist was horrified, his scalp nearly exploding. This white-cloaked person only emits the aura of a peak martial artist. How could he defeat Lord Tianan with one sword? Why are you worrying about that? Run! A senior martial artist shouted, fleeing desperately into the distance, not even stopping to pick up his lost shoe. Yes, run! Damn it, you stepped on my foot! The other martial artists, without a second thought, scattered in terror. The white-cloaked person did not pursue these martial artists but stood in place, gradually fading away. The same scene was continuously playing out. In various places. Wherever the sword passed, it was unstoppable. No martial artist could escape disaster. In a short time, a total of 8 martial artists died at Suchin's hands. TSK, these martial artists are really fat. In the cave, Suchin looked at the newly acquired spoils, clicking his tongue. 8 martial artists brought him a total of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This was the result of those martial artists being lightly equipped, otherwise, Suchin's gains would have been at least several times more. Moreover, there were also quite a few pills and weapons. Especially the weapons, many of those martial artists were wielding low-level spiritual weapons, and Suchin had collected 6 of them. Come on, brothers, it's time to upgrade from bird guns to cannons. Suchin selected the 3 best low-level spiritual longswords and passed them to his avatars. With the low-level spiritual weapons, the strength of the avatars surged again, easily slaying all martial artists below the intermediate level with a single sword. Even a few high-level martial artists couldn't withstand many strikes and ultimately met their demise under the swords of Suchin's avatars in despair. At the same time, while Suchin's avatars were frantically hunting down the Yi family team, Yi Lingfeng was gathering with important figures like Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, Yi Ji, and Yang Tianrui. Due to the lack of communication means, they were still unaware that their martial artists were being targeted by Suchin. The surrounding D-level beast zones have all been searched, Yi Tian analyzed. Only the Lioli Lake area remains unsearched. I estimate we are not far from finding Suchin. Unless he dares to enter the sea level area. Yi Lingfeng sneered, but how could that be possible? I don't believe he would dare to go to the sea level area to seek death. That's right, Suchin must be in the Lioli Lake area. Yi Xiangming said excitedly, we're going to catch him, and our Yi family is going to rise. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingfeng laughed wildly, seemingly envisioning the Yi family rising crazily to become a top family. Young Master Yi Lingfeng. At that moment, a junior martial artist rushed over in a panic. Didn't we say we shouldn't be disturbed during our discussion? Yi Lingfeng looked coldly at the intruding junior martial artist, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Although he was only a peak martial artist, as the most talented figure in the Yi family and its future heir, he didn't regard a mere junior martial artist as a threat. Young Master Yi, something bad has happened. The junior martial artist said, drenched in sweat, we've encountered several teams of martial artists, and they all say their leading martial artists have been killed. What? Yi Lingfeng's pupils instantly contracted. Speak clearly, how many martial artists have died, and who is the killer? The killer is the man in the white cloak. The junior martial artist took a deep breath and said, as for the martial artists lost, just from what I know, there are the leaders of the flying fish hunting team, the mountain crossing hunting team, and the black wind hunting team. 3 martial artists lost, all done by the man in the white cloak? Aren't those people intermediate martial artists? Yi Xiangming exclaimed in disbelief, are you sure you're not mistaken? Not only Yi Xiangming, but everyone, including Yi Lingfeng, felt a sense of absurdity and unreality. Absolutely true. The junior martial artist shook his head, his face filled with fear. It is said that all 3 were killed with a single sword strike. A single sword strike. Yi Lingfeng laughed instead of getting angry. Do you know how much strength is needed to kill an intermediate martial artist with one sword? At least the combat power of a high-level martial artist. Could those men in white cloaks have such strength? I suspect you are a spy sent by the Martial Arts Alliance or the Bao family to disrupt our plans. Tell me, are you a spy? I am not a spy. The junior martial artist shook his head, nearly in tears. Humph. Yi Lingfeng snorted coldly, if you don't speak now, it will be too late later. Just then, another terrified Yi family martial artist rushed over. Young master, Lord Tianan has been killed. This Yi family Martial artist rushed over and directly knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. What did you say? Tianan, the guest elder, has been killed. Yi Lingfeng and the others were instantly struck as if by lightning, dumbfounded. We encountered a man in a white cloak and we intended to capture him. The Yi family warrior said with a face full of despair, but I never expected that the man in the white cloak could actually bisect Lord Tianan with a single sword. No, this is impossible. Yi Lingfeng's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. Lord Tianan was someone who had touched the edge of a high-level martial artist. How could he be killed by a single sword? How could those men in white cloaks possibly do that? This isn't true. Tell me, are the people from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Bao and Yi families involved? Are they? No. A faint voice answered his question. Then who did it? Yi Lingfeng suddenly turned around, his hair disheveled, looking like a madman. Of course, it was me. Suchin stepped through the leaves, a faint cold smile on his face. It was you, Suchin. The moment Yi Lingfeng saw Suchin, his eyes nearly popped out. Yi Xiangming and the others stared in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Yes, it was me. Suchin smiled indifferently. I killed all the martial artists who surrounded and attacked me. Yi Lingfeng, I have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to take them out one by one. Otherwise, with all of you martial artists gathered together, I would really have a hard time. All killed? This is impossible. Yi Lingfeng's eyes were about to burst. Even if you have already broken through to the peak martial artist level, it is absolutely impossible for you to kill more than 20 of us. Is that so? Suchin smirked. Then I'll give you a chance. Let your subordinates go find those martial artists. TCH, putting on an act. Yi Lingfeng snapped back to reality from his shock, coldly snorting. If you said you killed a few of our martial artists, I might believe you. But you're not thinking straight. Besides the 5 of us martial artists here, there are a full 26 martial artists outside. How could you possibly kill them all in such a short time? Even if a martial general came, it would be absolutely impossible. Your words are too much. That's right, I almost got fooled by you, you little brat. Yi Xiangming stepped forward, disdainfully staring at Suchin. Unfortunately, we are not easily scared. Suchin, your cleverness has backfired on you. Suchin, your few subordinates are definitely entangled with our martial artists now. Yi Lingfeng regained his high and mighty demeanor. You, a mere peak martial artist. No matter how strong, how could you possibly contend with the 5 of us martial artists? I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Now, where will you escape to? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, Yi Ji, Yang Tianrui, and the junior martial artist immediately moved, surrounding Suchin tightly. At the same time, other martial artists formed a circle around them, and a few quietly left, preparing to call for reinforcements. TCH. Suchin looked around at everyone, mockingly shaking his head. Laughing? Yi Lingfeng disdainfully raised his chin. You, who appear to be all smiles on the surface, must be very fearful inside, right? Don't be afraid. I, Yi Lingfeng, love geniuses like you the most. As long as you hand over the secret that allowed you to transform from an ordinary person to a peak martial artist in just 3 days, I promise that the Yi family will definitely have a place for you in the future. By then, our Yi family will soar to great heights, and you, Suchin, will also stand at the pinnacle with wealth, power, and beauty at your fingertips. Isn't that wonderful? But if you don't plan to reveal your secret, then I'm sorry. I, Yi Lingfeng, will let you experience the noble service of 12 tortures in one go, and at that time you will find it impossible to live or die. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. You can choose to enjoy a wonderful life or a life worse than death. Ah, that was brilliantly said. Suchin laughed heartily, even clapping his hands. Make your decision. Yi Lingfeng looked at Suchin with contempt. I'm going to start counting now. In his eyes, Suchin had already become a piece of fish meat waiting to be slaughtered. And he, Yi Lingfeng, was the one holding the knife. He would ultimately pry the unparalleled secret from Suchin's mouth. Yi Lingfeng, why are you all so mysteriously confident? Just based on your own assumptions? Suchin's smile gradually turned cold. Why don't you look behind you and see who is surrounding whom? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Lingfeng and the others were momentarily stunned. Then, Yi Lingfeng laughed heartily. Suchin, do you really think that if we turn around, you can escape? Come, everyone look back with me. I want to see if you, Suchin, can escape right under my nose. Ha ha ha. While laughing, Yi Lingfeng turned his head first, and the others looked back with mocking expressions. In the next moment, Yi Lingfeng's laughter abruptly stopped, as if he had been grabbed by the neck like a goose. The mocking expressions of Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, and the others also froze. Outside the crowd, 3 figures in white cloaks occupied 3 directions. They held blood-stained long swords, exuding a terrifying killing intent. It's the white-cloaked people who killed Lord Tianan. 3. How could there be 3? We're doomed, we're dead for sure. The martial artist who had come to deliver the news trembled all over, his voice hoarse and desperate. The scene of the white-cloaked person killing Lord Tianan had left a huge impact on this martial artist. Now, seeing the white-cloaked figures, he was like a startled bird, instantly losing all composure. Gulp! Yi Lingfeng struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, trembling as he murmured, "How is this possible? How could they appear here? Could it be that all those martial artists were really killed by them? No, this can't be true. That sword, the spirit weapon of the leader of the lion hunting team." Yi Tian suddenly focused, staring intently at the long sword in one of the white-cloaked figure's hands, and the sword of the president of the Red Stone Chamber of Commerce. Yi Ji also said in disbelief, "The president of the Red Stone is a high-level martial artist. Could he have died too?" "What?" Yi Lingfeng's face stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. He realized that those martial artists might really have been killed just as Suchin had said. However, he couldn't accept such a bizarre situation deep down. Over 20 martial artists, what a terrifying force that was. How could they all be killed by a small fry who had just crawled up from the bottom for a few days? This was simply a fairy tale. At that moment, the terrified martial artist could no longer bear the pressure and ran madly towards the outskirts. Swish! A flash of sword light passed, and the fleeing martial artist was instantly cut in half. The headless corpse staggered a few steps before collapsing weakly, blood spraying from the severed neck and instantly staining the ground red. Hiss! The glaring red made Yi Lingfeng and the others shiver violently. The next moment, run! With a loud shout, Yi Lingfeng recklessly fled towards the outskirts. At this moment, no secret mattered, his life was the most important. "Quick, protect Lingfeng and get out!" Yi Tian and the others shouted in a low voice, surrounding Yi Lingfeng and rushing outward. Yi Lingfeng was exceptionally talented, with top-notch qualifications, and was the most promising person in the Yi family to become a military general or even a military commander, so everyone was protecting him. Today, no one is allowed to leave. Suchin's indifferent and cold voice came, and the killing intent within it was chilling. Then, he stepped forward and chased out like the wind. The three white-cloaked figures also wielding spirit weapons to surround and kill. "My son, run!" Yi Xiangming turned back and drew his sword, angrily slashing at Suchin. Crack the sky, ninth sword. Suchin flipped his wrist, and the purple spirit sword shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly piercing Yi Xiangming's heart. "Father!" When Yi Lingfeng saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and he felt as if his eyes would burst. However, despite his sorrow, his speed did not decrease at all as he fled rapidly into the distance. "You all have to die, no one can escape." Suchin kicked Yi Xiangming's corpse away and coldly laughed as he chased after him. A terrifying chase began. Warriors were continuously caught and killed, their wails echoing through the mountains and forests, blood flowing all the way. Once the warriors were all slaughtered, it was the turn of the martial masters. The first to be killed was the junior martial master who had come to deliver the news. He was no match for Suchin and fell with a single sword strike. "Yang Tianrui, I command you to turn back and block the enemy." Seeing Suchin and his three companions approaching with ferocity, Yi Lingfeng immediately ordered Yang Tianrui to hold them off. "Young Master Yi, Although Yang Tianrui was the head of the Yang family, he was merely a mid-level martial master. After witnessing Suchin's overwhelming combat power, how could he be willing to turn back? "Hurry, think of your family." As Yi Lingfeng saw Suchin getting closer, a wave of terror surged within him. Yang Tianrui let out a suppressed roar, then turned to face the rapidly approaching Suchin. "It's all your fault, it's all your fault. I've ended up in this situation." Filled with endless hatred, Yang Tianrui brandished his sword and charged forward, gritting his teeth. In the next second, sword light flickered, and figures intertwined. Yang Tianrui's lifeless body fell, while Suchin's advance remained completely unaffected. Yang Tianrui, Yi Lingfeng and the others turned pale with fear upon seeing Yang Tianrui's instant demise. A dignified mid-level martial master, yet he couldn't even hold them off for a moment. Suchin was too strong, too terrifying. At that moment, three white figures surpassed Yi Lingfeng and his companions, blocking their path. "Kill!" Yi Tian and Yi Ji unsheathed their long swords without hesitation and charged forward. However, they were merely a junior martial master and a mid-level martial master, no match for Suchin's three avatars. After one move, blood rained down. Yi Tian was severed in two, and Yi Ji was split apart. The nauseating stench of blood filled the air. "No!" Yi Lingfeng stood frozen in horror, his voice hoarse from crying out. "Where do you think you're running to?" Suchin leisurely approached Yi Lingfeng, returning his earlier words verbatim. "Why you don't come any closer." Yi Lingfeng, terrified, stumbled backward, only to collide with Suchin's white-robed avatar. Feeling the sensation behind him, Yi Lingfeng was even more terrified and hurriedly dodged to the side. Then, he found another figure in a white robe standing in front of him. In that instant, it seemed that Suchin and the white-robed figures surrounded him from all directions. What to do? Yi Lingfeng's lips moved as he uttered a desperate whisper, then he sat down on the ground. "Yi Lingfeng, are you not going to struggle?" Suchin smirked, a hint of killing intent in his smile. "You once spoke of slow slicing, skinning, dismemberment, and being drawn and quartered. I remember it all too well. Now, choose one." "No, please don't. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me." Faced with death, Yi Lingfeng was terrified to the core. He trembled all over, casting aside all pride and dignity, kneeling before Suchin in utter humiliation, begging for mercy. Spare you? Suchin scoffed. Put yourself in my shoes. If I were captured by you, would you spare me? You should know that ever since your Yi family caused my parents' deaths and tried to kill me, I have sworn to never let you live. Su. Lord Su. Yi Lingfeng's face was filled with terror as he stammered in defense. Those things have nothing to do with me. It was my grandfather who ordered your parents to go to the D-level area, and it was my sixth brother who wanted to kill you. I really had no part in it. Since you didn't participate in these two matters, what about this encirclement to kill me? Suchin snorted coldly. You orchestrated so many people to surround me, and you still expect me to let you go? This is also my grandfather's order. Lord Su, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your secrets. I shouldn't have brought people to kill you. Lord Su, you are the star in the sky, you are the sun in the sky. I beg you, have mercy, spare me, a maggot in this dung pit. You can have anything you want, as long as I have it, except for my life. I only ask you to spare my worthless life. Yi Lingfeng, disheveled, crazily kowtowed to Suchin, looking more miserable than an orphan selling himself to bury his father. Anything but your life? After hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, Suchin revealed a strange smile. Yes. You can have anything you want. Terrified, Yi Lingfeng didn't even notice Suchin's expression, nodding like a rattledrum. Alright, I'm tempted. Suchin smiled broadly as he put away the purple spirit sword, and the three avatars also sheathed their weapons. Thank you, Lord Su. Thank you, Lord Su. Yi Lingfeng's face showed the joy of surviving a disaster, and he hurriedly kowtowed a few more times. Listen carefully, this is what I want. Su. Chen smirked and said, first, as the most important descendant of the Yi family, you must know all the martial arts of the Yi family, right? I want those martial arts. No problem, Lord Su, I know all the martial arts at home. Yi Lingfeng immediately nodded, seemingly eager to reveal the martial arts to save his life. Don't rush. Suchin casually tossed out a few notebooks and pens. Write slowly, don't miss a word, or I don't know how miserable your end will be. Rest assured, Lord Su. Yi Lingfeng nodded and bowed like a dog. I can recite the Yi family's martial arts fluently. I won't miss a single word. Saying this, he lay on the ground and began to write furiously. Next, my second condition. Suchin looked down at Yi Lingfeng. You need to give me 5 million gold coins as a ransom. 5 million. Yi Lingfeng was instantly stunned, almost dropping his pen. What's wrong? Suchin frowned. Is the dignified Yi family unable to come up with 5 million gold coins? I have already looted 500,000 to 600,000 gold coins just from your few shops. Although those are your more important shops, it shouldn't account for most of the Yi family's wealth, right? Lord Su, that may be true, but we really don't have 5 million gold coins. Yi Lingfeng said with a mournful face. Unless we borrow from the other three major forces or sell assets, we can gather that much gold. As long as you can gather it. No matter what method you use, I want 5 million gold coins, otherwise. A cold killing intent flashed in Suchin's eyes. You can only die. No, don't kill me. Yi Lingfeng trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down. I am the future of the Yi family. My grandfather will rescue me. Humph, write a blood letter. Suchin said indifferently. I will personally deliver it to your grandfather. Whether you live or die depends on whether your grandfather pays the money. Yes. Yi Lingfeng trembled as he bit his finger and began to write the blood letter. At that moment, ding! The Thunder Silk True Art has reached the minor completion level. The wonderful system prompt brought Suchin a wave of surprise. I wonder how much my attributes will increase with the minor completion level of the Thunder Silk True Art? With a hint of anticipation, Suchin opened the attribute panel. Name, Suchin Race, Human Qualification Level, Turbid Body Realm Level, Peak Warrior Attack Level, Peak Martial Master plus Defense Level, Advanced Martial Master Movement Level, Advanced Martial Master plus Stamina Level, Advanced Martial Master Mastered Techniques, Infinite Heart Sutra, Thunder Silk True Formula, Beginner, Minor Achievement, Thunder Light True Formula, Beginner, Entry, 9 Elephants Mountain Treading Formula, Intermediate, Entry, Flying Flower Shadow Cutting Sword, Beginner, Entry, White Feather Step Technique, Beginner, Entry, Floating Willow Sword Technique, Beginner, Entry, Cracking Sky Sword Technique, Beginner, Entry, Some Techniques Omitted, Activated System Functions, One-Click Cultivation Function, Level 5, One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 5, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 4, Truly a Property Technique. Suchin's lips curled up, revealing a smile. It can directly enhance combat power by a small realm even at the Martial Master level. The combat power at the peak Martial Master level does not exceed a handful in the entire Hongfeng City stronghold. It can be said that Suchin now stands atop the population of hundreds of thousands in Hongfeng City. With the system's assistance, it won't be long before those quasi-military officers and the 4 great military officers of Hongfeng City are left far behind. Imagining a bright future, Suchin turned his gaze to the storage space. Since the beginning of his counterattack, he had slain a total of 31 martial masters. This brought him an incredibly rich bounty. Just the mid-grade spirit stones alone had surpassed 20 pieces, and the low-grade spirit stones and gold coins were even more. With so many gold coins, it must be enough to upgrade the clone dispatch function. Suchin excitedly issued the command, "System, quickly, deposit all of it for me." In the mysterious space, the number behind the gold coin icon immediately began to soar. 1 second later, the amount broke 1 million. Indeed, there are 1 million gold coins. Suchin's eyes shone. Immediately upgrade the clone dispatch function. Ding! Consumed 1 million gold coins. Clone dispatch function upgraded to level 5. Clone quantity plus 1. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 5. You have gained the bonus abilities Perfect Possession and Devour Clone. When using Perfect Possession, you can attach all your consciousness to the clone, controlling it perfectly as if using your own body. When using Devour Clone, you can choose to devour a certain number of clones, significantly enhancing your combat power within half an hour. The devoured clones will enter a cooldown period. Ding! Host, congratulations on upgrading the first 3 functions to level 5. You have gained activation rights for a new function, which can be activated for just 100 gold coins. The continuous system prompts made Suchin gasp in excitement. The benefits of this upgrade were simply terrifying, even greater than when he had just activated the clone dispatch function. Especially the Devour Clone ability, which made Suchin's ability to fight beyond his level skyrocket. This was far more significant than just increasing the combat power by adding a clone. This is just too exhilarating, and there's still a 4th function waiting for me to activate. Suchin's little heart raced. With excitement, I wonder how monstrous the new function will be. System, activate the new function for me immediately. Ding! Consumed 100 gold coins. One-click treasure hunting function activated. Ding! The current one-click treasure hunting function is level 1, capable of dispatching 2 treasure hunting flying squirrels to search for treasures. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained the bonus abilities Treasure Spirit Perception and Perfect Collection, allowing you to detect and identify all treasures and collect them without damage. The treasure hunting flying squirrels also possess Treasure Spirit Perception and Perfect Collection abilities and have strong survival capabilities. However, if the treasure hunting flying squirrels encounter an enemy that is too strong, they too may not escape death and will require 2 hours to rematerialize after death. The method of dispatching the treasure-seeking flying squirrel, the range of treasure hunting, and the avatar are the same, and the areas explored by both can be dispatched again. The system's description of the 4th function left Suchin stunned in place. After a moment, a strong sense of ecstasy surged across his face. Wow, wow. One click. Treasure hunting. Amazing light shot from Suchin's eyes. Although this function does not directly enhance combat power, its abnormality is equally impressive. What is the most important thing for a martial artist's cultivation? It is nothing more than talent, techniques, and resources. Resources refer to spiritual energy and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Spiritual energy goes without saying, there is no martial artist who does not desire heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, collecting these treasures is incredibly difficult. First, the locations of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are completely uncertain and deeply hidden. Finding a specific treasure relies entirely on luck. Secondly, many heavenly materials and earthly treasures are guarded by fierce beasts or monopolized by powerful individuals. To snatch them from the jaws of danger, one must possess formidable strength. Additionally, many heavenly materials and earthly treasures have unique collection methods, otherwise they will be directly damaged, making their acquisition even more challenging. But now, this arduous task has become very simple for Suchin. With the one-click treasure hunting function, he no longer needs to painstakingly learn collection methods, spend a fortune on treasure information, trek through the wilderness, or risk his life against powerful enemies. Suchin can simply sit at home, happily sipping tea, and continuously harvest various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, if the treasure-seeking flying squirrel finds a mine or something, then he would really strike it rich. In short, after acquiring the one-click treasure hunting function, Suchin can easily gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Then, he can keep the useful ones and sell the useless ones. Once he has enough money, he can upgrade the system functions. This way, Suchin's strength can grow stronger and stronger like a snowball. Quick, upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function for me, all the way until I run out of money. Although it cost 1 million gold coins, there was still some balance left, and Suchin chose to upgrade the function without hesitation. Ding! Consumed 1,000 gold coins. One-click treasure hunting function upgraded to level 2. Number of treasure-seeking flying squirrels increased to 4. Ding! Consumed 10,000 gold coins. One-click treasure hunting function upgraded to level 3. Number of treasure-seeking flying squirrels increased to 8. The system notifications kept coming, and the one-click treasure hunting function directly reached level 3. The quantity is actually increasing exponentially. In an instant, Suchin's eyes widened in surprise. Once the one-click treasure hunting function reaches a higher level, he will have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of treasure-seeking flying squirrels. By then, wouldn't those incredibly rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures flood into his storage space like a deluge? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. My treasures, here I come. Suchin excitedly rubbed his hands and directly dispatched all 8 treasure-seeking flying squirrels. Yi Lingfeng, who was beside him writing blood scripts and then starting to write techniques, did not understand why Suchin was acting so strangely. However, he did not dare to ask and could only continue to bury himself in his studies. D-level Flame Fox area. This fierce beast area is right next to the Glazed Tiger area and has already been thoroughly explored by Suchin's avatar. At this moment in a certain valley, a completely red flame fox was staring intently at a small tree. This small tree was only a dozen centimeters tall or a white fruit the size of a baby's fist. At this moment, the white fruit was visibly turning red. Seeing this scene, the flame fox immediately revealed a greedy expression. But just then, a treasure-seeking flying squirrel with white fur and golden stripes descended from the sky. It had a membrane between its limbs, which formed two wings when spread out, looking both strange and beautiful. And its speed was incredibly fast, almost like lightning as it flew past the flame fox. The flame fox was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that the white fruit in front of it had vanished. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flame fox was instantly furious. This was the treasure it had guarded for 5 days and nights. Its eyes turned blood red, baring its fangs and claws, ready to find the thief who had stolen its treasure and fight to the death. However, the treasure-hunting flying squirrel had already escaped and it followed the scent outside but lost track of it in less than a few dozen meters. On the other side, ding! You have obtained a white flame fruit *1. The system prompt sounded and a fruit with a white base and red patterns appeared out of nowhere in the storage space. Suchin immediately took out this first heavenly material and earthly treasure found by the treasure-hunting flying squirrel from the storage space. White flame fruit. Suchin's face lit up with joy, his eyes shining. The main ingredient for refining a 6th grade white flame body refining pill. A 6th grade pill. This was a precious pill that only martial masters were qualified to consume. Even the lowest level 6th grade pill was worth at least 5,000 gold coins, and the more precious white flame body refining pill was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. As the main material for the white flame body refining pill, this intact white flame fruit was worth 5,000 gold coins. This was absolutely a number that ordinary people could hardly believe. Just then, ding! You have obtained a blue flower fruit *1. Suchin's expression changed, and when he took a look, it turned out to be another main ingredient for a 6th grade pill, the blue flower gathering chi pill. Ding! You have obtained a falling heart grass *1. Ding! You have obtained a golden lightstone *2. Ding! You have obtained. The system prompts came in an unending stream, almost forming a chorus. Wow, wow, wow! Suchin couldn't help but exclaim. In a short time, he had obtained heavenly materials and earthly treasures, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. However, after a series of gains, there was a certain blank period. Suchin understood, after all, heavenly materials and earthly treasures weren't cabbages, and the treasure-hunting flying squirrel needed time to travel and search for treasures. Of course, even so, Suchin's speed of making money was incredibly terrifying. At least, earning over 100,000 gold coins a day was a given. This was simply faster than printing money. Ha, this is so awesome. Suchin couldn't help but burst into excited laughter. With this, the funds for upgrading the system functions will have a stable source. Lord Su. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng, who had been writing diligently, raised his head and cautiously called out. He had certainly noticed Suchin's unusual behavior, but now he could only pretend not to see it. He even wished he could seal his own eyes and mouth to avoid knowing too much and getting cut down by Suchin with a sword. Finished writing? Suchin raised an eyebrow and looked at Yi Lingfeng. Why yes. Yi Lingfeng nodded tremblingly, then handed over the notebook and blood letter with shaking hands. Suchin directly put the blood letter into the storage space and opened the martial arts manual to take a look. Yi Lingfeng had submitted many martial arts, and after excluding those he had already learned, there were still a total of 5 complete martial arts. Moreover, these 5 martial arts were all not simple. 3 were intermediate body refining techniques, 1 was a beginner lightning attribute technique, and 1 was an advanced weapon technique. The 3 intermediate body refining techniques were Overlord Armor, Body Refining Technique, Cloud Smoke Twisting Steps, and Soft Martial Body Refining Technique. These 3 techniques specifically enhanced defense, agility, and endurance, with particularly significant improvements. The advanced weapon technique was a sword technique, with only 2 words for its name: chasing soul. The last beginner lightning attribute technique was called Thunder Gang True Technique, which originated from the same source as the Thunder Silk True Technique and the Thunder Light True Technique. TSK, all good stuff. Suchin clicked his tongue repeatedly, then immediately replaced the Thunder Silk True Technique with the Thunder Gang True Technique. At the same time, he also replaced the Thunder Light True Technique with the Cloud Smoke Twisting Steps. In less than half a minute, ding! Cloud Smoke Twining Steps has reached the entry level. A wave of energy quietly emanated from Suchin, leaving Yi Lingfeng dumbfounded beside him. Just as Yi Lingfeng was in utter shock, ding! Thunderbolt True Formula has reached the entry level. Pop Suchin's body trembled lightly, and an even greater wave of energy surged forth. In an instant, flashes of lightning appeared in the air, vanishing. Just as quickly. Thunderbolt true formula? It's already at the entry level. Yilingfang was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. How is this possible? It took me 2 years to reach the entry level. However, an even more shocking event occurred. Waves of strange energy indicating the entry level of various techniques continued to emanate from Suchin, and in the blink of an eye, all 5 techniques had reached the entry level. This can't be real. Although Yilingfang had heard Yang Shi talk about such incredible things before, seeing it with his own eyes completely overturned his understanding. To reach the entry level of 5 techniques in such a short time was simply unfathomable. Even the most powerful martial masters could not achieve this. Just as Yilingfang was shocked to the point of questioning his life, Suchin raised the corner of his mouth and opened the attribute panel. Name, Suchin, race, human, qualification level, impure body, realm level, peak martial artist, attack level, junior martial general, defense level, peak martial master plus, movement level, quasi martial general, stamina level, peak martial master plus, mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, thunder. Silk True Formula, Junior, Minor Achievement, Thunder Light True Formula, Junior, Entry, Thunderbolt True Formula, Junior, Entry, Soul Chaser, Advanced. Entry, Dominant Armor Body Refining Formula, Intermediate, Entry, Cloud Smoke Twining Steps, Intermediate, Entry, Soft Martial Body Refining Formula, Intermediate. Entry, 9 Elephants Mountain Treading Formula, Intermediate, Entry. Some techniques omitted, activated system functions, one-click cultivation. Function, level 5, one-click martial arts function, level 5, clone dispatch function, level 5, one-click treasure-seeking function, level 3. He actually reached the junior martial general level directly. Even though Suchin could clearly feel the immense energy within him, seeing the attack level at junior martial general still made him unable to contain his excitement. Martial general. There were only 4 in the entire Red Maple base. Moreover, in other major bases, they were also figures of considerable status. However, moments later, Suchin gazed into the distance, revealing a faint smile. Though martial general level was a destination that 99.9% of martial artists could never reach in their lifetime, but for him, this was just the starting point. Above martial general, there were martial commander, martial king, and even more powerful realms, which were the goals he should pursue. Of course, no matter what, the path ahead was the most important. Retracting his gaze from the distance, Suchin took out Yilingfang's blood letter. The blood letter was filled with Yilingfang's pleas for Yi Feizhang to hand over the ransom to save him, brimming with deep fear and despair. I hope Yi Feizhang takes you seriously enough. Suchin sneered as he glanced at the pale-faced Yilingfang, then dispatched a clone. Inside Red Maple City, in a dark alley near the Yi family mansion, the figure of a cloaked person in a white robe slowly materialized. Immediately, the cloaked person trembled, and a glimmer of divine light gathered in his eyes. Clearly, Suchin had used perfect possession to control this clone. This feeling is completely different from before. Suchin stretched the body of the clone, letting out a smooth murmur. In the past, he could not control the clone so effortlessly. To make the clone act, he had to issue commands one by one, and even speaking was stammering. And now, Suchin felt that this clone was just like his original body, able to do whatever he wanted. As expected of the system, every ability is extremely useful. Suchin chuckled, then stepped forward towards the Yi family mansion. The Yi family had always been powerful, and recently there had been a series of major events. Yi Feizhang was furious, and no one dared to linger around the Yi family mansion. Before long, Suchin arrived directly at the front gate of the Yi family mansion. Who goes there? Get lost. 2 guards from the Yi family looked over warily, then their faces showed wild joy. The visitor was actually the person in the white robe and cloak who had robbed their 3 major shops and was wanted throughout the city. The white-robed cloaked person, whom the entire Yi family had been searching for without success, had actually come to their doorstep? Such good fortune in the world. However, they quickly realized that the white-robed person was emanating the aura of a peak martial artist. Isn't he a mid-level martial artist? How did he suddenly become a peak martial artist? The wild joy in the hearts of the 2 guards instantly turned into terror. The 2 of them together wouldn't be enough to withstand a single strike from a peak martial artist. You keep an eye on him, I'll go report to the family head. The 2 guards' expressions tightened, and they spoke in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. 2 idiots. Suchin scoffed. Go report to Yi Feizhang. Just say that I, Suchin, have arrived. You wait. The 2 guards left a fierce remark. Then, they rushed through the gate, shouting as they ran towards the direction of Yi Feizhang. Suchin is here. Family head. Suchin is here. The 2 guards ran wildly, shouting loudly, and the entire Yi family instantly turned into a boiling pot of oil. Suchin? Isn't he the bandit who robbed our stronghold? How could he possibly come to our door? What a joke. But if not, how would those 2 guards dare to act like this? Could it be that Suchin really came to our Yi family? Many startled members of the Yi family found it hard to believe. Just then, someone suddenly pointed at the gate and shouted, "Look! Isn't that white-robed cloaked person Suchin?" Everyone turned to look and immediately saw Suchin strolling leisurely. That's the one who robbed our Yi family's shops and strongholds. The aura emanating from him is actually that of a peak martial artist. So what if he's a peak martial artist? Can he really defeat the family head? No matter what support he has, we must definitely flay him alive and hang him at the city gate. For all to see. Yes, only in this way can we restore the face of our Yi family. The murderous intent was palpable among the Yi family members, each one drawing their weapons, surrounding Suchin like hyenas. Is this the Yi family's way of treating guests? Suchin sneered, walking forward unhurriedly, as if taking a stroll in his own backyard. All the martial artists of the Yi family were dead. Apart from Yi Feizhang, the rest in the Yi family mansion were all weaklings. They surrounded Suchin tightly, their gleaming weapons like venomous snakes ready to strike. However, not a single person dared to make a move. Clear the way. The family head is coming. A shout rang out, and the crowd's expressions brightened as they quickly made way. Suchin looked ahead and saw a tall elder walking slowly with his hands behind his back. This person had a murderous aura, exuding authority without anger, and the people around him looked at him with great respect. He was clearly the head of the Yi family, Yi Feizhang. A tribute panel. Suchin's mind moved, and all of Yi Feizhang's information appeared before him. Name: Yi Feizhang. Race: human. Talent level: superior. Realm level: junior martial general. Attack level: intermediate martial general plus. Defense level: junior martial general plus. Agility level: intermediate martial general plus. Stamina level: junior martial general plus. Mastered techniques: Infinite Heart Sutra, Soul Pursuit, Advanced, Beginner, Thunder Silk True Formula, Junior, Beginner, Thunder Light True Formula, Junior, Beginner, Thunder Gang True Formula, Junior, Beginner, Dominant Armor Body Refining Technique, Intermediate, Beginner, Cloud Smoke Entwined Steps, Intermediate, Beginner, Soft Martial Body Refining Technique, Intermediate, Beginner. Wow, you have quite a few mastered techniques. Suchin raised an eyebrow, but then he understood. Yi Feizhang had been promoted to Martial General for quite some time, and it was clear that he was limited by his talent and unable to advance his cultivation realm, which is why he had shifted his focus to practicing techniques. Moreover, his comprehension was not great. He could only practice all techniques to the beginner level. His lifetime of effort was even less than the results Suchin achieved in just 2 or 3 days. At this moment, Yi Feizhang spoke up. You are really Suchin. Yi Feizhang's voice carried a hint of joy. I didn't expect you to already be a peak martial artist. Such a rapid promotion made Yi Feizhang's secret greed for Suchin even stronger. The enormous secret that Suchin held was something he wanted to obtain every moment, every second. However, his joy quickly turned to suspicion. No, you are not Suchin. Yi Feizhang sneered. A mere peak martial artist would not dare to come before me alone. Besides, my grandson is currently surrounding and killing Suchin. How could he possibly appear here? You are Suchin's subordinate. Am I wrong? And the reason you are here is that Suchin sent you to beg for mercy? Ha, it must be so. At this moment, Yi Feizhang had no idea that his son was already dead, and his only grandson had also fallen into Suchin's hands. He still believed that Yi Lingfeng had forced Suchin into a desperate situation, which was why Suchin would send this subordinate to seek peace. The other members of the Yi family, upon hearing Yi Feizhang's words, also found it reasonable, and their gazes toward Suchin were filled with disdain and mockery. However, what Suchin said next left them all stunned. Beg for mercy? Yi Feizhang, you must be overestimating your Yi family. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips. The reason I am here is entirely because I have nothing to fear. Now, I have 2 pieces of news for you, one bad and one good. Do you want to hear them? Humph. Putting on an act. Yi Feizhang sneered. I want to see what trick you are trying to play. The other members of the Yi family also scoffed at Suchin's words, all showing contempt. Since that's the case, let me tell you the bad news first. Suchin smiled faintly. The bad news is that the martial artists you sent to hunt me down, as well as the important members of your Yi family, have all been killed by me. And the good news is that your precious grandson Yi Lingfeng is still alive, but he will soon die unless you pay 5 million gold coins for his life. As Suchin's words fell, the scene fell into silence, as if even the sound of a hair falling to the ground could be heard. The next moment, it was as if a bomb had exploded, and the scene erupted in commotion. What did he say? Is my hearing broken? Ha! He said that all the martial artists and important members sent by my Yi family are dead. This is simply a fairy tale. Yeah, this person must have lost his mind to dare come to our Yi family and talk nonsense. How many strong fighters did our Yi family send out? 31 martial artists. He actually claims to have killed them all? This is truly laughable. Yeah, he can barely kill a junior martial artist by himself. How could he possibly kill all 31 of us? Say it to the ghosts, and even they won't believe it. Moreover, he wants 5 million gold coins. Is he out of his mind for money? To actually try to fool our Yi family? The members of the Yi family were in a heated discussion, pointing fingers, all believing that Suchin had gone mad. Ha, your master really can't change his habit of boasting, can he? Yi Feizhang looked at Suchin with a cold smile. You said before that I should enjoy my last days, and now you say such absurd things. I really suspect you're an idiot. TCH, there are all kinds of wonders in the world. Why can't I kill dozens of martial masters? Suchin shrugged. Only you frogs at the bottom of the well would dare not believe such a small scene. Fine, since you don't believe, I'll make you have to believe. Saying this, Suchin waved his hand and a blood letter appeared in his palm. Space ring. The members of the Yi family exclaimed in surprise. Yi Feijiang was also taken aback and then his gaze fell on the blood letter. He could sense a very familiar aura from it. I suppose you've already felt it. This is the blood letter written by Yi Lingfeng. Take a good look. Suchin smiled faintly and with a flick of his wrist, the blood letter shot out like an arrow. What? Yi Feijiang caught the blood letter in disbelief. Feeling the aura of Yi Lingfeng on it, a sense of foreboding gradually grew in his heart. He took a deep breath and began to read carefully. In the next moment, Yi Feijiang suddenly erupted in rage, his face turning red and veins bulging. They're all dead. This is impossible. Yi Feijiang clenched his fists in fury, his knuckles turning white. This scene left the members of the Yi family dumbfounded, their faces blank with shock. They couldn't believe it. The usually calm and composed head of the family would react like this. Is that blood letter really written by Yi Lingfeng? What Suchin said can't be true, right? What on earth happened? Could it be that all those martial masters are really dead? Heavens, Lord Yi Xiangming, Lord Yi Tian, Lord Yi Ji, and many other martial master level experts. Although no one from the Yi family spoke, their expressions revealed all their thoughts. No, this absolutely can't be true. Yi Feijiang's mind went blank, staggering back while holding the blood letter, a once great martial general suddenly seeming to age 10 years in an instant. Suchin smiled faintly. Yi Feijiang, you clearly already believe it. Why deceive yourself? I'll kill you. Yi Feijiang's eyes widened in fury, his long sword instantly drawn, the sword light like thunder, shocking. Chasing soul. Suchin had long been prepared, flipping his wrist, a silver, mercury-like sword light appeared before him. Ding ding ding. The ear-piercing sound of swords clashing echoed throughout the Yi family estate. After one strike, Yi Feijiang remained motionless. Suchin's sword shattered, blood flowing from his palm, and he was forced back over 10 meters. The result left all the Yi family members stunned. In their hearts, the head of the family, Yi Feijiang, was one of the 4 strongest in Hongfeng City. In their imagination, the man in the white cloak should have been killed in one strike. How could he still be alive? Moreover, the man in the white cloak used the same technique from chasing soul, which was utterly unbelievable. Not only the Yi family members, but even Yi Feijiang himself was shocked, his pupils constricting. In fact, a hint of fear even rose in his heart. It was too bizarre, too terrifying. A mere peak martial artist could actually survive under an attack close to that of a high-level martial general. This was simply inhuman. Yi Feijiang, you dare to make a move against me? Your courage is commendable. At this moment, Suchin threw a severed arm with a sleeve onto the ground. As a reward, this is for you. What is this? Looking at the severed arm on the ground, Yi Feijiang's pupils suddenly constricted and the whites of his eyes instantly turned red. That's right, this is Yi Lingfeng's arm. Suchin said coldly. If you dare to make a move against me again, what I will send you is Yi Lingfeng's head. You scoundrel! Yi Feijiang trembled with rage, wishing he could skin Suchin alive and swallow him whole. You can't even insult me, Suchin sneered, tossing out a bloody finger. What do you want? Yi Feijiang pointed at Suchin in despair and fury, his whole body shaking as if he were having a seizure. I said it, Suchin smiled faintly. 5 million gold coins. For Yi Lingfeng's life. 5 million. Yi Feijiang spat the words through clenched teeth. I'll pay. Head of the family. Many members of the Yi family exclaimed, their faces filled with grief and disbelief. He has yielded. The once mighty martial general, the powerful head of the family, has actually yielded. This is an immense humiliation. Shut up! Yi Feijiang shouted, nearly hoarse. He was the one who had yielded. How could he not feel humiliated? However, as the head of the Yi family, Yi Feijiang did not want the family line to end with him. Yi Lingfeng had exceptional talent and was very likely to become a martial commander. As long as he was alive, there was hope. For the sake of the Yi family, Yi Feijiang swallowed his pride and endured this immense humiliation. A very wise choice. Suchin flipped his wrist, sheathing his sword. Prepare 5 million gold coins within a day and send someone to the designated location on the map. No delays. As he spoke, he tossed out a map, his figure gradually fading. Just as his form was about to completely disappear, Suchin's voice came again. By the way, Yi Feijiang, let's be clear, I will still take revenge for my parents. I'll say it again, enjoy your last days well. Your death is not far off. As soon as the words fell, Suchin's clone completely vanished from the spot. Puff! Yi Feijiang trembled for a moment, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting, You brat! Outside the barrier, in the Liuli Tiger area. Ah, it hurts so much! Yi Lingfeng cried, out in pain, clutching his severed arm, with only 4 fingers left on his remaining hand. Suchin, sitting among 3 clones, slowly opened his eyes. It's still better to be in my own body. Suchin took a deep breath and stretched. Although using perfect possession allowed him to control the movements of his clone, it felt very awkward. It was like putting one's consciousness into a soulless shell, lacking the feeling of a soul and body in harmony. Ah, my hand! Yi Lingfeng was still wailing, his face covered in snot and tears. having been treated like a revered ancestor by the entire Yi family since childhood. When had he ever endured such pain? Moreover, this pain was not just physical but also mental. After all, from now on, he would be disabled unless he consumed precious elixirs capable of regrowing severed limbs. But such elixirs were at least level 9, and how easy would it be to obtain them? TSK. Don't blame me, Suchin chuckled. Blame Yi Feijiang for being so verbose in daring to make a move against me. But now you can rest assured Yi Feijiang has agreed to buy you a life for 5 million gold coins. Grandpa agreed to save me. That's great, I won't die. Yi Lingfeng trembled and intense joy surged in his painful eyes. When Suchin severed his arm, he thought he had been abandoned. Hearing this earth-shattering good news, he immediately widened his eyes in excitement. Oh, don't get too excited, you're bleeding from your severed arm. Suchin scoffed, tossing out a healing pill. Take it, don't bleed to death. Yes. Yi Lingfeng, seeing the blood gushing from his severed arm like a water gun, was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and he quickly swallowed the healing pill. On the other side, in the Yi family mansion, Yi Feijiang was so enraged that blood spurted from his mouth, and all the members of the Yi family were left dumbfounded. Head of the family, Yi Feijiang's trusted aide, Yi Lin, came to his senses and stepped forward to support Yi Feijiang. Please calm down. Our Yi family cannot be without you. Get away, do I need your support? Yi Feijiang swung his arm, and Yi Lin was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. Head of the family, please calm down. The others from the Yi family, who also wanted to comfort him, trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. A bunch of useless fools. Immediately gather 5 million gold coins for me. Yi Feijiang pointed at the members of the Yi family, his eyes bloodshot as he said, if you can't do it within a day, everyone will accompany Lingfeng to the grave. Yes. The members of the Yi family dared not breathe, quickly bowing and agreeing. Get out of here. Yi Feijiang roared, and within 3 seconds, not a single person was left. Seeing everyone leave, Yi Feijiang stood in place, his face alternating between green and red, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to the study. Boom! A small hidden chamber was opened, revealing a stone platform with a luxurious small box on it. Opening the box, Yi Feijiang took out a black pill. Ningming pill. Yi Feijiang held the pill, trembling slightly. This was a precious 9th grade pill that would greatly enhance one's strength after consumption. However, as a price, the user would rot away and die a day later, a process that was extremely painful. Nevertheless, from the moment he made up his mind, Yi Feijiang had already put his life aside. In his heart, Yi Lingfeng was the hope of the entire Yi family, unmatched by anyone else. Therefore, saving Yi Lingfeng was not enough. Yi Feijiang also had to kill Suchin, both to take revenge and to eliminate future threats for Yi Lingfeng. Suchin, I no longer want this life, and you shouldn't think of living either. Yi Feijiang spat blood, his eyes bloodshot. And then he entered the closed-door training room with the black pill. After more than half a day, Yi Lin arrived outside the closed-door training room. Head of the family, we have sold a large amount of assets and have gathered 5 million gold coins. The door to the training room slowly opened, and Yi Feijiang walked out. He looked very spirited, but there was a hint of undetectable death in his eyes. Where are the gold coins? Yi Feijiang looked at the half-kneeling Yi Lin, his tone icy. They're all here. Yi Lin took out a bulging bundle. It was obvious that it contained a large amount of spirit stones. Yi Feijiang took the bundle, placed it into his spatial ring, and said, send the order down. From now on, Yi Lingfeng will take over as the head of the Yi family. Head of the family. Yi Lin was shocked, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. You need not say more. Yi Feijiang waved his hand and stepped towards the door. At the same time, in the Liuli Tiger area, the time should be about right. Suchin glanced at Yi Lingfeng. Let's go to the saber-toothed lion area. At this moment, 5 clones surrounded him, clearly indicating that the dead clone had reformed. Yes. Yi Lingfeng gritted his teeth against the pain, trembling as he nodded. Suchin no longer looked at Yi Lingfeng and set off in the right direction. However, he had just taken a step. Ding! The Thunder Light True technique has reached the minor completion level. Awesome! Suchin's face lit up with joy. He felt his body become much lighter, clearly indicating an increase in his movement level. Immediately, Suchin switched the Thunder Light True technique to the Overlord Armor Forging technique. At this moment, the techniques he was practicing transformed into the Thunder Gang True technique and the Overlord Armor Forging technique. The former could enhance attack, while the latter compensated for defensive shortcomings. Suchin thought for a moment and asked, System, how long will it take to upgrade these 2 techniques to the minor achievement level? Host, the Thunder Gang True technique only requires 10 hours to reach the minor achievement level. The Overlord Armor Forging technique only requires 15 hours to reach the minor achievement level. The Thunder Gang True technique has already been practiced for about 10 hours, so it will take a total of around 20 hours. Suchin pondered, and the Overlord Armor Forging technique only requires 15 hours in total. It seems that the difficulty of cultivating primary attribute techniques is even higher than that of intermediate forging techniques. Just as Suchin was deep in thought, another system prompt arrived. Ding! The sea of cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? With the assistance of pills and the frenzied advancement of one-click cultivation, the white figure transformed back into gold. Wow, could this be the legendary double happiness? Suchin raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He immediately chose to break through. Boom! A strange wave spread out, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantly gathered around Suchin like iron filings attracted to a strong magnet. This scene left Yilingfeng stunned. In shock. What? He actually broke through again. Yilingfeng thought he was seeing a ghost. In just a few days, he went from an ordinary person to a peak warrior, and now he's breaking through to the quasi-warrior level. Is he even human? It should be noted that he had exceptional talent, yet he had remained at the peak warrior level for a whole year and a half before barely touching the threshold of the quasi-warrior level. Previously, Yilingfeng had been quite proud of this, but now, compared to Suchin, it was nothing. Suchin merely glanced at Yilingfeng's reaction with indifference. He then looked at the changes in his attribute panel. He saw that his realm level had risen to quasi-warrior. His attack, defense, agility, and endurance attributes had all been comprehensively enhanced. They had respectively risen to Intermediate Martial General, Quasi-Martial General Plus, Primary Martial General Plus, and Quasi-Martial General Plus levels. Intermediate Martial General. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suchin's eyes. With such combat power, although it can't compare to Yi Feizhang, if I use the devouring clone technique, each clone possessed the same strength as Suchin, and devouring one could significantly boost his combat power. To deal with Yi Feizhang, Suchin estimated that devouring one or two clones would be enough to easily defeat him. I wonder what expression the head of the Yi family will have when I beat him. Suchin strolled forward, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. About 2 hours later, Suchin brought Yilingfeng to a valley in the D-level saber-toothed lion area. This was the rendezvous point he had set. At this moment, an elderly man with a tall figure was sitting cross-legged on a large rock in the valley. This person was Yi Feizhang. Yi Feizhang, we meet again. Suchin smiled. I wonder if you have prepared the 5 million gold coins? Suchin, I finally see you. Where is Lingfeng? Where is Lingfeng? Enemies meet, and their eyes turn red. Upon seeing Suchin, Yi Feizhang's originally calm face instantly turned extremely ferocious. It was indeed sad. His large Yi family had almost been completely ruined, and only now did he see the main culprit. But who told him to provoke Suchin? Grandpa, I'm here, save me. Yi Lingfeng rushed out from among Suchin's clones, shouting with immense joy. Lingfeng, don't worry, I'll save you right away. Yi Feizhang was also overjoyed to see Yi Lingfeng. He then took out a bundle from his spatial ring. Suchin, this is the 5 million gold coins you wanted. These gold coins have been exchanged for 200 medium-grade spirit stones and 3 high-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Let me check them first. Suchin raised an eyebrow. Non-committally, otherwise, how do I know if there are stones inside? Don't go too far. Yi Feizhang said, his eyes wide with anger. It's just a normal request. Why are you so angry? Suchin smiled faintly. If you are unwilling, then forget it, this deal is off. Wait. Yi Feizhang's expression changed, and he immediately softened. Let's check. He then poured out the spirit stones from his bundle, counting them one by one for Suchin to see. The count is correct. After the verification, Suchin nodded in satisfaction. Now we can trade. Saying this, Suchin took hold of Yilingfeng's shoulder and walked forward slowly. He came alone? How dare he be so careless? Yi Feizhang saw this scene and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he also walked towards Suchin with the bundle of spirit stones. As both sides drew closer, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, they stopped. 3 meters apart, Yi Feizhang handed over the spirit stones, and Suchin pushed Yi Lingfeng forward, successfully completing the exchange. Let's go. As soon as Yi Feizhang grabbed Yi Lingfeng's shoulder, he quickly retreated. In an instant, the two reached the top of the valley. TSK, are you that afraid of me? Suchin looked at the panicked Yi Feizhang and revealed a hint of mockery. Ha ha ha, afraid of you. Yi Feizhang looked down at Suchin with a cold smile on his face. Suchin, do you know how excited I am to see you? How much I want to laugh. I originally thought you would send a subordinate to handle the exchange, and for that, I even specially prepared a tracking bird to follow your trail. But I never expected you would dare to appear in front of me. Personally, haha, you are truly too arrogant. Without Lingfeng as a shield, do you think you can escape unscathed from me with just those white-robed subordinates? Wishful thinking. To kill you, I have taken the condensing nether pill, and even if you all come at me together, I can still wipe you out completely. And before you die, I will make you experience all the tortures of the Yi family, making you wish for death, suffering more than death. The more Yi Feizhang spoke, the more twisted and ferocious his expression became. His hatred for Suchin was simply overwhelming. Condensing nether pill? Sounds like something unpleasant. You must be in a lot of pain right now? Suchin laughed heartily. Unfortunately, your suffering will be in vain, because today, you are the one who will die. You can kill me? What a huge joke. Yi Feizhang laughed maniacally, a terrifying aura erupting from him. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped Under this powerful pressure, Suchin raised an eyebrow. Do you see? This is my current strength, stronger than an average high-level martial general. Yi Feijiang looked down on Suchin with disdain. Suchin, you can't even escape. How can you talk about killing me? Exactly. Chen, do you think you can defeat my grandfather? What a delusion. Yi Lingfeng also jumped up and shouted, once my grandfather subdues you, I will have you executed slowly, skinned alive, then cut in half, and finally torn to pieces to vent my hatred. Suchin, Yi Feijiang said with a face full of contempt. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might consider letting you suffer 1 or 2 fewer tortures. Yi Feijiang, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But do you think that just because you have become a high-level martial general, you can take me down? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Suchin's mouth. Let me tell you, today you will still die. Stubborn as a dead duck. Yi Feijiang snorted coldly, drawing his long sword, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, devour clone, Suchin's mind stirred and a clone silently vanished. In an instant, a powerful wave emanated from him. What is this? The aura of a high-level martial general. No, how is that possible? How could a mere quasi-martial general possess such a strong aura? Yi Feijiang and Yi Lingfeng both showed expressions of horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. But before they could recover from their shock, another figure in white disappeared from the spot. Immediately, Suchin's aura swelled again, sweeping through the entire valley like a howling storm. Peak Martial General. Yi Feijiang's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of his head. Yi Lingfeng was even more horrified, his face blank, as if his soul had almost left his body. Is this how scared you are? It's not over yet. Suchin sneered, devouring another clone, and his aura surged forth like a tsunami. Quasi-martial commander. Yi Feijiang screamed in terror, his voice hysterical and heart-wrenching. Beside him, Yi Lingfeng collapsed to the ground, a sharp stone piercing his backside, yet he remained unresponsive, as if his soul had scattered. Heaven, tell me this isn't real. Yi Feijiang cried out in his heart, utterly hysterical and heartbroken. He had taken precious condensing soul pills, risking his life to elevate his strength by a small realm. But Suchin, without doing anything, had layers of strength rising, reaching the level of quasi-martial commander. Yi Feijiang truly questioned his life. Looking at the varied expressions of Yi Feijiang and Yi Lingfeng, Suchin coldly smiled and directly summoned his attribute. Panel. Name: Suchin Race. Human Qualification Level: Impure Body Realm Level. Quasi-Martial Commander Attack Level. Quasi-Martial Commander Defense Level. High-Level Martial General plus Movement Level. Peak Martial General plus Stamina Level. High-Level Martial General plus Mastered Techniques. Boundless Heart Sutra. Soul Pursuit. High Level Beginner. Thunder Silk True Technique. Beginner. Minor Achievement. Thunder Light True Technique. Beginner. Minor Achievement. Thunder Gang True Technique. Beginner. Dominant Armor Body Refining Technique. Intermediate. Beginner. Cloud Smoke Entwining Steps. Intermediate. Beginner. Soft Martial Body Refining Technique. Intermediate. Beginner. 9 Elephants Mountain Treading Technique. Intermediate. Beginner. Some techniques omitted. Activated System Functions. One-Click Cultivation Function Level 5. One-Click Martial Arts Function Level 5. Clone Dispatch Function Level 5. One-Click Treasure Seeking Function Level 3. With such combat power, who can stop me? Suchin laughed coldly as he drew the purple spirit sword, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Lingfeng, run! Yi Feijiang, in a state of panic, grabbed Yi Lingfeng's shoulder and threw him away. Immediately after, he brandished his long sword and charged at Suchin recklessly. At this moment, Yi Feijiang's only thought was to protect the last hope of the Yi family. He never imagined that Yi Lingfeng had already been so crushed by Suchin that his will had collapsed, resigning himself to despair. Even if he survived, he would be left in a state of utter defeat. Soul Pursuit, seize. Seeing Yi Feijiang rushing over, Suchin snorted coldly and thrust his sword forward without any fancy moves. Soul Pursuit, condense. At the critical moment, Yi Feijiang used the defensive sword technique from Soul Pursuit, blocking in front of him. Ding ding ding. A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the sky. Yi Feijiang's body was like a ragdoll thrown by a giant, crashing hard against a massive rock. Boom! The boulder exploded, dust rising everywhere. Yi Feijiang spat out blood, his face filled with terror and despair. Humph! Suchin snorted lightly, preparing to take Yi Feijiang's life with the next strike. Just then, show mercy! A loud cry rang out. As 3 figures rushed into the valley, their breaths chaotic, clearly just arriving. Who dares to stop me? As Suchin frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a man with a dignified appearance, broad chest, and an imposing presence. The other 2 were a stout man with thick, dark eyebrows and another who stood 8 feet tall, his face covered in a beard. All 3 exuded a strong aura of spiritual energy, clearly martial generals. Suchin guessed quickly that these 3 were the other 3 martial generals of Red Maple City. Yin Zhou, the defender. Bao Zhang, the head of the Bao family. Yu Feng, the head of the Yu family. Yi Feijiang exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. He didn't know why they were here, but he knew that with these 3 holding Suchin back, his grandson would be safer. Head Yi, how could you? The 3 from Yin Zhou approached, looking at Yi Feijiang in disbelief. They never expected that the dignified head of the Yi family, a martial general, would be in such a state. Likewise, they never imagined that Suchin could become so strong in such a short time. That terrifying aura was already approaching the level of a martial commander. It was simply unbelievable, but the reality was before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. Originally, the three from Yinzhou were very interested in Suchen's secrets. However, upon seeing Yi Feizhang's miserable condition, they all suppressed their inappropriate thoughts. After all, a weak person holding a treasure is guilty of having it, while a strong person holding a treasure is only natural. Head Yi, I will heal your wounds. Bao Zhang hesitated for a moment, took out a bottle of elixir, and walked towards Yi Feizhang. Wait, you three really have a lot of free time to coincidentally appear here. Suchin sneered coldly, could it be that you three are also coveting my secrets? As soon as he said this, the three from Yinzhou were momentarily taken aback. How long had it been since anyone dared to speak to them like that? They instinctively wanted to get angry, but all three managed to hold it in. Looking at Yi Feizhang's pitiful state, getting angry? That would be courting death. Yinzhou forced a smile. I've long heard of your great name. Today, can you be more straightforward? Suchin interrupted directly. Just say whether you are coveting my secrets or not. Suchin also knew that the matter between him and the Yi family had caused quite a stir, and Yinzhou and the others couldn't possibly have not investigated him. However, knowing something and keeping it to oneself was one thing. If they dared to act recklessly, he would chop them down. This, of course not. Yinzhou was directly questioned by Suchin, feeling displeased, but still managed to hold it in. That's good. Suchin snorted coldly. If you dare to interfere with my revenge, I will kill you. With that, Suchin walked towards Yi Feizhang, sword in hand. Mr. Suchin, the Yi family has already paid a great price, and Yi Feizhang is like this. At this moment, Yinzhou stepped forward with a forced laugh. You see, can we just let this matter rest? Yufeng and Bao Zhang looked at Suchin simultaneously, thinking that, on Yinzhou's account, Suchin would likely let it go. After all, Yinzhou's identity was that of the Martial Alliance's representative stationed in Red Maple City. However, Suchin was not buying it at all. Let it rest. What a joke. Suchin sneered. No matter what price they pay, it won't bring my parents back. I want blood for blood. But Suchin, I have already received a warning from above that there is an anomaly in the Red Maple City stronghold area, and it is likely to erupt into a beast tide. Yinzhou's face showed distress as he lowered his posture again. Every beast tide puts Red Maple City in turmoil, and we need Yi Feizhang's strength. Suchin, I beg you to spare him this once. Let him fight for Red Maple City. How about it? Oh, a beast tide is about to erupt? Suchin raised an eyebrow and then sneered. So what if there's a beast tide? They are just some easily crushed pests. After saying that, Suchin moved and disappeared from his spot. Not good. The expressions of Yinzhou and the others changed drastically, but by the time they tried to stop Suchin, it was already too late. He had appeared right in front of Yi Feizhang. Die. No one can save you today. Suchin slashed with his sword, the sword light descending like thunder, instantly striking down on Yi Feizhang's head. No! Yi Feizhang roared in unwilling anger and was immediately cleaved in half by the sword. Following that, a terrifying thunder erupted, incinerating his body into ashes. Ding! You have obtained a Space Ring *1, a high-level Spirit Weapon *1. The system notification came, and Suchin felt a sense of relief. You actually killed Yi Feizhang. Bao Zhang pointed at Suchin, his voice trembling with rage and grief. Yinzhou and Yufeng were also in shock. A powerful martial general had been killed just like that. What? Do you have a problem with me? Suchin turned his gaze to Bao Zhang, a cold killing intent gradually spreading. Gulp! Bao Zhang shrank his neck, unable to suppress a swallow. Compared to Yi Feizhang before he took the Ningming pill, he was still inferior, so how could he dare to oppose Suchin? If you three dare to say another word, don't blame me for being merciless. Suchin sheathed his sword and coldly dropped a sentence before preparing to leave. But at that moment, the world suddenly darkened, the clear sky instantly turning into a mass of dark clouds. A strange aura spread throughout the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, hundreds of blood-red light pillars shot into the sky. It was the warning beams from all the outposts outside the city. What is this? The faces of Yinzhou and the others changed instantly. The beast tide that happens once every 10 years? Suchin's expression also shifted. He had experienced this phenomenon before and naturally knew what it represented. Roar! A violent low growl came. Suchin looked in the direction of the sound and saw a saber-toothed lion that had grown 4 to 5 times its size, its blood-red eyes fixed on them. It was clear that under the influence of that strange aura, the saber-toothed lion's strength had at least increased by half a small realm. Moreover, this saber-toothed lion had lost all rationality, feeling no fear at all. Roar! In the next second, the saber-toothed lion charged over violently. Humph! Suchin kicked a stone, directly exploding the saber-toothed lion's head. The dead saber-toothed lion gradually shrank back to its original size. It really is a beast tide. Yufeng exclaimed in horror. How can it come so suddenly? The city walls are currently under maintenance and the defense is only at 80% of normal. And Yi Feizhang is dead. Bao Zhang no longer cared about whether he could defeat Suchin. He pointed at Suchin and shouted in despair, now it's worse, the power to resist. The beast tide is even weaker. It's all your fault, I begged you so earnestly, and you still. Enough. Yin Zhou quickly stopped Bao Zhang, knowing that if he continued, the outcome would be dire. After being interrupted by Yin Zhou, Bao Zhang calmed down a bit and his gaze towards Suchin carried a hint of fear. Sir Suchin, this beast tide will likely trouble you to take action. Yin Zhou turned to Suchin, bowing respectfully, his expression earnest. Of course. Suchin nodded lightly. As a member of humanity, he also did not wish for Hongfeng City to be destroyed by the beasts. Great. Yin Zhou is immensely grateful. Yin Zhou bowed again. With Suchin's help, resisting the beast tide would be much easier. We mustn't delay. Yufeng said anxiously, let's hurry back to deploy defenses. But at that moment, Bao Zhang suddenly cried out in terror, look, what is that? Suchin, Yin Zhou, and Yufeng followed the direction Bao Zhang was pointing and saw 5 super beasts, each hundreds of meters tall, appearing in the distance. The 5 ferocious beasts are of different kinds, a black wolf, a red fox, a giant elephant, a golden tiger, and a blue giant snake with a white horn on its forehead. And on that blue giant snake's white horn, a large amount of blue flames is actually swirling. These flames move through the air like living creatures, outlining abstract dragon-shaped patterns. That is Qinglian Longwen fire. Yin Zhou's face turned pale, his eyes lost their focus, and he trembled. It's over, this time. It's really over. What do you mean it's over? Aren't there just 5 inflated sea-level ferocious beasts? Looking at the 3 of them who were losing color, Suchin asked in confusion. They are indeed sea-level ferocious beasts, but that crystal-scaled blue snake possesses. Bao Zhang said anxiously, do you know what is? Do you know? Suchin's gaze turned cold and a hint of killing intent burst forth. Bao Zhang felt a terrifying sense of crisis envelop him and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine, immediately falling silent. Suchin was truly annoyed with this guy Bao Zhang. If it weren't for the current beast tide, he would have drawn his sword just now. Mr. Su, please calm down, let me explain. At this moment, Yin Zhou, with a gray complexion, said, is a super flame created by heaven and earth. There are a total of 22 rare, divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. The one on this ferocious beast is yellow level Qinglian Longwen fire. But even this yellow level is extremely terrifying. Once refined for personal use, it is equivalent to mastering a perfect level high attribute technique. Moreover, it is said that has other mysterious properties, but that is beyond my knowledge. Damn, is actually that powerful? Suchin gasped, his eyes widening in shock. A high attribute technique and a perfect level 1 at that, how much combat power would that add? At this moment, Yin Zhou continued, of course, refining is not that simple. 99% of those who attempt to refine end up burning themselves. This crystal-scaled blue snake probably has a bloodline that is quite compatible with Qinglian Longwen fire, and with immense luck, it was able to refine it. At this point, I estimate that the strength of this crystal-scaled blue snake has already reached the martial commander level. Coupled with the other 4 sea-level ferocious beasts, our Hongfeng City. I'm afraid we can't protect it. By the end, Yin Zhou's eyes were bloodshot. As a guardian of the Hongfeng City Warrior Alliance, he had participated in 3 terrifying wars against the beast tide. Each time, they barely managed to hold on. For 30 or 40 years, he had long regarded the Hongfeng City stronghold as his home. But now, that home was about to be destroyed. Guardian Yin Zhou, we can only activate the escape plan. Yufeng took a deep breath and said tremulously. Right. Bao Zhang shouted in terror, while there's still time, let's escape quickly. There's no other way. Yin Zhou nodded sadly. The so-called escape plan was to take a small number of elites to flee Hongfeng City via the scarce airships. This meant they would abandon 99% of the people in Hongfeng City. As long as we keep the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Let's go. Bao Zhang nodded vigorously, eager to escape. Let's go. Yin Zhou glanced at the crystal-scaled blue snake once more and turned to leave with Yufeng. Wait. Suddenly, Suchin's calm voice came from behind. Mr. Suchin. Feng was also a bit anxious. If they lingered here any longer, the entire Hongfeng City would be doomed. Just because you can't defeat that crystal-scaled blue snake doesn't mean I can't. A smile curved on Suchin's lips. This time, I will protect Hongfeng City. You just need to assist. What? The 3 of them and Yin Zhou were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Mr. Suchin, that's a ferocious beast with. Yufeng Han exclaimed in shock. Its strength is estimated to have reached the level of a martial commander. How could you possibly defeat it? That's right, Mr. Suchin. Yin Zhou also found it hard to believe, although you managed to slay Yi Feizhang, you haven't reached the level of a martial commander. Do you think I'm foolish? Suchin smiled non-committally. Since I dare to say such things, I naturally have my plans. Just moments ago, he had already discerned the strength of those 5 sea-level ferocious beasts through the attribute panel. The black wolf, red fox, giant elephant, and golden tiger were all sea-level ferocious beasts. Although their Strength had been enhanced under that strange aura. It was only equivalent to the mid to high-level martial general. The crystal-scaled green snake, which possessed the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire, had the attack level of a junior martial commander and the other 3 attributes of a high-level martial general. Such combat power was indeed beyond what Suchin could handle at the moment. But let's not forget, Suchin had just devoured 3 avatars and already possessed the strength of a quasi-martial commander. If he were to devour a few more avatars, he would definitely reach the level of a martial commander. Mr. Su, do you really have a way? Injo, not believing that Suchin was a fool, asked with a glimmer of hope, seeing Suchin's confidence. Still don't believe it? Then open your eyes and watch. Suchin smirked, instantly devouring the remaining 2 avatars. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. A violent whirlwind swept across a radius of several hundred meters, leaving Injo and the other 2 stunned, almost unable to stand. Martial commander level. What kind of secret technique is this? He actually crossed a major realm in an instant. Is this real? Heavens, this is too incredible. The 3 of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out. Suchin had long since grown accustomed to their astonishment. He smiled slightly and opened the attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbid Body. Realm level: Quasi-Martial Commander. Attack level: Junior Martial Commander plus Defense level: Quasi-Martial Commander plus Movement level: Junior Martial Commander. Stamina level: Quasi-Martial Commander plus. Mastered Techniques: Boundless Heart Sutra, Soul Pursuit, Advanced Entry, Thunder Silk. True Art Junior, Minor Achievement, Thunder Light. True Art Junior, Minor Achievement, Thunder Gang. True Art Junior Entry, Dominant Armor Body Refining Technique. Intermediate Entry, Cloud Smoke. Twisting Steps. Intermediate Entry, Soft Martial Body Refining Technique. Intermediate Entry, 9 Elephants Mountain Treading Technique. Intermediate Entry. Some techniques omitted. Activated System Functions: 1-click Cultivation Function, Level 5, 1-click Martial Arts Function, Level 5, Avatar Dispatch Function, Level 5, 1-click Treasure Seeking Function, Level 3, only Junior Martial Commander plus? Suchin raised an eyebrow. It seems that after crossing a major realm, the increase from devouring avatars is also weakened. It's a pity I don't have enough funds, otherwise spending 10 million gold coins to upgrade the avatar dispatch to level 6 and then devouring the 6th avatar would probably allow me to reach the intermediate martial commander level. However, my current combat power is sufficient. Although the crystal-scaled green snake has a high attack level, the other 3 attributes are only at the high-level martial general. Killing it will be as easy as pie. With this thought, Suchin smiled faintly and turned to Injo, saying, "Stop dawdling. The people in Hongfeng City are panicking and terrified. You all hurry back to reassure them and have the martial masters guard the barriers. Leave those sea-level ferocious beasts to me." At this moment, Suchin had undoubtedly become the rightful leader. Yes, Lord Suchin. The 3 of them were extremely excited, like a raging sea. With the presence of Suchin, a martial arts commander-level powerhouse, Hongfeng City could be defended, and they no longer had to flee their homes. Go! Suchin waved his hand, and the high-level spiritual weapon longsword he obtained from Yi Feizhang appeared in his grasp. The sword shimmered with a profound light, its blade as imposing as a towering cliff, with a killing power even stronger than the purple spirit sword. Holding the long sword, Suchin stepped forward and instantly dashed out over 100 meters, his figure vanishing from the eyes of Injo and the others in the blink of an eye. "Lord Suchin, please," Injo murmured, rushing towards the barrier with Yufeng and Bao Zhang. As Suchin and Injo's group split up, hundreds of outposts outside the city quickly began to evacuate, taking advantage of the fact that the beast tide had not yet fully formed. 10 minutes later, the beast tide had formed a terrifying wave. Countless frenzied beasts surged together like a tsunami towards the towering barrier of Hongfeng City. They were brutal and savage, targeting anything that bore the scent of humanity for destruction. A large number of human warriors were chased, torn apart, and devoured by them, and within a short time, countless lives were lost. Suchin sped through the vast wilderness, the densely packed beasts showing no fear of his powerful aura, charging at him wildly. With one sword strike after another, any beast that dared to step within 3 meters met only one fate: death. In the torrent of the beast tide, Suchin carved out a terrifying bloody path, rapidly extending towards the crystalline-scaled green serpent. On the other side, tens of thousands of warriors appeared on the barrier, resembling a mountain. Almost all the formal warriors of Hongfeng City had been summoned, including even peak body refiners. At the same time, the towering barrier and the upper part of the Martial Alliance building in the city center lit up with mysterious patterns, a transparent light shield gradually covering the entire Hongfeng City. These mysterious patterns were formations inscribed by esteemed formation masters possessing powerful defensive and offensive capabilities. However, even with these formidable formations protecting them, the warriors were pale with fear. Because this time, they were facing a full 5 sea-level beasts, not to mention countless D and E-level beasts. The sheer number alone was enough to instill despair. A few minutes later, the nearest beast tide had already spread to the base of the barrier. "Prepare! Fire!" a martial artist commanded, and hundreds of warriors simultaneously drew their bows, launching sharp arrows into the air. Before another order could be given, the warriors shot a second wave of arrows. The bows in their hands had almost turned into automatic rifles with an exceptionally fierce firepower. At the same time, more powerful crossbows also opened fire. The crossbow bolts shot into the beast tide like cannonballs, instantly penetrating dozens of meters, and any beast struck by an arrow was torn to shreds, leaving no complete corpse. Almost every terrifying crossbow bolt could kill dozens or even hundreds of beasts. However, even such powerful firepower could not stop the advance of the beast tide. Boom! A loud explosion came from one direction of the barrier as the tsunami-like beast tide crashed against the defensive light shield. In the next moment, the mysterious formation pattern shone brightly. A terrifying shockwave suddenly burst forth, turning countless beasts into meat paste, creating a vacuum area beneath the barrier. Immediately after, the barrier erupted with dense lightning, and who knows how many beasts were turned to ashes. But the number of beasts was simply too great. They charged forward recklessly, even braving the terrifying lightning to attack the layer of the defensive light shield. Damn it! The sea-level beasts haven't even arrived, and the defensive light shield is already under attack. A warrior's face twisted in rage, madness, and despair lurking in his eyes. If this continues, the barrier will definitely be destroyed. Indeed. At this rate, even if Lord Inzhou and the others intervene, they won't be able to turn the tide. Finished. This time we definitely can't hold on. What should we do? Are we all going to die here? The surrounding warriors were all infected by the atmosphere of panic and began to feel despair. Just then, one person suddenly gasped in shock, pointing into the distance and shouting, "Look! Those 5 sea-level ferocious beasts have stopped." Everyone was stunned and looked over, only to see that the hundreds of meters tall sea-level ferocious beasts had indeed come to a halt. Heavens! What is going on? There has never been a precedent for sea-level ferocious beasts stopping midway. Could they be brewing some terrifying move? At the moment the sea-level ferocious beasts stopped, there was an uproar on the entire barrier. Almost all the warriors who witnessed this scene were shocked and pale. As for the reason behind this unusual phenomenon, only the 3 from Inzhou seemed to know. Lord Suchin has stopped them. Inzhou was overjoyed, clenching his fists uncontrollably. Yes, it must be Lord Suchin. Yufeng and Baozhang also widened their eyes, filled with excitement. Quick! Hasn't the plan been fully deployed yet? Inzhou turned to Yufeng and Baozhang. Hurry up, let those we trust command the army, and we will immediately assist Lord Suchin. Okay. We will work together and not let those sea-level ferocious beasts come within a step of the barrier. Yufeng nodded seriously, then went to make arrangements and prepare to leave the city for battle. At this moment, Suchin was standing on the rocky peak of a mountain. His body was covered in the blood of ferocious beasts, blood dripping continuously, forming a pool beneath his feet. Hundreds of meters away were 5 terrifying sea-level ferocious beasts: the demon-eye black wolf, the rainbow jade red fox, the heavy ancient giant elephant, the bloodthirsty golden tiger, and the crystal scale green snake, comparable to a martial commander. At this moment, all 5 giant beasts were staring intently at Suchin, the demon-eye black wolf and the other. For beasts had a hint of instinctive fear in their brutal eyes. Clearly, they sensed the powerful aura emanating from Suchin. However, the crystal scale green snake looked at Suchin with a hint of disdain. It seems you are a bit smarter than those low-level creatures. A cold smile curved on Suchin's lips. But unfortunately, this won't change your impending fate of death. Roar! The crystal scale green snake seemed to sense Suchin's mockery and let out an angry roar that pierced the sky. Immediately, it shifted its form, diving down with endless azure lotus dragon pattern fire. At the same time, the demon-eye black wolf and the other 4 massive creatures also charged towards Suchin, their overwhelming shadows instantly engulfing him. Humph! Suchin snorted disdainfully, his gaze shifting to the rainbow jade red fox. "I'll use you to sacrifice my sword first." In the next second, Suchin stomped on the rocky peak, his figure shooting up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. From a distance, a black line streaked through the air, connecting to the rainbow jade red fox. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rainbow jade red fox felt a terrifying sense of crisis enveloping its entire body, its fur standing on end as it tried to dodge. However, in the face of Suchin's high-level martial commander speed, it had no chance to evade. Soul Chase seize. Suchin landed between the eyes of the rainbow jade red fox, and the sharp long sword instantly pierced through its brow. Squeak! The rainbow jade red fox's pupils shrank to the size of needles, letting out a painful and desperate scream. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning erupted from the sword blade, directly turning its brain into a pile of charred remains. The rainbow jade red fox's body stiffened, its massive form rapidly shrinking like a deflated balloon, ultimately returning to its original size of several meters. This scene, seen by the warriors far away on the barrier, looked as if the rainbow jade red fox was gradually disappearing. In an instant, all the warriors on the wall were stunned. Immediately after, countless warriors began to discuss excitedly. "My god, did you see that? What exactly happened? I only saw those sea-level ferocious beasts suddenly get angry and attack that mountain peak, then that red fox beast shrank rapidly and disappeared. It was killed. It was the same when those sea-level beasts attacking the city died before. Such a powerful beast and it just died without any explanation. What do you mean without explanation? There must be a strong person fighting them. There's a strong person protecting our Red Maple City? That's just wonderful. A large number of warriors were in an uproar, looking like a boiling pot of oil. At the top of the wall, the three from Inju also showed shock and excitement, unable to help but discuss. I didn't expect Lord Suchin to kill a sea-level beast so quickly. So strong. As expected of a martial commander-level expert, it's incredible that he could counterattack amidst the siege of 5 terrifying beasts. Yeah, it's so fierce, this is even harder than taking the enemy general's head among thousands of troops. We are so lucky to have Lord Suchin protecting Red Maple City. Just then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Look, that ancient giant elephant is shrinking, it has been killed too. Not just the ancient giant elephant, but the demon-eye black wolf is also shrinking rapidly. Look over there, the bloodthirsty golden tiger is fleeing. Oh my, it has stopped moving. It shrank. It's dead too. What kind of strong person can instantaneously kill 4 sea-level beasts in such a short time? This scene is so shocking, my heart is trembling. Countless warriors stared at the area where Suchin was, their eyes bursting with endless admiration and awe. The 3 from Inju were also stunned, their faces filled with a dazed expression. After a moment, the daze on their faces gradually turned into surprise. I didn't expect Lord Suchin to be this strong. We actually thought of going to help Lord Suchin. It's laughable to think about it. With Lord Suchin so powerful, this time we can not only defend Red Maple City, but we might even wipe out the beast tide. Yes, as long as we wipe out this beast tide, we can live well for the next 50 or 60 years. Quick, let's personally lead the warriors to ensure we defend the wall well. Right. Just as the wall was filled with joy and excitement, Suchin was also in a good mood, because he had just harvested the entire materials of 4 sea-level beasts, which was worth millions of gold coins. That's right, sea-level beasts are that valuable. Roar! At this moment, the crystal scale green snake let out an angry roar, then charged over with endless flames. TCH. Suchin scoffed. Now, it's your turn. When he killed the rainbow jade red fox and the other 4 beasts earlier, the crystal scale green snake had also attacked him, but its movement level was only that of a high-level martial general, and it had been completely toyed with by Suchin. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the crystal scale green snake rushed in front of Suchin, its soaring blue lotus dragon-patterned fire seeming to want to devour the heavens and the earth. Soul chase, break! Suchin flipped his wrist, and rolling thunder accompanied by a shocking sword light poured down. Bang 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 bang! Endless thunder and blue lotus dragon-patterned fire intertwined, producing a continuous explosion. Suchin's thunder was much weaker than the blue lotus dragon-patterned fire. Almost in the next second, the purple thunder was completely devoured by the blue flame. But in that 1 second, Suchin's sword also struck fiercely at the neck of the crystal scale green snake. Crack! A series of painful, shattering sounds echoed, and a large number of crystalline scales splattered everywhere along with blood. A massive sword wound brutally covered half of the crystal-scaled green serpent's neck. Roar! The crystal-scaled green serpent let out a painful and furious roar, turning its head to open its enormous mouth like a small lake and bit down fiercely. At the same time, countless azure lotus dragon-patterned flames engulfed Suchin. Thunder come! Suchin swiftly dodged the serpent's gaping maw, and a large amount of thunder erupted from his body once again. The rolling thunder was quickly extinguished by the azure lotus dragon-patterned flames, but at the same time, it bought Suchin a chance to strike. Soul chase, seek! Suchin's long sword instantly pierced into the wound on the crystal-scaled green serpent's neck. This time, there were no hard scales to block it. A terrifying sword light, entwined with lightning, surged through and emerged from the other side of the serpent's neck. Hiss! Roar! The crystal-scaled green serpent let out a miserable and weak roar, and the azure lotus dragon-patterned flames dissipated. Its massive body fell helplessly, producing a deafening sound. We won! We defended the Red Maple City stronghold. Great, now we can enjoy decades of peaceful days. On the ramparts, the warriors who saw the crystal-scaled green serpent fall erupted in excited cheers. The 3 from Inju also looked thrilled, almost wanting to howl at the sky. On Suchin's side, after the crystal-scaled green serpent was completely dead, its body began to shrink rapidly at a visible speed. When it returned to its original size, it vanished directly from the spot. Ding! You have obtained Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire *1, Crystal Scaled Green Serpent Horn *1, Crystal Scaled Green Serpent Eyes *2, Crystal Scaled Green Serpent Fangs *2, Crystal Scaled Green Serpent Scales *366. Ding! Detecting the Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire. Do you wish to refine it? Wow! Suchin's mouth dropped open in surprise. He never expected that the system could help him refine. This was simply amazing. System, immediately refine the Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire for me. Suchin decisively issued the command. Ding! Starting to refine the Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire, remaining time 24 hours. The system prompt came, and the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire in the storage space instantly disappeared. So exhilarating! So exhilarating! Suchin's spirit was uplifted. This is simply going to be amazing. For others, refining was as difficult as climbing to the sky, and one careless move could cost them their lives. But Suchin only needed to wait 24 hours to easily master the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire. How could he not be thrilled with such good fortune? At this moment, the incredibly satisfied Suchin remembered that he still had 5 million gold coins left. Unused. 5 million gold coins. How many system functions could that upgrade? System, deposit all the gold coins and spirit stones for me, Suchin said. Excitedly, then upgrade all the system functions that can be upgraded. Ding. All gold coins and spirit stones have been deposited. Ding. Consumed 1 million. Gold coins. One-click cultivation function upgraded to level 6. Cultivation speed increased to 64 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 1 million gold coins. One-click martial arts function upgraded to level 6. Martial arts speed increased to 32 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 100,000 gold coins. One-click. Treasure hunting function upgraded to level 4. Number of treasure hunting flying squirrels increased to 16. Ding. Consumed 1 million gold coins. One-click. Treasure hunting function upgraded to level 5. Number of treasure hunting flying squirrels increased to 32. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded the one-click treasure hunting function to level 5. Treasure hunting flying squirrels efficiency and survival ability increased to twice the previous level. The wonderful system prompts kept coming, even more delightful than the cries of exquisite beauties. Ha! At this moment, the beaming Suchin suddenly expressed doubt. He noticed that the strange aura permeating the heavens and the earth was slowly dissipating, and the dark clouds in the sky were gradually clearing, revealing a brilliant sun. Immediately after, the ferocious beasts that had been crazily attacking the city began to revert to their original forms and started to flee in panic. How strange, it's as if someone is manipulating this from behind the scenes. Suchin squinted at the sky, then shook his head and turned his gaze to the densely packed horde of beasts. Such a dense gathering of beasts was a perfect opportunity for harvesting. A smile crept onto Suchin's lips as he charged into the throng of beasts with his sword drawn. In the next moment, a terrifying river of blood reappeared among the scattering beasts. With the strength of one man, Suchin moved swiftly through the horde like a giant ship cutting through the waves. Every beast that stood in his way was slain by his sword. The system notifications chimed continuously, and in a short time, the materials from the beasts in his storage space piled up like a small mountain. At the same time, the warriors on the barrier also spotted Suchin's figure, and they were instantly filled with excitement. Look, that's the one who killed 5 C-grade beasts. So young. He looks like he's not even 20. He must be a super genius who appears once in 100 years. I've decided, from now on, this person will be my idol. I must know his name. I admire him so much. I want to fight alongside him in blood. Many warriors looked thrilled, their eyes filled with deep admiration. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Oh my god, have you noticed? This person looks exactly like Suchin, who was wanted by the Yi family." Everyone took a closer look and was immediately horrified. Almost all warriors had seen the Yi family's wanted notice. So many recognized Suchin's appearance. Someone reminded them, and they quickly identified Suchin. He really looks just like Suchin. Could it be that the one the Yi family is after is this person? It must be. Have you noticed that the Yi family is already in decline? Yes. Many core members of the Yi family, including Yi Feijian, have not shown up today. Look at that Yi family warrior. Why does he look so pale? Could it be that this person really is Suchin? It seems so. How dare the Yi family provoke such a powerful figure and even issue a wanted notice? They are simply asking for death. Exactly, I think the same. Yi Feijiang and the others must have been dealt with by Lord Suchin. They brought this upon themselves. The crowd buzzed with discussion, quickly piecing together the truth. Everyone, listen up. At that moment, Yin Zhou's voice suddenly echoed throughout the area. Follow Lord Suchin's lead and hunt down the scattering beasts. Move immediately. With this statement, Suchin's identity was confirmed. The warriors all sighed in agreement and once again expressed their disdain for the Yi family's arrogance. Meanwhile, the Yi family warriors were pale and nearly in despair. Offending such a powerful figure as Suchin made them want to defect from the Yi family immediately. Next, the barrier's defensive shield gradually disappeared, and one by one, the warriors excitedly rushed out. They hunted the scattering beasts in groups, expanding their victorious gains. The beasts, defeated like a collapsing mountain, had their combat power greatly diminished, and under the pursuit of tens of thousands of warriors, they fell in large numbers. At this moment, Suchin also fought his way to the base of the barrier. His fierce slaughter of the beasts and the river of blood representing death drew the admiration and awe of countless warriors. His youthful and handsome appearance, combined with his immense strength, instantly won the hearts of countless young women. Suddenly, ding! The duration of the devoured avatar has ended, and the devoured avatar is now in cooldown. As the terrifying Martial Commander level aura on Suchin gradually faded. It finally dropped to the Martial General level. Immediately after, the Martial General level aura also slowly receded, leaving only the aura fluctuations of a quasi-martial master and a profound feeling surrounding Suchin. At this moment, Inzhou, Yu, Feng, and Bao Zhang personally stepped out from the barrier. When they sensed that Suchin only had the aura fluctuations of a quasi-martial master, they were instantly stunned. Previously, when Suchin had slain Yi Feizhang, he exuded an abyss-like quasi-martial commander aura, and they had thought Suchin was at least a martial general. They could never have imagined that Suchin's true realm was only at the quasi-martial master level. This, Lord Suchin is actually only at the quasi-martial master level. So, Lord Suchin has almost crossed 2 major realms to slay that powerful crystal scale green serpent. Isn't that too monstrous? Is this really something a human can do? My heavens, am I dreaming? The 3 of them, Inzhou, were left with blank minds, almost unable to think. What are you all dazed about? Suchin reminded them with a faint smile on his face. Ah, nothing. The 3 of them came to their senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Although Suchin was only at the quasi-martial master level, it did not diminish his towering image. In the hearts of Inzhou and the others, instead, it made them even more cautious not to offend him. After all, a person who could easily slay a martial commander-level ferocious beast at the quasi-martial master level was almost guaranteed to become a martial king. And currently, the martial kings on Blue Star were the figures standing at the top of the pyramid. How could they, mere martial generals, dare to offend a future martial king? Lord Suchin, you have truly worked hard this time. Thanks to Lord Suchin, our Red Maple City has been preserved. Lord Suchin, Bao Zhang has been disrespectful several times before, please be sure to punish him. The 3 of them bowed respectfully to Suchin, their expressions filled with gratitude and sincerity. Bao Zhang even bowed deeply in apology for his previous disrespectful words. Such a scene left the surrounding martial artists in awe. After all, Inzhou and the others had always been the rulers of Red Maple City, yet now they were bowing to someone else, which was extremely rare. Ha, it was indeed hard work. Suchin laughed heartily, then smirked. If you 3 really want to thank me, just give me a few 100,000 gold coins as a token of appreciation. As soon as these words were spoken, Inzhou and the others immediately smiled. Firstly, it was because Suchin did not look down on them from a high position. Instead, he had a friendly demeanor. Secondly, they had previously investigated Suchin and knew that he had a strong obsession with gold coins and spirit stones. This was a very down-to-earth hobby. Lord Suchin, the fact that Red Maple City was able to escape disaster this time is entirely due to your efforts. Inzhou said with a smile, cupping his hands. If it weren't for you, Red Maple City would no longer exist. Therefore, whatever you need, the Martial Alliance's Red Maple branch has it. Please feel free to take it. Yu Feng and Bao Zhang exchanged glances and nodded seriously. We are the same. Please feel free to take what you need, Lord Suchin. If they had chosen to flee, their family's century-old foundation would have been lost. At that time, they would have to rely on others in other places, and they might even be suppressed to the point of being unable to rise again. How could they live the high life they once had? And what Suchin sought was merely wealth. As long as they did not cut off their family's lifeline, he could take as much as he wanted. Ha 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 ha, then I won't be polite. Suchin smiled brightly. However, just taking is fine. You can give me some gold coins and spirit stones, and also send me anything you think I might need. By the way, last time I visited the Alliance Building's martial arts shop, there were quite a few good things in there. Ha, Lord Suchin, I understand. Inzhou smiled brightly, and Feng Yi and Bao Zhang both nodded with deep understanding. Alright, you all go ahead and get busy, Suchin said with a smile. I need to go rest. Okay, Lord Suchin. Inzhou nodded and smiled as he handed over a purple card. This is the General VIP Spirit Energy Training Room access card for the Alliance. Please be sure to accept it. You are very thoughtful. Suchin smiled as he accepted the card and then entered the barrier. The 3 of them wanted to see him off, but he declined. Once inside the city, Suchin went straight to the Warrior Alliance building. At this time, there were relatively few people in the building, and almost all of them were female clerical staff. However, the good news of the Beast Tide's retreat had already spread, and everyone was overjoyed, making the place somewhat lively. As Suchin walked into the Warrior Hall, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's a young quasi-warrior lord. Look at his bloodied appearance. He must have killed countless beasts. So handsome, so dashing, and most importantly, so powerful. If only I could marry him. You have no self-awareness at all. I would be satisfied just to have him glance at me. Countless young and beautiful women gazed at Suchin with infatuation, and some even posed to attract his attention. However, Suchin had no interest in these superficial women. He didn't even bother to look at them and went straight upstairs. At that moment, a young woman in a high-end uniform approached him. Excuse me, Lord Quasi-Warrior. The young woman blushed and asked softly, is there anything I can help you with? Oh, Suchin glanced at the young woman and took out the purple card. Do you recognize this card? This is the General VIP Spirit Energy Training Room access card for the Alliance. The young woman's eyes widened in shock. Such a precious card could be used in any stronghold's VIP spirit energy training room. Anyone who possessed such a valuable card had an incredibly distinguished status. As long as you recognize it, lead the way, Suchin said as he moved forward. Yes, my lord. The young woman ran ahead excitedly to lead the way, her demeanor extremely humble. However, the other female staff members were very envious. After all, that was an extraordinary figure. If they could get close to him, they would soar to great heights. Under the respectful guidance of the young woman, Suchin arrived at the 106th floor of the Alliance building. From this height, he could almost overlook the entire Red Maple City. My lord, this is the #1 VIP Spirit Energy Training Room. The young woman pointed to a luxurious door and said, I will open it for you right now. She then used the access card in Suchin's hand to unlock the room. However, once the door opened, an extremely unpleasant scene unfolded in the training room. 3 fleshy worms were piled on top of each other, and various disgusting odors filled the air, making one want to vomit. In an instant, the young woman was left dumbfounded, her face flushed. What is going on here? Who are they? Suchin frowned, looking disgusted. With the beast tide coming, everyone should be guarding the barrier. How could anyone be messing around here? They are from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Nanlin City. I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't know they were in here. The young woman's face turned red as she stammered. The man in the middle is Xu Fanyu, the young vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. They have a significant material transaction with our Red Maple City Alliance branch, involving some interests. And since they are not from Red Maple City, they didn't go to defend against the beast tide. But my lord, I really didn't know they were in here. At this moment, the people inside also realized that the door had been opened. What the hell? How did you open the door? Xu Fanyu pushed aside the other two and glared at Suchin and the young woman with a fierce expression. The other man and woman also looked displeased, their gazes towards Suchin and the young woman as if they wanted to eat them alive. So damn disgusting. Suchin glanced at Xu Fanyu and the others with immense annoyance. Let's go, take me to another VIP training room. Xu Fanyu, this debauched person, was the one Suchin hated the most, and he was also the one he had killed the most in his previous life. If it weren't for Yin Zhou promising to give Suchin gold coins and spirit stones earlier, which had put him in a good mood, he would have drawn his sword by now. Alright. The young woman nodded tremblingly and hurried to lead Suchin away. Disgusting? Stop right there. Xu Fanyu shouted angrily. You think you can just leave after disturbing me? There's no such good thing. You two kneel down and apologize to me immediately. You dare tell me to kneel? Suchin's eyes turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Xu Fanyu. Gulp. Xu Fanyu felt as if a cold knife had brushed against his skin and his scalp went numb, unable to suppress a gulp. Considering you should be a guest of Yin Zhou, I'll spare you this time. Suchin spoke coldly, his emotionless voice sounding as if it came from hell. After saying this, Suchin turned to leave with the young woman. Xu Fanyu came to his senses, instantly furious. He had just been intimidated by a mere quasi-martial artist. He was a primary martial artist and the vice president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. He had always been the one to intimidate others. When had he ever been intimidated? Such a humiliation, when had he ever endured it? You little brat, stop right there. Xu Fanyu shouted in rage, his face twisted with resentment. Are you sure? Suchin paused, a killing intent gradually spreading. He had just killed Yi Fei Zhang not long ago and had slaughtered countless ferocious beasts. This killing intent spread out, and the surroundings instantly turned cold. The young woman standing beside Suchin even had a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The young woman couldn't help but scream and quickly fled. On the other side, Xu Fanyu's heart skipped a beat and his pupils constricted. He knew that this young man in front of him had definitely stained his hands with the lives of countless people. However, as the vice president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the lofty Xu Fanyu was deeply unconvinced. So what if he's just a quasi-martial artist? What if he has killed many? I can kill thousands of body-refining realm practitioners. Thinking of this, a cold smile gradually appeared on Xu Fanyu's face. He looked down his nose at Suchin with disdain. You little brat, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you've killed a few people. I tell you, if you don't kneel down, I'll kill you. Want to kill me? Suchin laughed instead of getting angry. You can try. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Today, let me show you my methods. Xu Fanyu shouted in exasperation and charged at Suchin like a madman. He moved extremely fast and in the blink of an eye he was behind Suchin. I'll kill you. Xu Fanyu's face was ferocious as he threw a punch, aiming fiercely at Suchin's neck. He had only one thought now, to beat this brat in front of him to death and avenge his humiliation. As his fist got closer to Suchin's neck, a sense of impending revenge appeared on Xu Fanyu's face. However, what happened next left him horrified. Bang! A dull thud sounded. Xu Fanyu's fist was easily caught by Suchin. What? Xu Fanyu's pupils shrank suddenly, shouting in disbelief. He really couldn't believe that his full force strike could be so easily blocked by a mere quasi-martial artist. This is impossible. Die for me. Xu Fanyu's face twisted in rage as he gritted his teeth and threw another punch. You overestimate yourself. Suchin smirked, calmly raising his other hand. Bang! Without any suspense, Zhu Fanyu's fist was once again effortlessly caught by Suchin. No! I must have inhaled too much of the poppy flower and am hallucinating. Zhu Fanyu stared in disbelief. His face blank. You're just a quasi-martial artist. How could you possibly catch my punch so easily? I'm a martial artist level. TCH is martial artist level really that strong? Suchin scoffed disdainfully. In my eyes, you're just a waste. You're the waste. Your whole family is a waste. Zhu Fanyu cursed in humiliation and anger. You little brat, I command you to let go of my fist immediately or I'll make you pay. Heh, even now you still want me to spare you? Where does your confidence come from? Suchin raised an eyebrow, then lost all patience. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he said this, Zhu Fanyu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the impending doom. But it was too late when he wanted to beg for mercy. Suchin coldly smiled, twisting and breaking both of Zhu Fanyu's arms in one swift motion. The sound of two sickening bone snaps echoed, and Zhu Fanyu's arms instantly twisted like a pretzel. Ah! My hands! Agonizing pain surged through him, and Zhu Fanyu's face contorted as he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Humph! Suchin let out a faint grunt and kicked out. Zhu Fanyu howled as he flew backward, crashing into a wall and leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Put! Zhu Fanyu spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, sliding down the wall like a dead pig. This shocking scene left the couple in the training room dumbfounded. They never expected that a guy who was merely a quasi-martial artist could so easily defeat a junior martial artist. They also never imagined that this quasi-martial artist would dare to lay hands on the esteemed vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Immediately after, the couple snapped back to reality and rushed to Zhu Fanyu's side. Vice President, are you okay? The two, filled with fear and worry, fed Zhu Fanyu a pill. If anything happened to Zhu Fanyu, their lives would be worse than death. Put! Zhu Fanyu spat out another mouthful of blood, then roared with bloodshot eyes, don't worry about me, catch him. I want to cut off his XX, sever his limbs, and make him live a life worse than death. Yes, I will definitely catch that brat. The man nodded fiercely, then crazily charged at Suchin. This man was a mid-level martial artist, believing that dealing with a slightly stronger quasi-martial artist would be no problem at all. Come and take your life. The fierce man rushed in front of Suchin, slapping his palm towards Suchin's chest. However, Suchin's palm struck his face at an even faster speed. Slap! The loud sound of the slap echoed throughout the Alliance building. The fierce man's head spun 3 times before he collapsed to the ground, breathless. Ah! The woman, seeing the mid-level martial artist's neck snapped by a single slap, was instantly terrified, trembling all over. Then, she recklessly fled. In an instant, the vast 106th floor of the Alliance building was left with only Suchin and Zhu Fanyu as the two living beings. Are you scared? Do you regret it? Suchin's cold voice echoed, as if it were freezing the entire Alliance building. Why you don't do anything reckless? Zhu Fanyu jolted, shouting with a fierce facade, I am the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber has quasi-martial generals. If you kill me, you will die too. Even Yin Zhou won't be able to protect you. Commander Wu? So what? Suchin's lips curled into a cruel smile. I have always been one to repay grudges. If you dare to kill me, even a true martial commander won't be able to save you. Earlier, you said you wanted to cut off my XX and sever my limbs. I think that's a pretty good way for revenge. So let's go with that. As he spoke, he flicked his thumb, and a flash of sword light appeared, chilling to the bone. No, you can't do this to me. Put down the sword. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhu Fanyu's face turned pale with terror, trembling all over, his voice cracking in panic. He never expected that the other party would completely disregard the 4C's Chamber of Commerce. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Suchin's expression was icy as he walked towards Zhu Fanyu, filled with killing intent. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent corridor like the tolling of a death knell. I was wrong, it was my fault. Please spare my life, I won't dare again, I will be forever grateful. In the face of torture and the fear of death, Zhu Fanyu was so scared that he lost all his previous arrogance. I gave you a chance, don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now? Suchin looked at Zhu Fanyu with a cold smile, ready to strike down with his sword. Just then, Zhu Fanyu, Yin Zhou's figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor, his face showing a hint of astonishment. Yin Zhou, the Guardian. Yin Zhou, the Guardian, save me, please save me. Seeing Yin Zhou, Zhu Fanyu's eyes widened, and he immediately shouted with joy, look at what your lawless subordinate has done to me. He still wants to kill me. Luckily you came in time, otherwise I would have been killed by him. Yin Zhou shot a cold glance at Zhu Fanyu and walked towards Suchin. Ha! Yin Zhou, the Guardian, quickly catch that little brat. Make sure to break his limbs and hand him over to me. I want to take revenge myself, I want him to suffer worse than death. Zhu Fanyu was quite delighted, completely oblivious to Yin Zhou's expression. He thought Yin Zhou was going to capture Suchin, and he shouted with immense excitement. As he shouted, a cruel grin and the thrill of impending revenge appeared on his face. In Chu Fanyu's eyes, the strongest in Hongfeng City, Inzhou, had made a move, and that little martial apprentice would surely be captured. At that moment, he even envisioned the cruel scene of humiliating and torturing Suchin. But just then, Lord Suchin, I am truly sorry. Inzhou suddenly bowed deeply, his face filled with deep respect and apology. It was my oversight that allowed you to be offended. I didn't expect Zhu Fanyu to be in the #1 training room. I will now expel Zhu Fanyu and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce from Hongfeng City. Although there were many interests entangled between the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the Hongfeng City Alliance branch, in Inzhou's view, how could a mere Four Seas Chamber of Commerce with a martial commander compare to Lord Suchin, the future martial king? Moreover, Suchin had just saved the entire Hongfeng City. This is impossible. This scene left Zhu Fanyu stunned, as if struck by lightning. This was not what he had imagined. Wasn't Inzhou supposed to slap him, causing that little brat to kneel and beg for mercy? How could this happen? How could the guardian Inzhou show such respect to a mere martial apprentice and even call him Lord Suchin? Could it be that this martial apprentice named Suchin had a higher status than him? Realizing this, Zhu Fanyu was instantly horrified. He became increasingly convinced of his thoughts. Suchin must have a more noble identity, which is why he was so fearless. Inzhou must have been willing to offend him and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce just to please the other party. Then, a force stronger than the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce must possess a true martial commander. At this thought, Zhu Fanyu's heart felt as if it were collapsing, tumultuous waves crashing within him. The flames of revenge that had previously ignited were completely doused by cold water, and a strong sense of fear and despair surged wildly. At this moment, Suchin spoke indifferently, expelling him from Hongfeng City? That would be too lenient. If he dares to take my life, I won't let him off so easily. Yes. Inzhou lowered his head respectfully. Everything is up to Lord Suchin. Without a second thought, Inzhou immediately expressed his stance. No, Suchin, Lord Suchin, please spare me. It was my fault for not recognizing greatness. I shouldn't have provoked you. No, I was wrong. Inzhou is guarding. Please help me plead. Ask Lord Suchin not to kill me. Zhu Fanyu was completely crushed by fear and despair, continuously banging his head against the ground, blood, tears, and mucus mixing together, a sight that was nauseating. Of course, I won't kill you. Did you not want me to suffer worse than death? Then I will make you suffer worse than death. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Suchin's mouth, and then he struck down with his sword. The sharp sword light flashed by, and one of Zhu Fanyu's thighs was severed from his body. In the next moment, a large amount of blood gushed from the severed thigh, instantly pooling into a puddle on the ground. Ah! My leg! Zhu Fanyu let out a piercing scream, writhing on the ground like a severed earthworm, wishing for death. Swish, swish, swish. Suchin's expression remained indifferent as he struck down 3 more times. Zhu Fanyu felt a sudden chill in his arms and remaining leg, and a terrifying pain swept through his body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. At that moment, the final sword light flashed. Swish! Zhu Fanyu acted decisively. He opened his mouth wide as if choking, unable to make a sound. Let's go, Zhou. Suchin glanced at Zhu Fanyu and turned to leave. Yes. Zhou nodded and quickly followed. In an instant, only Zhu Fanyu, now a human pig, remained at the scene. Hiss, hiss. Zhu Fanyu's face twisted, cold sweat pouring down, unconsciously making hissing sounds. For an ordinary person, dying outright would be better, but the powerful physique of a martial artist prevented him from dying so easily. This was truly a case of being unable to live or die. At this moment, a terrified woman appeared beside the suffering Zhu Fanyu. This woman was the one from the VIP spiritual energy training room earlier. As Xiao president, the woman looked at the horrifying scene before her in disbelief, her mind blank. She truly could not imagine that Zhu Fanyu had been reduced to a human pig, especially in front of Inzhou. Who on earth is that person? After a moment of shock, the woman trembled as she picked up Zhu Fanyu's severed limbs and quickly fled with him. On the other side, Suchin and Inzhou sat facing each other in a training room. Lord Suchin, I am truly sorry. Inzhou still wore a deep expression of apology. It's fine, I'm no longer angry. Suchin smiled slightly. If the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce comes knocking, just call for me. Ha, if they don't come, that's fine, but if they dare to. Inzhou laughed heartily. With Lord Suchin here, even if the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were tied together, they would definitely not be a match. Suchin nodded and asked, by the way, has the beast tied completely retreated? It's still being wrapped up. Yufeng and Bao are coordinating the overall situation. Inzhou smiled. I heard Zhu Fanyu offended Lord Suchin, so I rushed over and brought these along. As he spoke, he swept his hand across the table, revealing a thick stack of martial arts manuals. Wow, Inzhou, did you bring all the martial arts from that shop? Suchin's face lit up with joy. How much battle power could all these techniques add? I didn't know which one you would like, so I brought the better ones. Inzhou chuckled. The advanced techniques that Yufeng and Bao Zheng practice are also included. Inzhou, you are so thoughtful. Suchin's eyes sparkled. I want all of these techniques. Suchin, are you sure you want them all? Inju's face was filled with surprise. There are many conflicting techniques here that can't be practiced simultaneously. You're right, Suchin smiled brightly, but you don't need to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. For others, practicing martial arts requires extreme caution regarding the number, type, and attributes. Otherwise, one could easily go astray or even destroy their foundation, cutting off their path in martial arts. But Suchin was different. With the ability of the myriad techniques furnace, he could practice and integrate any martial arts. Inju chuckled. Since you say so, Suchin, I won't say more. You go ahead and be busy. I'll take a look at these techniques first. Suchin waved his hand, his attention completely drawn to the techniques on the table. Alright, Suchin, take your time. I'll take my leave now. Inju smiled and stood up, leaving discreetly. As the door closed, the training room returned to silence. TSK, this must be dozens of techniques. Suchin exclaimed excitedly, then began to separate the thick stack of techniques, counting them carefully. Soon, the thrilling count was revealed. In this pile of techniques, there were actually 6 advanced techniques, 12 intermediate techniques, and 18 beginner techniques. In total, there were 36 techniques. At this moment, Suchin picked up one technique with a face full of surprise. This technique was pure white and was the treasure of the Alliance's martial arts shop, a high-level attribute technique Snowfall without trace, worth 5 million gold coins. Suchin couldn't contain his excitement, letting out a low chuckle. Then, filled with anticipation, he opened the Snowfall without trace, and a dense array of mysterious characters and illustrations appeared before him. No wonder it's an advanced attribute technique. Suchin chuckled and began to read carefully. Soon, he read through the entire technique and directly replaced the dominant armor body refining technique. Ding! Dominant armor body refining technique has been replaced with Snowfall without trace. The system prompt sounded, and in the mysterious black space, the second martial arts figure moved, floating in midair, surrounded by falling snowflakes. TSK, this is even more impressive than the lightning swirling. Suchin was thrilled and then picked up a black technique. This technique was called 7-Star Hidden Killing Blade, a high-level knife technique. Most suitable for assassins. Is this to make me return to my old profession? Suchin grinned, flipped it open, read through it, and then replaced the Thunderstorm True technique. In the mysterious black space, the first martial arts figure now held an illusory short blade. It continuously performed various difficult poses, captivating Suchin's attention. 2 minutes later, ding! 7-Star Hidden Killing Blade has reached the entry level. Suchin felt a warm current throughout his body, his limbs and bones instantly becoming more agile, and his strength significantly increased. He couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel, discovering that both his attack level and movement level had simultaneously risen by a small realm. To improve a martial general's battle power by a small realm in just 2 minutes, if this were to be said, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Yet, such a thing had truly happened to Suchin. Awesome. So awesome, ha ha ha. Suchin laughed heartily, his excited gaze falling on the other techniques. Soon, about 10 minutes passed. Suchin finished reading the remaining 34 martial arts techniques and practiced 6 of them to the entry level again. However, even after such a long time, the blowing snow without trace technique still hadn't reached the entry level. It seems that the difficulty of practicing this advanced attribute technique is truly sky-high. Suchin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Fortunately, I have the one-click practice function, so I just need to sit and wait. Otherwise, if I had to practice like those ordinary martial artists, it would probably take me most of my life just to reach the entry level. With a sense of relief, Suchin continued to practice other techniques while waiting for the blowing snow without trace to reach the entry level. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed and the system notification finally came. Ding! Blowing snow without trace has reached the entry level. Suchin, sitting on the sofa, suddenly froze, his eyes bursting with astonishing light. Finally reached the entry level. Suchin stood up, filled with excitement. He then waved his hand gently, and 9 exquisite, translucent snowflakes appeared out of thin air. Once the snowflakes appeared, the walls of the entire training room were immediately covered in white frost. Following that, around the 9 crystal-clear snowflakes, 81 ice-blue snowflakes began to coalesce. And around these ice-blue snowflakes, tens of thousands of white snowflakes quickly gathered. In an instant, countless snowflakes swirled and danced in the air, a breathtaking sight. However, these seemingly harmless snowflakes carried a terrifying icy power. Among them, the crystal-clear snowflakes were the most terrifying, followed by the ice-blue ones and then the white ones. With a thought, Suchin caused a white snowflake to explode, and a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped the entire training room. This level of icy power could definitely freeze a formal martial artist to death in 3 seconds. Suchin smiled, and with a glance, an ice-blue snowflake exploded with a bang. An even more powerful icy force surged forth, instantly freezing the entire training room. This level of icy power would be fatal to a martial master. Even intermediate and junior martial generals wouldn't be able to withstand it, only advanced martial generals could barely resist. Suchin nodded in satisfaction, then extended his hand to cradle a crystal-clear snowflake in his palm. He could feel the chilling icy power contained within the snowflake. If a martial general were to be hit by this snowflake, they would definitely die instantly, and even a junior martial commander might not be able to withstand it. Explode! Suchin commanded, and the crystal-clear snowflake in his hand instantly detonated, unleashing a terrifying cold wave. In an instant, the entire training room was covered in a thick layer of ice. Moreover, the icy power even penetrated through the walls, freezing the surrounding VIP training rooms and corridors. In less than 5 seconds, the entire floor where Suchin was located turned into a frozen wasteland. And this was not an ordinary frozen wasteland. Even a martial general stepping in would turn into an ice sculpture and gradually freeze to death. Fortunately, Inzhou had left, and Suchin was the only one on the 106th floor. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died at Suchin's whim. Too amazing, too incredible. And this is just the entry-level blowing snow without trace. Suchin couldn't help but widen his eyes. The Thunder Silk True Formula, a basic attribute technique, is simply not worthy of comparison. At this moment, Suchin also remembered the Qinglian Dragon pattern fire he was refining. After refining this, it would be equivalent to mastering a perfect level advanced attribute technique. If the entry-level advanced attribute technique is already so monstrous, how terrifying would the perfect level be? Once I refined the Qinglian Dragon pattern fire, I could definitely kill an ordinary martial commander with just a snap of my fingers, without even needing to devour my clone. Thinking of this, Suchin couldn't help but show excitement, taking a sharp breath. Although he had previously killed the crystal-scaled green snake, which was comparable to a martial commander, that had been with all his trump cards out. Moreover, the crystal-scaled blue snake, aside from its attack level, has only high-level general attributes in the other 3 dimensions, making its weaknesses far too numerous and obvious. Otherwise, Suchin wouldn't have been able to easily take down the crystal-scaled blue snake. The Qinglian Dragon pattern fire. I'm really looking forward to it. Suchin couldn't help but rub his hands together, then continued to practice other techniques. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, an afternoon had gone by. At this point, Suchin had practiced all the newly acquired techniques to the entry level. However, during this process, he discovered a problem. As his combat power grew stronger, the basic techniques gradually lost their effectiveness. Among dozens of basic techniques, only 6 or 7 mixed attribute techniques could still increase some combat power. Moreover, the increase in combat power from intermediate techniques was not as high as he had imagined. Only advanced techniques could directly elevate him to a small realm. Of course, even so, Suchin's true combat power had soared to an astonishing level. Feeling the immense power within him, he was about to summon the attribute panel. But at that moment, another system prompt sounded. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? Ha ha ha, what a continuous good fortune. Suchin laughed heartily, then decisively chose to break through. In an instant, the dense spiritual energy in the training room was crazily devoured by Suchin's body as if it had encountered a black hole. In the blink of an eye, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire training room dropped significantly. Fortunately, this was a VIP training room, and the spiritual energy replenishment channel immediately extracted a large amount of spiritual energy to supply it. However, even so, the speed of replenishment was barely on par with the speed at which Suchin was devouring it. A vast sea of spiritual energy surged into Suchin's body, nourishing his flesh and bones while flowing through his meridians towards the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian. With the push of the massive spiritual energy, Suchin's spiritual energy vortex rapidly expanded, covering the entire dantian in a short time. At this point, the breakthrough finally stopped. Initial martial master realm. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suchin's eyes. Regardless of his true combat power, the realm of cultivation was the most fundamental and important. Therefore, breaking through to the martial master realm made him very happy. After a moment of excitement, Suchin summoned the attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbid. Body realm level: Initial martial master attack level, Intermediate martial commander plus defense level, Peak general plus body technique level, Initial martial commander plus stamina level, Peak general plus mastered techniques, Boundless Heart Sutra, Snowblowing Traceless Diagram, Advanced entry, 7-star. Hidden Killing Blade, Advanced entry, Juming Dragon Chanting Sword, Advanced entry, Flowing Light Formless Flash, Advanced entry, Xian Body Motionless Scroll, Advanced entry, Pan Mountain Breath, Advanced entry, Chasing Soul, Advanced entry. Some techniques omitted. Activated system functions. One-click cultivation function, level 6. One-click martial arts function, level 6. Clone dispatch function, level 5. One-click treasure hunting function, level 5. True martial commander level. Almost all have crossed an entire major realm. Ha ha ha. Although Suchin had long known that his combat power would skyrocket, he couldn't help but laugh joyfully at the detailed attribute panel. Immediately after, Suchin inquired about the next breakthrough time and the time required for various techniques to reach the small achievement level. Ding! You only need 12 hours to advance to Intermediate Martial Master. Ding! The Snowblowing Traceless Diagram only requires 25 days to reach the small achievement level. Ding! The 7-star hidden killing blade only requires 3 days to reach the small achievement level. Ding! What? It actually takes 25 days? Well, who told you to be an advanced attribute technique? 2. Think that my cultivation level could be upgraded again in just 12 hours. How exhilarating. However, this is also thanks to the power of the elixirs, which shorten the time significantly, otherwise it would probably take a whole day to advance to an intermediate martial master. Suchin pondered. While checking the stock of elixirs in his storage space, there are so few 5th to 6th tier cultivation elixirs. Suchin discovered that he only had 4 or 5 elixirs that could enhance his cultivation speed. The other elixirs were mostly for healing or other miscellaneous effects. Suchin smacked his lips helplessly. If only I had countless elixirs to consume. But he also knew that this was extremely difficult. Among the martial artists in this world, only alchemists had a relatively abundant supply of elixirs. However, the requirements to become an alchemist were incredibly harsh. First, the cultivation level could not be too low. Even the lowest tier alchemist must be a formal martial artist. Second, one needed to master fire attribute techniques, which eliminated most martial artists. Third, one needed talent in alchemy. If one had the aptitude of a dull stone, it was impossible to become an alchemist. Fourth, one needed a master to teach them hands-on and at the very least have an alchemist's inheritance to study. Fifth, learning alchemy required a massive amount of materials which ordinary martial artists could hardly afford. In short, becoming an alchemist was super difficult. Moreover, even alchemists couldn't have countless elixirs to consume as the materials for alchemy were also prohibitively expensive. The further I go, the more expensive the elixirs become. It seems there will be nothing to eat in the future. Suchin sighed again. Although he could earn hundreds of thousands of gold coins every day, it wasn't enough to upgrade the system's functions. Moreover, those 8th and 9th tier elixirs sold for millions of gold coins each, which was simply unaffordable. As for robbing, Suchin was not that unscrupulous. He wouldn't stoop to such garbage acts of robbery without any grievances or grudges. Suddenly, ding! Host, as long as you upgrade all system functions to level 7 simultaneously, you will gain activation rights for the one-click alchemy function. What? The system prompt left Suchin momentarily stunned. He quickly regained his senses, his eyes widening in shock. One-click alchemy function. Wow, one-click alchemy. Just thinking about it is amazing. Once activated, I could have an endless supply of elixirs. Oh my goodness. These elixirs can not only be consumed but also sold. A 9th tier elixir is worth millions of gold coins. Just thinking about the benefits of the new function filled Suchin's eyes with incredible excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, the 4 functions were still hovering around levels 5 and 6, and upgrading them all to level 7 would require 240 million gold coins. Even if converted to low-grade spirit stones, that would be 2.4 million. Low-grade spirit stones. That was an astronomical figure. Such a huge expenditure, I fear the entire Red Maple City base couldn't support it. Suchin thought, in that case, I must leave Red Maple City and go to a larger base. So, where to go? Just as Suchin was deep in thought, panic shouts suddenly came from outside. Lord Suchin! Lord Suchin! It's Injo and Yufeng. Didn't Injo just leave for a while? Why is he back? Suchin looked puzzled, then suddenly understood something. He smiled awkwardly and waved his hand to dispel the icy cold power that had frozen the entire floor. Soon, Injo and the other two appeared before Suchin, their faces filled with disbelief. Lord Suchin, did you freeze the 106th floor of the Alliance building? Lord Suchin, have you already mastered the snowless technique? Heavens, this can't be real, right? We've studied for decades and haven't even grasped the basics. Upon seeing Suchin, the 3 from Injo immediately asked the questions that had been weighing on their minds. Previously, they had received reports saying that the Alliance building was frozen and it was snowing outside, and they thought it was a hoax. Only after their subordinates had given them assurances that could shatter their chests did they reluctantly return to the Alliance building. Then they witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. The Alliance building was indeed snowing, surrounded by countless martial artists watching. They then entered the Alliance building and reached the 106th floor, but they could hardly withstand the cold and nearly froze to death. It was then that they called out for Suchin. After asking their questions, the 3 stared wide-eyed, waiting for Suchin's answer. In fact, they already had an idea, but they just wanted to hear Suchin's exact response. Yes, you guessed correctly. Suchin smiled slightly. I have mastered the basics of the snowless blowing technique. Wow! The 3 from Injo were instantly shocked into a daze. At that moment, their gazes towards Suchin were filled with even more admiration and awe. Don't be surprised, I have a question for you. Suchin waved his hand with a smile and then asked, do you know of any strongholds with the kind that hasn't been refined? Refining can significantly enhance combat power, so Suchin, who had decided to leave Hongfeng City, planned to find a place with. Injo asked in surprise, Lord Suchin wants to refine? That's extremely dangerous. Yufeng and Baozhang also looked astonished. Although they knew Suchin was exceptionally talented and perceptive, does not yield easily. Throughout history, countless prodigies have perished in the process of refining. They simply couldn't imagine that Suchin had already seized the Qinglian dragon pattern fire from the crystal scale green snake and would easily refine it in just over half a day. Lord Suchin, why not forget it? Yufeng said with some concern. You could achieve the rank of Martial King just by going down this path steadily. Thank you for your concern, but I know what I'm doing. Suchin smiled faintly. If you know where there is, just let me know. The three from Yinzhou exchanged glances, then nodded. Lord Suchin, Yinzhou said solemnly, we do know of a type of yellow level called Xin Yun Jingyuhua. It is said that this has no offensive capabilities but possesses other extraordinary abilities. However, the difficulty of refining Xin Yun Jingyuhua is greater than that of other yellow level. As for its location, coincidentally, it is right in the headquarters of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Nanlin City. After a pause, Yinzhou continued, when I first entered the ranks of martial generals, I traveled to Nanlin City. By chance, I witnessed a martial commander level expert attempting to refine Xian Yun Jingyuhua. As a result, that powerful martial artist was quickly turned to ashes by thee, and I fled in terror. Later, when I took office guarding the Hongfeng City Alliance branch, I went to Nanlin City a few times with Yufeng and the others. That is still in its place, but we simply did not have the courage to refine it. Xian Yun Jingyuhua? Sounds very advanced. Suchin's expression brightened. Quickly tell me the route. I want to go to Nanlin City right now. Although he had just turned the vice president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce into a mere stick figure and had offended them greatly, Suchin looked down on the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, which was just a group without even a martial commander. Therefore, even though Nanlin City was essentially the lair of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Suchin had no reservations at all. Ha! So soon? The three from Yinzhou knew that Hongfeng City absolutely could not contain a dragon like Suchin, but they never expected him to leave so abruptly. I have made up my mind. Suchin smiled faintly. Refining the yellow level is equivalent to directly mastering a high-level attribute technique. Can this wait? All right. Yinzhou helplessly took out a map. This marks the specific location of the Xianyan Jingyu fire. If Lord Suchin sets off now, I will immediately arrange for you to take the airship to Nanlin City. Let's set off now. Suchin smiled as he accepted the map. Let's go. An hour later, a spirit energy car appeared at the Hongfeng City airport. Lord Suchin, this is a small token of our appreciation. Yinzhou respectfully handed over a spirit stone bag. Please be sure to accept it. Thank you. Suchin accepted the spirit stone bag without hesitation. Then we shall meet again. You don't need to see me off. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of Yinzhou and the others, Suchin stepped onto the 100-meter-long spirit energy airship through a special passage. With Yinzhou's arrangements, Suchin's seat was naturally not a crowded ordinary one, but a luxurious private room. At this moment, Suchin was leisurely walking towards his room. At that time, a group of people came down the corridor behind him. This group was surrounding a moving hospital bed, on which lay a person wrapped in bandages. This person was Zhu Fanyu. It was clear that after timely treatment, Zhu Fanyu's limbs had been reattached. Of course, it would be difficult for him to use them as well as before. At this moment, the woman who had rescued Zhu Fanyu recognized Suchin's back. It's the one who turned the young vice president into a stick. Ugh! The woman's face instantly turned pale, and she quickly covered her mouth in terror. What? It's him! How could he be here? Could it be that he is also going to Nanlin City? The other members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce immediately had their pupils constrict, their faces filled with fear and hatred. An ominous feeling. Suchin sensed the unusual gazes behind him and his brows furrowed as he turned around. As he turned, the members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce trembled in fear and immediately fell silent. Oh, meeting again so soon? Suchin's lips curled into a wicked and cruel smile. The members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce felt a chill run down their spines at this smile, and they couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to meet Suchin's gaze. What is going on with you all? At this moment, Zhu Fanyu, still dazed, asked, why isn't anyone leaving? But the corridor was silent, not a sound to be heard, and no one answered him. What is going on? Zhu Fanyu, confused, forced himself to look up and immediately locked eyes with Suchin. Then, no! Zhu Fanyu's body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Young Vice President, are you all right? Young Vice President, how are you? You can't be in trouble. The surrounding members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce panicked and surrounded Zhu Fanyu. If he died, they would all be buried with him. TSK, useless. Suchin scoffed, then turned and left. The members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce sighed in relief as they saw Suchin leave, their foreheads covered in sweat. Entering the room, Suchin comfortably lay down on the big bed, then took out the spirit stone bag given by Yinzhou. He opened the bag, and 20 dazzling high-quality spirit stones rolled out. Spirit stones worth 20 million gold coins. Suchin was pleasantly surprised. He had thought Yinzhou would give him 10 million, but it turned out to be 20 million. Yinzhou was really generous. Suchin laughed heartily, then stored all the spirit stones in the system. In the mysterious black space, the gold coin balance skyrocketed like a rocket. Finally, the number stopped at a terrifying 8-digit figure, 21,830,000. System, upgrade the one-click cultivation and one-click martial arts functions for me. Suchin chose to upgrade the two most basic and important functions without a second thought. Ding! The current amount of funds consumed by the upgrade system is too large. The unit gold coins has been replaced with low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Consuming 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the one-click cultivation function is upgraded to level 7 and the cultivation speed is increased to 128 times the base speed. Ding! Consuming 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the one-click martial arts practice function is upgraded to level 7 and the practice speed is increased to 64 times the base speed. The cultivation speed has doubled again. How refreshing. Suchin stretched lazily and then slowly fell asleep. In a short time, he had killed Yi Feizhang, killed the crystal scale green snake, and had worked hard to practice so many martial arts he was exhausted. While Suchin was resting in another luxurious cabin. Ah, don't cut me, XX. Xu Fanyu jolted awake with a start. He had a dream, a big nightmare. He dreamed that Suchin, with a cruel smile, slowly walked down the corridor and cut off his reattached limbs again. Young Vice President, you're awake? Young Vice President, it's okay, that demon has left. The members of the Sea High Chamber of Commerce around him were startled and quickly comforted. Xu Fanyu laughed. He laughed? Was it a dream? Great, it was a dream. Still shaken, Xu Fanyu let out a heavy sigh of relief, and then his eyes revealed overwhelming hatred. Suchin, you bastard. How dare you swagger into my territory? You're dead. I will definitely capture you alive, cut off your limbs, and then keep you in a cage, peeling your skin, drinking your blood, and eating your flesh every day. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Suchin once again broke through his cultivation realm, reaching the intermediate martial master level. At this moment, he was checking his attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Race, human. Qualification level, turbid body realm level, intermediate martial master attack level, advanced martial commander defense level, quasi martial commander plus body technique level, intermediate martial master stamina level, quasi martial commander plus mastered martial arts, boundless heart sutra, snowless wind map, advanced beginner, 7-star hidden killing blade, advanced beginner. Juming Dragon Roar Sword, advanced beginner. Flowing light formless flash, advanced beginner. Shin body motionless scroll, advanced beginner. Breath of the mountain, advanced beginner. Soul chase, advanced beginner. Some martial arts have been omitted. Activated system functions, one-click cultivation function, level 7. One-click martial arts practice function, level 7. Clone dispatch function, level 5. One-click treasure hunting function, level 5. This breakthrough only raised my true combat power by half a small realm. Suchin frowned and thought, it seems that as the levels get higher, the basic martial arts become increasingly useless. The combat power level gained from the basic martial arts has also disappeared. Indeed, how can the lowest level martial arts enhance the combat power of a martial commander level? Originally satisfied with the dozens of martial arts gifted by Inzhou, Suchin now felt a renewed desire for higher level new martial arts. Nanlin City, I hope you won't disappoint me. Suchin gazed into the distance, where a massive city gradually appeared at the horizon. This city was even more magnificent than Hongfeng City, with an area almost 10 times larger. The airship gradually arrived at Nanlin City, landing in a huge air harbor. Welcome to Nanlin City. Please, travelers who have not yet arrived at Nanlin City, process your identity cards. We apologize for any inconvenience. Amid the pleasant voice broadcast, Suchin disembarked from the airship and went directly to the service window to process his card. In this era, there was no internet, so each city had its own management system. Hello, this is your identity card. The staff member smiled as they handed the card to Suchin. Thank you. Suchin nodded with a smile, then planned to have a meal first before going outside the city to find that Xian Yun Jingyu fire. But just then, get out of the way. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is doing business. If you don't want to die, get lost, or you'll face the consequences. A group of fierce martial artists surrounded Suchin with a menacing aura. The people around quickly avoided them, and some passers-by who couldn't escape were roughly pushed aside. Wow, these people are so arrogant. This is the city, what are they so rampant for? Hey, you guys, stop talking and shut up. Those are the people from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. If you anger them, it's over. Right, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with City Lord Qinhu, and they have a quasi-military commander and many generals. We can't afford to provoke them. They actually have connections with the City Lord of Nanlin City. No wonder they're so arrogant. That young martial artist who offended them will definitely die a terrible death. Of course, who hasn't vanished into thin air after provoking someone from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Oh no, this young man is in trouble. It's a pity he has such great talent and has already reached the intermediate martial artist level. The passers-by, upon realizing the identity of the thugs, immediately scattered in fear. Those who dared to stay and watch the excitement all showed sympathy towards Suchin. At this moment, a few people surrounded Zhu Fanyu's sickbed and walked over. Young Vice President. The fierce martial artists all bowed. This scene caused an uproar among the onlookers. My god, it's actually the young Vice President of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Damn, how can such a noble person look like this? Could it be that young man did this? Wow, he's so bold. Is he courting death? The crowd looked shocked, pointing at Suchin. In disbelief. Shut up. Is our young Vice President someone you can discuss? A junior martial general stepped out from the fierce martial artists, roaring angrily, causing the surrounding onlookers to quickly close their mouths. At this moment, Zhu Fanyu's sickbed stopped 3 meters away from Suchin. Suchin, do you know how hard I've been holding back all this way? I almost want to skin you alive, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. Zhu Fanyu sat up from the sickbed, his face twisted with hatred as he roared at Suchin. Looking at his enemy so close, his endless rage seemed to erupt from all 7 orifices. As for Suchin's change in cultivation, he didn't take it seriously at all because the people he brought this time included martial generals. TSK, you really forget the pain once the scar heals. Suchin sneered disdainfully. Could it be that you find being completely dismembered not thrilling? Enough? Stop being so sharp-tongued. Zhu Fanyu's eyes were blood-red, his voice hoarse. You need to understand, this is the territory of my 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce. Even if you have a big background, your life is in my hands now. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Now kneel and kowtow, or you might suffer less. It seems you really haven't learned your lesson. Suchin narrowed his eyes, a cold killing intent flashing by. Ha ha ha. What? In my territory, you still want to teach me a lesson? Zhu Fanyu laughed maniacally, gritting his teeth. Everyone, go. First, chop his legs into 10 pieces. Yes, break his legs to avenge the young vice president. The group of martial artists revealed excited and cruel smiles, then drew their weapons. In an instant, the glint of blades and swords filled the air, chilling to the bone, causing the surrounding onlookers to retreat once again. Just a martial general leading a group of martial artists, and they think they can move against me? Facing this small scene, Suchin remained calm and unhurried, at ease. A mere martial artist, obediently accept your death. The junior martial general had a proud look on his face as he swung his sword towards Suchin's left leg. At the same time, other martial artists also launched their attacks, blocking all of Suchin's escape routes. You overestimate yourself. You don't even have the qualification to make me draw my sword. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Suchin's mouth, and he immediately raised his right leg and swept it out. Bang bang bang. The terrifying muffled sounds echoed, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Suchin's right leg struck first, kicking the junior martial general away, and then he sent the remaining martial artists flying. The trash that was sent flying crashed into 7 or 8 of their own people before landing heavily in front of Zhu Fanyu. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with heavily injured individuals, and the martial artists struck by Suchin had bulging eyes, dying with their eyes wide open. Such a shocking scene instantly made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. The previously noisy atmosphere dropped a full degree, falling into complete silence. How is this possible? Zhuang is a martial general. How could he be kicked to death by that little brat? Zhu Fanyu's eyes were about to burst, trembling as he looked at the corpse of the junior martial general, his face filled with disbelief. The other members of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were also stunned, as if struck by lightning. Is there anyone else who wants to make a move? Suchin coldly scanned the surroundings, then shouted loudly, who else? As those 3 words rang out, it was as if he swallowed the world, causing hundreds of people in the audience to tremble in fear. No one. Suchin sneered repeatedly, fixing his gaze on Zhu Fanyu. Then it's my turn to strike. Why you dare? Zhu Fanyu shouted in panic, his voice trembling. This is the city. Behind me is the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I told you last time, even if the martial commander comes, he can't save you. Suchin completely disregarded Zhu Fanyu's threat, coldly smiling as he stepped forward to stand in front of Zhu Fanyu. Ah! The martial artists guarding Zhu Fanyu screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Suchin drew his long sword and waved it lightly. Swish! The sword light flickered, and the 5 limbs that Zhu Fanyu had just reattached yesterday were severed again. Moreover, this time Suchin cut them into hundreds of pieces, ensuring they could never be reattached. Ah! Zhu Fanyu screamed in terror and despair, his voice more piercing than that of a slaughtered pig. This scene left everyone shocked and speechless. The members of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were even more terrified, their souls shaken, unable to utter a word. The dignified vice president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was actually turned into a human stick in public. It was too shocking, too terrifying. Stop screaming. Suchin smiled coldly. We agreed before that I would make your life worse than death. Don't you like this result? If you don't like it, then I'll just kill you. And no, don't kill me. Please, I don't want to die. Zhu Fanyu's face twisted, tears streaming down. He really wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all lying there. The guards around him had all scattered like birds and beasts, and no one dared to come to his rescue. Despair. Zhu Fanyu was truly in despair. Alright, I won't kill you. Just live on like this. We shall meet again. Suchin grinned, then sheathed his sword and walked out of the crowd. The onlookers saw Suchin approaching and quickly moved aside like a tide, fearing to be caught in the chaos. Once out of the crowd, Suchin quickened his pace, heading swiftly towards the city gate. Although Suchin feared no one, the main goal of this trip was the Xianyun Jingyu fire, and he didn't want to deal with any troublesome matters. 5 minutes later, Suchin's figure appeared in the hall of the Nanlin City Tower. Nowadays, his agility level has reached the intermediate martial commander rank with a terrifying speed of 200 meters per second. This is why he can cover a full distance of 60 kilometers in such a short time. At this moment, the events happening in the airport have just begun to spread. In the core area of Nanlin City, there is an extraordinarily luxurious giant mansion. This is the residence of the Shu family, the controllers of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the once peaceful mansion has turned into a place of alarm, where every rustle of grass and trees seems threatening. Everyone knows that the young Vice President Zhu Fanyu has hit a wall, suffering not only losses in men but also being turned into a human stick himself. Because of this incident, the head of the Shu family, Zhu Xian, is furious, unable to contain his rage. To vent his anger, he actually burned the most luxurious building in the mansion to the ground. Damn it! How dare they turn my son into a human stick? In front of everyone. Lawless, utterly lawless. Someone immediately capture the murderer for me. I want him to kneel and repent before my son in front of everyone in Nanlin City, and then I will have him flayed alive. Only then can I avenge my son. Only then can I restore the dignity of the Zhu family. Zhu Xian stands amidst the ruins, roaring madly, his heart-wrenching voice echoing throughout the mansion. At the same time, in the Nanlin City branch of the Martial Alliance, Qin Hu, who guards the branch and is also the lord of Nanlin City, is burning with rage. Killing each other within the city is strictly prohibited. It is an ironclad rule. This person dares to act so recklessly, completely disregarding the ironclad rule. Moreover, knowing that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is connected to me, he still dares to make a move. Utterly arrogant. Someone send people to comfort President Zhu and mobilize forces to cooperate with all their actions. Qin Hu growls coldly, and a powerful martial general immediately takes his leave. The Zhu family of Nanlin City and the branch of the Alliance are both enraged, immediately causing a huge uproar. Almost everyone in Nanlin City knows about the airport incident, and the name Suchin sweeps through everyone's ears like a storm. TSK, what a madman, daring to kill someone from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and even turning the young vice president into a human stick. Indeed, although the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce made the first move, this person was too heavy-handed. He will definitely die a miserable death this time. It just depends on how long it takes to find this person. I estimate that within half a day, news of his capture and execution will come. Half a day? I think it won't even take an hour. Countless residents of Nanlin City are discussing this matter, mocking and ridiculing. In their view, Suchin's daring to challenge the authority of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and Qin Hu is merely a momentary thrill, and the final outcome will definitely be tragic. Just as the uproar from the airport spreads, Suchin is already outside the city. Yuanshan Mountain, this direction. Suchin takes out the map given by Yin Zhou and compares it, quickly finding the direction and rushing towards his destination. Along the way, many ferocious beasts recklessly charge at him, but all are ultimately slain by Suchin with a single sword strike. Finally, an hour later, Suchin sees Yuanshan Mountain from a distance. Yuanshan Mountain is a very tall peak. Its upper half is completely covered in white snow, while the lower half is lush with primitive forests. The map given by Yin Zhou records that the place where the Xianyun Jingyu fire is located is in a natural cave between the two. Following the route on the map, Suchin heads straight to the cave entrance. Not good, there are signs of people standing at the entrance. Suchin furrows his brow. Could it be someone got there first? Just then, a flurry of voices suddenly comes from inside. Aunt Ku, I can't hold it down anymore. How could this happen? Didn't we use the falling flame stone to suppress it? It's no use. If this continues, I'll be burned to death. We need to leave quickly. A conversation came from within the cave, and then two figures rushed out at high speed. One was an ordinary old woman, while the other was a delicate girl of about 13 or 14. The girl had white hair like silk, rosy lips, and her eyes sparkled like flowing water, resembling a beautiful tree of jade, stunning enough to make one unable to look away. It's them, trying to refine the Xianyun Jingyu fire? Suchin glanced at the attribute panels of the two and was suddenly shocked. The unremarkable old woman was actually a primary martial commander level expert. However, she was heavily injured, and her overall combat power had dropped to the intermediate martial general level. What shocked Suchin the most was the delicate girl. Her various information made him look a few more times. Name, Ji Rushui race, wine spirit, human qualification level, flawless realm level, primary martial, general attack level, intermediate martial general plus defense level, intermediate martial general movement level, intermediate martial general stamina level, primary martial general mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, lotus leaf martial score, advanced, minor achievement, solitary inquiry. Phoenix Pattern Sutra, Advanced Entry, Wind Dance in the Void Technique, Advanced Entry, Wind Spirit Human, Suchin was astonished. She's not even a pure human. The world is truly full of wonders. And her qualifications are so high. At just 13 or 14, she's already reached the martial general level. At that moment, the old and young women also saw Suchin, and their expressions changed dramatically. They couldn't understand how a martial master level young man could appear outside the cave. After all, this Yuanchen mountain was the territory of a C+ level fierce beast. Run! Thee is about to chase us out. Once you get touched by thee, you'll turn to ashes. At this moment, Ji Rushui came to her senses and anxiously said to Suchin, "Young man, hurry and escape." Granny Ku glanced at Suchin and reminded him. Immediately, the two began to flee rapidly into the distance. It seems they failed in their refinement. Seeing this scene, Suchin smiled faintly. Good, otherwise, killing these two kind-hearted people would really weigh on my conscience. At this time, Ji Rushui and Granny Ku, who had already fled to a distance, found that Suchin was still standing in place, and they were instantly speechless. They had warned him, yet he remained indifferent and unmoved. And he was still smiling. "What are you laughing at? Hurry and run." Ji Rushui turned around and shouted, her heart racing. "Thanks for the reminder. You all go ahead, don't worry about me." Suchin smiled gently at Ji Rushui and slowly walked towards the cave. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? That place has. Do you not know what is?" Ji Rushui saw that Suchin not only ignored her warnings, but was actually walking towards the extremely dangerous cave, and she was so anxious that she was almost in tears. "Miss, don't mind him," Granny Ku said urgently. "We need to escape." Ji Rushui's beautiful eyes widened, full of reluctance. "But he's looking for death on his own. We've already warned him." Granny Ku's face was anxious and terrified. "If we don't leave now, the Xianyun Jingyu fire will break through the suppression of the falling flame stone. The Xianyun Jingyu fire has already touched your aura. Once it appears, it will definitely chase you relentlessly, and then it will be over." No way." Ji Rushui showed a look of reluctance and shook her head vigorously. "Although he's a bit ignorant, if he really dies, it would be my fault for involving him, and I won't be able to rest easy." Suchin was astonished at this scene. In this era, there are still such naive people. In this cruel age, it's already good enough not to push passers-by to the front as a shield in such situations. Such innocence and cuteness are truly rare. Just then, a violent rumbling sound suddenly echoed through the cave. The sound reverberated continuously, as if the entire Yuanchan mountain was roaring. In the next moment, like a volcanic eruption, a terrifying white translucent flame surged out of the cave. "Is this the Xianyun Jingyu fire system? What should I do to refine it?" Suchin looked at the sky full of white translucent flames, his eyes bursting with excitement. "Host, directly touching thee will allow you to store it in your storage space for refinement. Direct contact, it's really that simple." A smile of excitement curled at the corners of Suchin's mouth. At the same time, looking at the churning Xianyun Jingyu fire, Ji Rushui and Granny Ku's faces showed a look of horror. "The falling flame stone has been broken." Granny Ku trembled with fear, her voice shaking. "Miss, we must escape." "No, this is my fault. If I hadn't tried to refine the Xianyun Jingyu fire, it wouldn't have erupted. Too many people have died because of me. I can't let another innocent person be implicated." A resolute light flashed in Ji Rushui's beautiful eyes as she turned and charged towards the raging flames. "No, miss. Come back." Granny Ku watched in horror, her eyes nearly bursting, and without hesitation, she chased after Ji Rushui. At the same time, a hint of hatred rose in her gaze towards Suchin. If it weren't for this suddenly appearing, reckless young man, her young lady would never have returned to this perilous place. "This fool, what bad luck!" Granny Ku glared at Suchin with a cold expression, muttering curses under her breath. "This person dares to curse me." Suchin felt Granny Ku's malice and immediately frowned, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for seeing that old woman and the innocent, kind girl together, he would have drawn his sword by now. At that moment, the sky full of Xianyun Jingyu fire seemed to be drawn by the aura from Ji Rushui, instantly surging forward like a tsunami. "You escape, I'll draw thee away." Ji Rushui shouted at Suchin, her small face pale. Immediately, her tiny body erupted with an invisible whirlwind, carrying her away into the distance. The, drawn by the aura, immediately chased after her like a predatory beast. "Damn it!" Granny Ku glared at Suchin fiercely again, then followed Ji Rushui in a desperate flight. What can I say about such a master and servant? Watching their retreating figures and the distant Suchin sighed helplessly, then moved his feet and chased after them. In the complex environment of the primitive forest, Ji Rushui and Granny Ku kept fleeing. However, although Ji Rushui's speed far exceeded that of a junior martial general, she still couldn't shake off the pursuit of the Xianyun Jingyu fire. In fact, they were being slowly cornered by the Xianyun Jingyu fire. In a short time, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 30 meters. Feeling the terrifying energy behind them, Ji Rushui and Granny Ku turned pale. "We can't keep going like this," Granny Ku said anxiously. "Miss, hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Ji Rushui's arm, and her speed suddenly soared. In an instant, her speed reached the level of a junior martial commander. However, as a consequence, the heavy injury she had just suppressed flared up again, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Granny! Ku! Are you okay? Ji Rushua's beautiful eyes turned red, tears glistening. I'm fine. Quick, see if we've shaken off the Xianyun Jingyu fire. Granny! Ku's face was as pale as a corpse, and at that moment, she truly hated Suchin. Yes. Ji Rushua nodded, turning to look, only to see that the Xianyun Jingyu fire had already been shaken off by more than 200 meters, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she was about to share this good news with Granny Ku, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened in shock. Granny Ku, look! Ji Rushua exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that the young martial artist from before? He actually caught up. What? The martial artist caught up? Granny Ku frowned and looked back, instantly dumbfounded. She saw Suchin following closely behind the Xianyun Jingyuhua, moving through the complex environment as if it were flat ground at an incredibly fast speed. Moreover, he appeared completely at ease, as if it required no effort at all. Such speed can only be possessed by a martial commander. How could a mere martial artist have such speed? Ji Rushua and Granny Ku were incredulous, various shocking thoughts flashing through their minds. At that moment, something even more astonishing happened. Suchin suddenly accelerated and blocked the path of the Xianyun Jingyuhua. Come on, my precious baby! Suchin's face lit up with excitement as he extended his right hand. Is he trying to subdue the Xianyun Jingyuhua? Granny Ku was left speechless, staring blankly like a piece of wood. Subdue the Xianyun Jingyuhua? To touch it directly? How is that possible? Ji Rushua's beautiful eyes widened, and she anxiously shouted, Don't touch it! That's the Xianyun Jingyuhua. You absolutely cannot make physical contact with it. If you touch it, it will burrow into your body and burn you to ashes from the inside out. But it was already too late. Suchin's figure was swallowed by the surging Xianyun Jingyuhua in the blink of an eye. Humph! He deserves to die. Granny Ku snorted coldly, her face showing mockery and satisfaction. A mere martial artist daring to think of subduing the Xianyun Jingyuhua. Ridiculous. But at least he died for a reason. If he burns to death, the aura tainted by thee will change, and it won't keep pursuing my young lady. Granny Ku, don't say that. Ji Rushua's eyes were filled with intense compassion. Alright, I won't say. He's beyond saving now, let's go. Granny Ku nodded and was about to take Ji Rushua away. Just then, a terrifying martial commander level aura suddenly enveloped the area within hundreds of meters. Miss Ji Rushua, you really know how to run. A man in black emerged from the thicket ahead, sneering. This man had sharp features, a face like iron, and his muscles nearly tore through his clothes. Chui Tai. Upon seeing this person, Ji Rushua and Granny Ku were immediately horrified. They never expected that after moving through so many cities and strongholds, they would still be caught. Resign yourself, Miss Ji Rushua. Chui Tai's mouth split into a cruel smile. The master said that once I catch you, I can do as I please. He. I've been coveting your delicate and beautiful body for a long time. I wonder how it feels to be a hybrid of wind spirit and human, different from ordinary humans. Chui Tai, you bastard. You dare. Granny Ku's eyes filled with bloodshot fury upon hearing Chui Tai's intentions towards her young lady. What do I have to fear? Chui Tai sneered repeatedly, his expression ferocious. A human woman giving birth to the Ji family's disgrace. Even the master ordered her execution. What do I have to fear? As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Rushua's small body trembled violently, and her pearl-like beautiful eyes were instantly shrouded in shadow. Her mind was filled with bloody scenes of slaughter. Her mother, her sister, those loyal guards, and kind-hearted clansmen, one by one, all died before her eyes. And the reason was her bloodline. Ah! Ji Rushua suddenly clutched her head and screamed in agony. Chui Tai, you bastard! I will kill you! Seeing this scene, old lady Ku's eyes widened in anger, tears streaming down her face, and blood gushed from her old teeth. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? Chui Tai laughed recklessly, a mere defeated opponent. Even at your peak, you were no match for me, let alone now when you are still injured. If you know what's good for you, kneel down now, and I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, you will end up like those trash who tried to stop me, tortured to the point of wishing for death, and ultimately, you will miserably take your last breath. Kneel down? You wish. Old lady Ku's voice was hoarse. Even in death, I won't let you touch a hair on Miss Ji Shue. Ha ha, are you trying to make me lose my teeth? Chui Tai sneered repeatedly. With you, an old useless woman, you think you can stop me? Soon, I will break your legs and make you watch as I humiliate that wretch. As soon as he said this, old lady Ku was filled with even more grief and anger. But she knew she was absolutely no match for Chui Tai. Once she was dead, Ji Rushua would have no one to rely on, and the outcome. Thinking of this, sorrow, pain, anger, and despair gradually took root, and old lady Ku's tears turned red, eventually becoming blood tears. Old lady Ku, go. Don't worry about me anymore. Ji Rushua endured the pain in her head, her face filled with sorrow as she grabbed old lady Ku's sleeve. Silly child, I will. Hold him off, you must find a chance to escape. Old lady Ku shook her head with a smile, her face twisted, filled with a sense of facing death without fear. Ha ha ha, what a touching master-servant bond. Chui Tai's face was full of mockery. Unfortunately, none of you will escape today, especially Ji Rushui. I must. Alas. A sigh interrupted Chui Tai's words. Why do I keep encountering such psychologically twisted people? Is the pressure of this era really that great? Who? Chui Tai, Old Lady Ko, and Ji Rushui were all startled, turning to look in the direction of the voice. In the next moment, they witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Hundreds of meters away, the vast Xianyin Jingyu fire suddenly transformed into a vortex, rushing towards the figure in the center. Endless flames vanished as if they had encountered a black hole, disappearing without a trace in an instant. As the view cleared, a young man's back came into sight. It's him! It's that young man! Like a thunderclap, Old Lady Ko was dumbfounded, speechless in shock. Ji Rushui also stared blankly, filled with confusion, unable to believe her eyes. Chui Tai, of course, was also filled with disbelief. He had seen the Xianyin Jingyu fire long ago and dared not touch it, so he simply ignored it. But he never expected that someone could easily devour the Xianyin Jingyu fire with their physical body. Moreover, that person only emitted the aura of a martial artist. This was simply unbelievable. It should be known that the Xianyin Jingyu fire, such a strange fire, could absolutely not be touched with the physical body. To refine this kind of strange fire, one must use very special means to separate a trace of the fire seed and then refine it with spiritual power from a distance. Even so, it was an extremely dangerous task. A careless mistake could lead to being burned, and even a deity couldn't save you then. Yet, such a powerful and bizarre Xianyin Jingyu fire was actually devoured by a martial artist with their physical body. This was like an ordinary person with no power crushing a spiritual weapon with their bare hands. Utterly unbelievable. At this moment, whether it was Chui Tai, Ji Rushui, or Old Lady Ko, they were all so shocked that they were beginning to doubt their lives. And at that moment, Suchin curled his lips and slowly turned around. At the same time, Chui Tai's attribute panel also appeared. Name: Chui Tai race, human qualification level, supreme. Realm level: Junior Martial Commander attack level, Intermediate Martial Commander defense level, Intermediate Martial Commander plus agility level, Intermediate Martial Commander stamina level, Junior Martial Commander plus mastered techniques, Infinite Heart Sutra, Giant Godbody refining technique. Advanced minor achievement, Ziwu Shenming technique, advanced entry, Lingsha Fulia step, advanced entry. Indeed, it's about what I guessed. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. In fact, based on Chui Tai's aura, he had roughly guessed the opponent's combat power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly intervened in this struggle. At the same time Suchin was sizing up Chui Tai was also sizing up Suchin. Was that you talking just now? Chui Tai squinted, a chilling light shooting from the narrow slits of his eyes. That's right, it was me. Suchin smiled faintly. What you said earlier, and you as a person, are simply disgusting, so I interrupted you. During his previous life as an assassin, Suchin had seen plenty of sordid affairs and had killed many psychologically twisted and repulsive individuals. How dare you call me disgusting and interrupt me? Where do you get your confidence from? Chui Tai snorted coldly, saying, do you think that just because you're a mere martial master who has refined the Xianyin Jingyu fire, you can deal with me? Of course not. Suchin smiled slightly. I haven't even refined the Xianyin Jingyu fire yet, and besides, it's not an offensive flame. I suppose this little waste has some self-awareness. Chui Tai raised his chin arrogantly. Now kneel and bow to me, then sever an arm, and you can leave. TSK, you're really arrogant. Suchin scoffed disdainfully. A piece of trash like you, I could kill with just one move. What? At this declaration, not only Chui Tai, but even Ji Rushui and Granny Ku were stunned. A martial master level brat actually claimed he could kill an intermediate martial commander with just one move. How arrogant could one be? It was simply outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Chui Tai suddenly laughed instead of getting angry. Interesting, I want to see how you plan to kill me with one move. He. You'll realize soon enough. Suchin's lips curled into a cold smile that was non-committal. You're really just a weak chicken. In the next moment, with a thought, a terrifying martial commander level aura suddenly erupted from him. This is martial commander. Chui Tai's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. Ji Rushui and Granny Ku were also dumbfounded, instantly petrified. They all found it hard to believe how could a martial master level warrior possess the terrifying aura of a martial commander. At this moment, the shock on Chui Tai's face gradually receded, turning back into a cold smile. I didn't expect you to be a hidden martial commander. But so what if you are a martial commander? I've killed plenty of warriors at the same level. With your combat power, trying to kill me is like trying to kill a chicken. It's simply laughable. Is that so? Then let me show you how vulnerable you are in front of me. Suchin scoffed disdainfully, flicking his thumb. A sharp and profound sword light burst forth. Immediately after, he stepped forward, a violent wind howling behind him. Come on, if you can push me back a step, I'll admit defeat. Chui Tai grinned savagely, his body starting to swell wildly, instantly reaching 4 to 5 meters tall. His muscles became even larger and harder, each one gleaming and textured like granite. Giant God body refining technique. Granny Ku's expression changed drastically at this sight. She had previously lost to This move from Cui Tai, the terrifying defense, made it difficult for her to even break through. At this moment, the shadow of Suchin reached Cui Tai in an instant. Hidden kill, arrive. Suchin's mind stirred, and the chilling sword light seemed to pierce through space, directly appearing at Cui Tai's brow. What? Cui Tai's pupils suddenly constricted, his pineal gland racing wildly, completely unprepared for the ferocity of Suchin's attack. In a moment of life and death, Cui Tai desperately urged his spiritual energy, forming a translucent shield armor at his brow. This was a unique defensive ability of powerful warriors at the martial commander level, spiritual energy shield armor. With the spiritual energy shield armor plus my physical defense, I don't believe I can't withstand your strike. As he watched the sword tip grow closer and larger, a disdainful thought flashed through Cui Tai's mind. In the next millisecond, Suchin's long sword fiercely pierced his spiritual energy shield armor. Ding! Crack! A sound that nearly pierced the eardrums accompanied by a faint shattering noise erupted, and Cui Tai was instantly filled with terror. What? My spiritual energy shield armor actually shattered directly. How is this possible? My spiritual energy shield armor can't even be shaken by warriors of the same level. How could it be so fragile? Cui Tai was both terrified and confused, but in the face of life and death, he couldn't think too much and immediately used his last trump card. Giant God Body. A furious roar erupted from Cui Tai's mouth, almost like a thunderclap. In the next second, a brilliant golden light appeared on his skin, raising his defense to another level. Boom buzz. Suchin's long sword struck fiercely at Cui Tai's brow, producing a sound as grand as a bronze bell that soared into the sky. The sword tip was firmly nailed to Cui Tai's brow, unable to advance an inch. Ha ha ha. Can't break my defense, can you? Cui Tai breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed wildly. Now, it's my turn. Saying this, he clenched his right hand, and his fist, as large as a pot lid, smashed down towards Suchin. TCH, do you think this is the end? Suchin ignored Cui Tai's iron fist, a smirk appearing on his lips. Blowing snow without trace. Explode for me. In the next moment, 9 crystal-clear snowflakes appeared on the long sword, then exploded with a bang. Endless icy power erupted, and Cui Tai, caught off guard, was instantly engulfed. Following that, under the astonished gazes of Ji Ruxue and Granny Ku, Cui Tai's movements slowed down, and his fist was ultimately frozen in mid-air. In less than a second, Cui Tai turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the area within 100 meters transformed into a glacier, and the sky was suddenly filled with heavy snow. My heavens, high-level attribute martial arts. Granny Ku's heart surged with waves of shock. At such a young age, not only has he reached the martial commander level, but he has also successfully practiced high-level attribute martial arts. Ji Ruxue was equally astonished. Her talent was considered top-notch, but compared to Suchin, she felt utterly insignificant. Ding! You have obtained 5 high-grade spirit stones, 1 top-tier spirit weapon. The system prompt appeared, indicating that Cui Tai had lost all vitality and perished. The power of the 9 crystal snowflakes is indeed extraordinary. Suchin stood before the ice sculpture that was Cui Tai, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. He then extended his finger and gently tapped, causing Cui Tai's massive body to collapse and turn to dust. So this is how complete disintegration comes about? Looking at Cui Tai's remains, Suchin laughed heartily, then began to tally his gains as he walked away. This time's harvest includes the refining Xian Yun Jingyu fire. Then, there are spirit stones worth over 5 million combined, plus a top-tier spirit weapon. And there are pills 2 tisk tsk, truly a martial commander. So rich. Looking at the spoils in his storage space, Suchin couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Just then, a cautious yet urgent voice suddenly came from behind. Master, please wait. Suchin turned around and saw that Granny Ku's face was filled with fear, wanting to say something but hesitating. Looking at Ji Ruxue again, she lowered her head, occasionally glancing at Suchin, seemingly lost in thought. Just say it quickly, stop dragging it out. Suchin had a very poor impression of Granny Ku, so he spoke rather rudely. My lord. Granny Ku looked at Suchin with some trepidation, then pulled Ji Ruxue down to kneel on the ground, sorrowfully saying, My lord, I beg you to take in our young lady. Oh, why? Suchin raised an eyebrow in surprise. You must have heard what Cui Tai said. Granny Ku said with a gloomy expression, Our young lady is a half-blood of the Wind Spirit clan and the human race. She was born into the most powerful Ji family in Eastern City and should have had a wonderful life. However, because of her bloodline, she is regarded as a disgrace by the Ji family and is being hunted down by them. Wind Spirit clan. What Cui Tai mentioned about invading life, could it be referring to the Wind Spirit clan? Please explain. Suchin's expression changed as he looked at Granny Ku and Ji Ruxue with surprise. Yes. Although Granny Ku was somewhat surprised that Suchin did not know about the Wind Spirit Clan, she still explained, the Wind Spirit Clan is an otherworldly life form that invaded Blue Star 2,000 years ago by breaking through the spacetime rift. They look almost identical to humans but are more handsome and each has snow-white hair. Their strength is very formidable, even the weakest among them is at the Martial King level. However, because of this, it is very difficult for them to personally invade Blue Star through the spacetime rift. Therefore, they continuously send the ferocious beasts they have raised into Blue Star to deplete human strength. More than 10 years ago, there was a terrifying beast tide in Eastern City, and during that battle, a rare wind spirit appeared. At that time, the wind spirit was unstoppable. The walls of Eastern City collapsed, and it was nearly destroyed, only barely held back by the main city of Blue Star. It was during that battle that Ji Rushua's mother went missing, and she only reappeared in the Ji family a year later. I see. Suchin nodded. In realization, during the battle against the beast tide in Hongfeng City, he had vaguely felt that there was a hidden hand at work, and now he finally understood some truths about this world. At this moment, Granny Cook continued, our young lady is being hunted down by her own family because of her bloodline. Cui Tai is just one of the pursuers, he is dead, but there are still many others chasing after her. These pursuers all possess a tracking secret technique that allows them to locate her based on her unique half-blood aura. The reason we tried to refine the Xianyun Jingyu fire is because of its ability to extinguish aura. Now that you have subdued the Xianyun Jingyu fire, as long as you use its ability to extinguish aura to erase our young lady's presence, those pursuers will lose their target and become headless flies. If that happens, our young lady will be completely free from the Ji family's pursuit. My lord, you are the only one who can save her now. I beg you to show mercy and take in our young lady. At the end, Granny Cook bowed deeply to Suchin 3 times. Extinguishing aura? Suchin's expression shifted. So the Xianyun Jingyu fire has this effect. Although he had obtained the Xianyun Jingyu fire, he did not know what miraculous functions this strange fire had before refining it. Immediately, Suchin's gaze turned to Ji Rushue. At this moment, Ji Rushue was kneeling beside Granny Ku. Her large eyes, filled with tears, sparkled with lingering fear, newfound brilliance, and a hint of shy hope. Suchin had a good impression of this innocent, lovely, kind-hearted young girl. Moreover, there were many benefits to taking in Ji Rushua. Just the 3 high-level cultivation techniques she possessed were quite valuable. However, if he decided to take her in, it would mean becoming enemies with the Ji family of Eastern City. And this is not the most critical part. Suchin is not afraid of who he faces. For Suchin, the most crucial thing is another 2 words, bonds. 4. Someone like Suchin, who is used to being alone, bonds represent constraints, represent concerns, represent a fatal weakness, and also represent a painful memory that is hard to look back on. Sir, I beg you. Seeing that Suchin remained silent for a long time, Granny Ku was suddenly filled with fear and uncertainty. Then, she suddenly thought of something and immediately knelt down on the ground. Sir, I was blind before. I shouldn't have cursed you. I was wrong. I am willing to die. I am willing to pay any price. Just ask you to show mercy and take in my young lady. Suchin looked up at the sky, his gaze deep like a black hole. Sir, I beg you. Granny Ku was in tears, constantly pleading, my young lady is very well behaved, and her talent is excellent. She will definitely become a great help to you in the future. Alright, I will take her in. Suchin closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before nodding. In the end, he still could not stand by and watch, unable to see this kind and lovely girl struggling painfully in a tragic fate, despairing to death. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Granny Ku was overjoyed and bowed deeply 3 times. With Suchin's protection, Ji Rushua would no longer have to live in fear and exhaustion. Don't be so quick to rejoice. Suchin said lightly, it will take another day to refine the Xianyun Jingyu fire. Only then can we erase Ji Rushua's aura and cut off the clues for her pursuers. Lord Suchin's willingness to take in my young lady is already a tremendous grace. Granny Ku bowed her head. How could we, the master and servant, dare to have any other extravagant hopes? Since their escape, several months had passed, waiting another day was nothing to them. Since that's the case, Ji Rushua will follow me from now on. Suchin smiled slightly. You may arise. My name is Suchin. Yes, Lord Suchin. Granny Ku was overjoyed beyond measure. Thank you, Brother Suchin, for taking me in. Ji Rushua looked at him with gratitude, cutely bowing to Suchin. Very well behaved. Suchin reached out to ruffle Ji Rushua's hair and smiled. But if you follow me, you might not have a very stable life in the future. Since Rushua has decided to follow Brother Suchin, then no matter what happens in the future, I will bear it together with Brother Suchin. Ji Rushua nodded seriously, then smiled slightly, her beautiful autumn water-like eyes curving into crescent moons. Ha, who said you had to bear it? Suchin laughed brightly. Since I have taken you in, I will definitely not let anyone harm you. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Rushua immediately felt a warmth surge from her heart, as if her entire being, from soul to body, had relaxed. This feeling, Ji Rushua's eyes sparkled. She hadn't felt this way since the beginning of their escape, until now, when she met Suchin. What are you thinking about? Suchin smiled. Let's go, we should leave here. Ji Rushua nodded obediently and then helped Granny Ku up. But at that moment, poof, Granny Ku suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Granny Ku, Granny Ku, Granny Ku, what's wrong? Please don't be in trouble. Ji Rushua was instantly stunned, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. It should be that her injuries have worsened. Suchin frowned and crouched down to carefully examine Granny Ku's injuries. As a result, he found that Granny Ku was almost at the end of her strength, barely holding on by a thread. It was likely that seeing Ji Rushua's safety assured had released the tension in her heart, and now she could no longer hold on. Brother Suchin, please save Grandma Ku, Ji Rushua pleaded, pulling at Suchin's sleeve, her small face covered in tears. I'll try my best. Suchin nodded and immediately took out a large number of healing pills from his storage space. Among these healing pills were several 9th-grade pills freshly obtained from Cui Tai. Selecting one, Suchin stuffed it into Grandma Ku's mouth. Brother Suchin, Grandma Ku won't be in danger, right? Ji Rushua looked at Suchin with tearful eyes filled with hope. This dragon tiger blood pill is the best medicine, Suchin said, his expression not looking good. Grandma Ku's injuries are too severe. Whether this pill can keep her alive is uncertain. The most crucial thing is that she must have the will to survive. You can try to wake her up. Yes, I will never let Grandma Ku die in front of me. Ji Rushua nodded vigorously, then hurriedly leaned close to Grandma Ku's ear, recounting joyful past events. Time slowly passed. An hour went by in the blink of an eye. Brother Suchin, Grandma Ku is awake. Ji Rushua's delighted voice came. Suchin turned to look, only to see Grandma Ku slowly waking up, and couldn't help but sneer. Old woman, do you really want to die like this? Don't forget, you cursed me. If you dare to insult me, you must pay the price. You, as an old servant, must live until you die. Lord Suchin, I know I was wrong, Grandma Ku said gratefully, wanting to bow to Suchin, but her injuries wouldn't allow it. Alright, the dragon tiger blood pill has only kept you alive. Suchin waved his hand. If you want to truly heal your injuries, we need to find an alchemist to tailor a suitable pill for you. Let's go, we're heading into the city. Ji Rushua, I leave Grandma Ku to you. With that, Suchin turned and walked towards Nanlin City. Okay, Brother Suchin. Ji Rushua smiled brightly, then picked up Grandma Ku and closely followed Suchin. Before long, the city gate of Nanlin City gradually appeared in the distance. Suddenly, Suchin raised an eyebrow and squinted at the sky. Chirp chirp chirp, 3 strange flying eagles circled in the sky, emitting piercing shrieks. Brother Suchin, it's the pursuit birds. Ji Rushua's expression changed, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She had a deep-seated fear of these birds that specialized in tracking enemies. Don't worry, these pursuit birds are after me. Suchin retracted his gaze and sneered. I didn't want to bother with you, but since you insist on coming to me, don't blame me for being merciless. At that moment, 8 black dots appeared in the distance, rushing towards them at high speed. They looked fierce and aggressive, closing in like hungry tigers. All at the martial general level? Ants. Suchin glanced at them disdainfully, curling his lips, standing with his hands behind his back, waiting for them to come to their doom. In an instant, the 8 fierce-looking Zhu family warriors rushed forward, surrounding Suchin and Ji Rushua, who was carrying Grandma Ku tightly. Ha ha ha, son of a dog Su Chen, we finally found you. How dare you turn our young vice president into a human stick? Today we will repay you tooth for tooth. The 8 Zhu family warriors surrounded Suchin and Ji Rushua, continuously shouting vulgar insults. At this moment, one person suddenly looked shocked. Look, that 13 or 14-year-old girl is actually at the martial general level. What? A 13 or 14-year-old martial general? How is that possible? Let me see. Damn, it really is. There's actually such a young martial general. My god, she must have perfect talent. The Shu family warriors stared in disbelief at Ji Rushua, their eyes revealing intense shock and a hint of greed. They never expected that while hunting Suchin, they would encounter a peerless genius with perfect talent. You should know that a talent with flawless aptitude is something that only appears once in a million. Our luck is truly amazing. At this moment, a warrior from the Zhu family suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, our luck is simply against the heavens. Another burly man from the Zhu family also laughed. To encounter a martial general level flawless genius, our Zhu family is destined to rise to greater heights. The other Zhu family warriors exchanged glances, revealing excited expressions. A genius with flawless aptitude, as long as they don't meet an untimely end halfway, is almost destined to become a martial king. Once they control this shallowly cultivated girl in front of them and train her to become a martial king, the Shu family will soar to success. As for how to make her submit, of course, it involves coercion and temptation, along with other special means of restraint. One of the most commonly used methods is poison pills. The Shu family doesn't know how many warriors they have controlled with such a vicious method to serve them. Faced with submission or death, those warriors have no choice at all. A bunch of ants dare to covet my people? Suchin naturally noticed the gazes of the Shu family warriors and immediately revealed a cold smile. Humph, your people? You, a mere waste, have the right to possess her? A senior warrior from the Shu family stepped forward, looking down at Suchin. Indeed. Another Zhu family warrior said disdainfully, just a martial artist, and after killing a junior martial general, you think you're someone important? Don't mind him, let's focus on our genius beauty. A thin man with a lewd expression stepped forward and said to Ji Rushua, little girl, being with the Suchin is very dangerous for you. Fortunately, your aptitude is good, and our Zhu family has taken a liking to you. Why not consider joining us? I guarantee you won't suffer any harm and you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Ji Rushue rolled her eyes, looking at those Zhu family warriors as if they were fools. She had personally seen her brother Suchin defeat a mid-level martial general with one move. Now these martial general level lackeys dared to chatter and provoke her. They were simply asking for death. Little girl, why aren't you speaking? Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. The leading senior warrior from the Zhu family chuckled. Your relative on your back, right? Looks like they are barely hanging on, not long for this world. However, as long as you agree to join our Zhu family, we will spare no resources to help you save your relative. Ji Rushue snorted coldly and turned her head away, rolling her eyes. Little girl, with such good conditions, what are you hesitating for? A Zhu family warrior exchanged glances with the others, and a hint of severity gradually appeared on his face. You must understand, your situation is very dangerous. We originally planned to kill you all, but seeing your good aptitude and that you are cute, we are giving you a chance. Don't be foolish. Stop talking. I will never agree. Ji Rushue's tone was icy. And what dangerous situation, what foolishness is truly laughable. In front of my brother Suchin, you are all nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, easily crushed. I advise you to flee immediately for a chance at survival. As soon as she said this, Suchin couldn't help but smile slightly. The faces of those Zhu family warriors, however, looked as if they had eaten dog shit. Little sister, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The leading Zhu family warrior said coldly. Suchin's strength is indeed impressive, but to leave unscathed under our hands is simply a delusion. That's right, Suchin is utterly insignificant under our hands. Another Zhu family warrior sneered. If you don't believe it, we can tear Suchin to pieces right now. At this point, all the Zhu family warriors' gazes fell once again on Suchin. They sneered and mocked as if they had already secured their victory over Suchin. Sigh, how can there be so many self-righteous fools in this world? Suchin shook his head, coldly laughing. Come at me together. If you want to tear me to pieces, I'll make it happen. You still dare to be sharp-tongued when death is imminent. A brutal-looking warrior from the Zhu family said, I'll cut out your tongue and pull out your teeth one by one. Less talk, catch him and let him taste our methods. The leading Zhu family warrior shouted sharply, waving his hand as he charged forward. The other Zhu family warriors also drew their weapons with sinister smiles, fiercely attacking Suchin. Ants destined to become dust beneath my feet. A glint of coldness flashed in Suchin's eyes, and then he raised his right hand and gently waved it, causing heavy snow to suddenly swirl in the sky. Such a bizarre scene instantly shocked the Zhu family warriors. Immediately, a bone-chilling cold swept over them, making them shiver in unison. What's going on? So cold, so cold. I'm a warrior, how can I feel cold? The Zhu family warriors looked in disbelief at the falling snowflakes. They were warriors, figures at the top of a small city, and they hadn't felt cold in ages. But now, they felt a chilling cold that penetrated to the bone, even freezing their thoughts. At that moment, the leading Zhu family warrior suddenly showed fear. It's an ice attribute technique. Yes, it must be. The others, reminded, immediately reacted, their eyes wide open. What kind of ice attribute technique is this so terrifying? It's an advanced attribute technique. But how could this brat Suchin possibly master such a powerful technique? Forget about that, run. Endless horror and fear instantly rose on the faces of all the Zhu family warriors. Then, they ran out as if they had gone mad. Now you want to escape? Don't you think it's too late? Suchin flicked his fingers and a flurry of ice-blue snowflakes exploded. The terrifying icy power swept in all directions, turning 100 meters around into a glacier. All the fleeing Zhu family warriors felt a chill throughout their bodies and directly lost consciousness. Help, I can't move. Ah, my hand is frozen off. I can't feel my body. No, Suchin, spare me. The group of Zhu family warriors was in a state of panic, struggling continuously, but still could not escape the fate of becoming ice sculptures. At the same time, the pursuing birds circling in the sky also turned into ice blocks and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, 8 aggressive Zhu family warriors had despairingly turned into ice sculptures. Suchin waved his hand, and a gust of wind struck the 8 ice sculptures, instantly shattering them. However, Suchin deliberately left their heads intact. I hope the Zhu family will like this generous gift. A strange smile curved at the corners of Suchin's mouth. He then waved his hand, collecting all 8 frozen heads into his storage space. Let's go, Rushue. Suchin tilted his head and smiled at Ji Rushue. Remember to conceal your aura so no one gets any ideas about you. After saying that, Suchin turned and walked towards Nanlin City. Okay, brother. Suchin. Ji Rushue looked at Suchin's back, her eyes sparkling, and then quickly followed behind with Granny Ku. Soon, the 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the Nanlin City barrier. In front of them, several martial artist guards in the Martial Artist Alliance uniforms blocked their way. It's you, the one who slaughtered the Sea Trade Association's warriors, Suchin. The martial artists guarding the barrier immediately recognized Suchin, their faces showing astonishment. They couldn't believe that Suchin dared to appear so openly at the barrier entrance. You should know that the Zhu family and the Martial Artists Alliance are currently searching for him throughout the city. That's right, it's me. You all step aside, I don't want to kill you. Suchin glanced indifferently at the martial artist guards and walked straight ahead. Upon seeing this scene, the martial artist guards were momentarily stunned, their faces turning red. How arrogant, truly arrogant. Since taking on the role of barrier guards, who has ever entered or exited the barrier city gate without showing them respect? Yet now someone is treating them with such disdain. A humiliation, a great humiliation. The martial artist guards were furious, practically ready to explode. At this moment, Suchin had already reached in front of them. What? Still not stepping aside? The martial artist guards gritted their teeth, wishing they could immediately draw their weapons and turn Suchin into mincemeat. But they didn't dare. They had long heard about Suchin killing Zhu family's martial generals at the airport and torturing Zhu Fanyu. Faced with such a powerful and crazy person, they simply couldn't provoke him. So, after a moment of their veins bulging, they chose to compromise. We will step aside now. Several martial artists suppressed their anger and moved to the side. Still somewhat sensible. Suchin smiled and nodded, leading Ji Rushue into the barrier. Quick! Notify the higher-ups and the Shu family's martial artists. Damn it, how dare he look down on us like this, really thinks he's invincible. When the Zhu family and the martial artists alliance surround him, let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Let's go, we need to change shifts, we must see how this kid dies. Watching Su Chen's gradually disappearing figure, the anger of the martial artist guards finally erupted uncontrollably. Their faces showed fierce expressions, intense hatred and deep disdain. In their eyes, Su Chen could indeed kill martial generals with his martial artist realm, his strength was formidable. However, to think he could confront the Zhu family and the martial artists alliance was simply wishful thinking. Once Su Chen was captured by the Zhu family and the martial artists alliance, he would undoubtedly die. After Su Chen completely disappeared at the end of the passage, the martial artist guards immediately reported the news. However, even if they had 100 heads, they could not have imagined that Zhu Xian's reaction upon receiving this news was not joy, but shock. At this moment, inside the Shu family manor, what did you say? Su Chen appeared at the barrier gate. Zhu Xian stood up from his chair with a whoosh, his face filled with endless disbelief. Yes, head of the family. The messenger martial artist knelt on the ground, swearing it was the barrier martial artist guards who reported the news, and now Su Chen has entered the city. He is actually still alive? How could this be? Zhu Xian's face turned green and red, changing like a dye shop. Are you sure the source of the news is reliable? Zhu Xian stared hard at the messenger martial artist. Although he knew this messenger martial artist would never dare to lie, he still did not want to believe the fact that Su Chen was still alive. Head of the family, this matter is indeed true. The messenger martial artist nervously swallowed his saliva, because not only those martial artist guards but also many passerby martial artists saw Su Chen's trace. Is it really so? Zhu Xian's brows furrowed into a knot. He paced back and forth in the hall, but previously, the news came that Zhu Yidong and the others had already locked onto Su Chen's trace using the pursuit bird. With the pursuit bird's lock, how could they possibly lose track? It can't be that Su Chen appeared at the barrier gate and they didn't see him. Could it be that Zhu Yidong and the others are in grave danger? No, this is impossible. They have 8 martial generals, and Su Chen is just a mere martial artist. How could he kill them? What on earth is going on? Could it be that Su Chen has a powerful helper? Head of the family. I'm afraid not. The messenger warrior's heart tightened, and he quickly said, according to the news from the barrier guards, Su Chen is accompanied by a little girl carrying a dying old man. They can't possibly be any experts. A dying old man? A little girl? Isn't Su Chen alone? How did an old and a young suddenly appear? Damn it, how can Su Chen be so strange? Zhu Xian's eyes widened, and with a fierce sweep of his hand, the cup on the table smashed to the ground, scattering shards and tea everywhere. With no news from the 8 great warriors of the family, Su Chen was living well and even dared to bring people into the barrier, which made him both furious and uneasy. However, as the head of the family, he quickly calmed down. The situation is not completely out of control. Zhu Xian's expression was as cold as iron, his mind racing. Zhu Yidong and the others are so strong, they can't have died. They must have fallen into Su Chen's trap and been led elsewhere. Regardless of that, Su Chen dares to brazenly enter the barrier. It's simply outrageous. Does he really think my Zhu family has no one to rely on? Immediately send orders to mobilize all warrior-level experts to surround and kill Su Chen. Head of the family, what about Lord Qinhu? The messenger warrior knelt on the ground, trembling as he asked. Fool! Zhu Xian scolded with a frown. Does Lord Qinhu's news lag behind ours? Hurry up and send the orders. Yes. The messenger warrior cautiously got up from the ground and quickly left, bowing as he went. Su Chen, we will meet soon. I will repay you in your own way, turning you into a human stick and hanging you in the most crowded place for all to see. As Zhu Xian thought of his son Zhu Fanyu's tragic state as a human stick, his anger surged uncontrollably, making his face contort with rage, smoke seeming to rise from his 7 orifices. Immediately, he drew his long sword. and stormed out of the Zhu family manor. He had to take matters into his own hands to relieve his hatred. At the same time, on the Chi Wolf Avenue in Nanlin City, a dense crowd of passers-by was pointing and whispering about something. And at the center of this crowd were the composed Suchin and Ji Rushue, who was carrying Grandma Ku on her back. That's Suchin. I've seen his portrait. Ha, is this guy crazy? He dares to walk down the street so boldly, not knowing that the Zhu family and the Alliance branch are hunting him? Maybe he's just exceptionally skilled and fearless? Don't you think? Bravery is true, but skill is false. His little strength is nothing in front of the Zhu family and the Alliance branch. Many onlookers whispered and debated, their eyes filled with disdain and glee at Suchin's predicament. At the same time, many gazes also fell on Ji Rushue. This little girl is so beautiful. When she grows up, she'll definitely be a stunner. Yeah, her skin is like snow, her smile bends the autumn moon, and her innocent and lively aura makes one itch with desire. She's just a bit too petite. If she grows a little bigger, haha, I actually like this petite type. Many people commented on Ji Rushue, and Suchin's brows gradually furrowed. Ji Rushue's delicate willow leaf eyebrows also slightly knitted. She certainly didn't like being pointed at and discussed. You all really enjoy discussing others, don't you? Suchin stopped in his tracks, his voice icy cold echoing throughout the street. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but shiver, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them in the dead of winter. If anyone dares to speak again, I won't hesitate to cut off their tongue. Suchin scanned the crowd, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Everyone he locked eyes with felt a chill run down their spine, their hair standing on end. In less than a second, the entire street fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Yo, look, this is something. Suddenly, a voice filled with strong sarcasm rang out, daring to act tough in the middle of the street. The crowd turned to look and saw 5 martial artists in Alliance Division uniforms looking disdainfully at Suchin. These were the same martial artist guards who had made way for Suchin at the entrance of the barrier earlier. So it's you guys. Suchin glanced indifferently at the 5 martial artist guards. Before, you were groveling before me, acting like a beaten dog. Now you dare to mock me. You must have some backing now, huh? You are the dog. A dying man still dares to speak insolently. You dare to humiliate us? Just wait and see how you die. The martial artist guards laughed instead of getting angry, their eyes looking at Suchin as if he were a dead man. Previously, they certainly wouldn't have dared to speak to Suchin like this, but now the news had spread that the Zhu family and the Alliance Division's martial artists were about to arrive. With such powerful backing, what were they afraid of? Truly fearless. The corners of Suchin's mouth slowly curled into a cold and cruel smile. But unfortunately, having provoked me, no matter whose power you rely on, you all must die. You want to kill us? Ridiculous. The martial artist guards exchanged glances, revealing a cold smile that masked their fear. At that moment, Suchin scoffed, raised a hand, and a terrifying icy power instantly condensed into dozens of gleaming flying knives, slashing out fiercely. What the hell? What kind of technique is this? Faced with such an unbelievable scene, everyone was stunned. The few martial artist guards were so frightened that their hair stood on end, their scalps tingling, and without thinking, they wanted to flee. However, the icy power emanating from the flying knives froze them stiff, their thoughts sluggish, leaving them no chance to even move their feet. No! The terrifying ice blades gradually filled their vision, and the martial artist guards let out desperate wails. In the next moment, dozens of icy flying knives mercilessly struck them, instantly bisecting them. However, their bodies did not split in two, as the icy power directly froze them into ice sculptures. Such a shocking scene left everyone gaping, their faces blank with disbelief. This is an ice attribute technique. Suchin actually mastered such a powerful technique. 5 martial artist strongmen were gone in an instant. I never expected him to be so formidable, even mastering the most difficult attribute technique to this extent. No wonder he's so arrogant. But this is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill the barrier guards of the Alliance Division. Truly insane. Run. This person must be crazy. He might start a massacre. Those martial artists are no match, and I can't even withstand the aftermath. Yes. Run. A large number of onlookers snapped back to reality and immediately ran away in terror. Suddenly, a fierce roar came from outside the crowd. Everyone, step aside. This roar was like thunder, shocking all the passers-by, making their scalps tingle with fear, and they instinctively squeezed to the side. In an instant, a wide avenue appeared in the tide of people. Suchin raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the voice. In the middle of the avenue, a group of martial artists in red clothing strode forward with fierce expressions, exuding a murderous aura. At the center of this group was an old man with graying hair, a pale face, and eyes filled with killing intent. That's Xu Xian, the head of the Zhu family. I didn't expect the head of the Zhu family to take action personally. He is a well-known quasi-martial commander. The guest generals of the Zhu family have also arrived in large numbers, along with other generals who have invested in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. I counted, there are a total of 9 generals. The last time such a large lineup appeared was during the defense against the Beast Tide. With such combat power, Suchin is definitely finished this time, there's no doubt about it. TSK, the Chu family is indeed powerful, otherwise, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have been able to monopolize various markets in Nanlin City for so many years. Why are you bringing this up? Are you looking for death? The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Zhu Xiyan and the others filled with awe. At this moment, everyone was convinced that Suchin was doomed. Just then, Zhu Xiyan and a group of generals walked up to Suchin. They gritted their teeth, filled with rage, like volcanoes about to erupt. Suchin, I've finally found you. It's you who dared to turn my son into a human stick. Zhu Xiyan glared at Suchin, his overwhelming hatred crashing down like a tsunami. That's right, it's me. Shufan, you provoke me time and again. Not killing him is already a great mercy. Su Chen faced Zhu Xiyan and more than 10 generals without changing his expression, remaining calm, even with a faint smile. Great mercy. You turned my son into a human stick, making him suffer worse than death, and you call it great mercy. You are truly ruthless, vicious, and inhumane. Zhu Xiyan's eyes bulged bloodshot as if he wanted to swallow Suchin alive. Sorry, if you oppose me, the outcome will be this tragic. Suchin shrugged, then smiled again. By the way, I've prepared some gifts for you, I hope you like them. As he spoke, Suchin waved his hand, and suddenly there were 8 frozen heads on the ground. Zhu Xiyan glanced at them, and immediately his whole body shook, blood surging, nearly spitting out 3 liters of old blood. He trembled as he looked at the heads on the ground, muttering the names of their owners: Zhu Yidong, Zhu Yuchu, Zhu Linjin. These 8 generals were the true core strength of the Zhu family, and they were all dead. Ah! Zhu Xiyan let out a hoarse, heart-wrenching scream, almost collapsing. The other members of the Zhu family also had bloodshot eyes, their veins on their faces and necks nearly bursting. Meanwhile, the onlookers were all dumbfounded, standing there like statues. Ah! Suchin, I want you to pay blood for blood. Zhu Xiyan's face twisted, tears streaming down his face as he drew his long sword and charged at Suchin. Avenge our kin. The other Zhu family generals also drew their weapons, roaring as they rushed towards Suchin. In an instant, the entire street was filled with the glint of blades, a chilling atmosphere, and a pervasive aura of slaughter. The ones on the ground are ants, and so are you. Facing the siege of the martial general Zhu Xiyan and the 8 generals, Suchin looked down on them. He gently blew a breath, and 9 crystal-clear snowflakes condensed and floated. As soon as these snowflakes appeared, the temperature within 100 meters dropped by dozens of degrees. So cold. I can't take it anymore, let's go. The lower-level martial artists were terrified and retreated in panic. Those with decent cultivation were also trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiyan and the Zhu family generals, locked onto by Suchin, felt as if they were being stared at by death itself, and they all stopped in their tracks in fear. High-level ice attribute martial arts. How could a mere martial artist do this? Zhu Xiyan's pupils constricted. The flames of anger he had felt earlier doused instantly by a bucket of ice water. The other Zhu family generals were also filled with terror, their scalps nearly exploding. They knew they absolutely couldn't withstand those seemingly harmless snowflakes. If you seek blood for blood, you must be prepared for a tragic ending. A cold smile curved at the corner of Suchin's mouth. Don't worry, you will die very painfully. With that, Suchin was about to shoot out the snowflakes to finish off the Zhu family members. But at that moment, stop! A thunderous shout pierced the sky. Oh, another one? Suchin glanced slightly and saw a figure stepping on tall buildings, frantically rushing towards the battlefield. With a thought, the person's attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Jinhu race, human qualification level, supreme realm level, junior martial commander attack level, intermediate martial commander. Defense level, junior martial commander plus movement level, junior martial commander plus stamina level, junior martial commander mastered techniques. Infinite Heart Sutra, Senluo Dual King Sword Technique, Advanced, Beginner, Chinli Golden Body Technique, Advanced, Beginner, Qinglu Flying Eagle Step. Intermediate, Minor Achievement. Lord Qin Hu. Zhu Xiyan and the Zhu family's martial generals showed ecstatic expressions upon seeing Qin Hu. This level of combat power? He. Suchin raised the corner of his mouth, hands behind his back. If your speed is fast enough to block my snowflakes, why not let you save them? Immediately, with a thought, the sparkling snowflakes shot out, heading towards Zhu Xiyan and the others. As the sparkling snowflakes drew closer, Zhu Xiyan and the others were instantly horrified and prepared to flee. However, the terrifying icy power swept in, leaving them frozen in place, unable to move. Only Zhu Xiyan, at the quasi-martial commander level, could barely resist the icy power's invasion, fleeing into the distance. Yet, Zhu Xiyan's speed was as slow as a snail, almost futile against the encroaching icy power. Feeling the almost certain fear of death, Zhu Xiyan and the others regretted immensely, hating that they had provoked this monstrous Suchin. But it was already too late. The icy power, carrying Suchin's fury, swept over them like a tidal wave. No! Lord Qin Hu, save me! Zhu Xiyan and the others' hair stood on end, their souls fleeing in terror, their desperate gazes all turned towards Qin Hu. Qin Hu was their last lifeline. I told you to stop. Qin Hu's forehead throbbed with veins and he pushed his speed to the limit. However, he was still over 200 meters away from the battlefield and it would take him at least a second to reach. And a second was enough for Suchin to kill Zhu Xian and the others over and over again. Goodbye, everyone. A cold smile flashed in Suchin's eyes. The next moment, the 9 sparkling snowflakes that shot out suddenly exploded. 8 Chu family martial generals turned into ice sculptures right before everyone's eyes, their breaths extinguished on the spot. Zhu Xian, with all his might, managed to escape but ultimately had his lower body frozen 100 meters away. Zhu Xian. Qin Hu rushed to Zhu Xian's side and immediately fed him a fiery red pill. Lord Qin Hu, the Shu family martial generals are all dead. The Shu family is gone. Zhu Xian's eyes were vacant, trembling lips producing a sound like a cuckoo weeping blood. Suchin, you are truly audacious. Qin Hu looked at Suchin with immense anger, his face flushed, his eyes almost spitting fire. The Shu family was extremely important to him, Qin Hu. They were practically his hands in ruling Nanlin City and his greatest source of cultivation resources. But now, the Shu family was almost extinct and his hands were severed. The pain of a severed arm, how intense it was. At this moment, Qin Hu's hatred for Suchin was simply overwhelming. What? Are you going to take revenge for the Zhu family? Suchin smiled lightly. Then you better think it through. Making an enemy of me will end very badly. Suchin, I admit your strength is indeed formidable. Qin Hu glared at Suchin with a gloomy face. But you could defeat Zhu Xian. Do you really think you can defeat me? As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura of a mid-level martial commander erupted from Qin Hu. This aura swept across the surroundings like a hurricane, causing all the martial artists to feel their legs weaken and kneel to the ground. Seeing the overwhelming pressure he exerted, causing a sea of kneeling figures, Qin Hu instantly felt more confident. So, how about it? With such strength, can you defeat me? Qin Hu raised his chin, looking down at Suchin with a condescending gaze. Now, kneel and beg for mercy, swear loyalty to me, and I might consider sparing your life. Naturally, Qin Hu wanted to recruit such a young and powerful martial artist to serve him. Ha ha ha. Suchin laughed wildly, then disdainfully glanced at Qin Hu. With your mere initial level martial commander possessing mid-level martial commander combat power, you are indeed impressive. But unfortunately, your strength is still not enough to defeat even my finger. You want me to kneel and beg for mercy to serve you? Dream on. Wake up. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers who had been kneeling were instantly shocked into a daze. Soon after, they regained their senses and erupted into an uproar. Their discussions were like waves crashing against the shore, deafening. Oh my God, facing Lord Qin Hu, he dares to be so arrogant. To him, mid-level martial commander power is just not bad? That's really too arrogant. He even said, Lord Qin Hu can't defeat him with a finger. That's just the height of arrogance. True, he defeated the Shu family head Zhu Xian, which is indeed terrifying. But to say that Lord Qin Hu can't defeat him with a finger is too exaggerated, too conceited. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. As the crowd was in an uproar, Qin Hu was also left speechless, his face filled with astonishment. He knew Suchin was arrogant, but he never expected him to be this arrogant. Can't defeat you with a finger? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue out? Qin Hu laughed instead of getting angry, drawing his long sword. Today, I want to see how you plan to defeat me with just one finger. As he spoke, Qin Hu raised his long sword and thrust it fiercely. Sun Luo, leap. With a roar of fury, Qin Hu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Suchin. The cold sword edge was surrounded by a killing intent, like the fangs of a terrifying beast aiming straight for Suchin's throat. This strike was like thunder splitting the sky, impossible to evade and unavoidable calamity. Almost everyone who witnessed this move felt a chill at their necks, as if their throats had already been pierced. However, what seemed like an unstoppable move to others was insignificant in Suchin's eyes. Not bad speed, but still not enough. Suchin sneered, raising his right hand and lightly tapping the air. In the next millisecond, an endless icy power surged from Suchin's fingertips like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly transforming into a 10-meter-long ice sword. What? Qin Hu was taken aback, trying to dodge in a panic but realized it was too late. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh suddenly rang out. Qin Hu's figure froze, the killing intent on his face turning into shock and despair. From above, looking down, Qin Hu and Suchin were about 3 meters apart. And this 3 meters was an insurmountable chasm for Qin Hu. The 10-meter-long ice sword pierced through his body, with 8 or 9 meters of the sword protruding from his back. Meanwhile, the long sword in his hand was still thrusting through the air, a full meter or 2 away from Suchin's throat. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Each person gaped in disbelief, unable to speak. The entire Chi Lang Street fell silent, the wind blowing through, making a whistling sound. This is not possible. Qin Hu's eyes bulged, the pain and disbelief causing his whole body to tremble. He never expected that Suchin could instantly condense a 10-meter-long ice sword and pierce him directly without any fancy moves. See, I didn't lie to you. You really can't even defeat me with a single finger. Suchin smiled faintly, then moved his finger, and Qin Hu, who was impaled on The ice sword was suddenly lifted and hung in midair. Ah! The intense pain and bone-chilling cold made Qin Hu let out a piercing scream. The powerful Junior Marshal Commander, the Lord of Nanlin City, was hung in the air like a dead dog, struggling in agony. Everyone who witnessed this shocking scene couldn't help but feel terrified and horrified. Suchin, let Lord Qin Hu go. Xu Xian, suppressing his fear, shouted with trembling lips. Lord Qin Hu is the guardian of the Nanlin City Alliance branch, an important member of the Martial Alliance. Let him go. Oh, you're still not running away? Quite loyal, huh? Suchin looked at Xu Xian, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. What, at this point, you still dare to use your status to pressure me? Do you believe that in a fit of anger I could freeze him into an ice sculpture and smash him to pieces? No, don't. Xu Xian shut up immediately. Faced with the terrifying threat of death, Qin Hu immediately softened. Suchin, please let me go. I will definitely satisfy your requests. Seeing Qin Hu submit on the spot, everyone was astonished. No one expected that the high and mighty Lord Qin Hu would be so spineless. Xu Xian also felt a chill in his heart. He clearly wanted to save Qin Hu, but was scolded by the flustered Qin Hu, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Hu, you and I have a deadly feud. Su Chen's cold voice came. How can you expect me to spare you? Lord Suchen, it was my fault for not recognizing the great mountain. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Qin Hu cried bitterly, his voice trembling. Please give me a chance. Give me a chance to make amends. I have been managing in Nanlin City for quite some time. I have many spirit stones, I have many treasures, I am willing to give them all to you in exchange for my life. Faced with the unbeatable Su Chen and the terrifying crisis of death, Qin Hu completely dropped all pretense, humbly bowing his head like a beggar. If he weren't currently hanging on the ice sword, he would have knelt on the ground begging for mercy. In light of your sincere repentance, I will give you a chance. Suchin slowly curled his lips. After all, he came to Nanlin City for more funding for the upgrade system functions. Now that he had the opportunity to reap a big reward from the Lord of Nanlin City, he naturally couldn't let Qin Hu die just like that. Thank you, Lord Su Chen. Thank you, Lord Su Chen. Qin Hu, seeing a glimmer of hope in his despair, was filled with excitement for surviving a disaster. There is only one chance. If you dare to play tricks, don't expect to live. Suchin sneered, then with a thought, the 10-meter-long ice sword suddenly shattered, dissipating into icy power. Thud. Qin Hu is grateful for the mercy of the Lord and dares not harbor any ill intentions. Qin Hu fell to the ground and immediately hurriedly knelt before Su Chen. Su Chen nodded faintly, his gaze shifting to Xu Xian. Xu Xian, caught under Su Chen's cold gaze, immediately trembled and took a sharp breath. He knew that it was now his turn to face judgment. One wrong step, and a terribly tragic fate awaited him. Lord Su Chen, Xu Xian knows his mistakes. I beg you, Lord Su Chen, to be magnanimous and spare me this once. Without hesitation, Xu Xian's knees buckled, and he knelt directly on the ground, his forehead hitting the ground with a thud. Xu Xian, if you can offer a price that satisfies me, I might consider sparing your life. Su Chen looked down at Xu Xian, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. This Xu Xian was the master of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. A big fat sheep indeed. In this Nanlin City, the wealthiest people were Qin Hu and Xu Xian. One could only wonder how much wealth could be scraped from them. My lord, I am willing to pay any price. Seeing a chance to survive, Xu Xian immediately displayed a look of ecstatic relief, just like Qin Hu. In that case, you should have someone gather money right away. Suchin smiled faintly. Whether you can live or not depends on how much you can offer for your life. Yes, we will gather the money immediately, and we won't let Lord Suchin down. Qin Hu and Xu Xian bowed their heads repeatedly, creating two large dents in the ground. The onlookers watched this scene with mixed feelings. However, they also knew that if it were them, they would probably be even more humble than Qin Hu and Xu Xian. At this moment, Qin Hu and Xu Xian called out, and a few trembling warriors stepped out from the crowd. These warriors were all from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the Alliance branch. They were all terrified by Su Chen, lacking even the courage to look him in the eye. You all heard Lord Su Chen's words, right? You must spare no effort to make amends for the offense against Lord Su Chen. Go do it immediately. Qin Hu and Xu Xian were both terrified and regretful, their urgent tone nearly incoherent. Yes, we understand. The few warriors nodded quickly and then hurriedly left. Don't let me down. Su Chen watched the departing warriors, feeling a tickling sensation in his heart. However, there was one thing he had not forgotten. Qin Hu, Xu Xian. Su Chen looked down at the two, his tone indifferent and cold. My lord, we are here. Please give your orders. We will do whatever we can for you. Qin Hu and Xu Xian trembled all over, fearfully prostrating themselves, their foreheads touching the ground. I have a servant who is seriously injured. Suchin said lightly, you saw it too, you know what to do, right? We know. We will go find the best alchemist in Nanlin City. Qin Hu and Xu Xian nodded eagerly. They had certainly already noticed the faintly breathing Granny Ko on Ji Rushua's back. At this moment. If they didn't know what to do, they might as well just throw themselves against a wall. Then, they called out a few subordinates again, ordering them to fetch the alchemist. I hope the alchemists here are skilled enough. Suchin glanced at Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Otherwise, if I get angry, the consequences will be severe. Please rest assured, Lord Suchin, we will bring the best 10th grade alchemist Tian Xiu from Nanlin City. He is the best at healing the injured. Qin Hu swallowed nervously, then patted his chest, making a solemn promise. It better be so. Suchin nodded noncommittally, then looked up at the sky. The sun is really hot. Do you two want me to continue baking here? No, no. Lord Suchin, please don't be angry. Seeing Suchin upset, Zhu Xian quickly pleaded, we will take you to the best resting place right away. Then why aren't you hurrying to lead the way? Suchin pouted, then walked over to Ji Ruxue. They went to find the best alchemist. Suchin gently pinched Ji Ruxue's cute little face. Don't worry, Granny Ko will be fine. Ji Ruxue's face turned slightly red as she nodded obediently. Suchin's warm hand made her little heart leap like a fawn. Soon, under the respectful guidance of Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, the three of them gradually disappeared down the street of Qi Lang. Watching Suchin's receding figure, all the onlookers exchanged glances, secretly astonished. From the beginning until now, they all believed that Suchin was doomed. But unexpected events kept happening one after another. Wave after wave of increasingly powerful opponents all fell at Suchin's hands, including the strongest in Nanlin City, Qin Hu. Such an incredible scene left them unable to believe it even now. At the same time, it dealt a heavy slap to all of them. This Suchin is truly amazing. I really don't know where this prodigy came from. Yeah, with just one person's strength, he can take on our entire Nanlin City. A prodigy, a prodigy. The onlookers continued to express their amazement before gradually dispersing. The scene they witnessed today would become the most important topic of conversation in their lives. 2 hours later, in a luxurious private estate in the core area of Nanlin City. In the hall, Suchin sat comfortably in a chair, sipping tea. Granny Ko lay in the adjacent room, while Ji Ruxue obediently waited by her side. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian stood at the door, cautious like servants. They were anxious and restless as they realized that Suchin was becoming a bit impatient with the passage of time. At that moment, footsteps finally sounded from outside. They're here. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian looked out with great joy. They saw a martial general and a martial master approaching, both extremely tense. Lord Qin Hu, Master, we have fulfilled our duty. We have brought all the wealth we could gather in a short time. The two nervous subordinates each took out a spatial ring and handed it to Qin Hu and Zhu Xian. How much is there? Qin Hu asked with some worry. He feared that the amount would not be enough and his life would be at stake. The martial general replied, Lord Qin Hu, this ring contains spirit stones worth a total of 150 million gold coins. And yours? How much? Hurry up and tell me. Zhu Xian also looked anxiously at his subordinate. The martial master said, My lord, the spirit stones inside are worth about 70 million gold coins, along with some rare materials that haven't been converted into money yet. That should be enough. Qin Hu gasped in pain. Sigh. If it's not enough, there's nothing we can do. Zhu Xian was also heartbroken. He impatiently waved his hand at the two subordinates, saying, You may leave now, and urged Tian to hurry with the alchemy. Yes, we take our leave. The two subordinates breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, holding the spatial rings, approached Suchin with utmost respect. Did you get the money? Suchin wore a faint smile on his face. Yes, Lord Suchin. All our family assets are here. We beg you to spare us. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian knelt on the ground, presenting the spatial rings with great humility. Suchin nodded slightly, then waved his hand to take the two spatial rings into his possession. Let's see how much there is. With a hint of anticipation, Suchin's consciousness sank into the spatial rings. In the next moment, a dense array of spirit stones and gold coins appeared before him, interspersed with various rare treasures. Not bad. Very good. Enough to buy your lives. A brilliant and excited smile appeared on Suchin's face. Such a large amount of gold coins was more than enough for him to upgrade all functions to level 7 and unlock the latest one-click alchemy feature. In light of such enormous gains, letting Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, these insignificant ants, go was not a problem at all. Great, great. Thank you, Lord Suchin, for your mercy. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian had just been given a second chance at life, and they looked at each other with joy, trembling with excitement as they repeatedly bowed. Looking at the two men prostrated at his feet, Suchin smiled with satisfaction and immediately issued a command. System, deposit all the money and spirit stones I possess. In the next moment, the gold and spirit stones in his storage space and spatial ring vanished in an instant. The amount behind the spirit stone icon skyrocketed like a rocket. Finally, the number reached a terrifying 7 digits, 2,238,325 low-grade spirit stones. System, upgrade the clone dispatch function and the one-click treasure hunting function. Seeing such a massive amount, Suchin excitedly gave the order. Ding! Consumed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Clone dispatch function upgraded to level 6. Clone. Quantity +1. Ding. Consumed 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Clone dispatch function upgraded to level 7. Clone quantity +1. Ding. Consumed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function upgraded to level 6. Number of treasure hunting flying squirrels increased to 64. Ding. Consumed 1 million low-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function upgraded to level 7. Number of treasure hunting flying squirrels increased to 128. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded all 4 system functions to level 7 and you have gained activation rights for the new function, which can be activated for just 100 low-grade spirit stones. The delightful system prompts continued to ring out and excitement shone in Suchin's eyes. He then flashed a charming smile. System, activate the new function. Ding. Consumed 100 low-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function has been activated. Ding. The current one-click alchemy function is at level 1, capable of refining pills of tier 2 and below. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained the bonus functions alchemy, synchronization and pill identification. After a series of system prompts, Suchin felt a tremor in his mind. The mysterious black space has changed. Suchin's expression shifted and he focused his thoughts into the mysterious black space, only to find another white figure inside. However, unlike the other figures, this white figure held a constantly spinning alchemy furnace. At the same time, a wealth of information flooded into Suchin's mind. Wow, is it really that amazing? As he browsed through the information in his mind, Suchin's eyes widened in excitement. He knew the one-click alchemy function was definitely overpowered, but he never expected it to be this extreme. First, as long as he had the recipe, the one-click alchemy function could refine all pills within the specified level, and all the pills produced would be of perfect quality. It is known that pill quality is divided into 6 grades: waste pills, low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and perfect. Among them, high grade is already quite rare, top grade occasionally appears, and perfect quality pills almost never show up in the market. Once a perfect quality pill appears on the market, it would definitely cause a frenzy. Secondly, using one-click alchemy is incredibly simple. Just use his thoughts to throw the alchemy materials from the storage space into the furnace, wait a little while, and the pills will be refined. The success rate for refining pills is a terrifying 100%. This success rate is enough to make all alchemists question their lives. Additionally, the 2 bonus functions are also very useful. Pill identification goes without saying. With it, he can recognize any obscure pill. Alchemy synchronization grants Suchin the ability to refine pills himself. Any pill that the one-click alchemy function can refine, he can refine too. This way, Suchin would not find himself in the awkward position of knowing how but not knowing why. Finally, the one-click alchemy function and the one-click treasure hunting function are simply a perfect match. Once the treasure hunting flying squirrels find the alchemy materials, they don't need to hoard them to sell. They can refine them into pills and then sell them. The prices of alchemy materials and elixirs can vary greatly. This refining can earn a fortune many times over. TSK, system, you are just too considerate. Suchin was beyond excited. From now on, he was also an alchemist. Moreover, he was the kind who could refine pills while sitting, lying down, or even holding a beautiful woman. Oh right, I still have money to upgrade. Suchin suddenly raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. System, upgrade my one-click alchemy function. Ding. Consuming 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function upgraded to level 2, can refine 4th grade and below elixirs. Ding. Consuming 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function upgraded to level 3, can refine 6th grade and below elixirs. Ding. Insufficient spirit stones, unable to upgrade. What the heck, I have over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and now I'm out of money? Suchin raised an eyebrow and glanced at his spirit stone balance, only to find he had just 21,115 low-grade spirit stones left. Damn, money comes in fast, but it goes out even faster. Suchin gasped at the system's voracious appetite for his funds. However, he was still extremely happy. After all, in less than a second, he had gained the strength of a 6th grade alchemist. And it was the kind that could produce perfect elixirs with a 100% success rate as long as he had the formula. Just thinking about those round, shiny elixirs was truly exciting. After a long while, Suchin slowly calmed his excited heart, and his gaze fell once again on Qin and Zhu Xian. Lord Suchin. The two felt a jolt of anxiety as Suchin looked over, their hearts racing. Previously, Suchin's expression had been unpredictable, and now he suddenly fixed his gaze on them, which scared them to death. Why hasn't that Tian show you mentioned arrived yet? Suchin said somewhat unhappily. If anything happens to my servant, you two will still have to pay the price. My lord, we don't know either. That Tian show considers himself a 10th grade alchemist and has a very strange personality. Our people are probably being difficult for him. Lord Suchin, how about allowing me to go urge him? Zhu Xian and Qin, who spoke in a flurry, their voices trembling. Fine, you may go. Suchin nodded noncommittally, but if you two try to run away, don't blame me for being ruthless. My Lord, we absolutely won't. Yes, all our assets are here, please rest assured, my lord. Qinhu and Zhu Xian hurriedly assured him, their chests thumping loudly. Then, at Suchen's gesture, Qinhu and the others left a luxurious manner to personally find the alchemist Tian Xiu. After the two left, Suchen's attention returned to the mysterious black space. At this moment, half of the one-click training little figure had turned golden, clearly indicating that it would soon break through again. Truly worthy of the level 7 one-click training, with a cultivation speed of 128 times that of a flawless talent. The two one-click martial arts little figures were still the same. One was practicing the snowless technique, and the other was practicing the 7-star hidden killing blade. After the one-click martial arts reached level 7, the former still needed 12 days to reach the minor achievement level, while the latter only needed 28 hours to advance to the minor achievement level. In addition to the one-click training and one-click martial arts little figures, two purple little figures stood alone in the corner. These were condensed when the clones were dispatched and upgraded to level 6 and 7, while the remaining 5 clones still had 6 hours of cooldown time. This also meant that it would take less than 6 hours to completely refine the Qinglian dragon pattern fire. He. Suchin couldn't help but let out a low, excited laugh. After a good sleep, my strength will surge again, how delightful. Then, Suchin sent out the newly condensed clones and the treasure-hunting flying squirrel to hunt for treasures, and began to close his eyes to rest. At the same time, in a luxurious pavilion in Nanlin City, Qinhu and Zhu Xian met the alchemist Tian Xiu. Although this alchemist Tian Xiu had hair as white as Zhu Xian's, he was spirited and had a mischievous glint in his eyes, giving off an impression of eccentricity and stubbornness. At this moment, he sat across from Qinhu and Zhu Xian, a hint of disdain on his face. Qinhu, Zhu Xian. Tian Xiu took a sip of tea and said pointedly, I never expected you two to kneel and beg for mercy from a young lad who hasn't even grown facial hair yet. It's truly laughable. As a 10th grade alchemist, or rather a quasi-dan king, Tian Xiu's status was no less than that of Qinhu and Zhu Xian. Their relationship was generally good, so he was always quite blunt. Tian Xiu, you don't understand how terrifying that Suchin is. Qinhu's face was very grim. I couldn't withstand a single move under his hand. That's right, Tian Xiu, don't think we're all pushovers. Zhu Xian's face flushed, gritting his teeth as he said, we wouldn't abandon our dignity and kneel to that Suchin unless it was absolutely necessary. Truly useless. Tian Xiu scoffed, raising his chin disdainfully, if you can't win in a head-on fight, can't you think of a clever way to deal with it? Clever way? How do you plan to do that? Qinhu's eyes flickered, pondering, could it be you have a method? That Suchin is as strong as a high-level martial commander, how can we outsmart him? Zhu Xian glared at Tian Xiu, don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. Of course I have a method. Tian Xiu snorted coldly and stood up. Isn't Suchin asking me to go treat his servant? This is a great opportunity. Tian Xiu, what exactly is your method? A glimmer of surprise appeared in Qinhu's eyes. Can you really handle that Suchin? Tian Xiu, hurry and tell us. Zhu Xian also shifted from worry to joy. He and Qinhu had been severely humiliated by Suchin, and to save their lives, they had to sell their dignity and even risked everything they had. How could they not hate him? Previously, they had been as docile as lambs in front of Suchin, completely powerless to resist, forced to submit. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope for revenge, how could they not be excited? Tian Xiu smiled faintly. Have you ever heard of the Wuchang purple jade poison? Wuchang purple jade poison? Qinhu and Zhu Xian exchanged glances, then slowly shook their heads. I knew you hadn't heard of it. Tian Xiu let out a soft snort, his face full of pride. This Wuchang purple jade poison is a 10th grade deadly poison that has been lost for 1,000 years. This poison is colorless and tasteless, can be dissolved in pills without affecting their original properties. Unless you are a high-level alchemist, it is impossible to identify it, making it nearly impossible to guard against. After I obtained its remnants, I also spent a lot of effort to research it. There really is such a deadly poison? Qinhu and Zhu Xian felt a chill run up their spines in unison. They often consumed pills made by Tian Xiu. If he had any ill intentions, they would be in serious trouble. You two are really timid. Tian Xiu laughed derisively. We've been through thick and thin together for so many years. If I wanted to harm you, would I still wait until now? Ahem. Qinhu cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and asked. Again, the Wuchang purple jade poison is indeed hard to guard against. But the one who is seriously injured is Suchin's servant, not him. It's not him taking the pills. Right. Zhu Xian frowned, speculating, are you suggesting we pretend to be soft and feign offering that Suchin pills, waiting for him to take them and get poisoned? Wait for him to get poisoned? Why wait? Tian Xiu coldly snorted, just listen closely to my plan. We are all ears. Qinhu and Zhu Xian cupped their hands seriously. Tian Xiu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, his servant needs treatment, right? We can do this. Upon hearing this, Qinhu and Zhu Xian's faces instantly lit up with realization. Suddenly, intense killing intent and excitement for revenge erupted in their eyes. Half an hour later, inside the luxurious manor. Why haven't they returned yet? Suchin frowned slightly. Could it be that they Really dare to run away? Brother Suchin. Suddenly, Ji Rushue rushed out of the room with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Little sister Rushue? Su Chen's face darkened. Is it possible that Granny Ku's condition has worsened again? Yes, Brother Suchin, Granny Ku just coughed up blood again. Ji Rushue's lovely face was filled with panic. Why hasn't that alchemist arrived yet? I'm afraid Granny Ku won't make it. There's still a long Xingxue Dan here. Give it to her. Suchin took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ji Rushue. Don't worry, Granny Ku won't die. Ji Rushue took the pills and hurried back into the room. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside. 3 people? Suchin immediately discerned that it was the footsteps of 3 individuals. It seems that Tian Shou has come. A few seconds later, 3 people entered the hall with respectful expressions. It was Qin, Hu, Zhu Xian, and Tian Shou. You are that Tian Shou. Quite the presence. Suchin stood up, looking down at Tian Shou. Lord Suchin, spare my life. Tian Shou immediately knelt down to beg for mercy, but a hint of venomous intent flashed in his unseen eyes. Lord Suchin, Tian Shou was treating a patient earlier, and he refused to leave no matter how we called him. Zhu Xian also knelt on the ground, his face filled with resentment, his acting skills easily overshadowing the young stars on screen. Forget it, come in and take a look. Suchin glanced at Tian Shou noncommittally and turned to walk into the room. Brother Suchin, I gave Granny Ku the pills. Ji Rushue ran to Suchin's side, her beautiful eyes suspiciously sizing up Tian Shou. She instinctively felt that this old man was not a good person. Good girl. Suchin rubbed Ji Rushue's head and turned to give Tian Shou a signal. I will treat the patient right away. Tian Shou wore a compassionate expression as he began to treat Granny Ku. His movements were very nimble, flowing like water, and he indeed seemed quite skilled. After a long while, Tian Shou stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and cupped his hands to Suchin, saying, I have not failed my mission. I have found a method of treatment. We just need to refine the 2 instruments vitality pill, and after the 2 martial generals consume and refine it, the injured will be able to recover in less than 3 days. 2 instruments vitality pill? Suchin raised an eyebrow. What level of pill is that? Replying to the Lord, it is a 10th tier pill. Tian Shou answered respectfully, but a trace of barely perceptible pride flashed in his eyes. In this Nanlin city, his alchemy skills were the highest, and only he could refine 10th tier pills. It was precisely because of this that he diagnosed several treatment methods but chose this 10th tier 2 instruments vitality pill. This way, the pill to treat Granny Ku must be refined by him, and Suchin would inevitably fall into that deadly trap. A 10th tier pill, then you can refine it. Suchin curled his lips. In fact, he wanted to test the one-click pill refining function. However, his one-click pill refining function required level 5 to refine 10th tier pills. To upgrade it to level 5, he would need to spend a full 1.1 million low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he had to give up. I will not fail my trust. Tian Shou bowed again, the sarcasm in his eyes growing stronger. Standing beside him, Jinhu and Zhu Xian were secretly excited to see Suchin about to take the bait. Hurry up and refine it, don't waste time. Suchin waved his hand and pulled over a chair to sit down. Yes. Tian Shou nodded, took out the materials, and began refining the pills with a serious expression. About an hour later. Hey! Tian Shou shouted in a low voice, and the lid of the alchemy furnace flew high into the air, releasing a rich fragrance of elixir, accompanied by a cloud of white mist. Once the faint white mist dissipated, 2 crystal-clear pills lay inside the furnace. Is this the 10th grade 2 element vitality pill? Suchin observed the pills in the furnace with great interest. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his face gradually turned cold. Through the pill identification function, he detected a clue. Tian Shou had indeed refined the 2-element vitality pill, but other substances had been added inside. Suchin chuckled inwardly. Why can't they ever be content and always have to stir up trouble? Yes, Lord Suchin, this is the 2-element vitality pill. Tian Shou was extremely confident and completely unaware of the change in Suchin's expression. However, even if he had noticed, he would never have believed that his little trick had been seen through by Suchin so quickly. He carefully placed the pills onto a plate and respectfully presented them to Suchin. Next, it will require Lord Suchin and Lord Jinhu to swallow the pills and channel the energy. Looking at the pills on the plate, and then at Suchin, Jinhu and Zhu Xian couldn't help but show a hint of eager smiles. Lord Suchin, time is of the essence. Jinhu stepped forward, took a pill from the plate, and said excitedly, Lord Suchin, we should start healing your servant right away. With that, he was about to swallow the pill. It seemed that Jinhu was excited about saving a life. But Suchin knew that this guy was definitely thrilled about the impending revenge. TSK, 3 little clowns. Watching the 3 perform, Suchin chuckled to himself. Then, he shifted his gaze and fixed it on Tian Shou. Are you sure this is a pill for healing? As soon as the question was asked, Jinhu and the others felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing something was amiss. Why is he asking this question? Has he discovered something wrong? Impossible, he's not a high-level alchemist. How could he identify the Wuchang purple jade poison? In my opinion, he must be putting on an act. He really is suspicious, but we are well prepared. In an instant, Jinhu, Tianxiu, and Zhu Xian exchanged knowing glances, confirming their thoughts. Lord Suchin, the two-element vitality pill I refined is indeed for healing. Tianxiu feigned a look of fear. Given your servant's injuries, this pill will take effect the fastest and best. Tianxiu has always been benevolent and skilled, saving lives. Zhu Xian patted his chest. He would never dare to use a pill recklessly, I can assure you of that. Indeed, Tianxiu has no reason to harm us. Jinhu nodded solemnly at Suchin. The ones taking the pills were him and Suchin, and with this statement, he placed himself and Suchin in the same camp. Ha ha ha, your acting skills are really impressive. Suchin laughed heartily, then his smile turned cold, his eyes filled with killing intent as he said, if it weren't for my keen eyesight, I might have really fallen into your trap. Upon hearing this, Jinhu and the others instantly changed their expressions. Lord Suchin, what? Acting skills? Zhu Xian feigned an innocent look. We are wholeheartedly trying to save your servant. We would never dare to have any other thoughts. Yes, Lord Suchin, do you think there's something wrong with this pill? Jinhu pretended to be surprised. That's impossible. I trust Tianxiu. I can take it right now. Lord Suchin, I have sincerely saved lives for 30 years. My reputation is known to all. Tianxiu seemed greatly insulted. If you don't believe me, I will swallow this pill immediately. Ha 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 ha, still acting? Your mental fortitude is quite good. Suchin laughed heartily. If you want to swallow the pills to prove they are safe, that's fine. However, the ones who swallow the pills cannot be the three of you. After all, I have no idea if you have prepared in advance. Upon hearing Suchin's words, Jinhu, Zhu Xian, and Tianxiu's expressions instantly froze on their faces. At the same time, a deep sense of fear rose in their hearts in unison. They knew that Suchin had truly seen through something. What's wrong? Afraid to let others test the pills? Weren't you all swearing before? A strange smile curved at the corners of Suchin's mouth. Tianxiu, aren't you known for your benevolence and skill, saving lives and healing the wounded with decades of reputation? Why would you resort to poisoning the pills? Jinhu, Zhu Xian, weren't you kneeling on the ground, expressing your gratitude for my mercy? Why would you collude with Tianxiu to repay kindness with malice? With each word Suchin spoke, a trace of terror appeared on Tianxiu's face. By the time Suchin finished speaking, Zhu Xian and Jinhu were completely enveloped in fear. They recalled Suchin's formidable combat power, remembered their own vulnerability, and thought about how hard it was to regain their lives. A strong sense of regret surged in their minds, and that terrifying feeling of life and death seemed to descend upon them again. As for Tianxiu, amidst his fear, his face was filled with disbelief. Why you? How could you discover the poison I put in? Tianxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, that is the long-lost impermanence. Purple jade poison, which only I possess in the entire world. And you are just a brute with martial power. You have no knowledge of alchemy at all. How could you possibly tell that the pills are poisoned? Heh, there is no pill in the world that I do not recognize. Suchin sneered, I know exactly what the two instruments vitality pill should look like. Any slight difference cannot escape my eyes. No, this isn't true. Tianxiu's face twisted in rage, his bearded head shaking like a rattle drum. You're just guessing, you're trying to deceive us. Yes, it must be like that. Is it? As a 10th tier alchemist, you must have quite a few pills on you, right? Suchin disdainfully raised the corner of his mouth. You can take out all your pills, and I'll recognize every single one for you to see, so you can be convinced. Ha ha ha. Tianxiu laughed maniacally. You, a young man still wet behind the ears, dare to boast that you know all my pills. Truly shameless. I want to see how you recognize the pills I treasure. As he spoke, Tianxiu suddenly shook his spatial ring, and a large number of pill bottles appeared on the ground. TSK, quite a few indeed. Suchin looked at the pill bottles on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then picked up a pill bottle and poured out a pill. Mystical Return Spirit Pill. After stating the name of the pill, Suchin did not put it back but directly stored it in his storage space. After all, these pills would eventually all belong to him, along with Tianxiu's spirit stones and gold coins, all of them. Seeing Suchin put away the pill, Tianxiu was furious but dared not speak. He took a deep breath and said, It's just recognizing one type of pill. There are still over 100 kinds here. Heh, don't say over 100 kinds. I could recognize over 1,000,000 kinds as well. Suchin disdainfully glanced at Tianxiu, then picked up the second pill bottle. He took a look. Taiji Foundation Pill. After storing the pill, Suchin continued to identify the next type of pill. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye he had identified more than 10 types of pills. Tianxiu's previously confident expression gradually froze. He never expected Suchin's knowledge of pills to be so extensive. In the blink of an eye, another 2 minutes passed. Taiha True Pill, not bad, a 10th grade pill. Suchin recognized the last type of pill and stored it in his spatial storage. At this moment, Tianxiu was already in a daze, his old eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. It should be known that among his pills, there were quite a few rare ones. In fact, there were even 2 types that he had created himself, which others could never know about. Yet, Suchin managed to identify them all. This unbelievable scene made Tianxiu question his life. Jinhu and Zhu Xian were also dumbfounded, unable to believe it. At the same time, the last shred of hope in their hearts shattered. If Suchin could easily identify the pills, it meant he had truly seen the problem with the two instruments. Life energy pill. Their plan had been completely seen through by Suchin. What? Do you still have something to say? Suchin glanced at the three, gradually, exuding a cold, killing intent. Lord Suchin, spare me. Zhu Xian completely broke down, kneeling on the ground in terror, his face filled with despair and pleading. Lord Suchin. It was all Tianxiu's idea. We were misled by him. Jinhu also had no courage to resist, kneeling on the ground. With a thud, his face pale, trembling as if he were sifting grain. No, it wasn't me. Tianxiu was also terrified. Jinhu, Zhu Xian, you have such cruel hearts. I was only trying to help you take revenge. If it weren't for you misleading us, would we dare to harm Lord Suchin? This is all your fault. Tianxiu, you bastard, I will kill you. Zhu Xian's face twisted, clawing and lunging at Tianxiu as if he wanted to devour him alive. Zhu Xian, stop. Stop. Seeing Zhu Xian like a man-eating beast, Tianxiu was instantly scared to the ground, his soul leaving his body. At that moment, Suchin's indifferent voice came, shut the hell up. Suchin's voice was not loud, and it didn't even carry out of the room. However, the crazed Zhu Xian immediately froze in place like a robot that had lost power. The air in the room seemed to solidify, so quiet that everyone's breathing could be clearly heard. My enemy is that someone you can touch? Suchin's indifferent gaze fell on Zhu Xian, causing him to tremble violently. Lord Suchin, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me this once. Zhu Xian trembled, kneeling on the ground again, bowing down. I have already given you a chance, but you still wish for a long life. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Looking down at Jinhu and the others, a hint of coldness appeared on Suchin's face. No, Lord Suchin, don't kill me. It was all Tianxiu's idea. He was the one in charge. Zhu Xian's head hit the ground with a bang, shattering the tiles. Lord Suchin, we were truly misled. Jinhu trembled in fear. I am willing to become your slave. I still have value. Please give me another chance to atone. Lord Suchin, I am a first-time offender. Tianxiu was also terrified, trembling in fear. I beg you to let me go. Treat me like a fart. Daring to lay hands on me and still want to live? Impossible. Moreover, just killing you won't resolve my hatred. The corners of Suchin's mouth curled into a cold and cruel smile. You all, prepare for the end of your line. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room seemed to be enveloped in a strong smell of blood. No, don't. I beg you, Lord Suchin, please spare my Zhu family. I really know I was wrong. I am willing to give everything. I am willing to do anything. I can die right now. Zhu Xian banged his head on the ground like a madman, mumbling incoherently in his pleas for mercy. Lord Suchin, I am willing to submit. You can execute me however you want, slow slicing, skinning, cutting flesh and removing bones, whatever way you want to kill me is fine. Jinhu's mind also shattered in an instant. I only ask that you spare the people of the Qin family, they are all innocent. Lord Suchin, I beg you to spare my life. Tianxiu was also in tears, pleading pitifully, I can be your dog. I will refine pills for you for the rest of my life. Please spare the people of the Tian family. The three of them prostrated on the ground, continuously banging their heads, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was pockmarked. If you want me to give up the idea of rooting out the problem, that's not impossible. Suchin looked down at the three of them indifferently. I want you to hand over everything. I want all your money, treasures, techniques, pill formulas, and books. In fact, Suchin had no intention of killing innocent people. He would not do anything that went against his principles or crossed his bottom line. The talk of cutting off their descendants was just to scare them into handing over everything without any reservations. Yes, my lord, we will send someone to do it right away. Jinhu and the others were both desperate and relieved. Desperate because they could not escape death, relieved because their families could be preserved and their lineage would not be cut off. First, memorize the techniques. I hope you won't play any tricks. Suchin casually tossed out a few notebooks. Otherwise, I really will kill your entire family. Yes. Jinhu, Zhu Xian, and Tianxiu hung their heads, trembling in resignation. They then called their subordinates to start gathering all the wealth and techniques from their families. At this moment, brother Suchin, Ji Rushua tugged at Suchin's sleeve. What is it? The coldness on Suchin's face melted away, breaking into a smile. Does brother Suchin really like collecting techniques? Ji Rushua's face turned slightly red, her eyes sparkling. I have some here, can I give them to brother Suchin? That would be wonderful. Suchin beamed, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle Ji Rushua's hair. Little sister is so good. Time flew by, and before long, it was evening. In the luxurious manner, in a room, there was a cup of tea and a stack of books on the table. Suchin was engrossed in a book on pill refining. Ji Rushua would occasionally accompany him in looking at the pill refining books, and at other times, she would turn around to take care of Granny Ku. Meanwhile, Jinhu and the others knelt on the ground, behaving properly and trembling, not daring to make a sound. Wow, I finally finished reading the pill refining book. I didn't expect Tian Xiu to have so many pill formulas. Now I can finally start refining pills. Suchin excitedly closed the book in his hands and then sank his thoughts into the mysterious black space. At this moment, the other little people were busy, and only one little person refining pills was holding a pill furnace, doing nothing. What pill should I refine? It's you, the Yuan Yang Qi Lingdan. Suchen's eyes turned, and he chose a 6th grade cultivation pill. The 6th grade pill is suitable for martial artists and low-level martial generals, and taking it can significantly increase cultivation speed. Although Suchen's combat power had already reached the level of a martial commander, his own cultivation realm was only at the intermediate martial artist level. Therefore, the 6th grade pill was still useful to him, though the effect would be slightly weaker. System, refine the Yuan Yang Qi Lingdan for me. With Suchen's command, 7 or 8 types of medicinal materials instantly disappeared from the storage space. In the mysterious black space, the pill furnace in the little person's hand was suddenly enveloped in flames. Ding! Starting to refine the Yuan Yang Qi Lingdan required time 5 seconds. Wow, it can refine a 6th grade pill in 5 seconds, that's amazing. Suchen was so excited that his eyebrows raised and his eyes sparkled. You should know that a 6th grade alchemist needs at least 1 or 2 hours to refine a 6th tier pill. Yet this one key alchemy function only takes 5 seconds. Such speed is more than 1,000 times faster than an alchemist. As long as the materials are sufficient, the pills can be produced continuously like goods on an assembly line. This is simply insane. In the blink of an eye, 5 seconds passed. Ding! Refinement successful. You have obtained 5 Yuan Yang Qiling pills. The system prompt came, and Suchen eagerly found the newly refined pills from his storage space. Wow, 5 pills. What alchemist can achieve this output? Suchen looked at the 5 brand new Yuan Yang Qiling pills, almost laughing out loud with excitement. Generally, alchemists have a low success rate and unstable quality, not to mention the low output, usually just 1 pill. Under normal circumstances, producing 2 or 3 pills would be enough to make one overjoyed. To refine 5 pills in one batch would probably drop the jaws of countless alchemists. Let's see how effective it is. Taking out one newly refined Yuan Yang Qiling pill, Suchen, filled with anticipation, tossed it into his mouth. The next moment, a vast and gentle medicinal power surged into his meridians, propelling the spiritual energy to circulate rapidly. Wow, as expected of a perfect quality pill. Suchen nodded in satisfaction. This medicinal power is much stronger than the pills I've taken before, and the taste is even better. Enjoying the pill, Suchen's gaze shifted to Ji Rushue. Brother Suchen? Ji Rushue blushed when she noticed Suchen looking at her, a hint of confusion rising in her beautiful eyes. Little sister Rushue, I have a lot of pills here. Do you want to have some? Su Chen grinned, opening his right hand, revealing 4 round Yuan Yang Qiling pills. Mechum, thank you, Brother Suchen. Ji Rushue's brows relaxed, revealing a radiant smile as she cradled the 4 pills in her palms. Wow, they are so beautiful. Looking at the pills in her small hands, Ji Rushue exclaimed in excitement. Ha ha, Suchen chuckled lightly. These are perfect quality pills. They do look much better than other pills. So this is a perfect quality pill. How rare. Ji Rushue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Although she was born into a prominent family like the Ji family, her mother had her out of wedlock, which was considered shameful, and she received little cultivation resources. After her bloodline was exposed, she was completely cut off from cultivation resources and faced extermination. How could she have ever seen perfect quality pills? Now, seeing these rare and beautiful pills, she couldn't help but cherish them. Little cutie, it's nothing special. You can have as many of these pills as you want. Suchen laughed heartily, then opened his left hand. Look, there are more here. More. Wow, really? Ji Rushue looked in astonishment at Suchen's left palm, discovering that there were indeed 5 perfect quality pills lying there, instantly filled with immense joy. Just as Ji Rushue was overwhelmed with happiness, Tian Xiu and the others, who were kneeling on the ground in despair, were once again shocked. Especially the alchemist Tian Xiu, who was beginning to doubt life in the world. Perfect quality 6th tier pills. And they seem to have been refined from the same batch. How is this possible? No alchemist could achieve this level. Tian Xiu couldn't help but raise his head, staring in disbelief at the Yuan Yang Qiling pills in Suchen's hand. At that moment, do you like them, little cutie? There are more. Suchen opened his right hand again, revealing another 5 perfect quality Yuan Yang Qiling pills. Seeing this scene, Tian Xiu's eyes bulged, almost exploding. Wow! Ji Rushue gasped in surprise. Brother Suchen, how do you have so many perfect pills? She also knew that perfect quality elixirs were extremely rare, and it was simply unbelievable to have so many appear at once. How can this be considered a lot? Suchen stuffed the elixirs into the snow-white little hand and chuckled. As long as you count to 5, I can give you another 5 of these elixirs. Really? I don't believe it. Ji Rushue looked at Suchen with some suspicion, then hesitated and counted 1.2.3.4.5. Ding 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 ding. Suchen opened his right hand, and 5 perfect quality Yuan Yang Qi gathering pills appeared again. So amazing. How did you do that? Ji Rushua bounced with excitement, her little face full of astonishment. At the same time, Jinhu and Zhu Xian, who were kneeling on the ground, were completely stunned, and Tian Xiu was utterly confused. Just then, a cautious voice called from outside, "Lord Suchen? Coming?" Suchen stuffed the elixirs into Ji Rushua's little hand and turned around, saying, "Come in." Yes. A few people outside carefully bent down and walked in with great humility. They were all subordinates of Jinhu, and they had come to deliver something. "Lord Suchen, everything you wanted is here." As they spoke, they presented 3 spatial rings. "Alright, you can go now." Suchen took the spatial rings and waved his hand lightly. The few of them felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and quickly left in their eyes. Suchen, whom even Qin, who had to kneel before, was simply more terrifying than death. "Let's see what good things there are." Suchen opened the rings, glanced roughly, and nodded slightly. Inside the rings were many gold coins, spirit stones, a large amount of various ferocious beast materials, heavenly treasures, and piles of elixirs. Oh, they even sent F-grade ferocious beast materials? Looks like they completely emptied their assets this time. Suchen's lips curled up, and he immediately stored all the gold coins and spirit stones into the system. In an instant, the amount of low-grade spirit stones in the system skyrocketed to 658,563. Hee. Suchen excitedly ordered, "System, upgrade the one-click refining function for me." Ding! Consuming 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The one-click refining function is upgraded to level 4, capable of refining 8th grade and below elixirs. Ha, I can refine 8th grade elixirs now. Suchen almost laughed out loud. A perfect quality 8th grade elixir was worth nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just refining 100 of them and selling them would allow him to upgrade the system function. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. System, quickly, refine the 8th grade Tai Xian Qi nourishing pill for me. Suchen unhesitatingly abandoned the 6th grade Yuan Yang Qi gathering pill and switched to the higher level cultivation elixir. Ding! Starting. To refine Tai Xian Qi nourishing pill required time 20 seconds. As soon as the system's voice fell, a portion of the refining materials immediately disappeared from the storage space. The pill furnace in the hands of the refining little person also ignited with a blazing flame. The time actually increased? But it's no big deal, just 20 seconds. Suchen raised an eyebrow and silently began to count. After a moment, ding, refinement successful. You have obtained Tai Xian Qi nourishing pill *5. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones credited. So awesome. Suchen's eyes sparkled with excitement, so bright that Ji Rushue, who was beside him, felt a bit scared. System, continue refining Tai Xian Qi nourishing pill. Refine it until the heavens and earth are old and the seas dry up and stones rot. Looking at the brand new Tai Xian Qi nourishing pills in the storage space, Suchen excitedly gave the order again. Ding! Refinement successful. You have obtained Tai Xian Qi nourishing pill *5. Ding! Refinement successful. You have obtained Tai Xian Qi nourishing pill *5. Ding! Insufficient materials, unable to refine. What? Insufficient materials? Suchen's expression froze, then he suddenly realized. Although he had obtained all of Tian Xiu's wealth and the tireless collection of treasures by the treasure-hunting flying squirrels, the materials for refining an 8th grade elixir were not as plentiful as cabbages. It seems this function has its limitations. Suchen raised an eyebrow and ordered, "System, refine all the elixirs. I can until the materials are exhausted." Ding! Starting to refine the I Ching elixir. Required time 5 seconds. Ding! Refining successful. You have obtained I Ching elixir *5. Ah, so delightful. Suchen stretched lazily, his gaze returning to Jinhu and the others. Master. The 3 of them trembled at Suchen's gaze, their faces pale. They knew their lives were about to come to an end. All wealth, power, beauty, and glory would soon be out of their reach. Just thinking about it made them tremble uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. They were unwilling, but what could they do? They were the fish on the chopping block, waiting to die. You 3. Suchen stood up, looking down at Jinhu and the others. This action terrified Zhu Xian so much that he wet his pants. Jinhu went limp, and Tian Xiu trembled like he was having a seizure. TSK, a prominent figure at the pinnacle of Nanlin City has ended up like this. Suchen sneered, "Forget it, I can't be bothered to humiliate you further. Find a dignified way to die." With that, Suchen stood with his hands behind his back, watching Jinhu and the others like a reaper. Zhu Xian trembled as he opened his mouth, then burst into tears. The sound was so tragic it was like a pig being slaughtered. Jinhu and Tian Xiu were also deeply affected, weeping uncontrollably. However, they knew that this death was unavoidable. If they didn't take their own lives, not only would they suffer, but their families would likely be implicated as well. Therefore, they shakily raised their hands, preparing to sever their own heart veins. Dying this way would be almost unnoticeable from the outside, a seemingly dignified way to die. Master Suchen, I beg you to keep your promise and not harm anyone else. Jinhu uttered his last desperate words, then closed his eyes ready to strike down. But at that moment, boom! A loud explosion rang out. The luxurious roof of the house exploded as if it had been struck by a meteor. Countless bricks and stones flew out with a terrifying circular shockwave, instantly turning the entire estate into a scene of devastation, blowing snow without a trace. Suchin waved his hand and an endless icy force surged forth, blocking the terrifying shockwave outside. In an instant, the shockwave calmed and silence fell. On a broken wall of the estate stood a tall man with slightly red skin. Ji Kuan. Senior brother Ji Kuan. Ji Rushue and the three of them exclaimed in shock, their expressions changing drastically but in different ways. Ji Rushue's autumn water-like eyes narrowed slightly, her small face revealing intense hatred. Meanwhile, Shin Hu and the others trembled with joy. Ji Kuan was their senior. Back then, the three of them were students at the highest martial arts academy on Blue Star, the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, alongside Ji Kuan. During their training days, they had always looked up to Ji Kuan, practically being his three lackeys. Now seeing their former leader, Shin Hu and the others felt as if they had found their backbone, their despair and fear dissipating. Senior brother Ji Kuan. Senior brother Ji Kuan. Shin Hu shouted excitedly, then ran madly to Ji Kuan's feet. It's actually senior brother Ji Kuan, that's great, we're saved. Xu Xian and Tianxiu trembled with excitement, using all their strength to roll and crawl to Ji Kuan's side. Shin Hu? Xu Xian? Tianxiu? It's been many years, and I didn't expect to see you again in such a scene. Ji Kuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Shin Hu and the others with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Senior brother Ji Kuan, you must stand up for us. Shin Hu, his face flushed and, gritting his teeth, pointed at Suchin. The reason we are in such a miserable state is all because of that Suchin. Senior brother Ji Kuan, that Suchin is simply inhuman. Xu Xian said with a face full of despair. He not only turned my son into a human stick, extorted all our belongings, but also forced us to commit suicide, or he would kill our entire family. Right, I kindly tried to refine pills to save people, and he actually accused me of poisoning. Tianxiu shamelessly twisted the truth, completely lacking any sense of shame. Driven to suicide by a mere martial artist? Ji Kuan glanced at Suchin, a trace of contempt appearing on his face. You really are a bunch of useless trash. Senior brother Ji Kuan, that Suchin is quite sinister. A hint of fear rose on Xu Xian's face. Neither Shin Hu nor I are his match. No matter how sinister someone is, in the face of my absolute crushing power, they are all trash. You useless ones, just watch closely, I will burn him alive bit by bit. Ji Kuan snorted disdainfully, then leaped down from the wall, striding towards Suchin and Ji Rushue with an air of superiority. Shin Hu and the others exchanged excited glances and immediately followed Ji Kuan. They knew Ji Kuan's strength was extremely formidable, and with him taking action, Suchin would definitely be unable to resist. This meant revenge was in sight. Just as Ji Kuan and the others were on the move, Suchin was smirking, calmly checking Ji Kuan's attribute panel. Name: Ji Kuan. Race: Human. Qualification level: Supreme. Realm level: Intermediate Martial Commander. Attack level: Peak Martial Commander. Defense level: Intermediate Martial Commander plus Movement level. Intermediate Martial Commander plus Stamina level. Intermediate Martial Commander plus Mastered Techniques. Boundless Heart Sutra. Falling Sun. Black Flame Record. Advanced Minor Achievement. Giant God Body Refining Technique. Advanced Beginner. Void Shadow Step. Intermediate Minor Achievement and Advanced Fire Attribute Technique at the Minor Achievement level. Looking at Ji Kuan's attribute panel, Suchin's expression shifted, raising an eyebrow. At the level of martial commanders, everyone practices almost exclusively advanced techniques, and advanced attribute techniques can be bought with enough money. However, the difficulty of practicing advanced attribute techniques is truly terrifying. 99% of martial commanders will never be able to master an advanced attribute technique in their lifetime. So until now, Suchin had only seen two people successfully practice advanced attribute techniques. One was Ji Rushue, whose Wind Dance Void technique is an advanced wind attribute technique. The second person is this Ji Kuan. This shows that Ji Kuan is quite interesting. At this moment, Ji Kuan and the others stopped about 100 meters in front of Suchin. Ji Rushue, I didn't expect you to escape from Cui Tai. Ji Kuan glanced at Ji Rushue, then his gaze fell back on Suchin. The one who saved you is this Suchin, right? He seems to be a good talent, but it's a pity that you dared to interfere in my Ji family's affairs, so don't blame me for sending you to hell. Ji Kuan, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Su. Shen, if you want to kill me, just come. Ji Rushue's small face was tightly strained, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of defiance in the face of death. What are you saying, little darling? Suchin chuckled, ruffling Ji Rushue's hair to comfort her. With me here, he can't harm you in the slightest. On the contrary, I will make sure he never returns. Ha 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 ha. Suchin, little bastard, don't think that just because you defeated me, you're something impressive. Shin, whose face twisted into a sinister smile, in front of senior brother Ji Kuan, you are nothing at all. Senior brother Ji Kuan can wipe you out with a wave of his hand, and you still want to protect others? You talk about having no return, what a huge joke. That's right. Xu Xian's eyes were ablaze. With the fire of revenge, Suchin scum, even if you immediately hand over that little girl, and then kneel at senior brother Ji Kuan's feet and beg for mercy, we absolutely won't let you die a quick death. Suchin dog scum. Tianxiu's face was twisted like a devil. I will use the most cruel poison against you. I want you to be tormented by 1,000 poisons, living a life worse than death. Oh, found a backing and got the courage to bark? A hint of mockery appeared on Suchin's face. Unfortunately, in my eyes, your backing is just a pile of bubbles easily extinguished. As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Hu and the others looked at Suchin as if he were a fool. Ji Kuan being referred to as a pile of bubbles made his expression dark and cold like the bottom of a pot. Humph. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Ji Kuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said in a deep voice, don't think that just because you defeated Jin Hu, you're invincible. There are many people in this world stronger than you. Heh, if I'm not arrogant, can I still be called a young man? There are indeed many people stronger than me in this world, but you are not one of them. Suchin curled his lips in disdain, extending a finger and shaking it to kill Jin Hu. I only need one finger to kill you. I also only need one finger. Ha, so arrogant, so presumptuous. A sinister, cold smile appeared on Ji Kuan's face. Today, I will let you little scum know what it means to know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from him, soaring into the sky. Under this aura, Jin Hu and the others turned pale, unable to stop themselves from retreating hundreds of meters. Ji Rushue's face also turned pale, a hint of fear rising in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, a powerful icy force spread out, blocking Ji Kuan's aura from the outside. Don't be afraid. Suchin gently tapped Ji Rushue's smooth forehead. I told you, I won't let anyone hurt you. Ji Rushue felt the warmth from Suchin's fingertip and immediately felt much more at ease. Ridiculous to the extreme. I haven't even made a move yet and you start defending. With such strength, you dare to boast about killing me with one finger? You dare to say you can protect Ji Rushue from any harm? I'll tell you, today. You can't protect anyone, you all will die miserably at my hands. Ji Kuan laughed wildly, his eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. In the next moment, he waved his hand violently and a surge of black flames erupted. The terrifying heat spread out, instantly distorting the air. Those ruins were ignited in the blink of an eye, and the earth was scorched dry and cracked. Jin Hu and the others stood hundreds of meters away, sweating profusely and struggling to breathe. Ha ha ha, do you feel it? My terrifying power. Ji Kuan laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Die, ants. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flames immediately condensed into a massive vortex, overwhelming and descending upon Suchin. Humph. Suchin let out a cold snort, indifferent. Then, with a thought, the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, and endless icy power surged forward to meet it. Boom! In an instant, the forces of ice and fire collided, producing a deafening roar. Immediately after, the black flames pressed down violently, and the icy power retreated step by step. Suchin took out a recovery pill and swallowed it. The icy power surged again, but it still couldn't resist the black flames. Seeing this scene, Ji Rushue couldn't help but tightly grasp Suchin's arm. Meanwhile, Jin Hu and the others stared wide-eyed, filled with excitement. Revenge is coming. Revenge is coming. Dog Suchin is going to die. Ha! It's a pity this scum will be burned to death directly. He deserves it. Jin Hu and the others watched the advancing black flames, practically bursting with excitement. And at that moment, ding! The Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire has been refined. Do you want to receive it immediately? Finally here. If it didn't come soon, I would have to use the devouring clone. Suchin's mouth broke into a wide smile. Quick, give it to me. As soon as his thought moved, he felt a heat in the palm of his right hand. Suchin raised his hand and saw a blue dragon patterned flame mark appear in his palm. He could feel that the flame mark contained terrifying fire attribute power, and this fire attribute energy felt like it was connected to his bloodline, allowing for perfect control with just his thoughts. TSK, this is equivalent to directly mastering a complete high-level attribute technique. I wonder how much the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire can enhance my strength. A surge of intense excitement rose in Suchin's heart, and he eagerly opened the attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Race, human. Qualification level, impure body. Realm level, intermediate martial master. Attack level, beginner martial king. Defense level, quasi-martial commander plus. Movement level, intermediate martial commander. Stamina level, quasi-martial commander plus. Mastered techniques, Boundless Heart Sutra. Snowless Trace Diagram. High level, beginner. 7-star hidden killing blade. High level, beginner. Juming Dragon Chanting Sword. High level, beginner. Flowing Light Formless Flash. High level, beginner. Shin Body Motionless Scroll. High level, beginner. Breath of the Mountain. High level, beginner. Chasing Soul. High level, beginner. Some techniques omitted. Activated system functions. 1-click cultivation function. Level 7. 1-click martial arts function. Level 7. Clone dispatch function. Level 7. 1-click treasure seeking function. Level 7. 1-click alchemy function. Level 4. Beginner martial king power. Suchin's cold smile fell on Ji Kuan. With such combat power, I could kill you without lifting a finger. The next second, with a thought, all the icy power dispersed. Ha ha ha, can't hold on anymore? Ji Kuan laughed maniacally, pressing down hard with both hands. Then die for me. The black flames poured down like a flood, completely engulfing the area within 100 meters of Suchin. Ha, he's dead. Suchin is dead. You see, I let you be arrogant, let you be overbearing, forced me to kneel, forced me to commit suicide, and now you're dead. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Seeing Suchin engulfed by the black flames, Shinhu and the other's eyes lit up, almost jumping with excitement. He just died like that. Humph. What did he say about killing me with just one finger? Truly arrogant and ignorant, courting death. Spit. Ji Kuan looked at them with disdain, spitting on the ground, ready to turn and leave. But at that moment, a cold, indifferent laugh came. Spitting on the ground should have your tongue cut off, ruin that stinky mouth. What? Suchin's voice. He's not dead? How is that possible? The cold laughter reached Ji Kuan, Shinhu, and the others' ears like an intercontinental missile explosion. Immediately, Ji Kuan and the others looked in disbelief towards the sound, their eyes widening in shock. They saw Suchin leisurely playing with a dragon pattern flame, a faint smile on his face. Beside him, Ji Rushua was unharmed, and Granny Ko was also completely unaffected by the battle's aftermath. In fact, the room where Suchin was located looked exactly the same as before, without a trace of damage. Really not dead? How is this possible? Ji Kuan couldn't believe his eyes. My attack power has reached the peak of the martial commander level. How could he not lose a single hair? At that moment, Shinhu suddenly trembled all over, an endless terror appearing on his face. Look, the flame in his hand seems to be the Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire. What? Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire. Zhu Xian and Tian Xiu turned to Suchin, their faces instantly filled with horror, their eyes bulging. They recognized it. It was indeed the yellow-grade Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire. Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire. No, it can't be. Ji Kuan's expression froze, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He took a closer look and was immediately struck as if by lightning. It really is the Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire. How could this happen? Ji Kuan roared in anguish. How could he possibly master? What right does he have to control? He's just a martial master. He was very well aware of the terror of because he had once attempted to refine it. That time, the risk nearly cost him his life. If he hadn't given up quickly, he would have been burned to death on the spot. You must know, at that time, he had already broken through to the intermediate martial commander level. He had failed to refine at the martial commander level, yet Suchin succeeded in refining at the martial master level, and it was purely offensive. The comparison was infuriating. Hey, why is everyone so quiet now? Weren't you just saying I was an ant? Weren't you saying you wanted to kill me? Looking at the shocked and pale Ji Kuan and the others, Suchin smiled coldly. Seeing Suchin's mocking smile, Ji Kuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. They knew that facing Suchin, who possessed, they would definitely not be a match even if they were tied together. Unbeatable. Run. Ji Kuan swallowed hard, then turned and fled into the distance. Ji Kuan, wait for us. Quick, run. Seeing Ji Kuan turn to escape, Shinhu and the others were instantly filled with terror and desperately chased after him. Can you escape? You all will die. A cruel smile appeared on Suchin's face as he moved, turning into a shadow and chasing after them. Run. Run. Shinhu saw Suchin closing in and immediately put all his effort into fleeing. However, his movement level was only at the junior martial commander level, and he couldn't outrun Suchin at all. Zhu Xian and Tian Xiu were even worse. One was just a quasi-martial commander and the other was even weaker. Merely a junior martial general. In the blink of an eye, Suchin had caught up to Tian Xiu. Lord Suchin, please spare me, I won't dare again. Tian Xiu was so scared that cold sweat poured down his face, his heart racing, and then he stumbled, falling flat on his face. Want to live? Dream on. Suchin coldly dropped a line, then with a thought, a piece of Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire directly landed on Tian Xiu. In an instant, Tian Xiu evaporated from existence, not even having the chance to scream. Moreover, his death had no effect on Suchin's speed whatsoever. In just a few steps, Suchin caught up to the panicking Zhu Xian. Ah, Lord Suchin, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Realizing Suchin was behind him, Zhu Xian was terrified, his heart racing. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. A ruthless smile curled at the corners of Suchin's mouth, and then a surge of Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire engulfed Zhu Xian. No! Zhu Xian turned into a fire person, letting out an extremely desperate scream. In less than a second, this quasi-martial commander, the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, was reduced to ashes. Suchin laughed heartily, then turned to chase after Shinhu, catching up to him just a few dozen meters behind in 4 or 5 seconds. Ah! You monster, you demon! Why do I have to encounter you? Why? Shinhu's voice was heart-wrenching, his face twisted and ferocious, and he had completely lost his sanity. If you do not interfere in the hatred between me and Zhu Xian, would I ever kill you? If you did not conspire with Tian Xiu and the others to poison me, would I ever kill you? The reason you have met such a tragic end is all your own doing. Suchin let out a cold laugh, and the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire coalesced into a fire dragon, directly devouring Shinhu. Ah! It hurts! Shinhu let out a scream that pierced the heavens, and after struggling for a moment, he turned to dust and was carried away by the wind. Ji Kuan, you're the only one left. Suchin did not stop his steps and chased after Ji Kuan. At this moment, after 7 or 8 seconds of pursuit, the two had already rushed out of the manor and onto the street. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless residents of Nanlin City. The terrifying aura surrounding them, along with their speed that was so fast it was beyond the eye's ability to follow, left many martial artists stunned, their faces blank and their minds empty. Ha ha, Suchin, can you catch up to me? Ji Kuan stepped on the buildings, weaving between the high rises like Spider-Man. He had already noticed that Suchin's speed was slightly slower than his own. As long as he continued, he could gradually widen the distance and escape. Ji Kuan, I advise you not to waste your energy running away. No matter how you struggle, the final outcome will only be one, death. Suchin's voice was cold, as if it came from an abyss of extreme cold. You can't catch up to me, how can you kill me? Ha 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 ha. Ji Kuan laughed fearlessly, then said viciously, today I admit defeat, just wait for me, I will one day take your life. Just because you can't catch me doesn't mean you can't kill me? A faint disdain curled at the corner of Suchin's mouth. Immediately, his eyes flashed with cold light, and with a thought, he commanded, System, dispatch clones. 2 white-robed clones gradually materialized on Ji Kuan's inevitable path. In the next second, 2 massive Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fires soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds. What the hell? Another Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire. Ji Kuan's scalp felt like it was about to explode, and he exclaimed in horror, when did it become so common? This is impossible. Even if he were killed, he would not believe that he could encounter 3 people with at the same time. Moreover, it was clear that these 2 newly appeared figures were Suchin's helpers. This was simply unbelievable, too incredible. I told you not to struggle in vain. Suchin's eyes were filled with cold laughter, and with another thought, the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire on his body spread out, blocking the sky and covering the sun. At the same time, the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire on the 2 clones erupted wildly, instantly severing all of Ji Kuan's escape routes. In an instant, a supergiant blue fireball with a diameter of 600 meters appeared in the sky. Endless dragon pattern flames danced in the air, and the terrifying high temperature spread out, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to begin melting. What the hell is this? It's Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire. So many flames. Oh my god, with such a massive amount of, could the controller be a martial king? What terrifying heat. Run! Hurry, the whole building is about to collapse. The martial artists around the battlefield were stunned, and then all broke into a cold sweat as they fled in all directions. It was only because Suchin controlled the energy of the flames that these martial artists had a chance to escape. Otherwise, even the residual waves could turn them to ashes. Just as countless martial artists were fleeing, Ji Kuan, in despair, stopped on the rooftop of a building. Heh, why aren't you running? Suchin landed on a higher rooftop, looking down with a proud gaze. Who exactly are you? Ji Kuan roared in disbelief, his trembling voice revealing his inner fear and despair. Me? I'm just an obscure little martial artist. Suchin smirked. You say you're useless? You can't even defeat a small martial artist like me. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have another identity. Who are you? Ji Kuan shook his head, like a madman, unable to believe that after a lifetime of hard training he couldn't even defeat a martial artist. The only explanation was that the other party was a young successor of some superpower. Moreover, someone of very noble status, likely a young heir of that power. Another identity? Suchin grinned. Oh, indeed I do. So it is true. Which power's genius are you? Could it be one of the 3 great hidden ancient clans? Yes, you must be from one of the 3 great hidden ancient clans. A strong sense of realization and horror rose on Ji Kuan's face. Only in that case would you dare to recklessly kill the Martial Artist Alliance's branch guards. The 3 great hidden ancient clans? Sounds impressive. Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm just a heartless killer. Suchin smiled lightly. Anyone who becomes my enemy must die. Now it's your turn, Ji Kuan. No, you are from the hidden ancient clan. I am from the Ji family, and our Ji family is a subsidiary family of the hidden ancient Jin family. Ji Kuan trembled all over, kneeling on the ground. With a thud, I beg you, for the sake of the Jin family, spare my life. What does your Ji family being a vassal family matter to me? Suchin raised an eyebrow. However, it wouldn't be impossible for me to spare your life. I love collecting wealth and martial arts techniques, you understand? As an important member of the Ji family and a powerhouse comparable to a peak martial commander, Ji Kuan's wealth and martial arts techniques were absolutely astonishing. For such a big piece of meat, how could Suchin let it go? Wealth, martial arts techniques. I'll give them to you right now. Ji Kuan's eyes widened, trembling with excitement, unable to contain himself. He hurriedly handed over his spatial ring to Suchin. This contains all my wealth. And I have a habit of keeping the original martial arts techniques. All the techniques I practiced are in here, along with my insights. Very well, I accept. Suchin took the ring, revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you, young Master Suchin, for sparing my life. Ji Kuan's face showed wild joy, and he immediately knelt down, his forehead heavily knocking on the ground. Ji Kuan, you seem to be too happy too soon. Suchin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Spare your life is not impossible, but a death sentence can be avoided, yet a living punishment cannot be escaped. Now you can self-destruct your cultivation and leave on your own. Ah, self-destruct my cultivation? The joy of surviving a disaster on Ji Kuan's face instantly froze, quickly turning into endless fear. For a martial artist, cultivation is the foundation of their existence. Destroying a martial artist's cultivation, while it won't take their life, will definitely make them wish they were dead. The fall from a high position to the dust can almost drive a person insane. No, young Master Suchin, please, no. Ji Kuan pleaded like a pitiful stray dog. Ji Kuan can be your servant, working for you, please spare me. As a member of the Ji family, as a high-ranking martial commander, Ji Kuan had always stood above the vast majority of humanity. But once his cultivation was destroyed, he would fall directly to the bottom, becoming a useless dog that anyone could beat. What awaited him was endless cold stares, ridicule, and humiliation. Just thinking about that miserable fate made Ji Kuan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body cold. Ji Kuan, I've given you a chance. Death or self-destruction of your cultivation, you choose. Suchin's voice was like the whisper of death. If you don't choose, in 10 seconds, I will choose for you. 10, 9, 8. The countdown was like the tolling of a death knell. Each number fell on Ji Kuan's heart like a hammer of thunder, striking down fiercely. No, young master. Su, I know I was wrong. Ji Kuan clung to the last shred of hope, continuously kneeling and bowing to Suchin, his forehead battered and bloodied, a sight too tragic to behold. However, Suchin's merciless countdown showed no signs of stopping. 4, 3, 2, I choose. I self-destruct my cultivation. Ji Kuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed in despair, his voice hysterical and heart-wrenching. Between death and survival, he still chose to cling to life. Bang! Immediately, Ji Kuan slammed his palm fiercely against his dantian. A tremendous force surged deep into his dantian, shattering the diamond-shaped spirit core that represented the martial commander realm. Moreover, that force spread out, further shattering his dantian. Puff! Ji Kuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body collapsing to the ground in an instant. The spiritual energy within him gushed out like a deflated balloon. In just a minute, Ji Kuan, a powerful warrior with peak martial commander strength, fell to the lowest level of body refinement realm. Without a support of spiritual energy, nearly all the techniques he practiced became ineffective, leaving only the physical strength from the Titan body refinement technique. Furthermore, as time passed, without the nourishment of spiritual energy and rare medicinal materials, Ji Kuan's physical strength would gradually fade away. It could be said that from this moment on, Ji Kuan, who had self-destructed his cultivation, was destined to be an irredeemable waste. You did well, no tricks involved. Suchin smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I will keep my promise and let you go. Saying this, Suchin waved his hand, and the endless dragon-patterned flames instantly vanished. Following that, the two white-robed avatars gradually faded away, sent off to hunt ferocious beasts. After doing all this, Suchin glanced at Ji Kuan and turned to leave. Why did I provoke him? Watching Suchin's retreating figure, Ji Kuan's eyes went blank, tears of regret streaming down his face. On the other side, as Suchin made his way back, he opened the spatial ring that Ji Kuan had offered with both hands. As expected of the Ji family's martial commander, just the wealth on him is worth over 100 million gold coins. Looking at the treasures in the spatial ring, Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately stored them in his storage space. System, deposit all the gold coins and spirit stones. With a hint of excitement, Suchin issued the command. Ding! All gold coins and spirit stones have been deposited, adding to the previous. Remaining over 500,000, the balance of low-grade spirit stones surged to 1,736,528. I can upgrade again. Awesome! Suchin grinned. System, upgrade my one-click alchemy function. Ding! Consuming 1 million low-grade spirit stones, one-click alchemy function upgraded to level 5, capable of refining pills of level 10 and below. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-click alchemy function to level 5. You have gained the bonus ability 1 second pill production. 1 second pill production. Suchin was so excited he was dumbfounded. Wow, this function is completely unreasonable. Although the current one-click alchemy function seems to have a short refining time, that is also because the pill grades are not high. As the pills refined in the future become higher grade, the required time will increase enough to make people impatient. But now, with the 1 second pill production function, there's no need to wait anymore. No matter how high grade the pill is, it can be refined in just 1 second. This function is just too amazing. Suchin was so delighted that his eyebrows danced and he took a deep breath, his steps lightened significantly. Soon, he returned to the once grand manor now reduced to ruins. From a distance, Suchin spotted Ji Rushue. At that moment, she was gazing into the distance with a worried expression, looking like a little wife waiting for her husband to return. Suchin chuckled silently and quickened his pace, appearing before Ji Rushue just a few seconds later. Brother Suchin, you finally came back. You weren't hurt, were you? Ji Rushue's worry transformed into joy and excitement. Of course not. Suchin smiled. I didn't even have to lift a finger. The Ji Koan just knelt down and begged for mercy. Really? Brother Suchin, you're amazing. Ji Rushue's little face flushed, her gaze towards Suchin filled with admiration. Suchin beamed. Yeah, later I forced him to cripple his own cultivation, turning him into a waste. Being crippled is definitely worse than being killed. Ji Rushue nodded vigorously. From now on, he'll live a life worse than death. It's so satisfying. Ha, dare to provoke us, and this is the consequence. Suchin smiled lightly, reaching out to ruffle Ji Rushue's hair. From now on, anyone who dares to bully you will have to live a life worse than death. Ji Rushue nodded, feeling a strong sense of security rising in her heart. Since their escape, she had been wandering and anxious. At this moment, she finally felt a long-lost sense of ease and happiness, along with a hint of shy belonging. By the way, how is Granny? Ko? Suchin's gentle inquiry brought Ji Rushue, who had been slightly lost in thought, back to reality. I just fed Granny Ko the dragon tiger blood pill. Ji Rushue said, her delicate fingers fidgeting with worry, but her condition seems to be getting worse. Don't worry, I have a way. Suchin smiled as he pinched Ji Rushue's tender little face. Really? Ji Rushue's face lit up with a smile. What does Brother Suchin plan to do? Of course, I'm going to refine a pill. Suchin's lips curled. Didn't I read so many pill manuals before? I've already learned. Now I'm a 10th tier alchemist and I can easily refine the healing pills for Granny Ko. Ah, Brother Suchin, you've learned to refine pills already? And you've directly advanced to a 10th tier alchemist. Ji Rushue's mouth fell open in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She found it hard to believe because she knew how difficult it was to learn alchemy. The growth of an alchemist required overcoming countless difficulties and consuming vast resources. The idea that one could learn alchemy just by reading a book was utterly absurd. However, although Ji Rushue found it hard to believe, she felt that Suchin wouldn't boast without reason. In her heart, Suchin was a super miracle in himself, capturing strange fire at the martial artist level and defeating peak martial generals at the martial artist level were equally incredible feats. With these 2 points in mind, it didn't seem impossible for Suchin to easily learn alchemy. That's right, I can now refine pills of 10th tier and below. There's no time to waste, I'll refine healing pills for Granny Ko right now. Suchin smiled and then directly took out the alchemy furnace he obtained from Tianxiu from his storage space. He planned to refine the pills himself and test the synchronous refining feature. Seeing this action, Ji Rushue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched intently. In the room, the alchemy furnace was placed in the center and Suchin sat cross-legged. Ji Rushue rested her cute little face on her hands, eagerly watching from the side. Fire, come! Suchin flicked his finger and a thread of extremely fine azure dragon pattern flame emerged, enveloping the alchemy furnace. A few seconds later, the alchemy furnace turned bright red. First material, ghost flower. Second material, clear mountain streamroot. Third material. Following a special order, Suchin placed each material into the furnace. Then, he waved his hands, using spiritual energy to activate the alchemy formula, all directed at the furnace. Almost in an instant, the bright red furnace was covered with marks formed by spiritual energy. Wow, so amazing! Ji Rushue exclaimed at this strange scene. Immediately, under the influence of these marks, Suchin's control over the furnace reached an almost effortless level. As time passed, the herbs inside the furnace were refined, purified, and began to merge and interact, forming the initial shape of the elixir. This step was crucial and very difficult. Many alchemists failed at this stage. However, for Suchin, it was completely trivial. Without any hindrance, the medicinal properties of all the herbs smoothly merged, forming the elixir. Next was the final step, condensing the elixir. Turn. Suchin's hands danced like flowers, continuously dropping alchemy formulas into the furnace. The bright red furnace began to spin wildly, eventually forming almost a sphere. After about 10 breaths, stop. With a thought, Suchin made the flame suddenly disappear, and the lid of the furnace flew high into the air. 3 crystal clear pills spun out of the furnace and landed in Suchin's hands. Done. The soul returning elixir. Suchin smiled faintly, took out 1 pill, and a wisp of fragrant aroma wafted out, refreshing the mind. This soul returning elixir was one of the best healing pills among the 10th tier elixirs. For martial artists of the general rank and below, it could almost bring the dead back to life, and it had a very strong healing effect for martial commanders. For injuries like Granny Ko's, 1 pill could heal her significantly, and 3 would make her lively again. You made a 10th tier elixir so quickly, and 3 perfect quality pills. Ji Rushue's small face was filled with Surprise, her mouth slightly agape. Brother Suchin, you're so fast and amazing. Quickly take it to save Granny Ku. A strange look flashed across Su Chen's face as he handed all 3 pills to Ji Rushue. Ji Rushue excitedly took the pills and fed them all to Granny Ku. About half an hour later, the old servant kneels to thank Lord Suchin for saving my life. Granny Ku knelt before Suchin, her spirit vibrant, her injuries completely healed. She had witnessed the entire process of Suchin refining the pills, and at this moment her heart was filled with gratitude and shock. Of course, she knew what questions to ask and what not to ask. Get up. Suchin smiled faintly. We should leave here now. Yes. Granny Ku got up from the ground and stood respectfully to the side. Ji Rushue looked at Suchin in confusion. Brother Suchin, where are we going next? Of course, we're going to Eastern City. Suchin's lips curled up, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Ji family won't let it go easily after losing the 2 martial commanders, Tuitai and Ji Kuan. Rather than letting them keep causing us trouble, we should take the initiative to eliminate them all and avenge you. Avenge me? Ji Rushue's small face showed a hint of hesitation, but the Ji family is very strong. I don't want you to take risks, Brother Suchin. Yes, Lord Suchin. Granny Ku couldn't help but say, in the Ji family, characters like Tuitai are just small fries. There are many who are stronger than Ji Kuan, at least 10 or 20. The strongest forces in the Ji family are the 7 elders and the current head, Ji Gu. Each of them is a true martial king. Martial king? That's nothing to be afraid of. Suchin's lips curled into a faint smile. If I reveal my trump card and the Ji family is tied together, who wins and who loses is uncertain. At this moment, in just over 10 minutes, his 5 avatars would be able to reassemble. By then, Suchin would have 7 avatars available for devouring. And once he truly devoured those 7 avatars, who knows how much his strength would swell. Of course, devouring avatars was a last resort. Suchin wouldn't choose to use it unless absolutely necessary. Since Brother Suchin has said so, Ji Rushue's beautiful eyes glimmered with determination. Then let's go to Dongfeng City and take revenge. That's right, every decision I make is well thought out. Suchin nodded with a smile. So don't worry about me in the future. I understand, Brother Suchin. Ji Rushue nodded heavily. Time passed. In Dongfeng City, at Juawu Mountain, in a serene and uniquely designed courtyard, Ji Gu, the head of the Ji family, frowned as he put down the communication jade tablet. The communication jade tablet was a very rare treasure. Its crafting method derived from the Wind Spirit clan of another time and space. Through the jade tablet, Ji Gu had learned of Tuitai's death, Ji Kuan's incapacitation, and Ji Rushue's miraculous escape from Nanlin City. Suchin. If he really is from a hidden ancient clan, then Ji Rushue, this family disgrace, might truly be impossible to eliminate. Ji Ji's frown deepened, and his displeasure grew more intense. In his heart, Ji Rushue had to be eliminated, otherwise, every generation of the Ji family in Dongfeng City would be ridiculed. Moreover, if she were to be exploited by someone with ulterior motives, the Ji family could easily be branded as traitors. It should be noted that signs of a traitor from the Wind Spirit clan had already appeared in certain families, and the entire high level of Blue Star was on high alert. If the Ji family did not take a stand to eliminate Ji Rushue, they would almost be the biggest live target. Damn it! Ji Gu gritted his teeth in anger, smashing the corner of the table with a slap. What exactly is Suchin's background? At that moment, the communication jade tablet lit up and a message came through. Ji Ji's expression changed as he picked it up, and he was instantly overjoyed. The jade tablet displayed a message. After verification by the Ji family's big shots, Suchin was not from the 3 major hidden ancient clans. Ha, great, that's wonderful. Since he is not from a hidden ancient clan, then you all must die. Ji Gu laughed heartily, excitedly slapping his hand down again, smashing another corner of the table. Immediately, he issued an order through the communication jade tablet to pursue Ji Rushue and Suchin with all their might, alive or dead. Once this order was given, a large number of martial generals from the Ji family rushed towards Nanlin City. At the same time, the martial alliance was also furious over Qin Hu's death, immediately ordering the lockdown of the airport and dispatching powerful warriors to Nanlin City to investigate the matter thoroughly. However, they were ultimately a step too late. At this moment, Suchin and the others had already boarded the spiritual energy airship heading to Dongfeng City. Inside the airship, Ji Rushue and Granny Ku were in the adjacent room. Suchin sat in his own room, leisurely sipping tea, while watching the little cultivation figure about to turn completely golden. Can the system be a bit faster? Suchin placed his empty teacup on the table. Look, I've finished my tea. Ding! The sea of cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? Hee, now that's refreshing. Suchin's mouth broke into a wide smile. Quick, let me break through. With Suchin's command, a large amount of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere within his limbs and bones, quickly gathering into a spiritual energy vortex, making it even denser. In an instant, a strange wave spread out. Suchin's cultivation successfully broke through to the advanced martial master realm. TSK, the best part is always when one's own cultivation improves. Feeling the power Within him, Suchin was completely intoxicated. However, practicing martial arts to increase combat strength is equally important. I can't fall behind. With this thought, Suchin took out all the martial arts techniques that Ji Koan had offered. 3 intermediate techniques and 3 advanced techniques. The number was not large, as it was limited by the fact that ordinary martial artists could not practice multiple techniques simultaneously. Not every martial artist could cultivate techniques as freely and limitlessly as Suchin. However, because of this, martial artists chose the best techniques they could obtain. For example, all of Ji Koan's techniques were the best quality among techniques of the same level. The intermediate techniques aren't very useful. Let's look at the advanced techniques first. Suchin smirked, setting the intermediate techniques aside, his gaze falling on the 3 advanced techniques. The Sunfall Black Flame Record, the Giant God Body Forging Technique, and the Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll. These 3 were the advanced techniques obtained from Ji Koan, among which the Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll was clearly a technique that Ji Koan had not yet had the chance to practice. System replaced the Snowless Image with the Sunfall Black Flame Record and replaced the 7-star Hidden Killing Blade with the Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll. As Suchin's thoughts moved, the system immediately provided a prompt. Ding! The Snowless Image has been replaced with the Sunfall Black Flame Record. Ding! The 7-star Hidden Killing Blade has been replaced with the Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll. About a minute later. Ding! The Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll has reached the entry level. Suchin felt a warm current sweep through his body, nourishing and promoting the growth of every muscle. However, perhaps because Suchin's attack level had already reached the Martial King level, the improvement brought by this advanced technique to his attack level was not very obvious. Suchin checked his attribute panel and found that his attack level had not even increased by half. A realm. Wow, I didn't expect the advanced techniques to become ineffective so quickly. Suchin twitched his mouth but soon felt relieved. The top tier techniques practiced by the big shots at the Martial King level were far more profound than advanced techniques. It was completely normal for advanced techniques to have little effect on the Martial King realm. However, if the attack level can't be significantly improved, the other 3-dimensional abilities should be different. Suchin's gaze shifted to the remaining advanced techniques and he ordered, System, replace the Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll with the Giant God Body Forging Technique. Ding! The Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll has been replaced with the Giant God Body Forging Technique. Another minute later. Ding! The Giant God Body Forging Technique has reached the entry level. In an instant, Suchin felt a strange energy surge into his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. Under the nourishment of this power, his muscles, skin, and flesh all received a tremendous enhancement. Indeed, the advanced techniques still provide a significant boost to the other 3-dimensional abilities. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on Suchin's face. Immediately afterward, he began to practice the techniques gifted by Ji Rushue and those obtained from Qin Hu and the others. About an hour later. At this time, the 5 cooling clones had reformed, and Suchin had also practiced the new techniques to the final step. Ding! The Wind Dance Void Technique has reached the entry level. Finally finished practicing everything. Feeling the increasingly powerful force within him, Suchin was excited and beaming. Attribute panel. Name: Suchin Race. Human Qualification Level: Turbid Body Realm Level. Advanced Martial Master Attack Level: Intermediate. Martial King plus Defense Level: Intermediate. Martial Commander plus Agility Level: Peak. Martial Commander plus Stamina Level: Intermediate. Martial Commander plus Mastered Techniques: Infinite Heart Sutra, Snow Blowing Without Trace Diagram, Advanced, Beginner, Falling Sun Black Flame Record, Advanced, Beginner, Wind Dancing the Void Technique, Advanced, Beginner, 7-star Hidden Killing Blade, Advanced, Beginner, Fong Tian Painting Halberd Battle Scroll, Advanced, Beginner, Lotus Leaf Martial Melody Collection, Advanced, Beginner, Ziwu Mysterious Dark Skill, Advanced, Beginner, Solitary Inquiry Phoenix Pattern Sutra, Advanced, Beginner, Mysterious Body Motion Scroll, Advanced, Beginner, Mountain Breath, Advanced, Beginner, Giant God Body Forging Technique, Advanced, Beginner. Some techniques omitted: Activated System Functions, One-Click Cultivation Function, Level 7, One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 7. Clone Dispatch Function, Level 7, One-Click Treasure Seeking Function, Level 7, One-Click Alchemy Function, Level 5, Intermediate Martial King's Attack. Realm. Suchin's face revealed a hint of excitement and a cold smile. Although other attributes are a bit behind, this level of strength is more than enough to serve as an appetizer for the G family. And once I use the ultimate trump card, the Devouring Clone, at the same time on another massive spiritual energy airship. Why is there still no detection result? A plump martial commander from the G family frowned as he sat at a tea table. On the table lay a strange disc of gold and red. This disc was specially crafted by the G family to detect Ji Rushue. However, due to the scarcity of materials, the quality of this disc was poor, and its detection effect was unstable. Each time it detected Ji Rushue's whereabouts, it was at irregular intervals, which was why Ji Rushue had the opportunity to escape for so long. At this moment, it had been more than half a day since the last detection of Ji Rushue's trace. If this time stretched any longer, the chances of Ji Rushue slipping out of control would increase, making the plump martial commander very anxious. Just then, a point on the disc suddenly flickered a few times, revealing an extremely unstable light point. Finally detected Ji Rushue's trace. I want to see where you can escape to. The plump martial commander's expression brightened, and he immediately picked up the disc to interpret the location information of the light point. However, this interpretation instantly left him astonished, because he found that the light point representing Ji Rushue was moving towards Eastern City. What the hell? How could Ji Rushue possibly go to Eastern City? That's the Ji family's home ground. How could she go there to seek death? The plump martial commander murmured in disbelief. What on earth is going on? After being shocked for a long time, the plump martial commander truly couldn't understand why Ji Rushue would choose to head to Eastern City. So, after much consideration, he took out a communication jade tablet. Eastern City, Juewu Mountain. Ji Gu was sitting cross-legged in a quiet room, cultivating. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he took out the communication jade tablet. The information displayed on the jade tablet was the report sent by the plump martial commander. Upon seeing the information on the jade tablet, he was immediately taken aback. Ji Rushue is moving towards Eastern City? Ji Ji's face showed astonishment, then he pondered deeply. With just Ji Rushue, she can definitely escape as far as she can. But now she is going against the tide. Who gave her this courage? That Suchin? Thinking of this, the more Ji Gu thought, the more certain he became, and his expression shifted from astonishment to a cold sneer. Knowing full well that Eastern City is the Ji family's home ground, yet still daring to swagger in? Do you really think that if you can kill 2 of my family's martial generals, you can stand against the entire Ji family? Since you are seeking death, I won't be polite in taking your lives. Ji Gu sneered, then immediately picked up the communication jade tablet to issue orders. Send the order down. Command all dispatched personnel to return to Eastern City. Additionally, send people to the air harbor to strictly search every spirit airship that lands. I want them to know what it means to walk into a trap. After the order was given, the Ji family immediately sprang into action. They began mobilizing the vast resources of the Ji family, preparing to search every spirit airship that was about to land. However, their actions were obstructed by the Martial Alliance's Eastern City branch. At that moment, a Ji family martial artist knelt before Ji Gu to report the news. What on earth is going on? Clearly, that Suchin also killed Chinhu. Why are they stopping me? Upon receiving the news of the obstruction, Ji Ji's expression turned extremely grim. Head of the family, a big shot from the Blue Star main city has arrived. The kneeling martial artist replied tremblingly. They say the Xianyuan Martial Academy has come to recruit students, and Eastern City has been designated as a recruitment site, accepting talented martial artists from all over. Therefore, the Martial Alliance branch specifically notified that they absolutely cannot interfere with the normal operations of the air harbor during this time. Damn it! How could it be so coincidental? Ji Ji's brows furrowed, the anger in his eyes nearly bursting forth. He had thought he could easily capture Ji Rushue and Suchin from the air harbor. But now, it seemed that killing Ji Rushue would be a bit more troublesome. However, Ji Gu quickly calmed down. Even if I can't kill you at the air harbor, taking your lives is just a matter of time. Send the order down. Abandon the search of the air harbor, but keep a close watch on Ji Rushue's movements. Once there is an opportunity, act immediately. Yes. The reporting martial artist bowed and quickly got up to leave. Xianyuan Martial Academy recruitment. Watching the departing martial artist, Ji Ji's expression gradually softened. This is also an excellent opportunity for my Ji family. I hope more people can get in. The Xianyuan Martial Academy is the best martial arts academy on Blue Star. Within this academy, there are the best cultivation techniques, the best cultivation grounds, the most cultivation resources, and the best mentors. The Xianyuan Martial Academy has a history of over 1,000 years and has nurtured countless martial arts powerhouses. Anyone who knows about the Xianyuan Martial Academy wishes to enter and study there. Of course, the conditions to enter the Xianyuan Martial Academy are also very strict. Just the qualification must be above top-notch, which eliminates 99.9% of people. In addition, there are assessments in terms of comprehension and other aspects. If any one of them does not meet the standard, it is destined that they will have no connection with the Xianyuan Academy for life. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The spirit airship was getting closer and closer to Eastern City. Meanwhile, Suchin was completely unaware that the Xianyuan Martial Academy had disrupted the Ji family's plan to wait for the rabbit, causing him to miss the opportunity for a direct confrontation with the Ji family. Of course, even if he knew, he would only coldly smile. With the trump card of the devouring avatar in hand, he could be fearless and unafraid. At this moment, he was filled with excitement as he counted down. What countdown? Of course, it was the countdown for refining the Xianyun Jingyu fire. 3, 2, 1. Suchin pressed down the last finger and excitedly whispered, "Come on." Ding! Xianyun Jingyu fire has been refined. Do you want to receive it immediately? Receive it immediately. Suchin did not hesitate and immediately accepted the Xian Yun Jingyu fire. The next moment he felt a sudden coolness in the palm of his right hand, a feeling of becoming cleaner. It must be that I've gained a flame mark. Suchan's lips curled into a smile as he raised his right hand to take a look, and sure enough, he saw that beside the mark of the azure lotus dragon pattern fire in the palm of his right hand there was an additional mark of moon-white flame. A faint, strange wave was spreading from it, enveloping Suchen's entire body. At the same time, Suchen understood all the characteristics of the Xian Yun Jingyu fire. The Xian Yun Jingyu fire was completely different from the azure lotus dragon pattern fire. The azure lotus dragon pattern fire was purely an offensive flame, while this one was an auxiliary type of. Of course, it didn't mean that auxiliary was inferior to offensive. On the contrary, many auxiliary had effects that were more useful than those of offensive. And the Xian Yun Jingyu fire was a very useful type of. The Xian Yun Jingyu fire could endow two abilities. First, an incredibly powerful purifying force. This purifying force could be seen as a passive ability. It could almost purify all toxins and filth, granting the owner characteristics such as immunity to poisons and dirt. Moreover, it could also purify spiritual energy, increasing its purity, which was extremely useful for breaking through realms and enhancing combat power. At this moment, Suchen felt his spiritual energy gradually becoming purer. The hidden dangers caused by the mixed spiritual energy from taking pills were all swept away. The second ability of the Xian Yun Jingyu fire was breath extinguishment. This ability could extinguish the owner's breath, allowing them to be in a completely concealed state on the breath level. This was almost a divine skill for assassin-type martial artists. At the same time, this function was also the reason why Ji Rushue risked her life to attempt to refine the Xian Yun Jingyu fire. She wanted to extinguish her own breath and escape the pursuit of the Ji family. As expected of, its effects are astonishing. A hint of excitement appeared on Suchen's face. As an assassin, Suchen was very aware of the terror of poison. Although he was very strong now, if he encountered a difficult toxin without an antidote, he would still have to wait for death. For example, the impermanence purple jade poison previously refined by the alchemist Tianxiu, Suchen did not dare to test it himself. Besides highly toxic substances, the power of filth was also very troublesome. Its types were extremely complex, and once contaminated, it was like a maggot in the bone, gradually tormenting the target to death, causing many martial artists to change color at the mention of it. However, now that he possessed the Xian Yun Jingyu fire, whether it was a deadly poison or any filth power, Suchen could directly ignore it. I won't be afraid of any poison in the future. A smile crept onto Suchen's lips as he then stood up and walked to Ji Rushue's room. Little sister Rushue, open the door. Suchen knocked on the door and called softly, looking a bit like a big bad wolf at first glance. Brother Suchen. Ji Rushue opened the door, her eyes filled with joy. Granny Ku then bowed respectfully to Suchen and immediately stood with her head down, looking like she was invisible. I have refined the Xian Yun Jingyu fire. Suchen said with a smile, getting straight to the point. I came to give you breath extinguishment. Really? Brother Suchen is so amazing. Upon hearing that Chen had refined the Xian Yun Jingyu fire, Ji Rushue was instantly filled with admiration. Ha, of course I'm amazing. Suchen laughed heartily, then pointed his finger and a wisp of moonwhite flame appeared. Is this the Xian Yun Jingyu fire? So beautiful. Ji Rushue stared at the flame on Suchen's finger, her big watery eyes sparkling with wonder. Yes, this is the Xian Yun Jingyu fire. I will now extinguish your breath, don't move, it won't hurt. Suchen reassured her, then gently waved, and the Xian Yun Jingyu fire fell onto Ji Rushue. As soon as the moonwhite flame touched Ji Rushue's skin, it immediately formed a faint mark on it. The next moment, the breath on Ji Rushue completely disappeared. If a weaker martial artist were to walk directly past Ji Rushue, they might not even notice her presence. Brother Suchen, you're amazing. They can't find me anymore. Ji Rushue caressed the flame mark, her small face flushed with happiness, smiling like a crescent moon. That feeling of being monitored at all times was truly uncomfortable. Anyone would find it extremely annoying. Now that this feeling had disappeared, Ji Rushue was, of course, overjoyed. Just as the aura around Ji Rushue faded away, a disc on another spiritual airship responsible for detecting her whereabouts suddenly flashed, and the light points on it abruptly vanished. Is there another unstable situation? The plump marshal general glanced at the disc, his brows slightly furrowed. The family head, Ji Gu, had just said to keep a close watch on Ji Rushue's movements, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. He had no way to explain this. However, there was nothing he could do. Who told them that the quality of the disc was so poor? Everything had to be blamed on that artifact master. The plump marshal general pondered silently, then set the matter aside. In his view, it wouldn't be long before that light point reappeared. However, even if he had 100 heads, he would never have thought that Ji Rushue's aura had already been extinguished by Suchen using the Xian Yun Jingyu fire, and that light point on the disc would never appear again. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 hours passed. The eastern city finally appeared at the horizon. As they got closer, the entire skyline was dominated by Eastern City, showcasing its immense size. Besides being larger than cities like Nanlin City, the prosperity of Eastern City was something Nanlin City could never compare. 2. The tall buildings in the city resembled a steel jungle, dense and countless. On the crisscrossing streets, numerous spiritual energy cars flowed continuously, and small spiritual flying vehicles even darted through the sky. Everything looked like a peaceful city of the future. Everything looked like a peaceful city of the future. This is a real big city. Suchin stood by the window, praising. Compared to Eastern City, Nanlin City is completely insignificant. And the Red Maple City stronghold has directly become a rural area. At that moment, a pleasant broadcast sounded outside. It was the usual welcome and instructions for obtaining an identity card. Suchin ignored it and took out a white smiling fox mask to put on his face. Since he didn't plan to confront the G family head on, Suchin decided to hide in the shadows and give the G family a taste of their own medicine. With his face covered and aura extinguished, he no longer had to worry about the G family finding him. After putting on the mask, Suchin approached Ji Rushue's room. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened. "Brother Suchin," Ji Rushue sweetly called out, then obediently walked to Suchin's side. At that moment, she was wearing a white cloak, completely enveloped in her clothing. Granny Ku beside her had also disguised herself, making it impossible to tell what she looked like before. "If everything is ready, let's go." Suchin nodded and led Ji Rushue and her maid down from the airship. Blending into the crowd, Suchin noticed that there were quite a few people disguised like them. "I was worried that this outfit would be a bit eye-catching, but it seems I was overthinking it." Suchin smiled faintly and left the airport with the two of them. "Rushue, do you know where I can sell pills?" Suchin asked softly as they walked. "I have many pills to sell, and I also plan to buy some alchemy materials." Alchemy was a super lucrative business, especially for Suchin, because he didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to prepare the recipes and materials, and he could refine pills in a second. Therefore, Suchin planned to make a hefty profit in Eastern City, using one-click alchemy. The places to buy elixirs are plentiful in Eastern City. Ji Rushue chuckled. "For example, the Jingshin Dan building ahead is one of them. This shop has a good reputation, and Suchin Gij's perfect elixirs can be sold to them with complete confidence." "In that case, I'll follow your lead and go to Jingshin Dan building." Suchin nodded with a smile, then followed Ji Rushue as they walked towards the Jingshin Dan building. Before long, the Jingshin building appeared before them. It was a giant wooden building, several hundred meters high, resembling a skyscraper. Moreover, this wooden building had an ancient charm, clearly indicating its long history and profound heritage. "It looks quite nice. I wonder how the service is." Suchin nodded slightly, and then led the two of them inside. As soon as they entered the hall, the noise around them faded away, as if they were isolated from the chaotic world outside. "Hello, are you here to purchase elixirs?" A young maid in a light-colored uniform approached and asked respectfully. "Sorry, I'm not here to buy elixirs," Suchin replied with a faint smile. "I'm here to sell elixirs." "All right, please follow me." The maid was not surprised, nodded politely, and then led the way. The three of them followed closely behind and soon arrived in a room. Inside, two people were sitting across from each other. One was a silent, middle-aged man waiting patiently, while the elderly man with gray hair, resembling a martial general, was inspecting the elixirs. Upon the arrival of Suchin and the others, the two inside merely glanced at them and then continued their business. "That white-haired elder is elderly, who is specifically responsible for purchasing elixirs. You can sit and rest over there, it will be your turn soon." The maid introduced briefly, then slightly bowed and turned to leave. "Let's sit." Suchin leisurely took a seat in a chair. Seeing this, Ji Rushue ran over and sat beside him. As for Granny Ku, she stood respectfully, with her head bowed. At that moment, elderly and the middle-aged man exchanged a few words and successfully completed their transaction. "It's our turn." After the middle-aged man left, Suchin stood up and was about to step forward. But just then, ha ha ha, accompanied by a loud laugh, a person swaggered in from outside. This person was a big fat man, resembling someone in their 8th month of pregnancy. He was dressed in flashy clothes, adorned with jewels, looking like a vulgar nouveau riche. Elderly smiled and said, "Master Su, hearing your laughter, I knew it was you." This Master Su had sold elixirs many times before, and each time it was a big deal, so Elderly welcomed his arrival. "Elderly, I've refined quite a few elixirs this time. You must give me a good price." The fat man laughed heartily and walked straight to Elderly. "Wait." Suchin's expression turned cold, and he said bluntly, "I was here first. You can stay on the side." "What?" Master Su was taken aback, then looked at Suchin with a cold smile. "By your voice, you can't be over 20, right?" "What grade of alchemist are you? What level are the elixirs on you? Are they all low quality?" "What grade of alchemist I am and what elixirs I sell is none of your business," Suchin replied coldly. "Humph. A young alchemist like you dares to come to Jingshin Dan building to sell elixirs?" Master Su snorted disdainfully. "Do you know that they only accept mid-grade elixirs and above here? Hurry up and take your low-grade elixirs and leave, lest Elderly rejects you, and you lose face." So you're Master Su, huh? A cold smile appeared on Suchin's face. Just because I'm young, you assume I don't have high-grade, high-quality elixirs? That's quite ridiculous. You a snot-nosed brat, could you possibly be a high-grade alchemist? Master Su looked down at Suchin. I estimate that being a third-grade alchemist would be quite good for you. You, a mere low-level alchemist, what kind of valuable pills could you possibly have? In fact, Master Su's assumption was not entirely wrong when applied to an ordinary person. Even Elderly, who was responsible for inspecting the pills, thought the same. A young martial artist who spends most of his energy and time on cultivation, how could he possibly be a high-level alchemist? However, they could never have imagined that Suchin was not only an alchemist but a 10th-grade alchemist. Ha ha ha. Suchin laughed disdainfully. Since you think I have no valuable pills, why don't we make a bet? Bet? Let's do it. Master Su said proudly. No matter what you bet on, do you think I would be afraid of a little alchemist like you? This bet is very simple, Suchin said calmly. Let's compare the total value of the pills we each have. The loser pays. The winner their entire fortune, understand? Their entire fortune. As soon as these words were spoken, Master Su was momentarily stunned, and Elderly's mouth twitched. Is this kid crazy? Comparing the total value of our pills? A low-level alchemist against a high-level alchemist, isn't that obvious? We don't even need to compare to know that the high-level alchemist's pills are worth more. Could this guy be selling pills for some high-level alchemist? That's impossible. Refining pills is so difficult. Who would easily hand over their pills to a young person to sell? A flurry of thoughts flashed through their minds. Then, alright, let's compare that. A cold smile appeared on Master Su's face, confident of victory. He was a well-known 8th-grade alchemist in Eastern City. He was very familiar with the alchemist circle in Eastern City and had never heard of any young high-level alchemist. Moreover, it was unlikely that the other party was selling pills on behalf of someone else. Even if he were, Master Su was not afraid because he had saved up pills for a full 3 months. Wait, young brother, let's forget it. Elderly suddenly stood up with a smile. Since you came first, I'll take a look at your pills. First, there's no need for such a bet. In his view, Suchin, as a mere martial artist, was already lacking in cultivation resources. If he lost his entire fortune due to a moment of impulse, wouldn't he be left to starve? As an elder, he couldn't bear to see that. Moreover, Suchin did indeed come first, so according to the rules, he should inspect Suchin's pills first. Thank you for your kindness, old sir. Suchin, of course, saw through Elderly's intentions and smiled faintly. However, I've made up my mind about this bet. He was determined to teach Master Su, who looked down on others, a lesson. He might as well scrape together some wealth from him, treating it as a side profit. I was going to let you off because of Elderly's face. Master Su snorted coldly, but since you don't know what's good for you, I'll make you lose thoroughly. Don't regret it later. TSK, you really are confident. A faint, cold smile hung on Suchin's face. Come on, take out all your pills, and under the witness of the old sir, let's see who is superior. I'll take them. Out to scare you. Master Su disdainfully raised his nostrils, then waved his hand, and the table was suddenly filled with a dense array of pill bottles. So many! Elderly exclaimed in surprise at the sight. At the same time, his gaze towards Suchin carried a hint of pity. In his view, Suchin was definitely going to lose, because the last time he bought so many pills at once was more than half a year ago. This clearly showed that the quantity of pills was indeed very large. How about it? Are you scared? Too late. Master Su looked at Suchin with contempt. Now, take out your pills. Although your pills are definitely trash, I'm still very willing to accept them. What a narrow-minded view. Are you really so pleased with just this little bit of pills? Open your dog eyes and take a good look at what real abundance looks like. Suchin scoffed, curling his lip, and with a thought, he took out all the pills from his storage space. Instantly, a small mountain made of pills appeared in one corner of the room. Moreover, the peak of this pill mountain was almost touching the ceiling. What is this? A mountain made of pills? Master Su and Elderly's eyes widened in shock, their eyeballs nearly popping out. They truly couldn't believe that such a young alchemist could produce so many pills. How could you possibly have so many pills? Master Su's face was filled with horror, and he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Just then, Elderly suddenly let out a hoarse cry. My heavens! He trembled all over, pointing incredulously at the pill mountain. That is perfect quality pills. Almost all of them are perfect quality pills, and they are just carelessly piled on the ground, not even a single pill bottle. God, is my eyesight failing or is this world going crazy? Elderly's exclamation made Master Su's shock surge even higher. What? Perfect quality pills? Elderly, are you joking? This is absolutely impossible, Master Su said, struggling to believe it as he stiffly turned his head to look closely at the pill mountain. And with that glance, he was instantly struck dumb, his expression blank. This really is perfect quality pills. How could there be so many perfect quality pills? This isn't real. These pills must all be fake. Yes, they are all fake. Master Su screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Although he knew those pills were definitely perfect quality, he just couldn't bring himself to believe it. After all, he had spent his entire life refining pills and had never produced a perfect quality pill. The only time he had refined a top-tier 8th grade pill, he had been happy for a whole 6 months. But now, perfect pills that he could never refine in his lifetime appeared in such abundance. And he just couldn't accept it. You're scared out of your wits over just this little bit of pills? Suchin looked at Master Su with disdain. What a waste, trash. You are the waste. It's impossible that these pills were refined by you. Master Su's eyes turned red and he shouted with all his might. No, you absolutely couldn't have refined so many perfect quality pills. You must have gotten them from somewhere else. You're not wrong about that. Su Shin smirked. Many of these pills indeed weren't refined by me. I knew it. Master Su said with a face that said, I told you so. How could a young man like you possibly refine perfect quality pills? Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Suchin chuckled, continuing, those top-tier, high-quality, and medium-quality pills are indeed not refined by me. I only refine perfect quality pills. You dare to say such big words. Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? Master Su's face turned red, trembling as he pointed at Suchin. If you really can refine perfect quality pills, I'll eat this table. Saying that, he slammed his palm down hard on Elder Li's table. Oh, eat the table? A playful smile appeared on Suchin's face. Then he turned to Ji Rushua. Little sister Rushua, do you want to see the fat man eat the table? I do. Ji Rushua quickly nodded with a smile. For the unreasonable Sudan master, she had long wanted to deal with him. Alright, I'll let him perform for you. Suchin chuckled, then looked at Sudan master with a mocking expression. Fatty, if I refine a perfect pill and you don't fulfill your punishment, then I'll make a hole in your head and stuff the table in. Seeing Suchin's confidence and hearing those murderous words, a sense of foreboding rose in Sudan master's heart, making her shiver. However, it was impossible for her to back down now. If you can't refine it, then you'll eat the table. Sudan master swallowed hard and said fiercely. Ha ha ha. Suchin glanced at Sudan master with disdain. If I lose, not only will I eat the table, but I'll also give you all my pills. Deal. It's a promise. Sudan master was more than happy about that. Suchin no longer looked at Sudan master and directly took out the alchemy furnace. Boom! A round alchemy furnace landed on the ground with a loud crash. Upon seeing this furnace, both Sudan master and Elderly were taken aback. It's actually a 10th tier alchemy furnace. How could this kid have such a precious furnace? What is his background? Could it be that he really is a super strong alchemist? The sense of foreboding in Sudan master's heart grew stronger, while Elder Li's gaze towards Suchin became increasingly shocked. Snap! Suchin snapped his fingers and a ball of black flame appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the alchemy furnace. Because the temperature of the Qinglian dragon pattern fire was too high, Suchin simply chose the slightly weaker Sunfall black flame. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Suchin casually selected a type of 6th tier pill. As he began refining, Sudan master and Elderly widened their eyes. Every move Suchin made was too perfect. There wasn't a trace of flaw to be found. Just watching for a while made Sudan master feel greatly enlightened, and a sense of shame gradually grew in his heart. However, soon his shame turned into a strong sense of humiliation. No matter what, he couldn't believe that all his lifelong efforts were inferior to a young brat. The technique looks fine, but that doesn't mean he can refine a perfect pill. When I refined low-tier pills, my technique was just as smooth, without a single flaw, yet I didn't necessarily produce perfect quality pills. This kid can't possibly refine a perfect pill. Sudan master stared intently at Suchin, a cold smile gradually appearing on his face. The next scene further confirmed his thoughts. He noticed that Suchin had already begun the final condensation step, starting to condense pills. So soon, this batch of pills is bound to fail. Sudan master felt secretly pleased. Humph. He dares to bet with me, simply unaware of his own limitations. On the other side, Elderly was also incredulous that Suchin had started condensing pills so quickly. As a professional pill appraiser, he was also an experienced alchemist. Under normal circumstances, he would need 2 hours to dare to start condensing pills. Condensing them this quickly would definitely result in failure. What on earth is going on with this young brother? Elderly furrowed his brows deeply. Clearly his technique is so advanced and perfect. Yet he's so eager for success? Just then, Suchin pointed his finger and the alchemy furnace stopped spinning, the lid opening automatically. Finished. Refining? No doubt, it must have failed. Sudan master looked at the alchemy furnace with a cold smile. In his mind, he had almost envisioned Suchin handing over the pills with tears in his eyes while eating the table. However, when he saw the pills inside the furnace, the cold smile on his face instantly froze. Inside the furnace lay 5 pills, still radiating warmth. The 5 pills were each crystal clear, without a single flaw, almost like the most beautiful jewels in the world. Perfect quality Yuan Yang gathering spirit pills. And 5 of them. Elderly beside him couldn't help but exclaim, his whole body shaken to the point he could barely stand. At the same time, Master Su's reaction was even more exaggerated. This is impossible. It's only been a few minutes, how could it be successful? How could perfect quality pills be refined, and 5 of them at that? This isn't real, oh heavens, this isn't real. It's all fake, everything is fake. Yes, this is an illusion, it must be an illusion. Who drugged me? Master Su's eyes were dazed, his face blank, trembling all over as if his soul was about to vanish. Slap! Suddenly, a hard slap landed on his face. In an instant, Master Su's plump face became even plumper. It was shiny, as if it would explode with just a poke. Could you please muster the courage to face reality? Suchin slowly withdrew his hand, looking at Master Su with disdain. The sharp pain jolted Master Su awake. He covered his face, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Suchin. You, how dare you hit me? Since becoming an alchemist as his rank rose, Master Su had rarely cared about others' expressions, but now he had actually been slapped. In front of acquaintances, this was an utter humiliation. You keep calling me a wet behind the ears brat and you think I can't hit you? Suchin sneered. Coldly, let me tell you, in the past, I would have dismembered you. You should consider yourself lucky that I only slapped you. I'll kill you. Master Su's temples bulged with veins, his pale fist swung fiercely at Suchin. Stop! Elderly exclaimed, rushing to intercept. In his view, Master Su was a martial general. How could Suchin be his match? However, he was a step too late, and Master Su's fist had already reached Suchin's face. Yet, the next scene left him in disbelief. Mouth agape. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Master Su's fist was easily caught by Suchin. How is this possible? I'm a martial general. Master Su's eyes widened in terror, his hair standing on end. He yanked his arm back but found his fist as if it were pinned down by Mount Tai, unable to move at all. TSK can't take a loss in resorting to violence? Truly vicious. Suchin scoffed disdainfully, then with a twist of his wrist, he slammed Master Su's head hard against the table. No! A piercing scream rang out. Bang! Blood splattered, and Master Su's plump face and nose were instantly flattened. However, Suchin did not intend to take his life. After all, the table hadn't been eaten yet. Now, eat the table immediately. Suchin pressed Master Su's head down firmly, coldly stating, if you can't finish it, I'll do as I said before and make a hole in your head to stuff the table in. No, please. Elderly, save me. Master Su cried out in terror, his soul nearly leaving his body. This esteemed sir. Elderly weighed the situation for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I beg you, for the sake of the tranquil heart pill pavilion, spare him this once. I can spare him, but he must eat the table no matter what. Suchin pushed Master Su to the ground, otherwise his fate will be even worse. Sir, Elderly's face showed difficulty. There's no room for negotiation. Suchin looked down at the terrified Master Su, his cold voice laced with endless killing intent. Seeing this, Elderly immediately shut his mouth. All of this was ultimately provoked by Master Su Dan, so he can be considered to have brought this upon himself. And Suchin was clearly not an ordinary person, just his alchemy skills alone allowed him to roam freely in Eastern City. Such a powerful alchemist, even the owner of the Dan building did not dare to neglect him, so how could a mere appraiser like Su dare to interfere? When Master Su saw that Elderly remained silent, despair immediately washed over him. I'll ask you one last time, will you eat or not? Suchin's indifferent voice was like the final ultimatum from the Grim Reaper. I will eat. Master Su stammered, and as soon as he finished speaking, tears flowed from his green bee-like eyes. How humiliating, how humiliating. A dignified 8th-tier alchemist forced to eat a table. But he had no choice, he didn't want a hole in his head. So, Master Su tremblingly got up from the ground, supporting himself on the table, and began to nibble bit by bit. The table was very hard, and even with his martial general level cultivation, it was not easy to chew. Eat faster. Seeing Master Su moving as slowly as a snail, Suchin immediately shouted coldly, Yes, Master. Su was so frightened that he trembled, and he quickly sped up. 10 minutes later, Master Su finally managed to gnaw through the table. At this point, his face was covered in wood shavings, and his mouth was full of blood, looking utterly miserable. I'm done eating. Master Su murmured, his eyes vacant, and then he turned to walk towards the door. But just then, stop. Did I allow you to leave? Suchin's icy voice came again. Master. Master Su shuddered all over and said tremblingly, I've finished eating. You seem to have forgotten the stakes of the bet? Suchin's lips curled into a cold smile. The loser pays with everything they have, which of course includes everything on you. Ah. Master Su's face turned pale, his mouth trembled again and again. But in the end, he didn't dare to speak. He slowly took off his spatial ring and placed it on the table, then took off his shoes and stripped off his clothes, revealing a body covered in fat. Alright, no need to take off anymore, it's disgusting. Suchin glanced at Master Su and said indifferently, Get lost and don't let me see you again. Why yes. Master Su nodded like he was walking on thin ice, then walked out with a head like a flat-bottomed pot. The next moment, various exclamations erupted outside. Oh my, isn't that Master Su? How did he end up like this? Which big shot did he offend? Humph. Retribution. He's been so arrogant and has bullied others, now he's getting his comeuppance, it's really satisfying. Yeah, this person is despicable. You might not know, he used to threaten the injured to give their daughters to him in exchange for life-saving pills. Wow, that's really disgusting. The person who dealt with him was too lenient, right? Exactly. The crowd's exclamations and discussions fell into Master Su's ears like burning silver needles, almost making him spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, I'll remember all of you. And that Suchin, don't think this matter is over today. I will definitely take revenge, definitely. After roaring a few words in his heart, Master Su left the Tranquil Heart Dan building in utter humiliation. At the same time, in the previous room, elderly, this time you didn't favor that fat man, very good. The reputation of your Tranquil Heart Dan building is indeed impressive. Suchin wore a faint smile on his face, so I've decided to sell all these pills to your Tranquil Heart Dan building. Sell all to us. Elderly couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So many perfect pills, you could easily auction them off. That way, you would definitely get a higher price. I'm too lazy for that. Suchin smiled. If you give me a higher price for these pills, you can take them to auction yourselves. If he chose to auction them, he would have to wait for a time slot, and Suchin couldn't be bothered to wait. With that time, he could have already sold the pills and bought materials to refine even more pills. Since you have such great affection for our Tranquil Pill Pavilion, we will not be polite. Elderly bowed deeply to Suchin. However, you have too many pills, and their value is too great. I will go ask the pavilion master to make a decision. Alright, you go quickly. Suchin waved his hand with a smile and then sat down in a chair to wait. Please wait a moment. Elderly nodded and quickly walked out of the room, not forgetting to close the door to prevent anyone from disturbing Suchin. I wonder how much these pills can sell for, and if it will be enough for me to upgrade my abilities. Looking at the pills on the ground, a strong sense of anticipation rose in Suchin's eyes. Not long after, elderly returned, but this time he was accompanied by a woman. The woman appeared to be around 20 years old, with a slender waist, delicate features, and captivating eyes, exuding an extraordinary beauty. As soon as Ji Rushue saw her, she immediately became somewhat alert. Morong Chanshan, I greet you, my lord. Morong. Chanshan slightly bowed and spoke with a charming smile. I am Su. Suchin smiled and said, You are the pavilion master of Tranquil Pill Pavilion? Indeed. Morong Chanshan smiled sweetly. It is truly an honor for Tranquil Pill Pavilion to receive the favor of Lord Suchin. I am also honored to be received personally by the pavilion master. Suchin smiled lightly and then pointed to the pills on the ground, saying, These pills are what I want to sell to your pavilion, please take stock. Alright, Lord Su. Morong Chanshan looked at the pills following Suchin's finger and was immediately astonished, covering her mouth in surprise. So many perfect quality pills. Lord Su, are all these pills really refined by you? Morong Chanshan was truly stunned. Although she was the pavilion master, she had never seen so many perfect quality pills, and she had never encountered an alchemist capable of refining perfect quality pills. Indeed, all these perfect quality ones were refined by me. Suchin smiled faintly. As for those top grade and lower quality pills, they were not made by me. Heavens! Morong Chanshan looked at Suchin in shock. What rank of alchemist are you, Lord Suchin? I would say I am a 10th rank. Suchin replied, It's just that I have become skilled through practice, and the pills I refine are all of perfect quality. 10th rank alchemist. A true pill king. Moreover, the pills refined by Lord Su are all of perfect quality. Morong Chanshan couldn't help but clap her hands in amazement. Such superb alchemical skills would leave even the lords of the main city of Blue Star speechless and treat you as a distinguished guest. Being treated as a distinguished guest is enough with your Tranquil Pill Pavilion. Suchin laughed heartily. As for the rest, I don't want to think about it for now. Alright, please hurry and take stock of the pills. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Su. Please wait a moment. Morong Chanshan nodded with a charming smile, and then signaled to elderly. Elderly understood and immediately stepped forward to start counting the pills and registering them. Lord Su, may I ask where you are from? Morong Chanshan did not personally count the pills but instead eagerly continued to chat with Suchin. Me? I come from. Suchin replied with a smile. Ji Rushue, seeing this scene, couldn't help but pout her cherry lips. If Suchin were to uncover her cloak at that moment, he would surely see her adorable face filled with worry. About half an hour later, still chatting, Humph. Ji Rushue let out a soft huff, feeling wronged, and one small hand couldn't help but rest on Suchin's waist. Just then, Host, Lord Su, I have finished counting all the elixirs. Oldly straightened up and presented a booklet to Morong Chanshan. You've worked hard. Morong Chanshan took the booklet and handed it to Suchin. No need to look, I trust you. Su Chen smiled faintly and raised his hand to decline. I want to see. Ji Rushue's eyes turned and she reached out her small hand to take the booklet from Morong Chanshan. It's time to assert her presence, or she would soon become transparent. Then, she pretended to flip through it and handed it back to Morong Chanshan. I didn't understand much. I just hope you won't deceive my brother Suchin. So Lord Su's single character is Lang? Morong Chanshan smiled. Lightly, unrestrained and carefree, a good character. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue felt a wave of regret. Oh no, I didn't expect a warning would expose my brother Suchen's full name. Now it's a bargain for others. Ji Rushue, you're so foolish. At this moment, Suchin said, names aren't that important, host is overpraising me. By the way, how much can these elixirs sell for? Is there any discount? Let me see. Morong Chanshan flipped through the booklet. Lord Su, these elixirs are worth 21.66 million low-grade spirit stones. Since most of them are of perfect quality, I'll give you a 20% markup, making it 26 million low-grade spirit stones. 26 million low-grade spirit stones. That's right. Just this price. Suchen nodded in satisfaction, but I only want 22 million low-grade spirit stones. The rest, you can exchange for 10th grade alchemy materials for me. Let's take the materials for the Taishian Ronling Ba Dan. The Taishian Ronling Ba Dan is the best 10th grade elixir among the formulas Suchen currently possesses. A perfect quality one is worth a full 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Alright, Oldly, go get 200 sets of Taishian Ronling Ba Dan materials. Morong Chanshan instructed Oldly, then directly handed a spatial ring to Su Chen. Lord Su, here are 22 million low-grade spirit stones, please count them. I'll do it. Wow, all low-grade spirit stones. Ji Rushue reached out her delicate little hand to snatch the ring, took a glance, and then stuffed it into Su Chen's hand. This scene finally caught Morong Chanshan's attention. She looked at Ji Rushue thoughtfully and couldn't help but smile. Su Chen was unaware of Ji Rushue's little thoughts. With great anticipation, he opened the ring and found it was indeed filled with high-grade spirit stones. TSK, so many spirit stones just carried on her. Morong Chanshan is really a rich beauty. Suchen secretly admired, then stored all the spirit stones into the system. Watching the balance of low-grade spirit stones grow like it had taken hormones, Suchen was overjoyed. Thank you, host, for the premium purchase. Next time I have enough elixirs, I'll sell them to you. Suchen smiled as he returned the ring to Morong Chanshan. Thank you for your favor, Lord Su. Morong Chanshan smiled as she took the ring. This little girl is always waiting for your arrival. During this process of handing back, Ji Rushue could not interfere and could only watch as Suchen's hand briefly touched Morong Chanshan's hand. At this moment, Oldly also returned with the materials. Lord Su, here are the materials you requested. Oldly handed a spatial ring to Su Chen. Very good. Su Chen stored all the materials into his storage space and returned the ring. Ahem. Since the transaction is complete, we shall take our leave. Ji Rushue lightly coughed and grabbed Su Chen's arm to drag him out. Thank you, host, I will take my leave now. Su Chen didn't intend to stay longer, nodded to Morong Chanshan and walked straight out of the Jingxin Dan building with Ji Rushue standing aside as an invisible person. Granny Cook quickly followed after witnessing the scene. Such a mysterious and powerful alchemist. It's a pity I won't have the chance to see his true face. However, judging by the nervous reaction of that little jealous jar beside him, he must be quite impressive. Morong Chanshan sighed with some regret. It was the first time she had taken an interest in a man, yet all she knew was his name. Oldly, notify me immediately when Lord Suchin comes. Next time. Morong Chanshan instructed Oldly and went upstairs without waiting for his response. My goodness, the building master is actually so interested in a man. That's really rare. Oldly was astonished by Morong Chanshan's reaction. She had many suitors, but Oldly had never seen her care so much about a man. She usually couldn't be bothered with them. On the other side, after Su Chen left the tranquil pill tower with Ji Rushue and Granny Ku, his attention was focused on the mysterious black space. A full 22 million low-grade spirit stones. And there are also materials for 200 portions of the Tai Xian Rom Ling Ba Dan. Each portion of material is worth 20,000. Spending a second to refine a pill can earn 15 times back in an instant. So exhilarating. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, give me full power to refine the Tai Xian Rom Ling Ba Dan. Ding. You have obtained Tai Xian Rom Ling Ba Dan *3. Ding. You have obtained Tai Xian Rom Ling Ba Dan *3. Wow, I was wrong. This is not just 15 times, it's a complete 45 times profit. Once all refined, that's 600 pills, with a total value of 180 million low-grade spirit stones. The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes shone brightly, and with his smiling fox mask he looked both eerie and charming. Passers-by nearby kept their distance from him. Does Su Chen brother really love money this much? Over 20 million low-grade spirit stones is indeed a lot, but it shouldn't be to this extent. Ji Rushue's little face was filled with confusion, then a hint of worry appeared. What if a rich beauty like Morong Chanshan wants to support Su Chen brother? What should I do? Ugh, what am I thinking? Su Chen brother would never be someone who could be supported. But what if? Just as Ji Rushue was lost in her thoughts. System, quickly upgrade my one-click cultivation function. Su Chen chose to upgrade the most basic function without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 1 million low-grade spirit stones. One-click cultivation function upgraded to level 8. Cultivation speed increased to 256 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 10 million low-grade spirit stones. One-click Cultivation function upgraded to level 9. Cultivation speed increased to 512 times the base speed. A full 512 times. 1 day of playing equals a genius cultivating for a year and a half. So satisfying. Suchin couldn't help but let out a low, excited laugh, making him look even more eerie. Immediately after, Suchin issued another command. System, upgrade my one-click martial arts function. Ding. Consumed 1 million low-grade spirit stones. One-click martial arts function upgraded to level 8. Practice speed increased to 128 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 10 million low-grade spirit stones. One-click martial arts function upgraded to level 9. Practice speed increased to 256 times the base speed. TSK, a practice speed of 256 times. I wonder what expression those exceptionally talented geniuses will have when they realize that after struggling for half a year, they are still not as good as me enjoying a day of ease? Ha ha ha. Suchin laughed out loud. This made Ji Rushua's face full of worry, even more concerned that Suchin might be taken advantage of. At that moment, Suchin's smile suddenly shifted. He felt several gazes scrutinizing him. At the same time, on a building near the Jingshin Dan Tower, a group of people was fixated on Suchin and his companions. Among this group was a familiar face, Su Danshur, who had been forced by Suchin to eat the table before. At this moment, he was surrounded by several martial generals and an old martial master with a wrinkled face and narrow eyes. If any knowledgeable alchemists saw this old martial master, they would respectfully call him King Jingdan. Indeed, this old martial master was a Dan Wang, the only Dan Wang in Eastern City, Jingqiani. Su Zhifei, are you sure that person possesses the unparalleled alchemical classics of the Wind Spirit clan? Jing Qiani's voice was exceptionally unpleasant, like sandpaper scraping against the ground. Lord Jing, I am certain he truly has the unparalleled alchemical classics. I witnessed the entire process of him refining pills at the Jingshin Dan Tower. His speed in refining pills was so unreasonable that he produced a perfect quality 6th grade pill in less than 10 minutes. And it was a batch of 5. Su Zhifei said passionately, his eyebrows dancing. Aside from the legendary unparalleled alchemical classics from the Wind Spirit clan, I can't think of any other explanation for this phenomenon. In fact, this was already the third time Su Zhifei had said these words to Jing Qiani and the others. The first time he mentioned it, Jing Qiani and the others completely dismissed it as a joke. The second time he spoke, Su Zhifei swore on his life, which finally caught their attention. However, deep down, Jing Qiani and the others still did not believe it. After all, how could anyone produce 5 perfect quality pills in just 10 minutes? It sounded too far-fetched. And now, saying it for the third time, Jing Qiani and the others still found it hard to believe. However, since they had come here, they had already accepted Su Zhifei's words. After all, this guy had no reason to lie. The Jingshin Dan Tower could also confirm his words. Of course, Jing Qiani would not go to the Jingshin Dan Tower to investigate. If he did that, wouldn't it be obvious that he was trying to capture that mysterious alchemist? What kind of fool would do such a thing? Recently, a big shot has come to the Blue Star main city. It's not a good time to act in public. Jing Qiani pondered. We must lure him to a more convenient place to act. Before that, Su Zhifei, you should not appear, understand? Understood. Understood. Su Zhifei hurriedly nodded. I won't show up until that young alchemist takes the bait. That's good, let's go. Jing Qiani waved his hand and led the others to follow Suchin. Humph, little brat. With Lord Jing Qiani taking action, let's see how you die. Watching Jing Qiani and the others leave, Su Zhifei's face revealed excitement and eagerness for revenge. Meanwhile, on the street, Brother Suchin, Ji Rushua said somewhat confused, where are we going now? First, let's find a place to stay. Su Chen smiled faintly. In a few hours, my cultivation will break through. By the way, you and Granny Ka shouldn't fall behind in your training either. Take these pills. Saying this, Su Chen took out dozens of freshly refined Taixian Rong Ling Badan and handed them to Ji Rushua. Brother Su Chen is so nice. Ji Rushua smiled sweetly as she accepted the pills and then shared some with Granny Ku. Thank you, Lord Su Chen, for your generous gift. Granny Ku respectfully bowed to Su Chen before taking the pills Ji Rushua handed her. Alright, let's go. Su Chen turned and walked forward, a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. In just a few hours, he would break through to the peak martial master level. He was really looking forward to it. And just at that moment, just as Jing Qiani and the others were about to approach and speak, they witnessed this scene and their eyes widened in shock. Perfect quality tier 10 elixirs. Oh my, there are dozens of them, all perfect quality. Su Zhifei was right, this mysterious alchemist definitely has secrets. I wonder what methods he used to refine so many perfect elixirs. I must get my hands on them. Jing Qiani and the others exchanged glances, their hearts churning with waves of astonishment. Then, 3 of you, please wait. Jing Qiani quickly caught up to Su Chen and the others, calling out with a friendly expression. Oh, you're here? A non-committal smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He had sensed someone watching him earlier, and sure enough, they had come to him. He and Ji Rushua, along with Granny Ku, slowly turned around to see the other party's appearance. Suchin naturally did not recognize Jing Qianni. However, Ji Rushua and Granny Ku, who were born and raised in Eastern City, would certainly know him. Master Jing Qianni, Granny Ku exclaimed in surprise. As soon as this exclamation left her lips, passers-by turned to look. Soon, a wave of murmurs erupted. It really is Master Jing Qianni, the only Tier King, alchemist in Eastern City. I took the elixirs personally refined by Master Jing during the last Beast-Tide battle. I did too. We are so lucky to have Master Jing in Eastern City. Who says otherwise? But who are those people called by the alchemist? They seemed so mysterious. To be able to interact with the Master Alchemist, they must be extraordinary. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with admiration and respect for Jing Qianni. At the same time, oh, I didn't expect you to know me? What an honor. Jing Qianni and the alchemists behind him were somewhat surprised. Based on their assumptions, Suchin and the others should be from other city strongholds. Otherwise, with his unusual alchemy skills, he wouldn't have just now revealed himself. Master Jing Qianni? Suchin smiled noncommittally. I wonder what you called us for. Ha ha ha. Jing Qianni laughed heartily and said, young friend, I just learned about you from Murong Qianqian, so I hurried to catch up. Well, there are too many people here. Why don't we find a quieter place to talk? Upon hearing this, Suchin smiled slightly, but inwardly he was sneering. He had previously told Murong Qianqian just a guest nearly at the Tranquil Heart Alchemy Tower, and Murong Qianqian understood his hint. She, an elderly, would never turn around and leak his whereabouts. Moreover, Jing Qianni's address of young friend indicated that he did not know Suchin's real name. This also proved that Jing Qianni definitely did not learn about Suchin from the Tranquil Heart Alchemy Tower. With the Tranquil Heart Alchemy Tower ruled out, where else could Jing Qianni have gotten news about Suchin? Of course, it was from Su Zhifei. If he learned about it from Su Zhifei, it must have been Su Zhifei who reported it proactively. This meant that Jing Qianni was someone above Su Zhifei. Analyzing this, Suchin roughly understood Jing Qianni's purpose. He was merely coveting his alchemy secrets. Sounds impressive, yet secretly daring to covet others' secrets. What a pretentious and grandstanding person. A trace of barely noticeable cold laughter flashed in Suchin's eyes. I want to see just how much wealth a Tier King possesses. With this thought, Suchin put on a harmless smile and said, since Master Jing Qianni has graciously invited me, it would be too disrespectful not to go. Ha ha ha. Young friend, you are too polite. Jing Qianni laughed heartily and extended his hand in invitation. Come, let's get in the car and have a good chat at Qianni Pavilion. Following Jing Qianni's hand, two incredibly luxurious spirit cars were parked there. Beside each car stood a servant of martial general level. This spectacle made the onlookers gasp in amazement. Then, let's go, Suchin smiled, taking the obedient and clever Ji Rushue towards the second spirit car. Granny Ko hurriedly followed. Please, my lord. The martial general servant respectfully opened the car door. Immediately, the three of them got into the car under the envious gazes of the passers-by. At the same time, Jing Qianni and his trusted subordinates boarded the first spirit car. Looking at the vehicles behind them through the rearview mirror, Jing Qianni and the others couldn't help but show a hint of excitement and cold smiles. We've got the bait. Indeed, young people have no experience at all. Once he enters our territory, he will be at our mercy. We can do whatever we want with him. The most important thing is to obtain his miraculous alchemy skills. We must get that. Besides acquiring his alchemy skills, we can also lock him up and make him an alchemy machine, working day and night for us. That's a good idea. Let's do it that way. As long as he is in our control, that's all that matters. At first, Jing Qianni and the others felt secretly pleased. Later, they couldn't help but excitedly whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, on the building opposite the Tranquil Heartdan Tower, Su Zhifei also saw with his own eyes Suchin and the others getting into Jing Qianni's car. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. What a bunch of fools. You little yellow-haired brat, once you completely fall into our hands, I will make you taste my most ruthless and cruel methods. Su Zhifei trembled with excitement and then hurriedly left the building, heading towards Qianni Pavilion. An hour later, the two luxurious spirit cars entered a huge independent manor. This manor covered at least dozens of acres, and just the land alone was worth an unimaginable amount in the land-scarce eastern city. The buildings inside were even more luxurious and grand without lacking in layout, clearly crafted by a master. The car doors opened, and the group got out one after another. Young friend, this is my Qianni Pavilion. Jing Qianni pointed to the manor and laughed. How does it look? Not bad, right? Of course it's not bad. Suchin smiled broadly, extremely happy. He was indeed very happy just from this manor. It was clear that Jing Qianni's wealth was considerable. If he could seize it all, he might be able to upgrade one or two system functions. It looks good outside, but it's even better inside. Please. Jing Qianni smiled, personally leading the way ahead. Please. Suchin smirked, holding Ji Rushua's hand and following along. Granny Ko hurriedly followed. The group entered a luxurious hall and took their seats. This environment is quite peaceful, Suchin said with a smile. Now, the Dan King can tell me what you need from me. Ha 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 ha. Jing Qianni laughed heartily. I still don't know your surname, young friend. My surname is Su. Suchin replied calmly. If the Dan King has something to say, just say it directly. So it's Su Xiaoyu. Actually, I want to discuss the mysteries of alchemy with you. Jing Qianni laughed heartily. I learned from Morong Chanqian that you have a very miraculous alchemy skill. I am very interested, so I hope to exchange it for my lifelong efforts. I have quite a few insights in the field of alchemy. If you obtain them, you will surely step into the realm of Dan King, and if I obtain your alchemy skills, I can also reach a higher level. This is a win-win situation. I wonder how you feel about it, young friend? After speaking, Jing Qianni looked at Suchin with burning eyes. First courtesy, then weapons, clever acquisition and grand theft. This is the plan of Jing Qianni. If he could obtain the other party's miraculous alchemy skills without tearing the facade, he would certainly be willing. In his view, the allure of reaching the Alchemy King realm is absolutely immense. After all, that is a figure even the true martial kings must treat with respect. At this level, one is almost standing at the pinnacle of humanity, truly having whatever one desires. How many young people can remain unmoved in the face of such temptation? For instance, the few trusted subordinates beside him are now looking at Suchin with envious and jealous eyes. However, he could never have imagined that Suchin possesses an unreasonable one-click alchemy golden finger. The Alchemy King realm, or even higher alchemical realms, can be easily attained with just a bit of wealth. The mere insights of the Alchemy King hold no attraction for Suchin at all. Moreover, with Jing Qianni harboring ulterior motives, how could Suchin allow him to have his way? Therefore, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your alchemical insights. Suchin wore a faint smile, as if he were rejecting not an Alchemy King, but a trivial character. What? Young man, do you know what you are saying? You actually rejected Alchemy King Jing Qianni? You actually looked down on the Alchemy King's insights? It is your honor that the Alchemy King values your alchemy skills. Exchanging them for the Alchemy King's insights is your opportunity. Yet you are so ungrateful? Upon hearing Suchin's words, Jing Qianni's subordinates were instantly furious, pointing at Suchin and shouting loudly, the Alchemy King's insights. This is a super treasure they have longed for and cannot obtain. Yet Suchin seems completely unconcerned, directly refusing, leaving them at a loss. Don't point at me. Suchin frowned slightly and said coldly, otherwise, I will chop off all your hands and feet. What? A big mouth. Come on, let's see how you chop off my hands and feet. A mere brat, how dare you speak so wildly in Qianni Pavilion, truly ignorant. Several of Jing Qianni's furious subordinates turned red with anger, practically ready to devour Suchin. Shut up. Jing Qianni's hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed through the hall, chillingly cold. The few agitated subordinates immediately closed their mouths in indignation. The entire hall fell silent in an instant, the atmosphere gradually solidifying, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Su Xiaoyu, I am sincerely trying to exchange with you. Jing Qianni looked down at Suchin. You didn't even glance at my Alchemy King's insights before directly rejecting me. Isn't that too disrespectful? He. Your Alchemy King's insights are of no use to me at all. Suchin scoffed dismissively, and my alchemy skills are worth their weight in gold. There is no comparison between the two. Su Xiaoyu, are you being too arrogant? Jing Qianni stood up abruptly, a sharp killing intent bursting from his narrow, old eyes. He had relied on the name of the Alchemy King to reach the peak of his life, turning the tides in Eastern City. Yet Suchin actually belittled his Alchemy King's insights as if they were worthless. As a lofty Alchemy King, when had he ever been treated with such disdain? Faced with such a great humiliation, how could he not be angry? If it weren't for his desperate desire to obtain Suchin's miraculous alchemy skills, he would have already resorted to the most brutal means to torture Suchin. Arrogant? I speak the truth. Jing Qianni, you are overestimating yourself. Suchin remained calm and unhurried in the imposing presence of Jing Qianni, even managing to reveal a hint of a cold smile. Humph. Jing Qianni snorted angrily and said coldly, Su Xiaoyu, I'll give you one last chance. Will you exchange or not? No negotiation. Exchanging endless spirit stones for a pile of dung? Only a fool would do that. Besides, do you think I don't know that Su Zhifei is one of yours? Suchin scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. We've long been enemies. Your so-called sincerity is nothing but empty words. Everyone knows what you're really planning, so why bother performing poorly like a clown? Upon hearing this, Jing Qianni and the others were taken aback. They had never expected Suchin to already know that Su Zhifei was in cahoots with them. Humph. If you had agreed, I might have let you go. But since you refuse my kindness, I won't be polite anymore. Today, you not only have to hand over that miraculous alchemy technique, but you also have to kneel and apologize to the alchemists of Qianni Pavilion. Jing Qianni clapped his hands with murderous intent, and immediately, a rush of footsteps echoed from outside. In the blink of an eye, a junior martial commander led a large number of martial generals into the hall, surrounding it tightly. Su Zhifei also squeezed through the crowd. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that, you little brat? Kneel down and apologize to me. Immediately. Su Zhifei's face twisted, his gaze ferocious. Otherwise, I will make you experience all kinds of torture and then ask Lord Jing Qianni to refine you into 100 refinements human pill so that you can be eaten by others, ultimately turning into a pile of dung. TSK, what a grand display. I'm so scared. Suchin feigned a terrified expression, especially that 100 refinements human pill. Is it really turning a person into a pill? How bizarre, how cruel, it must be so painful. Ah, you guessed right. Jing Qianni looked down at Suchin with half-closed eyes. The human pill is the greatest achievement of my life. This method can refine a martial artist into a pill, enhancing the cultivation quality and level of others. During the refining process, the one being refined will endure endless suffering. Not even the 18 layers of hell can compare. Young man, if you don't hand over your alchemy technique, don't blame me for using the most brutal methods against you. At this point, including Jing Qianni's trusted subordinates, nearly all the martial artists couldn't help but shiver. The 100 refinements human pill was truly too cruel. Anyone who had witnessed the alchemy scene would have nightmares. That's so cruel. I didn't expect the respected king of alchemy Jing to be so hypocritical and foul behind the scenes. Suchin's feigned terror turned into a sneer. But that's fine, this way I won't have any psychological burden when I kill you. What? He actually wants to kill Lord Jing. Qianni, is this little brat blind? Can't he see the situation? He's not blind, he's gone mad. Only a madman would say such shameless things. After a moment of shock, Jing Qianni's subordinates looked at Suchin with cold smiles. In their eyes, Suchin must have been terrified to the extreme to say such thoughtless words. Young man, although you don't have a hint of aura, making it hard for me to see your true cultivation level, Jing Qianni said slowly, but could it be that you three are actually martial commanders? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the alchemy technique and become my slave, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you will experience all the pains of the world. With that, Jing Qianni let out a cold laugh and a massive martial commander aura erupted from him. The warriors and generals who rushed in also unleashed their imposing presence, overwhelming Suchin and the others. However, the next moment, something shocking happened. Under the pressure of so many powerful figures, Suchin and the others showed no reaction at all. Not even a flicker of change crossed their faces. What's going on? He's completely unfazed by our pressure. With 2 great generals and dozens of warriors, even a quasi-general would be scared stiff. The faces of the crowd were filled with intense shock. Jing Qianni's expression changed several times before settling into a cold smirk. In his view, given their youth, they could not possibly be generals. The other two, one was clearly a young girl and the other was an old woman with a slight hunch, could hardly be considered strong. But even so, she could not possibly be a martial king. As long as they weren't martial kings, what was there to fear? Pretending to be calm, Jing Qianni sneered repeatedly, waving his hand. All of you, go. Capture them first. I don't believe we can't pry out the alchemy techniques I want. Capture them. Let them taste our cruelty. Su Zhifei's face twisted with rage as he charged forward, his hatred for Suchin boiling over. Do you really think we are without defenders? Granny Ka let out an angry snort and a powerful general's aura erupted from her. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, their movements freezing. Su Zhifei's face turned pale with fear and he quickly shrank back into the crowd. I didn't expect you to actually have a general-level powerhouse. Jing Qianni's narrow eyes squinted into slits. But what does having one general matter? All warriors, surround Qianni Pavilion. Xian Wushai, you come with me to deal with her. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warrior-level figures retreated to the entrance, surrounding the entire estate tightly, impenetrable. The general surnamed Xian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and together with Jing Qianni, they trapped Suchin and the others inside. In an instant, the hall was filled with a chilling killing intent, the atmosphere dropping to freezing point. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Ruoxue, pour me a cup of tea. Suchin leisurely sat in his chair, casually waving his hand at Ji Ruoxue. Okay, brother Suchin. Ji Ruoxue obediently nodded and picked up the teapot on the coffee table to pour tea. These ordinary 2 sentences fell into the ears of Jing Qianni and General Qian, instantly shocking them like thunder. Suchin, Ji Ruoxue, Granny Ku. Jing Qianni looked at Suchin and the others as if he had seen a ghost. It's actually you 3. Oh, Suchin raised an eyebrow. You know us? Ji Gu and I are sworn brothers. Jing Qianni snorted coldly. How could I not know about you saving Ji Ruoxue? I never expected you to appear before me. It truly is a stroke of luck. TSK, so you're in cahoots with the Ji family. In that case, you should know that Ji Koan was defeated by me. Suchin scoffed. Do you really think you two are our match? You are indeed very powerful. Ji Koan, possessing peak general strength, was defeated by you, while we are just 2 junior generals? Jing Qianni sneered confidently. But do you really think our strength is that weak? Today, I will show you just how terrifying my power as a Dan King can be. With that, he immediately took out a pill and swallowed it, and General Chen did the same. The next moment, a massive aura comparable to a peak general erupted from both Jing Qianni and General Qian. Ha ha ha. Suchin, are you scared now? Jing Qianni laughed wildly. You Can defeat a peak martial general, but can you defeat us two peak martial generals? I advise you to kneel and surrender immediately. Hand over your alchemy techniques. Then take the control pill I refined and become my slave. In that case, I will let you live. Taking pills to enhance strength? I thought it was a rather novel method. Suchin calmly took a sip of tea and said lightly, to suddenly enhance so much strength with a pill, the side effects must be severe, right? The side effects are indeed very serious. But compared to your alchemy skills and your precious slave, it's worth 1,000 times more. Jingqian's narrow old eyes revealed a greedy look. I don't want to waste words with you. Hand over the alchemy techniques immediately and become my slave. I also don't want to waste words with you. Suchin took another gentle sip of tea. Hand over all your wealth before I finish my tea, and I will grant you a quick death. Still unable to see the situation clearly, truly seeking death, Jingqian completely lost his patience. His expression turned cold and he was about to make a move. But at that moment, a series of terrified shouts suddenly came from outside. Who is it? Who dares to break into Qianyi Pavilion? So strong, they are so strong. No, don't kill me. The terrified cries and pleas for mercy continued endlessly, like drums beating loudly, deafening. Jingqian and Xian Wushai's expressions changed, their gazes fixed, frowning as they looked outside. They saw 7 figures in white robes and masks crazily slaughtering the martial artists of Qianyi Pavilion. No matter the realm of the martial artist, they all fell like wheat being cut down, with no power to resist at all. In an instant, the screams and pleas for mercy from outside became sparse. Help! Lord Jingqian! Su Zhifei rolled and crawled into the hall, his face filled with terror and despair. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared behind him as if teleporting. Swish! The sword light flashed like thunder, and in an instant, it severed Su Zhifei's 5 limbs. Terrified, Su Zhifei immediately felt his hands and feet were no longer under his control. What's happening? Why can't I move my hands and feet? Endless fear and questions surged in Su Zhifei's mind. But the next moment, all his questions vanished, replaced entirely by fear and despair, because he felt intense pain radiating from his limbs, and then his body uncontrollably fell forward. Thud! Su Zhifei crashed heavily to the ground. His arms and legs scattered like building blocks, and bright red blood sprayed out from the wounds. It hurts. My legs. My hands. Su Zhifei's face twisted, screaming hysterically, sounding as if his lungs were about to burst. Screaming worse than a pig. Kill him. Suchin waved his hand lightly, and the white-robed figure struck down with a sword. The screams abruptly stopped, and Su Zhifei was decapitated. At the same time, the commotion outside completely disappeared. The entire Qianyi Pavilion estate fell into utter silence, not a sound to be heard. Pat, pat. A series of footsteps approached. The other 6 white-robed figures entered the hall together, joining the one who had come to stand behind Su Chen. Seeing the scene, Jingqian and Xian Wushai's pupils shrank, a strong sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Because when the white-robed person made a move, they could hardly see the other's actions. Gulp! Who are you? Jingqian nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How dare you wantonly slaughter the people of my Qianyi Pavilion in the eastern city? Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the entire city? What does slaughtering your Qianyi Pavilion matter? Suchin scoffed, playing with his teacup. Before long, I will also go to slaughter the Ji family. Slaughter the Ji family? You really are delusional. Do you know that the Ji family is a true martial king family? Jingqian gritted his teeth. You are indeed strong, but in front of the Ji family, you are simply not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. A cold smile curved Su Chen's lips. Then let me show you whether we are worth mentioning or not. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! 7 terrifying martial king-level auras soared into the sky, almost flipping the roof off. What? All of them are martial kings. How is this possible? This can't be. Jingqian and his companions' faces changed dramatically, horrified and speechless. Their hearts felt like they were about to collapse. They knew that those 7 masked figures in white were strong, but they never imagined they were actually 7 martial kings. Moreover, these 7 martial kings were all standing behind Su Chen like subordinates. My god! To know that a martial king-level expert is an elder in the Ji family. If martial kings are acting as bodyguards, how terrifying must Su Chen's background be? Look at you. Su Chen stood up, sneering. Are we not worth mentioning? Thud. Xian Wushuang suddenly trembled all over and knelt down on the ground. Lord Su Chen, I was forced by Jingqian. Xian Wushuang, both terrified and excited, bowed down. He tricked me into taking a poison pill. That's why I served him. I didn't mean to be your enemy. I beg you to kill Jingqian. Please save my life. Xian Mingwu. You bastard, do you want to die? Jingqian shouted in shock and anger, never expecting Qian Mingwu to turn against him directly. Get the hell out of here. I'd rather go to hell with you. Xian Wushuang, also known as Qian Mingwu, roared with bloodshot eyes. You old bastard with countless sins. How many innocent martial artists have you harmed for refining human pills? Even I was just a material for your breakthrough. If it weren't for your collusion with the Ji family threatening my family, I would have long gone down with you. His voice was heart-wrenching, filled with an unknown amount of hatred. You, dog, do you think I dare not kill you? I'll kill you right now. Jing Qian's face turned red with rage and he immediately waved his hand, a cloud of blue smoke merging into the air. Ha ha ha, if you kill me, Lord Suchin will avenge me. Not just you, but also the Ji family who are in cahoots with you. With Lord Suchin's ability, you all will die. Ha 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 ha. Qian Wuxuan laughed wildly, looking insane, his laughter sharp, desperate yet filled with exhilaration. Ha! At this moment, Jing Qian suddenly calmed down. Want to kill me? A cold smile crept back onto his face as a dignified pill. King, how could I not have means to deal with martial kings? Saying this, Jing Qian's narrow old eyes fixed tightly on Suchin. Do you think that blue smoke just now was meant to kill Qian Wuxuan? No, that was a means against you martial kings. That is the 10,000 turn blue sun spirit poison. You are too careless. You had no precautions from the beginning to the end. Now, as long as you dare to use spiritual power, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. As soon as these words came out, Qian Wuxuang's face changed drastically. He had dared to turn against them precisely because Suchin and the others were strong. If Suchin and the others were affected, wouldn't they all be doomed? No, this isn't true. You must be trying to scare me. Qian Wuxuang's eyes widened and he immediately attempted to use his spiritual power. In the next moment, a multitude of blood spots suddenly appeared on his body. These blood spots were continuously expanding, rotting, and looked extremely terrifying. It's over, I've really been poisoned. Qian Wuxuang's voice trembled. His face filled with despair. Do you see that? This is the Wanzhuan Lanyang spirit poison, the deadly poison I created. Jing Qian grinned maliciously. At Suchin, you can kill me now, but after you do, you will never be able to obtain the antidote. Without the ability to use spiritual power, what difference is there between you and trash? It wouldn't be worth it to become trash just to kill me, right? But now, I don't want your alchemy skills anymore. Just let me go, and I will definitely give you the antidote. Let's pretend today's misunderstanding never happened and I will leave Dongfang City. We will never meet again. My conditions are that simple. It's not hard to decide, is it? By the end, Jing Qian's expression was almost one of unrestrained confidence. Humph. Jing Qian, do you really think you have us at your mercy? Suchin scoffed disdainfully. Today, there's no way you're leaving alive. As he spoke, Suchin focused his mind and 7 clones simultaneously raised their right hands, a vortex of spiritual energy appearing. If you dare to use spiritual power, you're dead. Jing Qian sneered coldly, looking at Suchin as if he were a dead man. But in the next moment, the cold smile on his face gradually froze, because he realized that there were no signs of poisoning on Suchin at all. How is this possible? Jing Qian shouted in disbelief. My Wanzhuan Lanyang spirit poison has never failed. What is going on? Do you know that there is a type-of called Xianyun Jingyuhua? Suchin smirked, and a moonwhite flame appeared out of thin air, landing on Qian Wuxuan. In an instant, the blood spots on Qian Wuxuan began to heal and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianyun Jingyuhua, invulnerable to all poisons. Qian Wuxuan was shocked, then filled with endless excitement and joy. Thank you, Lord Suchin, for curing my poison. Thank you for saving my life. That trace of Xianyun Jingyuhua not only removed the Wanzhuan Lanyang spirit poison from him but also eliminated the deadly poison Jing Qian used to control him. From now on, he was completely free from Jing Qian's control, which made him ecstatic. In contrast to Qian Wuxuan's elation, Jing Qian was trembling with fear. How could this happen? Heaven, why are you doing this to me? Why do you have Xianyun Jingyuhua? Jing Qian screamed hysterically, almost on the verge of a mental breakdown. The Wanzhuan Lanyang spirit poison was his last trump card, his final hope for a comeback. But now, his last hope was shattered. All that was left for him was endless despair and fear. Under the threat of death. Jing Qian, do you want to die quickly? Suchin smiled faintly, slamming the teacup down on the table. While my tea is still not finished, bring out all your wealth. No, I, the Dan King Jing Qian, will never submit to you. Jing Qian shouted like a madman. Even if you kill me, don't think you can get all my wealth. Lord Suchin. Qian Mingwu suddenly laughed from the side. I know where his wealth is hidden. After he controlled me, he never guarded against me. He even took me to his treasure trove, treating me as an object of bragging. As soon as he said this, Jing Qian's eyes widened and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Suchin laughed wildly. In that case, I can punish this old dog to my heart's content. Suddenly, he had a thought, and 2 white-robed clones vanished in the blink of an eye. Ah! Jing Qian screamed. In terror, his hair standing on end, his scalp feeling like it was about to explode. The next moment, boom! One clone punched him in the dantian, the terrifying force bursting through his back, stirring up a whirlwind. Puff! My spirit core! Jing Qian spat blood, his eyes wide open, his divine light dimmed. He had been crippled. But before he could recover from the blow of being crippled, 2 invisible forces landed on his legs. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed, and excruciating pain instantly engulfed Jing Qian's entire body. Ah ah! Suchin, you won't die a good death. Jing Qianni knelt directly on the ground, his face twisted, cursing in agony. You dare to curse me at this point? Suchin's lips curled into a cold smile. Give him a slow death. Swish swish. The two clones simultaneously drew out their sharp long swords. The gleaming blades reflected a cold light, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop significantly. No, you can't do this. Upon seeing this scene, Jing Qianni's fear instantly overshadowed his hatred. However, no one cared about his pleas for mercy. Swish. A flash of sword light passed. A bloody wound appeared on Jing Qianni's chest. Swish. Before Jing Qianni could scream, another sword light fell, cutting a long scar on his back. Swish 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 swish. The two clones moved at lightning speed, the fierce sword light continuously descending. In an instant, every inch of Jing Qianni's skin was covered with horrifying sword wounds. A large amount of blood stained Jing Qianni's tattered clothes, flowing onto the ground, pooling into a glaring puddle of blood. Stop, stop. I know I was wrong. Suchin. Lord Suchin. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please, give me a quick end. Jing Qianni screamed in agony as if he had fallen into a hell of knives, begging for mercy. But Suchin remained indifferent. For such a great villain like Jing Qianni, killing him directly would be too merciful. Even the slow death in Qian Mingwu's eyes was still not enough to make Jing Qianni atone for his sins, because he had truly harmed too many people. Just the number of people he had alive and turned into spirit pills was well over hundreds. Kill me. Suchin, you bastard, you have the guts to kill me. Seeing that Suchin ignored his pleas for mercy, Jing Qianni immediately began to curse with a twisted expression, trying to provoke Suchin into killing him directly. But his clumsy provocation was of no concern to Suchin, who even felt like laughing a bit. Continue, give him 1,000 cuts. Suchin smiled lightly. Then, we will start a new show. New show. No. Suchin, you can't do this. My skin, my flesh, my bones. Half an hour later, the disfigured Jing Qianni, in pain and unwillingness, took his last breath. Ding. You have obtained a space ring *1, low-grade spirit stones *2362333, medium-grade spirit stones *225666, high-grade spirit stones *3656, jade balance condensing green emperor pill *12. Wow, so many spirit stones. How many digits would that be if converted to gold? The wonderful system prompt made Suchin unable to help but open his mouth wide. He quickly calculated that these spirit stones converted to gold would amount to nearly 6.15 billion. This fortune, it's already 50 times that of Ji Cohen. Damn, no wonder he's the #1 alchemist in Eastern City. He actually saved so many spirit stones. Suchin was so excited that he couldn't help but click his tongue, and this is not even his entire fortune. Thinking of this, Suchin immediately looked at Qian Mingwu. Chen Wushuang, you said you know where Jing Qianni's treasure is, right? Yes, Lord Suchin. Qian Mingwu's expression was grateful and respectful. I will take you there right away. Then let's go. Suchin stood up eagerly, his face full of excitement. My lord, this way. Qian Mingwu bowed and then led the way ahead. Suchin and the other three quickly followed behind. Before long, the group appeared in a huge underground chamber beneath Qianni Pavilion. This underground chamber was extremely vast, occupying a full 5 acres. In the center of the chamber stood a 2-story high black alchemy furnace, from which a nauseating smell of blood wafted. This is the furnace Jing Qianni uses to refine human pills. Qian Mingwu took a deep breath and said tremulously, those warriors were thrown in alive, combined with other strange materials to refine into human pills. Jing Qianni has an exceptionally perverse and brutal hobby. He always chooses beautiful young girls first when refining human pills. Jing Qianni's crimes are simply too numerous to count. Ji Rushue clenched her small fists in anger. Even if he dies 1,000 times in pain, it wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. Once this matter is settled, I will turn this estate upside down. I want to expose Jing Qianni's hypocritical facade, making him despised by the world, unable to rest in peace. Suchin smiled faintly and turned to Qian Mingwu. By the way, where did those victims he used for alchemy come from? Some were deceived by him, and some were sent by the Ji family, all of them top-quality talented individuals. Qian Mingwu swallowed hard and said, the Ji family and Jing Qianni are in cahoots. Many of their family members have gone looking around. There were spirit stones, heavenly materials, treasures, and weapons, everything one could imagine. They're all mine now. Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his hand, storing all the items into his storage space. Ding! You have obtained low-grade spirit stones *236126, mid-grade spirit stones *323223, high-grade spirit stones *2656. TSK spirit stones worth 3 billion gold coins again, and there are various alchemy materials, heavenly materials, and alchemical classics. Suchin's face revealed an unmistakable excitement. Immediately, he stored these spirit stones into the system. In an instant, the balance of low-grade spirit stones in the system skyrocketed to a staggering 9-digit number, 123467757. Ha ha ha, over 12 million low-grade spirit stones. System. First upgrade the clone dispatch and one-click treasure hunting functions. Suchin was filled with excitement and immediately issued the upgrade command. Ding. Consume 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Clone dispatch function upgraded to level 8. Number of clones +1. Ding. Consume 10 million low-grade spirit stones. One-click treasure hunting function upgraded to level 8. Number of treasure hunting flying squirrels increased to 256. In an instant, a purple little figure condensed again in the mysterious black space. At this moment, Suchin's number of clones had reached a total of 8, each possessing the same powerful abilities as him. This had unknowingly increased his real combat power by an unknown amount. At the same time, the number of treasure hunting flying squirrels doubled, bringing great benefits to Suchin. After activating the one-click alchemy function, Suchin's alchemy materials were always in short supply. With the one-click treasure hunting upgraded, the materials collected doubled directly, which also invisibly increased his alchemy profits by a factor of 2. So refreshing. And there are still over 100 million low-grade spirit stones left unused. Suchin's eyes sparkled with intense excitement. System. Upgrade the one-click cultivation function. Ding. The current amount of funds consumed for the upgrade system is too large. The unit low-grade spirit stones has been replaced with mid-grade spirit stones. Ding. Consumed 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. One-click cultivation function upgraded to level 10. Cultivation speed increased to 1024 times the base speed. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-click cultivation function to level 10. You have received the bonus function Sea of Consciousness, which allows for mental cultivation. Wow. Wow, wow. Mental cultivation. Isn't this a special cultivation that only martial kings can perform? Suchin's eyes suddenly shone with astonishing light. The mind is even more important than the body. Once the mental power is strong, it can bring countless benefits. Just the perception of the mind can be immensely useful. Moreover, possessing powerful mental strength allows one to control a stronger body and stronger attribute energy. Furthermore, mental power can be used directly as an offensive means, attacking the enemy's soul directly, making it nearly impossible to defend against. In situations where the enemy's soul is significantly weaker than one's own and lacks mental protection, it could even kill the opponent with just a glance. This is simply a case of whoever is stared at dies. Incredibly powerful. Of course, mental cultivation is not that simple. To cultivate the mind to the point of being able to kill with a thought is even more difficult. First, a martial artist must reach the martial king level to actively cultivate mental power. But how many people can become martial kings? Even the G family, which almost dominates the eastern city, has only 7 or 8. Therefore, just becoming a martial king is a challenge for the vast majority of people. Secondly, mental cultivation also requires talent. It can be said that the vast majority of martial kings have poor mental aptitude. They struggle to maintain the normal mental strength required for their current realm. Some martial kings have such poor mental aptitude that they can only passively rely on their physical bodies and treasures to nourish and strengthen their minds. The speed of enhancing mental strength is heartbreakingly slow. If one's mental strength lags behind, it will hinder the breakthrough of cultivation levels. This shows how difficult and important mental cultivation is. However, for Suchin now, engaging in mental cultivation is completely effortless. As long as he wishes, he can start mental cultivation at any time. Moreover, the speed of cultivation is equivalent to the one-click cultivation function, a staggering 1024 times that of a flawless talent. This is going to make me explode with joy. Suchin gasped in excitement, his fingers trembling. System. Activate mental cultivation immediately. Boom! A wave surged in Suchin's mind. In the pitch-black sea of consciousness, a strange white halo suddenly formed. Countless threads hung down from the white halo, rippling endlessly, eventually merging into the dark sea of consciousness. But upon closer inspection, one could see that those countless threads were actually emerging from the dark sea of consciousness and being absorbed by the white halo. At the same time, the white figure representing automatic cultivation suddenly gained an additional white halo behind its head. A flood of information surged into Suchin's mind, and he immediately gained insight. It turned out that when the white halo completely transformed into gold, it would signify the advancement of mental strength. Through a certain technique, Suchin learned about the 3 levels of mental strength: mind, mist condensation, and thought sea. These correspond to the normal mental strength levels of the 3 powerful realms: Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Venerable. As for higher levels, he had yet to see any relevant descriptions in any techniques. At this moment, his mental strength level was at the mind realm. At this level, he could already project his mental strength outward, detecting the environment within a radius of hundreds to thousands of meters. Within this range, everything was crystal clear, and no movement could escape the detection of his mental strength. Beyond this range, it was like having several thousand degrees of nearsightedness. The farther away, the blurrier it became, until nothing could be seen. Let me see how clearly I can see. Suchin smirked, radiating his mental strength, and instantly the entire underground space was imprinted in his consciousness, exceptionally clear. This ability to control the surrounding movements truly gives a sense of security. Suchin took a refreshing breath. Unfortunately, my mental strength level is still too low. I can't affect reality, can't manipulate objects, and certainly can't kill. However, if I complete my first breakthrough in mental strength, my level will reach the mist condensation realm. At that time, I will be able to showcase even more marvelous abilities. Thinking of this, Suchin showed an expression of anticipation. System, how long will it take for me to advance to a higher mental strength realm? Ding. Host, your mental strength only needs 7 days to break through to the mist condensation realm. Ha ha ha. According to the description in that technique, an ordinary martial king would need at least several decades to cultivate their mental strength to the mist condensation realm. Suchin's eyes couldn't help but shine with immense excitement, and I only need 7 days. Truly worthy of the 10-24 times cultivation speed. It's so exhilarating. Brother Suchin, are we leaving here next? Ji Rushua looked at Suchin with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Suchin had started to space out again, such a bad habit. Granny Ku and Qian Ningwu also didn't know why Suchin was dazed, but they didn't dare to ask. Aha, yes, we are leaving here. Suchin laughed heartily, but before we leave, we need to leave a little gift for those bad guys from the Ji family. What gift? Ji Rushua asked curiously. As I mentioned before, Suchin smirked. I want to turn this place upside down, let this sinful land bask in the sun, and let everyone know the bad deeds the Ji family has been doing in secret. So that's how it is. Ji Rushua nodded heavily. Then brother Suchin, hurry up and take action. Suchin smiled slightly, waving his hand, and 8 clones appeared in the 8 directions of the underground space. Giant God Body Forging Technique. With a thought, Suchin's 8 clones immediately activated the secret technique of the Giant God Body Forging. Their bodies began to swell wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they reached a height of 10 meters. Their clothes were torn to shreds. Of course, Suchin used the falling sun black flame to cover up, so there was no exposure. Looking at the 8 giants towering over 3 stories high, Ji Rushua and the others were all shocked and horrified. This was definitely one of the most unforgettable scenes they had ever witnessed in their lives. Ha ha, turn over the earth above us. Suchin laughed heartily. And with a command, the 8 clones immediately pushed against the ground above, unleashing terrifying martial king power. In just 1 second, a massive crack opened in the ceiling of the underground space. 3 seconds later, the crack continued to spread, connecting the 8 giant clones as nodes, and the entire underground ceiling became a loose lid. Rise! Suchin waved his hand, and the 8 giant clones flexed their muscles and exerted force. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from the feet of the giant clones, and the ground instantly cracked. The ceiling, which was 5 acres wide, flew into the air like foam, then flipped over and smashed down hard onto the ground nearby. Ji Rushua looked up. Amidst the swirling dust, blinding sunlight streamed in through the massive opening, dispelling the darkness of the underground space. At that moment, Suchin flicked his thumb, drawing his sword, and inscribed lines of the crimes of Jing Qianni and the Ji family onto the enormous alchemy furnace. But soon, he realized that such a large furnace was not enough to write everything. Truly beyond words. Suchin clicked his tongue repeatedly, then finished the last line on the ground. Those guilty in the Ji family, clean your necks and wait, your day of atonement will come soon. Alright, let's go. Looking at the writing on the ground, Suchin smiled faintly and then quickly left with the 3 of them. Just a short while after they left, the residents of Eastern City were drawn by the enormous commotion and rushed to the vicinity of Qianni Pavilion. What the hell? What's going on? The earth has turned over. My god, look, all the buildings of Qianni Pavilion have been flattened. What happened? Did the Alchemy King blow up the furnace? Blow up your sister's furnace? Can a furnace have such power? This is true mountain moving strength. Heavens, what on earth is going on? Why do I see so many corpses over there? Oh no, I see it too. What on earth happened at Qianni Pavilion? So many people died. My goodness, who dared to be so ruthless, not only killing people but also turning their territory upside down? I wonder if the Alchemy King is okay. I want to go in and take a look. I wanted to, but I'm afraid the one who did this is still around. With such a huge commotion, they should have left. Let's go take a look. After a flurry of discussions, the crowd cautiously ran into the ruins. Soon, they discovered the alchemy furnace in the underground space. Moments later, a shocking news swept through Eastern City like a tornado. Alchemy King Jing Qianni and the Ji family were utterly inhumane, secretly using martial artists to refine human pills to enhance their qualifications. This news caused an uproar throughout the city, and everyone was discussing the matter. Moreover, relatives of the victims came forward to confirm. For example, a certain genius daughter went to a Ji family stronghold and then disappeared. A certain genius son went to Qianni Pavilion to seek pills but never returned, vanishing without a trace. Such incidents were countless. The reputation of the Ji family in Qianni Pavilion was increasingly questioned, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, in the core area of Eastern City, within the luxurious residence of the Ji family, a senior martial commander was kneeling at Ji Ji's feet, trembling as he reported the news. What? Jing Qianni is dead and Qianni Pavilion has been flattened. How is this possible? Although Jing Qianni was only a martial commander, his methods were incredibly strange. How could he possibly be defeated? Ji Gu murmured in deep sorrow, not even noticing the teacup in his hand fall to the ground. Jing Qianni had a special relationship with him, they were practically closer than brothers. Almost all the pills Ji Gu consumed were refined by Jing Qianni. Without Jing Qianni, he could never have reached the peak martial king realm at this age. But now, Jing Qianni was dead. What a significant blow this was to him. He was counting on Jing Qianni to break through to martial emperor. Find out for me. You must find out who did this. You bastard, how dare you kill my brother and leave a message telling us to clean our necks? Simply audacious, utterly arrogant. Ji Gu, heartbroken and furious, shouted, I will tear you to pieces to honor my brother's spirit in heaven. Master, about the refining of human pills. The senior marshal commander cautiously raised his head and asked, do I need to teach you this? Ji Gu glared with blood-red eyes at the messenger marshal commander. Are you all this useless? And no. The senior marshal commander quickly bowed. I understand, I know what to do. If you know, then hurry up and get out. Ji's voice was chilling. Are you waiting for me to kill you? Yes. The senior marshal commander trembled as he rolled out of the study. He knew that if he was even a moment too slow, Ji Gu would really kill him because he was truly that brutal. After the senior marshal commander left, Ji Gu took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within him. At that moment, another martial commander arrived at the study door. This martial commander was the plump one who had previously tracked Ji Rushue's whereabouts on the spiritual airship. Master. The plump martial commander stood at the door, trembling, not daring to enter. Just speak. Ji Gu frowned. Have you found Ji Rushue's whereabouts? Replying to the master, the plump martial commander was sweating profusely. Since Ji Rushue's trail disappeared last time, she has not appeared again. However, I can be sure they have already arrived in Eastern City. But recently, due to the enrollment of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, there have been particularly many people coming to Eastern City. We can't find them. Just by monitoring the airport with those martial masters and generals. Not found. All useless. Ji's face suddenly turned angry. What use are you to me? Ha! Master, please spare me. The plump martial commander was so frightened that his legs went weak and he directly knelt down, prostrating on the ground. Get out. Ji's expression was as dark as water. If you can't find Ji Rushue and that Suchin's whereabouts within 3 days, you can go to the family punishment room and accept your punishment. Upon hearing the words family punishment room, the plump martial commander trembled all over, his face showing fear. The Ji family's punishment room was not an ordinary one. Even a martial commander would have to shed a few layers of skin to come out. And the detection disc he controlled had not detected Ji Rushue's whereabouts for so long, as if it were broken, which filled him with immense fear. However, he had no way out and could only resign himself to fate. Yes, master, I will continue to pursue Ji Rushue's whereabouts. The plump martial commander trembled as he bowed 3 times, then left Ji's study with unsteady steps. Meanwhile, at the Eastern City Martial Alliance Eastern building, the Eastern Tower is even more grand and imposing than the Martial Alliance Tower in the Red Maple City stronghold. From a distance, it looks like a terrifying mountain blocking a large part of the sky. The tower has 366 floors. A tall man in a purple robe with bronze-colored skin and an imposing presence stands frowning in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. This man is Chaozhua, the guardian of the Eastern City Alliance. On the sofa behind him, a pale-faced man with dark circles under his eyes, comparable to a smoky makeup, is toying with an unconscious woman. This is his only son, Chao Zihan. In the room, besides Chaozhua and Chao Zihan, there is also an elderly martial artist in a red robe, standing with his head bowed. Yu Wushai, have you found anything? Chaozhua asked with a grim expression. As a giant in the Eastern City, Chaozhua has formed a strong alliance with the Ji family, firmly holding the entire Eastern City in his grasp. The killing of Jing Qianni and the destruction of Qianni Pavilion not only caused him significant economic losses but also a heavy blow to his reputation. Although the matter of the refining human pill did not involve him, the other party's blatant destruction of Qianni Pavilion within the city was utterly contemptuous and audacious. How could he, Chaozhua, show his face in the Eastern City Alliance? Therefore, he immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. His subordinates were quite efficient and they have now brought back the investigation results. Yes, Guardian. Yu Wushai replied respectfully. After our investigation, we found that Jing Qianni had contact with 3 mysterious individuals before his death. These 3 mysterious individuals seem to have had a conflict with the alchemist Su Jifei from Qianni Pavilion, and Su Jifei suffered a great loss. After leaving the Jingxindan building, they were called by Jing Qianni, but Su Jifei was not present at that time. Then, there was a conversation and Jing Qianni invited the 3 to get in the car and go to Qianni Pavilion, and shortly after, Qianni Pavilion was destroyed. Then those 3 are the murderers. It must be them. Chao Zihan, who had been toying with the woman, suddenly changed his expression, jumped up, and shouted, "Moreover, the Jingxindan building is involved with them, there must be something wrong. Master Jingxiani has done me a favor, I cannot let him die without reason. I want to avenge him. Father, I am willing to investigate this matter. I will definitely drag that bastard out and make him taste the most painful punishment in the world." Saying this, Chao Zihan excitedly jumped up from the sofa and kicked the motionless woman to the ground. "Enough, what revenge? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Chao Zua frowned and glanced at Chao Zihan. "You are just coveting the beauty of the Jingxin Pavilion's owner, Morong Chanshan, and want to take the opportunity to cause trouble. Hee, father, you are wise." Chao Zihan chuckled awkwardly, then his expression turned sinister. "I pursued her so sincerely before, yet she ignored me and even gave me a cold shoulder. Father, I am your son. If she, Morong Chanshan, looks down on me, isn't that looking down on you? Just let me teach her a lesson so she knows our power. I really can't do anything with you." Chao Zua sighed helplessly. "You wish I take a few people with Zihan to the Jingxin Dan building. The higher the martial artist's level, the lower the chances of reproduction. Therefore, Chao Zua dotes on and indulges his only son, Chao Zihan, very much. Even though Chao Zihan has become arrogant and debauched due to his father's pampering, Chao Zua still cannot bear to discipline him harshly and instead indulges him everywhere. This has made Chao Zihan even more reckless and unrestrained. "Thank you, father." Chao Zihan put on his clothes, his face full of lewdness. "I will definitely pry the identity of the murderer out of that Morong Chanshan." "Then go ahead." Chao Zua waved his hand lightly. "The matter of the refining human pill is too shocking. I still need to operate a bit to suppress this matter." "Yes, father." Chao Zihan chuckled and quickly left with the commander of Yuewu. Meanwhile, in the slums of Eastern City, within a deeply hidden underground building, a scream echoed as a terrified man was instantly decapitated. Next to this man lay numerous corpses of fierce thugs. The one who killed them was Suchin's avatar. These men were all ruthless criminals in the slums, deserving of death 1,000 times over. This hidden underground building was their stronghold, but it now belonged to Suchin. The reason for choosing this place was naturally because it was very hard to find. Even a martial king-level expert using spiritual perception could easily miss it. What an eyesore! Looking at the corpses on the ground, Suchin curled his lips and threw a ball of azure lotus dragon pattern fire, incinerating them completely. Then, Suchin pulled over a chair and sat down leisurely. "Brother Suchin, what are we going to do next?" Ji Rushue asked curiously. "Next, of course, we will begin our revenge against the Ji family," Suchin said with a smirk, taking out a map. This was a map of Eastern City and its surrounding strongholds and beast areas, obtained from Qian Minggu. The map clearly marked the locations of the Ji families, strongholds, shops, and the strength of their defenders. In one corner of the map, it even noted the daily routines of some important members of the Ji family. Qian Minggu did well. "I hope you have a smooth journey." Suchin chuckled and began selecting his targets. At that moment, he suddenly paused and turned to the obedient and lovely Ji Rushue. "Little sister Rushue, tell me, who do you hate the most? I need to let him experience a few programs." Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue's eyes turned red. "Brother Suchin, my mother and my half-sister both died at the hands of the Ji family's young master, Ji Wubua. I want revenge." "Ji Wubua? Let me see." Suchin picked up the map and began searching for Ji Wubua's routine. As the young master of the Ji family, Qian Minggu had naturally noted it down. Soon, Suchin found it. He almost stays at the largest brothel in Eastern City, the Zihua Tower, every day. His favorite woman is the top courtesan, Chen Yu. No wonder he's a playboy from the Ji family. This life is indeed quite enjoyable. Suchin raised an eyebrow, then revealed a cold smile. "But soon, your beautiful life will become a thing of the past." Avatar dispatched. With a thought, an avatar dressed in a white robe and wearing a mask appeared in a certain alley. It's been a while since I used perfect possession." Suchin shook his head to adapt to the body, then followed the map towards Zihua Tower. Upon reaching the main street, Suchin noticed that there were martial artists searching for him everywhere. They held images in their hands, along with a special disc, seemingly something used to search for targets through their aura. "I don't have any aura on me. What are they using that for?" Suchin frowned slightly, then relaxed. Could it be that they intercepted the battle aura from the ruins of Qianyai, trying to search for me with it? Haha, the idea is good, but reality is cruel. Even if I walk right in front of you, you won't be able to discover me without unmasking me. He smiled faintly. Suchin's lips curled up, and with a movement of his foot, he vanished from the spot. His peak martial commander level speed granted him terrifying subsonic velocity. Those responsible for the search couldn't even catch a glimpse of Suchin's afterimage. Soon, Suchin arrived at Zihua Tower. This place was somewhat misnamed. To be precise, it should be a red light district occupying over 10 acres. This era is so stressful, and this stuff has all been legalized. Suchin raised an eyebrow and swaggered inside. Ignoring the swarm of courtesans rushing towards him, he headed straight for the Purple Flower main building. The Purple Flower main building was the most luxurious but also the most terrifying den of vice. Those who dared to come Here were all high society figures of Eastern City. "Ah, welcome, esteemed guest." A turtle slave approached, fawning. "Do you need me to find a lovely lady for you?" "No need." Suchin waved his hand and called out loudly, "I want to see Miss Chinyu." As soon as he said this, not only did the turtle slave turn pale with shock, but the other guests in the building also changed their expressions dramatically. The originally lively purple flower main building fell silent in an instant. Countless eyes turned to Suchin as if he were a fool. Then, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, a storm of commotion erupted. This kid must be an idiot. How dare he call for Miss Chinyu? What the hell? Where did this guy come from? Miss Chinyu is the forbidden treasure of young Master Ji Wubwa. This guy is looking for death, right? I bet he won't see tomorrow's sun. Exactly. Remember that one guy who wanted to approach Miss Chinyu? He was chopped into paste by young Master Ji Wubwa. Just wait, an exciting scene is about to unfold. The crowd pointed and whispered about Suchin. However, Suchin paid no mind to it. He looked at the turtle slave and said, "Did you hear that? I called for Miss Chinyu. Bring her out to see me. Right now." As soon as he said this, the turtle slave's face turned even uglier. "Kid, are you here to cause trouble on purpose? I advise you to kneel here and wait for young Master Ji Wubwa to deal with you. That might give you a chance to live." "Ji Wubwa?" Suchin scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "What? A useless guy who can't even get it up. What's so impressive about him? You want me to kneel here and wait for him? What a joke. Hurry up and bring out Miss Chinyu. I'm looking for her today." As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind of discussion erupted in the purple flower main building. "Oh damn. This kid is really crazy, right? Is he wishing for an early death or what? I bet he's bored with life and wants to taste young Master Ji Wubwa's methods. Looking for some excitement. TSK tisk." At this moment, all eyes were on Suchin and all discussions were about him. However, everyone looked at him as if he were a foolish deer, and all the comments were filled with disdain. Just then, a cold and powerful voice came from upstairs. "Who dares to touch my Ji Wubwa's treasure? And who dares to speak ill of my name? Today, if I don't make you experience all the tortures of the world, I won't be called Ji Wubwa." As this voice rang out, the noisy purple flower main building fell silent once more. All was quiet. Everyone looked up at the building in unison. There stood a man with a face like powdered jade and lips like painted vermilion, gazing down at the courtyard from the viewing platform, his eyes like swords fixed on Suchin. As Ji Wubwa glared at Suchin with murderous intent, Suchin was also coldly staring back at Ji Wubwa. This sissy had killed Ji Rushue's biological mother and her half-sister. These two were Ji Rushue's closest relatives. How should I kill him to let Ji Rushue vent her anger? Suchin's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly recalled the skills he had learned as an assassin. "Is it you? Why are you not speaking now?" Ji Wubwa spoke indifferently. "Could it be that after boasting, your courage has shrunk? Unfortunately, even if you are afraid and kneel to beg for mercy, I will never let you go. Do you know how the last person who offended me died? I locked him in a cage and let him be poisoned by the blue toxin, making him tear himself apart in agony. And you will suffer even more. 1,000 times worse." As he spoke the last words, Ji Wubwa's face was filled with venom, his whole being resembling a snake ready to strike. "Ha ha ha. Ji Wubwa, I didn't expect you, such a sissy, to come up with such a fun method." A strange and wicked smile slowly appeared on Suchin's face. "Then, I will use this method to punish you." "Punish me? Do you know who I am?" "I am Ji Wubwa, the eldest young master of the Ji family." Ji Wubwa sneered repeatedly. "I have killed countless people, and not a single one has been able to harm me. And you, a rat hiding in the shadows, dare to shout in front of me? What a huge joke. Today, I will make you, this ignorant fool, experience all kinds of torture in front of everyone." As the word torture fell, Ji Wubwa leaped forward, slapping towards Suchin. This slap was overwhelming, stirring up a whirlwind within the entire purple flower main building. No wonder it's young Master Ji Wubwa, under 30 and already a junior martial commander. With this slap, that idiot who doesn't even have a fluctuation of spiritual energy will definitely be turned into meat paste. That won't happen. Young Master Ji Wubwa will spare his life because he still needs to endure torture before he can die. That's true. As the crowd discussed, Ji Wubwa's figure had already reached Suchin. "You bastard. Die for me." With a furious roar, Ji Wubwa struck hard, slapping Suchin in the chest. Puff! A sound of spitting blood echoed. "Ha, see, one slap and he spits blood. What's going on? How is it young Master Ji Wubwa who was spitting blood and he's being sent flying? My god, what on earth is happening?" A scene that felt like thunder striking appeared before their eyes, and everyone showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Boom, clang. Ji Wubwa smashed the table, shattered the pillar, and embedded himself deep into the wall. Cough. "This is impossible." Ji Wubwa spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then painfully slid down the wall, leaving a human-shaped pit. He stared at Suchin in disbelief, a wave of terror rising in his heart. In the next moment, Suchin curled his lips and slowly walked towards Ji Wubwa. In the completely frozen atmosphere of the purple flower main building, his Footsteps sounded like the tolling of a death knell. Stop! You stop! You bastard, stand still! Ji Wubwa shouted in a fierce but weak tone. You can't kill me, I am the eldest of the Ji family. If you dare to kill me, your whole family will die. His pupils shrank like needles, his hair standing on end as if he had fallen into an extremely cold abyss, chilling him to the bone. A long-lost and unfamiliar sense of fear filled his heart, making him tremble uncontrollably. But even so, TSK, at this point, you still dare to be tough. Suchin's lips curled up, his eyes filled with cold laughter. Truly, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. This scene and these words directly shocked the other guests, making their eyes widen in disbelief. Is this guy really going to kill Ji Wubwa? Ji Wubwa is the current head of the Ji family, the son of Ji Gu. He really dares to make a move. Could it be? Young master, Ji Wubwa is really going to fall here today? This is impossible. Various horrified thoughts flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. Just then, suddenly, a figure carrying a long spear appeared in front of Ji Wubwa. Dare to touch my Ji family's young master, seeking death. As this figure appeared, a violent killing intent and an overwhelming aura of a martial king instantly pressed down towards Suchin. A terrifying aura that seemed almost tangible swept through the hall of the Purple Flower Tower in an instant. In the blink of an eye, tables, chairs, and all objects were pushed aside and crushed. The many onlookers were so frightened that they fled in panic, and even those who didn't escape all hid away. Uncle Ji Hong, Ji Wubwa exclaimed in delight upon seeing the newcomer, his excitement overwhelming. Uncle, he actually dared to hurt me and even wanted to kill me. You must avenge me. Don't worry. Ji Hong's eyes, cold as ice, fixed on Suchin. No matter who he is, today he won't leave the Purple Flower Tower alive. TSK, he really thinks he has me figured out. Suchin wore a playful expression, clicking his tongue repeatedly. Humph. Ji Hong sneered, his voice stern to remain as steady as a mountain under my pressure. I want to see what kind of person you are. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible mental force surged from him, radiating towards Suchin. In an instant, his mental power completely enveloped Suchin. However, the next moment, Ji Hong's expression changed. Can't see it. You have mental power too. A hint of wariness appeared in Ji Hong's eyes. I didn't expect you to be a martial king as well. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had been hiding to watch were all shocked, their mouths agape. No wonder he could remain unfazed under the aura of a martial king. It turns out he is also a martial king. Heavens, I didn't expect to witness a battle between two martial kings today. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Let's go. We can't watch this show. Just the aftermath of the battle could kill us. The crowd was horrified for a moment, then everyone quickly left. Even the few martial generals dared not linger. In the vast main hall of the Purple Flower Tower, in the blink of an eye, only Suchin and the two others remained, the air so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Oh, now that you know I'm a martial king, you're wary? Not daring to make a move? Suchin suddenly laughed. Don't be afraid, I'm actually not a martial king at all. I'm just a high-level martial master. If you don't believe me, just watch. Saying this, Suchin released his aura, and immediately a wave of high-level martial master energy spread out. Humph. Stop with the tricks. With mental power, you are definitely a martial king. However, to say that just because you are a martial king I wouldn't dare to make a move is truly laughable. After a moment of uncertainty, Ji Hong coldly smiled and took out a bottle of pills. Today, let me show you how terrifying the foundation of the Ji family is. Foundation? It's just some strength-enhancing pills refined by Jing Qianni for you. Suchin smiled lightly, dismissively saying, I've seen your kind of trick more than once. In front of me, you won't even have the chance to take the pills. If you don't believe it, just turn around and look. Humph. Turn around and look. You really don't know what you're talking about, just doing some nonsensical tricks. In 3 seconds, I will. Ji Hong coldly opened the pill bottle, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill in his body, and an endless, piercing pain erupted. What's happening? Ji Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, and in an instant he fell into endless fear and despair. He incredulously looked down, only to see 5 bloody long swords piercing through his heart, dantian, and other vital points. Scalding blood dripped continuously from the sword tips, splattering on the ground. Then, with all his strength, he turned his trembling head. He saw Ji Wubwa lying on the ground, unconscious, and behind him stood a person, dressed in a white robe, wearing a mask. When did you appear behind me? Ji Hong whispered in despair, his words unfinished, his eyes losing their luster, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Until death, he never knew when an enemy had appeared behind him. He never expected that the 3 seconds he mentioned would be his own death. Ding! You have obtained the king weapon, the War God Panlong Spear *1, 4256 high-grade spirit stones, 112521. Medium-grade spirit stones, 256, 5652 low-grade spirit stones. The pleasant system notification rang out. This meant that Ji Hong was dead beyond any doubt. Did you really think I was chatting with you? Looking at Ji Hong's corpse, Suchin chuckled, revealing a hint of mockery. The reason he said those few words to Ji Hong was entirely to send a second avatar to launch a sneak attack to avoid attracting more trouble with a fierce battle. At this moment, the terrifying ability of the Xian Yin Jingyu fire, extinguish breath, was fully manifested. From beginning to end, Ji Hong had not noticed that a deadly enemy had appeared behind him. Of course, this was also because Ji Hong did not maintain a 360-degree panoramic spiritual perception. However, even any martial king would not keep their all-around spiritual perception active at all times, because that would consume too much mental energy, and with the lowest level of mental realm for a martial king, it would be nearly impossible to bear. Moreover, the martial king's own sensory perception was already very formidable. It was hard to believe that any martial king could think that someone could approach them silently within a meter. Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire. Suchin set Ji Hong's corpse ablaze and began to check the spoils he had just collected in his storage space. King Weapon, War God Panlong Spear. Suchin's expression shifted as he took it out. The spear's shaft was entirely black, covered with golden dragon patterns, and the spearhead gleamed coldly, resembling a giant dragon's horn. A great weapon. Suchin weighed the War God Panlong spear in his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. In the past, he did not place much importance on weapons, because spirit weapons and those below could mostly only exert the full strength of their owner. Unless the martial artists' combat level lagged far behind the spirit weapons level, it was extremely difficult to significantly enhance their combat power with a spirit weapon, allowing the owner to exert 12 or 14 parts of their strength, like Suchin now. For him, a high-grade spirit weapon was like an ordinary dagger to a formal martial artist. It was good if it didn't drag down his strength, let alone enhance it. But king weapons were different. Although this king weapon was only of the initial level, it could at least increase Suchin's attack power by half a small realm. In the realm of martial artists, the martial king was a significant watershed. To advance from martial commander to martial king, one had to undergo a transformation of the essence of life. The most notable characteristic of this transformation was the spiritual cultivation and the ability to fly without any tools. In addition, there were various other strange changes, such as the Dantian spirit core. Compared to spirit weapons, king weapons seem to have undergone a transformation, possessing even more incredible, extraordinary power. If two equally matched martial kings fought, one with a king weapon and the other only with a spirit weapon, the one without the king weapon would undoubtedly lose. Fortunately, I used an avatar to sneak attack Ji Hong, otherwise, facing him head-on, I wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Suchin squinted, pondering slightly. Moreover, Ji Hong has a king weapon, and other Ji family martial kings probably do too. To easily take down the Ji family, I need to increase my strength. With this thought, he immediately turned his attention to the spirit stones he had just collected. Adding to the remaining ones, Suchin now had 59,845,509 low-grade spirit stones. Close to 16 million low-grade spirit stones. That's not a small amount. But with so many spirit stones, it's only enough to upgrade the one-click alchemy function. One-click cultivation requires 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, and the other three functions also require 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Suchin helplessly pouted. Damn, this money is spent way too fast. It only took 10 gold coins at the beginning. After some thought, he chose not to upgrade the one-click alchemy for now, because he had very few king-level alchemy materials on him. Even if he upgraded, it wouldn't bring much benefit for the time being. So far, the level 5 one-click alchemy function was enough. Therefore, Suchin planned to save up and directly upgrade the one-click martial arts function. He believed that the level 10 one-click martial arts function would definitely bring even more terrifying benefits. Money, it really is never enough. Suchin sighed slightly, then immediately restored his full smile. After all, there was a big financier lying right there. This was the young master of the Ji family, a fat sheep, a big fat sheep. Next, it's your turn to repay the blood debt. Looking at Ji Wubo lying on the ground, Suchin's mouth curled into a strange excitement. Hey, wake up, Ji Wubo. Suchin walked over to Ji Wubo and kicked his head with his toe. However, Ji Wubo still did not respond. Still unconscious? Suchin raised an eyebrow and lifted a foot to kick Ji Wubo below. Ah! Ji Wubo instantly sprang up from the ground, letting out an incredibly shrill scream. He then clutched his groin and twisted on the ground, curling up like a suffering little lobster, trembling continuously. What are you screaming about? Suchin chuckled. Aren't you officially unhappy now? At that moment, Ji Wubo finally came to his senses from the endless pain and confusion. The instant he heard Suchin's voice, he was so horrified that even the pain seemed to vanish. He incredulously raised his head and met Suchin's playful gaze. It's you! How could you not be dead? No, this isn't real. Where's my uncle Ji Hong? Uncle! Uncle! Ji Wubo's face was filled with terror, scrambling backward with all his limbs, his voice heart-wrenching and hysterical, as if he were about to scream his lungs out. Stop shouting, young Master Ji. Suchin looked down at Ji Wubo, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Your uncle Ji Hong has already been burned to ashes by me. No, you're lying. Ji Wubo's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking like green beans. My uncle is a mid-level martial king and possesses a royal weapon. How could you possibly kill him? Are you blind? Look at this. Suchin disdainfully glanced at Ji Wubwa, then raised the war god coiling dragon spear in his hand. This is my uncle's war god coiling dragon spear. Uncle, my uncle really is dead. Upon seeing the spear, Ji Wubwa's last glimmer of hope shattered. Endless fear turned his face pale, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he felt completely cold. Yes. Suchin's mouth curled up. So now it's your turn. It's my turn. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Ji Wubwa cried out frantically, tears and snot instantly covering his entire face. Spare you? Back then, you spared Ji Rushue's mother and her half-sister. Suchin's expression darkened and a chilling light burst from his eyes. Ji Rushue's mother and sister. The terrified Ji Wubwa's expression froze, then he incredulously said, You came to take revenge for Ji Rushue. Otherwise? Did you really think I was fighting over the beauty of Chunyu for any other reason? Suchin sneered coldly, the killing intent in his voice almost seeping into Ji Wubwa's bones. No, this isn't real. How could Ji Rushue have such a powerful helper? Ji Wubwa's face twisted, his lips trembling. You must be from another faction. You want to kill me? And then pin the blame on Ji Rushue. In his eyes, Ji Rushue was just a mere martial general, and she only had an old woman at the martial commander level by her side. As for the suddenly appearing Suchin, he was merely a slightly stronger martial commander, not worth mentioning at all. To say that Ji Rushue had a martial king by her side who could slay Ji Hong, Ji Wubwa absolutely did not believe it. TSK, you upper echelons are so suspicious, even dragging in other factions. Suchin chuckled, then took off his mask. Since you don't believe it, do you recognize my face? As Suchin removed his mask, Ji Wubwa's expression suddenly froze, then transformed into a more intense horror and fear. You are Suchin. Ji Wubwa's mouth gaped open, uttering an incredulous whisper. You were just a martial commander. How could you suddenly become a martial king? Oh dear. A playful smile appeared on Suchin's face. It's been a whole day. Can't I improve my combat power a bit? A day from martial commander to martial king. Ji Wubwa was momentarily stunned, then roared furiously, Impossible. This is all fake. How could there be such a young martial king? This is impossible. You are fake. I am fake. The whole world is fake. Ji Wubwa clutched his head, shaking it madly. He had been struck to the point of doubting life and the world. You must know, even with his exceptional talent, he had only reached the initial martial commander level at 30 years old with the full support of the entire Ji family. And the other party, who looked like just a 20-year-old young man, had already become a martial king. Moreover, he was the kind who could slay veteran martial kings. Ji Wubwa could not believe it, could not accept it no matter what. Don't be so broken down, okay? There are still many good shows to come. A wicked smile appeared on Suchin's face. Now, let's start the first show, 100 Finger Cuts. No, don't. Ji Wubwa snapped back to reality from his daze, screaming in terror. A few minutes later, Ji Wubwa, with his hands bare and bloody, fainted from the pain. TCH, still a martial commander, can't even endure this little pain, trash. Suchin glanced disdainfully at Ji Wubwa, then with a flick of his finger, a ball of mysterious cloud and pure moonfire fell onto him. In an instant, the aura on Ji Wubwa was extinguished. Then, Suchin grabbed Ji Wubwa by the collar, his figure moving towards the slums. The clone that had ambushed Ji Hong stood in place, slowly fading away. Thus, the entire Purple Flower main building became deserted. After a long while, two martial commanders sneaked back here. Why hasn't it started yet? A martial king level battle isn't supposed to be quiet, right? Why is it so silent? Shall we go in and take a look? Just a glance from afar. Okay. The two martial commanders entered the Purple Flower main building, only to find that there were no more signs of battle. Compared to when they left, there were just a few pools of blood and some ashes. Looks like that martial king was killed by the fifth elder of the Ji family. Yeah, and the power gap between the two sides was so great that there was no back and forth struggle. What a pity. Just from the sound, you can tell he was a young man, an absolute genius, and he died just like that. Who told him to provoke the Ji family? This is also his own doing. As they spoke, they approached the bloodstains. Suddenly, one of the martial commander's expression changed drastically. This blood is strange, it seems to be from the fifth elder of the Ji family. The perception of a martial commander is already very sensitive. At this moment, this martial commander sensed that the aura above the blood was very similar to that of Ji Hong. What? Another martial commander showed a shocked expression, then dipped his finger in the blood on the ground, carefully feeling the aura above it. In the next moment, he also widened his eyes in disbelief. It really is the aura of the fifth elder of the Ji family. God! So much blood, all from the fifth elder of the Ji family. And these ashes on the ground seem to belong to the fifth elder of the Ji family as well. Could it be that the fifth elder of the Ji family has been killed? The two martial commanders exchanged glances, both seeing the shock that was hard to conceal in each other's eyes. After a moment, the two martial commanders, filled with a storm of emotions, rushed madly towards the Ji family. The Ji family held immense power in Eastern City, and they naturally did not dare to hide it. Meanwhile, in the underground buildings of the slums, I'm back. Suchin released his perfect clone, suddenly opening his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering between his eyelids. What? Do you mean you're back? Ji Rushue asked, both puzzled and curious. My clone, Suchin smiled faintly, and Ji Wubwa. Ji Wubwa? Ji Rushue's small face froze. Her heart filled with even more confusion. Just then, the clone appeared at the staircase of the underground building carrying Ji Wubwa. Bang! The clone casually tossed Ji Wubwa, who was unconscious, to the ground nearby. The clone then gradually disappeared. This is really Ji Wubwa. Looking at the man on the ground, Ji Rushue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She never expected that in such a short time, Suchin had actually captured Ji Wubwa. At the same time, Granny Ku was also incredibly shocked, staring at Suchin with growing awe. That's right, it's Ji Wubwa, Suchin said with a smirk, revealing a smile. And not only did I capture Ji Wubwa, but I also killed Ji Hong. Ji Hong is dead. He was a true martial king. Suchin, did you really kill him? Ji Rushue couldn't help but gasp, her pretty face filled with surprise and shock. Of course it's true. Suchin took out the war god Panlong spear and weighed it in his hand. Look, his weapon is right here with me. Wow, it really is. Suchin, you're amazing. Ji Rushue was so surprised that she covered her mouth, her beautiful autumn water-like eyes sparkling with admiration. Granny Ku, on the other hand, was completely stunned, standing there like a tree stump, motionless. Of course it's impressive. Suchin laughed heartily, and this is just the beginning. None of the evil people from the Ji family will be able to survive. Speaking of the evil people from the Ji family, Ji Rushue immediately clenched her small fists. Take it easy, revenge should be satisfying. Suchin smiled as he held Ji Rushue's small hand, slowly relaxing it. That's right. Ji Rushue's heart raced, her small face flushed as she nodded. Then next, this Ji Wubwa will be your responsibility. He has taken a binding pill and cannot resist, so go ahead and take your revenge. Suchin smiled as he kicked Ji Wubwa, then used a bit of icy power to wake him up. Where is this? Suchin, it's you. My hand. My fingers are gone. As Ji Wubwa woke up, he immediately met Suchin's indifferent gaze, instantly terrified to the point of feeling his scalp tingle. At the same time, endless pain swept over him, causing him to let out a painful scream. Stop screaming. If you keep screaming, it will get worse. Suchin said. Now, turn your head and see who is on your right. I won't call out anymore. Ji Wubwa gritted his teeth to suppress a scream, then turned his stiff neck to look to the right. In the next moment, his pupils shrank to the size of pinholes. Ji Wubwa, didn't expect to see me here, did you? Ji Rushue's emotionless gaze fell on Ji Wubwa, her slightly youthful voice laced with endless hatred and killing intent. Ji Rushue, you're actually here, you. Ji Wubwa's hair stood on end, trembling uncontrollably. He was truly terrified to the extreme. After all, he had cruelly killed her mother and half-sister right in front of Ji Rushue. If Ji Rushue hadn't been rescued in time, she would have died at his hands. What a deep-seated grudge. And now, he was sitting there, utterly powerless, in front of Ji Rushue. The sworn enemy Ji Rushue would surely use the most brutal means to take her revenge. Thinking of this, Ji Wubwa was so scared he almost wet himself. He forced himself to endure the pain and knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. Ji Rushue. I was wrong back then. I shouldn't have acted. But it was my father's direct order. I couldn't disobey. I don't ask you to spare my life. Just give me a quick death. Ji Wubwa was enveloped in fear and despair, every part of him trembling. A quick death? That would be too easy for you. How can I honor my mother, my sister, and my friends who have passed? Ji Rushue closed her eyes, clear tears slowly streaming down her face. When she opened her eyes again, the kindness that had always filled her beautiful gaze had turned cold as ice. Ji Wubwa looked into Ji Rushue's death-like eyes, his body shaking like a leaf, unable to utter a word of plea. In the next second, clang! The sharp sound of a sword being drawn echoed, and a chilling blade pierced into Ji Wubwa's eyes. Ji Wubwa let out an excruciating scream. His eyes had been destroyed. But before he could recover from the agony of his shattered eyes, a chill spread through his mouth. Immediately after, a terrifying pain surged from his mouth. Ji Wubwa realized that his tongue had also been crushed. Hiss. Ji Wubwa convulsed all over, his eyes turned into bloody holes, and he emitted involuntary hissing sounds. In the next moment, he felt a coldness on his cheeks, and both ears fell off. Ji Wubwa screamed in agony, on the verge of passing out from the pain. But at that moment, a pill was forced into his stomach. An hour later, Ji Wubwa, unrecognizable and barely alive, looked as if he had already died if one didn't look closely. Clang! Brother Suchin, Ji Rushue dropped her sword and then threw herself into Suchin's arms, crying loudly. It's okay, my dear. Suchin gently patted Ji Rushue's back, softly comforting her. Woo. Brother Suchin, I was so ruthless just now. Do you hate me? Ji Rushue lifted her head, her big teary eyes filled with worry. Of course not. You looked so fierce. It was adorable. I liked it. Suchin smiled and reassured her, and when it comes to revenge, you have to let it all out. Without hatred and resentment, your pure heart won't be tainted. Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Rushua blinked her big, cute eyes, nodding in confusion. Only when you feel at ease can you maintain your true self. Suchin tapped Ji Rushua's smooth forehead. So we must take this revenge. Thoroughly. Immediately, both of their gazes fell upon the barely breathing Ji Wubwa. If it weren't for Suchin using pills to keep Ji Wubwa alive, he would have already died by now. He's suffered enough torture. Should we just kill him? Ji Rushua shrank into Suchin's embrace, somewhat unable to believe that she could have tortured a living person to this extent. No, Ji Wubwa is not to be killed for now. Next, I will send a gift to the Ji family. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips as a clone materialized, carrying the barely alive Ji Wubwa away from the underground building. At the same time, in the core area of Eastern City, at the Ji family mansion, in a certain reception room, two martial generals who had come from the Purple Flower Tower had been waiting for a long time. However, although they were anxious inside, they did not dare to show a hint of impatience on the surface. Just then, an imposing old man walked in with his hands behind his back. I have met Lord Ji Gu. The two martial generals quickly stood up from their chairs, bowing respectfully. Speak, what urgent matter cannot be reported through others, that you must have me come personally from Juwu Mountain? Ji Ji's voice was very indifferent, so indifferent that it sent chills down their spines. Gulp. One martial general swallowed hard and clasped his fists, saying, Lord Ji Gu, Lord Ji Hong and young master. Ji Wubwa. Ji Hong and Wubwa? Ji Ji's expression turned cold. What happened to them? Lord Ji Gu, they are probably in grave danger. The other martial general took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. What? Grave danger? Do you know what you are saying? Ji's face changed dramatically, his old eyes widening in shock. My brother Ji Hong is a mid-level martial king, who in Eastern City could kill him. Ha! You two have such audacity to come to my Ji family and spout nonsense. Do you not want to live anymore? Lord Ji Gu, we wouldn't dare lie. One martial general said in terror. Right there in the main building of the Purple Flower, many people saw it. Young Master Ji Wubwa had a conflict with a masked man in a white robe and suffered losses. Then Lord Ji Hong came out. But that masked man in white is also a martial king. We were afraid of being affected, so we temporarily left. When we returned to the Purple Flower main building, we found it completely empty. The ground was covered in Lord Ji Hong's blood, and there were large amounts of ashes emitting Lord Ji Hong's aura, suspected to be his remains. Yes, Lord Ji Hong. Lord Ji Hong did not bring young Master Ji Wubwa back, nor did we receive any news. The other martial general fell to his knees with a thud. Based on what we saw at the scene, they are probably. Really? No. This is impossible. You must have seen it wrong. Ji Gu interrupted this martial general's speech, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. In truth, at this moment, he had somewhat begun to believe the words of these two martial generals, because he knew that these two martial generals would never dare to play tricks on him with their lives. However, he found it truly hard to accept the possibility that his brother Ji Hong and son Ji Wubwa were in grave danger. Deep down, he resisted believing such a thing. Lord Ji Gu. One martial general opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more. Stop talking. It can't be true. Ji Gu roared, his face flushed with anger. Get out of my sight, or I will kill you. But just then, a terrified martial general burst in from outside. Master of the family, Suchin has appeared. He is right outside the door. He is holding the barely breathing young master. What? Ji's body shook, as if struck by lightning, looking incredulously at the martial general who rushed in. The two martial generals delivering the news were also simultaneously horrified, their faces filled with shock. Master of the family. That's the Suchin who saved Ji Rushue. The terrified Wu Shuai said with a trembling voice. He has taken the young master hostage and barged in. Upon receiving this confirmation, Ji Gu suddenly fell silent. It really happened. The worst scenario he had imagined had come true. Not only that, but the one who barged in was actually Suchin, who had rescued Ji Rushue. This bizarre and audacious guy had killed his brother and dared to swagger in while holding his son hostage. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Ji Gu couldn't help but let out a low growl, and from his constantly trembling shoulders, one could see how furious he was. Seeing this, the three Wu Shuai standing nearby didn't even dare to speak. Go! Ji Gu tightly closed his eyes, the veins on his temples bulging. I want to see what this madman, who has repeatedly opposed me, is capable of. Saying this, he slowly turned around and walked out with blood-red eyes. With the peak martial king realm, Ji's speed was incredibly fast. The vast Ji family mansion was nothing more than a small courtyard to him. Soon, he saw Suchin, who was tall, handsome, and wore a faint smile. At this moment, Suchin had already controlled his clone to enter the Ji family mansion. He was sitting in a pavilion surrounded by numerous Ji family martial artists, with the miserable Ji Wubwa lying at his feet. Upon seeing Ji Gu arrive, Suchin's expression shifted, and he pulled up his attribute panel. Name: Ji Gu race, human qualification level, supreme realm level, peak martial king attack level, quasi martial emperor plus defense level. Quasi-Martial Emperor movement level, Peak Martial King plus stamina level, Peak Martial King plus mental level, Mind Realm Mastered Techniques, Boundless. Heart Sutra, Ju Ming Purgatory Sutra, King level, Great Achievement, Great Easy Heavenly Armor Classic, Top level, Minor Achievement, So Powerful. Has a King level technique at Great Achievement. Real combat power is almost at the Junior Martial Emperor level. Suchin raised an eyebrow slightly. Surprised, and there's an additional mental level, right? Maybe I have one too. Thinking of this, he glanced at his own attribute panel. He found that he also had a mental level section, and it was also Mind Realm. At the same time, Ji-gu nervously glanced at Ji Wubwa, confirming he was still alive, and felt a slight relief in his heart. Immediately, his cold, piercing gaze fell on Suchin. Suchin, I finally see you. You are the one who crippled Ji Kuan-tu, saved Ji Rushue and dared to barge in while holding my son hostage. Looking at the young man before him, Ji Ji's chest rose and fell continuously, his whole being resembling a swollen pufferfish, revealing how surging his anger and hatred were. Indeed, I did all of that. Suchin smiled calmly. Not only that, but I also killed Jing Qianni and destroyed Qianni Pavilion, and your brother Ji Hong also died at my hands. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the Ji family members instantly crumbled, and they lost all ability to think. Jing Qianni, Qianni Pavilion, Ji Hong. Ji Ji's eyes bulged, his face flushed, and smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices like a roasted pig about to explode. Although he had investigated and roughly knew that the person who destroyed Qianni Pavilion resembled Suchin and Ji Rushue, he never expected that the one who truly destroyed Qianni Pavilion was Suchin. And Ji Hong, that was his brother, a middle-level martial king, the backbone of the Ji family. Such an important person had also died at Suchin's hands. Suchin, I will kill you. Endless hatred and pain nearly drowned Ji Ji's reason. He was furious, his eyes bloodshot, and a terrifying quasi-martial emperor aura surged into the sky, breaking through the clouds. At the same time, golden array patterns emerged throughout the Ji family mansion. Die for me, Ji. Go let out a furious roar, his fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck down hard, and the golden array symbols all pressed down towards Suchin. Such a scene, capable of changing the color of heaven and earth, was truly shocking. However, Suchin remained unafraid, sneering repeatedly. Ji-gu, don't you want your son anymore? As Suchin's voice fell, Ji Ji's fist came to a sudden halt in midair. Puff! You bastard! Ji-gu spat out a mouthful of blood, his overwhelming momentum shattering like bubbles, and the golden array symbols twisted and dispersed. Head of the family, big brother. Several elders of the Ji family changed their expressions drastically and rushed forward to support Ji-gu. The other members of the Ji family were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. Very clever. You know I must have laid hands on Ji Wubwa. Suchin smiled faintly. However, even if you abandon Ji Wubwa and are determined to kill me, it won't help. You can't kill me. Suchin, what do you want? Ji Ji's chest was filled with blood, his face twisted in a monstrous rage. At this moment, he wished he could tear Suchin apart and swallow him whole. 500 billion gold coins. Suchin smirked, saying, the condition is that simple. Indeed, the financially strapped Suchin was once again trying to extract a hefty sum from the Ji family. 500 billion gold coins. Ji Ji's voice trembled. For the Ji family to produce such a sum, they would have to strip their entire fortune bare. Ji-gu. Suchin smiled coldly. Which is more important, money or your son? Think carefully. Ha! Ji Ji's breath was shaking. He really didn't want to pay this 500 billion gold coins. The consequences for the Ji family would be too severe. But he couldn't bear to part with his son. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, Ji-gu weighed his options for a moment and decided to save Ji Wubwa. Ji-gu took a breath, about to agree to Suchin's terms. But at that moment, can't kill you. A cold laugh rang out, followed by an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire Ji family estate. The supreme head of the family. The supreme head of the family has awakened. He has finished his closed-door training and has broken through to Martial Emperor. In an instant, countless thoughts of surprise flashed through the minds of all the Ji family members. A true Martial Emperor. Suchin's brow suddenly twitched and he felt a chill run down his spine. It's a mental attack. Without a second thought, Suchin cancelled perfect possession and simultaneously controlled his clone to unleash the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire. Endless flames engulfed the area within hundreds of meters, while the mental attack from the Ji family's Martial Emperor struck his clone. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed in the void, and Suchin's clone froze, its aura vanishing completely. Ding! Clone has died, entering a 24-hour cooldown period. In the underground building of the slums, Suchin raised an eyebrow. Damn, I didn't expect the Ji family to have such deep foundations. Actually possessing a Martial Emperor. However, losing a clone and triggering such a somewhat dangerous trap isn't too bad. Suchin brother, what's wrong with you? Ji Rushue noticed Suchin's unusual demeanor and curiously asked. It's nothing. Suchin smiled as he ruffled Ji Rushue's hair. Ji Wubwa is already dead, so your revenge is half avenged. Meishum, Suchin brother is so nice. Ji Rushue smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, looking extremely adorable. Ah, so obedient. Suchin also smiled brightly. Not having successfully extorted a large sum from the G family, he wasn't too disheartened. Let's just consider it a deposit in your G family for now. Suchin smirked. Next, I'll just collect the interest on the money owed. Thinking of this, Suchin unfolded the map again and began to check the information of the important members of the G family. At that moment, a pleasant system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation has reached its limit. Do you want to break through? What? I can break through. A hint of excitement appeared on Suchin's face. Quick, system, let me break through. With a thought from Suchin, a surge of spiritual energy rushed out, flooding towards the spiritual energy vortex like a tidal wave. The already thick vortex solidified once more, and strands of mist-like spiritual liquid appeared. In the next moment, a strange wave of breakthrough spread out. Peak Martial Master Realm finally broken through. Suchin revealed an excited expression and immediately called out the attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Qualification level: Impure Body Realm level. Peak Martial Master Attack level: Intermediate Martial King plus Defense level. Advanced Martial Commander Movement level. Quasi Martial King Stamina level. Advanced Martial Commander Mental level. Mind Realm Cultivation Techniques mastered. Boundless Heart Sutra. Snowless Wind Diagram. Advanced Beginner. Falling Sun Black Flame Record. Advanced Beginner. Wind Dance Void Technique. Advanced Beginner. 7-star Hidden Killing Blade. Advanced Beginner. Fong Tian Painting Halberd. Battle Scroll. Advanced Beginner. Lotus Leaf Martial Melody Collection. Advanced Beginner. Ziwu Xianming Technique. Advanced Beginner. Solitary Question Phoenix Pattern Sutra. Advanced Beginner. Xian Body Motionless Scroll. Advanced Beginner. Mountain Breathing Technique. Advanced Beginner. Giant God Body Forging Technique. Advanced Beginner. Some techniques have been omitted. Activated System Functions. One-click Cultivation Function. Level 10, one-click Martial Arts Function. Level 9, Clone Dispatch Function. Level 8, one-click Treasure Hunting Function. Level 8, one-click Alchemy Function. Level 5, very good. Although the attack level hasn't increased, the other three-dimensional attributes have all risen by half a small realm. Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. He then refocused his attention on the map. After causing a ruckus at the G family, many G family members have returned. I need to choose a place that the G family must guard. After some deliberation, Suchin's eyes suddenly lit up. G family bank? The guardian is the G family's 7th elder, Junior Martial King Jijin. TSK. The location of the G family bank is very close to the Tranquil Pill Tower. Now that the Taishian Fusion Spirit Overlord pill has been refined, I might as well go sell it and upgrade the system functions. Without hesitation, Chen immediately dispatched a disguised clone to a remote area near the Tranquil Pill Tower. Meanwhile, inside the G family mansion, centered around the previous pavilion, a radius of 100 meters had turned into a black wasteland. Dozens of G family members, including Ji Wubua, were caught off guard and turned to ashes by the Qinglian dragon pattern fire. Wubua, my son! Ji Gu stood amidst the ruins, tears streaming down his face, trembling all over. The once great head of the Ji family had lost the demeanor of a generation's head and martial king. The pain of losing a son made him resemble an aging, withered ordinary man. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and an old man appeared beside Ji Gu as if teleporting. This old man had a head full of yellow-white, withered hair, his face covered in age spots, and his back was hunched high. This person was the previous head of the Ji family who had just broken through from a death crisis. Ji Yuan, father. Ji Gu collected his emotions and respectfully bowed. Indecisive waste. Ji Yuan scolded with a face full of frost. You actually compromised with the enemy for the sake of a son. You have brought shame to the Ji family. But Ji Ji's face was filled with sorrow. Wubua is my son, your grandson. Wubua is dead. I am also heartbroken. But Wubua has already been tormented to the brink of collapse by that Suchin. Even if he is saved, he will be hard to cultivate into something great. Ji Yuan's expression was indifferent, his tone icy. Besides, if Wubao is dead, don't you still have a few sons with exceptional talents? Although their temperament is even worse than Wubao's, with some training, they can still be entrusted with important tasks. Now that Suchin is dead, you handle the matters of Ji Ru Shui and the refining of pills yourself. I have just broken through, and I need to consolidate both my cultivation level and mental strength. After speaking, Ji Yuan directly vanished from the spot, leaving only his voice echoing. Indeed, because the figure of Suchin's avatar was obliterated in the Qinglian dragon pattern fire, so all the members of the Ji family believed Suchin was dead, completely unaware that it was just an avatar. Yes, father. Ji Gu was not an ordinary person and quickly emerged from his grief. Immediately, an endless hatred and anger surged within him. Suchin, you died so easily, I can't accept it. Ji Ru Shui, since Suchin came for you, I will make you bear this overwhelming hatred. At the same time, in a remote area near the Jingxin Dan building. Using an avatar is really uncomfortable. Suchin, who had already been deemed dead by the Ji family, used perfect possession to control the avatar. He adjusted the eagle mask on his face and walked towards the Jingxin Dan building. Due to the influence of the Xianyun Jingyu fire, there was not a trace of aura on the avatar. Normally, this would be a good disguise, but now everyone already knew about Suchin's characteristic, making it easier to expose him. Therefore, Suchin simply released the aura fluctuations of a peak martial master. In this vast eastern city, a peak martial master was truly inconspicuous, no one even glanced at him. However, the service at the Jingxin Dan building was indeed excellent. The staff did not slack off just because Suchin was merely a peak martial master. Are you here to sell pills? Please follow me. The staff politely led Suchin to the designated area for selling and appraising pills. The appraiser was still elderly, but the table had been replaced with a new one. Just thinking of that master Su gnawing on the table made Suchin unable to help but chuckle. Please take a seat, guest. Elderly stood up, smiling and cupping his hands. Ha ha ha. You really are dedicated. Suchin laughed heartily. It's been half a day and you haven't let anyone take your place. You are Su. Elderly trembled all over upon hearing Suchin's voice, nearly losing his composure. Immediately, his expression changed and he hurriedly said to the staff who brought Suchin in, "You go ahead and get busy, and don't bring anyone to me without my orders." Yes. The staff nodded obediently and quickly left. At this moment, Suchin smiled faintly and unceremoniously sat down opposite Elderly. What's wrong? Surprised to hear my voice? Did you find out something? Lord Suchin, I really didn't expect you to come to the Jingxin Dan building, Elderly said, his face filled with shock. I heard that you three were invited by the Qianyi Pavilion. Then the Qianyi Pavilion was destroyed, and the entire Qianyi Pavilion was turned upside down, with not a single survivor. Soon after, your wanted notice was issued. The portrait on it is you in a white robe, wearing a mask. Could it be that? Ah, that's not the case. We exchanged alchemy insights with Lord Jing Qianyi on the way and got off halfway. I also saw the wanted notice. It scared me to death. I'm so scared right now. Suchin didn't know if the Jingxin Dan building would still dare to sell his pills after he admitted it, so he made up a lie. Otherwise, if the nearly 200 million low-grade spirit stones worth of Taishian Rong Lingba Dan and a large number of pills obtained from Qianyi Pavilion were in his storage space, he wouldn't be able to upgrade the system functions. Oh, so that's how it is. Elderly nodded, half believingly, then asked, so, Lord Suchin, you came here this time to sell pills? Suchin said succinctly, I still have quite a few pills stored. Many of them are the inferior and upper grade pills I refined before, which look quite disheartening, so I might as well sell them all to you. Upon hearing this, Elderly almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He never expected that Suchin had come to sell pills again. Didn't he just sell some a little over half a day ago? Moreover, he treated the rare upper grade pills as trash and found them disheartening. Elderly didn't know what to say. You guys aren't refusing to take them, are you? Suchin asked, seeing Elderly's speechless expression and uncertainty. No, no. Of course we will take them. Elderly quickly shook his head. Upper grade and superior grade pills are treasures that can be auctioned. How could we not take them? That's good, but I have a lot of pills this time. Suchin nodded in satisfaction and then said, I'll need you to help with the identification. The Taishian Ron Lingba Dan he refined didn't need identification. All of them were of perfect quality. However, the pills obtained from Qianyi Pavilion were of various types and qualities. Ha, not a problem. Elderly smiled. Suddenly his expression changed. By the way, the owner said she wanted to meet you when you came. What? Do you think Mu Rong Qianshan wants to see me? Of course, that's fine. Suchin smiled lightly. After all, she is the real buyer. That's wonderful. Elderly quickly got up and said with a smile, please follow me, Lord Su. The owner is on the 99th floor. The 99th floor of the Jingxin Pill Tower. Knock, knock, knock. After a series of knocks, Elderly stated his purpose. Lord Su Chen has arrived? Mu Rong Qianshan opened the door. Looking excited, please come in. Then I won't be polite. Su Chen smiled lightly and walked into the room. It was a huge study filled with books on pill crafting. It was clear that Mu Rong Qianshan was truly passionate about the art of alchemy. Owner, I'll take my leave now. A hint of a smile flashed in Elderly's eyes, and he quickly closed the door and left. It wasn't easy for him to see Mu Rong Qianshan so interested in a man as her subordinate. He couldn't disturb them. Isn't Elderly going to identify the pills? Suchin looked at the tightly closed door in surprise. I know more about pills than he does. Mu Rong Qianshan smiled charmingly. I'll identify them for you later, Lord Suchin. By the way, I heard that you were wanted by the Ji family's Martial Arts Alliance branch. I was worried for a while. It's great that you're fine. They can't catch me. Suchin smiled lightly, not intending to continue on that topic, and said, let's get to the point. These are the pills I want to sell this time. As he spoke, Suchin took out all the pills from his storage space. In an instant, the entire floor of the study was covered with a thick layer of pills. They were colorful and crystal clear, dazzling to the eyes. Looking at these pills, Mu Rong Qianshan was directly shocked into a daze. Elderly said you were going to sell a lot of pills. Is this a lot? This is super much. Okay. The usually extraordinary and fairy-like Mu Rong Qianshan was completely stunned. I guess it's super much. Suchin smiled lightly. I estimate it could be worth over 200 million low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongqian, who had just recovered from her dazed state, twitched her mouth again and fell into a stupor. What's wrong? Suchin asked, somewhat surprised. Mu Rongqian widened her beautiful eyes in speechlessness. Suchin looked at Mu Rongqian with suspicion, then suddenly realized, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to consider your purchasing power. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Rongqian's wide eyes rolled back in exasperation. Ahem, how about this? Suchin cleared his throat awkwardly. You buy as much as you can and I'll figure out the rest myself. It's actually not your fault, it's me who has let down your expectations. Mu Rongqian blinked and returned to her previous fairy-like demeanor. Currently, the funds available at our Calm Heart Pill Pavilion are only around 10 to 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Then I'll handle some miscellaneous pills first, you can appraise them. Suchin smiled, then put away the most valuable Tai Xian Rong Ling Ba Dan. Okay. Mu Rongqian nodded gently, then squatted down to start appraising the pills. However, when she picked up the first pill, her expression changed dramatically. What's wrong, Pavilion Master Mu Rong? Suchin noticed Mu Rongqian's unusual reaction and asked in surprise. This pill, this special mark, it was refined by King Danjing Qianyi. Mu Rongqian looked at Suchin in disbelief. Lord Suchin, did you destroy the Qianyi Pavilion? You figured it out. Suchin raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't noticed that Jing Qian. He had left a special mark on his pills. Suchin, my lord. A hint of terror appeared on Mu Rongqian's beautiful face. You won't kill me. To silence me, will you? After all, there was a bounty on Suchin everywhere. In Mu Rongqian's view, since she recognized Suchin's presence, he was very likely to take action against her. And facing someone who could turn the Qianyi Pavilion upside down, how could a weak woman like her resist? Oh, you can rest assured. Suchin chuckled. You have no grievances or grudges with me. I won't kill you. Really? Mu Rongqian slumped to the ground, her body going limp. If you don't believe me, I can leave right now, and you can pretend I was never here. Suchin shrugged helplessly, then prepared to take the pills and leave. But just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Young Master Chow, the pavilion master, really isn't here. And she really has nothing to do with the person who destroyed the Qianyi Pavilion. Get the hell out of my way. I can already smell Mu Rongqian's body fragrance. The footsteps and that arrogant voice grew closer. Then, boom, the sturdy door was kicked open, crashing down towards Suchin. Oh, troublemakers? Suchin's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand to send the flying door back. Bang! The heavy door was shattered by a punch, and a cloud of wood chips and dust spread out with the shockwave. At the same time, the people outside came into view. Besides Oldly, there was a man in a red robe and a sickly-looking man with dark circles under his eyes. These two were Chao Zihan and the martial commander under Chao Zhua. Suchin raised an eyebrow and habitually brought up their attribute panels. Qualification level is top quality pseudo? Looking at the attribute panels of the two, Suchin frowned. Such qualifications actually appeared. Right, Jing Qianyi's pills. These two guys must have taken Jing Qianyi's pills to elevate their qualifications to top quality. Just as Suchin's gaze turned slightly cold, Chao Zihan and the martial commander walked in. Mu Rongqian, do you still dare to resist? Chao Zihan looked lewdly into the room. Today, I will make sure you can't wear any clothes. Ha! Suddenly, his laughter was choked in his throat. Because he saw Suchin beside Mu Rongqian. Who are you? What are you doing in Mu Rongqian's room? Chao Zihan's smile instantly vanished, his face alternating between red and green, twisting like a clown in a play. You have no right to know who I am. Suchin smirked. But you, how dare you interrupt my sale of elixirs? Don't you know how to write the word death? After noticing that both of them had consumed human elixirs, Suchin's heart was filled with murderous intent. Now, that impotent man still dared to shout, and Suchin couldn't help but sneer coldly. A mere martial artist, what a big mouth. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and castrate yourself. Chao Zihan's face twisted in rage, gritting his teeth. When the time is up, I'll kill you. In this eastern city, no one had ever dared to speak to him, Chao Zihan, like this. Being looked down upon by a mere martial artist was an immense humiliation. Chao Zihan had made up his mind. No matter how the other party begged for mercy, he would definitely torture him to death. Just then, Chao Zihan, get out of here. Mu Rongqian was furious, her brows raised, and she shouted sharply. Mu Rongqian. Chao Zihan's sinister gaze turned to her. How dare you hide a man in your room? I didn't expect you, who appear pure and innocent on the surface, to be a lewd woman behind closed doors. In his heart, Mu Rongqian had long been his forbidden fruit. Seeing her alone with another man, he felt as if the grasslands were green on his head, and his heart ached like a knife. Not to mention I'm meeting a guest. Even if I were with another man, what does it have to do with you? Mu Rongqian's expression was icy, her tone chilling. It's not an exaggeration to say we are enemies. Please don't be so self-righteous. Mu Rongqian. Chao Zihan's temples bulged, his eyes bloodshot. You have repeatedly rejected me. Do you really think I'm made of clay and have no temper? I tell you, today I will strip the skin from your man, crush him into pieces. That I will have my way with you 1,000 times and throw you into a pile of beggars to enjoy yourself. As soon as these words came out, Morong Chanxian's face turned pale. She was indeed the master of the tranquil heart pill tower, but compared to Chao Zihan's power, she was far too weak. At this moment, Suchin patted Morong Chanxian's shoulder, glancing disdainfully at Chao Zihan. If you want to strip the skin from me, you can. Try. I'll give you one chance. If you can't do it, then it's my turn. You dare to be arrogant in front of me. I will make you wish you were dead. Chao Zihan was furious, his voice trembling, and then he stepped forward, throwing a punch at Suchin. But at that moment, young master, not good. The man in the red robe, Yu Wuxuan, changed his expression drastically and instantly grabbed Chao Zihan by the collar. Ugh! As Chao Zihan charged forward, the collar tightened and his eyes bulged, mouth open, tongue sticking out. Such a comical scene made Suchin click his tongue repeatedly. The furious Morong Chanxian couldn't help but snicker. Even the anxious elderly outside the door revealed a strange and surprised smile. Yu Wuxuan, what are you doing? Chao Zihan was pulled back by Yu Wuxuan, his whole being furious like a frog about to explode. So close he could have crippled that man in front of Morong Chanxian. But at the critical moment he was pulled back by his subordinate, and he had made such a fool of himself. This was not just a great humiliation, it was a disgrace to heaven and earth. Chao Zihan had suffered more humiliation in his entire life than he had in this single moment. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Wuxi was under his father's command, he would have slapped him across the face by now. Young master, please let me explain. Yu Wuxi's expression was somewhat panicked, trembling as he pointed at the pills on the ground. These pills. What's wrong with the pills? Chao Zihan was furious, his face twisted in rage. Do I look like I need pills? Are you afraid I'll stomp on them? No. Yu Wuxi's fear was even more evident. These pills, they all have the seal of King Dan Wang Jingxini. At these words, Chao Zihan's expression changed drastically. He then looked at the pills on the ground in disbelief, his face freezing in shock. Throughout his life, he had practically grown up on Jingxini's pills. How could he not be familiar with the seal of King Dan Wang Jingxini? Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized that all the pills on the ground were refined by Jingxini. This is impossible. Chao Zihan retreated a few steps in terror. How could there be so many pills, all from Lord Jingxini? Although he was a wastrel, he wasn't a fool. The Qianni Pavilion had just been destroyed, and Jingxini had just died, yet so many pills refined by Jingxini appeared here. What did this mean? It meant the murderer was right here. And there were only 5 people here. Morong Chanxian definitely wasn't one, and that weak-old man certainly wasn't either. So, you are the murderer who destroyed the Qianni Pavilion. Chao Zihan's face turned pale as he looked at Suchin in horror. What murderer? Isn't hero a better word? Suchin smiled faintly. How dirty was the Qianni Pavilion? You guys who have consumed human pills should know very well, right? With this statement, he admitted his identity. Elderly beside him was left dumbfounded, his mind blank, unable to think. Yu Wuxi and Chao Zihan felt their scalps tingle with fear. Whether it was Suchin's identity or his direct accusation of their consumption of human pills, it struck them like a thunderbolt, making them tremble all over. Gulp! Chao Zihan felt cold all over, struggling to swallow his saliva. He never expected that. By using Morong Chanxian and the suspicion of destroying the Qianni Pavilion to stir up trouble, he would actually encounter the murderer who destroyed the Qianni Pavilion. If he had enough power by his side, this would definitely be a great achievement. But right now, he only had Yu Wuxi beside him, while across from him stood a terrifying expert who had annihilated the Qianni Pavilion. There was no suspense in a fight, he would definitely be dead. What? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want me to kneel and castrate myself? Didn't you want to flay my skin and break my bones? Didn't you want me to wish I were dead? Why is no one talking now? Suchin's voice was like a cold wind blowing from an ice cave, chilling Chao Zihan and Yu Wuxi to the bone, making them tremble. Chao Zihan turned his stiff head to glance at Yu Wuxi. He saw that Yu Wuxi also had a face full of fear, not daring to move. And despair washed over him. I ask you, did you not mean what you said? Suchin took a step forward, sneering repeatedly. Or should I give you another chance to try again? No. I know I was wrong. Please don't say any more. Chao Zihan trembled as he backed away, his pupils shrinking to the size of a turtle's eyes. Now you know you were wrong? It's too late. I said before, I would give you a chance, but if you can't do it, I will take action. Suchin slowly paced, each step sounding like a death knell. Please, don't. Have mercy on us. Chao Zihan's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. On the ground. Shame, fear, regret, various emotions erupted violently, causing him to lose all thoughts of resistance. Meanwhile, the commander Yu Wuxuan saw the young master Chao Zihan kneeling and immediately fell to his knees with a thud, humbly bowing to the ground. Although he was a martial commander, he had just witnessed the defeat of even the Dan King. It was known that the Dan King had incredibly strange methods and powerful guards under his command, yet they had all been wiped out. TSK, the attitude of admitting mistakes is commendable, Suchin smirked, saying, but unfortunately, since you have all consumed human pills. I will not let you go. Moreover, you dared to insult me and insult Morong Chanqian. No, I am Chao Zihan. My father is Chao Zhua, the guardian of the Eastern City Martial Artist Alliance branch. He is a martial emperor. Chao Zihan pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Please, don't kill me. The matter of the Qianni Pavilion can be considered as if it never happened, and there will be plenty of benefits afterward. I only ask you to spare my life. Yes, my lord, please. Yu Wushuang also trembled, his voice shaking as he spoke. You are so young and accomplished, far beyond what Jing Qianni can compare to. If you let Chao Zihan go, Chao Zhua will surely turn hostility into friendship with you. With Chao Zhua's help, you can rise to great heights. You could become the lord of a city, enjoying a life like that of an emperor. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Heh, so what if he is a martial emperor? Chao Zhua is not qualified to help me. Suchin looked down at Chao Zihan and the others. Besides, Chao Zhua and the Ji family are in cahoots. They are not good people. Why would I want to associate with them? My lord, Yu Wushuang exclaimed in fear. Chao Zhua only has this one son. If you kill him, you will truly create a deadly feud. Yes, I am my father's only son. I am very precious. A glimmer of hope rose in Chao Zihan's eyes. If you kill me, it will bring you a lot of trouble. If you spare me, there will be many benefits. Whether it's spirit stones, pills, weapons, or techniques, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, whatever you need, my father will provide. TCH, using you to exchange for benefits? I no longer like such methods. If I want something, I will just go and take it. Suchin said disdainfully. After all, I have killed the guardians of the Martial Artist Alliance branch before. Moreover, your father is colluding with the Qianni Pavilion and the Ji family, causing trouble for the Eastern City. Killing him would be a good thing. Upon hearing this, not only Yu Wushuang and Chao Zihan, but even Morong Chanqian and elderly were shot to the core. Chao Zhua was a martial emperor. To openly declare the intention to kill a martial emperor was incredibly reckless and tyrannical. You are determined to kill me. Chao Zihan's face twisted with rage and hatred upon hearing this. Since death is inevitable, I will fight you to the end. He shouted fiercely, then immediately turned to flee. Yu Wushuang, understanding the situation, erupted in an instant. Kill! Yu Wushuang roared. A brilliant and sharp golden sword energy erupted from his body, almost instantly reaching Suchin. This was a powerful attack unleashed through a gold attribute technique. If it hit an ordinary martial commander, it would definitely leave them severely injured. However, colossal god body. Suchin's mind moved, and his skin instantly became incredibly tough, easily blocking the golden sword energy. Then, he extended a hand, and the war god coiling dragon spear appeared out of thin air, piercing directly through Yu Wushuang's heart. No! Yu Wushuang cried out in despair, only to be shattered from within by the terrifying force of the coiling dragon spear. Ding! You have obtained a space ring *1, high-grade spirit stones *821. The pleasant system notification rang out. Suchin smirked, lifting Yu Wushuang's corpse and chasing after Chao Zihan. At this moment, Chao Zihan was running for his life. If he didn't know that jumping from the 99th floor would mean certain death, he would have already leaped. I wonder how General Yu is doing. Perhaps he can buy me some time. No matter, I need to send a message to my father, otherwise, I will definitely not escape that person's pursuit. While fleeing in a panic, Chao Zihan glanced back with lingering fear, then immediately took out a communication jade tablet from his spatial ring. But just as he was about to send the message, a figure flashed by. It directly crushed the communication jade tablet in his hand. Who? Chao Zihan shouted in despair. Immediately, he looked towards that figure, and his heart sank, turning pale with fright. There stood Suchin, smiling, with the corpse of General Yu impaled on his sharp spear. The pungent blood dripped down, splattering in droplets. How is this possible? You, how could you have killed General Yu so quickly? Chao Zihan's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembled, and his whole body stiffened, filled with despair. He was just a general, not some powerful figure. Suchin scoffed, then tossed General Yu's corpse at Chao Zihan's feet. Chao. Zihan was so frightened that he trembled all over, unable to stop himself from retreating, then fell to the ground. Next, it's your turn. I'll give you one last chance. Please perform on yourself what you wanted to do to me before. A cold killing intent appeared on Suchin's face. If you survive, I might spare your life. What did Chao Zihan want to do to Suchin before? He wanted Suchin to kneel and castrate himself, to have his tendons pulled and skin flayed. And now, the tortures he had thought of would fall upon himself. No, please, spare me. I have a lot of money, I'll give it all to you. Chao Zihan crawled backward in terror, his voice filled with a desolate plea. Once I kill you, your money will be mine. Why would I need you to give it? Suchin sneered. Now, since you've given up your last chance, don't blame me for sending you to meet the king of hell. No, I'll do it. Chao Zihan trembled all over and quickly shouted, I'll castrate myself, I'll skin and pull my tendons, I'll do it right now. Although Chao Zihan knew that castration and skinning would make him wish for death, he gritted his teeth and accepted it for the slightest hope of survival. However, I said, that was the last chance. Do you think the opportunity one gave was worthless? Suchin sneered, then thrust his spear. No! Chao Zihan let out one last scream, his entire being pierced through by the war god's coiling dragon spear, feeling a chilling sensation. Ding! You have obtained a spatial ring *1 high-grade spirit stone. *1856 medium-grade spirit stone *25654. Bang! Suchin threw Chao Zihan's corpse to the ground, then set both bodies ablaze until nothing remained. Afterward, Suchin moved and instantly returned to the previous room. Lord Suchin! Morong Chanshan stood up nervously upon seeing Suchin return. Where is Elderly? Suchin looked around and asked. I sent him to pack our things. Morong Chanshan lowered her head, her expression dim. Now that general Yu and Chao Zihan were dead in the Tranquil Pill Tower, she could not escape responsibility. With Chao's power, destroying her Tranquil Pill Tower would be a piece of cake. It seems you plan to escape. It's all my fault, I've implicated you. Suchin sighed and said, but where can you escape to now? Moreover, with so many people in the Tranquil Pill Tower, if they don't listen, they will all definitely die. I don't know. Morong Chanshan's delicate shoulders trembled, her eyes brimming with tears that seemed ready to fall at any moment. How about this? Let's put on a show, that is, I'll take you away. Suchin wore a faint smile on his face. This way, your Jingxingdan Tower will become the victim, and Chao's won't make things difficult for those innocent people. Is that so? Morong Chanshan's eyes lit up, a hint of temptation in her expression. It can only be this way. Suchin's lips curled into a smirk. To make the act more convincing, we need to kill a few people. Kill people. Morong Chanshan was taken aback, quickly stopping him. No, Lord Suchin, don't kill the people of Jingxingdan Tower. Oh, don't worry, we won't kill anyone from the tower. We just need to stage a big fight. Suchin laughed heartily. Come out, my actors. As he spoke, 7 people in various costumes materialized beside him. This is. Morong Chanshan stared in shock at the 7 people who had appeared out of nowhere, her small face filled with disbelief. They are all my avatars. Suchin smirked, collecting the pills on the ground. No time to waste, let's start now. Avatars. Morong Chanshan's mouth fell open in surprise again. But before she could ask another question, Suchin suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. A sudden scream escaped her lips as Suchin and Morong Chanshan's figures instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Elderly had just arrived with the packed spatial ring. Just then, he felt a blur in front of him. What? Elderly stopped to rub his eyes, looking around, but saw nothing. Could it be that I'm seeing things? He frowned in confusion and continued walking forward. But at that moment, he felt another blur, and upon focusing, he saw Suchin holding Morong Chanshan right in front of him. Before he could react, Suchin suddenly stuffed a top-tier healing pill into his mouth. What are you doing? Elderly swallowed the pill, his eyes widening in shock and uncertainty. To make it more realistic, I'm sorry, Elderly. Suchin chuckled, slapping his palm against Elderly's chest and casually snatching his spatial ring. Put. Elderly spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling his eyes and fainting. Seeing Elderly spit blood and faint, Morong Chanshan screamed. Again. Good scream. Give me another one. Suchin looked at Morong Chanshan with delight. If she kept screaming in terror, this grand heist would feel even more real. What? Morong Chanshan exclaimed. I can't scream anymore. Can't scream anymore? That's not acceptable. Suchin raised an eyebrow, then squeezed her tightly. Morong Chanshan's face turned red, and she let out a shy scream. Now that's more like it. Suchin chuckled, carrying Morong Chanshan as they ran outside. At the same time, the other 7 avatars also rushed out. Before long, they arrived at the bottom floor of Jingxingdan Tower. Up ahead is where the crowd is. Suchin's expression turned serious. Time for some action. He then focused his mind, and the 7 avatars charged forward, shouting, Die! Let go of the Tower Master. What? You will die. The 7 avatars displayed different levels of strength as they surrounded and attacked. Humph. A bunch of trash. Suchin snorted coldly, wielding the war god Panlong spear as he fought and retreated with his avatars. Boom! Rumble! The powerful aftermath of the battle quickly spread, turning the bottom floor of Jingxingdan Tower into chaos. It's a robbery! Help! A large number of customers and staff at the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower screamed in terror and began to flee for their lives. Many guards at the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower, upon seeing the kidnapped Morong Chanshan, recklessly charged forward, fighting alongside the 7 clones to intercept Suchin. However, how could they be a match for Suchin? One by one, they were sent flying with a single blow, blood spraying everywhere. I'm sorry, but I'm already using the least amount of strength possible, Suchin said with a hint of apology as he shrugged his shoulders, then continued to spar with the 7 clones on the ground floor of the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower. It hurts. One clone was knocked out and crashed through 4 or 5 walls, letting out a painful scream. Suchin laughed heartily and threw a fireball at the clone. The clone let out an even more tragic scream before being pulled back into the mysterious space by Suchin. To the remaining guards of the Tranquil Heart Hill Tower, this scene appeared as if the warrior had met a gruesome end at the hands of a fiend. Thus, Suchin burned all the clones. Seeing they were no match, the guards of the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower abandoned Morong Chanshan and fled. Kak. Morong Chanshan is mine. Whoever dares to take her will die. Ha ha ha. Suchin burst out of the pill tower and howled at the sky, issuing a wild and domineering declaration. Help! Save me! Morong Chanshan's face flushed, but she had to pretend to be terrified and desperate, shouting for help. Chaos quickly spread throughout the entire street. Something happened at the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower. Someone raided the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower and even kidnapped the owner Chanshan. Heavens, who is so audacious? Follow me, block him. Quick, stop him, save the owner Chanshan. Pfft, he's too strong. I'm no match for him. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The enthusiastic crowd on the street rushed forward only to be sent back by Suchin, each one spraying blood, no longer daring to approach. Is there anyone else? Ha 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 ha. Suchin moved and disappeared into the distance, leaving behind an incredibly arrogant laugh. The news of the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower being robbed quickly spread through the streets and alleys of Eastern City. The incident of the famous beauty alchemist Morong Chanshan being taken in broad daylight reached everyone's ears. In no time, countless men sighed and gritted their teeth in hatred towards the fiend. Meanwhile, Suchin had already brought Morong Chanshan back to the underground building in the slums. Although Ji Rushue was initially wary of Morong Chanshan's arrival, her sympathy grew upon learning that Morong Chanshan had been entangled with scum like Chao Zihan, and her wariness and dissatisfaction vanished. At this moment, Ji Rushue was chatting with Morong Chanshan. One was pure-hearted, and the other was clever and perceptive, making their interaction very harmonious. Seeing this scene, Suchin was also very happy. He then turned his attention to the storage space. Since destroying the Qianni Pavilion, he hadn't stored any spirit stones in the system. The spoils from Ji Wubua, Ji Hong, dozens of Ji family members, and Chao Zihan had piled up into a small mountain. System, deposit all the gold coins and spirit stones into the system. With a command, all the gold coins and spirit stones in the storage space vanished. The balance, which was close to 6 million mid-grade spirit stones, surged to 15.23 million. That's equivalent to 150 million low-grade spirit stones. Suchin's eyes lit up. With so many spirit stones, it was enough to upgrade the one-click martial arts function to level 10. When the one-click cultivation was upgraded to level 10, he gained the powerful function of mental training. Therefore, upgrading the one-click martial arts to level 10 would surely also grant strong bonus functions. I'm really excited. Suchin couldn't help but rub his hands together. System upgrade. The one-click martial arts function for me. Ding. Consuming 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 10. And the training speed is increased to 512 times the base speed. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded the one-click martial arts function to level 10, and you have gained new bonus features 3 hearts and mastery. A wonderful system prompt sounded, and Suchin's eyes widened in excitement. What the heck? 2 bonus features. Suchin quickly checked the information about these 2 features. As he looked, he became even more excited. The 3 hearts feature is an upgraded version of 2 hearts, allowing him to practice 3 martial arts simultaneously. At this moment, a third martial arts figure had already formed in the mysterious space, and as long as Suchin wished, he could immediately place a martial art to begin practicing. This feature is quite practical but not particularly outstanding. However, mastery is something else entirely. With this feature, every martial art Suchin practices can be directly upgraded to perfection level with just a little time spent. Directly reaching perfection level. Suchin was so shocked that he was almost dazed. Since he started practicing martial arts, he had hardly seen anyone reach perfection level with their techniques. This shows just how difficult it is to master a martial art to perfection. And now, Suchin only needs to sit back and enjoy the benefits to obtain perfected martial arts. I have already practiced nearly 100 martial arts, all at the entry level. Suchin took a deep breath. If I could elevate them all to perfection level, what would my true combat power be? I'm afraid it would directly reach the Martial Emperor level. The Martial Emperor, there are only 2 people in the entire Eastern City. One is the branch alliance guarding Chaozhua, and the other is the recently emerged supreme master of the Ji family, Ji Yuan. It's worth noting that Eastern City is already a top-tier big city. This shows that the Martial Emperor truly stands at the pinnacle of the Blue Star. And now, this lofty position has become even more within Suchin's reach. However, it takes a certain amount of time to practice a martial art to perfection level. I wonder how long that time will be. Suchin calmed down from his excitement, then focused his thoughts and placed the first martial art he obtained, Ghost Moonblade technique, onto the third martial arts figure. 1 second later. Ding! The Ghost Moonblade technique has reached perfection level. What the heck, it reached perfection level in 1 second. Suchin was completely stunned. I wonder if all martial arts can reach perfection in 1 second. With this question in mind, Suchin replaced Ghost Moonblade technique with the intermediate martial art Nianwu Body Refining technique. Ding. The practiced martial art has been changed to Manhwa body refining technique. 5 minutes later. Ding. The Manhwa body refining technique has reached perfection level. 5 minutes to elevate an intermediate martial art to perfection level. This speed is just too insane. Suchin was left dumbfounded, speechless. Even a martial king would take several months to master an intermediate martial art to perfection. 5 minutes to perfection. This is just too outrageous. If people found out, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. I wonder how long it takes for advanced martial arts. Suchin licked his lips in excitement. However, the first and second figures practicing blowing snow without trace and wind dance void technique had not shown any signs of completion yet, so it probably wouldn't be a matter of just a few minutes to reach perfection. System. How long does it take for advanced martial arts to reach perfection? With great anticipation, Suchin asked. Ding. All advanced martial arts only require 24 hours to reach perfection level. 24 hours sounds like a long time, but in reality, it's just way too short. Suchin's eyes sparkled with incredible light. To know, the mastery level of a martial art is divided into 4 grades: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Without the mastery function at the current practice speed of 512 times, Suchin would need a day and a half to practice a high-level martial art to the minor success level. To reach major success would take 5 to 6 days. Achieving perfection would require another 10 to 20 days. All the time combined, it would be close to a month. But now, it only takes a day to practice a high-level martial art to perfection. The practice speed has increased by 2 to 3 times. Moreover, this is for high-level martial arts. If it were a high-level ordinary martial art, the practice time would be greatly reduced. TSK, the system is too abnormal. Suchin gasped, unable to suppress his exclamations. In the following hours, Suchin excitedly practiced all low-level and mid-level martial arts to perfection. Immediately, he opened the attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name: Suchin race, human talent level, turbid body realm level, peak martial master attack level, high level martial king plus defense level, quasi martial king movement level, primary martial king stamina level, quasi martial king mental level, mind realm mastered martial arts, boundless heart sutra, snowless wind diagram, high level entry, falling sun black flame record, high level entry, wind dance void technique, high level entry, 7-star hidden killing blade, high level entry, Fong Tian painting halberd battle scroll, high level entry, lotus leaf martial melody collection, high-level entry, Meridian Profound Dark Art, high-level entry, Solitary Question Phoenix Pattern Sutra, high-level entry, Xian Body Motionless Scroll, high-level entry, Mountain Breath, high-level entry, Giant God Body Forging Technique, high-level entry. Some martial arts have been omitted. Activated system functions: one-click cultivation function, level 10, one-click martial arts function, level 10, clone dispatch function, level 8, one-click treasure-seeking function, level 8, one-click alchemy function, level 5, all of them have improved. Looking at the attribute panel, Suchin was overjoyed. The movement level has even reached the true martial king level. The true martial king level movement means Suchin's speed has surpassed the speed of sound, reaching a higher level. As expected of perfection, the primary and intermediate martial arts that had lost their effectiveness are now once again showing their residual heat. Delightful. Suchin smiled contentedly, then turned his gaze back to the balance of spirit stones. There are still over 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Suchin's lips curled. System: upgrade the one-click alchemy function. Ding. Consuming 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The one-click alchemy function is upgraded to level 6, capable of refining king level and below grade pills. I can refine king level pills now. Suchin nodded in satisfaction, then pondered. Currently, I only have a few types of king level pills, all obtained from Tian Shoshin. It seems I need to supplement some pill recipes. With this in mind, Suchin took out the alchemy classics he obtained from the Pill King Jingqiani and began to browse through them. At the same time, Eastern City Martial Artist Alliance, Eastern Building. A strong martial general knelt on the ground in fear, trembling all over. What? Zihan is in grave danger. The furious voice of Chao Zhua came. Where is General Yu? What is he doing? He can't even protect my son. The anger in Chao Zhua's heart was far stronger than he showed. Chao Zihan is his only son. It is known that the higher the martial artist, the more difficult it is to conceive. It is impossible for him to have another son. If Chao Zihan dies, he will be left without heirs. Facing such a painful outcome, it can be said that his heart is shattered and the sky is falling. Lord Chao Zhua, it seems that General Yu, he's probably gone too. The strong general said tremulously. We've already investigated and found 2 piles of ashes at the Tranquil Pill Tower, which we can basically confirm belong to young Master Zihan and General Yu. At that time, the Tranquil Pill Tower was under attack. It said that those who died did, and those who were injured, and young Master and General Yu happened to be at the Tranquil Pill Tower. I suspect they were killed by the strongman who robbed the Tranquil Pill Tower. What? Chao Zhua's eyes instantly widened with rage, his face contorted. Are you saying my son is confirmed dead? Gulp. The strong general swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. Yes, that's how it is. As soon as these words were spoken, Chao Zhua's anger surged from his chest to his head, nearly driving him to madness. Ah, Who dares to kill my Zihan? I will kill you all. Chao Zuo's eyes turned blood red as he howled to the heavens, releasing a roar of painful despair. The general kneeling on the ground immediately prostrated himself, fearing that Chao Zuo would kill him on the spot. A few minutes later, a large number of strong fighters rushed out. Even those on duty were dispatched to track down the robber of the Tranquil Pill Tower. In an instant, the streets were filled with law enforcement fighters from the Martial Artist Alliance. Many people were captured for questioning, even those who merely passed by the Tranquil Pill Tower that day were not spared. However, in the end, Chao Zuo did not obtain any useful information, only knowing that the murderer was likely a young person. Damn it! You're all useless. Chao Zuo's eyes bulged with rage, cursing furiously. So many people, and you can't even find a mere robber. Get out, all of you get out. If it weren't for the last shred of his sanity, he would have destroyed the entire Eastern Mansion by now. Just then, someone rushed in from outside in a hurry. It was the strong general who had come to report earlier. Lord Chao Zuo, we finally found some useful information. The strong general entered, not daring to meet Chao Zuo's frenzied gaze, and directly knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. Speak quickly. Chao Zuo's voice was as cold as if it came from hell. My lord, we intercepted some battle auras. The strong general cautiously handed over a small vial. According to our deductions, the murderer is very likely the one who wiped out the Qianyi Pavilion. The one who wiped out the Qianyi Pavilion, killed King Jing Qianyi, and then killed my son. I will make you regret coming to this world. Send someone to inform Lord Ren Tianfeng of Blue Star City. Temporarily seal off the airport, allowing only entry, not exit. Also, let all the martial kings in the city mobilize. Based on the aura, search for me. Carefully sensing the aura in the vial, Chao Zuo's eyes emitted an extremely intense killing intent. Immediately, he took a step forward, crashing through the room's floor-to-ceiling window, soaring into the air. Spiritual perception. A terrifying mental force spread from Chao Zuo, quickly covering a radius of several kilometers. The general who had come to report immediately went to relay the orders. In an instant, 9 martial kings from the martial artist alliance branches flew into the sky, deploying their spiritual perception to begin a carpet search. Just then, the Ji family also learned that Chao Zihan had died at the Tranquil Pill Tower. Sigh, what on earth is happening today? My son is dead, and Chao Zuo's son is dead. Ji Go held onto Ji Wu's belongings, helplessly gazing up at the sky with a deep sigh. Go, send someone to assist Chao Zuo in capturing the murderer. The pain of losing his son was something he had just experienced, so he understood very well how much Chao Zuo was suffering, especially since Chao Zihan was Chao Zuo's only son. Understood. A general accepted the order and left. Watching his subordinate leave, Ji Go sighed again. He never imagined that the one who killed Chao Zuo's son, Chao Zihan, was actually Suchin, whom he thought had already been dealt with. At this moment, Suchin was squeezed together with Ji Ruxue and Morong Chanshan, studying the alchemy manual. Originally, it was Suchin who was reading alone. But later, Ji Ruxue mentioned to Morong Chanshan that Suchin could instantly comprehend the alchemy manual. This immediately left Morong Chanshan in disbelief, her mouth agape. Seeing Morong Chanshan's incredulity, Ji Ruxue simply dragged her over to Suchin to let her witness it for herself. And this sight nearly made Morong Chanshan question her life. Just as Ji Ruxue had said, for any alchemy manual, Suchin could grasp all the methods of refining the pills after just one read. Moreover, with his synchronized alchemy ability, Suchin could effortlessly articulate the key points, principles, techniques, and so on for each step of the alchemy process. Such an abnormal alchemy talent left Morong Chanshan stunned, her mind blank. When she came to her senses, she was completely in awe of Suchin's alchemical skills and took out her own alchemy manual to seek his guidance. Her own talent was also quite strong, and she understood everything with just a little hint from Suchin. Under Suchin's instruction, Morong Chanshan not only integrated her own alchemy manual but also learned a lot from Jing Qianyi's manual. This brought her theoretical knowledge in alchemy almost to the level of a pill king. Alright, this last alchemy manual covers just these. Suchin closed the book in his hand and tossed it into his storage space. If I have time, I'll personally demonstrate it for you. Thank you, Lord Suchin, for your guidance. Morong Chanshan bowed sincerely, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and excitement. As for Ji Ruxue, her foundation in alchemy was too weak, so she was just listening in. Thus, she was still a bit confused, which was quite adorable. At that moment, Suchin suddenly changed his expression. What's wrong, brother Suchin? Ji Ruxue keenly noticed Suchin's unusual demeanor. They've started looking for me. Suchin smirked. 1 martial emperor, 9 martial kings, and even the Ji family has sent people to assist. TSK, they really are quite aggressive. Ha? Ji Ruxue frowned and asked, what do you mean, 1 martial emperor and 9 martial kings? Chao Zuo and the other martial kings from the Eastern City branch of the Martial Alliance. Suchin smirked. I killed Chao Zihan, and now they're coming for me. How could Suchin not be prepared for the movements of the Martial Alliance and the Ji family? He had already sent a clone nearby to monitor the situation. With such a commotion from Chao Zuo and the others, how could it escape his notice? What? Chao Zua personally took action? Mo Rong Qianqian looked worried. The spiritual perception ability of a martial emperor is very strong. We can't hide from him here. What should we do? It's fine. The entire eastern city is so vast, even if they search inch by inch, who knows how long it will take them to find us here. A hint of disdain appeared on Su Chen's face. If I mislead them a bit more, they'll never discover us. How do you plan to mislead them? Ji Rushua blinked and asked. Of course, I'll use a clone. A faint smile curved Su Chen's lips. He then directly sent one clone towards a martial king participating in the search and dispatched another clone to the airport. You want to catch me? Su Chen smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Let's see how I can make you all spin in circles. At the same time, the grief-stricken Ji Ge received an unbelievable message. What? The one who killed Chao Zihan was someone from the group that destroyed Qianyi Pavilion? Ji Ge stared with his old eyes, incredulously looking at the communication jade tablet. But wasn't it Su Chen who destroyed Qianyi Pavilion? Su Chen himself admitted that he was the one who destroyed Qianyi Pavilion, and wasn't he killed by my father using a mental attack? Everyone is dead. How could he possibly attack the Jingxing Dan Tower and kill Chao Zihan? This is impossible. How could Su Chen not be dead? Ji Ge trembled as he sent an inquiry using the communication jade tablet. After a moment, his subordinate sent back a very certain answer. Whoever killed Chao Zihan was someone from Qianyi Pavilion. In other words, it was done by Su Chen. Upon receiving this definitive news, Ji Ge was momentarily stunned. Su Chen's words echoed continuously in his ears. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. What kind of monster are you? Ji Ge, filled with rage, smashed the communication jade tablet to the ground, his whole being sinking into despair. After a long while, he finally steadied his mind and regained his composure. The one who died before must not have been Su Chen himself. He was a clone, which is why he dared to brazenly kidnap Wu Bo and break into my Ji family. A cold light flashed in Ji Ji's eyes. Previously, Ji Kuan also encountered two white-robed individuals who could use the Qinglian dragon pattern fire. Under normal circumstances, the number of clones should not exceed 1 or 2, especially since Su Chen's clone is so powerful, almost comparable to a martial king. This means that this Su Chen should only have one clone, and the other is his true self. After this analysis, Ji Ge became increasingly certain of his thoughts. Alright, Su Chen, you bastard, it's good that you're not dead. A strong cold smile appeared on Ji Ji's face. Since you're not dead, I can make your life worse than death to honor my son in the heavens. He then picked up the communication jade tablet from the ground and sent a message to Chao Zua. On the other side, Chao Zua, who received Ji Ji's message, was equally shocked. Su Chen, a single person can actually have two clones. Chao Zua's face was filled with horror, and their strength is almost the same as the true self, both at the martial king level. This is simply unbelievable. While in shock, Chao Zua also became vigilant. If the opponent has clones, they might send out a clone to confuse the situation and escape. Send the order down. City gates, air harbor. All entry and no exit, with a focus on guarding the city gates and air harbor. Chao Zua's eyes flashed with cold light, a strong killing intent appearing on his face. Su Chen, let's see where you can escape to. Once I catch you, I will make you experience all the pain in the world. At this moment, the only two exits in the eastern city had been completely sealed off. The barrier's anti-air formation was always active, making it impossible to fly out of the city. Only spirit airships with special passes could ignore the anti-air formation and fly out of the barrier. Therefore, in Chao Zua's view, Su Chen was already a trapped beast. Unfortunately, neither he nor Ji Ge could imagine that Su Chen actually had 7 clones of the same realm as himself. Shortly after Chao Zua issued the order, in a dark alley, a man dressed in a black robe, wearing a mask and cloak, moved. This person was the first clone sent out by Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen had already used perfect possession on him. The good show was about to begin. Su Chen smirked, stepping out from his hiding place. After glancing around, he bumped into a heavily tattooed man who clearly looked like a bad person. Damn you, how dare you bump into me, Hu Hanjiao? The tattooed man glared fiercely, slapping out trash. Su Chen disdainfully extended his hand, striking the tattooed man's face with a swift motion. The tattooed man was immediately sent flying. A commotion erupted around them. A martial king nearby, who was using spiritual perception to search for Su Chen, noticed the disturbance and immediately went to check it out. Thus, this battle aura. The martial king widened his eyes, immediately overjoyed. It's that Su Chen. I didn't expect him to dare to fight with someone on the street. Although it was just a small action, it exposed him, truly seeking death. After the surprise, this martial king did not rashly act but instead locked onto Su Chen's whereabouts and quickly sent a message to Chao Zua. Have you found Su Chen's trace on Jiyu Street? Chao Zua looked at the communication jade tablet in his hand, his eyes filled with doubt, so quickly exposed. It must be Su Chen's clone. However, even though he knew that this exposure was likely a clone, after some thought, Chao Zua still decided to capture this Su Chen. First, he was afraid that Su Chen would play unpredictably, disguising his true self as a clone. Second, special techniques like clones often have the possibility of reviving the true self upon the death of the clone. Therefore, whether it was Suchin's true self or clone, Chaozhua would not let either escape. Send the order down. Chaozhua's eyes turned cold as he issued the command, mobilize the 1st to 3rd martial kings to encircle and kill Suchin. The remaining martial kings and martial generals, as well as the G family support personnel, all head to the city gate and airport. Once the order was given, a large number of personnel immediately rushed towards the direction where Suchin's clone was exposed. At the same time, Chaozhua also headed towards the location where Suchin's clone was revealed. Although Suchin could not see all this, he could guess. Come on, everyone come. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Suchin's mouth. Those who live in comfort should get some exercise, right? He then turned and walked into a bustling building. Damn it, he actually entered such a crowded place. The martial king tracking Suchin frowned, feeling a bit irritated. To avoid alarming the snake, he had been monitoring Suchin with his naked eyes. If he used spiritual perception, it would be easier for the other party to notice. Now, Suchin had entered such a complex environment, making his surveillance even more difficult. Moreover, this building was filled with people. If a fight broke out, many innocent lives might be lost. This would severely damage the reputation of their martial alliance's Eastern City branch. What to do? The martial king's face was wrinkled. He then sent a message to Chaozhua, asking for a strategy. Tightly monitor this building. Once the other martial kings arrive, act immediately. As for the bystanders in the building, just give them a warning before taking action. If they don't escape after the warning, we can't be blamed. Chaozhua, upon receiving the message, immediately provided a cold and ruthless method. In his view, the lives of these low-level martial artists were simply insignificant. He was even prepared. If Suchin took the entire building's people hostage, he would not hold back and would kill them all. Understood. The martial king, who received the order, felt that Chaozhua's method was a bit too cruel. But as a subordinate, what else could he do but obey? About 7 or 8 minutes passed. The other 3 martial kings had already arrived at the building where Suchin's clone was located. Let's begin. The leading martial king said. Lock onto the target, warn the unrelated people, and then act directly. Okay, I'm more familiar with the target, I'll lock onto him. The first martial king to discover Suchin nodded, then released all his spiritual power, enveloping the entire building. However, after searching, his expression immediately changed drastically. What happened? The leading martial king frowned and asked coldly. He's gone. The target is gone. The martial king with the changed expression stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? Although my spiritual power didn't directly monitor the target, it covered all the routes around him. He never appeared. How could he be gone? What? Did he really disappear right under your nose? That's impossible. How could he just vanish into thin air? Yeah, if it were in the wild, he might have escaped underground. But in this city, the underground is covered by a counterattack formation. The other 3 martial kings all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, a streak of light flew in from a distance. It was Chaozhua. What happened? Chaozhua's voice was icy cold. Everyone is here. Why aren't we making a move? Reporting to the Lord. The target has vanished. A martial king answered tremulously. Our mental energy covered all routes, but he just disappeared. What? Gone. Chaozhua's expression changed, and he murmured, could it be that he has a treasure that shields against mental perception? It's very possible. You two split up and go in to search carefully. Don't miss any corners. Yes. The martial king named by Chaozhua immediately rushed into the building to begin the search. At the same time, Eastern City Airport. A spirit energy airship had just landed, and a large number of passengers poured out. Most of these people had come for the enrollment of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. So this is Eastern City. It's definitely much larger than our Baichin City. Yeah, look at those tall buildings, just like the legendary peaceful era. It's so great to come to Eastern City. I must have a good time, even if I can't get into the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. It's worth it. While the people from Baichin City were discussing animatedly, a nearby airport staff member curled his lip and said, Eastern City is nice, but strange things have been happening frequently lately. In just a day or two, Dan Wang Jingxiani has died, Xiani Pavilion has been flattened, Ziwa Tower is in chaos, and Jingxingdan Tower has been robbed, with countless deaths in between. Just now, the airport issued an order, only allowing entry, but not exit. Something big is probably about to happen, you should be careful. Ah, it's so chaotic in Eastern City? Who dares to act like this in Eastern City? That's too arrogant. Everyone around was astonished, looking at each other in disbelief, unable to suppress their exclamations. At that moment, a figure flashed past them and directly entered the spirit energy airship that had just finished disembarking passengers. This figure was, of course, the avatar controlled by Suchin. As for the previous avatar, it had already been retracted into the mysterious space. After entering the spirit energy airship, Suchin went straight to the cockpit. Who are you? Leave immediately, this is not a place for you. The warrior guarding the cockpit shouted loudly. Humph. Suchin sneered coldly, and the martial king-level aura erupted explosively. In an instant, the cockpit guard and the pilot were left dumbfounded. Master Martial King. The cockpit guard's knees buckled and he fell to the ground. The pilot was also trembling all over, cold sweat visibly pouring from his forehead. Now, take off immediately. Suchin smiled faintly, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Yes, Master Martial King. I will take off right away. The pilot trembled and hurriedly manipulated the spirit energy airship to begin takeoff. This unusual movement immediately caught the attention of the airport staff. Spirit Energy Airship number 39, please stop takeoff immediately. Repeat, Spirit Energy Airship number 39, please stop. Take off immediately and land in the current area for inspection. The strong voices echoed throughout the airport. What? What's going on? Why did our Baichin City's Spirit Energy Airship suddenly take off? As soon as we arrived in the eastern city, such a thing happened. This place is truly in a tumultuous season. The people of Baichin City, who had been discussing fervently before, were now utterly shocked. The other passers-by at the air harbor also wore expressions of astonishment. They knew that something big was about to happen. At the same time, the Martial King and Martial Commander, stationed at the air harbor by Chaozhua, also changed their expressions immediately. Suddenly taking off at this time. It's highly likely that Suchin is trying to escape. A long-haired Martial King exclaimed in surprise and joy. Quick, report the news to Chaozhua at the guard station, Deputy 4th Guard. Let's go together and intercept the spiritual airship. As soon as he finished speaking, he and another dark-faced Martial King soared into the air, heading towards the spiritual airship where Suchin's clone was located. The other martial commanders began to report the news and arrange other measures. Ignore the orders from the air harbor. Continue flying. On the spiritual airship, a playful smile gradually appeared on Suchin's lips. Gulp. The pilot of the spiritual airship swallowed hard, bitterly saying, "My lord, if we continue flying, they will take action. No matter what, continue flying." Suchin pouted and then looked out the window. At this moment, the two martial kings had already caught up. Their speed was faster than the spiritual airship, and the distance between them was gradually closing. Two martial kings. Suchin narrowed his eyes and directly pulled up their attribute panels. Looking at the information panels of the two martial kings, Suchin showed a hint of disdain. Both of these martial kings were only intermediate level, with their four-dimensional levels hovering around that of intermediate martial kings. At this time, the two intermediate martial kings had already reached above the spiritual airship. Immediately stop flying. The long-haired martial king shouted sternly, otherwise, we will take action. Mental perception. The dark-faced martial king's eyes shone brightly, and his mental power surged out, enveloping the entire spiritual airship. The almost all-pervasive mental power quickly spread to the cockpit of the spiritual airship. Soon after, the dark-faced martial king saw a calm young man sitting on the sofa, drinking. It really is. That's Suchin. Quick, let's rush in and capture him alive. The dark-faced martial king's face showed excitement. If they captured this martial king, they would achieve great merit. Go! The other long-haired martial king was also overjoyed, his internal spiritual energy moving, and his speed surged again. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the two martial kings flew to the back of the spiritual airship. White bone clear moon. The long-haired martial king shouted, and with a claw, he tore a crack in the surface of the spiritual airship. Immediately, the two of them entered in succession, quickly heading towards Suchin's clone. 2 breaths later, they appeared in front of Suchin. Not bad speed. Looking at the two martial kings in front of him, Suchin put down his wine glass and smiled calmly. Humph. Of course. You are Suchin, right? Will you self-destruct your cultivation and surrender, or shall we take action? The two martial kings surrounded Suchin, one on the left and one on the right, their faces filled with the words, "We have you cornered." TSK, you want me to surrender? Suchin scoffed. Do you not know that the 5th elder of the Ji family, Ji Hong, died at my hands? Humph. So what if you killed Ji Hong? The long-haired martial king sneered. Do you think we are just simple intermediate martial kings? No more nonsense. Since he refuses to surrender, let him see our methods. The dark-faced martial king's eyes revealed fierce light filled with killing intent, and then he shouted, "Blood fiend, ignite heart." In the next moment, all the flesh and blood on his body suddenly disappeared, transforming him into a skeletal figure. However, his breath suddenly elevated to a small realm in an instant. At the same time, the long-haired martial king also used this secret technique, forcibly raising his combat power to the advanced martial king level. Humph. The long-haired martial king looked disdainfully at Suchin. Now, do you still have the confidence to escape from us? TSK, two advanced martial kings, indeed very strong. Suchin raised an eyebrow, but unfortunately, in front of me, it's still not enough. Even at death's door, you dare to be arrogant. The black-faced martial king was furious, throwing a punch at Suchin. Watch me turn you into a cripple. He. With just you two, you think you can turn me into a cripple? Looking at the charging martial king, Suchin smirked. Just lie down for me. The next moment, 7-star hidden killing blade. 2 sword lights appeared behind the long-haired martial king and the black-faced martial king, instantly piercing through their dantians and shattering their spiritual cores. Puff. The two caught off guard martial kings spat out a mouthful of blood, their spiritual power starting to wildly dissipate. With both their spiritual cores and dantians destroyed, their cultivation was directly rendered useless. Looking at the long sword, piercing through their abdomens and feeling the rolling pain within, the faces of the two martial kings revealed endless terror. TSK, the extinguishing aura of the Xian Yun Jingyu fire is really useful, especially against you guys who don't like to maintain spiritual perception at all times. Suchin smirked, then waved his hand, and the two avatar swords moved, withdrawing from the dantians of the two martial kings. Thud! The two martial kings gaped, in despair, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, they also saw clearly the enemies attacking them, two young men who looked exactly like Suchin. This is an avatar. So many avatars, how is that possible? The two martial kings' eyes widened in shock, almost more horrified than an ordinary person seeing a ghost. Sorry, I have this many avatars. Suchin smiled lightly, flicking his fingers, and two groups of Qinglian dragon pattern fire fell onto the two martial kings. Boom! The blue flames enveloped the two martial kings, burning fiercely. Ah! It hurts! The two martial kings screamed in immense pain. The powerful physiques that once made them proud had now become the source of their suffering. After a while, the flames extinguished, and the two martial kings turned to ashes. Ding! You have obtained the King Weapon Beidou Fei Home Sword *1 High-Grade Spirit Stone *3256 Medium-Grade Spirit Stone *142521 Low-Grade Spirit Stone *1565652. Ding! You have obtained the King Weapon Wugo Jinhudo *1 High-Grade Spirit Stone *2256 Medium-Grade Spirit Stone *262521 Low-Grade Spirit Stone *365847. Another over 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. How delightful! Suchin revealed an excited smile. And there are 2 king weapons. These are good items. With a thought, the 2 king weapons appeared in his hands. The 2 king weapons, 1 sword and 1 knife, were both primary king weapons, on the same level as the war god Panlong spear. The war god Panlong spear isn't suitable for me anyway. Now I can change my weapon. Suchin smirked, passing the war god Panlong spear and the Wugo Jinhudo to the 2 avatars, leaving only the Beidou Fei Hong sword. This long sword was pure white, with the hilt engraved with the decorations of the Big Dipper, and the blade was like a beautifully straight feather. TSK, such a flashy appearance. I like it. Suchin nodded in satisfaction, then dismissed the avatars and went to the airship's cockpit. The airship pilot and guards had just heard the 2 martial kings' piercing screams, and now that Suchin appeared, they were so frightened they almost fainted. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Suchin shrugged helplessly. You just need to fly the airship out of the barrier and keep flying. Yes, Master, we will definitely follow your orders. The airship pilot and the guard warrior replied with terrified expressions, trembling in fear. They then pushed the airship's power to the maximum and quickly flew towards the western barrier. Time moved forward. GU Street. What? A Suchin has appeared at the airport, hijacking the spirit energy airship to escape? Chaozhua looked at the communication jade tablet in his hand, his expression suddenly shifting. Indeed, this must be Suchin's avatar. That has appeared here. He used his strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Fortunately, I sent 2 martial kings to monitor the airport earlier. Otherwise he might have really escaped. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the martial king beside him. You continue searching here. I will go to the airport. Yes, the suspicious Chaozhua still did not give up on searching for the first Suchin avatar. Of course, his suspicion was just a waste of effort. After speaking, without waiting for his subordinate's response, Chaozhua soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards the airport. Although Suchin can kill Jihong, under the joint efforts of Deputy 4th and Deputy 5th, he should not be his match. A cold smile appeared on Chaozhua's face. So, by the time I arrive at the airport, Suchin, you must have already been captured. Daring to kill my only son, I will make you wish for death every day. Filled with endless hatred, Chaozhua's spirit energy erupted, and he accelerated again. About 3 minutes later, he arrived at the airport. However, as soon as he landed, a panicked martial commander rushed over and knelt on the ground. What's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Chaozhua looked down at this subordinate. Where are Deputy 4th and Deputy 5th? Where is Suchin? Master. Deputy 4th and Deputy 5th went after the airship hijacked by Suchin, but soon lost contact. We sent a message but received no reply. The kneeling martial commander said in a state of terror. The most critical point is that the spirit energy airship did not stop but flew towards the barrier. What? Chaozhua's expression instantly turned to disbelief. You mean Deputy 4th and Deputy 5th couldn't stop the spirit energy airship and there's been no news? Why yes. The kneeling martial commander nodded tremblingly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chaozhua couldn't help but widen his eyes and gasp. He knew very well what losing contact represented. This meant that the 2 martial kings pursuing Suchin were very likely dead. My plan has no issues. The one at GU Street is Suchin's avatar. The one hijacking the spirit energy airship is his true self. But how could that damn Suchin be so powerful? The shock in Chaozhua's heart was like a level 10 tsunami. Although Deputy 4th and Deputy 5th are only intermediate martial kings, they can unleash the power of advanced martial kings. Together, they actually fell to Suchin's hands. At this moment, the kneeling martial commander cautiously said, "Lord Guardian, we saw the spirit energy airship flying towards the western barrier. Should we pursue it?" "Pursue? Can you catch up? You are all a bunch of useless trash." Chao's was furious, kicking the martial commander on the ground. "Away, quick! Turn off the airspace restriction formation. I will personally pursue." After speaking, Chao's shot into the sky, flying towards the west at the fastest speed. Just as Chao's was being led by the nose outside the city, Suchin cancelled the perfect possession, leaving the avatar to guard the spirit energy airship, then withdrew all his consciousness. TSK, this time the harvest is quite substantial. Suchin opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. "System, immediately deposit my gold spirit stones and then upgrade my avatar dispatch function." Ding! All gold spirit stones have been deposited into the system. Ding! Consumed 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. The clone dispatch function upgraded to level 9, clone count +1. In an instant, a purple little figure coalesced once again in the mysterious black space. It was Suchin's 9th clone. Awesome! Now I have another clone with equal combat power. Suchin took a satisfying breath, and with the clone dispatch reaching level 9, it will soon be level 10. Given the system's nature, when the clone dispatch reaches level 10, it will definitely grant additional functions, which is really something to look forward to. "Brother Suchin, you're grinning like an idiot again." Ji Rushua tugged at Suchin's sleeve with a hint of curiosity. "Ha!" Suchin came back to his senses and laughed. "Ha, I had Chao's spinning in circles. I'm just happy." "Had Chao's spinning in circles?" Morong Chanxian asked curiously. "Lord Suchin, how did you manage to do that to a martial emperor?" "Haha, let me tell you." Suchin laughed heartily and recounted how he had played tricks on Chao's. "Wow, Chao's is really so foolish." Exactly, they definitely didn't expect that those two are both brother Suchin's clones. And now, Chao's is still foolishly chasing the spirit airship. It's just hilarious, and he's a martial emperor. After listening to Suchin's story, Morong Shanxian and Ji Rushua immediately began to discuss excitedly. At the same time, their gazes towards Suchin were filled with even more admiration and respect. Watching the chattering Morong Shanxian and Ji Rushua, a faint smile appeared on Suchin's face. "Sometimes, having someone to accompany you is quite nice." He then slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the underground structures, landing on the entire eastern city. Now, in the entire eastern city, only the martial emperor's mental attacks can pose a significant threat to me. Although I have the devouring clone available, it's still uncertain whether the devouring clones can stack mental power. Moreover, this ability has a very short duration, so it can only be used as a trump card and shouldn't be overly relied upon. I need to quickly raise my mental power level. A contemplative look flickered in Suchin's eyes. As long as I raise my mental level to the mist condensation level, I can swagger around Eastern City. With this thought, Suchin's lips curled into a smirk as he took out a king-grade pill from his storage space. This pill was entirely azure, resembling a deep-sea pearl, and was the newly refined divine locking heart pill for a martial king. To enhance their mental power, besides personal cultivation, they can also rely on external forces, and pills are one of those means. However, pills that can increase mental power are extremely precious, at least king-grade pills. King-grade pills can only be refined by pill kings. Moreover, many pill kings may not even be able to refine pills that enhance mental power. For example, the divine locking heart pill is one of the pills from the Jing Qianyi pill manual, but Jing Qianyi does not have mastery over this pill. Therefore, pills that enhance mental power are completely priceless. Even a martial king would find it incredibly difficult to purchase one. However, for Suchin, this was not a problem at all. As long as he had enough materials, he could continuously refine the divine locking heart pill, and all of them would be of perfect quality. One pill worth more than 10 inferior pills. As long as the pills are sufficient, I believe the 7-day mental power enhancement period will be shortened again. Suchin chuckled and then swallowed the divine locking heart pill in his hand. In an instant, he felt a coolness in his mind, as if even his senses had become much clearer. Moreover, this feeling was growing stronger, clearly indicating that the medicinal properties were erupting. No wonder it's a perfect quality pill. Suchin revealed a satisfied smile and immediately asked, "System, how long until my mental power level can be upgraded?" Ding! Host, your mental power level can be upgraded to the mist condensation realm in just 6 days. Shortened by about 6 hours? Suchin smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, that's already great. Then, with a thought, a large handful of divine locking heart pills appeared in his palm. These divine locking heart pills were all the pills Suchin currently possessed to enhance his mental power, each worth over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The total value of this handful of pills reached an astonishing 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If converted to gold coins, that would be a full 1 billion gold coins. However, without any hesitation, Suchin casually tossed them into his mouth as if eating candy. Boom! A terrifying chill erupted from within him, instantly surging to his mind. Suchin's consciousness sank into the sea of knowledge, and in the midst of darkness, countless threads surged out, madly rushing into the white halo. In a short time, he felt his mental power skyrocketing like a rocket. If I can maintain this speed, in less than a day, my mental power can reach the mist level. Suchin's face showed a look of exhilaration. It's a pity the pills are finished and the alchemy materials are used up. I need to gather more materials. And right now, with Chao's distracted by me and the G families, Martial Emperor lying low, it's a great opportunity to collect interest. Thinking of this, Suchin took out a map and began searching for alchemy shops throughout Eastern City. Soon, 4 targets appeared in Suchin's sight: Eastern Alchemy City, G Family Alchemy Tower, Xinglong Alchemy Workshop, and Wudo Alchemy Pavilion. This was the largest alchemy shop in Eastern City, each larger than the Jingxin Alchemy Tower. Among them, Eastern Alchemy City belonged to the Alliance branch. G Family Alchemy Tower and Wuyo Alchemy Pavilion were the G family's properties, while Xinglong Alchemy Workshop was Chao's private property. Eastern Alchemy Tower has a public welfare nature. Forget it. Suchin raised an eyebrow and focused on the other targets. Then, it's you 3. Immediately, he sent out his clone. At the same time, outside the western barrier of Eastern City, Chao's exerted all his strength to chase the spirit energy airship, now less than 5,000 meters away from it. Humph. Thinking of escaping after hijacking a spirit energy airship? Simply delusional. Chao's snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face. Compared to the subsonic speed of the spirit energy airship, Chao's speed reached 2 to 3 times the speed of sound. The outcome of the spirit energy airship being caught was already predetermined from the start. Suchin, once I catch you, I'll make sure to execute you slowly. With a cold laugh, Chao's continued to chase forward, his mental perception rapidly expanding. Before long, his mental perception covered the entire spirit energy airship. However, after a search, the disdain on Chao's face completely vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Disappeared. How is that possible? Could it be that he escaped from the spirit energy airship halfway? That doesn't make sense. I saw the airship from far away when I was in the city. From beginning to end, no one has come out of the airship. With strong suspicion, Chao's caught up to the spirit energy airship and squeezed through the gap torn open by the long-haired martial emperor. After another search, Chao's face turned completely dark as coal. Really nothing. Aside from the pilot and the guard martial artists, there was not a third person in the spirit energy airship. What on earth is going on? Could it be that he never boarded the airship? No, that doesn't make sense. If he wasn't on the airship, how did he kill my 2 martial emperor subordinates? It's strange, really strange. He vanished into thin air on GU Street, and now he's just disappeared without a sound here. Could it be that he possesses the legendary spatial attribute technique, able to tear through space for instant movement? Thinking of this, Chao's expression changed drastically. It must be so. He actually has a spatial attribute technique. That's a legendary divine level technique. No wonder he dares to kill people in Dongfang City without restraint, even disregarding me. With a spatial attribute technique, it would be nearly impossible to chase him down if he wanted to escape. At this moment, he probably doesn't even know where he has run off to. Unless I use the method of tracking his aura, there's no way to find him with ordinary means. Damn it! Why did the heavens make me encounter this Suchin brat? How can I avenge my son? Chao's was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices, his eyes blood-red, veins bulging, trembling constantly. As the guardian of Dongfang City, as a martial emperor, he couldn't even avenge his son's death, and instead, he was being led around by the nose. This was an immense humiliation. If this matter were to be known, his lifetime of reputation would be ruined in an instant. He would spend the rest of his life amidst the mockery and disdain of others. Even a low-level martial artist could casually discuss this useless martial emperor over tea and meals. Ah, Suchin brat, you scoundrel, I will kill you. Chao's was shouted in utter despair, ready to destroy the spiritual airship in his rage. But at that moment, the communication jade tablet in Chao's spatial ring suddenly trembled. A bunch of useless fools still dare to send me messages. Chao's suppressed his fury and took out the communication jade tablet from his spatial ring to take a look. And that glance immediately froze the look of anger on his face. Then, a look of wild joy suddenly erupted on his face. Suchin brat, I didn't expect you to not escape the city, and you even dared to make a move on my Xinglong Danfang. Ah, great. This is truly a glimmer of hope. If you had escaped the city, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But you actually dared to stay in the city. You're simply courting death. As long as you're within the city, you're like a turtle in a jar. No matter what, I can catch you. Even if you possess a spatial attribute technique, it won't help, for within the barrier formation, there is a spatial confinement formation. At this moment, Chao's was completely unconcerned about the losses to Xinglong Danfang, because in his eyes, as long as he could catch Suchin to take revenge, no matter the cost, it was worth it. You dog scoundrel, you will ultimately fall into my hands. A sinister smile and murderous intent appeared on Chao's face. Your life, along with the divine level technique, will all be mine. In the next moment, he took out the communication jade tablet and gave a series of orders, then flew out. of the spiritual airship heading towards the city. Meanwhile, within Dongfang City, an unprecedented robbery was taking place. Wuyou Dan Pavilion. This was a Dan Pavilion acquired by the Ji family, with management members all being high-ranking members of the Ji family. This Dan Pavilion was much larger than the Jingxin Dan building, and here it was even more bustling than the Jingxin Dan building. However, that was all a few minutes ago. At this moment, the entire Dan Pavilion was silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, because almost everyone had run away, leaving only a few members of the Ji family. Usually, these Ji family members were arrogant and overbearing, doing as they pleased. But now, each one of them showed despair, trembling all over, nearly losing control of themselves. Will you take me to the secret vault, or should I kill you and find it myself? A man wrapped in a black robe said slowly. This person was the clone controlled by Suchin through perfect possession. Master. An elderly member of the Ji family trembled as he spoke. Please don't kill us. We'll take you there right away. In the face of the terrifying prospect of life and death, nothing was more important than preserving one's life. Thus, these Ji family members agreed without hesitation. At least you know your place, Suchin said lightly. Lead the way, and don't try any tricks, or you'll die a miserable death. We wouldn't dare. The Ji elder shook his head in fear, then pointed tremblingly in a direction towards the Dan Pavilion. Sir, the secret vault is over there, please follow us. So, under the guidance of several Ji family members, Suchin successfully entered the secret vault of the Wuyou Dan Pavilion. A large number of pill bottles were stored in pristine white jade boxes, just the boxes containing the pill stock, numbered in the thousands. And the materials in the secret vault were even more plentiful, with everything from F-grade to A-grade materials. In addition, there was a dedicated vault for funds, neatly stacked with mountains of spirit stones and gold coins. TSK, the Ji family is really loaded. Suchin clicked his tongue while collecting all these items into his storage space. Gulp. A Ji family member swallowed hard, nervously saying, "Yes sir, can we leave now?" "You can leave," Suchin smirked, "but you all have to leave something behind to do so." These Ji family members, who managed the Wuyou Dan Pavilion, were naturally all trusted subordinates of Ji Du. Suchin would not let them off so easily. The elder collapsed in fear. "Sir, you said you wouldn't kill us." "I never said I wanted your lives," Suchin sneered. "You just need to leave behind your cultivation." Saying this, without waiting for the Ji family members to plead for mercy, he flicked his fingers and unleashed a few streams of spiritual energy, directly shattering their dantians. No, my cultivation. The Ji family members wept and wailed, writhing on the ground in pain like shrimp. Not killing you is already a great mercy," Suchin snorted coldly. Then with a flick of his wrist, he left 4 large characters on the wall. "No enemies in the world. I will not rest until all enemies are eliminated." At the same time, a similar scene was unfolding at the Xinglong Dan workshop and the Ji family Dan tower. However, compared to the Wuyou Dan Pavilion, the resistance from these two families was somewhat stronger, especially at the Ji family Dan tower, where an elder at the martial king level was guarding. Of course, Suchin had directly killed 2 martial kings on the spiritual energy airship. A mere martial king from the Ji family could not escape his grasp. Therefore, just a few minutes later, all the funds, pills, and materials from the Ji family Dan tower and Xinglong Dan workshop fell into Suchin's hands. In such a short time, neither the martial alliance's martial kings searching for Suchin nor the Ji family's martial kings could provide immediate support. By the time they hurried to the 3 Dan pavilions, Suchin had already retracted his avatar. At that moment, on Juwu Mountain, Ji Gu was sitting across from a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was thin, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his expression stern, commanding respect, and making it difficult to look directly at him. This person was Rin Tianfeng, who had come to Dongfang City to hold admissions for the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. "Lord Ren, this is the good tea, Jin Guanyin, that I specially brought back from Shilan City. Please have a taste," Ji Gu said with a beaming smile, but from the depths of his eyes, a hint of sorrow could still be seen. After all, his son had only died a day ago. However, the other party was from the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy and a martial emperor strongman, so he had to personally receive them. "Thank you, Master Ji." Ren Tianfeng spoke, his voice resonant, concise, and powerful. "I am aware of some matters regarding your son, but I have come to seek you today, Master Ji, out of necessity, so please forgive me." "You are too polite, Lord Ren." Ji Gu forced a smile. "If you have any needs, please feel free to say so. Our Ji family will certainly do our utmost to accommodate you at any time." "Then I will speak frankly." Ren Tianfeng nodded with a smile. "As you know, I am here to recruit students for the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. For the recruitment, we need to set up a Dragon Leap Grand Array to screen talented martial artists. With the recruitment date approaching, I plan to start arranging the Dragon Leap Grand Array. I have checked the geomancy in Dongfang City and found that Juewu Mountain is the most suitable. Therefore, I would like to borrow your Ji family's precious land for this purpose, and I will return it after the recruitment. Lord Ren, borrowing Juewu Mountain is certainly not a problem. It is our honor that our Juewu Mountain can serve as the recruitment site for the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Jiga smiled brightly at Ren Tianfeng. My lord, I will have everyone on Juewu Mountain leave immediately and clean it up. Juewu Mountain was the only large natural peak in Dongfang City. It was preserved by the Ji family, or else it would have been excavated to build skyscrapers long ago. Now, this natural peak seemed incredibly rare amidst the steel jungle of Dongfang City. However, no matter how rare it was just a mountain, merely some natural scenery. Now that it could be used as a recruitment site for the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, Ji Gu was more than happy. Then I thank you very much, Master Ji. Ren Tianfeng laughed heartily and then stood up. I will wait for you to handle the matters regarding Juewu Mountain, and then I will come back to have tea with you. Good, next time I will definitely prepare even more precious tea. Ji Gu knew that Ren Tianfeng was a decisive person, so he did not intend to keep him. As he spoke, Ji Gu was about to see Ren Tianfeng off. But at that moment, his communication jade tablet suddenly flickered. Ji's expression changed, revealing some joy. It seems that Chao's has caught that scoundrel Suchin. Seeing Ji Gu suddenly show joy, Ren Tianfeng couldn't help but laugh. He naturally knew about the big things Suchin had done in Dongfang City. However, Ren Tianfeng did not want to intervene hastily. After all, this was an internal matter of Dongfang City which Chao's would handle. As an outsider, if he acted rashly, it would seem like overstepping his bounds. I had instructed before that apart from matters concerning that Suchin, I should not be disturbed about other things. Now that news has come, it should be that Suchin has been caught by Chao's. He escaped on a spiritual airship. How could he possibly evade Chao's pursuit? Jiga laughed heartily. Let me see if he has already been brought back to Dongfang City by Chao's. If he has returned, I must go and torture him thoroughly. Only then can I relieve my hatred. As he spoke, Jiga took out the communication jade tablet. However, when he saw the information on the jade tablet, the joy on his face instantly froze. What happened, Master Ji? Ren Tianfeng sensed something was wrong and used his spiritual power to scan the communication jade tablet, his expression changing drastically. The jade tablet displayed a few sentences. Master, Suchin has reappeared in Dongfang City. He is retaliating against Lord Chaozhua and our Ji family. The Xinglong Dan Workshop, Ji Family Dan Tower, and Wuyo Dan Pavilion have all been looted. Elder Ji Long is dead, and other important members have suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, Suchin is extremely arrogant. He left behind the words, "No enmity in the world," as he escaped. No enemies in the world. This means to eliminate all enemies without mercy. Ren Tianfeng, after reading the information, couldn't help but show a look of shock. This Suchin is truly unruly and looks down on everything. At the same time that Ren Tianfeng was astonished, the joy on Ji's face quickly turned into endless rage and hatred. That Suchin kid. How could it be him again? Wasn't Chao's was sent to hunt him down? How could he appear in the city? And he even robbed 3 pill towers at the same time. Could it be that he has not just 2 avatars but 4 avatars? Anger, shock, hatred, disbelief, various emotions surfaced on Ji's face. This made his face become incredibly twisted and ferocious. He originally thought that with Chaozhua taking action, Suchin would surely be captured. He never expected that what awaited him was such terrible news. Why is Suchin so strange? How can we kill him? Jigu roared in his heart, and beneath the twisted and ferocious face, a hint of helplessness faintly emerged. In just a day or two, everything Suchin did was a sensation throughout the city. He killed Jing Qianni and destroyed the Qianni Pavilion, killed Ji Hong and Ji Wubua, and now he had even killed the 6th elder, Ji Long. However, his Ji family had only managed to kill one of Suchin's avatars from beginning to end. The first family of Eastern City was utterly powerless against a lone wanderer. This complete loss of control made Ji Go feel both ashamed and anxious, helpless to the point of almost spitting blood. Master Ji, come to your senses, you're about to go mad. Ren Tianfeng, seeing Ji Gu in a daze, with a changing expression, immediately reminded him. Ji Gu trembled all over, suddenly coming to his senses, his face showing deep fear. He then exhaled heavily. Blushing, he bowed deeply to Ren Tianfeng. Thank you, Lord Ren, for the reminder. Otherwise, if I really let that Suchin kid anger me into madness, it would be a huge joke. It's just a small effort. Ren Tianfeng nodded lightly, then a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This Suchin has caused so much trouble in Eastern City, truly reckless. Not to mention that his actions have already affected the enrollment of my Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Even if it hadn't, I still can't stand by. Master Ji, you can ask Chaozhua, and if needed, I can help you capture this person. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Ren Tianfeng had just taken the Ji family's Juewu Mountain, so he naturally had to show some goodwill. Moreover, at the time of enrollment for the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, Suchin was causing chaos in Eastern City, completely disregarding the academy. This was simply a slap in Ren Tianfeng's face. Therefore, Ren Tianfeng had no good feelings towards Suchin at all. Lord Ren, if you can take action, that would be great. I will immediately send a message to Lord Chaozhua. I believe Lord Chaozhua will definitely not refuse. Wait, I will also ask my father to take action. With the three of you martial emperors working together, we will surely be able to eliminate that Suchin scoundrel. The fear on GGE's face turned into excitement, and he immediately took out a communication jade tablet to contact Chaozhua and Ji Yuan. A minute later, the communication jade tablet flickered continuously, clearly receiving messages. Great! Lord Chaozhua is very welcoming of Lord Ren's assistance, Ji Gu said excitedly while holding the communication jade tablet. Although my father has not yet solidified his cultivation level, he also intends to eliminate Suchen first. He will take action. 2. Very good. Run Tianfeng sneered. With the three of us working together, Suchen is undoubtedly doomed. At the same time, in the underground buildings of the slums, TSK, I didn't expect to harvest so many pills and spirit stones in addition to the necessary alchemy materials. Looking at the various pills and materials in the storage space, Suchen revealed a satisfied smile. As the largest 3 alchemy buildings in Eastern City, whether it was the reserve of pills, materials, or funds, Xinglong Danfang, Woyo Dan Pavilion, and Ji Family Dan Building were all 3 to 4 times that of Jingxin Dan Building. Jingxin Dan Building had a fund reserve of about 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. In contrast, each of Xinglong Danfang, Woyo Dan Pavilion, and Ji Family Dan Building had reserves of over 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were pills and materials worth several times the reserve funds. If all these pills and materials were sold, Suchen's gains would exceed 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. This wave of interest is really satisfying. Suchen grinned, then immediately deposited all the gold coins and spirit stones into the system. Ding! All gold coins and spirit stones have been deposited into the system. With the system prompt, the balance of middle-grade spirit stones in the mysterious black space skyrocketed to 3,998,965. Hee. Close to 4 million middle-grade spirit stones. This is amazing. Suchen's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he did not immediately upgrade the system functions. Currently, the funds required for one-click cultivation and one-click martial arts upgrade were insufficient. Moreover, one-click treasure hunting and one-click alchemy did not significantly enhance combat power, so delaying the upgrade was not a big deal. On the contrary, the dispatch of clones was about to reach level 10, and once upgraded, it would definitely yield the greatest benefits. Therefore, Suchen planned to save up. The top priority is to raise my mental power level first. Suchen smiled, turning his gaze to the alchemy materials in the storage space. After robbing the 3 largest pill shops in Eastern City, high-level alchemy materials were naturally indispensable. After a thorough check, Suchen found that the materials he possessed could not only refine the Divine Locking Heart Pill but also a better high-level King-grade pill, the Heavenly Heart Tranquility Pill. This is great. Suchen's mouth curled up. System immediately refined the Divine Locking Heart Pill and the Heavenly Heart Tranquility Pill for me. With a command, the materials in the storage space began to disappear one by one. Meanwhile, in the mysterious black space, the alchemy furnace in the hands of the little alchemist started to operate frantically. Ding! Refinement successful. You have obtained Divine Locking Heart Pill *5" ding. Refinement successful. You have obtained Divine Locking Heart Pill *5" ding. Refinement successful. You have obtained Heavenly Heart Tranquility Pill *5" ding. Refinement successful. Listening to the continuous system prompts, Suchen was extremely excited. Soon, the incessant system prompts finally ceased. In the storage space, dozens of Divine Locking Heart Pills and Heavenly Heart Tranquility Pills lay quietly. TSK, so many pills, this is more than enough to upgrade my mental level. Suchen exclaimed excitedly, then took out all the pills. In an instant, the entire underground building was filled with the fragrance of the pills. Wow, so fragrant. What kind of pills are these? Just smelling them makes me feel refreshed. Morong Qianqian and Ji Rushue followed the scent and looked over, immediately revealing shocked expressions. These pills are all King-grade pills, more than 30 of them, and they are all King-grade pills that enhance mental power. Morong Qianqian stared with wide eyes, her surprise evident on her small face. Don't be so shocked, they're just some pills. Suchen smiled lightly, then one by one, stuffed all the pills into his mouth and chewed them down. Morong Qianqian and Ji Rushue were left in a daze at this scene. Perfect quality King-grade pills, eating so many at once, this is too extravagant. After consuming the pills, Suchen felt his mind becoming increasingly clear, and both the quantity and intensity of his mental power began to rise rapidly. Closing his eyes, he sank his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Suchen discovered that the countless threads near the white halo had multiplied nearly tenfold. These countless threads continuously surged into the white halo, making it even more brilliant. After about 10 minutes, a wisp of golden mist condensed in the center of the white halo, looking extremely extraordinary. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding! Mental level can be broken through. Would you like to break through immediately? Break through immediately. As soon as the system prompt finished, Suchen chose to break through without hesitation. In the next moment, the golden mist in the center of the white halo increased, then coalesced together, forming a swirling golden fog. The mental level of the mist condensation realm has been achieved. Suchin suddenly opened his eyes, two terrifying beams of light shooting out, startling Ji Rushue and Morong Qianqian. Immediately after, even more astonishing things happened. Some small objects in the room began to float in mid-air. Mental manipulation. Morong Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Lord Suchen's mental power has actually reached the level of interfering with reality. How impressive! The strength of mental power that can interfere with reality. Ji Rushue was also filled with shock. This is the mental condensation realm that only a martial emperor can achieve. Brother Suchen is so strong. Ha, it's just average. Suchin smiled faintly, retracting his mental power, causing the floating small objects to fall to the ground simultaneously. Although he said it was average, Suchin was still quite excited inside. The mental power of the mist condensation realm brought him 3 times the range of mental perception and a preliminary ability to manipulate objects with thought. What excited him the most was another ability, mental attack. From now on, anyone whose mental power is far weaker than mine, if they have no mental defense means, will die just by staring at them. Ha 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 ha. Suchen was overjoyed, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. Moreover, with my mental power reaching the mist condensation realm, I am no longer afraid of the martial emperor's mental attacks. Thinking of the Ji family's martial emperor who had killed his clone with a mental attack before, Suchen sneered coldly. If the Ji family's martial emperor dared to use mental attacks against him again, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Because no one could mobilize all their mental power to attack the enemy. At most, they could only use half. In a situation of equal mental levels, the attacker could only use half of their mental power, while the defender could use all of theirs to defend. The outcome was completely without suspense. The martial emperor's mental attack poses no threat to me. In this eastern city, I can walk sideways. A hint of killing intent appeared on Suchen's face. Then, next, let's collect a little interest from you. Taking out a map, Suchen began to search for suitable robbery targets. Upgrading his clones required 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. With no threats in Eastern City now, how could Suchen let go of those shiny gold coins and spirit stones? After all, the Ji family in Chaozhua had more than just one type of business, like a pill shop. Go, rob them all. After selecting his targets, Suchen coldly smiled and dispatched all 8 clones. At the same time, in the eastern building, the 3 martial emperors Chaozhua, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng gathered together. Chao Zua, are you really sure that Suchen possesses space attribute techniques? You know that's a divine-level technique. Ren Tianfeng and Ji Yuan looked at Chao Zua with intense gazes, their faces occasionally revealing a hint of greed. Based on several encounters from a distance, the possibility that Suchen possesses space attribute techniques is as high as 99%. Chao Zua said decisively, otherwise he wouldn't be able to disappear silently right under my nose. Ji Yuan's face showed excitement. Since that's the case, we absolutely cannot let this Suchen go. We can't just kill him so easily. Of course. Chao Zuo's eyes revealed resentment. I want him to live in pain. Ren Tianfeng pondered. Chao Zui is guarding. This child possesses space attribute techniques, making him difficult to capture. Do you have a plan? I believe Lord Ren knows as well. To prevent beasts with space attributes from entering the city, there is a space confinement formation on the barrier. Although this space confinement formation consumes a lot, it can generally only be activated during beast tides. But as the guardian of Eastern City, when to activate it is still up to me. Chao Zua sneered. As soon as I discovered that Suchen might possess space attribute techniques, I had people activate the formation. Suchen, the little brat, greedily left some pills and spirit stones in the city, and now he can't use space teleportation. Capturing him is as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. So the space confinement formation has already started. Ren Tianfeng suddenly realized this formation consumes millions of mid-grade spirit stones in just one day. Chao Zua, you really are generous. Chao Zua laughed heartily. As long as we can catch Suchen and force him to reveal the space attribute techniques, millions of mid-grade spirit stones are nothing. Indeed. Ji Yuan sighed. The value of space attribute techniques is beyond what spirit stones can measure. Ren Tianfeng nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chao Zua and Ji Yuan suddenly changed their expressions and took out their communication jade tokens. That little brat Suchen has started robbing our shops again. Chao Zua and Ji Yuan said in unison, exchanging glances, and then they couldn't help but laugh instead of getting angry. This little brat Suchen is really obsessed with money. Let him rob. In the end, he will have to return everything with interest. The two sneered for a while, then immediately issued orders, abandon all resistance and let Suchen plunder. Inside Eastern City, Suchen's avatar was frantically looting. All the major shops of Chao Zua and the Ji family had completely given up resistance. As soon as Suchen's avatar appeared and revealed its aura, the other side obediently handed over everything. In just a few minutes, Suchen had looted 8 incredibly profitable shops. Among them, the weapon shop yielded the most spoils, including 2 primary king weapons. Suchen equipped them on his avatar without hesitation. At the same time, he noticed the unusual behavior of these shops. All have given up resistance? One shop giving up resistance is understandable, but 8 shops giving up at the same time. Chen raised an eyebrow. It seems Chao Zuo and the Ji family issued an order. Is this a show of weakness, or do they have other plans? After a moment of doubt, Suchin abandoned the speculation. Anyway, once his strength increased, no matter how Chao Zuo and the others played their tricks, they would just be a bunch of chickens and dogs. Let's see how many spirit stones I have now. Suchin licked his lips excitedly. System, deposit all gold and spirit stones. Ding! All gold and spirit stones have been deposited into the system. Immediately, Suchin watched as the spirit stone balance skyrocketed, finally reaching a terrifying 8-digit number, 11238968. Over 11 million mid-grade spirit stones. Suchin grinned, then ordered, System, upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function and avatar dispatch function. Ding! Consumed 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, one-click treasure hunting function upgraded to level 9. Number of treasure hunting flying squirrels increased to 512. Ding! Consumed 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, avatar dispatch function upgraded to level 10. Avatar quantity +1. Current avatar quantity is 10. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the avatar dispatch function to level 10. You have gained new bonus features, avatar replacement and medium intelligence. After the wonderful system prompt sound, a series of information flooded into Suchin's mind. Soon, Suchin understood the functions of the 2 additional features, which made him excited at once. Among them, moderate intelligence granted the avatars more complex thinking, allowing them to execute more complicated commands and even engage in simple communication with living beings. Not bad. With moderate intelligence, the avatars can execute commands more accurately. Suchin's eyebrows danced with joy, and he smiled broadly, very satisfied with this feature. However, compared to avatar replacement, this feature was far inferior, because the function of avatar replacement allowed him to swap positions with a selected avatar in just 0.1 seconds. This function was simply outrageous. With avatar replacement, it was equivalent to having 8 moving teleportation arrays. Wherever he wanted to go, he just needed to send an avatar over and then swap positions to reach his destination. Moreover, this was an extremely powerful life-saving skill. If Suchin encountered an insurmountable danger, he only needed to hold on for 0.1 seconds to swap positions with an avatar and escape from peril. It could be said that as long as he could ensure the safety of that 0.1 seconds, the number of avatars equated to the number of lives Suchin had. Damn, this function is no weaker than devouring avatars. As expected of a level 10 gift, it's simply amazing. Suchin couldn't help but let out a low, excited laugh. With avatar replacement, I can be even more reckless. Sigh. Brother Suchin. Seeing Suchin start to grin foolishly again, Ji Rushua couldn't help but sigh and casually explain Suchin's little quirk to Morong Chanchan. At the same time, under the push of Chao Zuo and the others, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire eastern city. And that news was recently the ones continuously robbing and killing were the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan, the invading alien life forms from Blue Star. As soon as this news spread, it swept through the crowd like a hurricane tsunami. Almost everyone felt as if the sky was about to fall. My god, the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan are actually in our eastern city. Not provoking the Wind Spirit clan means a brutal war that could nearly destroy the city. Are we Eastern City going to perish too? No. I'm not even an adult yet. I haven't enjoyed the happiest things in life. Run. While the Wind Spirit clan hasn't yet controlled the beast tide to attack Eastern City, let's escape. Yes. Let's go to the air harbor. We can take an airship to other cities. Countless people were in a state of panic and despair as if the apocalypse had come. Soon, a large number of people packed their belongings and rushed towards the air harbor. However, when they arrived at the air harbor, they found it completely sealed off. Some people sneaked into the air harbor to check and discovered that even the energy sources for the spirit airships had been completely dismantled. Moreover, the barrier of Eastern City, resembling a mountain, gradually lit up with formations. A massive light shield enveloped the entire Eastern City. No, we can't leave Eastern City anymore. It's over. Once the barrier shield is activated, it almost signifies that the beast tide is about to arrive. What do we do now? The people were in an uproar, lamenting, and some even began to curse Chao Zuo, the one in charge of the defense. Just then, in the center of Eastern City, 3 black dots gradually rose into the sky. These 3 black dots were Chao Zuo, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng, the 3 martial emperors. Everyone listen. Chao Zuo's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout most of Eastern City. The remnants of the Wind Spirit clan are not as powerful as you imagine. He is currently like a turtle in a jar. We will catch him sooner or later. That's right. Ji Yuan continued. The reason for sealing off the airport and activating barrier defenses is to prevent the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan from escaping. We guarantee that we will capture the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan as soon as possible and execute them, ensuring peace in Eastern City. That's all. Ren Tianfeng spoke up. I, Ren Tianfeng, an enrollment mentor at the Shenyuan Martial Arts Academy in Blue Star Main City, can testify. The words of the three spread throughout Eastern City, immediately causing a stir. So it turns out to be a not-so-strong remnant of the Wind Spirit clan. Right. If Chaozhua dares to pursue this remnant, it means Eastern City has the strength to eliminate it. Phew. What a false alarm. You scared me to death. Great. Great. Let's go back. Countless people were discussing and preparing to head home. But at that moment, Chaozhua spoke again. Now, in order to facilitate the search for the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan, everyone in Eastern City, regardless of their identity, must go to the Eastern City Square for inspection. Those who refuse will be killed without mercy. The voice filled with killing intent spread through the streets and alleys of Eastern City, causing everyone to be alarmed. Immediately, everyone in Eastern City began to pack their bags and head to the Eastern Square. In a short time, many high-rise buildings were empty, and the streets were deserted. Following that, a large number of personnel were dispatched to conduct thorough inspections of those arriving at the Eastern City Square. Regardless of their identity, everyone had to undergo inspection. At the same time, the Martial Kings from the Martial Artist Alliance's Eastern City branch, the G family, and the other 5 Martial King families in Eastern City all mobilized. A total of 28 people. These Martial Kings flew into the sky, starting from the city wall barrier, using spiritual perception to conduct a carpet search. A full 28 Martial Kings spread out, with exactly 7 in each direction. Their immense aura darkened the sky considerably. Meanwhile, a large number of warriors searched the ground, each carrying communication jade tokens, ready to alert at the first sign of trouble. Heavens! All the Martial Kings and Martial Emperors in Eastern City have been mobilized. The last time there was such a big commotion was during the Beast Tide 7 years ago. Chaozhua is really determined to catch this remnant of the Wind Spirit clan. This Wind Spirit clan dares to cause trouble in our Eastern City. It truly deserves to die. Indeed, once Chaozhua captures it, I will definitely go up and spit on it. Almost everyone in Eastern City was filled with righteous indignation, passionately discussing and cursing. However, they had no idea that this was all a lie from Chaozhua. On the other side, such a large commotion naturally did not escape Suchin's notice. They actually drove everyone away for inspections and started a carpet search? Suchin chuckled in surprise. Such a stupid method, and they actually thought of using it? However, while this method may be foolish, it is indeed effective for ordinary people. Unfortunately for them, it is still insignificant. To me, even self-defeating. The reason Chaozhua and the others dared to use such a foolish method was based on the assumption that Suchin could not use spatial teleportation. However, even if they had 1,000 heads, they would never think that Suchin did not possess any spatial attribute divine level techniques at all. Suchin's elusive clones relied entirely on that unreasonable clone dispatch function. At this moment, Chaozhua and the others would have to pay for their mistakes. 28 Martial Kings, all the Martial Kings in Eastern City had been mobilized, and all the Martial Emperors had come out. Their rear was emptier than ever. Humph. I hope your wealth is sufficient. A cold smile appeared on Suchin's lips. My treasure-seeking function is already at level 9. In the next moment, Suchin dispatched all 9 of his avatars. At the G family mansion, one of Suchin's avatars appeared directly in the yard that had once been burned down. At this moment, the entire G family was almost empty. Immediately, Suchin's avatar expanded its mental perception, beginning to search for the location of the G family's secret vault. This was the benefit of having medium-level intelligence. In the past, Suchin would have needed to personally use perfect possession to achieve this. With the medium-level intelligence, the avatar unleashed a mist-level mental force quickly, locking onto several areas with anomalies. Some were secret rooms made of hard materials. In other places, the mental perception swept over a blank space. In some areas, there were 3 martial generals guarding, and it was clear something was amiss. Humph. Suchin's avatar let out a faint snort and with movement headed towards the area guarded by the 3 martial generals. The 3 G family martial generals were focused on guarding a large door. Suddenly, they saw a young figure appear before them. Who are you? How did you get here? Quickly say, you, who exactly are you? The 3 G family martial generals looked tense, their voices trembling with a hint of fear. This was one of the G family's secret vaults. What kind of person could silently arrive here? Open the door. Suchin's avatar removed its mask, its voice extremely indifferent. It's you. You are Suchin. You actually came here. The 3G family martial generals were instantly horrified and speechless upon seeing Suchin's avatar's face. Open the door. Suchin's avatar said coldly. Otherwise, I will kill you. As he spoke, the aura of a martial king and a terrifying killing intent enveloped the 3 martial generals. The 3G family martial generals felt their hair stand on end, their hearts racing, and their pupils shrinking to the size of mung beans. Say it again. Open the door or face death without mercy. Suchin's avatar took a step forward, a golden longsword appearing in his hand. Its elder Lu's royal weapon. The 3G family martial generals were nearly scared out of their wits, and one of them immediately collapsed to the ground. You can't understand my words. Suchin's avatar waved his hand, and before the 3G family martial generals could beg for mercy, their heads were severed from their bodies. immediately. After, Suchin's avatar struck the heavy door with his sword and a loud sound like a bronze bell echoed throughout the entire G family mansion. Moreover, numerous array patterns appeared on the door, its defensive power terrifyingly high. However, Suchin's avatar possessed an attack level of Advanced Martial King Plus, and with the royal weapon in hand, the explosive attack power had already reached the peak Martial King level. The strongest in the G family was merely Ji Yuan, a beginner martial emperor. How strong could their secret vault's formation be? Before long, Suchin's avatar broke the formation and sliced open the door. Boom! The door shattered and a flood of treasure light poured out, almost dazzling to the eyes. Suchin's avatar did not hesitate to collect everything, then moved on to the next location. The same thing was happening not only at the Ji family mansion. There were also the Chao family's mansion, and a few other martial king families that colluded with the Ji and Chao families. These places were almost all guarded by martial general level guards, and battles had erupted more than once. As a result, Chao Zhuo and the others quickly discovered that Suchin had appeared in 9 places simultaneously. 9. Suchin's. His avatar is actually number 8. How is that possible? My god, this can't be real, this absolutely isn't real. Chao Zhuo and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. After a few deep breaths, they finally regained their composure and began to analyze. 8 avatars is absolutely impossible, even divine level techniques can't achieve that. Chao's was said with a serious expression. The only explanation is that these people are not his avatars but subordinates disguised as his avatars. Exactly. The spatial confinement formation has been activated and he can no longer use teleportation to shift around, creating the illusion of having 8 clones. Ji Yuan also looked determined. Those who are taking action are definitely Suchin's subordinates or perhaps his accomplices. And he himself might be hiding among these 9 or perhaps lurking in the shadows trying to create chaos. To escape. Suchin is truly cunning. However, no matter how they struggle, they are still turtles in a jar. Chao's was serious expression turned into a cold smile. Let him flail about. We will continue with our previous plan, compress their range of activity and then capture them all at once. By then, the wealth he snatched away will surely return to our hands. Give the order. Ren Tianfeng said, don't let your subordinates panic. Alright. Chao Zhuo and Ji Yuan revealed cold smiles. At this moment, they were confident in their conjectures and returned to a state of assured victory. If Suchin were to see this scene, he would probably laugh his teeth out. Immediately after, Chao Zhuo and Ji Yuan issued orders for everyone to conduct a thorough search. According to the original plan, the similarly frightened and uneasy martial kings, upon receiving the conclusions drawn by Chao Zhuo and the others, also felt relieved. 28 martial kings and a large number of martial generals began to continue searching for Suchin's whereabouts. Slums, underground, buildings. Oh, my lair has been taken, yet you remain indifferent? Since you don't care about me, I'll just take a little more. After noticing the actions of Chao Zhuo and the others, Suchin raised an eyebrow, a playful expression on his face. Then, with a thought, Suchin dispatched his 9 clones once again. This time, the places he targeted for robbery were equally rich, each capable of causing Chao Zhuo and the others considerable pain. And the most crucial point was that Chao Zhuo and the others discovered some unusual locations again. I just issued my orders a few minutes ago, how could they start looting again? Chao Zhuo's pupils shrank, horrified, and the locations of the looting are so far apart from before. Even I would have to exert all my strength to cross such a distance in such a short time. They are merely martial kings, how could they manage this? The turmoil in Ji Yuan's heart was also hard to calm. Chao Zhuo is guarding. Could it be that the spatial confinement formation is ineffective? No, this is absolutely impossible. Chao Zhuo's face was as dark as water. During the last beast tide, that powerful wind spirit clan could teleport. But after the spatial confinement formation was activated, he could no longer use spatial teleportation. Suchin and his subordinates are all just at the martial king level. Could they be stronger than that wind spirit clan? But how do we explain this? Ji Yuan felt his brow twitching wildly, unable to suppress it. Perhaps they used a secret method to enhance their speed. Ren Tianfeng suddenly said, I have seen many martial king level geniuses in the Blue Star main city, and with special secret methods, they can achieve this. That must be it. Chao Zhuo nodded in realization. They must have used a secret method to enhance their speed. In that case, Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then let the subordinates not panic and continue searching. Chao Zhuo nodded, ready to issue another command. But at that moment, another report appeared on Chao Zhuo's communication jade tablet. What? Suchin has started the 3rd round of looting. And Chao Zhuo glanced at it, his eyes bulging, his scalp about to explode. Chao Zhuo is guarding, and what else? Ji Yuan saw Chao Zhuo's expression change drastically and immediately felt something was wrong. And Chao Zhuo's face turned ashen, incredulously saying, this time, the location they plundered is even farther from the last one. The farthest place is near the south gate of the eastern city. This place is too far from where Suchin plundered last time. At such a distance, even with speed increasing secret techniques, it's impossible. At this point, Chao Zuo's eyes had shrunk to the extreme and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Hearing this, Ji Yuan and Ren Tianfeng were equally shaken, their faces pale with shock. It's not something that can be done with an increasing secret technique? Ji Yuan swallowed hard. Then, the spatial confinement formation really has no effect on him. Their entire plan was based on the spatial confinement formation. If it was ineffective now, then the opponent could appear anywhere at will. This certainly included places they had already searched. In this case, their carpet search would be completely in vain. This Suchin is so bizarre. Ren Tianfeng couldn't help but gasp. My knowledge isn't shallow, but I've never seen such strange methods before. Damn it, what do we do now? Ji Yuan murmured hoarsely, his hunched figure seeming to stoop even more. Calm down, think of a way. Chao Zuo suddenly closed his eyes, the veins on his face trembling. He had never hated the eastern city so much, its area was just too damn vast. At this moment, Ren Tianfeng spoke up. It seems that our plan is no longer feasible. Even if we mobilize the entire army now to continuously hunt for Suchin and the others, we would just be led in circles. The only way is to make him come to us. Chao Zuo opened his eyes wide. How do we make him come to us? Temptation or coercion? Ren Tianfeng said. As soon as these words were spoken, Chao Zuo and Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, temptation. Suchin loves wealth and treasures. He will definitely continue to plunder. A hint of joy appeared on Chao Zuo's face. We can choose a few places to wait for him. Right. Chao Zuo will guard. We will immediately head to the places most likely to be plundered. Ji Yuan's face was also filled with excitement. Although we can't wipe out Suchin in one go, killing a few of his subordinates would be excellent. Exactly, even if Suchin and his subordinates can cross space. But tearing space to cross also takes some time. Chao Zuo nodded heavily. In that time, we can completely use mental attacks to kill them. We mustn't delay. The longer we wait, the more changes can occur. We will split into 3 groups and set off. After saying this, Chao Zuo moved and disappeared from the spot. Ji Yuan and Ren Tianfeng exchanged glances and also headed off in 2 different directions. With the speed of martial emperors, they quickly reached the 3 places most likely to be plundered. At the same time, in the underground buildings of the slums, Suchin was unaware of Ji Yuan and the others ambushing and waiting for him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't be worried at all. At this moment, Suchin was happily looking at the mountain of spirit stones and materials piled up in his storage space. The Ji family, the Chao family, and these martial king families are really fat. Indeed, nothing brings in money faster than plundering. There are still quite a few targets that haven't been visited. I need to speed up. Otherwise, if they send someone to take away the wealth and treasures, it would be a huge loss. With a small thrill in his heart, Suchin took out a map and selected a target again. Immediately after, 9 avatars burst forth, starting the 4th round of robbery. Li Feng Tower. This was the Ji family's property, specializing in mortgage-related businesses, and it contained a lot of treasures and spirit stones. Now Ji Yuan was hiding in this building, holding his breath and waiting for Suchin's clone to arrive. Before long, Ji Yuan heard footsteps outside. With his emperor-level perception, Ji Yuan could even discern the person's physique. A man, wait, height, it should be Suchin's clone. Ji Yuan had previously killed Suchin's clone, so he was quite clear about this information. At this moment, his expression brightened and he expanded his mental perception to investigate, discovering that the newcomer really looked exactly like Suchin. Ha ha ha, it really is Suchin's clone. Die. Ji Yuan was overjoyed, silently shouting in his heart, and immediately concentrated his mental power to strike fiercely at Suchin's clone. In his view, this attack would surely result in the newcomer's death. However, the next scene caused his expression to change drastically. Ji Yuan felt as if his concentrated mental power had struck a giant cauldron like a hammer. How could this be? Put! A violent backlash surged back, causing Ji Yuan to tremble all over, blood spurting from his 7 orifices. Suchin's clone, on the other hand, changed expression but was not seriously harmed. The next moment, noticing the anomaly, Suchin immediately withdrew the clone into a mysterious black space. Suchin smirked, showing disdain. You still want to use mental attacks to kill my clone? What a delusion! At this moment, he had already had 3 clones encounter mist-level mental attacks. Yet none of the clones had died, nor did they even suffer mental trauma. In contrast, Ji Yuan and the other 2 were all injured, with Ji Yuan, who had just broken through to the emperor level, suffering the most. Chao Zuo and Ren Tianfeng, both of whom were intermediate emperors, also suffered considerable losses. This result naturally left Chao Zuo, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng horrified and incredulous. Damn it! The mental attack actually failed. Clearly, the last time I killed Suchin's clone with 1 strike, how could it fail this time? In Li Feng Tower, Ji Yuan was bleeding from his 7 orifices, his head pounding, and he was engulfed in shock. How could he possibly withstand my mental attack? In Yangxian building, Chao Zuo was bleeding from his mouth and nose, his eyes shrinking to the size of mung beans. Suchin, a monster, a living monster. Clearly just at the emperor level, yet possessing mist-level mental realm. In Fuhai Pavilion, Ren Tianfeng's face was pale, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Immediately after, the three of them left their location without hesitation, rushing towards the eastern city square. Before long, the three gathered again. I failed. Ji Yuan gritted his teeth against the headache and said with difficulty, the opponent actually possesses mist-level mental power. What? Tao. Zhua was dumbfounded, the opponent you encountered also has mist-level mental power? Hearing Ji Yuan and Chao Zhua's words, Ren Tianfeng was also stunned. Heavens, the opponents you two encountered all have mist-level mental power? Also, Ji Yuan's mouth dropped open, his eyes bulging. Lord Ren, you mean, you also failed? Hiss. Could it be that they all have mist-level mental power? Chao Zhua trembled all over, incredulously saying, but they are just at the Emperor level. How could mere Emperor level possess mist-level mental power? The three of them looked at each other, each face filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, there was a hint of undeniable shame. Waiting for the rabbit. Not only did they fail to kill Suchin's clone, but they also suffered a huge loss themselves. Failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice was simply a disgrace. What should we do next? Chao Zhua took a deep breath and asked. Since temptation has failed, then we must resort to coercion. Ren Tianfeng glanced at Chao Zhua and Ji Yuan. Do you have any leverage against Suchin? Leverage? Chao Zhua shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't have any. I have some. Ji Yuan's pain eased a bit on his face. Ji Rushua was saved by Suchin, and Granny Ku was also by Ji Rushua's side. Although Ji Rushua's mother, her unrelated sister, and friends have all been killed, there are still some people Ji Rushua cares about who are alive. If we use Ji Rushua and Granny Ku's loved ones to coerce Suchin, he is very likely to show up. Right, speaking of which, I just remembered someone. Chao Zhua suddenly looked pleased. Do you remember Morone Chanqian? Suchin took her away, so he must really like her. If we use the people from the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower to threaten Suchin, the chances of him appearing will be even greater. Yes. As long as we use these people to threaten Suchin, he will most likely show up. The pain on Ji Yuan's face completely turned into a cold smile. If he doesn't come out, then he is cold-blooded and heartless, and Ji Rushue and Morone Chanqian will definitely be dissatisfied. If he saves people, then he must face us directly, and at that time, we will have the opportunity to kill him. In that case, let's do it. Run. Tianfeng nodded. You all hurry and bring those people over. Okay. Chao Zhua smiled coldly and then issued the order using a communication jade tablet. Soon, a large number of martial artists surged into the eastern city square, beginning to search for Ji Rushue, Granny Ku's loved ones, and the people from the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower. On the other side, Suchin's avatar had raided 6 more locations. At this moment, the total number of places Suchin had raided reached a full 33. This included the Ji family mansion, the Chao family mansion, 3 royal martial family strongholds, and 28 various shops. All these places were incredibly rich. Among them, the Ji family mansion and the Chao family mansion alone yielded around 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each of the 3 royal martial family strongholds also yielded 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. The remaining 28 shops each had tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were a large number of valuable goods. Suchin estimated that if he sold these items, he could probably earn over 20 million mid-grade spirit stones again. I didn't expect to have so many spirit stones again without realizing it. Suchin's sexy lips broke into an excited smile, and then he immediately stored all the spirit stones into the system. Ding! All gold and spirit stones have been deposited. The balance of mid-grade spirit stones instantly soared to 52,568,456. Over 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Awesome! Suchin gasped in excitement. System, first upgrade my one-click cultivation function, one-click martial arts function, and one-click alchemy function. Ding! Consumed 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. One-click cultivation function upgraded to level 11. Cultivation speed increased to 2048 times the base speed. Ding! Consumed 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. One-click martial arts function upgraded to level 11. Training speed increased to 1024 times the base speed. Ding! Consumed 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function upgraded to level 7. Can refine imperial grade in below pills. Ding! Consumed 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. One-click alchemy function upgraded to level 8. Can refine respect grade in below pills. Wow! A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Suchin's face. This notification sound is really exhilarating. With the one-click cultivation reaching level 11, Suchin could clearly see the speed of the cultivation figure turning golden increasing sharply again. Moreover, the efficiency of the martial arts figure was also getting faster and faster. Suchin already possessed the ability of mastery, and practicing the techniques could directly reach perfection. It just required a bit of time. And now, this bit of time has been halved again. System, how long until I can break through? Suchin couldn't help but ask, how long will it take for the 3 cultivation techniques I'm practicing to reach perfection? Ding! Host, you only need 2 hours to break through to the Supreme Martial General level. Ding! The The blowing snow without trace technique, the wind dance and the void technique, and the falling sun black flame record will only take 6 hours. To reach perfection, the cultivation realm only needs 2 hours. Yet the 3 advanced attribute techniques still require 6 hours? Suchin raised an eyebrow, then revealed a relieved smile. That's true, although so much has happened, it has only been half a day since I achieved mastery. Wow, I didn't expect to cause such a stir in the entire eastern city in just half a day. It's really thrilling. After feeling relieved, Suchin's attention shifted back to the one-click alchemy feature. The 2-level increase in the one-click alchemy did not bring any additional functions, but it did raise the upper limit of the alchemical pills that could be refined. The current limit had reached the extremely impressive level of supreme-grade pills. You must know, these are the pills that only the legendary martial sovereigns can consume. However, even though he could refine supreme-grade pills now, the materials for supreme-grade alchemy on Suchin were pitifully few. Even after plundering so many alchemical materials, he only had 2 supreme-grade ones. With the speed at which my cultivation is improving, I believe I will soon acquire more supreme-grade materials to refine supreme-grade pills. Suchin smirked, then turned his gaze to the one-click treasure hunting feature. The one-click treasure hunting has been upgraded to level 10, it must have additional functions. Suchin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Please don't let me down. System, upgrade the one-click treasure hunting feature. Ding! Consuming 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, the one-click treasure hunting feature has been upgraded to level 10. The number of treasure hunting flying squirrels has increased to 1024. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-click treasure hunting feature to level 10. You have gained a new additional function, reproduction. Doubling. Ding! The number of treasure hunting flying squirrels has doubled. The current number is 2048. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-click treasure hunting feature to level 10. You have gained a new additional function, free movement. Ding! Treasure hunting flying squirrels can ignore attacks from Martial Emperor level and below. Another series of system prompts made Suchin feel extremely pleased. The reproduction doubling function directly increased the number of treasure hunting flying squirrels, which effectively doubled Suchin's speed in acquiring rare materials. The free movement function was even more significant. Since the activation of the one-click treasure hunting feature, the survival ability of the treasure hunting flying squirrels only doubled at level 5, barely able to cope with the ferocious beasts at the martial general level. During this time, in order to collect rare materials, there had been quite a few treasure hunting flying squirrels that fell into cooldown after dying. But with the free movement function, the treasure hunting flying squirrels could swagger around the territory of Martial Emperor level ferocious beasts to collect rare materials. Martial Emperor level, that's S rank. A super ferocious beast that could send most humans into a panic. System, send all the treasure hunting flying squirrels out to search for treasures. I believe it won't be long before I have enough Martial Emperor level materials for alchemy. Thinking of this, Suchin couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound. He seemed to hear a call from afar. Suchin, you remnant, show yourself immediately, or we will kill your companions. Suchin, you remnant, if you don't want the people from the heart-calming pill tower and the friends and family of Ji Rushue and Granny Koda die, show yourself immediately. What the hell? Suchin's mouth twitched. A dignified Martial Emperor level expert can actually do such despicable things? At this moment, the voice grew louder, and Ji Rushue, Morong Chanqian, and Granny Ku also heard it. Brother Suchin. Ji Rushue looked shocked. What should we do? Lord Suchin. Morong Chanqian also looked at Suchin in panic. As the master of the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower, she truly did not wish for the people of the Tranquil Heart Pill Tower to die. Don't worry, don't they just want me to go out? Suchin ruffled Ji Rushue's hair and smiled. At worst, I'll just go out now and meet those few useless fools I've been toying with. But Morong Chanqian showed concern. Lord Suchin, they have martial emperors. Just martial emperors, they can't kill me. Suchin smirked. You all wait here for me, I'll go meet them. By the way, you don't need to worry about your safety, my clone will protect you at all times. As he spoke, Suchin directly dispatched a clone to the vicinity of the eastern city square. Immediately after, clone swap. With a thought, Suchin exchanged positions with that clone. The scene before him shifted, and the underground room transformed into a small alley. Suchin, the remnant, show yourself immediately, or we will kill your companions one by one. The penetrating voice continued. Suchin looked up and saw a thin, middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his expression stern, floating in the air and shouting. This man was Ren Tianfeng. Controlling the void out of thin air, he must be the martial emperor from the Xianyuan Martial Academy in the Blue Star main city. Suchin raised an eyebrow and then pulled up Ren Tianfeng's attribute panel. Name, Ren Tianfeng. Race, human. Qualification level, flawless realm level. Intermediate Martial Emperor attack level, Advanced Martial Emperor defense level, Advanced Martial Emperor plus movement level, Intermediate Martial Emperor plus stamina level, Intermediate Martial Emperor plus mental level, Mist Condensation Realm mastered techniques, Boundless Heart Sutra, 9 flames. Breaking Mountain Secret Art, King level, Great Achievement, Purple Sun Body Refining True Book, King level, Great Achievement, 1000 Mountains Void Secret. Art King level, great achievement, impressive, a flawless qualification. And he has practiced 3 King level techniques to the great achievement level. Suchin raised his eyebrows. No wonder he comes from the Blue Star main city. No wonder he is a mentor at the Xianyuan Martial Academy. However, no matter how great your background is, if you dare to oppose me, you will have to pay the price. With a cold laugh, Suchin directly released his overwhelming aura. Boom! A massive aura surged into the sky, almost stirring up a whirlwind. This sudden surge of overwhelming energy immediately startled Chao's and the others. This aura is not from any of our martial kings. I sense a bit of battle aura left by Suchin. It's very similar to this aura. It seems that Suchin really has come out. Ha ha ha. Chao Zhuo and the others showed ecstatic expressions. They had been toyed with so badly before, and now that they were regaining some ground, they were naturally feeling proud. Just then, Suchin moved, and in just a few breaths, he arrived at the rooftop of a building at the edge of the eastern square. From here, he could look down and see a dense crowd of eastern city warriors. They were bustling and jostling, almost forming a sea of people. Suchin, you finally appeared. Chao Zhuo and Ji Yuan, upon seeing Suchin's figure, had grim expressions, their eyes filled with hatred. They soared into the air, flying close to Suchin, flanking him from both sides. Ren Tianfeng remained in place, guarding the people used to threaten Suchin. The other martial kings also rushed over from a distance, forming a huge encirclement on the outskirts. At the same time, countless warriors in the square also saw Suchin, instantly causing a huge uproar. Is this the remnant of the Wind Spirit clan? He looks so young, probably not even 20. At such a young age, he can actually contend with Lord Chao Zhuo and Lord Ji Yuan. It's truly incredible. He is a remnant of the Wind Spirit clan, and you know how twisted they are born as formal warriors. But I don't think this Suchin looks like a member of the Wind Spirit clan. Aren't they supposed to have snow-white hair, looking as handsome as a demon and beautiful as a fairy? Suchin is indeed handsome, but he doesn't have snow-white hair. Are you an idiot? Can't he dye his hair? If you were from the Wind Spirit clan, would you dare to flaunt snow-white hair in the eastern city? Oh, so that's how it is. This Suchin's disguise as a remnant is quite good, but unfortunately, it can't escape the keen eyes of Lord Chao Zhuo. Right, today is his day of death. I really hope I can take a slice out of him. Countless warriors were discussing fervently, and the entire square felt like a boiling pot. However, Suchin completely ignored their chatter. They were just weaklings blinded by lies, not worth his time. At this moment, he was checking the attribute panels of Chao Zhuo and Ji Yuan. Compared to Ren Tianfeng, Chao Zhuo and Ji Yuan were far inferior in strength. Both could only unleash the combat power of a mid-level martial emperor, which Suchin looked down upon. Chao Zhuo, Ji Yuan. As you wished, I have appeared. Suchin looked at Chao Zhuo and Ji Yuan with cold laughter in his eyes. I didn't expect you, dignified martial emperors, to stoop to such despicable acts. Haven't you ever done something like this? Ji Yuan's eyes were as cold as ice. Just yesterday, you used my grandson's life to threaten my Ji family to hand over 500 billion gold coins. Have you forgotten? TCH, is Ji Wubo innocent? He personally killed the mother of Ji Rushue and other relatives. He is indeed my and Ji Rushue's enemy. Using him to threaten you is completely justified. On the contrary, this is a chance for him to live. It's just that you are ruthless and unwilling to save him. Suchin smiled calmly. And let's take a look at the people you used to threaten me. Which one of them is innocent? Innocent? Being connected to you and Ji Rushue makes them remnants of the Wind Spirit clan. Ji Yuan gritted his teeth and said, for the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan, they should be exterminated. Even if they are from my Ji family, I must uphold justice. Good, well said. For the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan, we must uphold justice and exterminate them. Lord Ji Yuan understands righteousness deeply. Kill the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan. Kill Suchin. Kill Ji Rushue. In the square of Eastern City, many foolish warriors were once again stirred up with anger. A bunch of idiots. Suchin impatiently swept his gaze across the square. Is there really no one among you who has been captured by the Ji family and turned into pills? Is there really no one among you whose daughter or wife was played to death by a wastrel like Chao Zihan? Have you not had enough of the Chao and Ji families monopolizing all industries in Eastern City, subjecting you to endless exploitation and suffering? A series of rhetorical questions left the entire Eastern City square in silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. You little brat, Suchin, don't use your sharp tongue to slander us. Ji Yuan's face was ashen, dark as water. What you said is completely unfounded. He. Suchin sneered, his gaze shifting to Ji Yuan. You can't tell right from wrong, putting on a grand facade. Shameless, your face is truly the most disgusting in the world. Just wait, I will definitely slap you 1,000 times to reshape your face. You little brat, Suchin, you do have some skills. Even standing in front of us, you can't be sure if you are the real you. Chao's was snorted heavily, sneering, but the initiative is in our hands. You need to see the situation clearly. Now, I want to see your true self, all your subordinates and avatars, otherwise we will kill those people immediately. As soon as Chao Zuo's words fell, Run Tianfeng's expression tightened and he cooperatively emitted a hint of killing intent. The captives immediately showed fear and despair on their faces. He, a dignified mentor of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, actually colludes with someone like Chao Zuo Jiyuan, truly self-degrading. Suchin turned to Ren Tianfeng, his eyes and face filled with disdain. Humph. Ren Tianfeng snorted coldly. For the remnants of the Wind Spirit clan, it is better to kill wrongly than to let go. However, if you surrender with your avatars and subordinates, we can consider sparing these less guilty individuals. That's right, don't think you can play any tricks. Chao Zuo's expression grew increasingly sinister. Within 5 minutes, your true self, all your subordinates and avatars must surrender. Of course, you can also choose to abandon those remnants below. But even so, you cannot escape from Dongfang City. Now that you are a remnant of the Wind Spirit clan, there is no place for you in the entire Blue Star. Once the reinforcements from the main city of Blue Star arrive, no matter how powerful your means, you will undoubtedly die. Tisk, I'm so scared. Su Chen revealed a playful and mocking expression. Unfortunately, today you won't kill anyone nor can you trap me because you all must die. Ah, truly. Shameless. Su Chen, no matter how strange you are just a martial king. Ji Yuan looked down at Su Chen, sneering continuously. Mental attacks are ineffective against you. Do you think you can resist our physical and attribute attacks? In front of us, you can only scurry around like a rat dreaming of killing us. Is that so? Then let you see if I'm dreaming. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Su Chen's body, sending chills down the spines of all the martial artists in Dongfang City. Then, with a cold laugh, Su Chen was about to use his ultimate trump card, Devouring Avatar. But at that moment, rumble! The entire Dongfang City suddenly darkened. Endless thunderclouds rolled and pressed down fiercely. The terrifying thunderclouds were like a 100-level tsunami hanging upside down, and the massive Dongfang City resembled a ship about to capsize. This scene was almost like the arrival of the apocalypse. The sudden change left everyone thunderstruck, staring in shock. The next moment, countless martial artists in the square of Dongfang City began to scream in terror and flee. Chaos spread in an instant, and who knows how many martial artists were trampled to death. At the same time, Chao Zuo, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng's expressions also changed dramatically, because this kind of phenomenon represents the tide of ferocious beasts. But why is there no warning light pillar? Suchin also looked outside the city in surprise, only to find that the scene of hundreds of light pillars shooting into the sky when the tide of ferocious beasts from Hongfeng City arrived did not appear. In other words, there was no tide of ferocious beasts outside the city. So, what exactly is going on? Just as he was filled with doubt, Suchin suddenly felt something and looked up. He saw a terrifying crack appearing in the rolling thunderclouds. This crack was out of place with the entire world, as if it had been poorly photoshopped. This is a spacetime crack. How could this happen? How could a spacetime crack appear in Dongfang City? Chao Zuo, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with fear. Every spacetime crack represents a passage for the Wind Spirit clan to enter Blue Star, and it also represents destruction and death. A spacetime crack. This feeling is truly chilling. Su Chin gazed at the spacetime crack hanging in the sky, instinctively generating a strong sense of crisis. Just then, the suspended spacetime rift suddenly opened wide like the mouth of a giant beast, and an incomparably terrifying, vast aura descended upon the earth. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stood frozen in place, their bodies stiff and expressions dazed, like sculptures. The whole eastern city seemed to have fallen under the control of the Grim Reaper. This aura, this is. Run Tianfeng's eyes bulged, his body trembling. Martial god level aura. Above martial venerable, martial god. Chao Zuo and Ji Yuan exclaimed in horror, their eyes filled with despair. Su Chen was also taken aback. Even using his trump card, the Devouring Avatar, he felt utterly insignificant before the martial god level. At that moment, Blue Star, long time no see. A faint whisper spread across a radius of thousands of miles. Immediately after, a colossal wolf-like beast emerged from the space rift. On its head sat a handsome man with snow-white hair, looking as enchanting as a demon. This man was indeed a martial god-level Wind Spirit clan, and the giant wolf beneath him was also a terrifying martial venerable beast. With the appearance of these two, the incomparably vast and majestic aura grew even denser. Countless people in the eastern city square were forced to their knees. And this was still under the protection of the barrier defense formation. Without the barrier protection, those weaker martial artists would have been crushed to death just by this aura. Damn, this is way too strong. Looking at the martial god level Wind Spirit clan man riding the giant wolf, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly brought up his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Tu Qingjin. Race, Wind Spirit clan. Qualification level, Flawless Realm level, Junior Martial God attack level, Intermediate Martial God plus defense level, Junior Martial God movement level, Intermediate Martial God stamina level, Junior Martial God mental level, Morning Star Realm mastered techniques, Boundless Heart Sutra, Qinghui Treasure Sutra, divine level, Great achievement, Hanxiang Sanyu Xianjing, divine level, minor achievement, Hiss. Looking at this, A tribute panel. Suchin couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, he discovered some useful information. So the mental level above the thought sea is the Morning Star realm. Suchin's eyes widened. Moreover, the main cultivation technique of the Wind Spirit clan is also the Boundless Heart Sutra. According to the history of the past 2000 years, the Boundless Heart Sutra should have originated from Blue Star. I didn't expect the Wind Spirit clan to also take the Boundless Heart Sutra as their main cultivation technique. This technique is definitely extraordinary. Thinking of this, Suchin wanted to continue observing Tu Qingjin. But at that moment, as if sensing something, Tu Qingjin's sudden gaze slightly shifted and landed on Suchin. Oh no, I'm dead. Suchin's hair stood on end, his scalp tingling, and without hesitation, he used avatar replacement. 0.1 seconds later, Suchin returned to the underground building of the slums, leaving an avatar in place. Oh, interesting. Tu Qingjin's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. With his martial god level perception, he sensed the anomaly of that 0.1 seconds. However, although he noticed it, he understood the phenomenon without grasping its essence, which made him somewhat curious. Just as he was observing Suchin's avatar with great interest, he noticed that Suchin's avatar was rapidly fading away. I didn't expect there to be such a strange human on Blue Star. I'll catch him and play with him later. Tu Qingjin smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Eastern City. My daughter, we will finally meet. As he spoke, he gently raised his hand and slammed it down. With Tu Qingjin's palm strike, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky coalesced, pressing down on Eastern City like the sky was collapsing. Almost in an instant, that terrifying hand struck the defensive formation of Eastern City. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a wave of energy swept out like a nebula, distorting even the fabric of space. The defensive formation of Eastern City suddenly burst with countless spiderweb-like cracks. The towering barrier, as majestic as a mountain, instantly split open with numerous fissures. In that moment, it truly felt like the sky was falling and the earth was dark, as if the entire world was on the brink of destruction. It's over. Eastern City is definitely doomed now. The three martial emperors, Chaozuo and his companions, were filled with terror, their hearts nearly bursting. Those martial artists with lower cultivation levels were even more devastated, many losing their souls in fear, and some even dying on the spot from sheer fright. Suchin, hiding in the underground structures of the slums, was also on edge, shivering in fear. If it weren't for Ji Rushue and the others being right beside him, he would have already used his clone to escape directly to the Red Maple City stronghold. At the same time, Ji Rushue and Morong Qianqian were equally terrified, crowding around Suchin. Brother Suchin, what on earth is happening? Ji Rushue tightly grasped Suchin's arm, her delicate little hands turning pale from the pressure. Could it be that Chaozuo and the others have made their move? Morong Qianqian was both worried and suspicious, but this aura isn't something a martial emperor can emit. It's definitely not a martial emperor. Suchin took a deep breath and said, it's the Wind Spirit clan at the martial god level. The Wind Spirit clan. Ji Rushue, Morong Qianqian, and Granny Ku exclaimed in disbelief. That's right. A space-time rift has appeared in the sky. Suchin's expression darkened as he said, Eastern City is likely to be destroyed. The only way to survive is to escape. Run quickly. Lord Chaozuo, hurry and open the city gates and barriers. There's no hope, no way to survive. Run. In the square of Eastern City, countless people cried out and began to flee. The three of them, Chaozuo and his companions, also looked terrified and immediately turned to escape. But just then, boom! Tu Qingjin slammed down again with a powerful palm. It was another handprint that blotted out the sun. This time, the defensive formation of Eastern City could no longer hold, and the protective barrier shattered like glass. Moreover, the thousands of meters high barrier, inscribed with formations, crumbled into dust, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Scatter and escape. Seeing this scene, Chaozuo and the others desperately flew towards the city outskirts. Meanwhile, in the underground structures, Suchin also witnessed everything through his clone. Go! Suchin held Ji Rushue in one arm and Morong Qianqian in the other, desperately rushing out. Of course, he didn't forget to send a clone to take Granny Ku away. In a short time, Eastern City was filled with martial artists facing disaster, frantically fleeing for their lives. However, Eastern City was simply too vast. Even a martial emperor would take over 10 minutes to cross it. Where could those martial artists escape to? Moreover, the high and mighty Tu Qingjin had no intention of letting the martial artists of Eastern City go. After finally opening a temporary passage, how could I let you human beings escape? Tu Qingjin sneered, then waved his hand, and a hurricane descended, forming a terrifying wall of wind that enveloped the square of Eastern City for dozens of miles around. No! Chaozuo, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng saw their escape route cut off and immediately showed fear, despair filling their hearts. Even the three martial emperors were so desperate, the other martial artists felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes, helplessly stopping their flight. At this point, the millions of people in Eastern City had all given up resistance, waiting for death to arrive. However, Tu Qingjin had no intention of killing them immediately. First, let me see where my daughter is. Tu Qingjin's eyes flashed and a tangible mental force descended from the sky, enveloping a radius of 10,000 meters. The terrifying mental force swept over one by one, and every person being scrutinized felt a chill from the outside in, sinking them into deeper despair. After a moment, not among these people? Tu Qingjin was slightly surprised and suspicious, but according to the bloodline tracking, my daughter is in this eastern city. Could she be in another part of the city? With this thought, Tu Qingjin was about to use his mental power to continue searching. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that two shadowy figures were rapidly fleeing. These two shadows were Suchin, holding Ji Rushue and Morong Chanshan, along with a clone carrying Granny Ku. Since the slums were already close to the barrier's edge at this moment, Suchin had reached the barrier and was about to escape the city. A familiar aura. Tu Qingjin's expression changed, and as his mental power swept over, he immediately showed ecstasy. My bloodline, my daughter. Heaven, you truly have not treated me poorly. You have really given me descendants. Tu Qingjin was overjoyed. At his level, it was extremely difficult to have offspring. For hundreds of years he had tried various methods but could not produce descendants. Now that he finally had one, how could he not be happy? How could he not rejoice? Come back, my descendant. Tu Qingjin smiled brightly, waving his hand, and an incredibly powerful yet gentle wind directly encircled Suchin and his clone. What the hell? With so many people in the square, do they have to target us? Suchin's eyes bulged, unable to hold back his curses, and without hesitation he immediately used Devour Clone. In an instant, 8 clones suddenly disappeared. Boom! A force far beyond the Martial Emperor level erupted from Suchin. Without time to check his attribute panel, he unleashed all his strength and broke free from the whirlwind that Tu Qingjin had casually thrown. This scene made Tu Qingjin tremble all over. This young human, clearly his cultivation fluctuation is not even at the martial general level, yet he can unleash martial sovereign level combat power? Tu Qingjin gasped in disbelief. There are 3 major realms separating them: Martial Commander, Martial King, and Martial Emperor. How is this possible? Just as Tu Qingjin was in shock, Ji Rushue suddenly showed astonishment. Brother Suchin. Ji Rushue's small face was full of surprise. Brother Suchin, I felt that the whirlwind just now had a bloodline aura very similar to mine. What? Bloodline aura? Suchin's expression changed, but his steps did not stop. Could it be because you have half-Wind Spirit Clan bloodline? This seems not only so. It seems to be an even closer relationship. Ji Rushue looked up at the towering Tu Qingjin, her beautiful eyes wide open. What? An even closer relationship? Suchin's mouth twitched. Could it be that he is your father? At this moment, in the sky, Tu Qingjin's eyes narrowed. Such a strange young human, it would be better to kill him. With this thought, Tu Qingjin's expression turned cold, and he shouted, Xinghui, Breaking Heaven Sword. A super large sword over 100 meters long appeared in the sky, its tip firmly locking onto Suchin. We're doomed. I'm only at the martial sovereign level at most. I can't resist a martial god. In an instant, Suchin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body chilled to the bone. At this point, he had already devoured 8 clones, and even if he devoured the last one to escape, it would be of no use. At this moment, the 100-meter sword in the sky, carrying the power of Mount Tai, fiercely stabbed down. Suchin's eyes shrank suddenly, using all his strength to flee, yet he was still tightly locked onto by the sword. Just 3 seconds. He and Ji Rushue and the others would be obliterated by this martial god-level sword. Could it be? Suchin's eyes showed sorrow. Am I going to give up on those I want to protect once again? At this moment. Stop. I don't know who you are, but you must have an extremely close relationship with me. Ji Rushue suddenly cried out desperately, Brother, Suchin is my savior. I won't allow you to kill him. Her voice was so heart-wrenching that her delicate little mouth even spat out blood. Looking at the crimson corner of Ji Rushue's mouth, Suchin felt a sharp pain in his heart. And at that moment, the sword in the sky suddenly stopped in mid-air. This sudden scene caused Suchin and the others to shudder. What the hell? Suchin's mouth dropped open in shock. Could it be that Tu Qingjin is really Ji Rushue's father? Morong Chanshan and Granny Ku were also incredibly shocked, standing there in a daze. At this moment, since my daughter pleads for you, Tu Qingjin lightly snorted, then I will spare you this once. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Qingjin extended his hand and gently waved, immediately isolating Suchin and the other 3 from Ji Rushue. Then, with a flick of his finger, an invisible force fell upon Suchin. Damn! Suchin's expression changed, and in an instant he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. Brother Suchin. Ji Rushue looked in the direction where Suchin had vanished, her autumn water-like eyes immediately filled with tears. Oh, my daughter actually has such deep feelings for this human? Tu Qingjin raised an eyebrow, then revealed a look of disdain. Unfortunately, no matter how strange, he is just a human and does not qualify to be my daughter's partner. Thinking of this, Tu Qingjin's gaze fell on Ji Rushue, and a trace of uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. He then reached out and grabbed a gentle force enveloping Ji Rushue, intending to take her away. No! Don't! Ji Rushue cried out in alarm, immediately grabbing the arms of Morong Chanshan and Granny Ku. Seeing this scene, Tu Qingjin frowned. In the past he would have directly killed the two humans beside his daughter, but now Tu Qingjin knew that these two had a very good relationship with his daughter. If he killed them, how would he get along with his daughter in the future? Fine, take these two along, it's good to keep you company. Tu Qingjin exhaled, his thoughts moving, and a thick fog enveloped Ji Rushue and the other two, lifting them into the sky. Ji Rushue and the others were completely unable to resist and were soon pulled to Tu Qingjin's side. Ah, this is wonderful. Looking at his daughter so close, Tu Qingjin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just then, the abrupt spacetime rift suddenly twisted, becoming somewhat unstable. The temporary passage is about to collapse. We can't fight anymore, and we can't stay here for long. Tu Qingjin reigned in his joy, his indifferent gaze falling on the eastern city. However, the cost of opening the temporary passage is not small. It would be too much of a loss not to destroy this city. Thinking of this, a cold smile and cruelty appeared on Tu Qingjin's face. He then patted the head of the giant wolf beneath him, and the giant wolf understood, slowly retreating back into the spacetime rift. As Tu Qingjin and the giant wolf left, the massive wind wall surrounding Eastern City gradually disappeared. The wind wall has disappeared. This is a rare opportunity. Let's escape. Great, we can survive. Run. The martial artists in Eastern City were overjoyed to see the wind wall disappear and immediately began to flee. At this moment, some people suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that martial god level wind spirit has disappeared. Yeah, that giant wolf with a head as big as a mountain has also vanished. What's going on? The spacetime rift is starting to twist, it's about to collapse. It must be that martial god level wind spirit is afraid of not being able to return, so it retreated." Looking at the empty spacetime rift, everyone in Eastern City widened their eyes in disbelief. In the next moment, people erupted into even more intense ecstasy. Some were so overjoyed that they seemed almost mad. At the same time, Chaozhua and the others let out a huge sigh of relief. The spacetime rift is unstable, the martial god level has retreated, and Dongfang City has been spared from disaster. Truly, heaven is helping us. A look of joy from surviving a calamity appeared on Chaozua's face. Ji Yuan and Rin Tianfeng also exhaled heavily, the weight in their hearts, as heavy as Mount Tai, finally lifted. But just then, a violent wave suddenly emanated from the spacetime rift in the sky. What's going on? The three of them looked on in panic. Immediately after, they witnessed a scene that struck terror into their hearts. A small stream of light appeared within the high-hanging spacetime rift, flying straight towards the three of them. Although this stream of light was small, it contained an extremely terrifying energy. While this energy was far from reaching the martial god level, it was still at the martial sovereign level, something that Chaozhua and the others could not resist at all. Feeling the overwhelming energy, the once overjoyed Chaozhua and the others instantly froze in expression, and then despair washed over them again. Heaven! That wind spirit clan martial god hasn't let us go. Why is this happening? The three of them gaped in terror, then exerted all their strength to scatter and flee. However, the stream of light split into three, as if it had eyes, locking onto their figures. 2 breaths later, all three were struck by the stream of light. No! A solid spiritual armor appeared on Chaozhua, along with a multitude of defensive spiritual lights. But none of it had any effect, as it was shattered almost instantly by the stream of light. Following that, Chaozhua's body was enveloped by the stream of light, instantly turning to ashes. The once great martial emperor, the guardian of Dongfang City, was killed like an ant. Ji Yuan fared even worse than Chaozhua. He was struck by the stream of light and vanished without a sound, not even able to let out a final scream or roar. Among the three, only Ren Tianfeng survived. Not only was he a mid-level martial emperor, but he was also a mentor from the Shenyuan Martial Arts Academy in the Blue Star main city, possessing far more means than Chaozhua and Ji Yuan. Relying on a powerful defensive treasure, along with various other defenses, he ultimately managed to preserve his life under the divided stream of light. However, that was still a powerful attack surpassing the martial emperor level. Although Ren Tianfeng survived, he was gravely injured and barely clung to life as he fell onto the rooftop of a building. In an instant, the three martial emperors were almost completely wiped out. Witnessing this scene, everyone in Dongfang City gaped in disbelief. Lord Chaozhua, Lord Ji Yuan has actually died. Lord Ren Tianfeng is also in dire straits. Why is this happening? That wind spirit clan martial god had clearly already left. The martial artists, coming back to their senses from the shock, immediately fell into a state of panic. This matter should end here. Quickly organize people to comfort the residents of the city. Someone go to the Dongfang City building immediately to retrieve the backup communication jade tokens and contact the Blue Star main city. A powerful martial king took a deep breath and issued 2 commands in succession. Yes. The other martial kings, still shaken, nodded in agreement. The deaths of Chaozhua and the other martial emperors were indeed terrifying, but at least Dongfang City was still standing. However, just then, an even more horrifying and despairing scene unfolded. The constantly twisting and Unstable spacetime rift erupted with another burst of light. Roar! Ah whoa! As the spacetime passage collapsed, accompanied by countless beast roars, a swarm of ferocious beasts surged out from the spacetime rift. These ferocious beasts were all flying, because they are all A-level and S-level ferocious beasts, which means these beasts are all at the Martial King and Martial Emperor level. These massive ferocious beasts, each one like a 1,000-meter high mountain, and their number has reached a terrifying 66, with 48 at A-level and 18 at S-level. They fly in the sky and their shadows cover the entire eastern city. At the same time, that terrifying aura spreads throughout the eastern city, and the joy of every human martial artist instantly freezes, quickly turning into fear and despair. The simultaneous appearance of so many A-level and S-level ferocious beasts is simply beyond everyone's expectations and imagination. At the same time, outside the city, crimson warning pillars have also begun to rise one after another. In a short time, hundreds of red pillars shoot up into the sky, and the entire eastern city is almost plunged into a blood-red hell. Just the A-level and S-level ferocious beasts in the sky are already impossible to resist. Now, a tide of ferocious beasts has even appeared on the ground, which undoubtedly cuts off the escape route for everyone in Eastern City. It's over. That martial god-level Wind Spirit clan actually left so many powerful ferocious beasts. The commanding Martial King's pupils suddenly constricted. Just those A-level ferocious beasts are not something we can resist to survive. We can only escape. Damn Wind Spirit clan. Another Martial King's eyes were bloodshot. How many times have we withstood the tide of ferocious beasts in Eastern City, yet we are still going to turn into ruins? As long as we are alive, there is hope. Another Martial King took a difficult breath. Run quickly. There are too many ferocious beasts. Do not scatter. Let's go together. The chances of survival are greater. The leading Martial King shouted loudly and immediately fled towards the horizon, and the other Martial Kings followed suit. The martial artists of Eastern City saw all the Martial Kings fleeing and instantly lost all hope. But just then, a figure exuding a terrifying aura, trailing a long sonic boom cloud, descended upon Eastern City. What? The Martial Kings were fleeing, and upon sensing this powerful aura, they were even more horrified and desperate. Martial Venerable level. The leading Martial King showed despair. Can we still escape with our lives? At this moment, a Martial King struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, trembling, he turned his head and suddenly showed ecstasy. It's a humanoid figure. What? A humanoid figure? Wasn't the spacetime rift supposed to have collapsed? It's impossible for the Wind Spirit clan to descend. Could it be a powerful human? The other Martial Kings looked at each other, then revealed expressions of wild joy. If a Martial Venerable level expert comes to the rescue, then Eastern City will definitely be spared from disaster. At this moment, that sonic boom cloud, like a divine dragon, spread to the center of Eastern City and stopped. As the sonic boom cloud dissipated, everyone widened their eyes to look. However, when they saw the face of the newcomer, they immediately screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Suchin. How could it be him? How could his aura be so strong? His aura is stronger than that of a Martial Emperor. Could it be that he has leaped from Martial King to Martial Venerable? My eyes must have been swapped, otherwise I must be trapped in an illusion. This isn't real. This absolutely isn't real. But everyone saw it. He is indeed Suchin. Damn it, he is a remnant of the Wind Spirit clan. He must be in cahoots with those ferocious beasts. He is going to slaughter us. The entire Eastern City, from the body refiners in the lower levels to the high-ranking Martial Kings, was filled with fear and discussion. Poor little ants. Suchin shook his head helplessly. Even now, you are still blinded by lies. Originally, after being shot thousands of miles away by Suchin, Suchin did not intend to return. However, first, the great revenge has not yet been taken, and second, he cannot bear to see the Eastern City destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Suchin had already left. Although those fierce beasts were powerful, at most they were only at the peak Martial Emperor level, and they were not Suchin's match. Therefore, he used his last clone to send himself back to Eastern City. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you ignorant ants. Suchin looked down indifferently at the dark crowd on the ground, then curled his lips and shifted his gaze to the densely packed group of fierce beasts in the sky. To others, these fierce beasts were terrifying reapers. But in Suchin's eyes, each of these A-class and S-class fierce beasts was a treasure. As long as he killed these fierce beasts, he would definitely be able to sell them for a good price. G. Rushua's father is not bad after all. A hint of excitement appeared on Suchin's face. He even sent me such a generous gift before leaving. My treasures, here I come. Immediately, he took out the Beidou Fei Hong sword and leaped into the sky. Those A-class and S-class fierce beasts were not ordinary creatures. Each had a high level of intelligence. So, they had originally planned to start slaughtering the city, but upon sensing Suchin's powerful aura, they immediately halted their actions and became vigilant. When they saw Suchin charging up, they felt an intense sense of crisis and began to flee in panic. At the same time, the A-class and S-class fierce beasts leading the tide outside the city also tucked their tails and fled in all directions. The lower-level fierce beasts that made up the tide followed suit, running away in a frenzy. The Scene of Suchin chasing dozens of A-class and S-class fierce beasts into a desperate flight was witnessed by everyone. Suddenly, the entire eastern city fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Almost everyone had their mouths agape, their faces blank, trapped in shock and unable to extricate themselves. After a long while, a person with stronger composure finally came to his senses, revealing a look of ecstasy. My God, there's hope. Suchin went to kill those fierce beasts. Lord Suchin is on our side. This person shouted wildly, instantly waking up more and more people. Lord Suchin is really killing those fierce beasts. So powerful, so strong, he killed an S-class fierce beast. Lord Suchin is not a remnant of the Wind Spirit clan, he is a hero of our humanity. Lord Suchin, I was wrong, I truly know my mistake, I shouldn't have slandered you, I kneel before you. Lord Suchin is our savior. In Eastern City. Thank you, Lord Suchin, thank you, Lord Su. Lord Suchin is a hero, our savior. Ji Yuan and Chao's was slandered Lord Suchin and deceived us, they deserve to die. Lord Suchin, we repent, we kneel. Countless people exclaimed, then one by one knelt on the ground, with some even bowing. Repeatedly, tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, having been pulled back from the gates of hell, they finally understood who was good and who was evil. At the same time, in the fleeing group of martial kings, Ji's eyes were filled with fear, his face pale. He then gritted his teeth and hurriedly fled into the distance. But at that moment, several martial kings exchanged glances and immediately moved to intercept him. What are you doing? Ji looked at the martial kings blocking their way with bloodshot eyes, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Humph. It is because your Ji family deceived us that we became enemies with Lord Su. One martial king said with a cold smile, and now you want to just walk away? That's simply a delusion. Ji Gu said in terror, you all better not forget that my Ji family is backed by the hidden ancient family, the Jin family. So what if it's the Jin family? The strongest martial king shouted, your Ji family harms human geniuses, refines human pills to satisfy personal desires, and deserves to be exterminated by all. Does the Jin family dare to protect you? That's right, Ji Gu, you won't escape again. Another martial king said, clean your neck and wait for Lord Suchin to deal with you. Ji's face was filled with despair, trembling all over, unable to speak. Seeing Ji Gu resigning to his fate, the leading martial king ordered again, capturing many members of the Ji family. On the other side, 7 stars hidden kill. Blowing snow without trace. Falling sun black flame. I kill. Suchin unleashed all his abilities, crazily slaughtering the fleeing ferocious beasts. Ding. You have obtained 1 heavenly soaring bird beast King Dan, 1 heavenly soaring bird beast soul, 998 heavenly soaring bird feathers. Ding. You have obtained 1 trembling sky deer beast Emperor Dan, 1 trembling sky deer beast Emperor soul, 2 trembling sky deer antlers, 1 trembling sky deer skin. Ding. You have obtained. Every ferocious beast slain by Suchin was completely utilized, perfectly divided, and stored by the system. Moreover, these king-level and emperor-level ferocious beasts surprisingly had beast Dan and beast souls, which were clearly valuable items. So satisfying. The more Suchin killed, the more exhilarated he became. A total of 66 powerful ferocious beasts were completely wiped out in an instant. However, Suchin did not stop there, as there were still 8 A-level ferocious beasts and 2 S-level ferocious beasts among the tide of beasts outside the city. At this moment, they were fleeing. Humph, can you escape? Suchin smirked, brandishing his long sword and charging forward. Moments later, only 1 left. Suchin kicked off the corpse of an S-level ferocious beast, brandishing his long sword, transforming into a streak of light as he charged at the last ferocious beast. Roar! With a desperate howl, the last S-level ferocious beast fell under Suchin's sword. Thus, the terrifying calamity that could have destroyed Eastern City dozens of times was effortlessly resolved by Suchin. A total of 56 A-level ferocious beasts and 20 S-level ferocious beasts. I've made a huge profit this time. Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried towards Eastern City. The tide of ferocious beasts was resolved, but his revenge was not yet complete. Crossing the barrier that had turned into ruins, Suchin returned to Eastern City. However, just as he was about to pursue the fleeing martial kings, he saw a group of people flying towards him. Oh, coming to me voluntarily? Quite perceptive. Suchin smirked, leisurely standing in place to wait. Before long, the group of martial kings arrived before Suchin. We pay our respects to Lord Suchin. All the martial kings knelt down in unison before Suchin. Ji Gu was even held down by 4 martial kings, his face pressed into the ground, becoming deformed. It seems you are quite clever. Unfortunately, you still have to pay the price for your actions. Suchin looked down at everyone from above, a cold smile appearing on his face. Lord Suchin. The leading martial king slammed his head hard against the ground. We are willing to pay the price for our mistakes. We ask Lord Suchin to punish us. No excuses, directly admitting fault. Very good. Suchin smirked, then pointed at them one by one. You people, hand over your wealth and techniques, and you can leave. Thank you, Lord Suchin. Thank you, Lord Suchin, for your mercy. I will not hide a single copper coin. The martial kings who were pointed at were all grateful to the point of tears, then handed over all their wealth and took out one jade slip after another. These jade slips were about the same length and size as a brush handle made of a special jade material. When it comes to the level of a martial king, the cultivation methods of martial artists are basically no longer recorded in books but rather in these jade slips. These jade slips can be directly read using mental power, which is very convenient and makes it easier for the reader to comprehend the content within. Moreover, the jade slips can be locked in various ways. If one does not understand the unlocking method and attempts to read the content recklessly, the jade slip will self-destruct. With this means of preventing the leakage of cultivation methods, martial artists above the martial king level almost never destroy the original methods. At this moment, these martial kings unlocked their jade slips one after another for Suchin to study. Soon, the martial kings called upon by Suchin took out all their wealth and cultivation methods. Some even asked if they should bring their families as well, but Suchin refused. The hatred was not great, so raiding their homes was out of the question. Alright, you all step aside. Suchin waved his hand lightly, then stored all the wealth and cultivation methods into his storage space. Yes, Lord Suchin. The group of martial kings got up from the ground and respectfully stepped aside. Next, it's your turn. Suchin's gaze fell upon Ji Gu and the other martial kings. Aside from Ji Gu and a few martial kings from the Ji family, the other martial kings' families had colluded with the Ji family and committed many wrongdoings, which was why they were kept by Suchin. At this moment, under Suchin's gaze, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. As for you, in this environment of Eastern City, colluding with the Ji family was somewhat unavoidable. However, doing bad deeds is still doing bad deeds, and you must pay the price. Suchin's voice was very indifferent. Now that I have already raided the homes of your three martial king families, I do not wish to kill you. Now, you will take out all your possessions, then go back and clean up the most heinous individuals in your family, restore your family's reputation, and that will be enough. Remember, especially those who have consumed human pills, whether it's you, your sons, or your grandsons, they all must die. At this point, Suchin's gaze fell upon the martial kings who had stepped aside. You will supervise this matter, but if there are any mistakes, I will kill you. Yes. The group of martial kings immediately knelt down to accept their orders. Thank you, Lord Suchin, for your mercy. The three martial kings from the colluding families bowed their heads in gratitude. Soon after, once they had taken out all their wealth and cultivation methods, they were sent to the side by Suchin. Now, it's just you left, Ji Gu. Suchin looked down at Ji Gu and the other five martial kings from the Ji family, the cold smile at the corner of his mouth growing more pronounced. Under Suchin's icy gaze at Ji Gu and the other five family elders felt a chill run through them, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, they knew their fate was at a crossroads. Whether to live or die was entirely in Suchin's hands. However, no one was willing to die. Lord Suchin, a martial king from the Ji family, trembled as he spoke. I am the fourth elder of the Ji family, and I have never gotten along with Ji Gu. He has always forced me. When we captured Ji Gu before, I was the first to act. I have never had the intention of being an enemy of Lord Suchin. Yes, Lord Suchin. Ji Gu has acted recklessly, leading the Ji family astray. We have long been dissatisfied. Another martial king from the Ji family pleaded, but Ji Gu has a firm grip on the family, and with the support of the supreme family head, we can only be forced to collude. Lord Suchin, it was never my intention to be your enemy. The third martial king from the Ji family said, I beg you to show mercy and spare me. You traitorous wolves. Ji Gu looked at his three martial kings with deep sorrow. How could I have treated you so well all this time? Ignoring Ji's curses, the three pleading martial kings knelt before Suchin, continuing to bow and plead for mercy. Each of you feels helpless? Suchin sneered, if you want to resist Ji Gu, is there really no way? If you all work together, even if you can't fight Ji Gu, at least you can go to the main city of Blue Star to report him. Just the matter of Jingqiani refining human pills is enough to make the Ji family suffer. Why don't you go? Isn't it because you are already too dirty to show yourselves? Even if you really have a grudge against Ji Gu, the bad things you've done are not much less than his. Just talking about Ji Rushue, if you could stand up to oppose, would her mother, sister, and those friends and family die? Would she be hunted down and killed? You trash, rotten from head to toe, I would be blind to let you go. At this point, Suchin was filled with killing intent, and then he slashed down with a sword. Swish! A cold, sharp sword light flashed by, and the three martial kings were immediately decapitated. Three spectacular fountains of blood gushed from their necks, and the smell of blood quickly spread over dozens of meters. Looking at the decapitated 3G family martial kings, the other martial kings standing nearby showed expressions of horror filled with fear. Meanwhile, Ji Gu, kneeling on the ground, and the other two elders of the Ji family were even more terrified, trembling all over. Ji Gu, do you have any last words? Suchin raised his hand, the cold sword tip pressed against Ji's forehead. Suchin, I head behind the Ji family is the hidden ancient clan, the Jin family. Ji Gu said tremblingly, if you kill me, the Jin family will definitely not let you go. You You dare to threaten me at the brink of death? Suchin looked down at Ji-gu, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems you don't want to die quickly, then I will fulfill you. As soon as the words fell, Suchin's wrist moved and the sharp longsword instantly peeled off Ji-ji's skin. Although Ji-gu was a martial king, he had lived a life of luxury for many years, and now with his skin peeled off, he immediately screamed in pain. Can't you bear this little pain? Suchin laughed coldly, twisting his wrist again, a chilling sword light enveloping Ji-gu. In the next moment, Ji-ji's limbs were severed, becoming a human stick. A large amount of blood flowed from his wounds, forming a glaring pool of blood on the ground. It hurts. Ji-gu opened his mouth wide, letting out a scream. Like a slaughtered pig, that piercing cry penetrated through dozens of buildings. Even the martial artists in the square of Eastern City heard it. It hurts, right? Suchin's voice seemed to come from the abyss, but it still doesn't compare to the pain Ji Rushue endured. It doesn't compare to the pain of those talented martial artists who were refined into human pills. While speaking, Suchin wielded his long sword, torturing Ji-gu with one sword after another. Ji-gu was in so much pain that his eyes bulged, his whole body convulsing, unable to speak. After a long time, Suchin stopped a long sword, and Ji-gu was a bloody mess, like a meatball, a sight too gruesome to behold. However, the powerful vitality of a martial king meant he still had not died, and Suchin did not intend to let him escape so easily. A life worse than death awaits you, repent. Suchin thrust out a sword, destroying Ji-ji's dantian and spiritual core. In an instant, a massive amount of spiritual energy leaked from Ji-ji's body, gradually returning to the heavens and earth. With Ji-ji's dantian destroyed and his spiritual core obliterated, the life force within him rapidly drained away. Suchin sneered, pulled out a handful of healing pills, and stuffed them into Ji-ji's mouth. Woo woo! Ji-gu let out a painful sound, his bloody face streaming with tears, making one feel nauseous. Truly disgusting. Suchin curled his lip, looking at the remaining two Ji family martial kings. At this moment, these two martial kings had blank expressions, motionless, having completely given up all resistance. Suchin had no intention of torturing these two, directly killing them with a sword. As the heads of the two Ji family martial kings fell to the ground, another two jets of blood shot into the sky. You people, make sure Ji-gu lives a life worse than death. Suchin's cold gaze fell on the trembling martial kings beside him. Until his time is up. Yes. More than a dozen martial kings spoke in unison, kneeling and bowing. Alright, the Eastern City is in dire need of rebuilding, you may go. Suchin took Ji-ji's spatial ring and then, with a flick of his foot, vanished like a shadow. Watching Suchin's fading silhouette, the martial kings let out a collective sigh of relief, then looked at Ji-gu with lingering fear. On the other side, after Suchin left, he went directly to the rooftop of a building. In the center of the rooftop was a massive spiderweb-like crack. The entire roof nearly collapsed. At the very center of the crack lay Ren Tianfeng, his life or death unknown. Chaozhua, Ji Yuan, and Ren Tianfeng were struck by that beam of light. The first two were instantly killed and obliterated, while the latter's fate was uncertain as he fell to the ground. Suchin witnessed this scene through his clone. Therefore, he was very clear about Ren Tianfeng's landing point. Now, he came to see if there was any opportunity to seize. After all, Ren Tianfeng was a mid-level martial emperor from the Shenyuan Martial Academy in the main city of Blue Star, and his wealth was undoubtedly immense. Moving forward, Suchin approached Ren Tianfeng, and his expression shifted. Surprisingly, you're not dead yet? Suchin raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing a faint trace of life within Ren Tianfeng. However, this life force was extremely weak. If left unattended, he would perish within an hour. You're going to die sooner or later, let me help you. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips as he prepared to end Ren Tianfeng's life. But at that moment, a thought suddenly emerged, causing Suchin to halt. It is said that the Shenyuan Martial Academy is the best academy on Blue Star. It gathers the most and the rarest resources in the world. All kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, martial arts techniques and classics are available, and they are all the top-tier kinds. As long as you become a student of the Shenyuan Martial Academy, you can obtain them. Originally, I had no thoughts about the Shenyuan Martial Academy. Only those with top-notch qualifications can enter this cursed place, but now, thinking of this, a smile appeared on Suchin's face. He then took out a king-level healing pill and stuffed it into Ren Tianfeng's mouth. That's right, Suchin intended to save Ren Tianfeng. To be fair, Ren Tianfeng was different from Ji Yuan, Ji-gu, and Chaozhua. This guy wasn't essentially an evil person, although he had teamed up with Chaozhua and Ji Yuan to hunt Suchin. If he could help Suchin enter the Shenyuan Martial Academy, their previous grievances could be wiped clean. Of course, if Ren Tianfeng couldn't help Suchin enter the Shenyuan Martial Academy, Suchin wouldn't mind severing his head. Puff, cough, cough. Not long after taking the pill, Ren Tianfeng began to improve, slowly opening his eyes. He then saw a young face that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. Suchin. Ren Tianfeng's whole body jolted, his pupils shrinking to the size of mung beans. Immediately, he instinctively tried to attack. Humph. Suchin let out a cold snort, and the terrifying Aura of a martial sovereign pressed down heavily. Martial sovereign. Ren Tianfeng's eyes bulged in an instant, his whole being as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't fathom how Suchin, who was merely a relatively strong martial king, could suddenly become a martial sovereign. That's right, do you still dare to make a move? Moreover, I am your savior. Suchin retracted his martial sovereign aura and said lightly, without me, you wouldn't have woken up. You saved me. Ren Tianfeng exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape, his face displaying disbelief. Is there anyone else who can save you? Suchin glanced at Ren Tianfeng. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The reason I saved you is that I want to enter the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. As a recruitment mentor for the academy, you can help me with that, right? If you can't, that's fine, I'll just kill you. Glug. Ren Tianfeng swallowed hard. He couldn't care less about the various doubts in his mind and quickly said, I still have some privileges, but what? Suchin frowned and asked, but it must be someone with top-tier talent or above. And they must be a genius under 20 years old, Ren Tianfeng said in a low voice. However, I see that you are already a martial sovereign. Although you look very young, no one would believe you are under 20. Unless you go in as a mentor. Yes, with your martial sovereign level strength, you could easily become a mentor. Be a mentor? Forget it. I'm here to learn, not to teach. And dealing with a bunch of idiots all day would be annoying. I just want to be a student. Suchin smiled faintly. As for age, that's not a problem. I'm not yet 20. What? Not yet 20? How is that possible? Ren Tianfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Even with perfect talent, one absolutely cannot reach the martial king level before 20, let alone the martial sovereign level. I really am not yet 20, Suchin shrugged and smiled. And my cultivation level is only peak martial master. The reason my combat power is so high is that I've practiced nearly 100 complete level techniques. Then I used a secret method to enhance my strength. As soon as he said this, Ren Tianfeng was instantly dumbfounded, his mouth agape almost turning into a piece of wood. Practiced nearly 100 complete level techniques. Achieved martial sovereign level combat power at peak martial master level. Heaven, is this something a human can do? I've been cultivating for nearly 300 years, and counting the eliminated techniques, I've only practiced 16. And among those 16 techniques, only the low-level ones have reached complete level. No one in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy can achieve 100 techniques at complete level, right? Impossible. Yes, this must be impossible. I must be on the brink of death, seeing hallucinations. Ren Tianfeng stood there in a daze, his mind filled with shock, disbelief, and doubts about life and the world. Hey, Ren Tianfeng, have you been stunned into silence by my shock? Suchin scolded with a frown. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you the truth. After being scolded by Suchin, Ren Tianfeng lifted his head as if he had developed senile dementia. Don't tell me you're going to be driven mad by my shock and lose your mind? Suchin raised an eyebrow and then took out some king-level spiritual pills and stuffed them into Ren Tianfeng's mouth. Boom! A powerful medicinal force erupted within Ren Tianfeng's body. In an instant, he felt a terrifying chill rush to his brain and his eyes widened. Then, he was shocked again. King level. Spiritual pills, heavenly heart tranquility pill. Ren Tianfeng's eyes nearly popped out, and this pure medicinal power perfect quality pills. He had eaten plenty of ordinary heavenly heart tranquility pills, but he had only ever had perfect quality ones once in his life. That time, he savored it like a poor child savoring candy, holding it in his mouth for 3 days and nights before swallowing it. But now, he had actually swallowed a handful. How many were in a handful? At least 7 or 8, right? Heaven. Ren Tianfeng stared wide-eyed at Suchin. Am I dreaming? Seeing the scene, Suchin's mouth twitched, his face full of speechlessness. Then, he took a deep breath and slapped Ren Tianfeng hard across the face. Smack! With a loud slap, Ren Tianfeng spun around a dozen times before stopping. That hurts. Ren Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly covered his swollen face. By this time, although he still couldn't fully accept what he had just seen and heard, at least he was completely awake. As a dignified martial emperor, can't you have a bit of insight? Suchin patted Ren Tianfeng's shoulder. Just a little elixir and you end up like this, really useless. It's just that. Ren Tianfeng forced a bitter smile. To take out so many rare perfect quality elixirs at once is just too shocking. Alright, stop being shocked. Suchin rolled his eyes. I want to enter the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Age isn't a problem, but my aptitude is a bit of an issue. I'm a turbid body. Ha? Turbid body? You actually have such a rare physique? Ren Tianfeng was once again in shock. But isn't a turbid body unable to cultivate? My situation is special. Suchin smiled faintly. Tell me, can this cultivation aptitude issue be resolved? By the way, what are you suggesting about the human elixir? Be careful, or I might cut out your tongue. I also detest the matter of human elixirs. Ren Tianfeng nodded. And even if it is a human elixir, it absolutely cannot change a turbid body. But since you have stepped into martial arts, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know you are a turbid body. Originally, After I recruited students, they would have to undergo another examination at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. However, as long as I write a letter and ask for a favor, this examination can be waived. In that case, go ahead and write. Suchin nodded, then his voice turned cold. What you saw and heard today must not be spoken of, or you will bear the consequences. Rest assured, I won't leak a single word about today. You saved my life without holding a grudge. I wouldn't repay kindness with malice. Ren Tianfeng said seriously. Moreover, you are a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. The human race is incredibly fortunate to have a super genius like you. Given time, you will surely become a martial god, or even surpass the martial god. You are the future and hope of Blue Star, and I absolutely will not reveal anything about you, allowing you to be entangled, coveted, or targeted by others. Good, it was worth saving your life. Suchin smiled faintly. He could see that Ren Tianfeng was sincere. A smile also appeared on Ren Tianfeng's face. At this moment, both sides had truly put aside their grievances. Soon, Ren Tianfeng wrote a letter and handed it to Suchin along with a token. This time, the one responsible for the second examination is Mentor Yolu. Ren Tianfeng said, he has a good relationship with me. When you go for the examination, just give him the letter and token. No need to meet him privately. Alright, when do I go? Suchin nodded and asked, after you finish recruiting students, go. With the new students? No need, the recruitment period lasts for nearly 30 days. Ren Tianfeng said, Yolu has been at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy's recruitment point, just look for him directly. In that case, I will set off immediately. Suchin smiled faintly. I'll leave this mess in Dongfang City to you. After saying this, without waiting for Ren Tianfeng to respond, Suchin moved and disappeared into the distance. Soon, Suchin arrived at the air harbor. At this time, the air harbor had not yet resumed operations, but this was no challenge for Suchin. He sent out a clone to find a martial king and had him arrange a spirit airship. Before long, this spirit airship, with only the pilot and Suchin aboard, slowly ascended and flew towards the main city of Blue Star. Ugh, so comfortable. Suchin lay on the luxurious bed in the cabin, stretching lazily with a contented sigh. At that moment, ding! The duration of the devoured clone has ended, and the devoured clone is now in cooldown. With the system prompt appearing, Suchin's true combat power rapidly plummeted, instantly returning to the martial king level. At the same time, the 8 devoured clones also fell into cooldown, leaving Suchin with only 1 clone available. Oh, is it already time? Suchin pouted in dissatisfaction. Suddenly losing power feels like my body has been hollowed out. However, just as Suchin was feeling disgruntled, ding! The sea of cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? Ha! I can break through. Not bad, not bad. Suchin's smile returned. System, let me break through. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted. Immediately, this spiritual energy converged into his dantian, being devoured by the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy like a whale swallowing water. In a short time, more mist-like spiritual liquid condensed within the vortex. Following that, a strange wave of breakthrough energy radiated from Suchin. I'm at the quasi-martial general level. Suchin's lips curled into a smile, revealing a hint of excitement. When all the spiritual energy transforms into spiritual liquid, that will be the moment I break through to the official martial general. Then, with a hint of anticipation, Suchin asked, System, how long until I can break through to the junior martial general level? Ding! With continuous use of elixirs, the host only needs 4 hours to break through to the junior martial general. Wow, I can break through in just 4 hours? Even a flawless genius would need 2 years to transition from quasi-martial general to official martial general. Suchin was overjoyed, then asked, how long until I can break through to the intermediate and advanced martial general levels? Ding! With continuous use of elixirs, the host only needs 14 hours to break through to the intermediate martial general and 32 hours to break through to the advanced martial general. Hehe, as expected of the 11th level 2048 times flawless cultivation speed. 1 day of my cultivation equals nearly 6 years for a flawless genius. Suchin gasped in excitement, and considering the elixirs, the cultivation benefits I gain in a day are even more terrifying. Such a frightening cultivation speed left even him a bit shocked. He couldn't imagine what others would think if they knew. After a while, Suchin let out a long breath, slightly calming his emotions. He then turned his gaze to the storage space. At this moment, it was filled with numerous spoils, including spiritual stone, materials and martial arts jade slips, all contributed by the martial kings of Eastern City. System, first deposit the gold and spiritual stones. Ding! All gold and spiritual stones have been deposited into the system. The balance of mid-grade spiritual stones rolled over and then stopped at 8 digits 2856846. 28,568,456 mid-grade spiritual stones. That's already a significant amount. Suchin glanced at the activated system functions. Unfortunately, each function now requires 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones to upgrade. Once I reach the Blue Star main city, I'll sell off unnecessary items and exchange them for spiritual stones to upgrade the system functions. With a firm decision, Suchin took out a large pile of jade slips from the storage space. Hee. These are the truly precious treasures. Suchin chuckled and began to read them one by one. I must say, these jade slips are incredibly convenient to read. Just a sweep of mental energy reveals all the contents. Soon, all these martial arts were memorized by Suchin. A total of 48 martial arts. Among them, the top-tier martial arts were the most, with a full 22, attribute martial arts 6, weapon martial arts 9, and body refinement martial arts 7. Next were the king-level martial arts, 14 in total, with attribute martial arts 2, weapon martial arts 4, and body refinement martial arts 8. Lastly, there were 12 advanced martial arts. And all these advanced techniques are the top-tier attribute techniques. It is precisely for this reason that they are treasured and recorded in the jade slips. Ordinary advanced techniques do not receive such high-end treatment. Wow, so many techniques. Suchin's heart raced with excitement. If I can perfect them all, how terrifying would that be? He was about to start practicing the techniques. But then Suchin suddenly remembered that his Snowless Map, Sunfall Black Flame Record, and Wind Dance Void technique were still in practice. Based on the estimated breakthrough time for my cultivation, these 3 advanced techniques should need about 4 more hours to reach perfection, so I might as well wait before practicing other techniques. With that thought, Suchin gave up on the idea of immediately practicing the new techniques. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had gone by. Ding! Snowless Map has reached perfection. Ding! Sunfall Black Flame Record has reached perfection. Ding! Wind Dance Void technique has reached perfection. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation is full. Would you like to break through immediately? 4 consecutive system prompts rang out, and Suchin suddenly jolted up from his bed. Good things come in pairs. Wonderful, wonderful. With his eyes shining, Suchin was filled with excitement, then commanded, "System, break through immediately." As the command was given, a torrent of spiritual energy suddenly appeared within Suchin's body. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was also torn away, being devoured by Suchin as if it were encountering a black hole. In an instant, a vacuum area of spiritual energy appeared around Suchin. A large amount of spiritual energy rushed into Suchin's body, then all entered his dantian, merging with the spiritual energy vortex. Soon after, the spiritual energy vortex occupying the entire dantian began to condense and shrink. Before long, the spiritual energy vortex shrank to 1/10 of its original size and transformed into a colorful liquid. At this moment, the spiritual energy vortex was no longer a vortex of spiritual energy, but a vortex of spiritual liquid. Once the vortex of spiritual liquid was formed, it released a large amount of liquid spiritual energy. This spiritual energy replaced the gaseous spiritual energy originally in Suchin's body, occupying all of Suchin's meridians. At the same time, under the nourishment of this spiritual energy, Suchin's body was rapidly strengthening. Bones, muscles, meridians, blood, skin, even every single hair was being reinforced. This strengthening lasted a full hour before gradually fading. By this time, Suchin had officially broken through to the junior martial general level. The power brought by the cultivation realm is solid. Feeling the thick, mercury-like liquid spiritual energy and the strengthening of his body from the inside out, Suchin felt a wave of exhilaration. Although he had stacked his real combat power to the martial king level through one-click martial arts, the cultivation realm itself was the greatest source of confidence. Moreover, the cultivation realm represents an elevation and evolution of life levels, which is a kind of strength that is more essential than real combat power. For this reason, Suchin regarded the one-click cultivation function as the most important feature. With an incredibly refreshing mood, Suchin set aside 3 new techniques. This time, he chose top-tier techniques: the Sunlight Lingering Record, the Heavenly Kwai Flowing Color Scroll, and the Heavenly King Body Refining Scripture. The reason for choosing top-tier techniques was a decision made after consulting the system. Currently, it takes only 12 hours to practice advanced techniques to perfection. Top-tier techniques require 60 hours to reach perfection, while king-level techniques require 300 hours. Advanced techniques require a short time, but as Suchin's strength increases, this level of technique will soon lose its effectiveness. King-level techniques take too long, over 10 days. Top-tier techniques consume less than 3 days, and the benefits are quite good, making them the most cost-effective. After setting aside the techniques, Suchin took a handful of pills and then lay down on the bed, happily falling asleep. As Suchin continuously changed his sleeping positions, the spirit airship gradually arrived at the main city of Blue Star. The main city of Blue Star is the largest city on this planet, its area countless times more expansive than that of the eastern city. Even with Suchin's keen eyesight, he could not see the edges of the main city of Blue Star. Here, it resembled a futuristic metropolis of a peaceful era, a super city that integrated the civilizations of the entire planet. Everywhere in the city were buildings with strange shapes and grand scales. Countless small spirit flying vehicles moved orderly between the tall buildings, as ubiquitous as cars in Suchin's previous life. This scene captivated Suchin, who couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Sir, we are about to land." The respectful voice of the spirit airship pilot came through. Immediately, Suchin felt a sense of weightlessness, clearly indicating that the spirit airship had begun its descent. Soon, under the guidance of the main airport of the Blue Star City, the spirit airship landed on the helipad. I'm leaving, you take care, Suchin waved to the pilot, and stepped off the airship. As the largest city for humans, the airport here was exceptionally busy, with many martial artists boarding and disembarking. Following the martial artists from another spirit airship, Suchin entered a hall. Welcome to the main city of Blue Star. Please pay an entry fee of 10,000. High-grade spirit stones. First-time visitors to the main city of Blue Star must obtain an identity card. Those without an identity card will not be allowed to enter the city. Travelers with an identity card can leave the airport after inspection. A series of broadcast announcements left Suchin in a daze. An entry fee of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? That's outrageous. That's equivalent to 10 billion gold coins. Suchin scoffed, and they even require a mandatory identity card. How domineering. However, despite his complaints, Suchin understood the reasoning behind it. After all, the main city of Blue Star is the largest city for humans, representing the strongest, safest, and most resource-rich place. But no matter how large or resourceful the main city of Blue Star is, it is still limited. If there were no high barriers to entry, wouldn't everyone in the world rush over? Following the guidance of the broadcast, Suchin paid the entry fee, obtained an identity card, and received a map and a brochure. The map was of the main city of Blue Star, and the brochure contained some important notes. Flipping through the brochure, Suchin smoothly passed the inspection and stepped outside the airport. Compared to the airport, the outside was even more bustling, with people everywhere on the streets. They appeared relaxed and wore smiles, leaving Suchin in a daze. There is absolutely no oppression or gloom from fierce beasts here. Humans living here are 1,000 times happier than those in other places. Suchin sighed, then took out the map he received when paying the entry fee. It's time to head to the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Looking at the map, Suchin quickly found the location of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, Xianyuan Mountain. Hey, little brother, where are you going? A small spirit flying vehicle stopped in front of Suchin, and a bald uncle stretched his neck to ask. To the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Suchin smiled slightly. The Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. The bald uncle's mouth dropped open in shock. Heavens, are you a new student this year? Originally, he had intended to swindle Suchin out of some spirit stones, but upon learning that Suchin was heading to the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, he immediately extinguished that bad thought. Yes, I am a new student. Suchin smiled faintly. How many spirit stones do I need to get there? No need for spirit stones, just get in, I'll take you for free. The bald uncle chuckled and opened the back door of the flying vehicle. Free is unnecessary. Suchin smiled and was about to board the spirit flying vehicle. At this moment, a system prompt caused Suchin's actions to pause slightly. Ding! The sea of cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? I've slept for so long, it's time to break through. Suchin's face lit up with joy as he boarded the spiritual energy flying device and chose to break through. In an instant, a flood of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, merging into the vortex of spiritual liquid. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy also rushed into Suchin's body like a tide. After a few breaths, a very obvious breakthrough fluctuation emanated from Suchin. My goodness, little brother, you broke through? The bald uncle turned around in disbelief. You just walked and broke through. Yeah, I'm used to it. Suchin nodded, revealing a faint smile. Used to it. No wonder you are a new student at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. The bald uncle exclaimed, with such talent, I can't compare even 1,000 times. Saying this, he activated the spiritual energy flying device and headed towards the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, Suchin opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Race, human. Qualification level, impure. Body realm level, intermediate. Martial general attack level, quasi-martial emperor plus defense level, intermediate. Martial king plus movement level, peak. Martial king stamina level, intermediate. Martial king plus mental level, mist condensation realm mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, snowless trace. Diagram, advanced, perfect. Falling sun black flame record, advanced, perfect. Wind dance void technique, advanced, perfect. 7-star hidden killing blade. Advanced, beginner. Fong Tian painting halberd battle scroll, advanced, beginner. Lotus leaf martial melody collection, advanced, beginner. Meridian. Profound dark art, advanced, beginner. Solitary inquiry phoenix pattern sutra, advanced, beginner. Profound body immovable scroll, advanced, beginner. Mountain breathing technique, advanced, beginner. Giant god body forging technique, advanced, beginner. Some techniques omitted. Activated system. Functions, one-click cultivation function, level 11, one-click martial arts function, level 11, clone dispatch function, level 10, one-click treasure seeking function, level 10, one-click alchemy function, level 8, quasi-martial emperor level attack? Not bad. Looking at the attribute panel, Suchin nodded lightly. Not long after, the spiritual energy flying device stopped outside a vast mountain range. Indeed, it was a huge mountain range within the Blue Star main city. In the eastern city there was only one natural peak, the Juewu Mountain, but within the Blue Star main city there were more than one natural mountain range. The mountain range Suchin had arrived at was called Xianyuan, which was also the residence of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. This shows how vast the Blue Star main city is. The Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, which occupies a mountain range within the city, holds a very high status. Little brother, we ordinary people can't go in there. The bald uncle said apologetically, I can only trouble you to walk a few steps. Okay. Suchin nodded, paid the fare, and got off the flying device. It looks very high-end, it shouldn't disappoint me. Suchin gazed at the Xianyuan mountain range faintly, seeing various magnificent buildings perched atop it. With this thought, Suchin walked forward along the path with a hint of anticipation. Along the way, he occasionally encountered some pedestrians. Most of them were very young, and when Suchin pulled up their attribute panels, he found they all had top-tier qualifications or above. Moreover, these young people wore different badges on their chests. Clearly, these individuals were the human geniuses studying at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Top-tier qualifications are everywhere. A smile curved at the corner of Suchin's mouth. No wonder this is the first academy gathering global geniuses in one place. Following the map, Suchin arrived outside a building. This is a very ancient wooden building, only 3 stories high, but it is grand and majestic, clearly a structure with a long history. At this moment, many boys and girls around 14 or 15 years old are already queuing up under the wooden building. It seems that many have come for the examination, Suchin thought, then took his place at the end of the line. The students in front of him hardly reacted to his arrival. However, a few arrogant-looking individuals cast disdainful glances at him. Clearly, Suchin's age of 18 or 19 stood out here. At this moment, a group of 4 people walked over from behind. They were also around 14 or 15, but their arrogant demeanor was simply off the charts. Upon seeing these 4, whispers erupted among the crowd. They are the young masters of the great families of Shishan, Zhou, Wu, Zhang, and Wang. I didn't expect to run into them here. They say they are notorious troublemakers. Keep your voice down, or you'll regret it if you anger them. The crowd murmured, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at the 4 boys. At this point, the 4 incredibly arrogant youths approached. Get out of the way. The 4 young masters of Shishan are here. If you don't want to be unlucky, hurry up and move. The 4 spoiled youths stood there, looking down on everyone with an air of superiority. Upon hearing them speak, those in line immediately began to move aside, creating a path to the wooden building. However, in the middle of this path stood a person like a nail, unmoving. This person was, of course, Suchin. What the hell? This guy actually dares not to give way? Heavens, he's still standing there without moving, and he even has a cold smile. Damn. This guy must be an idiot. He dares to provoke the 4 young masters of Shishan? Looking at Suchin standing in the middle of the path, the crowd began to murmur in disbelief. Meanwhile, the 4 young masters of Shishan were furious and approached with unfriendly expressions. Hey, kid, we told you to move, are you deaf? The 4 spoiled youths surrounded Suchin, each lifting their chins and flaring their nostrils. I never give way to others. Suchin scoffed, if I don't move, you have to line up obediently. What? This guy is actually so tough? Never gives way to others? How arrogant. Ha, this guy's outfit clearly shows he's from out of town. He must be used to being reckless in a small place, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Right, look at him. He looks like he's only 18 or 19, and he only comes for the examination at this age. Trash, waste, thinking he's so impressive. Ha, this idiot dares to provoke the 4 young masters of Shishan. He's definitely going to get taught a lesson he won't forget. Just watch, the show is about to begin. The boys and girls standing nearby whispered to each other, their gazes towards Suchin filled with disdain and contempt. Hearing the discussions around him, the 4 young masters of Shishan became even more arrogant. Did you hear that? You, an outsider, dare to provoke us, the 4 young masters of Shishan? Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize immediately, we'll beat you up so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Quick, right now, kneel and bow to us. After you bow, roll out of our sight. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The 4 young masters of Shishan looked down at Suchin with contempt. In their view, Suchin would hear everyone's discussions, realize their reputation, and would surely be scared into submission. Then he would kneel and apologize, scurrying away in disgrace. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The 4 young masters of Shishan? I think you should be called the 4 fools of Shishan instead. Suchin glanced disdainfully at the 4 young rascals. If you had just lined up obediently, I would have let you go. But since you want a court death, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Now, each of you slap yourselves 3 times, then get out of my sight, and I'll spare you. There's only one chance, I hope you can seize it well. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The scene fell silent as if the air had solidified, and even the sound of a falling needle could be heard clearly. Soon after, everyone snapped back to reality and immediately erupted into incredulous discussions. This guy is really audacious. Not only does he call The four young masters of Shishan fools, but he also dares to say he'll teach them a lesson on behalf of their parents? Yeah, each of the four great families of Shishan is incredibly powerful, and the parents of the four young masters are all martial emperors and martial sovereigns. This guy is simply insane. And he even said for the four young masters to slap themselves 3 times. How ridiculous. Everyone looked at Suchin, who stood alone in the middle of the road, with eyes that seemed to regard him as a foolish deer. At the same time, the four young masters of Shishan were furious, their eyes bloodshot, smoke coming out of their 7 orifices. They had never been humiliated like this since birth. This was an absolute disgrace. Country bumpkin, you've successfully angered us. Today, we'll show you what cruelty is. Just a mere intermediate martial general, let's beat him up first. The four young masters of Shishan drew their weapons and charged at Suchin with fierce expressions. There's only one chance, since you've made your move, don't blame me. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips, and then with a flick of his hand, a terrifying icy power surged forth. Immediately, the icy power condensed into a massive icy palm, sweeping out with an unmatched force. Bang 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 bang. 4 muffled sounds echoed, and the four young masters of Shishan vanished from their spot. Upon closer inspection, they were stuck to that enormous icy palm like flies. The previously noisy scene fell silent once more. Everyone stared in disbelief at the giant icy palm Suchin had conjured, dumbfounded, as if they were statues. Although the four young masters were arrogant, they had all cultivated to the level of martial generals. For martial generals, yet they were instantly defeated, completely like ants. It was too shocking, too unbelievable. At this moment, Suchin shook the icy giant palm, and the four young masters fell to the ground like trash. Suchin didn't take their lives, but broken bones and torn tendons were inevitable. Moreover, the four young masters were struck by the icy power and wouldn't be able to move for a while. What are you all standing there for? Suchin turned to the boys and girls standing nearby like statues. Come on, line up and go in for the inspection. But no one dared to move. Since you're not going, don't blame me for cutting in line. Suchin smiled lightly, then stepped forward and walked into the wooden building. The entire conflict lasted only a few minutes. As Suchin entered the wooden building, a boy who had just finished his inspection walked out with a beaming smile. It seemed this boy had passed the inspection and officially became a student of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Following the signs, Suchin arrived at a room on the first floor. Inside the room was a black table, behind which sat a short, gray-haired old man. I greet Mentor Yolu. Suchin cupped his hands and said, what's your name? Let me see the token given to you by the enrollment mentor. The gray-haired old man, Mentor Yolu, glanced at Suchin, his expression somewhat dismissive. Clearly, seeing that Suchin was nearly 20 years old and his cultivation was not high, he thought he was not a promising candidate. In the main city of Blue Star, it's truly common to see young people around 16 or 17 years old reaching the level of a martial general. This is from Mentor Rin Tianfeng, Suchin said, his expression unchanged as he handed over Rin Tianfeng's token in letter. A letter? Yulu frowned as he looked at Suchin. Which young master are you? Afraid you won't pass the review, so you asked someone to plead for you? It's written by Mentor Ren Tianfeng, Suchin replied calmly. Yulu, you will understand once you read it. Ren Tianfeng? It's actually that old guy. Yulu was somewhat surprised. This is the first time he's done something like this. He then opened the envelope and began to read slowly. After finishing, Yulu glanced at Suchin, then at the envelope, and finally sighed. For that old guy's sake, I'll let you pass the review. As he burned the envelope, he said, however, you can't enter the regular class, you can only go to the special class. Special class? Suchin asked, somewhat surprised. What kind of class is that? The students in the special class usually don't have top-tier qualifications but excel in other areas, Yulu explained, but now, the special class is almost entirely filled with people like you who got in through connections. Will being in the special class affect my access to the academy's resources? Suchin frowned and asked, as he came to the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy to gain benefits, if he couldn't enjoy the academy's resources, it would be better not to enter at all? It won't affect that. It's just that the reputation isn't very good. Yulu shook his head. Alright, you can go now. Call in the next one. Saying this, he handed Suchin a badge and a spatial ring. Okay. Suchin took the ring and badge and left the room. Outside the wooden building, the four young masters of Shishan had already been rescued, and those who had not passed the review were discussing among themselves. As soon as Suchin appeared at the door, they immediately cast strange glances at him. Next, Suchin called out, ignoring them, and then walked straight away. Watching Suchin's figure gradually disappear, the young boys and girls outside the wooden building began to discuss again. This guy is really too arrogant, daring to beat up the four young masters of Shishan like that. Don't be fooled by the fact that he took care of the four young masters. He will definitely suffer later. Yeah, the four young masters of Shishan are not easy to mess with. They have a big background. I'll keep my distance from this guy in the future, so the four young masters of Shishan don't think we're in cahoots with him. Suchin was completely unaware of the discussions around him, but even if he knew, he would just curl his lip in disdain and leave on his own. At this moment he was examining the badge that Lu had given him. It was a blue badge with intricate and ornate patterns on the front, inscribed with the words Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. The back of the badge was simpler but still very refined, with the words Potential Student written on it. Potential Student, clearly the lowest level. Shrugging, Suchin took out the spatial ring to take a look. Inside there was a school motto, a freshman handbook, a key, a map, and several miscellaneous items including a vintage school uniform. Suchin took out the school motto and glanced at it. It recorded the history of the academy's formation, mentors, and notable figures. The Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy is the largest academy in Blue Star, with a history as long as that of the main city of Blue Star, spanning a full 1,000 years. This means that the academy was established at the time when the space-time rift first appeared and the Wind Spirit clan invaded. This highest academy is divided into 4 gates: the Battle Gate, the Alchemy Gate, the Artifact Gate, and the Formation Gate. As the names suggest, the Battle Gate specializes in teaching combat, while the Alchemy, Artifact, and Formation Gates teach alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations, respectively. In addition to the brief descriptions of the subjects, there were introductions to the academy mentors, important buildings, and various rules, all of which Suchin quickly skimmed over. After reading the school motto, Suchin took out the freshman handbook to look through it. So, students are divided into 6 levels: Potential, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Purple Gold, and Hall of Fame. Each level enjoys corresponding knowledge benefits, teaching resources, and material benefits. The way to advance levels is through assessments. The Battle Gate assessment is combat, while the other 3 are alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting. Suchin silently finished reading the freshman handbook, then took out a map and headed towards the marked Wuwei Mountain. Wuwei Mountain is where the potential level students reside. Soon, Suchin arrived at his destination, a 2-story small building with a courtyard on Wuwei Mountain. This small building would be his residence. No wonder it's the top academy of Blue Star. Even potential students have their own accommodations. Moreover, aside from privacy, the spiritual energy concentration here is also very high, quite good. Suchin nodded in satisfaction, then took out the key to open the door and walked inside. The interior decoration of the wooden building was also very luxurious, with every layout being extremely exquisite, making one feel refreshed at first glance. Upon reaching the balcony, Suchin discovered that he could overlook a large area of Blue Star City with a very broad view. At that moment, a few students walked by on the small path not far below. I heard the seniors are holding a trading fair at Luohua Mountain. They're selling all the good stuff they don't need at discounted prices to us new students. Really? Then we have to go take a look. Maybe we can find some good things. The group left with a hint of excitement, unaware that their discussion had reached Suchin's ears. Trading fair? I have a lot of unwanted items in my spatial ring. It's just right to sell some. Suchin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Those who can come here for further studies generally don't lack spirit stones. Perhaps I can make a big profit this time. With that thought, Suchin changed into his school uniform, concealed his appearance and aura, and headed towards Luohua Mountain. The items he planned to sell were of high quality and in large quantities. If he didn't conceal his appearance, it might attract some unnecessary trouble. On the way, Suchin encountered many other students also heading to Luohua Mountain, including quite a few senior students. This showed that the trading fair was indeed quite lively. Soon, Suchin arrived at Luohua Mountain. It was a low hill, but the scenery was very beautiful. Saying it was stunning would not be an exaggeration. At the foot of the mountain, various stalls were set up. The stall owners didn't shout, they simply sat behind their stalls, quietly waiting for buyers to choose. Suchin strolled around with great interest and found that the items sold by these seniors were indeed good value for new students, not at all a ripoff. After browsing around, Suchin also acquired some previously unavailable alchemy recipes, enriching the types of pills he could refine. He then chose a spacious spot to stop. Let's set up shop here. Suchin waved his hand, and a long spear and 2 large animal skins appeared on the ground. He spread one of the animal skins on the ground and used the long spear and the other animal skin to make a sign. The sign read Super Grocery Store in large characters. After inserting the sign into the ground, Suchin completed his makeshift stall. Immediately, he took out a large amount of useless pills, weapons, beast materials, spatial rings, and other items from his storage space, filling the stall to the brim. These items came from Suchin slaying enemies and looting the spoils from various families in Eastern City, truly a wide variety. Moreover, he also took out a large handful of blank jade slips, recording his insights on cultivation methods into them for sale. The stall filled with goods quickly attracted some students. Wow! This mysterious senior has saved so many good things. Hiss, that's a Tianxian Zakao Baoban. It looks so high quality. Damn, these pills are just piled up like trash. Is this senior really that reckless? Wow, these beast materials are processed perfectly. Too bad I can't use them. I don't know how to refine weapons. Senior, is this bottle of Tianquan Zijin Shidan of high quality? It looks so beautiful. Senior, how much for this high-level spirit weapon? New students gathered in front of Suchin's stall, each one dazzled, their eyes shining. Since you are new students, I'll give you a discount, everything is 10% off. However, if you all want the same item, then the highest bidder wins. Suchin said lightly, this. Junior, I'll sell you this high-level spirit weapon, the Crazy Dragon Lotus Spike, for 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins, sure. The junior readily took out spirit stones and handed them to Suchin, then happily took the weapon. However, he did not leave but continued to look for what he needed. With the first item sold, the purchasing desire of the other students was also piqued. Senior, I want this top-grade pill, how many spirit stones? Senior, I want this top-quality Taishian Rong Ling Ba Dan. Hey, I saw it first, don't snatch it. Everyone started to scramble to buy, and the heated scene immediately attracted more students. Even some senior students closed their stalls and ran over to watch the excitement. Soon, Suchin's stall was surrounded tightly. Then, the students who came later were all shocked. Oh my god, look, that jade slip has written all the insights from entry to perfection of high-level attribute skills. Wow, this senior actually masters the perfect level high attribute skills, their comprehension is too strong. Wow, aren't those pills in the corner top-grade pills? They don't even have a bottle? My goodness, this senior must be a high-level student from the pill sect, at least a gold level. Not just that, look over there are king-level pills. This senior is probably a platinum-level pill sect student. This senior is really amazing. So many high-level pills just piled up here like junk for sale. Stop talking, I'm going to buy pills. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have my eye on that top-grade Shisue Zamaidan. Don't you dare snatch it from me. What? I want to buy the Shisue Zamaidan. You go away. Damn. I saw it first. If you snatch it, I'll raise the price. Raise the price, I'm not afraid of you. More and more people joined the buying frenzy. The surrounding students who were selling also closed their stalls and rushed over. The scene became chaotic. However, when Suchin revealed an extremely profound and dangerous aura, many students suddenly became very polite. Soon, the students who came to the Luohua Mountain to participate in the trading conference discovered that there was only one stall selling items. And at this stall, almost everything was for sale except for alchemy materials. Following that, the later students also joined in the scramble to buy. Some even took out communication jade tokens to call friends, gathering more and more students to come and buy. Although it was sold at a 10% discount, there were still people bidding and buying, causing quite a commotion. This made Suchin's harvest of spirit stones even higher than selling at market price. Amidst the students' enthusiastic buying, a large amount of spirit stones surged into Suchin's storage space like a flood, making him so happy that he was beaming. Before long, it was evening. I have to say, the purchasing power of the students at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy is incredibly strong. Especially the advanced students who joined later. These people don't even blink when they raise the price. After more than half a day of selling, although Suchin hasn't finished dealing with the clutter in his storage space, he has sold off more than half of it. This has earned Suchin over 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, by this time, the remaining goods were basically not selling well. The enthusiasm of the students had also decreased significantly. If Suchin were to sell perfect quality pills, it would definitely ignite the scene immediately. But he didn't plan to do that. First, perfect quality pills are too eye-catching. Second, the students' spirit stones have been nearly drained by him. Even if the students bid for purchases, they wouldn't be able to sell for a high price. Suchin planned to find a suitable opportunity to sell everything in a shop outside. Alright, it's about sold out. Suchin waved his hand to pack up the stall and said, everyone can go back now. As soon as these words were spoken, some students let out unwilling sighs. However, in their eyes, Suchin was already a lofty platinum student, and they didn't dare to offend him, so they could only obediently disperse. Watching the students who turned back 3 times, Suchin smiled silently and then turned to leave. When he returned to the small courtyard, Suchin found a letter stuck in the door of the small building. Upon opening it, he read, "Little brat, I didn't expect you to be such a coward, hiding in other places. But it doesn't matter, as long as you are at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, don't even think about escaping from our grasp. We will definitely make you cry until the heavens don't respond and the earth doesn't care." From the 4 young masters of Shishan. The writing was in red, enough to show how furious and hateful the 4 young masters of Shishan were towards Suchin. Looks like you still haven't had enough of a lesson. Suchin sneered and burned the letter with a flick of fire. Then, he walked into the small building and fell asleep. The next morning, Suchin woke up leisurely. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? Suchin coldly used his mental power to probe and then raised an eyebrow. The person outside was not one of the 4 young masters of Shishan, but a female student wearing a golden student badge. It seems she's not here to cause trouble. While pondering, Suchin went downstairs and opened the door. Hello, you are Suchin from this year's special class, right? The female student smiled gently and said, I am Jian Yuri, assistant to mentor in XIN, here to inform you of something. The number of students in your special class has been filled, so classes will start earlier than other classes. You need to arrive at classroom 603 in Building F on Shenyang Mountain before 10 o'clock and be sure not to be late. Where is your communication jade tablet? Let's add each other's contact information and I will send the course details to your communication jade tablet in the future. Communication jade tablet? Here you go. Suchin took out a jade tablet from his storage space. This was one of the items from the spatial ring given by Yulu. Zhang Yuti took Suchin's communication jade tablet and then took out her own communication jade tablet to stack them together. After a moment, a connection was established between the two jade tablets. I still have to notify other students goodbye. Zhang Yuti waved and left Suchin's small courtyard. I didn't expect classes to start so soon. Classes? I really miss that time. Suchin smiled slightly and then headed towards Shenyang Mountain. At this point, he had memorized the entire map of the Xianyuan Academy. About 10 minutes later, Suchin arrived at Shenyang Mountain. This was a very long trapezoidal peak with buildings constructed in a staggered manner from bottom to top. The buildings higher up were more magnificent and luxurious. At the top of the mountain, there was a super luxurious hall, and Suchin knew that was the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame students is the highest honor for students, with only 40 members, divided into 4 doors of the Battle Dan Chi array, each with 10 people. Once one becomes a Hall of Fame student, they can leave their own sculpture inside. If I become a Hall of Fame student, I will enjoy the highest level of student treatment at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Suchin smirked. Soon, there will be a place for me in that grand hall. Filled with confidence, Suchin arrived at classroom 603 in Building F. At this moment, there were already quite a few people sitting in the classroom. Suchin glanced around and found that they were mostly pampered young masters. They were basically of high-grade talent or had decent talent but were lacking in other aspects. As expected, they all got in through the back door. Suchin curled his lips and walked into the classroom. Oh, another one. This guy must be 20 years old, right? Intermediate martial general level? At this age, this cultivation level is worse than mine. Your big brother and second brother are all trash. Unlike me, I have top-notch talent. So what if you have top-notch talent? With your comprehension, it's hard to even practice an intermediate technique. What the hell, are you going to mention it again? So what if I do? The crowd chattered for a while, and then went back to their own business. Suchin looked at the classroom and noticed that names were written on the desks, so he found his seat and sat down. Suchin? Which family are you from? To get into the special class, your background must be impressive, but why haven't I seen you before? In the main city of Blue Star, there isn't a powerful Su family. Are you from out of town? A pale-faced boy with panda eyes, who looked like he had indulged too much, asked curiously. Yeah, I'm from out of town. Suchin nodded lightly. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in talking to these kids. You're actually from out of town. An outsider got into the special class. Could it be that you really are a special student? Wow, it's really rare a special student actually came to the special class. The panda-eyed boy exclaimed. Bro, tell me, what are you good at? Suchin raised an eyebrow. I'm just special in that area. The panda-eyed boy twitched his mouth, speechless. At that moment, a few figures walked in from outside. As soon as these arrogant guys appeared, the classroom quieted down considerably. Who are they? Suchin looked up and saw familiar faces. The 4 guys who walked in were none other than the 4 fools of Shishan. At the same time that Suchin saw the 4 fools of Shishan, they also saw him. Instantly, all 4 of them widened their eyes and erupted in fury. You little brat, it's you. I didn't expect you to be a student of the special class too. Finding you is like finding a needle in a haystack. I want to see who you are. Oh, Suchin? Never heard of you. A nobody who isn't even famous dares to mess with us, the 4 young masters of Shishan. Let me tell you, you're dead meat. The 4 fools of Shishan glared at Suchin with immense anger, like 4 pufferfish about to explode. You guys? Suchin disdainfully curled his lips. Are you still not satisfied with the lesson you received yesterday? As soon as he said this, the faces of the 4 young masters of Shishan turned from green to red. In front of everyone, they had been dealt with by Suchin like flies, which was a huge humiliation. At the same time, the other students in the classroom were in an uproar after hearing Suchin's words. The 4 young masters of Shishan were notorious for being the biggest bullies in their generation. They had always been the ones to bully others, but now this Suchin had actually dealt with the 4 young masters of Shishan. It was hard to tell whether he was impressive or foolish. Don't think that just because you defeated us once, you're something special. We are fully prepared, and today you will pay the price. As he spoke, the 4th young master of Shishan revealed a murderous intent and was about to make a move. Stop! A sharp voice rang out at the door. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look. There stood a woman with a delicate complexion, bright eyes, and a slightly sickly aura, her face filled with anger. Beside her stood the golden student Zhang Yuti, its mentor Anshin. She really is as beautiful as the rumors say. Keep your voice down, this mentor has a bad temper. If you anger her, you won't be able to escape. Some students lowered their heads and began to whisper. Meanwhile, the fourth young master of Shishan's expression froze and they all reluctantly withdrew their murderous intent. You lot, do you think this academy is your home? Let me tell you, no matter who you are, you must follow the rules within the academy. If you have conflicts, you can resolve them in the competition arena. If you have deep grudges, you can settle them in the life and death arena. If you dare to break the rules and fight privately within the academy, don't blame me for directly expelling you from Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Mentor Anshin walked into the classroom with a cold face, her petite figure exuding a faint sense of authority. Her reprimand left the entire classroom in silence. Although most of them were privileged students with considerable backing, they knew that if Mentor Anshin truly wanted to expel them, it would be effortless. The status of Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy is transcendent, and the status of its mentors is also transcendent. Mentor Anshin stepped onto the podium, looking down at everyone. After a moment, her pink lips parted. The special class is the academy's compromise for you, but that doesn't mean you can laze around without worries. Students who fail to meet their goals within the designated study period will automatically lose their student status. Next, I will prepare 4 classes for you: combat, alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting, to determine your study direction. At this point, Mentor Anshin turned to Jiang Yudi. Yudi, keep an eye on them. I will return at 10 o'clock and any late students will be recorded and expelled from the academy. Understood. Mentor Anshin. Jiang Yudi nodded heavily. Then, Mentor Anshin turned and left. Watching her departing figure, the students let out a collective sigh. Suchin, however, was not too concerned. He was lost in thought. Determining the study direction, I can skip weapon forging and formation crafting. The options available to me are the combat gate and the alchemy gate. Whether through combat or alchemy, I can quickly raise my student level and enjoy better benefits. Combat gate students who advance to a higher level can access various martial arts insights and receive guidance from strong practitioners. Alchemy gate students who advance to a higher level can view various alchemical texts and formulas, using academy resources to refine pills. Currently, I haven't finished practicing my martial arts, so choosing the combat gate would just be icing on the cake. If I choose the alchemy gate, I can use academy resources to refine pills, exchange them for spirit stones, and upgrade system functions. Comparatively, the benefits of choosing the alchemy gate are clearly greater. After determining his study direction, Suchin began to doze off out of boredom. The other students also lazily leaned on their desks and chatted. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, during which many students arrived one after another. However, none were directly advised to leave for being late. At this moment, Mentor Anshin walked into the classroom with her long legs. Instantly, the students sat up, fearing to anger her. Now, we will begin the first class, formation crafting. Mentor Anshin wasted no time. With a wave of her hand, sets of formation pens appeared on the desk. Jiang Yudi distributed the array pens, 1 set for each person. Refining arrays? Suchin raised an eyebrow while holding the array pen. My bizarre system has a one-click hill refining feature. I wonder if there will be a one-click array refining feature too. Ding! When the host upgrades all 6 functions to level 10, the one-click array refining function will be activated. The sudden system prompt made Suchin's eyes light up. Wow, there really is a one-click array refining function. Awesome. Once this feature is activated, won't I be able to refine arrays as easily as I do pills? But the 6 functions? I've only activated 5 functions so far. So what is the 6th function? Suchin pondered and then tentatively asked, System, could the 6th function be one-click equipment refining? Ding! The 6th function is the one-click equipment refining function, which will be activated when all 5 current functions are upgraded to level 10. Damn, it really is one-click equipment refining. If I activate both one-click equipment refining and one-click array refining, won't my earning speed double crazily? The pleasant system prompt made Suchin break into an excited smile. Just as Suchin was feeling thrilled, Suchin! An Xian's clear voice echoed through the classroom. What are you grinning about? What was the first thing I said just now? At this, everyone looked at Suchin with schadenfreude. Suchin's mouth twitched. I don't know. Ha 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 ha. This guy is just too straightforward. He actually admitted. He doesn't know. I'm dying of laughter. The crowd burst into laughter, especially the 4 young masters of Shishan, who laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Don't know? You finally got into the special class with great difficulty and you're not serious? Do you want to be expelled? An Xin scolded Suchin, then frowned at the other students. And you all, what are you laughing at? Aren't you the same? As soon as she said this, everyone stopped laughing. You people are really hopeless. An Xin sighed and then continued with the lesson. The students below exchanged glances and then continued to listen lazily. Before long, an Xin finished explaining the basics of array refining and began to demonstrate it herself. However, after her demonstration, the students all looked confused. Did anyone understand? No one? Not a single person? Then I'll explain it again. Pay attention. An Xin helplessly tapped her forehead and then explained it once more. This time she was more detailed, but the students still looked bewildered. There was no helping it. Refining arrays was more complex than refining pills or equipment, requiring higher talent and more time and effort. Although most of the students present were from noble families and could afford good masters, none of these spoiled students were willing to learn. Alright, let's move on to the next class, equipment. Refining. Sighing, and Xin knew there were no students capable of entering the array gate here. Next came the equipment refining course, and Xin took out a set of cauldrons which Jiang Yudi distributed to the students. Then, the equipment refining course officially began. This time, some students managed to keep up with an Xin's lesson, occasionally engaging in teacher-student interactions, which relieved an Xin. However, among these students, Suchin was naturally not included. Why would he learn this when he could activate one-click equipment refining? So, he continued to doze off in boredom. Suchin, how much of the equipment refining did you understand? An Xin noticed Suchin again. It couldn't be helped, he was just too casual. Suchin came back to his senses and smiled, not a bit. Put. The boy with dark circles next to him burst out laughing. Wow, this guy Suchin is just amazing. I originally thought that I only understood 3 sentences, and that was the worst, but I didn't expect him to be even more impressive. The key is that he didn't understand, and that's fine, but he even dared to say it with such confidence. Damn, impressive. The other students looked at Suchin, their faces full of disdain. Suchin, are you making fun of me? An Xin's expression turned cold, her beautiful eyes glaring at Suchin. No, mentor. Suchin smiled faintly. I just thought it wouldn't be good not to answer you, and lying wouldn't be good either, so I just told the truth. I really don't understand at all. You. An Xin put her hand to her forehead. You really are hopeless. Mentor, how am I hopeless? Suchin chuckled. I'm not good at refining formations or tools, but I have other specialties. Oh, then what are your specialties? An Xin's expression shifted, a hint of expectation in her voice. Before Suchin could finish, he was interrupted by a boy with dark circles under his eyes. Report, mentor, the boy shouted. I know, he said he has a specialty. There. As soon as he said this, the entire classroom erupted like water splashed into a hot oil pot. Wow, that's hilarious. Haha, but that really counts as a specialty. Suchin, you are just too impressive. We admire you. The students laughed heartily, throwing disdainful and mocking glances at Suchin. Suchin, are you serious? An Xin's face darkened, her voice devoid of emotion. Well, I guess so. Suchin smiled slightly and said, but my real specialty is alchemy. Good at alchemy? Suchin, you can't be lying, right? With a talent for alchemy, did you really not understand a single word that mentor and Xin just said? Exactly, refining tools and alchemy have a lot in common. Since you're good at alchemy, how about answering a few questions about refining tools for the mentor? Don't let him answer, he just said he didn't understand anything. He's just a fraud, a waste. The students looked at Suchin with disbelief, and the 4 young masters of Shishan continued to mock him. Be quiet. An Xin shouted sharply, and the students slowly closed their mouths. However, while their mouths were closed, the disdainful looks did not diminish at all. Suchin, are you really good at alchemy? An Xin looked at Suchin, her expression very serious. Suchin nodded lightly, not offering much explanation. Alright, the refining tools course is almost over, so let's move on to the alchemy course. With that, an Xin took out a set of alchemy furnaces from her spatial ring and had Yudi distribute them to everyone. Let's talk about the simplest body tempering pill. This is a second-tier pill, and taking it can shorten the body tempering time. Its material formula is very simple: 3-day ice, peach resin, jade black crow, and cheenwood grass. In the first step, we need to perform preliminary processing on these alchemy materials to remove a large amount of impurities and obtain a relatively pure medicinal liquid. In the second step, we need to Xin carefully explained the method for refining the body tempering pill. Then, she looked at Suchin. Suchin, did you understand? Of course. Suchin smiled lightly. I've been able to refine this kind of pill for a long time. In that case, an Xin nodded. You can personally demonstrate it for everyone. As soon as she said this, the students immediately showed excitement. In their eyes, Suchin was just bragging. So they all waited for him to make a fool of himself. Alright, mentor. Suchin smiled, and with a snap of his fingers, a black flame appeared, enveloping the alchemy furnace. High-level fire. A tribute technique. It seems he has mastered it quite well. Could it be that he really excels at alchemy? The crowd was filled with uncertainty as they saw Suchin use the falling sun black flame. However, in the eyes of mentor and Xin and Jiang Yudi, there was a hint of surprise and expectation. But then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Suchin actually threw 4 unprocessed alchemical materials into the furnace all at once. This breathtaking move left the entire classroom in stunned silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Immediately after, all the students couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid Suchin treats alchemy like cooking, huh? I'm dying of laughter. The mentor clearly explained the steps, and he actually, ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I told you, he's just a fraud, a waste. Not only that, he's also an idiot, someone who doesn't understand anything but pretends to. This is simply the biggest joke I've encountered in my life. I'm laughing so hard I could explode. The students roared with laughter, bending over in mirth, while an XIN's face darkened to the extreme. Suchin, are you messing with me? An XIN shouted angrily. Do you know that I truly had expectations for you? Mentor, please don't be angry. The body refining pill is too simple, so I simplified the steps. Suchin smiled lightly and said, you see, I just need to do this, and it will be a one-time solution. As he spoke, Suchin flicked his hand, and the furnace began to spin wildly. Not only was the furnace spinning sideways, but it was also rotating 360 degrees. Ha, is this called alchemy? This is just playing around. And he talks about a one-time solution. What an idiot. I suspect this guy is really crazy. The students mocked him again, and XIN's expression grew increasingly grim, dark enough to drip water. At that moment, Suchin gently clapped, and the furnace fell onto the table, shattering into two pieces. Suchin! And XIN could no longer contain her anger. She decided that no matter what, she had to expel Suchin from the academy. But just then, Mentor and XIN, Jiang, Yuri, standing to the side, suddenly exclaimed, look, there are 5 pills in the furnace. The quality is definitely top-notch. Jiang Yuri's exclamation stunned everyone, and they all turned to look at the broken furnace. Inside the shattered furnace, there indeed lay 5 pills. This is an XIN. Step forward to pick up the 5 pills, her face showing shock. Perfect quality pills. What? Perfect quality pills? With the way he was messing around, it's already unbelievable that he could succeed. How could he possibly produce perfect quality pills? It's fake, it must be fake. He definitely snuck them in while we weren't looking. Right, it must be that way. If these are really his pills, the 4 young masters of Shishan will eat shit. Immediately, the students exclaimed in disbelief, each one looking as if they had seen a ghost. Among them, the loudest were the 4 young masters of Shishan. They waved their arms and looked at Suchin with disdain, as if they had exposed his lies. You say these are really my pills, and you'll eat shit? Suchin looked coldly at the 4 young masters of Shishan. If that's the case, then I'll refine them again so you can eat shit with conviction. Saying this, he directly took the furnace from the boy with dark circles under his eyes. This time, I'll use the most conventional method to refine them, so watch closely. Suchin's expression was indifferent as he began refining the pills, from processing the materials, handling the medicinal liquids, warming the furnace, to pouring in the liquids, casting the pill formula, and controlling the heat. Every movement flowed seamlessly, without any flaws. The other students watched in a daze, not fully understanding, only feeling that he had some skill. But an XIN and Zhang Yudai were different. Especially an XIN who was already the best at pill refining and had reached the realm of Pill Emperor. Even with her most critical gaze, she could find no faults in Suchin's refining techniques. The more she watched, the more shocked an XIN became, feeling it was hard to believe. Just then, a fragrant aroma of pills wafted through the air. Originally, Suchin could ensure that all the medicinal power was contained without waste, but to prove that this batch of pills was refined on the spot, he deliberately released some of the fragrance. The changing aromas represented that the pill refining process was advancing rapidly. Seeing this scene, even the dullest students knew that Suchin was really about to refine pills. Everyone's expression turned to shock, revealing disbelief. At this moment, Suchin pointed with his hand, completing the final step of condensing the pills. Alright, I'm done refining. Suchin turned to the 4 young masters of Shishan. To avoid your doubts again, why don't you open the furnace yourselves? As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 young masters of Shishan froze, their hearts calling it a disaster. What? Are you afraid? Suchin smiled faintly. Then I invite Mentor and XIN to open the furnace and testify for me. And XIN nodded and stepped forward to lift the furnace lid. A thin mist gradually dissipated, revealing 5 body refining pills quietly lying in the furnace. These are perfect quality body refining pills. And XIN picked up a pill, her face showing excitement. The pills still have residual warmth. They were indeed just refined. In fact, without needing to say, everyone knew these were definitely the pills Suchin had just refined. Because they had been watching closely the whole time, they could confirm that Suchin had not placed any pills into the furnace. I didn't expect Suchin's talent in pill refining to be this strong. Incredible, we were blind before. Suchin will definitely become a renowned master of pill refining in the future. Yes. In my opinion, becoming a pill king is inevitable, and becoming a pill emperor is very possible. The way the students looked at Suchin had completely changed. A future pill king, or even a pill emperor, would make even their elders treat him with some respect, let alone them. At this moment, 4 fools of Shishan, I have refined the pills. Suchin turned to the 4 young masters of Shishan, sneering, now, you can eat shit. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 young masters of Shishan's expressions changed drastically. The other students also stiffened, the atmosphere becoming slightly tense. What? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Oh, right, it is indeed a bit too much for me to ask. After all, there is no shit in front of you. Suchin smirked. and turned to the boy with dark circles under his eyes. Since that's the case, you can just pull it out. This boy with dark circles was not a good person either. Everything he had done before was to see Suchin's joke. Suchin had long seen through this and would not let him off easily. Why do I have to do it? The boy with dark circles showed panic. If he really did it, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire academy? Moreover, it was the 4 young masters of Shishan who were supposed to eat shit. If he dared to pull it, he would directly offend the 4 young masters of Shishan. If you don't pull it, I'll beat it out of you and then make the 4 young masters of Shishan eat it. Suchin looked around, sneering repeatedly. Enough. An Xian's clear voice came through. Any conflicts should be resolved privately later. Since the mentor has spoken, then I will temporarily let you few trash off the hook. Suchin smirked, but today's matter is not over. You 5 will eventually have to eat shit. As soon as these words were spoken, the students collectively gasped. They never expected that Suchin would be so aggressive, insisting that the 4 young masters of Shishan eat shit. As the parties involved, the 4 young masters of Shishan and the boy with dark circles under his eyes were about to explode with anger. However, with mentor and Xin present, they dared not act out and could only force themselves to endure. Suchin, your alchemy talent is very strong. I have decided to let you join the alchemy sect and take you as my closed-door disciple. From now on, I will personally teach you the way of alchemy. Are you willing? And Xin looked at Suchin with burning eyes, genuinely excited to encounter such a talented gem. Her decision also made everyone present look on with envy and jealousy. Even the assistant teacher Jiang Yudi was wide-eyed, filled with astonishment. It is known that within the Xianyuan Academy, the status of each mentor is extremely high. Once a student becomes a closed-door disciple of a mentor, their status rises significantly. Moreover, with a mentor backing them, they would not be able to act recklessly, at least they wouldn't be bullied. However, becoming an Xion's disciple held little attraction for Suchin. Becoming a mentor's closed-door disciple? Suchin raised an eyebrow non-committally. At present, he had already upgraded his one-click alchemy to level 8, capable of refining perfect quality martial sovereign level pills. In other words, Suchin was already at the level of a Dan Zun, while an Xian was merely a slightly more powerful Dan Huang. That's right. Becoming my closed-door disciple not only allows you to receive my guidance at any time but also grants you many benefits and privileges. For example, you won't have to attend classes with ordinary students in a step-by-step manner. Your time will be very free. For instance, when you go to the alchemy building to refine pills, you can enjoy mentor-level treatment and the discounts on purchasing materials will be substantial. And Xin smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering, and for example, all right, I am willing to become the mentor's closed-door disciple. Suchin's face lit up with joy as he immediately agreed. Just the discounts on purchasing materials and the freedom of time were enough for him to not refuse. Since that's the case, Suchin, from now on, you are my closed-door disciple, my only disciple. And Xian's eyes also sparkled with joy. Rest assured, I will never let your talent be tarnished. I will make you a world-renowned alchemist. All right. Suchin chuckled. Please take good care of me, mentor and Xin. You should now call me master. And Xin smiled gently, her expression as tender as could be. Master, please accept my bow. Suchin smiled lightly and pretended to bow. His actions made an Xin even happier. This scene, witnessed by the surrounding students, immediately stirred up even stronger feelings of envy and jealousy. Some students swallowed hard with envy, while others turned red with jealousy. Among them, the 4 young masters of Shishan and the boy with dark circles were filled with hatred. Now that Suchin had become mentor and Xian's closed-door disciple, it would be difficult for them to take revenge. Alright, the last class will be taught by assistant teacher Jiang Yudi. At this moment, an Xin waved her hand and then turned to Suchin. Suchin, come with me. Okay. Suchin nodded and followed an Xin out of the classroom. Watching Suchin and an Xin leave, the students in the classroom felt even more envious, wanting to spit blood. Next, I will teach you the Wargate course. Everyone present basically has only one path to enter the Wargate. Now, listen carefully, every word I say next is very important. Jiang Yudi's voice echoed throughout the classroom. On the other side, Suchin followed an Xin away from Shanyang Mountain. However, the direction an Xin was heading was not towards any building of the academy. Master and Xin, Suchin asked curiously, where are we going? To the outskirts, deep in the Wulong mountain range. And Xin smiled and said, since you have become my disciple, I naturally want to give you a gift. A gift? What kind of gift is there in the mountains? Suchin raised an eyebrow and asked. Curiously, could it be some rare treasure? It wouldn't be wrong to call it a rare treasure. And Xin nodded with a smile, because what I want to give you is. Suchin's face showed surprise, completely not expecting that an Xin would give him such a gift. That's right. As an alchemist, you must have a flame that you can showcase. Although you have mastered advanced fire attribute techniques, that is ultimately not the most suitable flame for alchemy. The I plan to give you is called ZY Wooding Fire. Its temperature and form change unpredictably, making it the most suitable for refining pills. Xian smiled slightly and said, you don't need to worry about not being able to refine, because that is a newly born fire seed, very easy to refine. A newly born fire seed? Suchin asked in surprise, then why didn't you refine it, master? I have already refined it. But that place is very magical. Every 100 years, a new fire seed will condense there. The ZY Wooding Fire that condensed 100 years ago was refined by me. And Xian smiled and waved her finger. A wisp of purple flame that looked like smoke and mist appeared in the air. I see. Suchin nodded in realization, then showed a hint of surprise on his face as, Master, are you over 100 years old? Yes. Is that strange? There are plenty of old monsters in the academy who are 500 years old. Those of us who are over 120 are considered young. When one cultivates martial arts to a profound level, a warrior's lifespan will also increase significantly. What seems like a long time to ordinary people is just a fleeting moment to martial arts experts. And Xin smiled faintly and said, of course, I haven't reached that level yet. That's true. Suchin nodded and asked, so, Master, in the 2000 years since the revival of spiritual energy, have there been any warriors who have survived to this day? None have lived for 2000 years, but there are those who have lived for over 1,000 years. And Xin said very confidently, as far as I know, there is more than one. Wow, over 1,000 years. Suchin thought to himself, how impressive. Who are these people? The heads of the 3 major hidden families, and the founder of our Xianyuan martial arts academy, who is also the founder of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yan Hengxing. And Xian said, besides that, there should be other hidden super old monsters. Over 1,000 years. Suchin nodded and said, I wonder what their cultivation levels are. As far as I know, Senior Yan Hengxing has already broken through to the martial god realm. And Xian looked at him with admiration. It is precisely because he is restraining the Wind Spirit clan in the Kanglan continent that we Blue Star have more breathing room. Martial god realm? Kanglan continent. Isn't that where the Wind Spirit clan is located? Suchin looked astonished, but isn't that a different space-time? How could Senior Yan Hengxing be there? That's right, the place where the Wind Spirit clan is located is indeed the Kanglan continent. And the Kanglan continent is a superworld that is 1,000,000 times larger than Earth. In the Kanglan continent, both the concentration of spiritual energy and the resources for cultivation far exceed those of our Blue Star. And because of this, there are many powerful races on the Kanglan continent, and martial arts civilization is even more prosperous. In the Kanglan continent, even the martial god level is just the beginning. Above that are the 3 realms of Martial Saint, Martial Immortal, and Martial Emperor. How many thousands of years has the martial arts civilization of the Kanglan continent existed? Throughout the long passage of time, martial arts masters have created countless techniques. Many techniques on our Blue Star have been passed over from there through the rifts in time and space. Currently, most of the techniques that have come from the Kanglan continent are from the Wind Spirit clan. The Kanglan continent is home to myriad races, and the Wind Spirit clan is just a small tribe among them. Of course, even though the Wind Spirit clan is inconspicuous on the Kanglan continent, they are still too powerful for us humans on Blue Star. As for why the Senior Yan Heng is on the Kanglan continent, it is because we discovered a rift in time and space. This rift is unknown to the Wind Spirit clan, and we humans seized it first. Through this rift, Senior Yan Heng led human elites to establish a base on the Kanglan continent. Every year, the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy sends its most elite students to the Kanglan continent for training. If you perform exceptionally well, you will have the opportunity to travel and train on the Kanglan continent, which is the most suitable place for martial arts cultivation. And Xian spoke rapidly, leaving Suchin in a daze. After a long while, Suchin finally processed the information in Xian's words, his breath becoming somewhat heavy. It won't be long before the resources on Blue Star can no longer support my system upgrades. But if I step onto the Kanglan continent with its resources, my development will surely accelerate. Moreover, the Wind Spirit clan is on the Kanglan continent, which means Ji Ruxue and Morong Chanshan are there. I thought it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to see them again, but I didn't expect there to be such a path within the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. With this thought, Suchin had made up his mind he must go to the Kanglan continent. However, he still had a question that he had to ask. Master, you said the Kanglan continent is so prosperous. Suchin furrowed his brows and asked, why does the Wind Spirit clan want to invade our tiny Blue Star? I don't know either. And Xin shook her head and said, but the Wind Spirit clan's invasion must be for a huge secret on Blue Star. A huge secret. A secret that the Wind Spirit clan covets. Suchin raised an eyebrow, a strong interest rising in his heart. At this moment, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. And Xin waved her hand, and a very cool spiritual energy flying device appeared before them. Wow, so cool. Suchin touched the flying device, exclaiming in admiration, if you like it, I'll get you one in the future. And Xin smiled slightly at Suchin. Let's go, we'll take this to the Wulong Mountain. range. Saying this, she opened the flying device and sat in the cockpit. Wow, having a master is so awesome. Suchin grinned and then also sat in the flying cabin. Immediately, the flying device spread its wings and shot out like lightning. At the same time, in a luxurious villa within the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. What? An Xin took on a disciple? An old man with a gloomy face looked astonished, asking repeatedly, that disciple refined a perfect quality. Pill? In front of him stood a golden student. Yes, Mentor Owen Yao. The disciple followed your orders and kept a close watch on an Xin, witnessing everything. An Xin took the male student named Suchin as her closed-door disciple on the spot. The golden student said respectfully, moreover, an Xin left directly with her newly accepted disciple before finishing the class. Left directly. Owen Yao narrowed his eyes. Do you know where they went? In response to the mentor's question, the golden student respectfully said, I followed for a while and found that they seemed to be leaving the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Are they outside the academy? Alright, I understand now, you can go. Owen Yao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he casually threw out a spatial ring. Yes, thank you for the gift, mentor. The golden student caught the spatial ring and left excitedly. Oomph. An Xin, you really can't. Wait, can you? Unfortunately, you would never guess that I've been monitoring you all along. Old thief, so what if you left the formation key to an Xin? The ZY Wooding Fire will still fall into my hands. No, not only that, an Xin will also fall into my hands. I will make her find you in hell through endless suffering. Owen Yao revealed a strange cold smile, then moved swiftly towards the outside of the Xianyuan Academy. On the other side, an Xin was piloting a spiritual energy aircraft through the bustling streets. Along the way, Suchin looked at the strange street scenes outside the window, feeling dazzled. About 3 hours later, the spiritual energy aircraft passed through the towering super barrier and entered the wilderness. Within a radius of 500 miles of the Blue Star main city, there were no fierce beasts. Only beyond 500 miles did sparse fierce beasts appear. As they moved further from the city, the fierce beasts grew stronger, with sea-level fierce beasts visible everywhere. Ahead is the Wulong mountain range, and Xion's expression became somewhat serious. There are several Peak Martial King level fierce beasts in this mountain range. We need to be careful. Peak Martial King? Su Chen smiled lightly. Not to mention that his clone had already cooled down by now. Even without devouring the clone, Peak Martial Kings were nothing to him. After all, his attack level had reached Quasi-Martial Emperor Plus. Of course, an Xin did not know this. In her eyes, Suchin was just a little kid at the Martial General level, and she had to protect him. Shortly after entering the Wulong mountain range, Suchin sensed a faint aura of a Martial King level fierce beast. However, this aura was very weak, indicating that those fierce beasts were not nearby. Before long, we've arrived, an Xin said as she landed the spiritual energy aircraft in a hidden valley below. This valley was very concealed, with a huge crack at the bottom. The crack was dark and bottomless, like a demon's mouth ready to devour. The seat of the ZY Wooding Fire is right below. An Xin stored the spiritual energy aircraft and pointed to the valley crack, saying, Your master ancestor left a very powerful formation here. Although this formation is not of a very high level, it comes from the Kanglan continent and is very profound. Without the correct method to crack it or possessing the formation key, even a martial sovereign cannot enter. However, with the formation key left to me by my master, it will be very easy to get in. Saying this, an Xin took out a sphere from the spatial ring. The sphere was covered in dense formation patterns, and if an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely faint from dizziness. Now, I will open the Great Formation. As she spoke, an Xin injected spiritual energy into the sphere. In the next moment, a large amount of blue light burst forth from the sphere. This light twisted as if it encountered a black hole, plunging into the crack at the bottom of the valley. Immediately, a strange wave spread from the crack and then disappeared. The formation has been opened. Let's go, follow me down. An Xin grabbed Su Chen's arm and flew straight into the crack. But just then, ha ha ha, an Xin, you are really too careless. Accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, an old man with a sinister aura rushed over, blocking an Xin in Su Chen's path. Owen Yao. Upon seeing Owen Yao, an Xion's expression changed drastically, revealing a hint of panic. Junior sister? Owen Yao? Master, what is this old man doing? He doesn't look friendly. Suchin raised an eyebrow, asking while pulling up Owen Yao's attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name. Owen Yao race, human qualification level, perfect realm level, intermediate martial emperor attack level, intermediate martial emperor plus defense level, advanced martial emperor plus movement level, intermediate martial emperor plus stamina level, intermediate martial emperor mental level, mist, condensation realm mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, divine gang mixed yuan secret art, king level, minor achievement, blood burning sky breaking, secret technique, king level, minor achievement, golden underworld mysterious flame sutra, king level entry, red moon Sangyun record, king level entry. Intermediate martial emperor? Suchin curled his lips, thinking his real combat power isn't that high, not even comparable to Rin Tian Foam. Just As Suchen was sizing up Owenyo was also sizing up Suchen. And Xin, is this your closed-door disciple? It is said that he has refined perfect quality pills, which is quite rare at his age. Owenyo sneered, what a pity, such a talented gem is going to be shattered because of you. Oh, Wenyo. And Xin said with a dark expression, this is all our grudge, it has nothing to do with Suchen. Humph. Owenyo laughed loudly, since he is your disciple, I certainly won't let him go. Tsk tisk. You won't even spare me, a newly initiated disciple? Master, what deep hatred do you have with Wenyo? Suchen asked curiously, he said you are his junior sister, what's going on? And Xin stared at Owenyo, her eyes bursting with hatred. Your Grandmaster took in 2 disciples, one is me, and the other is this man, Owenyo. Owenyo has superb alchemy skills, but he is also unscrupulous, often secretly researching certain forbidden alchemy techniques. My master has repeatedly taught him, but he never corrected his ways and continued to act recklessly. Because of this, my master almost expelled him, but in the end, out of consideration for their master-disciple bond, he did not drive him away. However, he not only did not appreciate my master's kindness but instead harbored hatred and ultimately poisoned my master. Moreover, after my master's death, his body mysteriously disappeared, and I suspect he stole it to research forbidden alchemy techniques. And Xin said coldly, but I have no evidence for his actions, so I cannot accuse him. Damn, not only did he kill his master, but he also stole his master's body to research forbidden alchemy techniques? Suchen's eyes widened, looking at Owenyo with disgust and disdain. This is taking betraying one's master to the extreme. Ha 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 ha. Xin, you are indeed not wrong. In the past, I didn't dare to admit it, but now that you have fallen into my hands. Owenyo laughed maniacally, his face twisted and sinister. I can tell you for sure, that old thief was poisoned by me. Who told him to favor you so much? I followed him for 100 years. And he never gave me the purple weeping fire. Yet you, after only being with him for a little over 20 years, he gave you the purple weeping fire. How can I not hate? Moreover, heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. What wrong is there in my researching those alchemy techniques? That old thief not only did not support me but repeatedly obstructed my research and burned my hard work. How can I not hate? My hatred for you is simply boundless. You betrayer of your master and ancestor, may you die a terrible death. And Xion's eyes were filled with tears, her words trembling, nearly driven mad with anger. I die a terrible death. Today, I will kill you so you can meet that old thief in the underworld. Owenyao's face was filled with a cruel expression. But before that, I want to humiliate you from head to toe to vent the hatred in my heart. You dare. If you dare to kill me and Suchen, you will undoubtedly die. And Xion's body tensed up as if facing a great enemy, and she took out the communication jade tablet. Ha ha ha. Since I dare to kill you, how could I not be prepared? Owenyao laughed arrogantly. Before you arrived, I had already reached this place and set up a 2 instruments isolation array. Within 100 miles, the communication jade tablet is ineffective. Today, you will die here and no one will know. Xion's pupils suddenly constricted, and she hurriedly tried to send a distress message with the communication jade tablet. But she found that the communication jade tablet could not send any information at all, revealing a hint of terror on her face. Humph. Do you believe it now? Are you afraid? Are you in despair? Owenyao showed a twisted excitement. If you willingly let me humiliate you now, perhaps I will let you die a little more comfortably. Yo. So impressive. Unfortunately, it should be you who is afraid and in despair, because today, it will definitely be you who dies. Suchin said disdainfully. And you blocking the communication jade tablet is just what I want. This way, if we kill you, no one will know, and we won't attract more trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, Owenyao's expression froze, gradually widening his old eyes. Then, endless disdain and cold laughter erupted on his face. You, a little brat who hasn't even grown hair, dare to say you will kill me? I really doubt if there's something wrong with your head. At this point, Owenyao looked at an Xin with a mocking expression. Junior sister, is this the disciple you took in? What kind of eyesight do you have? You actually took in a fool. I wonder if your master down below will be so angry that he dies again? Ha, this is really killing me with laughter. And Xin, already terrified and anxious, was left dumbfounded by Su Chen's words, unsure of what to do. However, she thought that Su Chen must have been flustered to say such blusterous words. Su Chen, my disciple, it's all my fault. If I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have encountered this calamity. And Xion's face showed bitterness. Wait, I will do my best to cover your escape. Whether you can survive depends on fate. Master, what fate are you talking about? I can easily kill that Owenyao scoundrel. Suchin smirked and said, I'm serious, I'm not lying to you. Ha ha ha, a little brat with no experience. Owenyao laughed instead of getting angry. I'll just stand here without moving. If you can hurt me even a hair, I'll kneel down and call you father. Saying this, he tore open his clothes, revealing a chest as thin as a stick, shouting, Come, hit me here. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. But to make me your father? Dream on. With a dog like you, you're not even qualified to be my son. Suchin sneered coldly, then moved to strike. Suchin, don't be reckless, hurry and run. And Xin anxiously grabbed Suchin's arm. Master, you have to believe me. Suchin gently twisted and broke free from an Xin's grip. What? My hand was freed? And Xin looked at her released hand, a hint of shock appearing on her face. At that moment, Suchin moved, turning into an afterimage and punched towards Owen Yao. No! And Xin screamed in terror. It was indeed surprising that Suchin could break free from her hand. But Owen Yao was a solid intermediate martial emperor and Suchin was just a martial general. How strong could he be? Charging in like this was practically seeking death. However, at the moment an Xin screamed, she could no longer stop Suchin. In an instant, Suchin's voice had reached Owen Yao's ears. Ha ha ha, come on, hit me hard. If you hurt even a single hair on me, I'll consider it a loss. Looking at Suchin's figure getting closer. In his line of sight, Owen Yao let out a disdainful laugh. And just then, devour clone. With a thought, 5 clones of Suchin disappeared. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from his body. What is this? A quasi-martial sovereign level aura. Owen Yao and an Xin were instantly struck dumb, as if hit by thunder. Especially Owen Yao, whose face filled with disdain, instantly transformed into endless terror. How is this possible? He's just a mere martial general. How could he unleash such a powerful aura? No secret technique, no pill, could possibly elevate a martial general's strength to such a level. This is fake. It must be fake. The martial sovereign level aura on him must be left behind by some martial sovereign. He's a paper tiger. Countless thoughts flashed through Owen Yao's mind in an instant. And in that moment, Suchin's fist landed solidly on his chest. A terrifying, invisible force struck, shattering all of Owen Yao's hopes. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was excruciating. Owen Yao's chest caved in, his back bulging. High flesh and skin tearing apart, exposing bloodied ribs and spine to the air. Ah! Endless pain surged in, and Owen Yao couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. On his face, disbelief, pain, shock, fear, and despair intertwined, twisting his expression like a worm. However, Suchin did not intend to simply kill Owen Yao, so this punch did not take his life. This also gave Owen Yao a glimmer of hope for survival. Burning blood breaking heaven's secret technique. In a millisecond, Owen Yao activated a secret technique that would injure himself to harm his enemy. A powerful force erupted from his body. This force nearly reached the peak of martial emperor level, and with it, Owen Yao gained a moment to breathe and quickly retreated. At the same time, seizing this opportunity, he stuffed pills into his mouth. In an instant, he swallowed an unknown number of imperial-grade pills. Under the effect of these pills, Owen Yao's aura surged again, actually reaching the quasi-martial sovereign level. Not only that, taking advantage of this opportunity, his mental power surged out, fiercely attacking Suchin. You've got quite a few trump cards, huh? No wonder you're a martial emperor level, much stronger than an ordinary martial emperor. Suchin showed disdain, secretly laughing. Too bad you ran into me. At that moment, Owen Yao's mental attack landed on Suchin. Immediately after, he felt his mental power shatter like an egg hitting a rock. No! Puff! Owen Yao's eyes bulged, blood arrows shooting from his 7 orifices, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. But thanks to the many pills he had just taken, he stubbornly withstood the mental injury and without hesitation began to flee. Ah! Today, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Filled with endless hatred, Owen Yao spat out countless colorful poisonous mists and instantly vanished from the spot. Although he had also reached the quasi-martial sovereign level with the help of secret techniques and pills, he was severely injured and did not dare to confront Suchin head-on. However, Owen Yao was very confident in his deadly poison, as he had once killed his master with it. This poison was something even his master could not resist, let alone a young brat. But the next scene left him horrified, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A surge of white, translucent flames erupted like a mushroom cloud, directly purifying all the colorful poisonous mist. Xian Yun Jingyu fire! Owen Yao exclaimed in horror, instantly enveloped by fear. He immediately gave up all resistance, using every ounce of strength to flee into the distance. Want to escape? Wishful thinking. A cold smile flickered in Suchin's eyes as he stepped forward, his aura surging once more, directly breaking through to the martial sovereign level. At the same time, Suchin's speed skyrocketed, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, rapidly closing the distance to Owen Yao. No! Seeing Suchin getting closer behind him, Owen Yao let out a terrified roar. However, he had already exhausted all his trump cards and had no means left to fight back. At that moment, Suchin, with overwhelming momentum, caught up to Owen Yao from behind, drawing his royal weapon long sword and striking down fiercely. Faced with the terrifying attack of a martial sovereign, Owen Yao fell into despair in an instant. Don't kill me! I am willing to surrender! Stop! I will be your servant, your slave. And Xin, I am your senior brother. For the sake of our master-disciple bond, spare my life. Owen Yao's heart-wrenching pleas echoed through the Wulong mountain range, startling countless ferocious beasts. But Suchin's actions showed no hesitation, cleanly slicing from head to tail. Swish! The astonishing sword light flashed and vanished, and Owen Yao's expression froze, splitting him in two. Ding! You have obtained Space Ring *1, Top Grade Spirit Stone *2296, Upper Grade Spirit Stone *168569, Middle Grade Spirit Stone *38599685, Royal Weapon Qinli Qing Foam. Sword *1, King Weapon. With the arrival of the system prompt, Owen Yao, a generation of Martial Emperor and Pill Emperor, an existence at the pinnacle of Blue Star, met his demise under Suchin's sword. There are actually top-grade spirit stones. A smile crept across Suchin's lips. According to the conversion ratio, Owen Yao actually possesses tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones. This number is even greater than the entire family's savings of the G family. However, the Pill Emperor holds a high status, and countless people have sought to curry favor with him but found no way. It's completely normal for Owen Yao to accumulate so many spirit stones after so many years in the main city of Blue Star. While pondering, Suchin tossed flames, incinerating Owen Yao's corpse completely. Then, he leisurely returned to an Xin side. At this moment, an Xin was immersed in endless shock, her eyes devoid of luster. As she looked at Suchin, "Wake up, master." Suchin smiled faintly, reaching out to gently pat an Xin's shoulder. Ah! An Xin jolted awake, staring at Suchin as if he were a monster. "Why you? Suchin, what exactly is your identity? You are only at the martial general level, how can you unleash such powerful strength?" An Xin looked at Suchin in disbelief, her small mouth firing off questions like a machine gun. "It's okay, I just used a family secret technique. Using this family secret technique, I suffered heavy losses." Suchin feigned a pained expression, jokingly saying, "Master, how about giving me some spirit stones to help me recover?" An Xin shut her mouth, her face filled with disbelief and speechlessness. "I really don't have any background." Suchin spread his palms, smiling. "I just came from a small town, and coincidentally, my family secret technique is quite powerful. Otherwise, how would I not even know about matters in the Kanglan continent? From martial general to martial sovereign, it's not just powerful. Such a family secret technique, even legendary divine techniques can't achieve that." An Xin bit her lip, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Alright, I won't dwell on your identity anymore. After all, you won't say. I've already said it. I'm just a bumpkin from a small place." Suchin smiled lightly and said, "Of course, now I have a more distinguished identity. I am your closed-door disciple. Having such a mysterious disciple like you really puts a lot of pressure on me." An Xin rolled her eyes and decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. "Alright, now that Owenyo is dead, let's go capture the ZY Wooding Fire." Speaking of Owenyo, an Xin let out a heavy breath. Killing Owenyo had always been her wish. Unfortunately, her martial strength was not as good as Owenyo's. Her alchemy skills were inferior, and she did not possess any evidence of his crimes, so she had always had to suppress her hatred in her heart. Now that Owenyo had been killed by Suchin, the revenge for her master had been avenged, and an Xin felt as if a layer of gloom had been lifted from her soul. "Then let's go, master." Suchin nodded and turned to walk towards the crack at the bottom of the valley. An Xin smiled and quickly walked up to walk alongside Suchin. Before long, their figures were swallowed by the bottomless dark crack. Although there was no light around and they could not see their fingers, Suchin and an Xin were not ordinary martial artists. With their spiritual perception, the environment here was no different from being under the bright sun. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. It was a very large cave, surrounded by sharp crystal stone pillars. In the center of the cave, there was a shallow puddle of water, and on the surface of the water lay a wisp of purple flame that looked like smoke or mist. "It really has condensed." An Xin showed a look of surprise. "The seed of the ZY Wooding Fire. This is the seed of the ZY Wooding Fire?" Suchin also showed joy. This was a mysterious level, a level above the Qinglian Longwen Fire and the Xianyun Jingyue Fire. An Xin smiled and nodded. "Quickly capture it, Suchin." "Alright." Suchin stepped forward and scooped the ZY Wooding Fire into his hand. Ding! Detected ZY Wooding Fire. "Do you want to refine it?" The system prompt came, and Suchin did not hesitate, immediately choosing to refine it. Ding! ZY Wooding Fire has been refined. "What? It was refined in an instant?" Chen looked astonished. He had spent 24 hours refining both the Qinglian Longwen Fire and the Xianyun Jingyue Fire. Could it be because this ZY Wooding Fire is just a seed, that's why it was refined so quickly? Just as Suchin was filled with doubt, an Xin showed a look of deep astonishment. "Suchin, where's the seed of the ZY Wooding Fire?" she asked in disbelief. "How did it just disappear when it got into your hands?" I already refined it." Suchin chuckled, then extended a finger, and a wisp of purple flame like smoke or mist immediately condensed. Looking at the ZY Wooding Fire at Suchin's fingertip, an Xin was once again so shocked that she couldn't speak. It should be known that even a seed is not so easy to refine. Back then, when she was in her 20s, with peak martial general strength, it took her 3 days and nights to refine it. But for Suchin, it was done in the blink of an eye. This was simply too incredible. While an Xin was lost in shock, Suchin also understood the function of the ZY Wooding Fire. It was Considered an offensive flame, but its temperature could change continuously with the thoughts of the refiner. At its highest temperature, it was equivalent to top-level fire attribute techniques, and at its lowest, it was equivalent to top-level ice attribute techniques. Within this range, the temperature of the ZY wooding fire could change at will. Moreover, its form could shift between flame, mist, liquid, and ice, making it incredibly versatile. It was precisely for this reason that the ZY wooding fire could rank among the mysterious level. Zhuzhe, this is equivalent to mastering a top-tier dual attribute technique. It's just too exhilarating. Suchin's eyes sparkled with joy, causing an Xin beside him to stand on end. Ahem. An Xin lightly coughed. It's not suitable to stay here for long, let's go back. Suchin nodded and left the valley crevice with an Xin. Once they reached the ground, an Xin used a key to restore the formation to its original state before releasing a spiritual energy flying device, carrying Suchin towards the city. The Wulong Mountain range returned to silence once again. No one knew that a martial emperor-level powerhouse with the accomplishments of a Dan emperor had been shattered to pieces here, reduced to ashes. In the evening, Suchin and an Xin returned to the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy together. In an Xin's residence within the academy, a graceful courtyard, Suchin and an Xin sat facing each other. In front of them lay various jade slips of alchemy texts, all of which Suchin had obtained from Owen Yao. What the heck, refining pills with infants? Suchin threw a jade slip to an Xin. This is even more brutal than Jingqiani's human refining pills. What Jingqiani? Human refining pills? An Xin asked curiously while disgustedly burning the jade slip. It's a method of refining pills, using martial artists with top-notch qualifications to enhance the qualifications of those wealthy young masters with poor talent. Suchin said lightly. In short, it's a kind of evil alchemy that harms others for one's own benefit, going against the natural order. So evil? Hand it over. An Xin frowned and extended her hand. Here you go. Suchin readily tossed out the human refining pill texts from Jingqiani. I've already killed Jingqiani, and I have no intention of learning these alchemy techniques. Well done. An Xin smiled brightly, then without even looking at the human refining pill texts, she set them ablaze. Alright, the evil alchemy techniques have been cleared out, the rest can be considered legitimate alchemy techniques. Suchin pushed the remaining alchemy texts in front of him to an Xin. Please teach me to learn these alchemy techniques, master. In fact, Suchin had already memorized all the formulas in these texts. With the one-click alchemy function, he could easily refine perfect quality pills. However, to avoid drawing attention and to prevent impacting an Xin, Suchin still felt it was better to study a bit more. Sure, but I still need to study these texts a bit before I can teach you. Moreover, the path of alchemy requires gradual accumulation. Starting with advanced alchemy techniques from the beginning is not a wise choice. An Xin put away the texts in front of her and took out some other texts, smiling. Let's start from the basics. From the basics? Sounds good. Suchin nodded with a smile. Then let's begin. An Xin smiled slightly and handed a book of alchemy texts to Suchin. You read this first. All right. Suchin took the book and quickly began to read, finishing it in no time. You finished that so quickly? An Xin was clearly surprised. Even skimming would take longer than you. Do you want to read it again? Read it again? No need. Suchin smirked and said, this book is so simple. I understood it after one read. Understood it after one read? Although this isn't a profound alchemy text, I spent a whole week at your age to fully grasp it. An Xin looked at Suchin with a face full of suspicion. To be honest, did you really understand? Or are you pretending to understand? Of course not. Suchin shrugged helplessly. Why don't you test me, master? In that case, I'll ask you a few questions. An Xin asked skeptically, what is the detailed process of the third step for the Windstone herb pill recorded in this text? This question was one of the most difficult and tricky in the text. However, for Suchin, it was as simple as 1 + 1. I understand this. Not just the third step, I am clear about all the other steps too. Suchin smiled faintly and said, the method for refining the Windstone herb pill is to first add the powder of the fragrant stone. Then, during this process, it is important to pay attention to. Before long, he detailed the entire refining process of the Windstone herb pill. Even halfway through, Suchin took out a pill furnace and began to refine the Windstone herb pill in front of an Xin. Throughout the refining process, every action he took was impeccable, extraordinarily perfect. This left an Xin utterly astonished. This is the refining process for the Windstone herb pill. As Suchin spoke, he opened the pill furnace and immediately, a captivating fragrance wafted out. Inside the furnace lay 5 pills. All were of top quality. This was after Suchin had deliberately held back, otherwise, all the pills he refined would have been of perfect quality. Yet even so, an Xin was left dumbfounded, speechless. The Windstone herb pill was not the same as the body refining pill. It was very difficult to refine a top-quality pill, and Suchin had just learned how to do it, which was truly incredible. Suchin, tell me, to what extent have your alchemical skills reached? After some thought, an Xin asked with piercing eyes. Clearly, she believed that Suchin had already possessed profound alchemical skills before entering the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Only in this way could he have refined a perfect quality body. Refining pill right from the start and now be able to refine a top-quality windstone herb pill. Me? My alchemical skills aren't that strong. For example, I just learned how to make this windstone herb pill. Suchin blinked and smiled. The reason I can refine top-quality pills might be because my talent is quite impressive. Why did he want to take an Xin as his master? First, it was for the generous benefits of being a closed-door disciple. Second, it was to throw people off the scent. So, he wouldn't directly admit that his alchemical skills were already comparable to those of a pill master. Are you serious? An Xin frowned and asked, though deep down she didn't quite believe that Suchin could have such profound alchemical skills. After all, he was still under 20. Of course, I'm serious. Suchin smiled and nodded. Master, let's not waste time. Please teach me new alchemical knowledge. All right. Then, read this alchemical classic and see how much you can grasp. An Xin nodded, then took out a second alchemical classic and handed it to Suchin. Okay. Suchin took the classic and began to skim through it rapidly. Watching Suchin flip through the classic as if it were a game, an Xin felt speechless. However, a hint of anticipation rose in her heart. She also wanted to see just how high Suchin's alchemical talent could be. A few minutes later, I've finished reading. Suchin closed the classic and placed it back in front of an Xin. How was it? An Xin stared at Suchin and asked, do you have any questions? This classic is still quite simple. Suchin smiled and shook his head. I comprehended everything after just one read, with no questions at all. Hiss. Hearing Suchin say this, an Xin immediately gasped. Then, she took out a third alchemical classic and handed it to Suchin. This classic is my research notes. It contains all the 6th-tier pills I have mastered, along with the difficulties in refining these pills. The difficulty of refining pills at this level has stepped up a notch, so take a look. Suchin smiled faintly and began to study the classic. Before long, he finished flipping through it again and returned it to an Xin. This time, you should have some questions, right? Anshin received the Dan manual and smiled, saying, go ahead. What questions do you have? As your master, I will definitely answer you without holding anything back. I still have no questions. Suchin raised an eyebrow and smiled. This manual is indeed more difficult than the previous one, but the knowledge recorded inside is still quite easy to understand. I grasped it as soon as I looked at it. Anshin looked at Suchin with a face full of disbelief, her eyes wide open as if looking at a monster. Master, please, don't look at me like that. Suchin laughed. Is there a flower on my face? I didn't expect your talent to be this amazing. Just by getting the manual, you can understand it without me explaining it. It's unbelievable. As Anshin spoke, she let out a long sigh, seemingly feeling defeated. The key is that your notes are well done, Master. Suchin chuckled. However, this manual might be reaching my limit, so I hope Master can teach me more. So your talent also has its limits. Anshin rolled her eyes, then smiled. If Suchin could fully comprehend the manual just by reading it once, then her role as a master would be useless. Of course, Suchin said with an awkward smile, I'm just a mortal, not a deity. Alright then, next, I will teach you the method for refining 7th grade pills. Saying this, Anshin took out another manual. The difficulty of refining 7th grade pills has increased a level compared to 6th grade pills. Because 6th grade pills are commonly used by martial masters, while 7th grade pills are commonly used by martial generals. Among the 7th grade pills, the one that consumes the most resources is the Wanglian Cheat Dan. This kind of pill. Anshin earnestly explained the manual to Suchin. As for Suchin, although he could master the pill refining methods just by remembering the formulas, he still often pretended not to understand and asked some questions. Because he had already grasped the refining methods, his questions were all on point, which made Anshin nod continuously. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, it was evening again, the evening of the next day. During this time, Anshin continuously took out manuals, but she only needed to explain once, and Suchin would ask a series of questions before stating that he had mastered it. Therefore, the teaching process was absurdly fast, and Anshin increasingly felt that Suchin was a super genius. No matter how long it took her to study the manuals, Suchin understood them all at once. Not only that, but he could also draw inferences from one instance and even improve on certain pill refining methods. At this moment, Suchin was explaining his improvements to the refining method of the 8th grade Sanwan Ichi Dan in front of the pill furnace. Anshin, on the other hand, was standing beside him in a daze, listening. With her alchemical skills at the Dan Emperor level, she found that the methods Suchin mentioned were indeed highly feasible. Heavens, how can my disciples' talent be this high? From the beginning until now, it's only been a day and a night. He actually learned the pill refining skills that took me 30 years to master. The sound of Suchin's explanation echoed in her ears, and Anshin was almost doubting her life. Master! Master! Seeing Anshin in a daze, Suchin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and remind her. Ah! What? Anshin came back to her senses, looking puzzled. Suchin blinked and said, did you understand what I said? Anshin's eyes widened again. Previously, it was she who asked Suchin if he understood, now it was Suchin asking her if she heard him. This was simply, Master, did you not understand? The corners of Suchin's mouth curled into a smile. If you didn't understand, I can explain it again. No. You don't need to say anything more, I already understand. Well, our teaching will stop here for now, I'll teach you again later, okay? And Xian's eyes flickered and she said somewhat shyly, a strange flush rising on her face. Alright, just right, I've learned so much and I want to practice at the alchemy tower. Suchin smiled. Master, didn't you say that as your closed-door disciple I would get a great discount on materials at the alchemy tower? Yes. This is your mentor's disciple badge, wear it and you'll enjoy the privileges. And Xian spoke rapidly. I have an advanced class tonight, so I'll leave first. You can go to the alchemy tower by yourself. She then placed a red badge on the table and quickly left. Wow, she left so fast? A faint smile appeared on Suchin's face as he picked up the red badge and left in Xian's courtyard. According to the map of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy in his mind, Suchin quickly arrived at the alchemy tower. The alchemy tower is located on the Shaoxian mountain in the Xianyuan mountain range, a tall pagoda entirely in purple-black. It is one of the most important buildings of the alchemy sect and the most direct welfare distribution building for the students of the alchemy sect. When purchasing alchemy materials here, students of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy can receive different discounts based on their student levels. Of course, the alchemy materials purchased at the alchemy tower cannot be traded outside. Only after refining them into pills can they be taken away. At this moment, Suchin stood on the platform below the alchemy tower. Looking up from here, the purple-black pagoda soared into the clouds, very mysterious. On the platform, many students of the alchemy sect were coming and going. These students ranged from silver to platinum levels, with the majority being gold-level students. This time I must make a good profit before leaving. Suchin let out a low and excited laugh, then stepped forward. However, as he got closer to the alchemy tower, some students who noticed his potential badge cast disdainful glances at him. Wow, the hierarchy of disdain really exists everywhere. Suchin frowned but didn't pay much attention and walked into the alchemy tower. The first floor of the alchemy tower was very spacious, with a high ceiling looking grand and imposing. This floor was for students to rest, exchange insights, handle miscellaneous matters, and for staff to conduct inspections. The inspection area was in the center of the hall, a doorframe covered in array patterns known as the detection gate. Anyone coming down from upstairs must pass through the doorframe to check if they are carrying any materials from the alchemy tower. Regardless of how precious the materials in the alchemy tower are, they would be marked with a special imprint aura. This imprint aura cannot be concealed, even by spatial rings, and removing it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If someone dares to secretly carry materials from the alchemy tower outside, they can easily be detected by the detection gate. The first floor is not for alchemy. To refine pills, you need to go upstairs. The higher the floor, the more advanced the materials you can purchase. It's a pity that an XIN only taught me up to 8th grade pills. If I go to refine a master level pill, my previous lies would be exposed. I still need to keep a low profile. Being too high profile will attract trouble. Suchin pondered for a while, deciding to refine 8th grade pills to make some money first. Having made up his mind, Suchin followed the huge staircase upstairs. Soon, he arrived at the second floor. On this level, the lowest grade alchemy materials could be purchased. However, it was very quiet here. Apart from the students who had to pass through to go upstairs and the staff, there were almost no one. Suchin was also unwilling to stay here and went straight upstairs. But when he reached the stairway, a trainee in a work uniform blocked his path. Hey, Junior. The trainee looked at Suchin with disdain and said with a smile, you can't go to the third floor as a potential level student. As soon as these words were spoken, the other students who were going upstairs turned their attention to Suchin. Oh, a potential level student wants to go upstairs? Does this junior not know any rules? Is he a new student? He should be a new student, and as far as I know, the enrollment hasn't ended yet, only the special class has started classes. So, this kid is a potential level student in the special class? TSK, I didn't expect him to be someone who got in through the back door. The students stared at Suchin and began to mock him without restraint. In their eyes, potential level students were the bottom tier of the academy, and potential level students in the special class were truly the dregs of the dregs. Because 99% of the students in the special class got in through connections, they occupied the academy's resources and harmed the interests and dignity of other students, which is why the rest of the students looked down on them so much. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, Suchin frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. In the past, he would have slapped them all away, but now he needed to refine pills to make money, and it wasn't wise to offend the academy's rules. Forget it, I'll deal with them later. Suchin curled his lips and then took out the red badge given to him by an XIN. Look closely, I am the closed-door disciple of the mentor. He held the red badge in front of the working trainee and said coldly, now, I want to use the mentor's privilege to go upstairs. Looking at the badge in Suchin's hand, everyone was taken aback, their expressions changing. But soon, a more intense wave of mockery erupted from the crowd. What? This guy is a mentor's disciple? How is that possible? There are so few mentors in the academy. I've never heard of any mentor taking a special class loser as a closed-door disciple. Exactly, this guy is just a potential level student in the special class, and he dares to say he's a mentor's disciple. I bet it's fake. Right, it must be fake. The badge in his hand is definitely forged. Li Ming, you don't need to look anymore, this guy's badge is definitely fake. The crowd surrounded Suchin, their arrogance, disdain, and mockery growing. Oh dear, since he has taken it out, I should check it, said the trainee in the work uniform, known as Li Ming among the other students, with a cold smile, as he took the mentor's badge from Suchin's hand to inspect it. But upon closer inspection, his expression suddenly changed. Seeing his change in demeanor, the voices mocking Suchin quieted down significantly. Soon, some students showed expressions of doubt. Li Ming, is this badge really genuine? No way. How could a mentor take this kid as a closed-door disciple? Could it be that it's so well forged that even the senior brother is stunned? It should be. It must be too crudely forged. While everyone was discussing, the male student inspecting the red badge cleared his throat. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Li Ming said in shock, this badge is real. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. What? Li Ming, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Don't doubt it, if Li Ming says it, it should be true. But this is puzzling, how could a mentor take this kid as a closed-door disciple? Exactly, my talent is so good, and I can't even become a named disciple of a mentor. This. Could it be that this guy has a strong background? I heard that the special class is full of rich and powerful young masters. That should be it. Sigh, money can indeed make the devil push the mill. Even the trash from the special class can have a mentor take them as a closed-door disciple. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Their faces filled with disbelief and strong indignation, their gazes towards Suchin even tinged with resentment. He. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Suchin coldly smiled and snatched the red badge back from Li Ming's hand. He then fixed his gaze on Li Ming and said, now, can I go upstairs? With that, Suchin started to head upstairs. However, Li Ming unexpectedly reached out again, blocking Suchin's path. Are you looking for death? Suchin frowned, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just that slight killing intent made Li Ming's pupils constrict in fear. The other students also felt a chill run down their spines, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. It was no wonder they reacted so strongly. After all, Suchin had killed a large number of fierce beasts and strong opponents since arriving in Red Maple City. Just the Emperor-level fierce beasts he had slain numbered around 60 or 70. The killing aura he exuded was not something these small students could face calmly. However, although Suchin's killing intent was frightening, after the initial shock, Li Ming still revealed a cold smile. The mentor-disciple badge you have is indeed real, and you can indeed use the mentor's privileges. However, there is no privilege for going upstairs out of order. As soon as these words were spoken, the students snapped back to their senses from their brief shock. Right. I just remembered, mentors don't have the privilege to go upstairs out of order. That's right, the privileges mentors enjoy are greater discounts on purchasing materials, but there is no privilege for going upstairs out of order. Kid, I think you should wait a few more years before coming back. I believe by then you'll definitely be able to get the silver badge and climb to the 3rd floor. Ha! The students spoke, one after another, their eyes once again bursting with disdain. They were exceptionally excited and agitated, because they hated Suchin deeply, feeling very unbalanced inside. Now seeing Suchin, who had taken the mentor's backdoor to become a closed-door disciple, suffer a setback, they were, of course, overjoyed. Humph! A dangerous glint flickered in Suchin's eyes. Li Ming, are you sure you won't let me go up? Sorry, Junior. Li Ming chuckled, his eyes gleaming with delight. That's just how the rules are in the academy. He. In that case, I'll just level up as a student. I heard that below platinum, to level up as a student, besides assessments, there's also the option to challenge. Suchin smirked, coldly saying to Li Ming, today, I will step on your head to reach the position of a golden student. At these words, the crowd looked astonished. They never expected that a mere potential level student like Suchin would dare to challenge the golden level Li Ming. You, who gave you the courage? Is it your powerful background? Let me tell you, in the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, what matters is talent and strength. As the person involved, Li Ming's anger surged. Even if you have a great background, a wastrel like you will always be trash. Why say so much? Senior Li Ming, just say it. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Suchin disdainfully curled his lips. If you don't dare, just say it, and I'll find someone else. Humph. What's there to be afraid of? Li Ming gritted his teeth angrily, saying, I accept your challenge, potential level waste from the special class. As a golden level student and under the watchful eyes of everyone, if Li Ming were to refuse, today's incident would become a lifelong joke and stain for him. Moreover, in his eyes, Suchin was just trash easily dealt with. Refuse? How could that be possible? However, even if he had 1,000 heads, he would never have imagined that what he was about to face was a challenge from a Super Danzoon. He. Who the waste is will be known in due time. Suchin smirked, coldly saying, please, Senior Li Ming. Let's go. To the assessment hall. Li Ming snorted coldly and turned to walk downstairs. Go. Let's see how this waste gets dealt with by Senior Li Ming. He really thinks he's still at home. This time, he will definitely know that the Shenyuan Martial Arts Academy is not the playground for these young masters. The crowd looked at Suchin, whispering and pointing, as if they were already certain of his defeat. A bunch of ignorant trash. Suchin scoffed, then casually walked downstairs with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, the others also stopped refining pills and followed him downstairs, eager to watch the spectacle of Suchin being beaten by Li Ming. After everyone went downstairs, they passed through the testing gate and walked out in a bustling crowd. Their discussions also attracted the attention of other uninformed students. What are they talking about, looking so disdainful? What's up with that potential student in the middle? Why are the others so unreservedly looking down on him? Word has it that the potential student tried to go upstairs but was stopped by Senior Li Ming. However, he was unconvinced and wants to challenge Senior Li Ming to become a golden student. What? A mere potential level student dares to challenge Li Ming? Although Li Ming is a golden level student, his strength is formidable. How can a potential level student dare to challenge him? Is he crazy? I don't know if he's crazy, but it's definitely funny. Let's go and watch the show. Damn, I haven't encountered such a lively event in a long time. I'm not refining pills anymore. Let's go. As the news spread from 10 to 100, more and more people learned about Suchin, the potential level student, challenging the golden student. Everyone had the same reaction. They laughed mockingly and then followed along to watch the show. By the time Suchin and the others reached the assessment hall, they were already followed by hundreds of people. The sudden influx of so many people caught the attention of the staff inside. What's going on? There is no collective assessment open today. What are you all doing? A short-haired man wearing a platinum student badge and work uniform frowned and blocked the crowd. Senior Wan Hong. It's like this, someone wants to challenge for promotion. A guy familiar with the platinum student stepped forward and smiled. That's why we came. Just a promotion challenge. Why are there so many of you? Wan Hong, the platinum student, looked puzzled. Could it be that a star student is challenging this time? No. It's not a star student. One person pointed at Suchin and laughed. It's this potential level student from the special class who wants to challenge Li Ming. As soon as this was said, hundreds of people burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the assessment hall. Wan Hong stared at Suchin in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. Then, his shot turned into amusement. You, a potential level student, dare to challenge a golden level student? Don't joke around, just go back. So what if I'm a potential level student? Suchin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is there a rule in the academy that potential students cannot challenge golden students? Heh, kid. Wan Hong sneered. I'm giving you a way out. Don't be ungrateful. Forget it, Senior Wan Hong. This guy is so arrogant. He thinks he's so impressive that he can step on Li Ming's head to reach the position of a golden student. That's right, brother Wan Hong. Let him challenge Senior Li Ming so he can understand what it means to know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Yes, this trash who entered the special class through the back door must be taught a lesson. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Some looked down in disdain, while others were filled with indignation. Brother Wan Hong. Li Ming stepped forward and cupped his hands. I've already accepted his challenge, just give him a chance. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in laughter again. In that case, let him wake up from his fantasy. Wan Hong arrogantly glanced at Suchin. Let's go. This promotion challenge will be presided over by me. Ha. The promotion challenge begins. I want to see how much ability this potential level trash really has. What ability? We're just here to watch him embarrass himself. The people around continued to mock. But Suchin didn't care at all, because soon he would be able to smash these people's faces black and blue. Let's go to assessment hall number 1. Wan Hong waved his hand and turned to walk into the assessment hall. Suchin and Li Ming followed closely behind, and the others also rushed in like a swarm. Before long, they arrived at assessment hall number 1. This was the largest assessment hall in the assessment building, usually used for group assessments. But this time, there were simply too many spectators for the promotion challenge, so Wan Hong chose this place. The area of assessment hall number 1 was very large, with a huge platform in the middle, covered with many stone tables for the students participating in the group assessment. You too can choose any position. The alchemy materials. An alchemy furnace will be provided by the assessment hall, and I'll get them for you shortly. Wan Hong said slowly. Now, let me explain the challenge. Rules. First, you two agree on a type of pill and the time limit for alchemy. If you don't produce the pill within the time limit, you obviously fail. If both fail, it will be a draw. If both produce pills, the first criterion for determining the winner is the quality of the pills. Whoever produces a higher quality pill wins. If the quality is the same, then the number of pills produced will be the standard. Whoever produces more wins. If the number is the same, then the time taken to produce the pills will be the deciding factor. Whoever takes less time wins. Understood? Understood, brother Wan Hong. Li Ming smiled and cupped his hands, his face full of confidence. Wan Hong waved his hand high up. In that case, you can discuss the pill first. As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Suchin and Li Ming. I won't bully you. Let's refine the simplest 4th grade pill, the blood vitality and muscle enhancement pill. How about that? Li Ming tilted his chin, looking down at Suchin with disdain. Don't tell me you can't even refine the blood vitality and muscle enhancement pill. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd joined in with mockery. Him? A potential student in the special class? Maybe he really can't refine it. If he can't refine it, brother Li Ming, you might as well compete with him on 3rd grade pills. 3rd grade pills? Ha ha ha. Looking at him, being able to refine a 2nd grade pill would be impressive. While the crowd was mocking, something unexpected happened. What's the point of refining a 4th grade pill? You're a gold level student. According to the assessment standards, you should be able to refine an 8th grade pill. Suchin curled his lips in disdain. Then let's compete with the simplest 8th grade pill, the 5 elements revival pill. Are you up for it? As soon as he said this, the scene fell into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Then even louder mockery echoed throughout the hall. Ha ha ha, you've killed me with laughter. This guy actually wants to refine an 8th grade pill. Does he even know what an 8th grade pill is? A mere potential level student dares to boast about refining an 8th grade pill and even wants to compete with golden students. Is he crazy? Relax, maybe he has some alchemy skills to back it up, right? How old is he? What kind of alchemy skills can he have? Cheating skills, maybe. We must keep a close watch. We can't let him have a chance to cheat. It's not about not letting him cheat, but about catching him cheating so he knows how terrifying the penalties of the assessment hall are. Right, let him taste the consequences. While the crowd whispered and debated, a shocked Li Ming revealed a cold smile. Since you want to seek death, refine the 5 elements revitalizing mysterious pill with a time limit of 2 hours. 2 hours? Suchin raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. Do you think that's too short? Li Ming snorted disdainfully. Then let's make it 3 hours. You can surely refine it in that time, right? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. The others also burst into laughter. Not at all. Suchin curled his lips. 2 hours is too long. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again shocked by Suchin's arrogance. They truly did not expect someone to be this bold. What a brazen boast. But since you think that's too long, let's make it 1 hour to determine the winner. Li Ming frowned, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. If you regret it, just pretend I never said that. 1 hour? Sigh, that's still too long. I was originally planning to set it for 10 or 5 minutes. Suchin shook his head helplessly. Fine, I'll give you some face. Let's make it 1 hour so you don't even manage to refine the pill. Upon hearing this, the crowd was no longer shocked. In their eyes, Suchin was just a madman. Only a madman would dare to claim he could refine an 8th grade pill in 10 or 5 minutes. What is going on with the academy? Even a lunatic can get in now? Platinum student Wan Hong frowned and then shook his head helplessly. 10 minutes or 5 minutes? Do you think you're a pill god? Li Ming looked at Suchin with disdain. If you can really refine the 5 elements revitalizing mysterious pill in 15 minutes, I'll kneel down and admit defeat. Then just wait to kneel. Suchin smirked and looked at Wan Hong. Hey, could you please bring us the alchemy furnace and materials? Uncultured brat. Wan Hong snorted coldly and then went to fetch the alchemy furnace and the materials for refining the 5 elements revitalizing mysterious pill. It's now 7:56 p.m. Let's make it a round hour. The challenge will start at 8. Wan Hong dropped the alchemy furnace and materials, then proudly sat down at the judging seat. Just then, the crowd surged, and several angry and disdainful voices rang out. What the hell? Why are you pushing? Damn, a few guys with potential level student badges dare to stare at us? Are potential level students this impressive now? Since other classes aren't in session and only a new special class is open, these guys must be the trash from the special class. Why are more trash showing up? They're just an eyesore. As the crowd debated, some young students squeezed to the front. Suchin! A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Suchin turned around and couldn't help but snicker. The person was actually one of the 4 fools of Shishan and a few guys from the special class. At this moment, the 4 fools from Shishan and several other special class students looked at Suchin with mocking expressions, their faces filled with excitement. Suchin, little brat, you made a name for yourself in the special class once, and now you think you're going to the sky. Ha ha ha. Is he just going to the sky? He's going to Mars. TSK. I never expected him to humiliate himself by seeking out the golden students. So funny. Each of the four fools from Shishan took turns mocking him. This left the hundreds of older students watching in shock. So these guys from the special class also came to ridicule that potential challenger? At this moment, one of the four fools from Shishan walked up to Suchin and said disdainfully, "You think you can win against the golden students? You really overestimate yourself. I'm telling you, you will definitely lose, and we're just waiting to see your joke." "Oh, you came specifically to mock me?" Suchin looked at him with disdain. "Heh, if you want to see my joke, sorry, you'll never have the chance in your life. Humph. You really won't turn back until you hit the south wall, won't you? Tear until you see the coffin." One of the four fools from Shishan said, "If you can win, I'll give you 20,000 top-grade spirit stones." "Right. If you can win, I'll also give you 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. I'll give 30,000 top-grade spirit stones." "Suchin, can you take them?" The other fools from Shishan also looked at Suchin with contempt. "Oh." Suchin smirked and said, "You guys lost the last bet and you haven't even eaten the shit yet, and now you come to bet with me?" As soon as the four fools heard the words "eat shit," their expressions darkened. "Humph. Even if your talent is high, so what? Talent is not strength. Under the golden students, you are no match. You trash, you know you're bound to lose." The four fools from Shishan retorted, spitting everywhere. "Ha ha ha. Since you think I'm bound to lose, yet you still bring out spirit stones to bet, why don't we just open a betting pool?" Suchin laughed and said, "For this betting pool, I bet against all of you present, and I'm not greedy. The odds are just 1:1, so who wants to bet?" As soon as he said this, the students who had been somewhat numb from watching suddenly perked up. Those who entered the special class through backdoor channels were indeed looked down upon, but their wealth was recognized, and this was one of the sources of malice from ordinary students towards special class students. They were jealous, and at this moment, a great opportunity to make money appeared before them. In their eyes, there was no suspense in Suchin's bet at all. As long as they dared to place a bet, how could they not win? Immediately, someone excitedly spoke up. "I bet with you 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I bet too 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Ah, don't be stingy with this chance to pick up money. I bet 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and more people placed their bets. Seeing this scene, Suchin couldn't help but laugh crazily in his heart. With a few hundred people, if each one bet 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, he could earn several million middle-grade spirit stones. Not to mention that the amounts those students were betting were far beyond this. But just then, one of the four fools from Shishan suddenly shouted, "Everyone, don't place your bets yet. We don't even know if Suchin has that many spirit stones to pay you." "Suchin, although we don't know your background, you're just an outsider. How many spirit stones can you have?" "Exactly, with so many of us betting, can you afford to pay?" The four fools from Shishan all looked down from their high positions and questioned him. "Ha, you doubt my financial power? I dare say, compared to financial power, all of you present are trash." Suchin scoffed with disdain, then waved his hand, and a dense mass of spirit stones suddenly appeared on the ground. These spirit stones ranged from low grade to top grade, their crystal and brilliance nearly blinding everyone present. After killing Owen Yao, Suchin had not yet stored these spirit stones in the system, so he took them out from his storage space. How many spirit stones did Owen Yao have? A staggering several tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones. Faced with such a vast amount of spirit stones, everyone in the room showed expressions of shock. Even the four foolish young masters of Shishan revealed looks of disbelief. Several tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones was already a super large sum of money. It should be noted that the Ji family's stronghold in Dongfang City only had a reserve of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was a family. And Suchin? He was just an individual, yet he possessed so many spirit stones. It was simply unbelievable. Looking at the pile of spirit stones that formed a small mountain in front of Suchin, everyone's shock quickly turned into greed in their eyes. The more they bet, the more they could scoop from that pile of spirit stones. "So, I'll add 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I'll add 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I bet all my fortune 380,000 mid-grade spirit stones. We, the four young masters of Shishan, along with the 8 of us, are betting a total of 16 million mid-grade spirit stones." The crowd was fervently placing their bets, each one resembling the aunties fighting for free gifts in a supermarket. Even the platinum student Wan Hong was no exception. "Oh dear, everyone take your time, don't rush. Line up one by one, come to me to record and set down a written agreement." Suchin collected the spirit stones and took out a jade slip, loudly stating, "This way, if I lose, I'll know how many spirit stones to compensate you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately surged towards Suchin, fearing they would be a step too late. About 2 hours later, Suchin finally finished recording the names and amounts of spirit stones for those who placed bets. The number of bettors was even more than he had imagined, nearly doubling to 628 people. Because, during these 2 hours, many people used communication jade tokens to summon more individuals. Moreover, if they weren't afraid that Suchin wouldn't have enough spirit stones to distribute, they would have called even more friends. However, such a great opportunity would naturally only be notified to the closest friends. Alright, I have recorded everyone's betting information. Once I lose, I will return your spirit stones and compensate you at a 1:1 ratio. Suchin waved the jade slip in his hand and declared loudly, but if you lose, don't try to default. Humph, you think you'll win? Even a pig can climb a tree. If you really win, what's it to us to give you our spirit stones? But wanting to win is just a dream. Over 600 students began to jeer. The entire examination hall felt like a boiling pot of oil. As long as you don't default, that's all that matters. Suchin placed the jade slip on an empty stone table, then turned to Li Ming. Senior Li Ming, let's get started. Ah, you're so eager to give us money, truly a great benefactor. Li Ming laughed heartily. Don't worry, for the sake of the spirit stones, I won't let you lose too embarrassingly. Suchin chuckled. You'd better bring out your best alchemy skills, or you might regret it. Humph. Li Ming snorted coldly. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Alright, enough noise. It's exactly 10 o'clock now, let's begin. Wan Hong said, his face glowing with excitement. He had bet all his fortune of 880,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and now he was thrilled. As soon as Wan Hong's words fell, this promotion challenge that stirred up a huge wave officially commenced. In the examination hall, everyone was incredibly excited, watching Suchin and Li Ming. At this moment, Li Ming had entered his best state, meticulously processing a material as if peeling layers from a cocoon. In contrast, Suchin was actually brewing tea with a refining material, sipping it leisurely. This scene drew laughter from the crowd. This guy can't be giving up, can he? Oh, who can get into the zone like senior brother Li Ming right away? This guy is just adjusting his state. Right, that must be it. The difference is clear. Hundreds of people were discussing animatedly, and the entire assessment hall was filled with splattering spittle. How disgusting. Suchin waved his hand in disdain, using spiritual energy to isolate himself from the surroundings. Then, he began to enjoy his tea leisurely. Once he started, he couldn't stop, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. At this moment, everyone no longer thought Suchin was adjusting his state. Instead, they felt he had already given up. Because, aside from giving up, no one knew what Suchin was actually doing. They could never have imagined that Suchin was just passing the time. During this time, Li Ming had already completed more than half of the alchemy process. Humph, what a fool. Glancing at Suchin, Li Ming disdainfully flared his nostrils and continued his alchemy. At that moment, Suchin suddenly moved. With a single wave of his hand, a purple flame that resembled smoke and mist appeared in the air. This flame was the most suitable for alchemy, the ZY Wooding Fire. As soon as the ZY Wooding Fire appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape as if their jaws were about to drop. These veteran students of the Danmen had all received teachings from an Xin. How could they not recognize this strange fire? My god, it's the ZY Wooding Fire. How could he possibly have the ZY Wooding Fire? That's a mysterious level strange fire. This can't be real. This absolutely can't be real. His flame is simulated from a fire attribute technique. It's fake. Right, it must be that way. The crowd was in a state of shock, all questioning their lives. In the end, they incredulously concluded that Suchin's ZY Wooding Fire was fake. TSK, how ridiculous. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips as he began his alchemy. Chapter 267. Let you be happy for a while. As Suchin started alchemy, the forming temperature of the ZY Wooding Fire in his hand began to change. The smoke-like flame gradually transformed into a thick, flowing smoke, resembling the smoke that rises after burning agarwood. This scene left Wan Hong and the others utterly astonished. His flame can actually change form. Could it be that his flame is really the ZY Wooding Fire? No way, a potential level student can actually master the ZY Wooding Fire? All the students were buzzing with disbelief. Li Ming, who was in the midst of refining pills, also turned around in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. He had been studying at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy for so long, yet he never dared to hope for strange fire. Now, a potential level student could wield strange fire, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Due to the shift in mindset, Li Ming's movements faltered, nearly causing his alchemy to fail. In the assessment hall, everyone was fixated on Suchin's ZY Wooding Fire, their eyes filled with jealousy. Among them, the jealousy and resentment from the four young masters of Shishan were the strongest. Humph. Only Mentor in Xin has the ZY Wooding Fire. This flame must have been obtained with her help. Exactly, this guy is just a freeloader. He can forget about refining strange fire on his own for a lifetime. Yes, that guy Suchin still doesn't know how to please Mentor and Xin. In my opinion, groveling is essential. Who knows, haha. The four young masters of Shishan mocked one another, turning Suchin into a kept boy. At this moment, others, hearing the words of the four young masters, suddenly realized. On one hand, they understood who Suchin's mentor was, and on the other hand, they understood why Suchin had. Immediately, they exchanged glances, pointing and whispering. So this guy got his by relying on his sugar daddy. I said, how could a mere martial general refine? Haha, even if he has, so what? He's still a useless guy who Took shortcuts. Exactly, even if he has, he definitely can't win against Senior Li Ming. He's bound to lose, his are destined to be divided. Among us. The crowd chattered, their gazes towards Suchin filled with disdain once again. At this moment, Suchin finished warming the furnace and officially began alchemy. In fact, he didn't need to take this step at all, as refining an 8th grade pill was far too simple for him. Moreover, the 5 elements revival pill was the lowest grade among 8th grade pills. However, to avoid being too shocking, Suchin didn't plan to refine a perfect quality pill, nor did he intend to complete the pill in just a few minutes. As long as it's better than the pill refined by Li Ming, and I'll control the output as well. Suchin smirked, then glanced at Li Ming. Just from Li Ming's techniques and the various states of the pill furnace, Suchin could determine that Li Ming could at most refine a high-quality pill with an output of only 1 pill. Just refining 1 top-grade pill will do. With this thought, Suchin casually handled a few materials and tossed them into the pill furnace. His actions immediately sparked another wave of discussions among the onlookers. Ha ha ha, his way of handling materials is so rough. That Luoning flower can't just have its stem removed, the golden powder in the flower's core has to be removed too. This guy's level is too low, he's bound to lose. No suspense. Come on everyone, give him a round of applause to encourage him. Ha 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 ha, clap clap clap, clap clap clap. The crowd clapped, jeering at Suchin. TCH, let you be happy for a while. Soon you'll taste the pain of losing everything. Suchin smiled faintly, then leisurely began the next step of alchemy. He performed this step equally roughly, which made the more than 600 people completely at ease, all waiting to win and collect their money. Chapter 268. Give him a chance in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes passed. At this moment, Li Ming was nearing the end. The 5 elements revival pill was the simplest pill among the 8th grade pills, and Li Ming's strength was also top-notch among golden students, so he didn't need to spend much time refining this pill. Half a minute later, condense the pill. With Li Ming's light shout, the pill furnace in front of him began to spin wildly. The liquid medicine in the furnace gathered towards the center with just the right amount of force, gradually forming a mass. Finally, this gathered mass of medicine solidified, ultimately forming the pill. However, just as Li Ming was about to open the furnace to retrieve the pill, I'm done refining. Suchin smiled faintly, then extended his finger and gently flicked it. The pill furnace spun 3 times before coming to a stop. The crowd, witnessing this scene, flashed a hint of doubt on their faces, then burst into laughter. How long has he just started? 10 minutes? Is it done already? What about the soup? It can't be that quick to make soup, otherwise it would taste terrible. If he claims to have finished so quickly, he definitely can't produce any elixirs. The process of condensing the elixir is so casual, and there's no fragrance at the end. I can confidently say he must have failed. Ha, this is killing me. As the crowd mocked Suchin. Let me show you my elixir. Open. Li Ming laughed wildly, waving his hand, and the lid of the alchemy furnace shot up into the sky, a strong fragrance of elixir immediately wafting through the air. Smelling this fragrance, the students gasped in amazement. This elixir fragrance is so pure. Just from this fragrance, I can tell that senior brother Li Ming has refined a high-quality elixir. As expected of the best among the golden students, he actually managed to refine a high-quality 8th grade elixir. Impressive. Senior brother Li Ming has refined a high-quality elixir. Suchin is definitely going to lose. TSK, I bet 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones, my wealth is about to double. How exciting. After we win some money, let's go have some fun. Sounds good, just thinking about it makes me excited. Hundreds of people became excited, making the atmosphere in the assessment hall reach its peak. At this moment, quiet down. 1. Hong walked down from the judging seat. Now we will begin the elixir verification. His voice trembled slightly, clearly very excited. Then, amidst the excited expressions of the crowd, Wan Hong approached Li Ming. He stretched his neck to take a look into the alchemy furnace, then revealed a satisfied smile. Li Ming, you have refined a high-quality 5 elements revitalizing mysterious elixir. As Wan Hong spoke, he took the elixir from the furnace and presented it to everyone. Looking at the elixir in Wan Hong's hand, the crowd was overjoyed. Some laughed heartily, some hissed sharply, and some discussed how to spend their winnings. At this moment, all 600 people present felt that Suchin's spirit stones were already in their pockets. Everyone quiet. Li Ming arrogantly waved his hand, laughing. Suchin's elixir hasn't been verified yet. Let's give him a chance. Ha. Right, give him a chance. Brother Wan Hong, if his elixir is too trash or he didn't refine anything at all, just don't say it, let him save some face. Well said, after all. He is the great benefactor who is giving us spirit stones. The crowd continued to mock Suchin, but they couldn't see that the corners of Suchin's mouth had already curved into a playful smile. Alright, I understand. If he fails or the elixir is too trash, I won't expose him. Wan Hong waved his hand at everyone, wearing a thick smirk as he walked towards Suchin, with Li Ming following closely behind, full of disdain. Arriving in front of Suchin, junior brother Suchin Wan Hong smiled. I'm going to open the furnace for verification now. Do you have any questions? I have no questions, you can open the furnace. Suchin smiled faintly, pointing to the alchemy furnace in front of him under the gaze of more than 600 eyes. Wan Hong let out a sound from his nostrils, then casually opened Suchin's alchemy furnace. Immediately, his disdainful gaze fell into the furnace, and then he froze in place. Chapter 269. He must have cheated. Seeing Wan Hong standing there motionless, the crowd looked on in confusion. Brother Wan Hong? What's going on? Li Ming, curious, leaned over to look inside the furnace, and then his eyes widened, also freezing in place. This bizarre scene made everyone exchange glances, revealing strange expressions. At this moment, the 4 young masters of Shishan suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid must have produced a really terrible result. Even senior brother Wan Hong and senior Li Ming are dumbfounded. Right, that can only be the explanation. What kind of trash did he refine? Even the 2 seniors are shocked. As the 4 young masters of Shishan said this, the others also suddenly realized and burst into laughter again. However, this round of laughter only lasted a few seconds before awkwardly stopping, because everyone noticed that Wan Hong and Li Ming were still in shock. Soon after, Wan Hong's expression changed, revealing an incredulous look. Meanwhile, Li Ming's shocked face was also clouded with a deep gloom. Everyone who witnessed this strange scene felt that something was off. What on earth is going on? What did Suchin do to make senior Wan Hong and senior Li Ming react like this? The crowd lowered their voices and whispered among themselves. At this moment, Suchin stood up leisurely. What's wrong, 2 seniors? Suchin smirked and said, could it be that you haven't seen such a pill before? As soon as he said this, Wan Hong and Li Ming both trembled. Then, Li Ming took a shaky step forward and said in disbelief, How could you possibly refine a pill of such high quality? Right, you're just a potential level student under 20. Wan Hong also stammered, his pupils shrinking, his face filled with shock. So what if I'm a potential level student? Suchin scoffed, curling his lips. Just because I'm a potential level student, does that mean I can't refine good pills? You, Li Ming raised his hand to point at Suchin, wanting to retort but found himself speechless. Indeed, there was no rule that potential level students couldn't refine good pills. The people around them felt an increasing sense of unease. They knew that this gamble had definitely taken an unexpected turn, an enormous unexpected turn. Thus, more than 600 people who had been excited just a minute ago suddenly became anxious and restless. What do you mean? Suchin sneered, turning to Wan Hong. Senior Wan Hong, why don't you announce the results of the challenge? Do you think I cheated? Or are you afraid of scaring everyone and don't dare to show my pill? You didn't cheat. Wan Hong gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I'll show your pill right now. As soon as he said this, the gaze of the 600 people instantly focused on the small pill furnace. They were eager to know what Wan Hong and Li Ming had seen that made them lose their composure. Who? Wan Hong took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. He then looked deeply at Suchin, filled with endless shock and bitterness, and took out the pill from the furnace. Suchin refined a top-grade 5 elements rejuvenation pill. As Wan Hong's hoarse voice fell, a crystal-clear, emerald-green pill appeared before everyone. Immediately, the entire examination hall fell into complete silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared blankly, as if they had lost their souls, looking at the pill in Wan Hong's hand. Then, like cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, an ear-splitting uproar erupted from the crowd. Top-grade pill. Suchin refined a top-grade pill. How is this possible? He's just a potential level student. He's not even 20. At just 20, he can refine an 8th-grade pill and even produce top-grade quality. This is impossible. Yeah, and he only took 10 minutes to refine the pill. Using such a crude refining method, there must be something wrong. But senior Wan Hong said he didn't cheat, and we monitored the entire process. He had no opportunity to put anything into the furnace. What on earth is going on? Is this world collapsing? How could such a thing happen? No, he must have used some other cheating method that we can't detect. Otherwise, this is simply inexplicable. Yes, exactly. He cheated. Chapter 270. You all stare with your dog eyes in the absence of cheating. Suchin refined a top grade elixir. This result was unacceptable to everyone present, except for Suchin. Especially for the 4 young masters of Shishan and others, not to mention anything else. They had wagered 18 million mid-grade spirit stones. That means each of them bet 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. It's worth noting that many martial kings don't even have this kind of wealth. Therefore, no matter what, they immediately labeled Suchin as a cheater. The other students, eager for spirit stones, naturally chimed in immediately. Even Wan Hong trembled all over, his face showing signs of struggle. As a platinum student and a staff member of the assessment hall, his insight and years of experience told him that Suchin had not cheated. However, he had also wagered nearly 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, which was all the spirit stones he had. If he lost, not only would he become broke, but his assets would definitely shrink by 70 to 80%. How long had Wan Hong saved to accumulate this little wealth? He couldn't bear to part with it. So, Suchin Wan Hong took a deep breath, his eyes bulging with rage. Tell me, what cheating method did you use that we can't see through? Oh, as an assessment staff member, shouldn't you be fair and just? Suchin looked at Wan Hong with disdain. You said I didn't cheat before and now you say I did. Don't you feel embarrassed? Humph. I was careless before and almost got fooled by you. Fortunately, my fellow students reminded me and I discovered the irregularities. Wan Hong's eyes flashed with cold light. With your crude methods, how could you possibly refine a top-grade elixir without cheating? TSK. A tree that doesn't shed its bark is bound to die. A person without shame is invincible. Suchin curled his lips in mockery. Once a person loses their shame, they can do anything. Humph. You're just talking about yourself. Li Ming said with a dark expression. You, who entered the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy through the back door, have the face to say that? Exactly. Shameless, even deliberately enticing us to bet, then using cheating methods to win. Fortunately, we were sharp-eyed and saw through your scheme. Suchin, you cheated, you are shameless and have no face. Suchin, do you have anything else to say? Hundreds of students cursed with twisted faces, their 600 mouths spitting out saliva, disgustingly relentless. TSK, I've never seen such a shameless person. Suchin faced the crowd's accusations with a cold brow, calm and composed, and there are so many of you. Humph. Suchin, sharp-tongued and cunning. Li Ming pointed at Suchin and scolded, but no matter how you argue, cheating is cheating. There are over 600 of us watching. You can't deny it. Suchin, you dare to violate the first iron rule of the assessment hall. Wan Hong sneered. Today, you will learn what rules are. As soon as these words were spoken, the students cheered loudly. Meanwhile, Suchin remained indifferent, calm and unperturbed. TSK, still a platinum student, still an assessment staff member, and you're so eager to convict me? Suchin said with a face full of disdain. Are you afraid that I will refine another elixir to prove my innocence? As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Hong's face turned from green to red, like a neon light turned on. What? Don't dare to answer? Suchin glanced at Wan Hong, his tone indifferent. Humph. Who says I'm afraid of you proving your innocence? We'll give you a chance to refine the pill again. Wan Hong gritted his teeth and said, but we can't see through your cheating methods. We need a mentor with higher alchemy skills to supervise you. Are you willing to accept? Ha. I didn't cheat at all, nor do I disdain to cheat. Even if you invite the head of the alchemy sect to supervise, I won't be afraid. However, I don't have time to wait for you to invite someone over. Besides, I don't need to go through all that trouble to prove my innocence. Suchin smirked and said lightly, in a moment, I won't use a pill furnace. I'll refine the pill out of thin air, and all the steps will be made public. Just watch with your wide open eyes. Chapter 271. Utterly shameless. As soon as Suchin said this, everyone was stunned in shock. Even Wan Hong couldn't believe it, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw. Immediately, Li Ming stepped forward, his face full of mockery, and said, refining pills without a furnace is simply a delusion. With Li Ming starting, the four young masters of Shishan were not to be outdone, immediately chiming in with ridicule. It is well known that the pill furnace is the most important tool for refining pills. Without a furnace, there are no pills. Exactly, even if someone could really refine pills without a furnace, they would definitely be a super expert in alchemy. You, Suchin, a mere 8th-tier alchemist, dare to say such big words? Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted? Right, a little alchemist not even 20 years old dares to say he can refine pills without a furnace. It's completely a dream. This Suchin must have a screw loose. Over 600 mouths opened and closed, filled with disdainful remarks. All right, everyone quiet. Wan Hong waved his hand and laughed. Since Suchin wants to perform a furnace-less pill refinement, let's give him this opportunity. Yes. Let him refine. I want to see how he refines pills without a furnace. If he can't refine anything, then he must have cheated. Exactly, if he cheated, he loses to Li Ming, and then this gamble is ours. Suchin, hurry up and start your performance. Ha. The students didn't believe Suchin could refine pills without a furnace, even with his confident expression. Humph, a bunch of losers, don't cry too badly later. Suchin scoffed lightly, then snapped his fingers, and a large mass of ZY wooding fire appeared in the air. Soon, the purple flames gradually thinned, forming a translucent mist-like flame. Spin. With a thought, Suchin made the flames rotate, forming a sphere of moderate size. This scene changed everyone's expressions. They realized what Suchin was about to do is simulate a pill furnace with ZY wooding fire. The characteristic of ZY wooding fire is its ever-changing form and variable temperature, which can completely simulate the state of a pill furnace in operation. Oh no, how did we not think of this? If he uses ZY wooding fire to simulate a pill furnace, he really might be able to refine a pill. Everyone's expressions gradually solidified, sensing something ominous. At that moment, a sneer was heard. Everyone turned to see Wan Hong. Using ZY wooding fire to simulate a pill furnace is theoretically feasible, Wan Hong said disdainfully, but Suchin is just a martial general, without even having his spiritual power awakened. How much focus can he spare to simulate a pill furnace? How much can he spare to refine a pill? In my opinion, he can't even simulate a pill furnace properly, let alone Refine a pill. Even if he simulates a furnace, what level of pill can he refine? In order to prove that he can refine top-grade pills, he at least needs to refine superior-grade pills. Can he really do it? As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of agreement followed. Yes. This guy probably can't even simulate a pill furnace. Even with a pill furnace, refining pills requires full concentration. With him like this, it's already incredible if he can refine any pills. Exactly, and to prove he hasn't cheated, he must refine superior-grade pills. Right, he must refine superior-grade pills, otherwise it's cheating. The crowd exchanged words, belittling Suchin while setting the condition for his victory as superior-grade pills. Truly shameless. It should be known that even ordinary gold-level students need a bit of luck to refine an 8th-level superior-grade pill. However, facing the conditions set by the crowd, Suchin felt no waves in his heart. Even wanting to laugh, he could easily refine a perfect quality 5 elements revitalizing mysterious pill even without a furnace. If he wanted to refine superior-grade pills, he would have to make mistakes on purpose. Chapter 272. Everyone don't panic. Next, with disdain for everyone present, Suchin began the first step of refining the 5 elements revitalizing mysterious pill, processing the herbs. The herbs needed for the 5 elements revitalizing mysterious pill were far more than those for the body refining pill, not only requiring 5 main materials but also 8 auxiliary materials. Processing these 13 materials was not simple, of course, for an ordinary 8th-level alchemist. For Suchin, however, handling these herbs was easier than eating or drinking. Nevertheless, Suchin did not process them at the fastest speed. Instead, he took his time processing each material slowly, deliberately dragging out the time for each one so that the shameless students could observe clearly lest they once again distort the truth. For the first material, Suchin took 2 minutes to process it, and during this time all his techniques were impeccable, leaving the other students dumbfounded. At the same time, after witnessing Suchin's flawless techniques, a sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. This Suchin's techniques are even more perfect than what my mentor taught me. Could it be that his alchemy skills are better than my mentor's? Wow, I actually gained a lot from his processing techniques. This method solved a problem that had puzzled me for years. Truly a genius. His techniques are so perfect, it seems he really has genuine skills in alchemy. Previously, he was just carelessly handling materials, completely looking down on Li Ming. It seems that Suchin's alchemy skills are probably much stronger than Li Ming's. How could this be? Oh no, he's so powerful. What if he wins? I bet so many spirit stones. Yeah, I put all my savings on the line. What should I do now? Damn it, this guy didn't show his true strength from the start. After Suchin revealed his skills, the students were instantly struck as if by thunder, panicking. Then, Suchin began processing the subsequent alchemy materials, and his techniques remained flawless. This scene immediately caused all the students to show expressions of terror. Everyone, don't panic. This is just the first step of alchemy, merely processing materials. Wan Hong's voice suddenly spread throughout the venue. There are still so many steps to follow. Why are you all panicking? As soon as he said this, the bewildered crowd felt as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Right, this is just the first step. Although Suchin's performance is impeccable, it has nothing to do with refining without a furnace. Yes, just in terms of processing materials. While my techniques may not match his, they aren't too far off. Not bad. This step isn't the difficult part. The key is refining pills without a furnace. His chances of success are still very slim. Even if Suchin's alchemy skills are high, can he really become a pill master or pill god? No matter how he struggles, defeat is inevitable. The atmosphere in the assessment hall became lively again. Among them, the 4 young masters of Shishan were the most active. With Suchin's series of unexpected performances, their emotions fluctuated wildly, more thrilling than a roller coaster. At this moment, having risen from the depths to the peak, it was naturally the most exciting and exhilarating time. TSK, there are quite a few self-comforting reasons. Unfortunately, you won't be able to laugh for long. Seeing the excitement and thrill on everyone's faces, Suchin curled his lip in disdain. Next, Suchin took more than 10 minutes, leisurely processing all the materials. Then came the second step of alchemy, processing the medicinal liquid. This step was an advanced procedure for handling materials, and some materials required the use of a pill furnace. Therefore, when Suchin entered the second step, everyone immediately widened their eyes, focusing intently. First, process the juice of the passionflower fruit. Suchin's gaze fell on the pill furnace, condensed by the ZY wooding fire. With a thought, the form of the pill furnace underwent some subtle changes, appearing more solid. At the same time, the temperature of the pill furnace adjusted to the most suitable level for processing the passionflower fruit. Then, under the watchful eyes of over 600 people, Suchin placed the juice of the passionflower fruit into the pill furnace. Chapter 273. His skin is thicker than the earth's crust. Destroy it. Destroy it. It will definitely fail. Definitely. Simulating a pill furnace with the power of a martial general, this pill furnace is absolutely unsuitable for alchemy. This step will surely fail. Everyone stared at the pill furnace, their hearts screaming. However, no matter how much they shouted, it had no effect. After the juice of the passionflower fruit entered the pill furnace, it not only did not get destroyed but instead quickly entered the optimal purification state. This scene made the hearts of over 600 people rise simultaneously. Gulp! Someone nervously swallowed and said, "This guy's condensed pill furnace can actually be used? No way, how could he possibly do that?" Someone's pupils shrank, their excitement and thrill suddenly diminished by more than half. He's just a martial general. Someone clenched their fists, veins bulging. How can he split his focus to process the medicinal liquid while also condensing the pill furnace? It's impossible. No, this is just the beginning. Someone gritted their teeth, constantly cursing Suchin in their heart. He will definitely fail. Definitely fail, definitely. The atmosphere in the assessment hall grew tense, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. Just then, "Everyone, listen to me." Li Ming waved his hand and said loudly, "Now that Suchin is refining pills, we have nothing to do, so why not discuss alchemy and share insights?" As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback, everyone was on edge. Where was the mood to discuss alchemy? But before they could voice their doubts, something astonishing happened. Li Ming turned to Wan Hong, cupping his hands in salute, and said in an extremely loud voice, "Senior Wan Hong, I've encountered a very, very difficult knowledge point. Please enlighten me." This voice was so loud it was almost a shout. "Oh, Junior, what problem do you have? Just say it." Wan Hong's eyes turned, and he replied in an equally loud voice, "I will spare no effort to answer you." Then the two began to exchange insights on alchemy, their voices booming like a high-powered subwoofer. Witnessing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, and at the same time, they suddenly realized, their eyes gradually shining with excitement. Damn! This is interfering with Suchin's alchemy. Hey, what are you talking about? This is just normal exchange of insights. Right, this is exchanging insights. Classmate, I have a difficult alchemy problem I want to discuss with you. I just happen to have a long-standing issue as well. Come, let's have a good chat. Over 600 people began to speak up, starting a massive exchange meeting in a roaring manner. You must know, these are all veteran students, at least at the Martial General level. With over 600 mouths of Martial General level and above firing off at the same time, some even using spiritual power, the noise was enough to blow the roof off the assessment hall. The entire assessment hall was filled with chaos and clamor. No one could hear what anyone else was saying. Amidst this extreme noise, some of the weaker students were feeling a bit dizzy. While everyone was making a racket, they stole glances at Suchin, who was refining pills. A cold smile appeared in everyone's hearts. Let's see how you refine pills now. TSK, this thick-skinned person is thicker than the Earth's crust. Today is truly an eye-opener. In the center of the crowd, facing everyone's blatant scheme, Suchin raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of disdain. Not to mention that his true combat power had already reached the martial king or even quasi-martial emperor level. Isolating everyone's voices was a piece of cake. Even without isolating their voices, this level of interference was completely useless to Suchin. He was the top-tier pill master. If he could be disturbed while refining a mere 8th-grade pill, he might as well just smash his head against a tofu block. A bunch of clowns, keep performing, I'm just bored. Suchin disdainfully surveyed the crowd, then took out the processed juice from the 100 fragrance orchid leaves from the ZY Wooding Fire Alchemy Furnace. Chapter 274. Suchin is actually this impressive. Everyone saw that Suchin had finished processing the first material, and their hearts sank. Even the noisy voices quieted for a moment. However, just a moment later, over 600 people took a deep breath and raised their voices again. Instantly, the air in the assessment hall began to visibly vibrate. Some students even felt their hair trembling. This shows just how enormous and chaotic the noise in the assessment hall was. Damn, how shameless can you be? You're just short of openly attacking me. Suchin rolled his eyes as he scanned the students, his eyes filled with astonishment and disdain. But the over 600 people ignored Suchin's disdain. Although they felt a bit embarrassed, this was a matter of their entire fortune, so they had to grit their teeth and be shameless. Sigh, what's the use of struggling like this? You've lost all face. In the end, aren't you still going to lose? You might as well generously hand over the spirit stones to me and leave gracefully. After a humorous sigh, Suchin began to process the second material. Seeing Suchin make a new move, Wan Hong and the others focused their attention again. What happened next made their hearts sink even further. They saw that Suchin, amidst such great interference, was completely unaffected, not even furrowing his brow. However, the crowd still did not give up. Some even began to use some underhanded tactics, like employing certain sound wave techniques to impose even greater interference on Suchin. This was already an attack. Truly shameless. Suchin frowned slightly, continuing to process the material liquid. Seeing Suchin's change in expression, the stones in everyone's hearts lightened a bit, and cold smiles appeared on their faces. However, their cold smiles quickly vanished again, because Suchin actually succeeded in processing the second type of material's medicinal liquid. This left everyone in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Damn, how could this guy succeed in processing materials under such circumstances? Yeah, in such a noisy environment, Even with a proper alchemy furnace, I couldn't process the materials. What level has this guy's alchemy skills reached? The crowd's mood plummeted. Again, horror and fear creeping into their hearts, leaving them feeling cold all over, and their voices became much quieter. At this moment, Suchin began processing the remaining materials. He slightly quickened his pace and soon finished processing the third type of material. Upon seeing this, the voices in the assessment hall grew quieter again, with a tendency to extinguish. This Suchin's mental fortitude is actually so strong, Li Ming said with a grim expression. No, if he can process materials under interference, if everyone gives up on this strategy, won't Suchin be even more at ease? Thinking of this, he immediately raised his voice, and Wan Han's expression changed as he also raised his voice to cooperate. More than 600 students understood, suppressing their shock, and continued to make the loudest noise to disturb Suchin. However, during the next period, their shock became increasingly unbearable, because Suchin actually succeeded in reprocessing all the materials. Moreover, because the alchemy furnace was condensed with the Z-Wei wooding fire, he directly skipped a warming step and entered the third step. What? This Suchin is actually this amazing. Successfully processing all materials with a simulated alchemy furnace. Is this something he can do at this level? He's starting to refine pills. Everyone don't stop, keep communicating. The crowd was both panicked and continued to communicate. They had not given up, because refining and condensing pills were the most difficult. However, no one expected that for Suchin, whether processing materials or refining and condensing pills, it was as easy as breathing. He was leisurely refining the pills. In the semi-transparent alchemy furnace, the medicinal liquids fused together, interacting, and finally formed a crystal-clear green medicinal liquid. At this point, Suchin had already refined the medicinal liquid. The shocked students stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, and many could no longer maintain the noisy discussions. The assessment hall suddenly quieted down significantly. Chapter 275. My patience has run out. Heavens, he has refined the medicinal liquid. Processing the materials with a simulated alchemy furnace is already astonishing, and he has even refined the medicinal liquid. It's over. This guy might really be able to refine pills. No, we haven't lost yet. He can't refine pills. Yes, even if he refines it must be of high quality. He can't possibly do it. Stay calm, we will win. The crowd's panicked discussions momentarily steadied their minds. Just then, Suchin began the final step, condensing the pill. This step is something others must be extremely cautious about. But for Suchin, it was just a matter of turning the alchemy furnace. With a gentle flick of his finger, the flame alchemy furnace began to spin rapidly. At the same time, the temperature of the Z-Wei wooding fire began to rise under Suchin's control, finally stopping at the most suitable level for condensing the pill. After a dozen seconds, the medicinal liquid in the semi-transparent alchemy furnace condensed and formed a pill in the center of the furnace. Scatter! With a thought, Suchin caused the Z-Wei wooding fire condensed alchemy furnace to collapse instantly, and a top-grade 5 elements revival profound pill fell to the ground. Looking at the pill that had fallen, everyone was dumbfounded, their faces blank. He actually refined it. He really refined the 5 elements revival profound pill. Alchemy without a furnace. Alchemy without a furnace. Oh my god, this can't be real. It must be that my eyes are broken, or perhaps he used some strange illusion. Some people rubbed their eyes, hoping what they saw was all a lie. Some pinched themselves hard, wishing they were dreaming. Even more people fell into a daze, their mouths uttering unconscious murmurs. Just then, I have successfully refined the elixir, and it was done without a furnace. Suchin stood up, casually scanning the room, and smiled. The entire process was exposed right before your eyes. You trash present here. What else do you have to say? As soon as he said this, everyone trembled, the words of rebuttal stuck in their throats, unable to come out. However, there were certainly those who were not willing to give up. The 4 young masters of Shishan were among them, having staked 18 million mid-grade spirit stones. How could they just concede? Suchin, even if you refined the elixir, it doesn't mean you've won. Don't forget, the elixir you refine must be a top-grade elixir, otherwise, we still win. As soon as the 4 young masters of Shishan spoke, they immediately received a lot of support. The crowd began to shout loudly, constantly emphasizing the quality of the elixir. TCH, the elixir I refined is really not a top-grade elixir. Suchin's disdainful voice echoed throughout the assessment hall, because what I refined is a supreme-grade elixir. As soon as he finished speaking, the assessment hall fell silent, almost as if a pin could be heard dropping. The next moment, Li Ming stepped forward, the first to mock. Suchin, you really know how to talk big. You have the Z-Wei wooding fire, able to simulate a cauldron for furnaceless alchemy, which is indeed impressive. But to say you can refine a supreme-grade elixir, that's just too exaggerated. Previously, the elixirs you refined with a proper cauldron were also supreme-grade. Now, under furnaceless conditions, how could you possibly refine an elixir of the same quality? That's because I didn't use my full strength when we competed. Also, by saying that, are you admitting that the first elixir was refined by me? A smirk curled at the corner of Suchin's mouth. Tisk tsk, the slap you just gave yourself is really Loud. You. Li Ming was both ashamed and furious, his face red and veins bulging, trembling as he pointed at Suchin, yet unable to utter any rebuttal. Enough with the nonsense. Wan Hong stepped forward, sternly saying, the quality of the elixir cannot be determined by mere words. Heh, if that's the case, then you should test it. Suchin sneered, pointing at the elixir on the ground. I haven't touched this elixir from start to finish, so don't say I switched it out. Also, when you test it, don't try any tricks, my patience has run out, and if you dare to pull any small moves, you'll know the consequences. Chapter 276, None of them can escape. Humph. As a staff member of the assessment hall, how could I falsify anything? Wan Hong shamelessly said as he approached the elixir. To be honest, because of Suchin's fearless demeanor, he was feeling very anxious at this moment. Although Wan Hong really didn't believe Suchin could refine a supreme-grade elixir. What if? After all, Suchin had already created so many miraculous events. Hiss. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Wan Hong squatted down, his eyes narrowing as he carefully examined the elixir. However, after just one glance, he froze in place. Li Ming, the four young masters of Shishan, and others saw his stiff expression and narrowed eyes, and they immediately tensed up, their hearts racing to their throats. What's wrong with Senior Wan Hong? Why is he standing there frozen? Looking at his expression, could it be that the elixir refined by Suchin is really a supreme-grade elixir? The crowd murmured in low voices, each trembling with fear etched on their faces. At that moment, extreme, top-grade elixir. Wan Hong whispered in disbelief, then his body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Over 600 people watched the scene, their last glimmers of luck and hope shattered in an instant. The entire examination hall fell into silence, each student's heart akin to raging waves, the earth splitting apart. They were truly shaken to the point of questioning their lives. The idea of refining pills without a furnace was already unbelievable. Yet, under their various disturbances, Suchin had actually managed to concoct an elixir, which was even more astonishing. The most terrifying part was that he had refined a top-grade elixir. It was important to note that Suchin was not yet 20 years old. He had just entered the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Achieving the miracle of refining a top-grade elixir without a furnace at such a young age was simply extraordinary. Looking at Suchin, who stood quietly in place, everyone was filled with fear, despair, inferiority, and regret. Compared to Suchin's heaven-defying talent, they felt utterly worthless. How could they not feel inferior? With such terrifying talent, Suchin's future achievements were bound to be limitless. How could they not feel fear and despair? At this moment, they had not only lost a significant amount of spirit stones but had also offended a genius like Suchin. How could they not regret it? It's over. If word of today gets out, Suchin's name as a genius in alchemy will spread throughout the academy. Even if he doesn't hold it against us, there will be plenty of people who will target me to curry favor with him. Li Ming trembled, looking at Suchin with eyes no longer filled with disdain, but rather with fear and pleading. Not just Li Ming, but the platinum student Wan Hong also felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his body chilled. Tisk. Weren't you all calling him Suchin the little brat? Didn't you say I cheated? Didn't you say I took shortcuts and lived off others? Didn't you say I was boastful? Didn't you say I was bound to lose? Looking at the more than 600 people who fell silent, Suchin mocked. Why is no one speaking now? No one answered. They dared not respond. Humph. Weren't you all making a fuss before? Each of you looked down on me, belittled me, and mocked me. Why is everyone so cowardly now? Aren't your faces as thick as the earth's crust? Come on, keep targeting me. Suchin stood tall, his gaze filled with sarcasm as it slowly swept over everyone. Anyone who met Suchin's gaze trembled all over, then lowered their heads in fear. Suchin, Wan Hong mustered his courage and said, you won, we will give you the spirit stones, so why be so aggressive? He. The wager is one thing, but your insults and targeting me are another. Think about your disgusting faces from before, put yourself in my shoes, can you swallow this anger? Suchin's eyes glinted with cold light, a sneer on his face. If today's matter doesn't satisfy me, I guarantee that the rest of your lives will be worse than death. At these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that all their names were recorded in that jade slip. If Suchin wanted revenge, none of them could escape. Chapter 277 Suchin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Looking at the calm-faced Suchin, everyone felt a wave of cold wash over them. They knew that if they didn't let Suchin vent his anger today, their future lives would undoubtedly be miserable. Suchin, Wan Hong stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. We were wrong before, just tell us what you want. What do I want? You have humiliated me multiple times. I must slap you hard in the face to vent my anger. However, your faces are simply too dirty for me to lay a hand on, Suchin said, glancing around at the more than 600 people with a cold smile. So, I want each of you to slap yourselves 3 times and apologize to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Hong, Li Ming, and the others all changed their expressions drastically. They were all top talents from various places, students of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. If they were really forced to slap themselves, it would become a lifelong shame and stain. Moreover, it would deal a huge blow to their confidence, perhaps leaving them unable to recover. Suchin, don't go too far. Li Ming's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth. Apologizing is fine, but slapping ourselves 3 times is impossible. Exactly. Suchin, you're being unreasonable. With over 600 of us here, our future achievements won't be small either. One of the 4 young masters of Shishan stepped forward, speaking with a fierce tone but a cowardly demeanor, so I advise you not to push things too far. Ha! You think you all count as talents? You're just a bunch of trash. Especially you 4 young masters of Shishan, you're the trash among trash. Looking at the 4 young masters, Suchin scoffed disdainfully. Right now, you can't compare to me, and in the future, you won't even have the qualification to talk to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the examination hall erupted in a buzz of discussion. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but they couldn't refute him. Su Chen's talent was simply too strong. They knew that as time passed, the gap between them and Su Chen would only grow larger. In the end, Su Chen would be the sun in the sky, while they would be mere fireflies on the ground. Su Chen, do you really want to tear the facade with us? Wan Hong's face shifted. Between green and red, why don't we each take a step back and change the terms? TCH, we've already torn the facade. Change the terms? No way. I don't have time to waste with you. Those willing to apologize can come up, apologize, and pay the stakes, then leave on their own. I'll only give you 1 hour. After that, anyone who hasn't apologized will become my mortal enemy. Suchin glared coldly at the more than 600 people, calm and unafraid. You. Li Ming's temples throbbed, his whole body trembling. What about me? The timer starts now. Suchin coldly looked at Li Ming. Whether to apologize is your own choice. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the examination hall dropped to freezing point. More than 600 students fell into silence. If they apologized, they would lose face and be unable to show their faces again. If they didn't apologize, they would become mortal enemies with Suchin, and just thinking about the future was terrifying. What to choose? Just as everyone was silent, a frail male student blushed and squeezed through the crowd, coming to Suchin. Suchin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The male student bowed and apologized in front of everyone. Then, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! 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 The loud slaps echoed throughout the examination hall, breaking the psychological defenses of many students. Sigh, in the end, we still have to apologize. We can't afford to offend a genius like Suchin. Better to choose life over face. Let's go. Apologize quickly. Let Suchin vent his anger, and this matter will be over. Hundreds of students looked gloomy, walking towards Suchin like defeated roosters. Seeing the scene, Wan Hong, Li Ming, and the 4 young masters of Shishan turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. Previously, they had dared to negotiate with Suchin because they were numerous. Now that the vast majority had chosen to apologize, they had completely lost their support. Chapter 278, Apologizing while slapping faces. In line as numerous students approached Suchin, the first student to apologize slapped himself, and his entire face swelled up, clearly having hit himself hard. Well, that's a bit of sincerity, Suchin said with a faint smile, extending his hand. Name, spirit stones, and we'll be done with our grievances. My name is Chen Quandan. I placed a bet of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Alright, here. With a swollen cheek, enduring the humiliation in his heart, the male student took out a bag and handed it to Suchin. Chen Quandan? Let me check. Oh, here it is. Suchin counted the spirit stones, then took out a jade slip to look, finding Chen Quandan's name. You indeed placed a bet of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the amount you provided is correct. After verifying, Suchin smiled and said, so, you can leave now, and you don't have to worry about me retaliating against you. Yes, thank you. Hearing that Suchin would not retaliate, Chen Quandan let out a sigh of relief and involuntarily thanked Suchin. Then, he came to his senses, his face flushed, and he ran out of the assessment hall. Alright, next. Watch the time, you only have 1 hour. Looking at the additional 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones in his storage space, Suchin chuckled and waved at the remaining students, shouting. His actions instantly filled everyone with even more shame and indignation, tears welling in their eyes. However, since they had already made up their minds to apologize, they could only endure the humiliation and quicken their pace. Hundreds of students hurriedly gathered in front of Suchin, surrounding him tightly. Take your time, don't rush. Don't panic about slapping yourselves. If I don't see it, it doesn't count. Hey, why are you all so uncivilized? Don't you know how to line up? Line up, split into 4 lines. Watching the blushing crowd around him, Suchin laughed wildly in his heart. Soon after, the students, filled with humiliation, lined up and began to slap their own faces in front of Suchin. Slap, slap, smack, smack, slap, smack. The various rhythms of slapping echoed throughout the assessment hall, bringing immense satisfaction to Suchin. After slapping themselves, the students handed over the spirit stones they had bet to Suchin, making him beam with joy. Seeing Suchin's cheerful expression, the students felt a mix of emotions and sighed repeatedly. But sighing aside, they still had to slap themselves. In the following time, over 600 students formed 5 lines each, coming forward to apologize to Suchin. Eager to leave this place of sorrow, they moved quickly, stepping up to slap their faces, stating their names, handing over their bets in one go, and then swiftly leaving, disappearing from sight. Before long, all 600 students had finished apologizing. However, there were still some who had not apologized to Suchin. The 4 young masters of Shishan and 8 others, Wan Hong and Li Ming. You few, are you planning to make a deadly enemy of me? Looking at the 10 people with shifting expressions, Suchin curled his lips into a cold smile. Humph, you're just talented in alchemy, nothing more. Our 4 great families of Shishan are the top forces in Blue Star City. Even if we become enemies with you, what can you do? Exactly, our family is one of the top families in all of Blue Star. You'll just join other major forces in the future. Are we supposed to be afraid of you? What a joke. The 4 young masters of Shishan exchanged words, their bravado thinly veiled. The platinum students Wan Hong and Li Ming exchanged glances and stepped into the group of the 4 young masters, glaring at Suchin together. It was quite laughable. Previously, these two had constantly mocked and looked down on the potential students of the special class, yet now they hid behind the 4 young masters. Since that's the case, we have become mortal enemies. You 4 great families of Shishan, I will personally pay you a visit. What you owe me today, I will make you repay double. Suchin smiled faintly, as if he had made an insignificant decision. What a boast! You dare to cause trouble for our 4 great families of Shishan? Humph, let him come. As long as he dares to come, let him taste our methods. The 4 young masters of Shishan looked disdainful, sneering repeatedly. He, I hope your methods are a bit more refreshing. Suchin cast a casual glance at the 4 young masters of Shishan, then shifted his gaze to Wan Hong. He had not yet completed his main purpose for coming to this assessment hall. Chapter 279, 200 million and 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1. Hong, right? Li Ming, that waste, was defeated by my subordinate. Shouldn't you give me the badge of a golden student? Suchin spoke without regard for Li Ming, who was furious and nearly exploding with rage. Humph. If I give it to you, then so be it. Wan Hong snorted coldly, took out a communication jade tablet to send a message, and continued, you can go to the hall window to collect it yourself, we won't accompany you. Just as well, I don't want to walk with a bunch of wastes like you. Suchin curled his lip in disdain and turned to leave the assessment hall. Country bumpkin, we'll see about that. Watching Suchin's departing figure, the 4 young masters of Shishan and Wan Hong clenched their fists, gritting their teeth in hatred. After leaving the assessment hall, Suchin found the window to collect his badge. Since the golden badge requires real name registration, it was done on site, requiring a bit of waiting time. About 10 minutes later, Suchin finally received his golden badge. This badge was about the same size as the potential level badge. However, in terms of texture, shape, and pattern, it was on a much higher level. On the front of the golden badge were the 4 large characters golden student, while the back read Danmen Suchin. He. Now I can go to the alchemy tower and make a fortune. Moreover, I made quite a bit from this gamble. I might even be able to upgrade the system functions. As Suchin walked out of the assessment hall, he focused his gaze on his storage space. With over 600 students, each betting more than 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the total had already exceeded 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones equate to 1 million upper-grade spirit stones, which is enough to upgrade the system functions. System, deposit. All gold spirit stones. Ding. All gold spirit stones have been deposited. With the system's prompt, the number behind the mid-grade spirit stone balance in the mysterious black space rapidly soared, directly reaching a terrifying 9-digit number 2266888745. Damn! I actually have this many spirit stones? Chen was so excited he was dumbfounded. That's a whopping 200 million and 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Filled with intense excitement, Suchin recalled the sources of these spirit stones. First, the total bets from over 600 people amounted to over 13 million mid-grade spirit stones. Second, Owenyao provided over 40 million mid-grade spirit stones, and the trading event brought in over 10 million. Finally, adding the remaining spirit stones from before, it roughly totaled over 200 million. Wow, I didn't expect to have developed so much without realizing it. Suchin rubbed his hands excitedly and said, so, which system function should I upgrade? With this thought, Suchin felt a bit conflicted. Currently, there were 5 activated system functions. They were 1-click cultivation function, level 11, 1-click martial arts function, level 11, clone dispatch function, level 10, 1-click treasure hunting function, level 10, and 1-click alchemy function, level 8. Each system function upgrade required the consumption of 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. The consumed funds are 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, and I can upgrade 2 system functions. After pondering, Suchin made a decision. Then, let's upgrade the most basic 1-click cultivation function and the 1-click alchemy function. The 1-click cultivation is self-explanatory. It is the most fundamental and important function, so it should be the first to upgrade. Among the remaining functions, the reason for choosing the 1-click alchemy is that once this function reaches level 10, it will activate the 1-click crafting function. System, upgrade the 1-click cultivation function and the one-click alchemy function for me," Suchin commanded. Ding. The current cost of upgrading the system is too high. The unit mid-grade spirit stone has been changed to a high-grade spirit stone. Ding. Consumed 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The one-click cultivation function upgraded to level 12. Cultivation speed increased to 4096 times the base speed. Ding. Consumed 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The one-click alchemy function upgraded to level 9, capable of refining divine grade and below pills. 3 system function prompts sounded, and Suchin's face immediately filled with a brilliant smile. Just then, ding. The sea of cultivation has reached its limit. Do you wish to break through? Chapter 280, Advanced Martial General Realm. Damn, I can actually break through again. Suchin, already extremely excited, suddenly trembled with exhilaration. He immediately chose to break through. In the next millisecond, a tremendous pulling force emanated from Suchin's body. The surrounding dense spiritual energy was like being crazily torn by large hands pouring into Suchin's body. This flood-like spiritual energy continuously circulated through his meridians, then rushed into his dantian, merging into the spiritual liquid vortex. In a short time, the spiritual liquid vortex became even thicker. When the spiritual liquid vortex condenses into a solid state, that will be when I break through to the Martial King level. Suchin's eyes sparkled, and he quickly brought up his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Suchin. Race, human. Talent level, impure body. Realm level, advanced martial. General attack level, beginner martial. Emperor defense level, advanced martial king. Movement level, peak martial king plus stamina level, advanced martial king. Mental level, mist condensation. Realm mastered techniques, boundless heart sutra, snowless traces diagram, advanced, perfect, falling sun black flame record, advanced, perfect, wind. Dance void technique, advanced, perfect, 7-star hidden kill blade, advanced, beginner, Fong Tian painting halberd battle scroll, advanced, beginner. Lotus leaf martial melody collection, advanced, beginner, Ziwu profound dark art, advanced, beginner, solitary inquiry phoenix pattern sutra, advanced. Beginner, profound body immovable scroll, advanced, beginner, mountain breathing technique, advanced, beginner, giant god body refining technique, advanced. Beginner. Some techniques omitted. Activated system functions. One-click cultivation function, level 12. One-click martial arts function, level 11. Clone dispatch function, level 10. One-click treasure hunting function, level 10. One-click alchemy function, level 9. The attack realm has finally reached beginner martial emperor. Without devouring the clone as a trump card, my combat power has also crossed 3 major realms. Ha! Looking at his attribute panel, Suchin couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a long while, he finally suppressed his excitement and calmed down. By the way, it's been so long, I wonder how long it will take for my mental power to advance. And those 3 top-tier techniques have been practiced for quite a while. Let's see how much longer is needed. By the way, let's check how long until the next breakthrough in cultivation realm. With this in mind, Suchin immediately posed his questions to the system. Ding. Host, your mental power level will only take 14 days to reach the Thoughtsea realm. Ding. Host, the 3 top-tier techniques will take another 12 hours to reach perfect level. Ding. Host, you only need 48 hours to break through to the peak general level. The cultivation method still needs half a day, so the time isn't too long. The time required to improve one's cultivation realm isn't long either. But the mental level, at a 4096 times cultivation speed with a single key at level 12, it actually still takes 14 days. Suchin's brows furrowed slightly as he said, it seems that to quickly improve my mental power level, I still need to rely on pills. Thus, he immediately turned his gaze to the storage space. The materials for refining mental-type pills originally came from various pill shops in Eastern City, and Suchin had consumed them all. However, after killing Owen Yao, all of the Dan Emperor's centuries-old collection had conveniently fallen into Suchin's hands. As a Dan Emperor, you must have quite a few materials for refining mental-type pills. Suchin's thoughts scanned the storage space, but the final result made him frown. There were actually no materials for refining mental-type pills among the alchemy materials he had obtained from Owen Yao. Sigh, they must have been used up by Owen Yao long ago. Suchin shook his head in disappointment. He also knew that if he wanted to improve his mental power, others surely wanted to improve theirs as well. Moreover, royal-grade mental-type pills were already so rare. The emperor-grade mental-type pills must be even more scarce, and the materials even rarer. Perhaps Owen Yao didn't have enough for himself. Forget it. There must be materials for refining mental-type pills in the alchemy tower. I'll level up my student rank in a while and then go buy those high-level materials. If there aren't any, I'll go outside the city to procure some. I just happen to have a lot of things to sell in the storage space. Lost in thought, Suchin returned to the alchemy tower on Shaoxian Mountain. Chapter 281, Give me 10,000 copies of everything. At this moment, the alchemy tower was still bustling with people. However, none of the students who had bet against Suchin dared to return, fearing the embarrassment. It's time to refine pills and make money. Looking up at the towering purple-black alchemy tower, a hint of anticipation appeared at the corner of Suchin's mouth. Then, he put on the golden student badge to avoid any trouble from those who might not know better. Wearing the Golden badge. Suchin walked into the alchemy tower. The surrounding silver level students looked at him with admiration and envy. Those who were also golden level students cast friendly glances his way. They never expected that just a few hours ago, Suchin was still a highly discriminated potential level student. Ignoring the reactions of the onlookers, Suchin walked straight into the alchemy tower and made his way to the 24th floor. The 24th floor was where the 8th grade pills were refined. Almost all the materials needed for 8th grade pills could be found here. The area selling materials resembled a traditional Chinese medicine shop from Suchin's past life. There was a wide bar counter in front, and behind it stood huge cabinets filled with small drawers, each labeled with the names of the materials. These drawers looked very small, only the size of a ring box, but they were space-type treasures that could store a large amount of medicinal materials without worrying about preservation. At this moment, a few students were standing in front of the bar counter purchasing materials. Behind the counter stood some golden-level students acting as staff. They were quietly chatting and didn't pay much attention to Suchin's arrival. "Hello, I am the closed-door disciple of Mentor and Xin. I want to use my mentor's privilege to purchase alchemy materials." Arriving at the bar counter, Suchin spoke directly while handing over the red badge given by an Xin. As soon as he revealed the red badge, the students who were chatting immediately showed shock and involuntarily looked over. "I can't believe it, it's really the mentor's disciple badge." "Hiss, who is this, senior? I've never seen him before." "I don't know, being the closed-door disciple of a mentor is really enviable." "Yeah, being a mentor's disciple not only allows you to receive guidance at any time, but also comes with various privileges." Everyone looked at Suchin with envy, wishing they could also become a mentor's disciple. At this moment, a staff member carefully caught Suchin's badge. After checking it, he respectfully returned it. "If I buy materials, how much discount do I get?" Suchin put away the red badge and asked casually. "Senior," the staff member replied respectfully, "if you use your mentor privileges, you can get a 50% discount on purchasing alchemy materials on this floor." As soon as this was said, the other students immediately showed even stronger envy. Some even felt a surge of jealousy and hatred in their hearts. However, due to Suchin's status, they did not dare to show it. A 50% discount? Not bad. Then, give me 10,000 of all the materials for the 18 types of 8th grade elixirs listed here. Suchin nodded in satisfaction and handed a list to the staff member. However, the staff member stood there in a daze, his face full of shock. Not only him, but the other students and staff also stared at Suchin with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get me the materials." Seeing the staff member not taking the list, Suchin frowned. Senior," the staff member asked with a strange expression, "you know that the materials from the alchemy tower cannot be sold outside, right?" "Of course I know. Do you think I'm buying these alchemy materials to sell them?" Suchin raised an eyebrow. As a dignified mentor's disciple, would I do something so lowly? The staff member bit his lip, unsure how to respond. At this moment, a golden-level student nearby let out a sneer. "Classmate, if you're not selling them, then what do you need so many materials for? Do you think you can use them all?" The person speaking was one of those who had previously felt jealous. Seeing an opportunity, he immediately began to mock. The other students who were envious of Suchin also showed indignation and gradually surrounded him. Chapter 282. "You're really smart." Classmate glancing at the students who had gathered around, Suchin curled his lips in disdain. Seeing Suchin's contemptuous expression, the jealousy in the hearts of the students only grew stronger. They quickened their pace and surrounded Suchin. "Classmate, although you are a mentor's disciple, you can't break the academy's rules." "Exactly, 18 types of elixirs, 10,000 of each type of material. That's a total of 180,000 alchemy materials. 180,000 materials, even if it takes half an hour to refine one, it would take a full 10 years to finish." "Do you plan to stay here for 10 years? How could you possibly stay here for 10 years? You're just planning to take the materials out to sell and profit from the mentor's privileges." While you haven't made a big mistake yet, quickly take back what you said before, and we'll pretend we didn't hear it." Everyone stared at Suchin, convinced that he wanted to resell the materials. Isn't it just 180,000 materials? These materials are indeed a lot for you, because the time you spend refining a batch of elixirs is just too much. Surrounded by the golden-level students, Suchin smiled calmly. "But I'm different. My alchemy speed is enough for me to use up all the materials in 2 or 3 days." As soon as he said this, everyone was momentarily stunned, looking at each other with increasingly dark expressions. What Suchin said was completely belittling their slow alchemy speed. "You are a mentor's disciple, so your talent must be good, but talent does not equal strength." The first to speak, a golden-level student, said loudly, "Right now, you are just like us, a golden-level disciple. How fast can you refine pills?" "That's right. You're just talking nonsense." Another golden-level student chimed in. 18,000 materials finished in 2 days? Do you think you can refine a batch of pills in 1 second? What a joke. Ha ha ha. This classmate. You are really clever. Suchin laughed heartily. I really can refine a batch of pills in 1 second. Nonsense. One person cursed loudly. Refining a batch of pills in 1 second? Are you going to burn the refining materials like firewood? Another person shouted angrily. You rely on being a mentor's disciple to buy so many materials at a low price. Even if it's not for selling, you plan to waste them. You bastard. He. Does the academy have a limit on the number of materials that can be purchased? No, right. Since there isn't, as long as I have spirit stones, I can buy as many as I want. Can you control me? Besides, the materials I want for pill refining will not be wasted. Instead, they will contribute their maximum value. In comparison, using these materials for you is truly wasting them. A bunch of useless people still dare to chatter in front of me. Hurry up and roll far away. Suchin looked around at everyone, and with one breath he made everyone furious and incredulous. You shameless guy. Not only do you waste our academy's resources, but you also say we are useless. You are so arrogant. Do you dare to compete with us in pill refining? The students glared angrily, their faces flushed, wishing they could tear Suchin apart. Compete with me? Just you? Suchin smirked. Sorry, even if you all tied together, you wouldn't have that qualification. So arrogant. You are also a golden level student. How much stronger can you be than us? A golden level student growled with bloodshot eyes. The reason you refuse is simply because you are afraid of failure, afraid we will expose your true self. As soon as this was said, everyone chimed in. Yes. You just don't dare to compete with us, that's why you belittle us. That's right, a bunch of trash talking big. If you have the ability, compete with us in pill refining. The students were filled with righteous indignation, continuously provoking Suchin. I originally didn't want to hit you. Suchin sneered, but since you insist on competing, I'll let you understand just how useless you really are. Chapter 283, I challenge all of you. Humph, do you really think you're invincible? The student who first mocked Suchin snorted coldly. Watch how I teach you a lesson. I meant to compete with you all. You trash can come at me together. I'll take you all on. Suchin showed disdain, then looked around at the other students and the staff at the bar. If you're not afraid, you can join in too. I'll make all of you convinced. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire 24th floor of the pill refining building fell silent. Everyone was stunned. So arrogant, so reckless, so conceited. Being a golden level, he actually wants to take on everyone on the entire 24th floor alone. This is already at a level of arrogance never seen before. Everyone on the 24th floor stared at Suchin, their eyes wide open, as if looking at a madman. After a moment of silence, people looked at each other, gradually revealing cold smiles and sarcasm. I think you are really crazy, actually wanting to take on all of us? The student who provoked Suchin laughed and said, do you know that among us, several people are just as strong as platinum students? So what if they are platinum students? Suchin sneered. Even if you are all platinum students, you are still trash in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sarcasm on everyone's faces turned into deep shock. Damn, he can actually say such things. Is this guy really crazy? This thought crossed everyone's mind, but what they didn't know was that Suchin was speaking the absolute truth. This is too arrogant. Isn't he just a mentor's disciple? How can he be so arrogant? I must teach him a lesson today. I want to teach him a lesson too. Let's compete together and make sure each of us can defeat him so he knows what it means to have someone better. Yes, I want to defeat him and let him taste the feeling of failure. Classmates, we must make his face swollen today. Everyone chimed in, and almost all of them shouted to compete with Suchin. Since you all want to compete, then let's do it together. As long as any one of you can win against me, then I will admit defeat. Suchin wore a faint smile and said, but if you all lose to me, then you must apologize to me and also pay me 180,000 sets of alchemy materials and spirit stones. To be honest, the bet Suchin set was not large. It could be said that he was not bullying anyone at all. 180,000 sets of 8th grade pill alchemy materials, each set worth about 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, added up to only a few million middle-grade spirit stones. This bet was far less than the huge bets in the assessment hall. Humph, are we going to lose? Impossible, the one who will lose is you. And if you lose, not only do you have to publicly apologize to all of us, but you also have to stop abusing the privileges of a mentor's disciple and never misuse those privileges again. Everyone spoke up, and the bet was settled. Suchin smiled and said, the bet is set, so what do you propose for the competition? Earlier you said your alchemy speed is very fast. So let's compete on that, not on anything else. Let's compete on the Kaiyang Turtle Essence Pill with 10 sets of materials to see who can finish refining these 10 sets without failure first. A golden student said, apart from these two conditions, nothing else will be considered in the evaluation of victory or defeat, including the quality of the pills. This student's proposal received unanimous approval from all the students. They added one more rule: participants would bear the cost of the materials used in the competition. Then let's compete on that. Suchin smiled faintly and then purchased 10 sets of materials for the Kaiyang Turtle Essence Pill. The other students also bought their materials, all wearing cold smiles as they stared at Suchin. It is now 12:25 a.m. Wait 5 minutes and the competition will officially start at 12:30. A staff member acting as the referee said, looking at his mechanical watch. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone found a spot to take out their alchemy furnaces and began to adjust their states. In stark contrast, Suchin couldn't even be bothered to take out his alchemy furnace, watching indifferently. Seeing Suchin so careless, the cold smiles and sarcasm in the hearts of the other students grew even stronger. Chapter 284, Astonishing Operation in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes passed. With the referee's command, all the students began to process their materials. Since this time the quality of the pills was not emphasized, they only needed to succeed in refining, so everyone used their fastest speed. While all the students were processing the materials at full speed, Suchin also moved. However, he did not process the materials. Condense. With a thought, a cluster of Z-way wooding fire condensed into an alchemy furnace. After using this type of alchemy furnace once, Suchin decided to abandon the traditional alchemy furnace. The Dan furnace condensed from the purple weeping fire was simply too useful. Not only could the temperature change at will, but its shape could also be altered freely, with countless wonders that were beyond words. As for issues like the difficulty of controlling the flame furnace, they simply did not exist for Suchin. First, the purple weeping fire was a rare fire, and after being refined, it could move as desired. Second, Suchin's mental power had reached the mist consolidation level, allowing him to interfere with reality. Controlling the flames was as easy as moving his fingers. Of course, using flames to condense a Dan furnace for alchemy would be an astonishing act in the eyes of others. The students handling materials were instantly shocked into a daze upon seeing Suchin's actions, even dropping the materials in their hands without realizing it. After a moment, the quiet alchemy building on the 24th floor erupted into buzzing discussions. That guy's flame seems to be the purple weeping fire. Damn, isn't that the rare fire most suitable for alchemy? How could such an arrogant guy have such a good flame? God, are you blind? Hey, I heard that Mentor in Xin has the purple weeping fire. Could this guy be her disciple? I heard Mentor in Xin doesn't have any disciples. Wait, we've never seen this guy before. Could he be a new disciple of Mentor in Xin? It should be. Oh my god, how could Mentor in Xin take a liking to such a guy? Hey, do you think he hasn't processed the materials? What's he doing condensing flames? I heard the purple weeping fire can turn into a solid state. Looking at the shape he's condensing, it seems like a Dan furnace. What? Condensing a Dan furnace? Is he planning to use the Dan furnace condensed from the purple weeping fire for alchemy? What the hell, is this even possible? This is definitely going to fail. This guy is just showing off. He will definitely fail later. Yeah. The crowd murmured, suppressing their shock, processing materials while stealing glances at Suchin's actions. Then, they witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. Suchin actually threw all the unprocessed materials into the Dan furnace condensed from the purple weeping fire. At this moment, the students were directly stunned, their eyes bulging and mouths agape. What the hell? He just threw all 10 portions of materials into the furnace. My god, is he really going to burn the materials like firewood? This guy must be a madman. Only a madman could do something so crazy. No, he must be a fool. Who does alchemy like this? I guarantee he won't be able to refine any pills. I think so too. If he can refine pills, I'll swallow my Dan furnace. The crowd whispered among themselves, their faces showing both shock and disdain. Just then, Suchin lightly snapped his fingers. Immediately, the Dan furnace of the purple weeping fire trembled gently, shifting from solid to gas, expelling some impurities. Then the furnace transformed back into solid, and after a few seconds, it turned into gas again, expelling more impurities. Repeating this process, only a crystal-clear medicinal liquid remained in the furnace. In the next moment, with a thought, Suchin raised the temperature of the furnace and began refining pills. The students observing Suchin were frozen in their smirks. They never expected that such a method of processing materials existed in the world. Chapter 285, 100 times faster. In the midst of their shock, all the participating students felt a sense of foreboding. They realized that the medicinal liquid Suchin processed was even better than what they had produced. The key point was that they hadn't finished processing a single material, while Suchin had completed all 10 portions. This speed is hundreds of times faster than theirs. Just processing the materials in this first step, they have fallen behind by who knows how much. Because of this, many people are a bit panicked. Quick, speed up. Don't worry about the quality of the pills, just make sure to refine at least the lowest quality pills. Hurry, it's the second material, the third material. Damn it, processing failed. We can't go too fast, haste makes waste. That guy may have processed the materials in his strange way, but whether he can refine the pills is still uncertain. Right. The first condition for victory is not to fail in refining. After a bout of panic, everyone gradually steadied themselves. Meanwhile, Suchin's pill refining process had already passed halfway. In the ZY wooding fire pill furnace, the properties of various materials and medicinal liquids mixed together, undergoing all sorts of miraculous changes. In the end, these medicinal liquids completely transformed into the embryonic form of the pill liquid. Next, it's time to condense the pills. Suchin glanced at the other students and found that no one had completed the material processing step, revealing a hint of a sneer. Forget it, I won't let you lose too badly. I'll have a cup of tea before condensing the pills. With a slight smile, Suchin maintained the state of the pill liquid while taking out a teacup, spring water, and tea leaves to brew tea. The other students were thrown into disarray upon seeing Suchin actually starting to brew tea. This guy is actually brewing tea. Could it be that he has already failed in refining? No, look, he's watching us with a playful expression. What does he mean, waiting for us while drinking tea? This is too much disrespect for us. This guy is really too arrogant. Stop looking at him, hurry up and process the materials. I feel like I have no chance, I've only processed half of my first material. What do you mean no chance? This is that guy's psychological tactic. Don't fall for it. Exactly, that guy is refining pills in such a strange way, he will definitely fail, don't give up halfway. Alright. The students were shaken by Suchin's act of drinking tea. Although they ultimately persevered, their unease grew stronger. Next, the students continued processing materials. Suchin, meanwhile, leisurely sipped his tea, a faint playful expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, many students had finished processing their materials and began the second step of pill refining. Suchin also finished a cup of tea. The mother of your success is coming. With a smirk, Suchin put away the tea set and began to condense the pills. This step is very important and difficult, but for Suchin, it was still a piece of cake. Condense. With a thought, the pill liquid condensed into pills. Immediately afterward, the ZY Wooding fire pill furnace exploded into nothingness, and dozens of pills fell to the ground with a clatter. After falling to the ground, these pills rolled under Suchin's mental control, gathering around the other students. The sudden scene left everyone thunderstruck, staring in disbelief. This. He actually refined them. How is this possible? This can't be real. It absolutely can't be real. How could a furnace that uses flames condense pills and all at once produce dozens of them? It's fake. These pills definitely weren't refined by him just now. The students debated in disbelief. You can check these pills as much as you want. Seeing that everyone was incredulous, Suchin smiled lightly and said, if you really don't believe it, I can refine them again. As soon as these words were spoken, the murmurs gradually weakened and slowly disappeared. Chapter 286, Senior Suchin, we were wrong. In fact, they had been watching Suchin's alchemy process the whole time. Most of them had seen every step of Suchin's pill condensing. Therefore, they also knew that the pills on the ground were definitely refined by Suchin, but they found it hard to believe and accept. No, this is impossible, this isn't what you just refined. A student trembled as he picked up a pill, and immediately his whole body shook. Brother, what's wrong with you? Someone asked with wide eyes. It still has residual warmth. The student who picked up the pill said, trembling, and from other signs, this pill was really just refined. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students were instantly horrified. No, this isn't real. Some others whispered, not believing, as they picked up the pills to examine them. However, after a round of observation, they all froze, their faces blank. The entire 24th floor fell silent again. After a long while, someone let out a bitter laugh, put down the pill, and said, no wonder he is a mentor's disciple. This talent, this strength, I can't compare even 1 in 10,000. This statement broke the silence and brought the other students back to their senses. My heavens, I can't believe pills can be refined like this. I haven't even finished processing my first material and he's already done. Monster doesn't even begin to describe him. I feel like I must be hallucinating, this is too unreal. I feel like the whole world is fake. Some students stared at Suchin, completely shocked to the point of numbness. Some students stared wide-eyed, their gaze lost in the ceiling. Even some students in a daze looked at anything with suspicion. Everyone here, don't be discouraged, you are actually quite good. Suchin looked around and said lightly, it's just that being born in the same era as me, you are too unfortunate. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone bitterly smiled and lowered their heads, unable to speak. They had to admit that being born in the same era as a monster like Suchin was indeed their misfortune. Alright, stop dawdling. Suchin said lightly, quickly fulfill the bet. Yes. The golden student who had mocked Suchin at first nodded bitterly, then cupped his fists and bowed. I still don't know the senior's name. Suchin. Suchin said. Suchin. Su-chun. All the students chanted and murmured. From now on, they would never forget this name. Senior Suchin. The first student who mocked Suchin deeply bowed. I was blind and offended you. I hope to receive your forgiveness. Senior Suchin. I was blind, please forgive me. Senior Suchin. I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Everyone bowed and apologized, their expressions fearful. Alright, I forgive you. Quickly pay for the materials. Suchin waved his hand generously. I'm still waiting to refine pills, don't waste my time. Yes. We'll gather the spirit stones right away. The dozens of students participating in the competition hurriedly responded. They quickly gathered together and collected several million mid-grade spirit stones to pay Suchin for 180,000 portions of alchemy materials. Senior Suchin, here are the alchemy materials you requested. A person acting as a staff member respectfully handed a spatial ring to Suchin. Very good. After checking and confirming the quantity of materials was correct, Suchin asked, "Where is the alchemy room? I want to refine pills right now." Senior, the left corridor is filled with alchemy rooms. The staff member said with a beaming smile, "Generally, students need to pay to use them, but as a disciple of a mentor, you have the privilege of using the alchemy rooms for free." "Alright, you go ahead and keep busy." Suchin nodded and turned to walk into the left corridor. The corridor was lined with alchemy rooms, which had excellent soundproofing and a good concentration of spiritual energy, making them suitable for cultivation as well. Choosing a secluded alchemy room, Suchin closed the door tightly, threw out of bed, and lay down to sleep. As for the alchemy, of course, that was left to the system. Chapter 287, Another Breakthrough. Peak Martial General. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. Suchin had been sleeping soundly but was suddenly awakened by noise. Ding! The rising sun's absolute record has reached perfection level. Ding! The heavenly koi flowing color axis has reached perfection level. Ding! The heavenly king's body refining scripture has reached perfection level. 3 system notifications came in quick succession. Immediately after, 3 streams of strange warmth appeared out of nowhere within Suchin's body. His so refreshing. Suchin instantly jolted up from the bed. What a delight! A nap and 3 top-tier techniques have reached perfection level. With immense excitement, Suchin opened his attribute panel to take a look. The attack realm hasn't changed, but the other 3 attributes have increased by a whole small realm. Not bad. Looking at his attribute panel, Suchin nodded in satisfaction. He then checked the progress of his mental cultivation and realm advancement before lying back down on the bed. Currently, his mental power still needed more than 10 days to improve. And now, it would take another day and a half to finish refining all the pills. The advancement of his realm also happened to require a day and a half. Once the pills were finished, it would be time for another breakthrough in his realm. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. Another day and a half passed. The alchemy room was very quiet, and during this time, no one came to disturb Suchin. At this point, Suchin was no longer sleeping but was constantly paying attention to the mysterious black space. So exciting! Looking at the little figures cultivating and refining pills in the mysterious black space, Suchin wore an incredibly expectant smile. Just then, a wonderful system notification sounded. Ding! The sea of cultivation is full. Do you wish to break through? Let me break through. Almost at the moment the system notification faded, Suchin issued the command. In the next moment, endless spiritual energy surged into his body, flowing to his dantian, and finally condensing into the vortex of his soon-to-solidify spiritual liquid. The amount of spiritual energy required for this breakthrough was even greater than the last time. Just at the start, it nearly drained the entire alchemy room of its spiritual energy. Fortunately, this was the alchemy room of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, which was even better than the spiritual energy cultivation rooms of the Martial Alliance. Therefore, the spiritual energy continuously flowed in, supplying Suchin for his breakthrough. After 7 or 8 breaths, Suchin's spiritual liquid vortex solidified considerably, almost forming a semi-solid state. At this point, he finally broke through to the peak martial general level. Attribute panel. Name: Suchin. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbid Body Realm level. Peak Martial General Attack level. Intermediate Martial Emperor Defense level. Beginner Martial Emperor Body Technique level. Intermediate Martial Emperor Stamina level. Beginner Martial Emperor Mental level. Mist Condensation Realm Mastered Techniques. Boundless Heart Sutra. Yangling Ju Lu. Top tier. Perfect. Tian Kuei Kai Zhou. Top tier. Perfect. Tian Wang Lian Ti Jing. Top tier. Perfect. Chuishui Wu Hen 2. Advanced. Perfect. Yun Ri Hei Yen Lu. Advanced. Perfect. Feng Wu Tai. Suju. Advanced. Perfect. Ji Xingyin Sha Ren. Advanced. Beginner. Feng Tianhua Ji Zhanwan. Advanced. Beginner. Lian Yi Wu Chu Song Shu. Advanced. Beginner. Zi Wuxian Minggong. Advanced. Beginner. Some techniques have been omitted. Activated system functions. One-click cultivation function. Level 12, one-click martial arts function. Level 11, clone dispatch function. Level 10, one-click treasure hunting function. Level 10, one-click alchemy function. Level 9, damn, I actually reached the martial emperor level in all aspects. This is amazing. Looking at his attributes, Suchin was so excited he almost lost his voice. At this point, he had successfully crossed 3 major realms from the martial general level and reached the martial emperor level in all aspects. After a moment, Suchin calmed his excitement and guessed the reason for the significant gains from this breakthrough. The actual benefits of this realm breakthrough were not that great. The reason he could improve so much in all aspects was also due to reaching the perfect level of top-tier techniques. Chapter 288, 900,000 Perfect Pills. One-click martial arts is really useful. If it weren't for this function, I would have to start from the beginner level. Suchin chuckled and turned his attention to the techniques he had yet to practice. At this moment, he still had many techniques left to practice. including several king-level techniques. Counting the techniques obtained from Owen Yao and those from various martial kings in the eastern city, he now possessed a total of 16 king-level techniques. Now my combat power has reached the martial emperor level. Although the top-tier techniques suitable for martial commander level cultivation are still somewhat useful, the increase in combat power will definitely not be significant. I need to practice king level techniques. But the problem is, to reach the perfect level for king level techniques, relying solely on the current level 11 one-click martial arts, the practice speed is still not enough. It seems I need to make money quickly and upgrade the one-click martial arts function. And the one-click alchemy function also needs to be upgraded to level 10 as soon as possible to unlock new system functions. While Suchin was pondering, he placed 3 top-tier techniques. Currently, top-tier techniques required 2.5 days to practice, while king-level techniques required over 10 days. Therefore, Suchin decided to practice 3 top-tier techniques first, then upgrade the one-click martial arts, and then practice king-level techniques. These 3 techniques were the classic of Sun and Moon in the Sky, 7 Absolute Thunder True Method, and Indestructible Golden Embryo True Formula. Among them, after a rough study of the 7 Absolute Thunder True Method, Suchin discovered that it was actually the source of the initial Thunder attribute techniques he practiced before, such as Thunder Silk True Formula and Thunder Light True Formula. Wow, I didn't expect to have such a connection. I really like Thunder techniques, they're flashy and awesome. Suchin smirked, and at that moment, another system prompt sounded. Ding! You have obtained Tai E Healing Pill. Asterisk 5-inch ding. Insufficient materials, alchemy interrupted. Finally finished refining. Suchin smirked, his gaze falling into the storage space. At this moment, all the alchemy materials inside had been completely consumed. Whether from previous spoils or the 180,000 materials won from bets, they had all been transformed into various pills. With just 180,000 pieces of 8th tier materials, 900,000 perfect grade 8th tier pills were refined. Although the value of 8th tier pills is not particularly high, the sheer quantity means they can still fetch a good price. Coupled with other pills he had refined and those obtained from Owen Yao, Suchin estimated that he could sell for several tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones this time. First, sell them off, then use the proceeds as startup capital to scour the city for higher grade materials to refine pills and make money. The main city of Blue Star is the largest city on the entire planet, so the harvest should be considerable. After making up his mind, Suchin immediately dispatched a clone. In the main city of Blue Star, on White Spirit Street. Suchin had passed through this place once on Anshin's Spirit Energy aircraft, so he had some impression of it. At this moment, in a deserted corner, a man completely shrouded in clothing suddenly appeared. Not only that, but a mental force constantly swirled around him, preventing others from probing into him. At that moment, the man trembled all over, controlled by Suchin using perfect possession. Let's go directly to the largest pill auction house. A smirk appeared on Suchin's lips as he quickly headed west. Before long, he stopped in front of a massive high-rise building. This pill building was named Blue Star Pill Building, a simple name that exuded the dominance of the Blue Star Pill realm. The Blue Star Pill Building dealt with everything related to pills. Almost all the materials for pills could be bought here. The reason Suchin came here was also to purchase materials for spiritual pills. Moreover, aside from dealing with pills, this place also had a wide range of other offerings, almost like a universal department store. The priority is still to sell the pills first. Suchin walked directly into the luxurious Blue Star Pill Building. Soon, a woman in uniform approached him. Hello, how may I assist you today? Suchin replied indifferently, I want to sell pills worth several tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones.